Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. City, the police arrived at the building. An officer raised a megaphone and said that the criminals had been found, to immediately lower their weapons and release them. A masked man climbed out of a window, ordered them to shut up and began to insult them. There were hostages and other criminals sitting behind him. The man was shouting that if the police took even a step, he would shoot all these friends in the head. The officers looked at each other. When will that guy come? As if they hadn't happened. These fucking heroes. Then something distracted them. They raised their heads and asked what happened. They needed to look back. People were shouting. Jade was approaching them. The man turned around and asked if he had arrived. After that, the hero passed by, turned around and said that all these manners were useless to him. He heard their gossip behind his back. He continued to walk forward, yawned and said that it was time for him to join the fight. Then he teleported. He found himself at the top right in front of one of the criminals. He looked up and didn't understand what was happening. The brown-haired man looked at him and listened to the order to stand where he was, otherwise the lives of the hostages. The hero looked at him, asked again about the hostages. With the power of thought, forced the criminal to shoot the poor guy in the head. He looked at him, then he lowered his head and realized that he was already holding a corpse in his hands. Jade smiled and asked how such trash as them dared to kill an innocent citizen. The man in the mask held out his gun, but after that he got hit in the face. His blood was everywhere. The man fell, half his head was blown off. Then the hero ran up to the next man, grabbed him from behind, looked at him, and after that he held out his gun, said that this man was not the one who shot them. And a moment later he killed all the hostages. Then he eliminated the criminal himself. He looked at the others and said what he thought. He was done with the hostages, and now his eyes lit up, said that it was time to bring justice. The man ran forward and started the masked people. The entire floor was enveloped in color. The girl stood on top of the roof and asked if this was the man. Her teacher drove up in a wheelchair and said yes, if he killed him, her parents' work would be done. The blonde lowered her head and asked when she asked for help. It had been a long time since she stopped needing his help. Then the man raised his head and agreed. She came closer to the edge and thought that if this was true, she had to prove it to him. At that very second, the girl jumped down. If you imagine a scale, the basic principle of heroes, if you choose between a large and a small number of people, they will always save more. You can also imagine a person on the edge of a ship. But at some point this rule underwent some changes. In order to save the majority, it became obvious to sacrifice the minority. The scale wobbled. Even if there were casualties on the mission, the heroes did not bear any responsibility. The statue had a sword in its hands. It did not matter whether it was an accident or a simple hobby. People living in a big city, no different from villains. This city was all in lights. These people wore masks called heroes. The car was moving along the highway. After that, the car stopped. A man got out. He was leading a couple of women next to him and smiling. Then he went into some establishment, and behind him was a girl. Here comes the question. She came closer to the building. Then she raised her head, looked at the name. After that, a security guard noticed her. If villains, similar to trash, are exterminated by heroes, then who will deal with heroes? Scum. The security guard stopped her, but at that very second, the girl grabbed his hand and threw him aside in vain. The man fell to the ground. Another security guard noticed her and tensed up. But before he could do anything, she grabbed him, right, if no one else does it. The guy had her sweater wrapped around his neck, and having strangled one, she moved on to the next, decided that she would take the initiative into her own hands. The man tried to attack her with a knife, but he didn't have time to do anything. He got kicked, and right in the face, and holding one behind her back, she put the other on the ground. The guard continued to struggle with convulsions and suffocate. Then his hand fell. The girl went forward, decided that she would become a blade that would cut their throats. She put on her sweater and went inside. Conversations were heard from the VIP room. If they called everyone by name, then there would be no end to them. There was practically no one inside, but there were quite a lot of heroes whose faces he did not want to see. Be that as it may, the most important thing is that they all died and were locked in the ground. The man hugged his companion and asked if she understood what they were talking about. The woman turned around. The young man added that of all of them, only he himself remained alive. A moment later, Ava appeared behind him. The hero seemed to sense her with his back, an uninvited guest at such a time. Then he turned around and struck. His companions quickly ran away from there, and the girl stood opposite. How dare she interrupt his fun? The man bowed his head and was surprised. This is a child. The blonde smiled and said that the hero is not as fast as rumors say about him. Here he still did not understand what they were talking about. Then he raised his hand and realized that forks and knives were stuck into him. The man got angry and began to insult the girl. She looked at him, listened to the questions where she was from what no-name organization, or from the Union of Villains. Energy began to gather in his hand. He said that he did not care where she brought it from. He raised his hands, clenched his fists, and said that it was because he would still tear her to pieces and throw her to the dogs. The girl entered the apartment. A bloody long arm was lying on the floor. She came closer, lifted the woman's head. A carriage drove up behind her. The baby turned around, and the man stopped and asked if he wanted revenge. He was holding a photo of her with a woman. The young lady raised her head and said that if it was possible, she would like to. Then the man closed his eyes and asked how, among the huge number of heroes, he would find the one who killed her Indy. The blonde stood up and said that she would kill and kill. She came closer and continued to say that she would kill and kill. And now she stood in front of the hero like this. She looked at him with talking eyes. She ran forward and thought that she had finally found the culprit. She took a knife out of her sleeve. She swung it and tried to stab the man, but he managed to grab it. He broke the dagger and asked what kind of toy it was. After that, he stabbed her. Miraculously, the girl was able to block it. She swung it and looked at him. But this time, the hero grabbed her elbow and swung. He hit her right in the face. Because of this, the little girl was thrown to the side. He stuck his hands in the table and told her to get up. He threw the table at her and said, "Enlighten me." But the blonde managed to grab a chair and protect herself from the boards. Then another blow followed. She dodged again. While running from him, she grabbed a fire extinguisher. She continued to move forward and swung. She ran closer to the man, struck a blow, he parried it. Everything around was in smoke. The man looked back, and suddenly she flew into him. She ran forward, heard the question of what she believed in. The hero appeared behind her and asked why she was acting so self-confident. Ava and returned. Then she raised her leg and tried to hit the man, but he struck faster. She fell to the ground. The brunette came closer and swung. Did she think that she was the only villain who did such stupid things? He started hitting the girl in the face. Then he swung again and explained. He continued hitting her, said that all these fucking freaks would be pulverized. All the utensils fell on the table. The man exhaled. He clenched his fist and said that this was the only way no one would hear. Then he raised his hand and wished her death. But suddenly something happened. For a moment, it seemed to him that he was in some forest under a guillotine. He was pierced by a guillotine. He did not understand what was happening. The girl grabbed his hand and looked straight into his eyes. Then she stood up, and the hero was wondering what was happening, what kind of strange feeling. The baby spat blood. After his blows, she thought she understood in general terms how to use a gift. Her eyes were red. The guy tried to go forward. He thought that he needed to get away from there, but he did not have time to do anything. The girl pierced his neck. Because of this, a wound formed near the artery. Blood began to drip onto the floor. The man grabbed his neck, did not understand what it was. The blonde turned around and looked at him. The hero got angry, began to insult her. All this time she was playing with him, and she in response raised her hand and asked what was wrong, why he can, but she can't. Then the man ran at her and said that he would tear her to pieces. He flew closer but received a blow to the face. Then he fell, heard her ask how strong he was. If all the heroes are the same as him, then it would not be so offensive to destroy them. He closed his eyes and saw the girl coming closer. After that, he looked at her and thought that his body did not obey, then he would die like this so insignificantly. Someone began to grab his hands. People with bags on their heads pulled him somewhere, said that this man killed many, now it was his turn to die. He tried to get out, thought that there was no need to talk nonsense. Then he ran forward and repeated the same thing to his head. Approaching the light, "Don't talk nonsense, okay." The hero smiled and thought that he had a chance. He stretched his hand forward, still a lot. But before he could run to the exit, the blonde grabbed his head. She looked ahead and said that this man was a crazy dog. The next life. She stuck him in the floor and wished that in the next life he would become a man. She raised her hand. His blood was everywhere. The girl stood next to him and looked at his corpse. The blow was so strong that the floor cracked. After that, she knelt down and sat next to him. There was a cup of drinks on the table. Nothing could be brought back. The teacher drove closer and said that the heroes began to hunt her like an old dog. The blonde walked away and heard that some of them could be so strong that she would feel regret for putting them on a par with this person. Does she have the determination? Then she turned around and said that if she was scared, she wouldn't have even started. She remembered how the teacher handed her a sword and said that she was a hero killer. She opened the blade, destroys all those. Then she remembered the bloody sword. Those who block her path will be killed to the last one. The girl remembered how she stood in a room full of corpses. Then she leaned against the wall and said that evil gangs don't care about such things. The building was sealed. Inside, forensic scientists were taking casts and photographs. They heard that another person was approved to replace this hero. The young man approached the man and said that they hadn't even removed the body yet. They initially did everything quickly. Then he lowered his head and said that he didn't know anything else, but he would like a more adequate person to take his place. Another man confirmed. The doors opened. A man followed the bloody trail. He got closer to Shan and asked again. He grabbed him by the hair. Then he raised his head and shouted, "Who did this to him?" After that, the corpse began to whisper in his ear. The man listened attentively. What he heard surprised him very much. Was it true? He stood in front of the people, holding his comrade in his arms. Then he let go of his head, walked forward and told them not to worry. He covered his face with his hand, promising to avenge him. He licked his hand. His eyes lit up. An image began to emerge in his head. A blonde, a young girl was looking straight at him. And then the guy he saw began to shake. He looked ahead with wild eyes and said that she was finally caught. Drops were dripping onto the floor. There were more and more of them. Sweat was running down the girl's hands. The young lady was training, standing in a plank. Then she rose on her hands. She looked down. These drops were from her nose. In the background there was news, where a woman raised her hand and pointed at a young guy. There was a logo of the Clan of Heroes, and from it there were branches to the Red People. This is an organization that contains most of the heroes, and a community authorized to give them orders. The crowd chanted such a hero. A long time ago, after defeating the villains, the heroes spent a lot of time to strengthen their system of domination. Their advertising was on all the banners. Since then, dozens of years have flown by. The woman smiled and looked at everyone from the facade of the building. It is no exaggeration to say that the whole world began to be controlled by the clan. After some time, a shower. The girl closed her eyes and stood under the water. Then she lowered her eyes and thought that it was strange. A week had already passed since she killed Jade, but in the change of what news about this, as if nothing had happened. She wiped the mirror and thought that maybe they don't want to show their weak side. She took towels. Then she started to wipe her head and thought that maybe they just don't care about their consumables, just like they did about her on Nai. The girl opened the drawer and took something out of there. She opened a felt tip pen and thought that she didn't care. Then she crossed out the photo of the hero. If she rips off all their arms and legs, they won't be able to pretend that they don't know anything either. She stood in front of the board for a while and looked at it. There were a lot of photos in front of her. It didn't matter to her who would come for her. Then she turned around and left, thinking that she was ready for anything. Day, city, get back restaurant. There was a man standing behind the bar. The girl went there in uniform and looked at him. She came closer, came to her shift earlier than expected. Then she put on an apron and said that it looked like they still didn't have guests, although she, who works here, liked it. The old man continued doing his business and asked why all of a sudden. They wiped the plates as if they hadn't happened. Today they had one table occupied. The girl was surprised. The old man asked if she was a robot. Then he went ahead and said that he would go check the warehouse and come back. There was a man sitting at the table. The red-haired guy was looking at her and laughing. The girl looked up and noticed something. This man was aiming right at her master's back. He turned around and stuck his tongue out at her. Ava was surprised. Then she suddenly jumped up and ran up to the young man, put her legs to his throat. Daylight was coming through the window. The guy asked her to take it easy, said that he just looked in to say hello. Then he looked up and said that for someone who had disturbed the hive, her face was too calm. The girl came closer and asked if this man was from the clan. The red-haired guy looked at her and thought that in addition to restraint, he was also very good at assessing the situation. Moreover, his comrade's gift had just been. He drank coffee and thought that it was a gift stealing gifts. Then he put the glass down and asked to take the knife away from him. He handed over a piece of paper and suggested meeting at the designated place tomorrow. He stood up and left, adding that everything would go smoothly, just the two of them. The master came up and asked what had happened, and in response he heard that nothing had happened. The girl threw the piece of paper on the table and replied that everything was fine. The next day, a restricted area, no entry for outsiders. They came to some abandoned building. Even more an abandoned city, there was devastation everywhere. The blonde walked forward. Suddenly she heard something. She began to look around, but there was nothing around. A moment later she noticed a sniper looked straight at his sight. Psycho smiled sarcastically. He lay on top of the building and said that he had a good feeling. Then he pulled the trigger. A shot rang out. The bullet was flying straight at the girl, but she was able to dodge. The young man reloaded his weapon. Meanwhile, the girl tore off the mirror with the car and ran forward. After some time, she was able to find shelter. She began to examine the situation, judging by the flight path in that building. The blonde did not have time to do anything as her mirror was pierced by another bullet. The distance was about 1,800 meters. She lowered her head and took her attribute out of her pocket. That was enough. Then she clenched her fist and began to spin it. She would be able to hit this hero with this thing. She swung well and charged forward. The blow was so strong that the wall broke, but the redhead managed to run away. Of course, this is the only way it will be fun. He looked to the side and thought that such power was only from one iron bead. This girl is a monster. She in turn was ready to run to him. The hero grouped himself and said with a smile, "Really? Will he give up such a game to the clan? Damn it." Then he aimed again. He tried to find her in the sight. Where was she hiding? But a moment later he heard a sound, turned around and asked what it was. It was a sound coming from the stairs. The young man turned around and asked if he was serious. Meanwhile, the girl was climbing up at incredible speed. She was running straight up to him. Psycho loaded his gun again. Then he pulled it forward. But he didn't have time to shoot because the blonde knocked it out of his hands. The redhead didn't lose his head and pulled his gun back. He turned around and tried to aim again. He didn't succeed, so he decided to pull the gun out of his jacket. Well, the girl grabbed him, which surprised the hero. Ava pressed a point on his hand, and with one press, she was able to pull out the clip. The young man looked at his hand and was surprised, and a second later, he got hit in the face with his head, and so hard that it threw him back. He started shaking his hands. The blonde came closer and said about hell. Psycho smiled and asked again, as if he didn't understand. Her eyes lit up, flew up to him and said that he should go to hell. She swung, and her finger jumped up. Something strange was reflected in her eyes, and the walls seemed to start to appear hands, and these hands were going to attack her. Then a whole person appeared. The guy pounced on her. He had a gift that allowed him to pass through material objects. The blonde grabbed his hand. It seemed that his flesh was not subject to passage. Therefore, she decided to act by force, threw him aside. But he got up very quickly and ran up to her from behind. She struck again, this time with a foot in the stomach. The guy slowed down with his legs as best he could. Then he pulled up his gloves. This is another hero, Viper. Ava looked at her opponent and said that it was proposed to meet together, but the red-haired man pretended not to understand what they were talking about. Then he raised his finger up and said that this moment should be omitted, asked why she did not use the jade gift. The girl who fought back said that she couldn't use it. She swung and tried to attack. She struck. The young man was able to reflect it. Psycho looked at his watch and said that he had limitations regarding the amount or time of use. As if there were none, Viper was standing in front of her. Unlike him, he was no slouch in the bay. The young man managed to turn away. A fist was flying into his face, so if she had nothing else to show. The hero grabbed her hand and said that today she was destined to die. The guy's eyes bulged. He fell to the floor. His hand began to pass through him, and the girl fell one floor below. Then she landed, quite successfully, and decided to jump out of the window. The guys looked at her. Does this person really not care about other gifts? Perhaps the condition for activating a gift is physical contact. The comrade turned to him and said that they have little time, they can't stand still, if they want to catch up with her, they need to go right now. Then he raised his hand and said that because of this nothing was reported to the plan and they called him. In response he heard that it was so, but he had such a good feeling. Then he turned and when asked what it was about, he answered that nothing. It was good that he took him with him. They went forward. It was necessary to continue the hunt. Meanwhile, there was no one in the city. There were many abandoned construction sites. A girl was sitting on one of them. She went down and thought that she had been subjected to induction naively on her part. She could not believe that this guy brought a partner with him. She imagined his comrade. Moreover, this guy is quite strong, and it is difficult to get used to the type of his gift in a short time. Then she took out her knives. The worst compatibility. Well, then she will start with Psycho. She looked to the side and was ready. At that time, Viper noticed something. He immediately jumped up and flew there. He ran up and saw broken glass. He bent down and began to study them. A distortion began to appear in the wall. A girl immediately ran out of there. The guy screamed, and his friend was already ready to shoot. He immediately started to lion. The blonde ran and dodged the remote. Then she threw the blade straight at the redhead and hit him in the shoulder, threw him back. The girl tried to cut his throat, but hit too shallow. Then she swung. She had to hit differently, but she didn't have time to do anything because she got hit on the head, and so hard that she was thrown back a couple of meters. She tried to get up, but the enemy had already appeared from behind, and grabbed her by the neck, said that this was the end. The blonde began to choke. At that moment, a girl was watching them on the roof. She stood and said that they really need to clash now with the clan to save that girl. The guy lowered his hand and listened. As they say, the more cards you can use, the better. He came closer and said that, besides, the guy is an excellent thing. Ava was trying to gouge his eye out at that moment, but the man grabbed her hand and wouldn't let her do anything. She still managed to get out by jumping away from him. Without wasting a minute, the girl tried to hit him. She aimed for his head, but he managed to jump back. Suddenly, pellets started flying out of his body. The blonde dodged right away, and the redhead ran away and stuck his tongue out. It was he who shot through his friend. They were alone again. The hero killer was wounded. Psycho didn't waste a minute and grabbed a grenade. He threw it right at her and shouted something, got it. There was a huge explosion. As soon as she landed, Viper appeared in front of her again, and immediately hit her, again with such force that the girl was thrown back a couple of meters. She lay unconscious on the ground. The guy came up and said that it was ferocity. He imagined his dead comrade, said that he understood why he lost. After he took her by the neck, this girl is dangerous. In the future it will become even more dangerous. He looked into her eyes and thought that thank God, He can kill her today. Suddenly something distracted him. Behind him stood a man in a strange form, and with one blow he smashed his head. The decapitated body fell to his knees, and the girl was also lying on the ground. The blonde looked out from behind her comrade and asked how it was, and the redhead was hiding at that moment around the corner and looking at them. After which he put his hand to the flask and understood what was happening. When the blonde approached them, the hero realized that of course this was a gang of villains. The hero killer was lying in the ward. Someone said that her breathing was stable. Her pulse was also normal, her bone strength was very high. This is a feature of gift users. Then she opened her eyes, and she saw in front of her a man who said that the bullet wounds seemed to have healed, and Sinclair changed her clothes. While the man continued to say that it would be good to leave the food supplements, looking for where he put them, the girl carefully pulled the scalpel. Then the man in the gas mask turned around. He had a lot of things in his hands. He finally found it. But she was surprised that no one was lying on the bed, and she appeared behind him. The young man did not get confused and said that standing behind his back, he wanted to stick a knife into him. He preferred to cut with the blade horizontally. The girl did not understand what was happening. Then he turned around, raised his hand up and said that if he was unlucky, he could hit him in the ribs. She pulled out her scalpel and asked who this person was. Where is he now? And the guy in turn turned and asked if she had heard about the Nameless. He imagined the warriors, the battle. A long time ago there was a war between a clan of heroes and an association of villains. In general, one can think that the remnants of the villains who survived that war, but in fact, none of them participated there. Then he put his hand to his chest and said that his name was Vector, a doctor among the Nameless. So wasn't she being too rude to her savior? But he thought that to tell the truth, he didn't do anything. The blonde put the knife away. The door to the ward opened. A girl came in and asked if their guest had woken up. Then she smiled and said that Ingen was calling them. The guys turned around and said that they would all go together. There were some strange corridors in the building, and the girl was walking along it and eating an apple. They noticed her calmness. The companion leaned over with a smile and said that she could have put poison in it. Then she put her hand behind her back, laughed at the answer that poison had a bad effect on the girl. She turned around abruptly in front of her and asked where the tail of the apple was. The hero killer with a calm face said that she had eaten it. That surprised them very much. Then the cutie put his hand to his chin and said that this girl was very funny. And they went on. The heroine looked at her hand and thought that in order to use the gift, she needed to maintain her calorie level. Then she looked up. Maybe they were leading her to their partners. She needed to act now. She looked around. The young man in the gas mask was walking next to her. That guy named Vector didn't look like a fighter. He could suppress him in a few seconds. But his companion was walking next to her. The problem was in her. Would she be able to knock her out? The blonde walked forward, thinking what to do, but she was told that it was too late. Sinclair went to the door and said that they were there. Then she opened the door and said welcome with a smile. This is the lair of the Nameless. Other people were waiting for her inside. Then the girl raised her hand and introduced herself. Then she pointed to the guy in black clothes. This man in the body is John. But the blonde was more interested in the leader. She looked at him. Sinclair explained that the handsome guy standing next to her is Ingen. This man looked dangerous. Day, Clan of Heroes, 17th branch. People were walking down the hallway and talking about how the stupid hero left his comrade to die. The redhead raised his hand and said that there was no other choice. The enemies were very strong. The boss looked at him and said that Viper was a guy with a promising future. They put a lot of effort into him to nurture his abilities. This time he would be reprimanded. Psycho rolled his eyes and said that that's why he was asking him to do at least something. Wouldn't it be possible with his strength? The man thought about it and said that the branch manager was not responsible for such work, although he liked it better when he was on the battlefield. They continued walking down the hallway and discussed whether the attacker was known. He replied that the man would be shocked if he left and heard it was Ingen. The boss frowned, tried to remember who it was, and a moment later he dropped his cigarette. Realization came. It fell to the floor. It can't be. Is it really about the smiling guy? The redhead pulled back a smile and said that everything was right, and the man scratched his head. Oh damn. Then he rushed forward to the question where. He answered that he should have said this earlier. Now it was time to do his job. He introduced the young man to Jaeger corpses. An emergency. Right now it would be necessary to call all the heroes of the branch. It was the same guy with a smile. He returned. Meanwhile, the blonde looked at the girl and said that he did not need useless words, and asked who would do this. Sinclair raised her hand and shouted with a smile that she wanted. She unpacked her weapon, said that in fact, this was all she was waiting for. The blonde was careful, and at that moment the girl pounced on her with an axe. The hero killer managed to dodge, but this did not bother the girl. She continued to attack. Then Ava decided to act, grabbed her by the handle, and with one blow she threw her back. It so happened that she moved herself. She immediately kicked her, and thus threw the girl back, and so hard that her head went into the wall. Then the blonde swung and heard laughter. Her rival extended her hand with a smile and said that she lost. She did not understand what was happening. She gave her her hand. A guy with a gas mask was watching all this. He looked at her and thought that the girl was no slouch. Then he clapped, asked her to finish the greeting, and at that moment, the blonde came closer and asked why they saved her. She looked at their leader and said what their goal was. He looked up and said that their goal was to destroy the clan of hunters. The girl was surprised when he said that this clan was the one that killed her older sister. Suddenly she began to blaze, came closer and asked how he knew about this. Night, house. The young man came up. He lowered his head, they greeted him, he greeted him back. In front of him, near the candles, sat an old man in a wheelchair, who took out his sword and saw the guy in the reflection, and said that he had already retired, so he was probably interested to know why he called him. The candle was burning out when the guy said that if he said no. He came closer, explained that it would be a lie. Then the man turned and said that she would like him to help one child. He looked at him and said, "Really? Have you become attached to the dog that he raised?" He raised his head and said that during the time that they did not see each other, he became more daring. Well, be that as it may. He put the weapon on his lap. Suddenly his eyes lit up, asked if the guy was ready to talk now. He went to the chair and said that even with lost teeth, a tiger is a tiger. He sat down opposite him and said that he was listening attentively. The old man introduced the girl, her name, it is worth calling her a killer of heroes. He imagined what she was like in battle, had incredible abilities, in addition to the innate talent of a fighter. The man remembered her abilities. Undoubtedly, in the future she would become a very influential person, but not now. The girl seemed to be shrouded in red threads. One end awaited her. It is worth facing truly strong people, as she would definitely die. It was night outside. The guy folded his arms and asked if they were really going to entrust him with this tiger cub. Then the man drove closer and said that he had a clear goal, to destroy the clan. He looked at him and said that however, in the process he would have to face one girl. He, who participated in the war, probably understood his words. At that moment, the guy listened to him attentively, and the old man added that even if he crushed the entire clan, if they did not cope with her, the defeat would be on his side. Then he looked at the man and asked if he really said that the hero killer could get close to that girl. At that moment, the candle was still burning. The young man stood up and scratched himself to the answer that it would happen someday. He replied that if so, then okay, but if this girl breaks, it has nothing to do with him. The man looked at him and asked again. While the guy was leaving, he said that the one who taught her everything was this man. The old man smiled and said that one should expect that she would not tear him to pieces. Present day, shelter. The girl came closer. The blonde lowered his head and said that the killer of heroes actually wants to find the killer of a member of his family. The others felt uncomfortable while he said that she would like to die after fighting them. Then the girl came closer and said that this was not an answer to her question, asked how this guy knows about her sister. John could not stand it and attacked, said that it seemed that this girl wanted to die. She managed to dodge, but thought that it was fast. She looked at him carefully. Something happened. At that moment, the man stood opposite and could not move. He was literally a centimeter away, but the leader addressed him. He raised his hand, stopping him with his own strength, saying that he warned him. Ava looked around and thought that this was complete chaos. She imagined these people, nameless, how such an organization could be supported. At that moment, a guy in black came up and said that there would be no other time. And the young man in a mask began to run and scream. The girl from the gang also intervened, asked what was wrong with Vector. It was fun, they should leave them. But the young man continued to run and scream that he could not just stand there. He had to stop wasting emotions, and in vain, it seemed that they would not leave her so easily. The blonde lowered her head and thought the reasons why she was saved were quite simple. Obviously, they needed her strength in some matter. She imagined a chessboard, what she did not have. But they did. This was information. If so, then the types of deals that could appear were limited. She made a mental move and thought that she was in a situation where she could not refuse their offer, but when she took the lead, she had to take the initiative. Then she said that she knew what they wanted from her. The young man in the gas mask stopped. The girl raised her head and said that using her power, they would pass her information in exchange. The blonde looked at her and said that the girl quickly understood what was what. Sinclair continued to watch them while the blonde said that she agreed. Then she came up and said that now they had to say what they were really planning. Vector intervened and said that they were planning to destroy the 17th branch of the heroes. He came closer and said that Psycho was part of them. The sun was setting. The girl turned and asked if these guys were really going to do it with 4 of them. They seemed out of their minds. But the leader replied that this was not so. He smiled and said that there were 5 of them with her. Meanwhile, in some canyon, they heard that with the schedule. This girl with blue hair was leafing through a notebook and saying that all the days, including weekends, for the next 2 weeks were completely booked. Today too, after the end of the raid, the villains would have to be present at the filming of the clan's commercial. The woman stood nearby and said that you can kill yourself, asked the assistant again and apologized. She said that there was no need to apologize. She turned around and said that all this was because she was so cool. Victoria had the joy of the order on her chest. The girl said that it was very difficult to introduce all the heroes. The assistant turned around and heard sounds, and the woman winked and said that it looked like they were advancing. Dust rose in the distance. A whole squad of bandits was approaching them. In one of the cars there was a man who was breathing fire and shouting that everyone had to be burned. At that moment, another member of the gang saw someone in the distance. There was a woman standing there. It was unclear why she was blocking the road. It didn't matter, you just had to move and that's it. And the blonde at that moment pulled her hand back and called for Mimins. Clouds immediately came running too, and huge projectiles started hitting the ground from the sky, including her sword. The girl took it, started sorting through it, reporters, no, camera, also no. Then she swung and said that then. Her eyes were burning, she finally didn't need to hold back. Then she swung hard. She ran forward and was ready to strike her opponents. She only needed to move the weapon through the air as a blast wave went forward. This wave began to sell everything in its path. The sun appeared. The woman smiled and said that she needed to have a drink as soon as she finished, decided that this would need to be done in the 17th branch. John came up and asked if she should just let her go. He didn't really like this grandfather. He turned to his friend, asked why she didn't use the gift. Sinclair raised her hand and asked if she wanted someone to die here. She didn't. Besides, she liked this girl. Then she smiled and added that she was beautiful and also straightforward by nature, wasn't she? The masked young man came up and added that he didn't know how to say it. He introduced the blonde and said that he himself had almost deceived her. Her every action was calculated. Perhaps the moment when she got angry was also just a game. He imagined her burning eyes. His girlfriend turned to him and asked how to understand this. The young man put his hand to his heart and answered that her heart beat the same. She remembered how the girl attacked him from behind, from the moment they met in the medical office. He also remembered how they saw her off, the entrance to the moment when you left their shelter. Then he folded his hands and said that the girl was the complete opposite of their leader. Even if he pretends to be cold-blooded on the outside, everything is boiling inside him. At that moment, the young man approached him and told him to stop. Then he went to the table and said that he would not accept another opinion. He looked at his comrades and said that the attack on the 17th Corps. Ingen turned around and added that they would carry it out together with the hero killer. The woman was very happy about this fact. Then the young man came closer and repeated John again. He looked at him and listened that he could not interfere without permission anymore. The leader was persistent, turned around and said that next time he would simply kill him. And the others were silent and listened attentively. Suddenly the young man in the gas mask raised his hand and offered to eat. The girlfriend agreed. Meanwhile, in some basement, the blonde grabbed the railing, was carefree. She trained hard. Every time she pulled herself up and thought about her own. Her eyes were worried. She thought about the fact that she was standing on some platform in the abyss. You are high. But Ingen was even higher. The girl raised her head and thought that Viper was also strong. But this guy named Ingen was on a completely different level. The young man continued to stand and look at her. At that moment, it was as if her platform had changed to someone's hand. But there will definitely be heroes who will be stronger than even him. She imagined a huge monster. Then she lowered her head and thought if she could reach them. Then she turned on the timer, began to use energy. Everything around began to sparkle. The girl tried to hold out as long as possible. But at some point the energy stopped working, turned off the timer. It said 7 minutes 37 seconds. This is the maximum duration of use. She fell to the floor and thought that the result was better than before, but it was still not enough. Then she covered her eyes with her hand. Fragments began to emerge in her memories, live. The blonde remembered how she hugged her dying sister and asked her to live. The girl was young and scared, no matter what she had to survive. Then she put her hand on the floor. She got into a plank and thought that the beginning had come. She raised her burning eyes. Her gift was improving by stealing abilities from other people. She clenched her fists and thought that she would kill every single one of them, take away every elevator. Then she imagined this monster again, as if she was standing in front of it and was ready to fight. And in the distance, silhouettes were visible. In her mind, she began to fight them, and she killed one after another. The girl attacked, and she attacked, cutting this monster, and decided that she would step over everything. She imagined herself with a sword. She would rise higher. She would stand in the same place that I am not all. Meanwhile, in the coffee shop Get Back, again there were no customers. The master saw the girl, asked if she had fought. At that moment she opened the door and said yes and no. The man simply looked at her. He came closer, decided not to find out the details and said that it was time to get to work. Everything around began to sparkle. The girl diligently cleaned, but something distracted her. The old man was wiping the window at that moment and said that if she wanted to say something, she had to say it. The girl continued to wash the floor and said that she was leaving, because she remembered those terrible events when he almost died. She imagined what would happen, blood everywhere. She raised her head and answered that yes. Then she looked at the floor and thought since her true face was revealed, she could not stay here any longer. The blonde continued to clean and thought about this. The master approached her. Then he went to the window and said that initially he suddenly offered her this job. It would be ugly to keep her any longer, but be that as it may. He turned and said that she could return at any time. The sign above the door was shining brightly. The man asked again if he had said it too seriously. Ava listened to him attentively. There were practically no visitors anyway, so you could drop in here to rest sometimes. The old man came closer and said that of course he would pay her. They had sorted it out. Then he raised his hand, pointed to the glass and asked if it was her friend. The girl was standing behind the glass and looking at them. The blonde turned around and was surprised. She ran up, threw the old man aside. She knew that this man would come back. He ran up to the glass and swung. This time he would not let her get his way. Then she struck, breaking the glass and throwing the man back. They both flew out of there and fell. The blonde was not going to stop. She struck again with her foot. Psycho fell to the ground, and the blonde took out a dagger from under her skirt. Then she swung and was ready to strike. She stuck it right into the asphalt and thought. She remembered how this man came and thought why he didn't have a weapon. Everything that happened before was just her imagination. The girl took off her apron and said that she would be back in a minute. The master took it and looked at her, asked who would close the cafe, but did not receive an answer. After some time, they were sitting in the park. The guy went to the drink machine, decided to treat her. A bottle fell out. While he was choosing a drink for himself, he threw her a can, and the girl caught it. She listened to it quite deliciously. She looked at the bottle. It was mint water. Then he put it to his chest and said that this man was crossing the line to hell. It was already night outside. The guy sat down on a bench and said that he did not think that they would really follow him like that. Eva constantly turned around and looked at the cafe. Psycho, in turn, opened the can and said that there was no need to worry about this man. Last time he was just fooling around. Today he even came without a weapon. She found it and thought that she did not understand his motives at all. What was he trying to achieve? She imagined a decapitated comrade. Maybe he wants to be together because of Viper's death. The young man had been drinking, maybe not. She decided to play it safe and sat down on a nearby bench, asked what he wanted here. There was no one else in the park. The guys started discussing that the girl looked like she was dying of curiosity. Well, he also didn't intend to drag it out. Then he pointed at her and said that he needed her. He smiled and added that he wanted her to become his partner. There was a strange silence. The moon was high. The girl was silent and looked at him, not understanding what was happening. Psycho began to laugh in response to the question, what kind of nonsense is he talking about? She leaned back and said that if she wanted to offer to continue playing, but the guy interrupted and asked again. He looked at the bottle and said that he was speaking quite seriously. Then he began to imagine the heroes shapeshifting. Also the fireman, and one of the dead comrades. Only the chosen ones have the opportunity to have abilities. They have a gift. There he also imagined the heroes, all those who possess such mystical powers, have incredible endurance, can live much longer than ordinary people, while others die in hospitals. But what's ironic, he imagined the dead hero, few of them live long enough. Then he imagined the morgue, they do not have time to die of natural causes. Then he remembered the last situation. On the table lay the form of Viper, who was his partner. The doctor was holding a lollipop in her hands and said that it had lasted more than 10 years. Then she pulled it out and said that it must have hurt. The young man was sitting on the couch next to the corpse and listening attentively. The woman came closer, covered him and said that it looked like his head was cut off. What a shame, for such a gloomy person. In fact, he was a pleased, interesting person. Then she came closer and said that after all, dead people are all the same. In the end, she asked how their meeting went. Psycho shrugged and said that the girl had refused him right away. Of course, he remembered sitting on that bench, and as she sat next to him, she looked as if she had already met others. Yuna smiled and said that the guy looked confused about it, and he looked at her and said that even having rejected his offer, she still promised to do him a small favor. But at the moment when the doctor asked again, the young man was already getting up and said that it was a secret. He grabbed the gloves and said that he had to go. Then he waved to her and said that he had come for them. He always wanted to try them on. The woman looked at him and did not understand what was happening. Then he imagined the office, said that he had to be careful because it seemed to him that something bad was about to happen in the department. He frowned and said that she was captivating. He even imagined their last battle during such a short period of time. He also imagined a menacing face. The girl had become much stronger. He walked down the corridor and thought that the clan leaders did not even need to think twice about her. He walked forward and thought that even a small flame, if given enough time, could turn into a fire. And that flame was her, with glowing eyes, as if walking into the distance. I wonder what kind of monster she would become. There were knives and various weapons hanging on the wall in the headquarters. The blonde was clearing one of them. Then she checked her marbles, and suddenly her phone rang. An SMS was displayed on the screen. Was she ready? Then another SMS came in, offering to kill them all. Night City. The blonde ran out of cover. Then she went to the edge of the roof and looked down. She immediately jumped off. While she was flying, a device appeared on her hand. Some kind of hook flew out from there and grabbed right onto one of the ones nearby. Thanks to this, she was able to jump up and landed right on the roof of the neighboring building. Then she looked around. Her gaze was directed at the watchtower. There were men standing below. The guards were discussing the coffee story among themselves. Suddenly one of them heard some sounds. He pulled out a machine gun and asked who was there, but for some reason there was no one in front of him. Then the other one turned around and asked what was wrong, and the man scratched his head and said that he thought there was an animal there. Literally a moment later he got hit in the face. One of them flew back, the other one pulled out a gun. The blonde grabbed him and let him go. After that, she hit him right in the stomach. The guard fell to the ground and disappeared. The girl came closer and said that she would save his life if she continued to remain silent. She needed to get the radio. The man did it with shaking hands. He raised it up, and the blonde destroyed it and threw it away. But after that, she did not keep her promise and stuck his head into the asphalt. She raised her hand and walked forward. As she left, it was clear that she had killed both of them. The next day in an abandoned city, the guys met in one of the buildings, told her that they had infiltrated the 17th branch. Then she came closer and asked if there was any plan. Sinclair raised her hand and said that first there would be bang, then boom. And the guy in the gas mask said that he should just take and grind them into powder. John supported him, crushed a stone and said that they all needed to be killed. The team stood in front of the blonde. Everyone was happy, but she was not so happy. She covered her face with her hands. Then she rolled her eyes and said that they were idiots. Why did she decide to approach the main one, who turned around and suggested that the first thing to do was to disable the guards? He presented the branch flag, said that the guards of the territory are actually security guards. If you imagine this tower, people who maintain public order under the flag of the Clan of Heroes also use a gift. They all wear special uniforms because they are often sent to less dangerous operations. Sinclair thought about it and said that in other words, quite weak, should they even worry about them? And the blonde turned around and thought that the guy was right. It was best to minimize the number of variables in the equation. Then she presented a hot flag. As soon as the guards are gone, there will be an explosion. The Clan of Heroes will have to switch their attention to something else. Then she presented their boss, while they do not know who will be on the team. She also remembered that he smokes constantly. I am sure these people will be forced to act. Vector came closer and said that he remembered. He heard that the head of security is in the 17th branch. While the young man explained that the head of the 17th branch is a retired hero, the girl remembered that she had his photos. They continued to stand on the roof. It would be quite difficult if he got involved in the case. The blonde lowered his head and said that yes, they should eliminate him so that things would go as smoothly as possible. Sinclair raised her hand and said that if so, she was interrupted by the blonde and said that she would go herself. The girl was very upset by this, while the other said that she was sure that because she did not trust them, they did not trust her either. Then she came closer and said that therefore this would be a chance to show her loyalty to them. Then she smiled and asked how they felt about this. The blonde smiled. He looked at her and said okay, but this is not a completely fair deal. Then he came closer and asked what she wanted in return. Ava extended her hand and said that she wanted his gift. Returning to real time, she continued to fight the guards, eliminated one after another. They had no chance of winning. The girl hit so hard that their heads broke through the walls. There was a mountain of corpses around. She continued to move forward. She walked towards the main room, and finally she found herself near it. Inside, a man sat and studied the airwaves from video cameras. These guys had gone too far. The man was sitting at the table and said that they had killed all of his subordinates. That moment, the girl entered the room and said that she did not know if they were dead. She began to warm up and said that he would die today 100%. The man stood up and said that he heard a noise on the ground floor. Then he grabbed his axe, so it was her. Raymond came closer and said that this was the man who killed Jade and Viper. She came closer and asked what if she really did it. At that second, the man threw his axe at her. It began to spin and flew straight towards her, but miraculously, she caught it right in front of her head. Then she swung and threw it back, but also missed. They stood opposite each other. No need to hold back, said the blonde. Then she stood up and said that it was worth serving her with all her might. The man rolled up his sleeves. He took a step forward, soared with his foot, cracked the floor, and then flew straight at her. But not the first blow, he missed. The girl in turn also continued to attack, but he blocked the blows. She did not lose her head and punched him in the face. Immediately after that, she struck him in the chest, and then kicked him in the head. This time the man caught the leg, looked at her, and then threw it to the side. Thus, the girl broke through the wall with her body. She began to break with her legs. She looked at him. He was already close. He immediately struck again. Ava grabbed his hand. Then she wrapped her legs around her. They both fell to the ground. The blonde immediately let go of her hand, but at the same time, she kicked him in the face. Then she rose a little and swung, after which she struck with such force that the man was thrown aside. He got up, his nose was bleeding. He watched the girl and thought that her movements were unusual and very inventive. While the little girl was attacking him, he thought that she had good physical training. He smiled and thought that she had extensive fighting skills, but that was not all. He continued to watch her and thought that she was simply an excellent fighter. A sign was burning next to them. The girl was not only talented, but such training had also strengthened her. As if she was full of strength and energy, most likely she had gone through hell, tempering her body to become like this, still far from invincible. After he licked his lips and thought that he would break her, slowly he said that he was more interested in finding out who she was. He grabbed her hand and asked her to tell him about it. The blonde she invited thought that this man was still holding back. She looked into his eyes and thought that he still had a low opinion of her, but did not understand who was controlling the fight. While the man was running at her, she thought that if she wanted to, she mentally pierced him with dozens of swords. She could kill him many times. Then she clenched her fist and thought that she couldn't. She raised her head. She wanted him to use his gift. She imagined herself walking up a high staircase. He would have to become his next step. Then she struck him in the face again. The man grabbed his head. The girl immediately struck him again, but he managed to turn away, and then he got it right in the chest. A moment later, 2 more strikes to the face, and a finishing blow to the chin. She was going to rip off his mask. She continued to hit him and thought that this was just an appetizer for her. The girl looked into his eyes and waited for that very moment. She continued to hit him and hit him. Everything around was in smoke and dust. The building was almost destroyed. The man was sitting on a broken wall. The blonde came up and thought, was that enough? He tensed up and barely stood up. Then he swung his axe. She only managed to jump back. She turned around. The walls seemed to crack. The man's hand turned into a huge blade, said that she didn't have to tell him her name and where she was from. Raymond came closer, said that he would make her say it slowly, gasping for breath. They were already standing in a dilapidated building. The blonde took the bats. She began to swing them and said forward. The girl was ready for battle and said that he could try. Her training took place every day. Their body needs nutrients to maintain energy. She remembered how she used the gift. There is an energy resource for this, EST. If you imagine it as a vessel, during a fight between users, the one who uses it wisely wins. She also imagined 2 killed heroes. Some of them initially have a small reserve. For example, Jade, some use less energy. And if you imagine Viper, you can conclude that others are much larger. She remembered how she killed the first one. She can use his gift for more than 5 minutes. But if you remember the second battle, that young man's ability can only be used for a couple of seconds. She imagined herself in a battle. If she is not careful, then she cannot avoid losing. She can easily die. The man attacked her. The girl, meanwhile, fought back and thought that she would have to dodge the most dangerous attacks. At the same time, she tried to hit him. But the man was so strong and angry. He hit her, not realizing that the girl was taking blows out of necessity. She intended to. Then she went on the attack, especially if it helps to counterattack. Do not let it go for a minute. The girl continued to hit him in the face. The old man did not understand what was happening. He looked at her. Only then she began to use the gift, and the control blow was already much stronger at the most opportune moment. The blonde looked at him. She was pleased to watch how the man was in pain. At that moment, there were bottles of water on his table. One of them fell. Drops from there fell on the floor, and their battle continued. The girl was determined. She attacked him without stopping. Blow after blow. The old man tensed up, as if the situation had gotten out of control. He looked at her and did not understand what to do. He frowned. Something was clearly wrong. The last thing he saw was her fist flying into his face. There was clearly some mistake here. And then he got hit in the face again. The blonde swung and ran towards him. She hit with everything that came to hand. She even managed to knock him down. The man thought that he was careless somewhere. He looked at her and thought that no, that was not the problem. The little girl ran up to him with her blade, and at that second she stuck it in his hand, pinning it to the floor. It seems the man was amazed. From the very beginning she was a lot. Ava came up and decided to finish the conversation for him. From the very beginning she was much stronger than him. Grayman pulled the dagger out of his hand and said that it was incredible. Then he raised his head. Daggers appeared from everywhere. He was so strong. The blonde began to dodge and said that Jade was weak. At the same second she ran at him, adding that Ingen was much more domestic. She watched the attacking man and said that she just needed an opponent of her level. He tensed up, and the girl's eyes lit up. They clashed in battle. She stuck her hand in his chest, thinking it was her lucky day. Then she pulled out her bloody long palm, and the old man stepped back. Behind him was the wall he had stuck in. He was powerless. He just rolled down and sat down. The blonde came closer and looked at him. The man raised his head and began to insult her. How dare he go against the clan of heroes? Why does she need this, a sense of duty or together? He held onto the load and said that it would be much worse for her than for him now. The girl heard him carefully. Then she grabbed him by the throat and said that perhaps it would be so. The tower was high enough, and at the very top they discussed that when she died, he would be long gone. The hero killer held him at a great height. He asked to save him, but she was unshakable. She told him to look back, right now he would die. And then she threw him from the very top. His lifeless body fell on the car. It was clearly already a corpse. After that, she put her dagger back in her sleeve. She turned around and looked ahead. She had to leave there urgently, so the girl decided to leave through the roof. But suddenly she heard something. She started jumping from one building to another, and she saw someone below. There was a woman standing there. She looked down, stood in a cap and a raincoat. She laughed, raised her head and asked what was that. The girl continued to fly between the roofs. But something really surprised her. Literally in an instant, the woman was already in front of her. She swung and said hello. With one click, she threw the baby aside, and so hard that part of the building was destroyed. Ava found herself at the broken shield. She raised her head and did not understand what was happening. And the woman stood on the top of the building and looked at her. Her face was unfamiliar. It was unclear what was happening. Victoria remembered how she struck, but then she realized that the girl had managed to put her hand out and blocked it. After that, she went down to her. She landed on the ground and said that she felt blood. She even grabbed her nose and asked who this child killed. But the hero killer raised her head and said that she did not have to answer. Then Victoria smiled and said that she had a cute voice. She looked straight into her eyes. Because of this voice, she wanted to tear her apart. The woman was one of the elders. The owner of the pendant was one of the 9 most powerful users of the gift. There is also another sign. They do not obey the rules and restrictions of the clan of heroes. The whole world is at their feet. Victoria is just one of them, possessed many Rhodians, was born long before the appearance of the heroes of the villains. In other words, she is a real monster. The girl ran forward. To tell the truth, she will not be able to gain the upper hand over her, certainly not now. Then she swung and thought that, however, if she can create an opening. But the woman very quickly reflected her blow. The hero killer was surprised. She had to change her plan. She caught her fist with her bare hands. The woman looked at her and asked what she was doing. And then she hit her so hard that the girl's blood was everywhere, and immediately struck her again. She held the baby's hand. She seemed to be unconscious. She looked at her and said that she didn't like her. Her clothes didn't match her suit at all. Then she put her bloody hand to her chin and turned to her. She lowered her head and asked why the baby was pretending to be dead. She tried to mumble something, but it was incoherent. Victoria lowered her head and asked again. At that moment, Ava remembered the situation on the roof. They shook hands with the blonde. There was no need to worry. She would be able to steal the gift forever only if she really killed someone. The guy told her that he wasn't worried about it. The girl didn't understand what was happening. Then he looked down and said that with his ability it would not be easy for her. She should be more careful, especially at night. Scrolling through her head, she put her hand on the woman's shoulder. She raised her burning eyes and said that she was caught. Immediately a vortex of energy arose. It was filled with light, and inside stood Victoria, who destroyed it. Then she looked back and said that the baby was gone. As she said, this man reminded her of someone. Again the shelter. Everyone discussed why she always returned with such a shitty look. She supposes that the head of security was much stronger than they thought. Sinclair was the first one the girl saw. She woke up, hoping that she would recognize this ceiling. The baby got up and said about food. She looked at them and said that she wanted to eat. After some time, the whole dream was strewn with food. The blonde greedily ate pizza. They noted her good appetite. It looked like she took a leg in her hand, and then she ate it all at once, even a very good appetite. Victor looked at the empty plates and suddenly remembered. Then he looked at her hand. Wasn't it broken? The blonde rolled up her sleeve and looked there. Then she continued eating and said that it would pass when she slept. The guy was surprised. The young man decided to bandage her after all and asked if the drugs were ready. In response, he heard that there was still something left. Sinclair turned around and said that based on what the head said, the hero of the 17th branch began to slowly unite. Now, if everyone is in one building, all that remains. The girl suddenly spread her arms and shouted that everyone should be fried. While the guys were discussing that now the man is dead, the security will definitely be strengthened. Where to get so much explosives? The door opened. The blonde entered the room and said that there is no need to worry about this. He has something in mind. The man walked through the destroyed city, ordered 2 boxes of mint water. The delivery man carried them and thought who could have ordered this. Then he looked at the map. This is the right place. In front of him was a half-ruined house. Did not think that such a building was here. Then he rang the intercom. He also knocked on the door, said that it was a delivery. The guys opened it in a crowd and looked at him. The young man smiled and thought that he screwed up. Then he very quickly put the boxes down and running away said that he would leave it here. Pinjen exhaled and ordered to grab him, and then the guys jumped up and ran after him. They ran after him jumping from floor to floor. The young man landed on the ground and turned around. The guys did not lag behind. The guy was surprised, thought that the terrain was starting to distort. Is this a gift? Then the girl waved her hand, and she aimed the ball straight at him. The boy only managed to get back to her, but another projectile flew after him, and this time he had to jump to the side. It flew straight down into some warehouse. He landed and looked back. At that moment, John was already under him. The man struck, but the young man managed to return. Another blow followed. The brunette decided not to risk it and tossed a coin. John ran up and hit him with all his might, but then he was surprised. The young man was above his head and asking if he really needed to attack him. The man jumped up and jumped up. Now he was standing right in front of him, and the blonde was behind him. They surrounded the guy and he thought that the situation was quite unpleasant. Then he raised his hand and said that he did not know why the guys were here, but certainly not for show. Do they think they can master him with his speed? Ava came closer and called him father. If he was really that fast, he would not have been here for a long time. He is so fast because his gift is to be invisible while the coin is in the air. The young man stood in place and did not understand what was happening. It was really so. The guy was standing with a coin, but was invisible at the moment of tossing, and until he caught it, if he did not catch the coin, he would not be able to use the ability for some time. He watched the girl and thought that he could not believe that she understood so quickly. How the hell she does it, but it is not the end. After which he tossed a pile of coins and said, what can they tell him about this? The blonde began to look for him with her eyes. She looked at everything around, studied each coin. The brunette at that moment tried to grab one of these coins. There was surprise in his eyes. It seems the girl found him. When he caught the coin, he became visible. The girl was already standing in front of him, and then she hit him in the face, and so hard that he spun and was carried into the wall. There was a roar around. The blonde came closer and said that this man had a very interesting gift, but still. She looked down and asked if that was all he had. He smiled sarcastically and replied that no, he had an ace up his sleeve. Then he tossed a coin. The blonde quickly figured it out. He wouldn't be able to defeat her that way in that case. As soon as the coin fell to the ground, he thought that he would do what he wanted and only then think about the consequences. The invisible silhouette began jumping up between the buildings and said goodbye. Almost immediately, the guy jumped onto the roof and shouted after them that he hoped he would never see them again. He ran and thought that he had spent all his money on this. Then suddenly she appeared from around the corner. The young man remembered that it was the same person who opened the door. He had seen her before. A moment later, the girl stretched out her hand and launched green branches at him. The brunette skillfully dodged and said that it was too easy, but he did not notice how the branches turned around from behind and again moved in his direction, pursuing him. The young man was caught. He opened his eyes and didn't understand where it was, what it was. Didn't it hurt? Was it some kind of forest? There really was a forest around, and many people wrapped in it. The guy looked at one of them and heard the girl say that it was beautiful, her garden. But the thing is that she gets tired while using the gift, so she doesn't do it that often. The beautiful girl came up to him and said that nevertheless there were two ways out of here, either wait until he was released or kill her. She turned and smiled and said that this man looked like a strong fighter, asked what he was going to do. He looked at her and listened to the options. It was possible to work with them or. At that moment, the girl took out her sword and said that you can still play with her. There was a shark on the logo. Chain Delivery looks like an ordinary delivery company, but there are a lot of rumors about this company. A courier in a cap handed over the order. They say that who those can deliver everything for a good price. They are in the top 10 of this industry, but the head of the company is shrouded in mystery. An unknown person was lying on the couch. The guy knocked on the door. The man behind the door answered him with the word piano. He said the word partridge. The bolt opened. The guard realized that this was number 9. Then he waved his hand and said with a smile that he needed to see the boss. Then he was let in. As soon as the young man opened the door, John was standing in front of him. The rest of the squad went to the side at the moment when the guy knocked out the guard. The girl followed the object, decided to clarify whether this was definitely not a trap. In response, she heard that of course not. You just need to go a little further. And indeed, at the end of the corridor, a light was visible. And in a large room, a man was sitting and delivery men were standing next to the chairs. This man was eating and asked what was there. Everyone looked at him. The guy laughed. Then he raised his hand, waved to everyone and said that these people said that they wanted to see him too. And at the same time he understood the collar, under which a dead shark was drawn. The man tensed up, said that he understood, then picked up the fork and ordered to kill them. Immediately a crowd of divided men pounced on them. The blonde man's face did not change. He raised his hand, and he was able to stop everyone with literally one swing. And now his blade was near the man's neck. He got scared and listened to them bring a bomb big enough to raise the 17th branch to the ground. Then the young man came closer and told him to stop. He looked at the man and said that this was not the one they needed. And from the dark room at the end it was heard that the leader was just enjoying the game. Then a young guy with green hair came out of there and asked who these guys were threatening his subordinate. A moment later he saw Jen. The guys looked at each other, the leader clearly recognized him, and the man jumped up and ran to him. He grabbed his leg and started crying, but the guy couldn't stand it, threw it aside. Then he shook himself off and turned to the blonde. While the guy was looking at him, he came closer and asked what was the purpose of the visit. And the girl was standing in the country, watching all this and thinking that it really was Chane. He looked completely different than she imagined. She carefully studied this person and wondered how they knew each other. Suddenly Sinclair ran up and asked what she was thinking about. Of course, the girl answered that she was thinking about nothing, but her friend turned around and realized that they were talking about these two. She imagined them back to back, like they fought together in the war. She heard that the blonde saved him. Chane looked at the guy and asked if the person was really going to set a trap for the 17th branch. Has he really gone crazy? Why should he help with such a dangerous task? The blonde raised his head and said that he didn't say that they needed to be helped, they just needed to be given explosives. While the other employees began to come to their senses, the guy said that this was a request for help. They were standing in a warehouse. The leader explained that he started everything from scratch himself. He knows how much time it took to do all this. Then he squeezed his varnishes and said that it can't be. He's gone too far to just give up on all this. If he agrees, he'll go back to the very beginning. Suddenly, the girl intervened and said that it was enough to talk about the past. The blonde looked at her and said that it was surprising to see her so straightforward. She answered that they had already decided, so they needed to finish everything quickly. After that, the man came closer and asked who it was, interrupting the conversation of two adults. Then Jen looked at him and said that it was a hero killer, their dark horse. The guy started laughing. What a funny name for villains. In response, he heard that this girl had already killed two. Then he tensed up because he heard that he was next. The blonde came closer and asked his name again. There was no point in wasting time. Then she frowned and said that they had to give up the explosives. In another room, near the TV, there were game packages lying around. Number 9 asked if they had done the right thing by agreeing to a deal with unknown buyers. The man imagined a bee and 4 drops. Then he imagined how these drops had swallowed the bee along with its honey. If he had refused the offer, they would all be dead, and this man would not have shed a tear. Then he simply continued playing, and the employees stood behind him and asked him to take a break. He asked what this vile traitor wanted. The guy began to study the declaration and asked if the boss was sure that the amount of explosives indicated in the documents was correct. It was not enough to blow up the 17th branch, it would only provoke the clan of heroes. The boss continued to eat chips and replied that this was insurance. The young man asked again and he explained that when the bombs exploded, the clan of heroes would do everything to find them. He imagined a shark, not detonated explosives even with such quantity, doubts that heroes will have even a scratch, then they will apologize and say that they were forced to work with terrorists. After he imagined all these guys, Number 9 asked if the boss thinks that they can defeat the heroes. From his point of view, it is impossible, there cannot be even a tiny chance. Then he remembered his comrade. Leaving, he whispered something in his ear. The young man turned around and said that despite this bastard said such terrible words. Number 9 stood as a document and said that even if it is impossible, what if they really destroy the 17th branch? Chane continued to play and answered that if it comes to that. The employees unanimously said that then. The man turned and asked in surprise what to do in such a case. There were flowers on the table by the window. The hand reached for the pills, but it could not grab and dropped. The bottle fell and rolled right to the woman's feet. She lowered everything and raised it. Psycho was sitting by the bed and turned to her, asking when she managed to get here. Yuna came closer and answered that she had just now. The clock said 1:45. The young man drank some water. The woman sat down opposite him. For some reason, his whole back was cut up. The doctor attached sensors to him and said that there was no point in this anymore. Then she lowered her head and asked how about thinking about resigning. The guy jerked sharply, and a moment later he pressed her against the wall. He sank down and said that not today. She looked at him. Then she turned to the side and said that then it was worth forgetting about it. He had binoculars on the table. The doctor added that she would increase his dosage, but only temporarily. His condition did not improve after such stress. Then she pulled out a lollipop and said that he had fought for too long. Just continuing in the same spirit would greatly worsen his condition. The man continued to put on a t-shirt and listened to her attentively. Then he turned away and said it didn't matter, he was just curious about the end of this war. She came closer and said the war was already over. Psycho put his hand on the window and said the war was still going on, it hadn't ended for a second. He continued to look ahead and called her. He looked down, it looked like recruits had arrived. And indeed people were approaching the building. There were 3 people standing there, Claymore, Sharpshooter and Stonefist. The brunette looked ahead and said they were here again. Where was the loud cheering? The woman turned around and said that she thought the agency had thrown everyone out, thought the villains would soon besiege this place. Grayman, Viper and Jade were already dead. The guy looked ahead and asked again. He liked this Viper a little. The man grabbed him by the shoulder and said that not everyone has such talent, but the young man replied that he did not mean talent. At the threshold they were met by the boss. As usual, he was smoking because he was a heavy smoker. At that moment, he drove into the underground parking lot in a van, and inside sat a brunette and wondered what it was. Then he took the wheel. They told him that this was one of the clan's bases. He continued to drive forward. Is the security here really that weak? Then he smiled and said that it was none of his business, of course so. Inside were bags of explosives. Their parcel was delivered. At that moment, the phone rang on the table. The heavy smoker came up and took it. Then he put it down and asked if it was all. Not even half was missing. The girl raised her hand and asked how many people expected to see. They were very busy, but still decided to come. Another smiled and said that she was right. The 17th department is quite small. Is it wrong to separate the rest under another department? Then he clenched his fists and said that apparently she was wearing something serious. It looks like it will be fun. The girl turned around and asked again what they were talking about. It was just a small obstacle. But the man smiled and replied that if they were talking about a smiling man, then he was quite serious in the war. Then he activated his ability and added that now he had a chance to destroy him. Isn't that cool? Then she rolled her eyes and replied that she thought it was a good target. They were stopped by a third, said that if it was really him, then they should be on their guard. Immediately he received a slap on the back of the head from the man who asked why he was scared. It was just a ghost of the past. He looked at the heavy smoker again and told the boy to explain, because he was in this war. The man simply looked up and said that he was an idiot. The brunette was a little offended by this. Then the chain smoker turned to the doctor and asked how Psycho was doing. She turned and said that the man was seriously injured. He would not be able to participate in the battle. Sharpshooter reloaded her gun and said that Viper was dead. How did he manage to survive? Maybe he did not have what it takes to be a hero. The brunette turned and said to watch her language. She would never be able to become a hero like this guy. An arrow immediately flew at her, finding itself right next to her forehead. The woman came up and asked if the doctor really wanted to quarrel. An explosion rang out in her head. She turned and said that earlier they said that everyone was sent away except for the regular soldiers. This did not look like a fight. And then a car began to explode in the street. In general, the entire building began to explode. The chain smoker lit a cigarette and said that he expected this. There was no need to worry. He needed to prepare. The battle would be tough. A squad of heroes stood in front of him. The 17th branch would defeat the smiling man. At the same time, the girl studied the menu in the restaurant. She carefully read the positions. Then she slammed it shut and said it was too expensive. She was sitting at the very back of the room, and she watched as another woman came out on stage. It was Victoria. The girl went up to the piano. Then she sat down and started playing. She was accompanied by a violin and a cello. There was beautiful music all around. It was a concert. The woman pressed the keys diligently. She diligently continued playing. The beautiful melody reached the listeners, and the accompaniment added a special charm. The violinist tried harder than anyone else, and the girl with blue hair sat at the table and thought that she was not an expert when it came to music, but she understood one thing for sure. Then she looked at the man sitting at the table. This presentation was cruel. The blonde continued playing. There were traces of blood on the edge of her keys. After some time, she approached the girl and addressed her. She had arrived too early. Then she asked to come to her table. Hackate looked at her with a smile and said that she didn't know that the blonde was into such things. She was surprised. Victoria raised her head and said that it was good training for managing her powers. Then she took a fork. If she didn't pay attention, she crumpled the fork into a ball and said that something like this could happen. The waiters came up to them. They had very attractive meat on their plates, which Hackate ate with pleasure. The blonde leaned on her hand and said that in any case, the smoker didn't answer her calls. Then the girl raised her hand, introduced this person and asked if she meant the manager of the 17th branch. Victoria took the glasses in her hands and said that yes, that meant that something had happened. She didn't think that anyone from the other departments knew what was going on. She continued to examine the glass and said that this person usually made decisions on his own, always on his own. Remembered that blonde? Maybe you can guess what it's connected with. Maybe it's this new one. She also remembered her glowing eyes. This is definitely a gift of a smiling person. They are in big trouble, although whether they can withstand this, that is a completely different story. The woman stretched and said that even if something happens, she hopes before her vacation ends. Hackate turned to her and looked to the side about something that happened, thinking something is happening right now. Then she raised her hand and pointed to the window, suggested to look there. And in the distance, a building was really burning. Was it always like this? The blonde turned and looked there in surprise. Then she smiled, her eyes lit up. Looking at the burning building, Ava said that this was the work of Chain. Then she turned and said that it looks like he let them down. Do you have a plan? The blonde walked forward and said that they are coming, firing cannons. Everyone else followed. Let the clan of heroes know that the nameless are approaching. A dark aura appeared around the guy's hand. He waved it sharply. The energy reached the building. It began to spread apart, and then it formed cracks. The man pressed his hand to the glass, asking if this was really how he was trying to destroy the building. A female voice told her to move because he was in her way. The girl suddenly pulled out a crossbow. She smashed the glass with it. The red-haired girl loaded the weapon, saying that they needed to be killed. A fiery arrow flew out. The main character began to take out her katanas. She cut down the arrow. Ava stood in front of Ingen. She frowned. Looking at the destroyed asphalt, the girl wondered if this arrow was loaded with EST. Sharpshooter looked down from the windowsill. The man with a cigar in his teeth said that they just needed to catch the smiling man. Claymore and Stonefist reached for their weapons when he told them to deal with the others. The guy looked at the girl in the window of the house. With parted lips, he said to smoke her. John rushed forward. He ran straight towards the multi-story building. The man hit his foot against the wall. He ran up it. John froze. 3 enemies were rushing at him from above. Stonefist smiled smugly. He punched the man in the face. He was thrown into the ground. The brunette looked down. He frowned. Seeing the silhouette in the clouds of dust, he wondered if he had already recovered. His face was covered with a hand. Stonefist was thrown aside. Claymore jumped on the enemy with a sword. He aimed at his back. Rachel, who suddenly appeared, parried the attack. She began to fight the swordsman. The blade was directed forward. It pierced the wall near the guy's face. The main character was attacking him. He grabbed her by the outerwear. Claymore began to fall at her feet. He threw the girl away with a blow. Ava was looking upside down. Sharpshooter was aimed at her. Plants began to appear from the blonde's hands. Ava jumped back from the blow to the vine. Boria glanced back, wondering if her gift had other uses. Rachel stood behind her. Opposite were Claymore and Sharpshooter. The blonde smiled widely and asked who she was supposed to deal with. The main character looked at her and said that there was a guy on her. She threw a coin. It landed on the ground. The guy began to look around when his rival disappeared. His belt was wrapped around a hook. The swordsman was pulled to the side. Ava threw it far away. She ran towards him. Claymore cut the rope with his sword. Their blades crossed. The girl's sword began to melt in the middle. She grabbed the second piece of the blade with her hand. When she parried the brunette's blow, he told her that his gift allows him to destroy metal by corrosion. The rest of the blade succumbed to corrosion again. The main character frowned. Looking at the boy, she said that in that case, you have to use something unusual, like. She said it was a blade made of light. A glowing blade appeared in her hands, and Jen looked up. He met Smoker's gaze. The man remembered a bloody body. In the memory, there was a headless man. On the roof of a car, there was a corpse. The man grinned with an evil look. He pointed a cigar at the boy and asked how dare he come after running away with his tail between his legs, and Jen covered his face with his hand. The man from the broken window called out to him. Frowning, he told him to get up and face him. The boy looked down. He was asked what kind of sad face he had. His hand covered his mouth. The girl without a face asked for permission to put a smile on him, and Jen smiled widely. Looking up, he agreed to rise. A glowing sword appeared in the heroine's hands. She held a golden katana by the hilt. Introducing 2 decks of cards, she noted that its abilities could be divided into 2 groups, where the first were permanent abilities and the second were temporary. Introducing the character cards, the girl said that in cases where she personally killed the owner, she could use their gift an infinite number of times, but for now her EST was enough for this. Introducing the character cards again, she noted that as for the borrowed gift. The white-haired girl looked at the cards, thinking that she could use them whenever she wanted, but there was a limit to this. Imagining the black and white cards with people, she thought that until she killed the users themselves, she could never use their abilities permanently. She held out the card with Rachel. As she fell down, the heroine noted that her fighting style was similar to playing cards. The katana flew forward. A sword rushed towards her. The blades were aimed at each other. The opponents crossed them. The girl rushed forward. Claymore blocked her lancer. Ava was walking towards him. She grabbed the guy by the hand. Holding the weapon, the white-haired girl swung her other hand. The guy blocked it with the hilt. The girl bent down, avoiding the blow. She raised the blade. At that very second, she attacked. The brunette turned around, grabbing her. He knocked the opponent to the ground. A sword was raised above her. The main character dodged it. She clenched her fist. Then she threw earth at him. Claymore covered his eyes with his sword. The white-haired girl was behind him. Blocking the blow, the swordsman asked if he understood correctly that this was Gift Victoria. He stopped. The girl stood in a fighting half. The opponents looked at each other. They crossed blades again. Then they jumped away from each other. Ava slowed down on the ground. The guy did the same. Looking at her, he said he had a question. Seeing the man's spirit above his rival, he asked who taught her these techniques. The white-haired girl looked at him and said she was not sure. She looked at his stance. Having copied it, she said that she would learn from her today. A black spot appeared. The main character shifted her gaze. She saw Chernova's clot and asked in Jen. Stonefist and John were fighting to the side. Sharpshooter looked with surprised eyes. Rachel smiled widely. Black clots were oozing from the guy's back. He raised his hands. Then the hero swung them. A ladder appeared in front of him. The guy began to climb it. He walked with a gloomy face. The blonde's foot almost touched Paul. When he stepped on it, a white spot appeared. Everything around was filled with white space. Smoker was smoking a cigar. He said that he came here, although he knew it was a trap. The dark silhouette disappeared. The man stood in a white whirlpool with snouts, saying that even when the villains were at their peak, he still lost. Without turning his head, he said that today. Smoker put away his cigar and said that he would destroy him. The man who appeared asked again. He waved his hand, comparing did he really destroy him. Gifts began to appear in the man's body. The guy looked at him with an indifferent look. Smoker's face disintegrated into smoke. A new fish appeared from the smoke. It pinched off the dark aura. Another fish did the same. Many fish devoured the guy's EST, who asked if this was the trap they were talking about earlier. The man waved his arms, saying that these small creatures become stronger when they absorbed EST, and they were much better than his gift. A whirlpool of sea creatures surrounded Jen. Smoker folded his arms and said that he could not get out of here now. The fish rushed towards the blonde. Various sounds were heard. The guy smiled bloodthirstily and asked if it was better this way. The man's eyes widened, and Jen's energy was destroying his fish. EST began to come out of the fish's mouths while he said that they were nothing compared to his incredible power. Black energy was oozing out of his back. He said that Smoker was stupid to invite him here. Black hands began to appear from the shadows. There was a surge of energy around the guy. He looked at the man and said that the sun would not reach them here. A gamer sphere was visible from the building. Stonefist was swinging his fist. He covered his face in metal when he was hit and said that they looked cheerful there. The man hit Joe. Covering his hand in metal, he said that they should have fun too. A hammer appeared in place of his palm. He hit his opponent. Rachel happily ran with a saw. She released a flower vine. Sharpshooter hit them with her crossbow. She cut the vine with arrows. The redhead shot. Rachel hid behind a rock, noting that she was strong and she couldn't even get close to her. Looking at the marks on the floor, she also thought that her arrows were very scary. Remembering how the main character parried the blows, she thought that it would be hard for her to perform her acrobatic moves with both of them. She tried to figure out what to do. Peeking out from behind the rock, the blonde asked if she would let her hit her at least once. The redhead raised her hand and asked what if she tried with her nail. The girl said that her nails weren't that important. Sharpshooter clenched her fist and asked her to repeat what she said. She looked at her rival behind the rock, who said that her arrows had never touched her and maybe she wasn't that special. The redhead smiled. Rachel smiled widely too. The girl loaded the crossbow with a purple arrow and said that she would make her regret these words. She shot it into the sky. The blonde looked up. She saw that the arrow changed direction and realized that now she definitely couldn't dodge it. Rachel raised the saw, but the arrow pierced her leg. Sharpshooter said that her sixth shot was guaranteed to hit the target. Putting the weapon on her shoulder, she noted that it was her gift. The blonde pulled the arrow out of her leg. She squeezed it tightly in her palm. Seeing the guy in the distance, the girl thought that this was difficult, and she had to take on that swordsman. She laughed sweetly, wondering if she could ask for a replacement now, could she? The red-haired girl aimed again. Her opponent jumped back from the blow, thinking that she had no time at all. Rachel was running away from the stream of incessant arrows. She crouched on the ground, thinking that she should close the distance between them. Sharpshooter opened the cover of the device with a button. The blonde noticed an object below. There was explosive lying among the stones. A moment later, an explosion thundered. She was thrown to the side. Trying to get up, she wondered when she had time. The girl assumed that the enemy had planted the bomb when she was in cover. Imagining a small map, she thought that even if it had not hit the target, it had forced her to approach the hidden bombs. She realized that an arrow pierced her. The blonde pulled it out with a smile. Looking at the red-haired one in front of her, she thought that she simply had excellent fighting skills. Sharpshooter smiled and asked why she was quiet. Waving her hand, Rachel began to laugh. Releasing the vine, she noted that she was thinking about her own. The girl jumped to the side, saying that this was already annoying. The blonde, with a smile on her face, asked if she was serious. Watching her opponent run away, she thought that she was too fast and it would be difficult to get to her, but she wasn't going to just sit there and take hits. Remembering the explosion, she thought that her regular hits were the strongest. Imagining the arrow in her head, Rachel guessed that she couldn't seem to aim her sixth hit, otherwise she would have been shot through the head long ago. Starting to run, she thought that she had only one choice left. The girl swung the saw. Seeing her opponent ahead, she thought that knowing that she would shoot, she could at least do something. Sharpshooter fired. When the arrow grazed her arm, Rachel counted it as the first. Then a second one knocked off a piece of the column. A third one rushed past the girl. Her face was almost spared by a fourth. She ducked, dodging the fifth. Then a sixth one sank into her forearm. The blonde began to smile. The redhead looked at her with unsurprised eyes. She smirked, and Rachel's mouth dropped open. She looked back, hearing an apology. Looking at the arrow in her hand, she heard that it was real. The girl loaded the crossbow. Pointing the arrow right at her opponent's face, she said that the next shot would be loaded with ESD. A loud sound was heard. Flower branches appeared. The arrow pierced the blonde's chest. Sharpshooter dodged the vine's blow. The girl stopped. She collapsed on the floor. Looking at the approaching opponent, she mentally noted that her head was spinning because she had lost too much blood. Lying on the floor, Rachel wondered if this was the end. Staring with empty eyes, she thought about how much she still had to do. Area 55, Grey Castle. It was noted that at that time, the talentless were everywhere. A woman holding a baby in her arms. She walked along a burning street. A child's hand reached for a loaf of bread. The man began to chase away the children, who had to resort to stealing due to poverty. The trio lit a fire indoors. It was said that there were not many places to survive, and Grey Castle was not cozy. It was the time of the Civil War, where after facing cold winds and sharp blades, the inhabitants became much stronger. The chain guy was lying on the boards. A silhouette with an axe loomed over them, as those who were not careful lost several fingers. Yes, the board gushed with blood. While the sun was shining in the sky, it was noted that it pierced the cold soil. Suddenly, a man with an old cart appeared. Behind her, something like a body followed. While not telepathically in the snow, Rachel wondered how this happened. It was noted that it all began with a flower. A small noise was heard in the garden. The girl was trimming a bush. She reached for a branch, saying that there was not much left. The stool began to swing when she was called. The blonde fell to the ground. A woman ran to her and asked if she was okay. She put her hand on her daughter's shoulder and said that she was glad everything was okay. While the flower was lying on the ground, Mom suggested going back into the house because Uncle had arrived. It was dark outside. The man started to come inside. Rachel smiled broadly and greeted him. The man patted her on the head and asked how she was doing. The woman looked at him and said that he was very fast. There was an egg, bread, and bacon on the table. Looking at her brother at the table, she asked about work. The brown-haired man, putting bacon on the table, said that the owner of the castle had been in a bad mood lately because in just a week he had hanged 5 people. He squeezed his hand. The woman laughed and asked not to talk about it in front of her. The man looked at his niece and apologized. He asked the child having dinner what was wrong. The blonde understood the hand and began to tell her that she accidentally cut the flower and did not know what it was called. Her mother smiled and offered to ask her. Jack, she knows everything about her plants. The girl showed the size of the flower with her hands and said that it was white and there were thorns on the stem. The woman pointed and asked if it was a wild rose. Rachel answered negatively, saying that it was completely white. The blonde touched her chin with her hand, saying that if it was a flower from the yard, then she should definitely know it. A green light appeared in the room. The girl began to cast a spell, saying that the grave looked like this. She opened her eyes. In her hands was a white flower. The faces of her mother and uncle darkened. Looking at the fireplace, the man asked if she would take her to her father. The woman stood up abruptly and indignantly asked if he was really trying to kill her daughter. The brown-haired man waved his hand and asked what else to do if it was a matter of time before the castle found out that she was a gift user. Rachel pulled her mother by the dress. She looked at her with a sad look and asked not to swear. The blonde curled her lips. She opened the suitcase. When she started packing, her brother asked her what she was doing, to which she replied that she was leaving with Rachel. A candle was smoldering in the room, and the man was saying that the inhabitants of Grey Castle were not allowed to go outside the walls. The woman frowned and said that if he was not going to help, he should leave right now. The brown-haired man clenched his teeth. He looked at his niece. Maslina clenched his fist. He bent over and began to curse. The blonde was packing, asking to meet them in 3 hours on the outskirts of the city. She turned around and asked him. Her brother put on their hats and said that he would need to get ready. The sister hugged him and began to loudly say that she loved him. The girl watched this. She began to smile sweetly. Everything outside was covered in snow. The woman dropped her suitcase. She stood with her daughter. Opposite, crows were devouring her brother's corpse. A shadow appeared behind her. The blonde turned around in fear. She saw the man with a weapon. He held the scythe to her neck. Looking at him, she realized that it was the royal guard. The woman took a step. 2 men rushed forward. They grabbed the woman and the child. Rachel tried to break free from their grip. The man approached them and said that there was always someone who broke the rules. The woman, pinned to the snow, said not to touch her daughter. She exclaimed, "Side child of Regan Sinclair, Lord of Castle Grey." The man's eyes widened. He looked at the girl. Then, looking at her mother, he said that apparently there was a misunderstanding. Grabbing the child, the man asked did she really think that something would change. Crouching in front of the blonde, he asked if she knew how many illegitimate children there were from this castle. Looking at her with an indifferent face, he said that he did not know the exact number, but there were definitely more than 100. While he had the girl in his arms, he said that there was no exact proof that she was really the Lord's daughter. After tying the woman's hands, he said that besides, the Lord puts justice first, even if it is his daughter. The blonde sat with her daughter on her lap, asking what he would do with them now. The man touched the blade of the scythe and asked if it was obvious to her. He noted that they would act according to customs. As the horse walked through the snow, it was noted that Grey Castle was one of the few places that was not controlled by the clan of heroes. A cart creaked along the road, and it was said that this was only on the condition that the inhabitants could not escape from this backward civilization. Human legs were tied to the cart, as it was according to the laws. The cart dragged the man across the snowy ground. The world's bodies in dug holes, it was noted that most did not survive even a day and met their death. Dirt flew onto the corpse in the grave. Rachel laughed, noting that it was not from joy. She rode through the snow, thinking that this was simply all she could. She remembered herself with her mother and uncle. Then the memory cracked and she thought that life as she knew it had been completely destroyed in an instant. As she was driven through the snow, the blonde wondered what had happened to her mother and who was the man they called her father. She thought that she knew nothing and could do nothing. Seeing the withered flowers in the snow, she mentally noted that she would die in it and leave nothing behind. The horse suddenly reared up. The driver darkened. A man appeared in front of him. The man got off the cart towards him. Opposite him was an unknown man in a cloak. The warrior took out his weapon. In an instant, the man killed him with magic. Rachel crouched in the snow. Blood splashed at her. Several more people appeared, and Jen waved his hand again. A moment later, bloody bodies fell behind him. Then he cut the rope. The blonde man approached the girl. He extended his hand to her, and she thought that he hadn't asked anything at all. She extended her hand back, mentally noting that he hadn't asked why she had left Grey Castle or why she looked like that. Rachel sat in front of the round stone, and a question was in her head. She looked up and asked what he was doing here, and Jen looked at her and replied that he had already tried to get to the clan twice, but had failed both times. He touched his chin and explained that he was preparing for a third attempt. The girl looked at her hands, thinking that the fact that he looked so happy made her envious, and she thought that it would be nice if she had such strong aspirations for hope, and then her eyes widened. She saw the tall castle, realizing that the man who had taken everything from her lived there. The blonde froze, her mouth slightly open. In that moment, she realized that she had given up her life because she had given up on revenge. As the loa with the flower stretched out from the snow, she thought that she felt sadness, fear, guilt, and rage. Standing on the green grass, the girl realized that all these emotions became the source of her gift. She gathered her hair into ponytails, thinking about what she promised herself when she left her previous home. Rachel, with a grim face, noted that she would return someday, and when that happens. Looking at the tower, she mentally noted that she would kill the elder, who was called her father, and put his head on the top of this tower. The asphalt in the city was partially broken. The red-haired looked at her rival and said that she praised her for her mental fortitude, but it was over because she probably would not even be able to stand up. Loading an arrow into the crossbow, she told her to stay there and everything would be over quickly. Rachel began to rise, saying that she could not die here. Sharpshooter asked, with her finger on the trigger, was she begging for mercy? The girl lay on her back and said that even if she lived a miserable life, she smiled widely and said that she was still alive. John turned around when she called out to him. He hit his opponent. The redhead looked up in surprise. The flower vine was dragging Stonefist, and Rachel said that she would never lose like that again. She crumbled into green leaves, saying that they would see each other later. Green trees appeared around. The man was sitting on the grass. Bare feet were walking towards him, and the girl said that she was in the mood to crawl now. Rachel smiled sweetly, saying that that's why she would do it quickly. The guy in sunglasses raised an eyebrow. He was looking at the girl's bare collarbone. The dress did not cover her knees. The girl's cheeks were pink. The hero thought, was she completely healed? The girls on the battlefield looked up. She must be unable to fight because of the wounds she received. Stonefist looked away, wondering if this was an illusion. No. There was wind on the green meadow. The hero thought that she had dragged him into another dimension. The girl in the dress swung her weapon in a jump. The movement of the weapon left a green trace. Stonefist managed to turn around and parry her blow. The heroine jumped away from him. Dark growths began to appear on the guy's arm. He thought that her wounds had not just healed, she had become even stronger. There were marks left from the blows of the smiling Sinclair. She approached, attacking with a toothy weapon. However, Stonefist covered himself with his hands, defending himself. The teeth on the girl's club collided with the dark growths. Bare feet walked on the grass. The hero looked at the yellow eyes of the girl looking out and thought that it was not for nothing that she preferred him to the shooter. She must consider him a weak opponent. Stonefist approached the girl, saying that she had a pretty good gift, but how long would it last? The armored brunette chuckled, asking if she thought she could last longer than him. Smiling, he thought that his body could withstand a large number of metal alloys. He would wait until she was exhausted and then destroy her. Sinclair laughed, covering herself with her fist, and apologized. The toothed weapon fell to the floor. Words were heard that it was over. Clenching his fist, the brunette mentally asked, did she throw away her weapon? Shining leaves surrounded the blonde, who, smiling, said that in her hometown there was an unusual flower. She remembered how she hid in the bushes as a child, and said that it was beautiful, especially in its stubborn desire to live. If you are not careful, it will fill the entire garden. The girl held a pruning shears in her hand, saying that then she would have to cut them down one by one. Stonefist frowned and asked what she was talking about, to which he heard that this flower was called a purple rose. A sprout appeared among the metal plates. The girl said that it grew in the crevices of the rocks, blooming into a purple rosebud, just like. Sinclair pointed with a finger with a smile and finished, this one. The brunette was surprised to notice the flower among his growths. His body was torn apart by many vines with blooming flowers. Drops of blood fell to the floor. A loud scream was heard. The brunette's hand was entangled in flowers. He heard a question, didn't she tell him? Sinclair smiled, bringing her fingers to her mouth, and reminded her that she would do it quickly. Blooming flowers fell down. Stonefist ran forward, breathing heavily. With growths on his hands, he ran and cursed in his mind. He remembered the girl's attack and thought, what was that? His hand was entangled in purple flowers. He thought the shooter was smart to keep her at a distance. He couldn't let her weapon touch him. Stonefist tried to tear the flowers off, gritting his teeth. Blood was visible under the vines on his body. A dark silhouette appeared behind the hero and greeted him in a menacing manner. The gray figure moved quickly. The brunette turned around in fear and cursed. A figure lay on the ground, entangled in vines. He thought, just a wooden figure. Stonefist looked at the lying silhouette and asked, what was that sound? An eye appeared among the tightly entangled vines. The man entangled in vines turned his gaze to the hero and asked to kill him. The brunette jumped back in fear. Both hands were entangled in flowers. The vines with flowers were approaching his leg. With a scream, the brunette fell, tied up in vines. He saw an approaching girl who asked, did you like the garden? Sinclair approached the brunette hanging upside down, who asked what would happen to him. Among the grass, the same figures entangled in branches rose up. Words were heard for him not to worry. She was leaving only her sworn enemies here, for everyone to see. Was that so? Yellow flowers appeared around the guy, and red buds burst out of his mouth while he tried to say what a relief. Nearby were yellow sunflowers. Stonefist's body was covered in a tight cocoon of multicolored flowers. Turning around, the blonde asked, is this a fight? She leaned against the trunk of a tree and said that until she returned to the world filled with pain, she could rest here for a while. Sinclair crouched, hugging her knees, and said that she really missed her mother. Clouds floated in the sky above the gray buildings. Ava leaned back, dodging the attack. Claymore blocked her blow with his sword. Clutching the weapon in her hands, the girl thought that Claymore was a guy from the same class as Viper. She imagined the opponent standing with his back to the red-haired one, and thought that, having huge destructive gifts, they cannot use them directly in battle. In her imagination, a small claymore cut the plate, and even if it was not so, she imagined Viper stealing a teddy bear from a machine gun. Then he kicked the imaginary claymore. The heroine thought that it was much more important to be able to defeat your opponents, relying only on your strength. Blades crossed. She thought that the fact that they became heroes only meant. Claymore clutched a sword with both hands. She continued the thought that they were strong even without their gifts. The sword in her hand spun. To defeat him using familiar tactics, it will take a long time, but this does not mean that nothing will work. Ava moved, pulling the sword back, and then she swung it sharply, leaving a mark. The enemy's eyes glowed blue. The girl slipped the hilt of the sword under the guard of his blade. Throwing away her weapon, the gray-haired girl grabbed the hilt of the stranger. She was clutching the guy's sword with both hands. The guy asked, what was she thinking? Ava was holding the guy's sword in her hands, who asked, did she really think she could win? Claymore caught her sword and continued, exchanging weapons. He can fight with a katana too. Swinging the two-handed sword, Ava asked, really? The hero's gaze became alarmed when the shining katana in his hand began to disappear. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, calling the girl names. Ava looked at him indifferently and said that she would take it as a compliment. The tip of the sword quickly moved. The brown building had a sign saying get back, and they said that the clan was rotten. It had reached unprecedented proportions, but still did not pay attention to the hero's misdeeds. Ava sat on a bench and asked, so why was he telling all this? Psycho, who was sitting nearby, squeezed a can in his hand and said that even if it was so, and Jen's methods were too cruel. He imagined the guy on the stairs with the shadow of a monster and said that he was ready to do anything to destroy the clan, even if he had to sacrifice himself or someone else. The gray-haired girl turned and heard that she was not like that. Even cooperating with him against her will, she was still very different. The guy turned his multicolored eyes and said that her goal was always, but the girl interrupted him. Lightning appeared around her hair. She said that Viper's death was not the reason why he would come here. The lightning-encircled girl looked at him sternly and told him not to interfere in her affairs. The red-haired man smiled and reached into his inside pocket and asked if she could calm down. He had something for her. The lightning-encircled hand grabbed the wrist of the man holding the card. Ava looked at it closely and asked what it was. Psycho replied that it was his ID card. The lightning-encircled girl heard that he had not heard of a hero named Kasha, but with this she would be able to access the Hero Clan database. The red-haired man looked at her and offered to make a deal, just like with Anjen. The girl clenched her fingers and heard a warning not to dare do anything. A card without a password is just a useless piece of plastic. Ava let go of his hand and heard that this would be the fastest way for her to get inside. There was no need for these long roads when there was the shortest way, right? Psycho rubbed his wrist and heard her agree and asked to tell him the plan. The hero imagined a large glass building and said that she would face 3 of them if she decided to infiltrate Branch 17. He imagined a guy running through rubble and said that the first was Stonefist. Turning around, people ran from the stones. His missions are associated with a huge number of victims, since he does not care about the surroundings when he uses his gift. The brunette scratched his temple, while a huge boulder next to him knocked down a man. Psycho said that he was as dangerous as Viper or Grayman, whom she had already gotten rid of. He did not care if she killed him. He imagined a girl who was getting makeup and said that the next sharpshooter, the redhead, was sitting on a chair in front of the cameras. Psycho said that he did not know how good or bad she was only interested in her popularity. The girl adjusted a strand of hair. The guy added that, however, it was not so important. The hero stood with his sword, hands behind his back. The last of them was Claymore. The guy with blue eyes swung his sword, and the red-haired one said that Claymore did not fit into today's realities of the Hero Clan. 2 bright strokes cut the tree into 4 parts. He is fair, but too old-fashioned. The guy sat on the ground, holding an object with a cord in his hand. The hero asked. Ava twirled the sword in her hand, remembering the request to spare him. The gray-haired man flew back from a swift blow. The girl was surprised then. The man put the card on the bench and asked to listen to him. The enemy of his enemy is his friend. The redhead asked if she had heard such an expression. You never know in advance who can come to the rescue. Ava held the card in her hand and heard the advice. As he left, Psycho waved his hand and said that if she continued to act recklessly, she would die much earlier than him. It was worth listening to the sense of self-preservation if she still wanted to survive. With a smile, he turned around and said that, in other words, you need to approach the choice of target wisely. The heroine was sitting not far from the guy lying on the ground. Her eyes were reflected in the surface of the sword. She heard the question, why didn't she kill him? Looking at the sword, the gray-haired girl answered that she made a deal. Claymore clenched his fist and remembered Psycho. Why in the world could it really be him? Ava extended the blade forward and said that he told her that he was a part of the Hero Clan. Why didn't he just leave the clan? The boy said, of course, leaning on his elbow. He stood up, continuing that the Hero Clan, while continuing to save many lives, did not pay attention to the innocents killed. Turning around, the girl asked, so even the patrons of evil can understand this. The boy with blue eyes looked at her and heard that, in any case, she did not care what he thought. Ava threw the sword over her shoulder and said that this sword was hers now. Everything was covered in a thick fog. Smoker stood surrounded by smoke, thinking that he was much stronger than he expected. The man put his hands together, creating white fish. The blue flash cut the fish in half. The man thought, was he always this powerful? Bright rays moved quickly. The man clapped, putting his hands together. The movement of the beams caused a bright explosion. Smoker screamed as one of the beams pierced his leg, and Jen looked at him and said that he would see how he would fight with only one arm. The man looked away in shock. A dark figure appeared next to him, grabbing his arm. Blood spurted from the severed limb. The arm fell to the ground near the man. Smoker gritted his teeth. He held out his index finger. Blue swirls of power disappeared into the mouth of a huge shark. And Jen held out his palm, from which blue energy emanated, and said that no matter how much he was proud of his position as manager, he was just the head of a snake. Gritting his teeth, the man held his shoulder and heard what now. The guy stood in front of him in a thick fog. The building around them was destroyed. Standing in the rubble, the hero said that it was over. The man looked at his feet and thought that this was the end. If he knew that things would turn out like this, he would have left the corporation. Smoker put his hand in his pocket, thinking that he was called a hero. Although he did nothing that could justify this title, is this retribution? His fingers were holding a cigarette. He thought that his life could not be called honorable. Maybe he was not much different from the villains, but even if so, this guy was much more dangerous. Half of Ingen's face was a dark blurry shadow. The hero thought that he had never seen such a crazy person. The man frowned, thinking that he needed to concentrate. He broke the cigarette in his fingers, thinking that if this was the end he was destined for, then he would accept it. This was an honorable death for a worthless hero like him. A foggy swirl appeared near his injured shoulder. The man thought that at least He held out his remaining hand and his ghostly hand and said that he would drag him away. And Jen stood in front of him and heard that it was time to die. The concrete slab was covered in cracks. It was broken by a huge white whale. The huge whale was flying in the sky. Smoker landed on its back, and Jen stood calmly with his hands in his pockets. The man thought that he could not believe that he did not have a scratch on him after such a blow. Frowning, the man thought that besides, he was flying. He imagined a long-haired blonde and thought that no, his skill was similar to Victoria's. There was a blue clot under the guy's feet. Holding him, the man thought that he was most likely standing on tangible darkness. Smoker held onto the fin and shouted that there was no time left. Go, Moby Dick. And Jen waved his hand, creating a blue glow around himself. The huge whale was approaching him with its mouth wide open. The guy was falling down fast. The impact sent clouds of dust flying up. The hero slid across the roof. He stood there, looking ahead carefully. The concrete in front of him was broken by the whale's mouth. The huge fish rushed forward. Water splashed over the whale's back. Smoker stood there, covering his mouth with his hand, and thought that it was all over. There was blood on his palm. He thought that he just needed to hold on a little longer. Blue tentacles appeared from the whale's mouth. Dark shadow hands were opening the fish's mouth. A blue hand stretched out from the mouth. It became longer and was already sticking out to the elbow. Long black hair appeared. The man thought that maybe he was wrong. A black body with long hair appeared from the fish's mouth, and Jen pushed the hair aside, standing inside, while the man thought that he had to warn the other branches. He had to do everything he could to stop it immediately. There was blood on Smoker's face. He thought he could already see a pile of corpses. The guy with the scar quickly approached him and touched his face. Black hands appeared from the dark haze. The man thought, which one will he create? And Jen pushed him down. Smoker fell backwards. He flew past the destroyed bridge. The red-haired man walked among the rubble and thought, justice. He fell forward, thinking, is this the justice he was talking about? A hand caught him by the clothes. The man asked, does he not understand? The young smoker with a cigarette in his mouth held the guy and said that this is war. From behind the rubble, a red-haired child with a knife looked out, while the brunette, holding the clothes, said that the dead bodies scattered here are children, coalition soldiers. The red-haired man clenched his teeth, holding the knife in his hand, and heard that even if a child shoots a gun, he will still die if they shoot at him. He lunged forward. The multicolored eyes widened in surprise. The boy attacked Psycho in the stomach. Smoker punched him, cursing. He had a cigarette in his mouth and said that there were still a few left. The brunette turned, hearing a loud sound. Psycho raised his hand with a smoking gun. The brunette grabbed him by the chest again and told him to stop making a fool of himself. This is not a battle between good and evil. They are all evil. They just happen to be stronger than other evils. The guy with the cigarette in his teeth said that the world before heroes and villains was pure chaos. It was a real wilds. Compared to those times, they are in a much better situation now. The guy asked, so he is saying that he will just close his eyes and ears to all this, even kill little children in the process. Smoker, frowning, looked at the redhead and said that yes, that's right, he is going to keep doing this if it is a ticket to the top. Psycho leaned towards the boy, hearing that then there was nothing he couldn't do. He said it was for his own good, a cog in the machine called the Hero Clan. The redhead hugged the boy, hearing that if he couldn't, he might go crazy. Jeremy Bernstein. The redhead sat with his multicolored eyes wide open. He sat in a gray device, entangled in wires, and asked, are they finished yet? Yuna, who had extended her hand, told him not to rush her. They were almost done. Turning, the girl asked, did he know he had almost no time left? The tubes hissed, breaking away. He heard that he would be able to fight at full strength. Smoke came out of the second tube. The guy heard that it would only take a couple of minutes. Psycho stood in armor and said that yes, he knew. On the screen there was an image of palms and the inscription Cannon Estes system launched. The fingers held a gun. There were deep cracks in the road. The guy with multicolored eyes looked up. A huge white whale was disappearing into the sky. He wondered if that meant Smoker had fallen. Yuna, she was holding a glove in her hand and called out to Psycho. The glove had silver elements on it. He remembered the guy standing on the steps asking if it was true that he had never worn a hero suit, and he replied that yes, so what? Viper looked at him and asked why. He had heard that his looked really cool. Psycho turned around and asked if he was serious. It was a little heavy for his taste. The redhead smiled and thought that no, that was a lie. He adjusted his glove and thought that the suit wasn't the problem. The problem was the heavy weight of responsibility on his shoulders. He covered his face with his gloved hands and thought that he was tired of avoiding her. The hand was holding the cape. The guy heard that maybe it was too late to say this, but she didn't want him to have to leave. Yuna held up a black cloak, saying that there were no heroes of justice in the clan. He did not need to throw away his life. The girl looked away and asked, did he really need to participate in such a hopeless battle? The cloaked boy in front of her said that the justice he believed in was destroyed a long time ago. He imagined a broken scale, saying that it dissolved until there was nothing left. He reached out his hand to the crumbling scale, reasoning that this was no longer a battle for justice. The cloth slipped from his palm. The girl heard that as long as he wore this clothing, Psycho holding the pistols was illuminated by a blue glow and concluded that he was still a hero. The girl looked at the disintegrating whale. She saw the body flying down. Sharpshooter loaded her crossbow. Shooting to the side, she exclaimed that she knew he was overconfident. Her blow was aimed at John. As the man continued to approach, she thought that she couldn't tell for sure what gift he had. The redhead gritted her teeth and thought that he didn't seem to understand the fight very well. She jumped away from him. The girl turned around. Looking at Rachel, she asked, did the stone idiot really lose to a child who was on the verge of death? Looking to the side, she thought that she hoped the swordsman hadn't lost yet. At this time, Ava was walking around with his sword. Sharpshooter jumped back from the blow, raising that things were looking bad. She reached into her bag, thinking that there was nothing to do. She threw a grenade. Touching Paul, they began to fuss. John covered himself with his hands from the bright light. The red-haired girl ran away. She grabbed the iron on the building. Then she got up, not seeing the man. The girl looked away. Vector pointed the injector at her. He moved his hand to her back and apologized. The man injected her in the neck. Sharpshooter began to lose consciousness. Looking at her lying body, the white-haired noted that she was told to take her alive because she could be useful to them. Kneeling down, he asked Ingen how far he was willing to go to destroy the clan of heroes. The blonde looked away. Vector raised his fist. At that moment, everything began to fall. Smoker's body lay on the ground. Everything around was destroyed. He was going down. He saw a bright light. The guy abruptly turned his gaze. He put out his hand when he was hit. The blonde held his hand, using the shadows. A hero was walking towards him. Psycho slung the gun over his shoulder and asked if he really thought he could escape so easily after destroying their branch. And Jen looked at him. The redhead raised the gun. A second later, he was gone. He pointed the gun at his opponent's chin. The blonde pulled his head back, avoiding the blow. He swung his hand. The guy tried to wedge himself from the shadows. Then he rushed forward again. The blonde released tentacles from the shadows. The hero squinted. Blue and red light appeared in front of him. He maneuvered among the tentacles. Then he pointed the gun at his opponent, and Jen released shadows from his hand. John appeared behind Psycho. The guy swung, knocking his fist away. Then he hit him in the legs. The redhead started shooting at him. He threw his pistols up. Then he pinned the man with them. Jumping into the air, the hero said that it was time for payback. He fired. There was not a single emotion on his face. Smoke came out of the gun barrel. Looking at the blood and remains of the body, he said that he had become a completely different person. And Jen looked at him and asked if he could now predict the future. The red-haired man pointed the gun at him. Looking at him, the blonde said that he did not think that they had met before. The hero replied that he thought it meant that he had done his homework. Remembering how he had been spying on him, he said that he knew much more than him, and then asked if he should make a prediction for him. Looking at his opponent, Psycho said that he would lose this fight. He smiled and added that they would also beg for his life again at her feet. A thick shadow began to rise into the sky. A black ball formed at its end. It began to block out the sunlight, and Jen frowned, calling his opponent a mindless worm. The red-haired man frowned and told him to stutter. They rushed into battle. The guy struck forward. He began to strike many times. The shadow monster's fingers rained down. Gloomy dead men began to appear. They fought forward. Psycho began to shoot at them. While he was putting out his weapon, his opponent was talking about predicting the future. Looking at how the redhead continued to fight, and Jen said that this was an incredibly rare gift. While the hero was fighting off the dead men, he said that it was no wonder the clan wanted him for themselves. Looking at his suit, the blonde said that it must be exhausting him. The redhead turned around, and he said that this was the price to pay for it. He saw the monster rising. While he was swinging, and Jen on his shoulder asked what future he was seeing now. The monster struck with his hand. The guy thought about the future. He jumped on the monster's hand, thinking that his opponent had guessed wrong. Testing forward, he mentally noted that he did not have the ability to see the future. The second hand reached out to him. Psycho jumped up, thinking that he only had the ability to see the past. Looking at the blonde's hand, he responded with small habits. He also watched facial expressions. The hero with glowing eyes noted that he did not miss a single detail. Seeing the past in Jen, he noted that he remembered all past movements. Tentacles reached out to him. The guy dodged them. He swung his weapon. Having struck and appeared behind the enemy, he mentally noted that in this way he could predict the future. Blood began to drip onto the ground. The blonde grinned. Turning around, he said that now it was clear what it was. The red-haired looked at him. Seeing the past and the present, he concluded that he read his movements and was now changing the direction of the attack. And Jen released a shadow with a skull on the end. The hero tried to cut it. However, it threw him aside. The guy was impressed into the wall. As blood trickled down his face, he mentally noted that he couldn't believe that he had been found out. He smiled and thought that this was why he hated quick thinking and witty opponents. The blonde approached him and said that it was a good try, considering the pitiful state of his body. Psycho smiled bloodthirstily and asked why he thought they were done already. He fired his gun. While destroying the undead, he thought about how gifts were usually the departure of people's inner worlds, and in ancient words, they were not real evil spirits. He knelt down, attacking the army of the undead. The hero thought that these two were scarier. The views in the sky of the sun covered by a shadow. He wondered how many lives would be lost if someone who contained so much darkness was free to walk the world. The guy grabbed the gun, thinking that this is why he would definitely do it and kill him. Sparks flew up his suit. His legs were partially injured. They were covered in wounds and scars. The redhead sighed, thinking that he didn't care about death. He was met with a bright blue light, noting that he had given it his all. The hero rushed forward. He was met by shadow tentacles. They filled his wounds. Blood flowed in different directions. The guy approached his opponent. Gritting his teeth, he swung. The blade was heading towards its target. When it pierced the flesh, he said that Smoker's death was not in vain. Having plunged the blade into the blonde's stomach, he asked if that was true. Psycho pointed 2 guns at him, and Jen looked at him with surprised eyes. An electric current ran through the redhead's suit. He pulled the trigger. When the gun did not fire, he cursed. The failure gauge was filled with red. A drop of blood flowed along the shadow tentacles. The hero, bound by them, thought that he had given it his all, but still lost. Looking with an emotionless gaze, he listened to the words of the enemy that this would not have happened if the clan had not forced him to overwork. The blonde, looking at his hand, added that this was just an assumption. However, he respected his persistence. While the shadow flowed down the closed sun, he said that it was a pity if it was worth nothing. The man stretched out his hand. When a sword appeared in his hand, he said that this was the place where stalls from all over the world gathered. Looking at the gloomy face of the hero, and Jen said that he must understand that all good deeds. The blonde raised his sword and said that they were severely punished. Debris was scattered everywhere. The main character walked along the road. She shifted her gaze. Rachel anointed her to the side. She smiled widely and said that she saw that she was still intact. Ava approached her and scalped her, that she was in a deplorable state. The blonde replied that it was all nonsense. The girl frowned. She remembered that Rachel had released a vine, and thanks to this vine, she was able to avoid the blow. The main character began to rummage in her pocket. Holding out a bar, she asked if she wanted one. Taking it in her hand, the blonde asked what it was. An explosion flashed past them, while the white-haired one said that it was a protein chocolate bar. Having removed the energy, she rushed to the side. The girl smiled and said that it was simply incredible. She pointed to the side. Pointing at Psycho, she asked if she, in her opinion, could reach his level, and Jen looked up at him. They clashed in an attack. Ava bit into the bar. Having bitten off a piece, she said that it would not take her long. Vector, dragging the red-haired one, exclaimed that if they had nothing to do, then let them help him. The main character, standing next to her partner, asked to remind her of his name. She replied that she had forgotten it too. When the man looked at them sadly, she told him not to cry, because they were just joking. The white-haired girl grabbed Sharpshooter by the collar. She remembered how she was flying through the air. Then the redhead attacked her. She threw her into the rest of the wall. Standing some distance away, she said that she was angry about something. Vector asked if she really had to be thrown like that. Looking at him, Ava asked about John. The man replied that considering that he hadn't returned yet, he was probably dead. There was slime under the man's partially destroyed body. A face began to emerge from it as the girl said that it seemed like he didn't live up to his name. Looking at Sharpshooter, she asked why he didn't kill her. Vector waved his hand and said that it was in Jen's order and that she wouldn't wake up for another 20 hours. He patted his hair and began to say that in any case. Thinking about the body tentacles, he said that they were almost done. The tentacles dug into the hero's body. Rachel waved her hand and said that she already wanted to go home and take a shower. She asked if Gift was ready. Ava's eyes widened. She turned around and asked him to wait, then said that something was coming. Psycho looked at the blood splatter, telling himself to move. The blonde was swinging his sword at him. Looking at the quick strike, the guy told himself to move. His arm moved slowly. He put it in front of him, thinking that he was not done yet. And Jen's blow hit his shoulder. From the shoulder to the chest was cut. The sword flew off. Looking at his opponent, the man said that he wanted to finish quickly. Raising his head, he asked why he was still clinging to life. The hero looked at the floor. Removing his glove with his teeth, he began to say that he did not plan to survive this. He put his hand on his chest. A sign for activating the self-destruct system appeared in front of him. While there was a deep wound on his shoulder, the red-haired thought that if he started the procedure now, even Jen would not be able to survive it. He thought that he needed her to give in now. An error message came to him. Psycho thought with shocked eyes that this couldn't be happening. He smiled, wondering if it was because of the damage to the suit. As the blonde swung his sword at him, he thought that his luck had probably run out. The guy was apparently an approaching blade. He He looked down, wondering if this was the end. The woman was pressing the button, saying that she was sorry. Taking the lollipop out of her mouth, she said that she couldn't accept his death like this. The brunette rested her head on her hands and began to beg. A purple light appeared with a powerful blow. The woman asked not to be late. A silhouette appeared in the purple light. Psycho looked to the side. A girl was standing in front of him. She held out her scepter and said that she seemed to have arrived on time. The strangled and Jen called her butcher. The brunette threw the scepter over her shoulder and said that she warmly uses the name Hecate. The blonde waved her hand. He froze and asked to wait. The man raised his head, saying that if she was here, then. A flash of light hair. Tanya began to crack in the sun. She tore herself into pieces, returning the light. The girl with her hand raised noted that they had not seen each other for a long time, but it was time to say goodbye. Victoria, with shining eyes, said that she would give him sleep. Fluttering in the sky, she said that it would be a very beautiful eternal sleep. The whole city was gray. People were moving with things. A man pushed through them. He approached a colleague and said that almost all the civilians were safe, so he also needed to get ready to leave. The man raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked if this bothered him. When the colleague inquired, he replied that Branch 17 could end up in the clutches of villains. He added that depending on what came out of this thing. The man looked at him with displeasure and asked why they cared, adding that even if it turned out to be true, they would still be broken by the clan of heroes. He turned around when a female voice called him. Victoria in a red dress waved her hand and said that from now on, every guard in this branch will evacuate people and take them away. She clutched the pendant with the sun. When her costume changed, she said that the evacuation should be as far away from here as possible. The man closed his eyes and said that this would never happen. While his partner looked up, he said that they should leave here because he refused to die meaninglessly. The man pointed to the sky and asked what it was. It looked like the tip of a huge blade. Victoria was floating in the sky, holding a giant sword above her. Its hilt glowed with yellow light. The blonde looked up in surprise. The woman smiled and said that judging by his face, she guessed that his friend did not tell him. She introduced the main character when he asked who they were talking about. At this point, Hecate was helping the hero. She threw him over her shoulders, and Jen waved his hand and said that it was none of her business. He waved his sword, sending a blow. The woman reflected it with light. Waving her arms, she asked if he really thought he could defeat her during the day. She smiled slyly and noted that he was not able to defeat her even at night. The man held his hand outstretched. Victoria curled her lips and said that she considered his behavior unacceptable. She lowered her hand down and asked permission to remind him who was in charge here. The huge sword flew down. It collided with the buildings of the city. Then the weapon began to glow brightly. A golden light was heard throughout the city. It reached different corners. The light crawled through various cracks. Small stones rolled down. A huge mark from the blow remained on the ground. The ruins began to move. Ava crawled out from under them. Then her two comrades appeared. Vector was getting up. At this time, the girl was digging stones. Then all three saw a bright light. The main character grabbed the laughing Rachel. With her other hand, she took the man. With them in her arms, she ran. The girl was heading towards the portal. After a while, seeing her digging through the rubble, Vector asked if she was looking for a sniper. Ava pointed to the side and said that she was there and then asked where her sword was. The blonde raised it above her head and said that it was here. The main character took it. With her eyes widened, she mentally noted that she was not going to use Jif or Vector here. Looking at the man, she wondered if she should kill him now and take him. While they were sitting in the rubble, Rachel looked with surprised eyes. She turned around and exclaimed that they did not have time to chat and they needed to get out of here. While Jen was sitting on the ground, she exclaimed that he needed to be taken with them. Blood was flowing from the blonde's mouth. A woman was coming down to him. Standing next to him, she said that crawling like a beetle suited him better. Victoria looked down and asked why he had come back if he knew that everything would be like this. The man replied that she knew the reason. Without raising his head, he said that they needed to defeat the clan. The blonde narrowed her eyes when he added that they also needed to kill her. She grabbed him by the collar. Looking at him with a gloomy look, the woman asked if she had heard everything correctly. Then Jen, with a bloody face, began to indignantly ask why she was bothering him. Victoria pursed her lips when he noted that they wanted the same thing. The blonde smiled and began to say that who better than her should know. Imagine the back of a girl with long hair. He added that as long as she was alive. The woman narrowed her eyes when he noted that she would never become the strongest. She released a golden light. The blonde frowned and said that an on-witch had escaped. Jen smiled and asked if she really thought that she had forced her to hide. He noted that it was she who had decided to hide. As the yellow light enveloped them both, Victoria told him to be quiet. She pulled the enemy closer and said that she could defeat her by herself without anyone's help. The man closed his eyes and said that he thought that their relationship would take a good step forward. As the wheelchair approached, he said that during his last defeat, he had learned that he could not do anything by himself. He said that he was lucky that he had backup. The woman in front of him asked what he was talking about. and Jen asked if she had forgotten whose territory this once was. As the man in the suit sat on the wheelchair, he said that the last piece of the puzzle had already arrived on the battlefield. He asked her who she thought was training the girl in the red jacket. A man was sitting in a wheelchair not far from the battle site. Ava began to stretch her arms, stretch her name to the ground. The girl looked away, and Jen and Victoria were in the distance. Seeing their faces, she thought that they didn't know what the two of them were talking about, but it didn't look like they were going to kill each other anytime soon. Remembering the man's face, the white-haired girl thought that he shouldn't die because she hadn't heard the important part of the story from him yet. Standing next to her comrades, she said that she would distract them, and at that time they would have to grab the blonde. Vector waved his hands and said that at such a distance, they could use his gift. The girl refused. Remembering the battles with Vector, she said that they would react somehow, and one wrong move would be the end of them. The man put his hands in his pockets and mentally noted that this must be the first time Ava had seen the woman. He wondered why she was talking as if she had met her before. A vine emerged from Rachel's hand. She hit her Vector on the back. He turned around and asked what it was for. The blonde pointed her finger and said that since he couldn't even dodge that, the girl was right. She asked if it would be better to run away in this situation. The man waved his hand and agreed. Tensing his fingers, he told them to get ready for him to open the gate now, and then stopped. Rachel looked at him and asked what happened. Ava clenched her fist and said that ESD was disappearing. She looked to the side. Hecate was rushing towards them. She tried to hit the main character. The brunette lowered her scepter. She smiled and said hello. Throwing her weapon over her shoulder, Hecate apologized for coming without warning, then added that she had orders to arrest them all. The girl stretched her neck, wondering if it was because of her gift. Stance. The brunette swung her weapon. They both rushed forward. A black and red light appeared. An energy wall formed between them. Ava looked away. The man in the wheelchair was putting his sword back in its sheath and saying that he thought she said she didn't need help, but apparently she was in trouble. When the girl looked at him and turned to him, he said that there was no need to put off talking for later and now to focus on the goal. The white-haired girl glanced back. She raised her sword. Throwing the blonde over her shoulder, she began to run away with Vector. Hecate looked at the men with surprised eyes and said that he was alive, but his legs. He closed his eyes and said that he hadn't seen her for a long time, and then asked if she had really decided to join the clan of heroes. The girl answered affirmatively, saying that even before she realized. The man said that he was sure that she had her reasons. Putting his hand on the sheath, he told her to hurry up and make her choice. The brunette closed her eyes and asked what he was talking about. The man began to tap his knee and say that he had lost his efficiency, lost his legs, and his abilities had weakened considerably. He smiled and said that she probably thought that this was her chance. The girl squeezed the hilt when he asked her if this was true. She let go of the sword and raised her hands, saying that it was not so. Remembering the man in the past, she said that she was not so stupid as to fight the former elder one-on-one. The man folded his arms on the armrests and said that in that case, she should take him to Victoria. In the center of the city, there was a huge crater. A wheelchair was moving through it. The blonde turned around when he asked her if she had fun playing the hero. The former elder fired a punch. The woman reflected it with light. She looked to the side. Ava was sitting next to Ingen. The two of them teleported. Left alone, Victoria turned to Yushin. He noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. The blonde ran her hands through her hair. You said that all this time you were wondering why these guys were bothering her. She looked at him with a dark look and asked if this was his doing. Looking at her, the man replied that he was just an assistant and the idea was entirely Ingen's. A large sword began to appear when the woman asked what he wanted to tell her. She crossed her arms and told him to speak. With his mouth open, the former elder asked if she wasn't curious about why that incident happened. Introducing the city, he asked why the blonde was causing such a stir. Yushin asked if she didn't think it would be better for him to wait and plan a little longer. Victoria asked him to get closer to the point. Looking around, the man began to say that the reason was that the attack on the 17th branch was never a declaration of war on the hero clan. He was sitting on the wheelchair saying that their cunning and Jen would never have failed like that, and although he made a loud statement, not to the hero, but to the villains. Imagine the man. He said that he declared here to the scattered villains that the nameless are the next generation of villains, and from now on they play big. A man was climbing the icy cliff. He was trying to climb up, while the elder was saying that these are the ones who returned. A blonde with a backpack was walking in the rain, and Yushin added that there were also those who wandered. The black-haired man was lying down and reading a book, while he was saying that these were also the ones who had been waiting for this moment. A boy in a fur coat was standing next to a large wolf. A red-haired girl was holding a gun in her hand. The man said that there were still those who had yet to leave their mark on history. Introducing the dark silhouettes, he said that the hidden elders and many others would enter the scene. He introduced Ingen and Ava, saying that there would be 2 people standing in the center of this stage. Yushin noted that the wheel that had been stopped would spin again, and when someone stepped onto the stage, they would not be able to step off until they died. Victoria imagined piles of corpses, saying that there would be countless deaths. The former elder smiled and agreed, and then asked what difference did it make to them. The blonde grinned. Clutching her head, she began to laugh loudly. Touching her face with her fingers, she said that he was right. Grabbing the hilt of her sword, the woman said that this would be a lot of fun, and in any case, someone would have to pay to interrupt her. Pointing the tip, she said that she thought Hecate would be enough in his current state, and also had to admit that she was a little afraid of him in the past. She asked if he was ready. The man took out his sword and answered in the affirmative. Cutting his palm, he said that he was ready to do anything for his disciple. Weapons began to appear from the blood. Many blades appeared around the elder, and he said that the hero killer would avenge him. The blades lined up. They headed towards their target. The woman She spun the sword and struck. The bloody blades began to disintegrate. The elder thrust the sword into the ground. Bloody black energy began to appear behind him. Yushin began to crumble the ground. He swung the sword. The blonde parried the energy blow. The elder began to cut his hand. Victoria struck with light. The man made a cross out of the blood. The blood dragon flew towards its target. On the plain stood a lonely house. In the center was a small front door. The sun's rays rushed in through the windows. Vector was sleeping on the table. Rachel fell asleep in bed, and the blonde settled down on the couch. The girl turned on the gas burner, thinking that the fight should have ended by now. Opening the pack of noodles, she mentally noted that Victoria is known as the strongest hero, and the old man said that in his youth he was quite naughty. Looking at the dish being prepared, Ava wondered if he would really be okay. She took out the noodles with chopsticks. The white-haired girl began to eat them, thinking that he would be okay. She suddenly froze. Out of the corner of her ear, she heard a voice saying that he would kill her. The main character began to look. She saw someone at the table who said that he would kill her. The girl looked out. Little John was standing at the table. The white-haired girl froze in shock. She walked around him. After that, she compared their heights. While in the lab, the man said that she was okay and there was nothing to worry about. Vector held papers and said that the same thing applies to Rachel and that they were both surprisingly strong. As Ava began to put on her jacket, he added that there was only one thing that bothered him. The man began to speak, but heard a creak. Then Jen entered the room and asked the girl if she had a minute to talk. They left the lab. Walking behind the blonde, she saw that he was fine and then asked if it was because everything went as planned. The man in front of her answered that he did not know. Continuing to follow, the white-haired girl said that she did not expect that he knew Yushin, and Jen turned around. Ava stopped when he pointed out that she had also been hiding the fact that she had already met Vector. He placed his hand on the door and then said that he could consider them even there. He noted that now he wanted to talk about her older sister. The door to the room opened. The man stood at the table and said that he was sure that she knew that there were several lower branches in the hero clan. Introducing the flag, he said that these were the Guardians. Then the blonde introduced the emblem and spoke of the underground heroes. Then he added that there were lesser-known factions. Opening his mouth, he asked if she had heard of the Black Hands. The protagonist, sitting on the chair, asked in surprise. Ingen, introducing the sign with the palm, began to say that they were the executive branch of his so-called intelligence department of the hero clan and were hiding many secrets. He introduced the soldier and said that they were engaged in the clan's dirty work, whether it was killing key figures or other dark deeds. The blonde introduced the girl in the robe and said that if her sister was as powerful a hero as she said, then he could not know about her. Leaning on the table, he noted that he believed that there was a high probability that she was an agent of the Black Hands. Ava closed her eyes. She remembered holding her sister's hand. The girl looked at her. A girl in a robe looked at her in response. The man approached the main character and said that he wanted to make a new deal. Introducing his comrades, he began to say that their group could only handle small-scale operations, and that it was difficult for them to deal with even one powerful person. He then introduced the imports and said that at the very least, they could light a fireball. The blonde imagined people watching the news and began to say that the villains who had been hiding would begin to act. Imagining the dark silhouettes, he said that there would be those who would admire them and those who would be against them. And Jen placed his hand on his chin and said that he was going to bring them all to their knees. Looking at him, the girl replied that now everything was clear what his plan had been from the beginning. She asked what was required of her. The man lowered his eyes and said that from the moment he met Victoria, he knew that she did not care about the hero clan at all. He imagined the woman in the passenger seat and said that she only did what gave him pleasure. Hecate drove her as a driver, and Jen said that there was a high probability that she would ignore this incident. He began to take out papers and say that given that the connections between the districts were not that strong, it would be logical to assume that this would not be widely publicized. He handed the papers to the girl and said that only she could handle this. The white-haired girl began to leaf through them. She saw information about recruiting new heroes. Looking at her, the man said that she would have to become one sometime. The main character's eyes widened. She began to get up from her chair and ask what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Thinking about the black-armed people, she mentally noted that she now had a lead. Then she imagined the black card, thinking that she also had a Chaos ID card. Clutching it in her jacket pocket, Ava thought that if she went to the Hero Clan terminal, she could get into another division. Imagining herself holding two hares by the ears, she thought that this was the chance she had been waiting for. The girl sat down on the chair and thought that she could play along a little. She asked what she would get out of it. Imagining her in front of a dark cave, the man began to say that she was going straight to the wolf's den, so when she needed him most. Ingen stood with his back to her, saying that he would fight for her. Ava agreed. Looking at the man, she noted that if he did one more thing, she would become his spy. She snapped her finger, saying that she had to pay the bill somehow. Sitting on the chair, the girl asked him to pay her. The voice said that the Victoria Express was arriving. The noise of the train was heard at the station. The red signal was on, and the voice said that all crew members wished a safe and pleasant journey. On the sofa stood a suitcase with a sword visible from it. The white-haired girl looked out the train window, thinking that her new chapter was beginning, but the path to the next stage would not be easy. There was blood on the legs of the man in the suit. The man was shooting at the crew and saying into the microphone that he hoped everyone would enjoy the ride. The city flashed outside the window. It was the 17th district of Dust City. Imagining it from above, the girl noted that it was a battlefield where the most fierce battles took place during the war, so most of the area was in ruins, and the other day, the previously untouched city center was destroyed. She unzipped her suitcase, thinking that in any case, everything seemed to be fine for now, and more importantly, the main character was sitting on the couch, thinking that she wanted to eat. She took out a gold bar. Early, sitting in front of the man, she demanded to pay her. He handed it over. While she was examining it, he said that they would soon go there too, for now she would need to prepare a site for them. Ava took a bag out of her suitcase. From it, she took a bee costume. Earlier, Rachel was crying with John in her arms. Hugging the white-haired girl, she cried and said that she wanted to give her a gift. The girl took out a box. Looking at it, she wondered what this time. Earlier, Vector pointed his finger and said that it was a local delicacy in case she got hungry on the road. The box contained teriyaki fish. Ava looked at them with delighted eyes. She bit one of them. The girl lustfully wiped her mouth. She secured the door to her compartment. A cat appeared inside. The main character looked at it. The black cat quickly rushed past. She landed on a chair. The cat stared at her. The animal continued to stare. Then it began to scratch her. The white-haired girl dodged his paws. The cat froze in confusion. His fur stood on end from displeasure. He jumped forward. Someone grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and apologized. The man in the hat put the animal in a carrier, telling Catherine to cool down. He asked if she was okay or the girl. Ava looked at him and said that everything was fine. The stranger said that he liked her style. He sat down opposite. The man handed over a business card and said that she should not worry. The main character read that he was a journalist named Philip. The journalist covered the carrier with his hands and asked if she was from Dust City and would she mind chatting. The girl folded her hands on the table and said that she did not want to talk on an empty stomach. As the train moved along the tracks, Philip said that the Victoria Express train looked like a steam locomotive on the outside, but in fact it was stuffed with the latest technology. As it cut through the tracks, he said that it was not very economical, but reasonable, and then asked for an opinion. There were cups and desserts on the table. The girl was holding an empty plate. She leaned back and said that she liked the strawberry pie. The man replied that since he had already fed her, he expected a more serious answer. At that moment, his cat, Yu, tried to grab a piece of the pie. The white-haired girl said that she had already told him that some brave idiots decided to attack the clan headquarters, and now they were on the run. Sitting opposite the reporter, she said that as a journalist, he should know much more than a random passerby. Philip covered his face with his hat and said that, to be honest, he had not dug up much during the trip. Remembering himself at the scene of the incident, he said that a huge gaping hole appeared out of nowhere, but all the guards stubbornly kept silent about it. The girl turned away discontentedly and said that she did not know anything about it. She was scared to death even to pass by. The man put his hands on the table and thought that he expected that she had at least some information, and that his intuition had not let him down before. His eyes widened in the reflection. He heard the train wheels screeching. His lips smirked as the reporter said it was true what they said about losing one thing and gaining another. He leaned over and muttered that they had just passed their stop. As the train passed the station, Philip said he was sure there was something wrong in the engine room, and there was more than one crew member in there. As the people in the dining car continued to chatter, he said it meant there was a good chance of a hijacking, and the scoop was probably heading his way. There was a crowd of disgruntled people in the aisle, and the man said he had enough problems as it was. He banged on the door, demanding that it be opened. The passenger banged on the door, shouting that he was going to give them a beating. A bloody man came out and asked what they wanted. The man pointed at him and demanded that he repeat himself. Then he asked if he was sure he was the engineer. The man grabbed his face. The man with glasses and a crazy look asked what he would do if not. The passenger's head exploded in his hands. All the people started running away in fear. The man smiled and said that he was making too much noise, so he killed him, and then asked if he should catch up with the others. A man with purple hair sat on a chair and said that there was no need. He noted that they were a little hasty, but they could start now. He smirked and began to speak into the microphone that he hoped they were enjoying their trip. While the girl looked at the armed man in surprise, he said that he had to inform them that from now on, the Victoria Express was under the control of Vendetta. The man with the gun walked through the carriages. He continued walking further, and the leader said that they only wanted one thing, for a hero named Bare Knuckles to be brought to their engine room. Sitting in front of the control panels, the leader said that they only had 1 hour, and he promised that they would not touch the train if all the demands were met. And if not, the man stroked his chin and said that they would all die. A man walked down the dining car and told everyone to lie down on the ground and put their hands behind their heads. The reporter complied. Seeing that the girl had not moved, he asked what she was doing. Ava narrowed her eyes. She rose from her chair and thought that even if she was heading to another area. Remembering the two men, she mentally noted that she could not use Gift, Jade, and Graymans for a while, otherwise they would come for her. The main character began to warm up her hands, thinking that this was an unexpected opportunity, and perhaps she could add to her gift collection. Looking at the criminal, she thought that if they had the courage to do such a reckless act, then they definitely had 1 or 2 lying around. The man pointed a gun at her and asked who she was. Looking back, the white-haired girl said that she was a hero killer. She recalled the information about the recruitment and the boss's words that only she could handle it. The blonde handed her the papers and said that this was a rare opportunity to hit the clan harder. The girl put her hand on her chest, noting that this was not true. She sensually opened her eyes and exclaimed that she was a budding hero. The woman raised her gun in response and shouted, "What difference does it make?" The bullet was approaching the young girl's head, but at the same second, she was able to dodge. Then she grabbed a chair with her foot and kicked it towards her opponent. Literally in an instant it got to her. She swung, and with all her might she struck her right in the stomach. She threw the villainess back. Then the girl grabbed her by the collar, and with all her might she thrust her into the floor, so the woman was knocked out. The girl adjusted her hair. At that moment, the entire carriage was looking at her. People were shocked. Philip came closer and asked who it was. Another said that it was Awesome. People surrounded the girl and asked if she really was a gift user. Were people safe now? Asked if they knew where the jointless one was now. The man frowned and wondered if this was real. He remembered everything that happened a minute ago. She was shot point blank. She didn't even blink. This was completely unrealistic. He carefully studied the girl and thought that his intuition was telling him that everything was not so simple with this girl. Then he covered his face. Besides, she seemed dangerous. He needed to think carefully. He shouldn't let her appearance fool him. After that, he put his hand to his chin and thought, before he got to the bottom of it, he shouldn't let his guard down. It would be better to keep an eye on her. The man adjusted his hat and asked what the plan was. That's what he heard in response. Wasn't it obvious? The blonde came closer and said that she was a budding hero. She was going to get rid of all these vile villains. The leader was most likely in the engine room. Then she imagined the train driver. Control is carried out from there. She mentally ran through the entire train and explained that it was easy as pie. She would make her way along the roof of the train to the head of the train. Then she imagined how they would behead him, kill him. Without a head, the body becomes unviable. Then the man came closer and asked what to do with the passengers. She had already begun to answer that it was none of her business. But suddenly she saw the expression on his face and said that of course she would take care of them. She folded her arms and asked if there was a better idea. As far as she could tell, he already had a solution. The mysterious man in the hat lowered his head. Then he went up to the banner and said that it was worth looking here first. This is the train plan. He systematically imagined where they were. It was closer to the tail of the train. He also imagined other cars. Behind them there were only 3 passenger cars, and also another cargo compartment. The girl had taken out one villain, so the ideal plan would be to clear out the tail and then all the other cars on the way to the engine chemists. She turned around and said that she would have to sweat, but generally financially. But didn't his plan involve risking the lives of passengers? Her companion smiled and said not to worry, it was all part of the plan. Then he took out a strange carrier and said that they would leave this part on Catherine. At that time, the other car was almost destroyed. The man thrust his sword into the seat with all his might, and the people he had captured sat and shook with fear. Then the villain sat down and said that usually at least one pretends to be a hero, and these were all so humble. Then he raised the sword above his head and said that maybe he should have just That's when the man grabbed him by the blade and asked if he had thought about doing something reckless. The guy jumped up and said that of course not. The boss said not to touch anything for an hour. Scar looked at the hostages and explained that no one should be touched for at least an hour. Then he put his hand on his shoulder and said that it was enough to chatter. He simply had to do it. It was a bummer. He had to. Then the brown-haired man lowered his head. He raised it. It was the face of another person. The man laughed. He would never get tired of it. Then he smiled and said that the gift allowed him to change his face. But the young man interrupted him and said that it did not really change his face. It just seemed that way. But it was all the same thing. A noise was heard from another car, but they did not raise their heads. They had to go there. The villain moved along the car and reasoned that this Scar did not consider him a person at all. If it were not for him, life would be much easier. Then he found himself between the cars, somehow too quiet. He immediately lowered his eyes and saw something. A small cat was sitting there and scratching the wall, and at that very second a blonde pounced on him from above. He did not even understand why there was no soul there. Some kind of cloth suddenly appeared on his neck. The girl pressed herself with all her might to her knees and lifted him up. At first the man twitched, but then he hung there, choking. Then she jumped down. She entered the carriage. They sorted things out from behind. Now it was time to move to the engine room, but first he had a favor to ask. The blonde turned around and asked what the favor was. The man in the hat came closer and said that thanks to her skills, the plan was going without a hitch. But you shouldn't underestimate them. Maybe she heard about these guys from the news. The villain group called themselves Vendetta. Then he introduced a huge snake. You can't joke around with them. You don't have to worry about the 6, but there are 2 particularly unpleasant guys with whom it's better to keep your ears open. First, the brunette introduced the first leader, Takta. He escaped from several prisons, and his sworn enemy is a jointless one. The man imagined the bars, because the one who put him in jail last time beats the oblad, that the legs of this mess grow like a train from there. Apparently he was just waiting for this chance. The leader stood in the fire. Unlike the other villains, he has a very developed camaraderie, and everyone knows that he harbored a grudge. Then he imagined a man with green hair. This is Scar, the right hand and no less dangerous than Takta. He killed even more people than that one. The man in the hat raised his hand and said that he heard. This man also killed 1 or 2 heroes. They say that he is very hot-tempered. The blonde turned and said that for her this information means nothing. She just wants to know what their gift is. After he did not have time to answer as the carriage began to fly apart in different directions. Suddenly, something huge flew towards the girl. It was Scar, who was standing right in front of them, tentacles like a starfish, asked what she was doing with the toy. After that, he directed his tentacles towards her. The girl jumped back for a moment and was able to return. He looked at her and assumed that it was a bare fist. But the girl did not listen to him, turned around and saw the remaining passenger. The man was hiding and was very afraid. It was obvious that if he took hostages, she would be in big trouble. She needed to move to another place. They stood opposite each other. The man began to say that if she was asked something. At the same second, he released his tentacles at her. Shouldn't she answer? In response, she simply jumped up and asked again, isn't this guy just a starfish? Then she kicked him. She landed behind him, grouped herself. She also turned around and said that she forgot that they called him Scar, right? He was interested in listening to her say that because of his terrible habit of leaving scars on the body of his killed people, she heard that this is how he got this nickname. Then the girl turned around and showed him the middle finger, said that she would leave 1 scar on his face too, suggested that they fight on the roof. Then she grabbed the edge of the window, and she kicked the glass out and flew onto the roof. In a moment she was already there. Those guys were full of bluff. They would follow her no matter what. And indeed, the man followed her. As expected, he succumbed to provocations. Less than 5 minutes passed as the guys were standing on the roof of the train. In the end, she managed to lure him out. Scar attacked again, threw her aside. The girl began to break with her feet and slide along the roof. He continued to attack. He wanted to destroy her, and he hit her so hard that one of the cars was simply destroyed. Everything around began to rumble. The roof collapsed inward. He began to insult her. He came closer and looked around. There was no one. Then the guy looked at one of the limbs. The girl bit it off or tore it off. Vector was sitting and thinking at that moment. Remembered their last meeting, how I told the girl that there was something strange. She asked what. The young man introduced their leader. At this time Ingen intervened, and he could not speak normally. As expected, it is quite strange. His eyes reflected the report, bone density and body strength, even the amount of EST. If you remember their first meeting, compared to when she fought with the first 2, it has increased significantly. He also remembered how he once caught her during training. It's not like the difference was huge, but still, it's a difference that can't be achieved by training in a short period of time. The girl was incredibly strong. Maybe she can not only steal gifts, is it possible that she can also steal her opponent's level? He continued to sit at the table and think. It's too early to draw conclusions. In any case, this is a terrifying growth rate. He also imagined her teacher. In addition to training, there was even a student of the evil demon of the City of Dust. Then he imagined the blonde and the girl. Now he thought he understood why the leader took a risk and saved her, but he had to be careful. She would catch up with him if he didn't move. Suddenly, a flower bloomed on his head, and in a moment, his entire head was in flowers. The young man turned and shouted at Rachel. She laughed in response. The girl turned around and said that if he was ready, we should go. What do you think? Is her sister okay? The guy immediately threw off all the flowers and replied that they had no idea. The blonde herself was lying at that moment, holding a piece of starfish in her teeth. It would be comforting if there were no accidents. She continued to lie on the roof of the train, swallowed a piece and thought, well, this is the taste of a starfish. At that very second, a man appeared with his head. Even if the tentacles attack, it will not cause any harm to the main body. He looked at her and was ready to attack. It seemed that the cut off part was also regenerating. Then the young man lowered his eyes and asked if the girl was working alone. The blonde raised her head and answered that she was. But the leader's right hand continued asking questions. Did she really clear more than 10 compartments on her own in such a short period of time? Then the girl lowered her eyes and said that if she did not want to, she could not believe it. But the man looked at her and said that he was not particularly interested in what she did with these toys, but looking into her eyes, he could tell. Then the blonde got up and looked at him. He added that she and they are the same type of people. Then he smiled slyly and asked if that was true. The little girl started hitting her skirt, shook off the dust and said if he really wanted to hear her answer. She jumped up sharply and said that he should make it more exciting. He didn't even have time to notice how the girl was at his feet. She tripped him and struck him in the body, and so strong that she threw the guy's back. He tried to attack her, but nothing worked. While the blonde was dodging his blows, she stood and thought what to do now. She imagined herself with tentacles. She also imagined how they would fight with them. First of all, it wouldn't work. She continued to block his blows and thought that then she would have to use another weapon. She decided to run up and run straight to him. A moment later, she found herself on his shoulders and jumped up. The guy didn't understand what was happening. How did she end up on him so quickly? But before he could even figure out anything, he got a kick in the face, and then she landed behind him. She didn't wait, she struck again. Then she ran forward and struck the final blow to the chin. The young man began to fall. Then the girl decided to come up and finish him off. But suddenly he grabbed her hand. He raised his head and said that he had caught her. Ava looked into his eyes and said that he had been caught. Suddenly his eyes widened. A characteristic sound was heard. The blonde cut half his torso. His blood flew into her hair. The man began to examine his hands. He was shocked. Then he thought that he was of the same category as her. Then the girl came up and said that there was also a difference in levels between the villains. Then her attention was drawn to someone else. The leader was approaching them. He put his hand on his comrade's shoulder and said his level. Then he smiled and said, does the miss think he is good enough to give him a chance? She tensed up a little and said that we'll see. The man winked. It was their leader. After he took his comrade by the head and asked what happened, then to let down his guard. Then the guy threw his hand away and said that it was not so. He looked at the girl and said that she was much stronger than it seemed. The man thought, is it really true? He was asked to be careful. And at that moment he heard something unpleasant. Dave is also dead, does not even know what happened to the other guys. The man turned and asked again. It was visible that tears began to roll in his eyes, asked if his comrade was sure about this. She began to walk forward. He was very angry and asked how dare she. He tried to strike, saying that this man was killing their family, but she was able to skillfully return. Blood began to drip onto the roof. The guy looked at his hand and realized that cuts appeared there. This is a really good gift, but if he thinks that he can only use it like this. The girl activated the blades from her hands and said that she should just give it to her. The battle continued. The man tried to attack again. But at that moment, blades appeared on the girl's legs, which she used to break like heels. Even when she ran after him, the clanking sound was heard. She took out the blades and said that she was stronger than before. Suddenly, Philip climbed onto the roof and asked them to stop. The fight would end here. He pulled out a young man with glasses. Then he sat him down opposite in response to the question of who said that this was the manager of the Naked Fist. Then she told the story that during the evacuation he noticed this man among all the others. He stopped him and said that he saw him once during a press conference. The guy raised his head and said that he was his manager or someone else. What relation does he have to them? Then the man in the hat approached the guy and said that they should hurry and tell him that he knows if he tells them the location of the Naked Fist, it can save them. The guy tensed up and said that Mr. Naked Fist. While the train continued to move forward, the guy explained that the Naked Fist ran away. Philip was very surprised and asked again. In response, he heard that it was true. It happened a couple of hours ago. They were sitting inside the compartment and discussing that they only wanted one thing. They needed to bring a hero named Naked Fist to the engine room of the train. They only had an hour. The young man whispered in his ear what they should do, while the people outside were discussing that if they brought him by that time, they promised. The man had a newspaper on his face, The guy woke him up abruptly. He jumped up and said that first he needed to go to the toilet. After some time, a fight began. They were calling him, vendetta had come for him, it was time to pay. The manager was fighting in the toilet and saying that they needed to finish quickly, they would have to open the door. After which he opened the door and saw only a demolished wall. Takata began to get angry. Is it really true that Fist's head is not here? In response he heard that it looks like it, so why don't they stop here? Scar came up and showed his scar. He thought that he should cut this wound out exactly the same way on the girl, then he thinks he will be satisfied. She spread her arms and asked if he thought it was too much. Then his arms turned into tentacles again, not going to negotiate at all, started insulting her again. Then the man in the hat stopped the guy and asked them to wait a little. Then he raised his hand and said that he knew why they set them the conditions of 1 hour. They had to estimate how long it would take the clan to get to the train after they heard the news. Ava listened as they should think rationally. They could not even harm this girl. What if the clan of heroes also joined? And she herself was only thinking about the fact that she wanted to eat. If you put a snake, everyone knows that vendetta does not forget offenses, so is it necessary to avenge this offense now? It has not been much time since they got out of prison. He thinks he has not yet breathed enough fresh air of freedom. The man took his watch. Scar at this point intervened in the conversation again and said who it was and why he kept interfering. He thought he could make sounds if his tongue was cut out, but the leader stopped him. He picked up the watch and said that the guy was right, it would take too much time, they needed to leave now. The young man tried to object to him, but the man bared his teeth and said that there was no need to worry, this debt would be paid off sooner or later. Suddenly, cars appeared next to the train. These were the gang members riding next to them. Then the men jumped straight down, along with their subordinates. The leader looked up and shouted that he was sure that the girl did not agree with this ending either, so she needed to say her name. She walked to the edge. She looked at him and said that her name was Vector. The man frowned and said that he would remember her and would come back to rip her skin off. And then they all left. The blonde stood and thought about how she could have cut him in half and take away his abilities. There was a look of desperation on her face, it clearly upset her. Then a man came up and said that she was amazing. How the hell did she manage to hold her own against those two? It seemed like she was better than he thought. Then he raised his hands and said that he was not going to argue with her anymore. It might as well be to get to the engine room faster and put an end to this. The guys started moving forward. Everything was fine. He knew how to do it. They said there was one more, 2 things you need to learn in your life. They will come in handy in situations like this. And finally they got there, over there, but it seemed maybe the engineer turned and said that those guys broke all the brakes. The train was trying to brake when the man shouted that it was too late. All they could do now was hold on tight. The girl's face did not even change. But the guy with glasses and the cat were very scared. The train was about to derail. It was rushing forward at great speed. But at that very second, someone stepped onto the rails. Dude took out his cane and stood right in front of the train. Some time before, the bishop's office. Sunlight was streaming into the room, birds were singing, and the young man was sleeping soundly in his bed. Suddenly there was a knock on his door. The driver stood behind the door and told Madame Full Moon that there was no need to create problems. But the woman kept knocking and asked again about the problems. Then she looked at her and said menacingly that there would be even more problems if this door did not open. The young man snapped his fingers, and miraculously the door opened. Then he sat down on the bed and yawned, asked Madame Full Moon how he could help. She ran into the office and said that she had never seen him sit at the table even sometimes. Then she took the papers. These reports, how long have they been lying here? The guy answered that there is a saying that he likes, smiled and raised his hand. You can always put off tomorrow's work until the day after tomorrow. Then he opened his closet and said that there is no need to be so upset. Then he got dressed and said that if she is here, then it is really important. The woman folded her hands and turned. They need to leave right now. The Victoria Express has been seized. They went outside, went to the car and got in. The woman approached the driver and said she would drive. Then she got behind the wheel. The bishop moved closer to her and said that considering she had freed the driver, it looked like she had something to talk about. Full Moon turned and asked if that was true, and the man under her answered that he saw her fiddling with her ring. Indeed, the woman was rubbing the ring back and forth. She did that when she was nervous. Was it really that hard to talk about? Then she exhaled. They drove down the road. The woman said she would answer his question with a question, then asked what exactly they were doing here in District 16. The man looked out the window and said he didn't know. He hadn't asked to be transferred here. Then he imagined himself in the church, the question of the transfer, a sly fox like her, smiling at the misdeeds of these heartless old men. It was as if the young man was playing chess. Everything had to go according to his plan. It was just that ordinary people like her could not understand what that plan was. Then she looked at the guy and thought about what he could have planned. She decided to ask him directly since he didn't seem to want to answer her. Try asking another question, and the young man looked out the window and said that it was certainly possible to do so. Full Moon closed her eyes and asked why. Looking at him with a crazy look, she asked why the top leaders of the hero clan were leaving the villains. Out of anger, she squeezed the transmission handle so hard that it cracked. They could suffer losses, but they could also completely destroy them. The bishop, in turn, was simply drinking coffee and replied that she had always been so straightforward. Then he put the cup in the cup holder. He looked at her and said that the woman was straightforward and honest. Then he began to slide his finger along his staff, said that the hidden potential of the villains was beyond imagination, but he was sure that she was right. He remembered that terrible war again. If they waged another protracted war, he would destroy them completely. However, she knew this as well as he did, because it was in this war that the woman lost her eye. She remembered how she fell to the ground. No matter how many beetles you crushed, new ones would take their place. Besides, there are many heroes with deviations. If you imagine how they fought, human nature is such that it wants to use the weapon that it holds in its hand. The young man looked around. The bishop asked what would happen in her opinion if all these bloodthirsty heroes suddenly had no one to hunt. Then the woman turned and said that they really called villains that, a necessary evil. The young man put his hand to his chin and said that it was more realistic. To keep them at a manageable level and maintain balance, the clan needs a common enemy. Suddenly the women turned and said that they probably would not understand. The bishop smiled in response and said that if they could, they would have already dealt with the heads of the clans. While the full moon continued to look at the road, he added that there was no need to try to understand. He would prefer that she not get involved in all this. The woman was angry and the steering wheel suddenly turned to the side, and so hard that the car turned around. The guy got scared. The woman told him to go outside. That's when the train went off the rails. A whole train was approaching them. The full moon announced that they had arrived. Inside the train, everything was exploding at that moment. Philip turned around and shouted that it was too late. We had to grab onto something. Then he saw that the cat and the guy in glasses grabbed each other, but he didn't mean that. Then he saw a girl. She had a strange face. The man said that it was too late to be surprised, but she turned around and ran. She ran through the cars and thought that she had forgotten something important. She couldn't believe that she had made such a stupid mistake. She could give up everything except this one thing. She skillfully made her way between the rubble and mentally begged for it to be there. She went into the compartment. Her eyes suddenly widened. The girl approached the seat, discovered that her sword was not there. Meanwhile, the train continued to move forward at full speed. Periodically, they were jerked. Everything around was turning over and collapsing. The passengers inside were also screaming, not knowing what to grab onto. Scary sounds spread throughout all the cars. And finally, the bishop stepped over the grass. Full Moon looked at him and asked if this man really wanted to do this. The guy turned and said that he could handle it since she only knew how to break things. At that moment, the woman grabbed him and began to shake him. Asked what she said, he replied that he was just joking. Then he went to the rails and said that it was time to make himself useful. He stood right on them. The train at that moment was rushing towards them at an incredible speed. The guy looked at him. It seemed that the end was near. Then he took out his staff. He raised it up. Water began to appear around. The young man smiled and said welcome. Suddenly, a huge wave covered the train. He raised his hand and said that it was a cloud garden. Water appeared around the train. It enveloped it from all sides. Meanwhile, Philip was screaming inside and preparing for death. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw something. A cat and a guy in glasses were laughing at him sarcastically. Full Moon was watching the sides and thought she knew that the guy had not lost his grip. Watched how skillfully he copes. No, in fact, he became even stronger. The train literally stopped a huge stream of water. Then he raised his hand and clicked. A huge carriage was right in front of him. The people inside did not understand what was happening. At that moment, the water began to fly in different directions. The woman came closer and said that she would need to check if there were any flowers, asked what to do next. The guy smiled and said that he needed to find someone. The guys began to get out of the train. There was someone who knew what exactly happened here. Philip put down his cap and said that they were just lucky. Anyway, where did that little lady go? The bishop came up to him and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. This was the same reporter. Then he smiled and asked how he was doing. The man turned around and was shocked. And the girl came up behind him and held her suitcase in her hands. She looked to the side. Finally, this is it, the next stage. Then she rushed forward with her suitcase. This was District 16, the Cloud Garden. After some time, she lay and imagined how she was running with her across the field. But suddenly, scary hands appeared from the sky, which stole her sword and laughed maliciously. The girl tried to catch it, but nothing worked. And so she lay in her bed and was sad. At that moment, someone called her. She sat up and answered the call. On the other end of the phone, the guy told her that he hadn't seen the hero killer for a long time. The girl jumped up. Psycho was standing in another His body was bandaged. He said that it was him, and he was alive. Then he turned, looked at Yuna and said that he was lucky there was a great doctor nearby. He periodically looked out onto the street. The guys discussed that this place is not as provincial as the City of Dust, but it is not a large sprawling city with a hermetic security system. It is an ideal place to hide, and also, he was sure that she would simply choose a place nearby. The girl leaned over and asked if he really called her just to tease her, but in response she heard that no, he was calling because of their contract. She kept her promise, so she would give her the code for the ID card. After that, he could present this card, ordered her to listen to the code carefully. The guys talked for a while. Then the blonde hung up. That's it. The next time they met, a lot would change. The doctor came closer and asked if he was finished. The guy said yes. Then she took his hand, smiled and said that it was time for them to go. The guys started their motorcycle. She asked if this man regretted anything. He asked again in surprise what. She looked at him and said that he would not be able to fight anymore. The young man turned around and answered with a smile that he did not at all. Then the brunette hugged him and said that it was good. She moved her hand to the side, threw away his keychain and said that it was very good. Psycho adjusted his mask. Since his time was up, it meant that there was still something to do. Then he stepped on the gas, thinking that he still had a lot to tell her, but there were still many days ahead. Nevertheless, the torch was passed. He remembered his last battle, regretted that he could not kill Jen, but at least he was able to show her. He imagined himself in that battle. Perhaps she would succeed in his prize. He must break through all the obstacles in his path. At that moment, the keychain bounced off and flew away, and he continued to think that if someone stood in her way, he must destroy that person. Then he imagined his dead friend, how they had fun, and thought that the girl should not be just another speck in the wind, she should become an almighty flame. His comrades' gloves were also left behind. This flame should engulf the clan of heroes. Ava at that time sat on the edge of the bed and thought that all the parts were in place. She fell back. Her current goal is to obtain a hero license, thus she can reach the terminal. She raised her hand up and thought that it would take her a long time to get there, but she could definitely do it. Then she remembered the blonde man, how he told her if she really wanted to avenge her sister or just wanted to die fighting. She imagined the woman. In a way he was right, but now everything was different. What she had previously considered impossible was now really possible. The girl closed her eyes and thought that she still had to keep her eyes open. Then she remembered Victoria and thought that she had to become stronger, even stronger anyway. The girl jumped up sharply and thought that the people had said that the tests would start at 2, and the clock was already past. Was she really late? Meanwhile, there were many people in the huge barn. Someone was sitting to the side and watching. And someone came up and said that he said that losers like him should just quietly go home. Did he really want her to clean his ears with this? The other guy adjusted his hands and replied that she wanted to be kicked out before the tests even started. Overall, there would be one less competitor. The guy with bandages intervened in the conversation and said, were these guys really going to fight? His girlfriend noted that they might as well. The rector was late anyway. The guy said to stop talking and finally fight. A blonde came up to them, raised her hand and said that it was not necessary, they should not fight each other. Suddenly the doors swung open. There was a girl standing there. Everyone turned to look at her. The girl tilted her head and looked at them questioningly, asked why everyone was staring. The young man with stitches in his eyes did not understand what it was. Then he frowned. It was already 2 o'clock. Was this really a girl from the hero clan? Although no. Then the little girl ran forward and said that they should not worry, they just need to continue. She ran away, looked at the women and thought, what is such a dispassionate attitude in front of all these competitors? Either this girl is stupid or the rector, most likely the rector, but she really is just stupid. After that, she sat down on a huge chair on the stage and people started asking when the tests would start. She had to look at the time. It was 2:19. I wonder why they were asking her about this. Hadn't they already started? She sighed, and the people around did not understand what was happening. Then the woman with red hair stood up and asked if the tests had already started. People stood nearby and pierced each other with their eyes. From that moment on, everyone was for themselves, and this rector, it seems, was also picky. The girl just looked at her phone, thought that this would not be an easy test. The hero killer scrolled through all the moments that happened in her head, thought that it was a pity that she could not kill Takata. Remember that she killed their comrade, she was still able to get a useful gift. And now she had black hair. Probably this is how people see her now. At the moment when she was sitting on the stage, the other guys were actively fighting. She folded her arms and thought that few people knew her real name anyway, so everything was fine for now. She started looking around. Now the problem was, the contenders for heroes were fighting around. Why were these guys fighting among themselves? The girl thought. The blonde with huge hands was shooting, and the girl with a huge plush toy was fighting back together with a guy in bandages. The young man in bandages began to defend himself with his ribbons. The girl looked away and began to attack him directly. After that, the brunette decided to get up. She needed to ask them. and then she went to the edge of the stage. Just at that moment someone flew there. Some guy was lying in front of her. She apologized to him. She squatted down and asked what they were doing. The young man looked up at her, and he saw some kind of monster with red eyes, who seemed to be asking him what he was trying to achieve. If this was all he was capable of, then it was better to go home. Then he jumped up and shouted that no, he could still fight, and quickly ran away. He swung and started attacking the next candidates. The girl was sitting on the edge, watching this, and did not understand what was happening. That's why there are no normal people in the hero clan. A black van drove up to the building. Inside sat a man who was scratching his neck. Then he looked away and said that they were late. Behind the wheel sat a young man. Yes, the question is whether it is possible to drive faster. He only apologized. Behind the brown-haired man sat his friend, moved closer and told him to stop being so pushy. It is not his fault that the meeting ended late. We see that they had to clean up that train. Why should they clean up the incident with the hijacking of the train? Can't the district guards take care of this? The guy folded his arms and replied that it was because it was a vendetta incident. They couldn't just leave it to the guard. There weren't many heroes living in the Cloud Garden. They were passing some buildings. The young man explained that they were going to show off the clan's power and prevent any future incidents. And his comrade got out again and asked if they were just going to show off their strength. He thought that the full moon was also going somewhere, so it was only natural that they would go with her. The man raised his head and said that that was exactly it. Not long before, there was a meeting with Madame Full Moon. The young man entered the room and asked if there was a reason why they wanted to meet him alone. The woman turned around and asked if he really didn't know. Then she closed the locker and said that the guy could just pretend that he didn't know. He frowned. The woman suggested that the second option was still there. Then she went to the table, took the tea and said, as he knows, this test is different from the previous ones. This time they are only looking for the skills of a person's abilities. They are his past or origin. In addition, the tests will be held in 8 places only in the Cloud Garden. After presenting a map, if you take into account the places in other areas, the number of students will reach 3 digits. A butterfly landed on her flower. The woman added that more beautiful flowers naturally attract more insects. They can be both useful and harmful. After she went to the window and said that they must be sure to filter the good from the bad. The young man leaned over and took the petal, while she said that if they miss this chance, then the clan of heroes will really rot from the inside. The guy picked up the petal and said that he heard that those who become heroes become the same. Full Moon turned around and said that they do not know where he gets such cynicism from, but she wants to hit him. If you imagine the young man, she repeated, this competition is very important. A lot of higher-ups will be watching it. The man turned away and said what a pain. Anyway, at that moment, the Full Moon turned and said that they must fulfill their duties. They simply must. And now, in the present time, the man was driving in a car and thinking to himself that the hero's plan was rotting from the inside. Then he drank and thought, well, he'll have to fulfill the tasks assigned to him, but perhaps it was already too late. His comrade looked out again, asked what he was thinking about. The young man replied that he was thinking about nothing. He raised his hand and said that if it was about the testing site, then there was no need to worry. He had already asked Naram about it. Everything would be fine. At that moment the car stopped. The driver turned around and said that they were there. Then he frowned. The place was a test. The man stood up abruptly, hitting his head on the ceiling. The building was literally falling in pieces. Seeing this, he did not want to say what it meant. Everyone else supported him. They would have to work until late. The guys started to get out of the car. A girl ran up to them. She started screaming and waving her arms, shouted that she was waiting for them. Then the guys came closer and asked what happened. The girl replied that she could not cope with the situation herself. As soon as they opened the door, the man replied that everything was fine. They needed to look inside. But what they saw surprised them very much. The heroes were fighting each other. The guy leaned over and said that it looked terrible. What should they do? In response, he heard that they needed to capture the couple. Then they rushed forward. They would have to knock some common sense into them. A man in a builder's uniform was beating another man and asking to be allowed to become a hero. Then he turned around and saw something. He didn't even have time to do anything because he got hit by a blue-haired boy. Then he came up to her and asked if they were really heroes or just bandits from under the turn signal. The quality of the candidates had really dropped since last year. At that very second, butterfly-shaped darts were thrown at him. The guy dodged and said that maybe not everything was so bad in terms of their abilities. The girl came closer, heard that she looked promising. Another team member came up and said that Madame Full Moon was right. Some of these guys were not qualified. At that moment, one of them noticed the guy surrounded by his dolls. In general, this year there were many more suitable candidates. The man frowned and thought that he wanted to keep quiet because his throat still hurt, but it would take too much time. Then he took a deep breath and screamed with all his might, so loudly that even the windows flew out. All the candidates turned around and looked at him in surprise. Then the guy stepped forward and said his name was Dan, a member of the hero clan, and that from now on he would be in control of the situation. Then he rubbed his throat and said that if they had any problems with this, they should speak up right now. And the girl was eating ice cream at that moment. The other candidates were walking around her, feeding her ice cream, doing manicures and pedicures. Literally a second later, the man screamed. His scream sent her subjects flying back, but the girl stayed in place. And then he said that very phrase about how from now on he would be in control of the situation. If there were any problems, they should speak up right now. All the guys stepped aside. It was 15:26 on the clock. He said that he had given them a chance. Then he looked back, and from that moment on, anyone who disobeyed his order would be disqualified. He stood in front of a crowd of people and said that he was sure that everyone did not know that the hero trials were a rare opportunity. There would be a difficult start, but he expected complete mutual understanding so that they could calmly continue. Then the girl came up from behind and raised her hand. What a cool man this was. He attracted everyone's attention in a split second. Then she looked around. Who was sitting on the stage? The guy was just heading there. He came up and saw a brunette on a chair. She looked into his eyes. The young man did the same. There was a short pause. The guys studied each other, and the brunette even blinked a few times. Then the girl stood up and jumped off the stage. Everyone realized that this was not the rector. At the same time in the forest, the bishop was holding a bird in his hands and said that he apologized for the delay. He should have called him earlier, asked if this man was now the editor-in-chief. The man in the hat came closer and said that everything was fine. We must begin. Then he sat down on a chair and said that he told him everything he knew. The guy came closer and remembered about the hijacking of the train. It was also mentioned that the aspiring hero was taken away by vendetta. The editor bowed his head and said that everything was correct, although the girl hid her identity. Then he looked at him and heard that the bishop didn't care. He just wanted to have a chat with him for old time's sake. Then he came closer and said that this man was the only reporter who continued to write articles criticizing the hero clan. The man took the mug with shaking hands, and the guy came up to him from behind and asked why he was shaking. Then he lowered his hand. Water was dripping from the table. The editor decided to ask directly if they were going to kill him. He smiled at the bishop and said why. He just asked because he looked so nervous. The editor lowered his hat. He felt uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. Then he remembered how the guy stopped the train. If he let his guard down, he would be sucked into its net. You should never forget what this man was like before. Then he looked at him with one eye and thought that after all, what exactly is going on? The guy sat opposite and asked with a smile what he was thinking. Then he folded his hands and began to reason where to start. Firstly, those who destroyed the 17th district are nameless. The man jumped up and asked again if these were the ones led by the smiling man, and the bishop replied that they were, although this was the only member of the gang known. The man looked at him carefully. It is not worth mentioning that the district was originally a city-state, but to find out about this incident so quickly, it is connected to some independent information network. The guy poured tea and asked if the editor knew why these people call themselves nameless. He answered that no, he never thought about it. The bishop presented the ruins. What did they have a name? The man asked what it was. After the young man remembered the flag, Nero was what the villains originally called themselves. He also remembered the soldiers standing by the fire. As soon as they defeated them in the war, they banned all mentions of this name until they were erased from history. Even from the scriptures, pages with information about them were torn out. In other words, their name was no longer there. After hearing this, the man lowered his head and said, so that's why they are called nameless, erased from history. It's worth waiting. Then he looked at the bishop and asked if this meant that the smiling man was trying to rally the villains again. In response, he heard that they were not sure, but it was possible. What they were sure of was that the winds of change were blowing. They continued drinking tea. The editor asked if he could find out about it, and he heard that the bishop wanted this man to know because he was a fan of his work. Then he presented the letter. Even in one such letter, you can feel the conviction and intention of the author behind the words. This man does not try to tell about everything. On the contrary, he reduces everything to the truth. Even in troubled times, he has lived too long and can no longer look at the world through the eyes of ordinary people. That is why he wants to see the world in his words. Then he turned and asked the editor with a smile how he viewed the world he lived in. The man walked forward and thought. He wanted everyone to watch the cloud garden carefully. Soon everything would become more interesting. He continued walking forward. Then he stopped, leaned against the wall and said that he thought he would wet his pants. Then he smiled, noting that as he thought it was difficult to talk to the bishop, he would better avoid him in the future. Suddenly, something caught his attention, although he never thought that he would hear such valuable information. But I wonder, the big event he was talking about was the test of heroes. It turned out that the man came straight to the building where the selection was taking place. Inside, a man was standing and turning his head. He carefully examined the candidates. It seemed that there were several people he should keep an eye on. He also looked at the girl with red hair. Firstly, she had a gloomy look. She deliberately hid her gift when she fought. This is good. It would be stupid to reveal it to others without need. Then he looked at the blonde with huge hands. She functions, despite the fact that she does not look like she was made with a gift. and then he looked at the young man with strange adaptations. He thought that the full moon was talking about this boy. He did not even participate in the fight. And the man also noticed that the young man was sitting alone. He was sure that the others were avoiding him consciously, probably intuitively understood that this person was on a different level. And in the end he looked at the brunette. The real problem was this girl. Just now she had taken food from another person. In his eyes, it was impossible to understand her. He watched her destroy a bunch of food. If it was just walking, there was no point, probably flying out soon, or just demonstrate your true abilities. After the guy coughed and said, as he already said, his name is Dan, he will observe the process, but first we must allow him to make an announcement. He went to the counter and said that if they valued their lives, then they should leave right now. The guys looked at him carefully and listened, and the heroes began to smile. The tests are not a walk in the park. The others stood in the rack. Every year they have a lot of deaths. There will be no safety nets for the candidates. If they are ready for this, they will either suffer or die in the process. Then the man turned around and said that if any of them wanted to turn back, but he was interrupted by a brunette who came up and asked to stop the show. It was time to start. The young man looked at her, and then they prayed, thought that this is what he was setting up. Then he raised his hand and said that they should start. There would be 3 tests in total. The girl with the huge doll looked at him and asked again, showing her interest. The man threw a crystal. While he was spinning around, he said that if they were interested, they could pass the first test. As soon as they passed, they would tell them more, and so. He caught the crystals, said that the first tests were a treasure hunt. The bus was driving through the forest. Ava was sitting inside in a blindfold. There were so many people left on the bus at that moment. Suddenly, someone came up to the girl and grabbed her by the shoulder. The man looked at her and said that they should get ready to leave. Her turn was next. The bus stopped. They dropped the girl off and left her right in the forest. At that moment, she picked up the blindfold. Afterwards, she looked around. It was a mountain slope. The brunette also looked at her hand. She remembered how the commander told her that the first test was a treasure hunt. He imagined a forest and said that the place would be near a cloud garden. Then he picked up a crystal and said that there would be jewels to be found that looked like this. He also put his hands behind his back and added that it didn't matter how they got these jewels, those who had them would pass in 72 hours. The girl with red hair raised her hand and asked if that was all, and heard that the briefing was really over. Everything was simple. Also, one of the team members raised her hand and said that firstly, all participants in the test must wear these watches. They have a tracking device built into them that allows them to track their location. All applicants are given such watches. Be careful, they can't be lost. And one more, those who give in beyond the designated boundaries will be immediately disqualified. These borders were marked with yellow ribbons. The bracelets would sound an alarm if they approached the border, so they wouldn't have to worry about being disqualified by accident. After they all got on the bus, the man said that that was it. As soon as they were ready, they had to go there, and with that he wished them luck. While the girl was looking at the watch, which even had a time report, she thought that they said that they had to start moving as soon as the watch turned on, and apparently they had already turned on. Then she went forward and thought that she shouldn't rush or even attract attention. She grabbed a stone that was lying on the ground. Then she picked it up and thought that after all, she should throw it further away and do something. The stone at that moment flew straight into the camera that was following her. It hates being watched. At that moment, the surveillance point lost its signal. Drones were flying above the woman at the moment when she said that there was another drone. She frowned. No, not just number 7, almost half of them were destroyed. She leaned back and said what was the point of preparing all these drones then? The captain came closer, drank and said that they had to put up with it. They didn't expect this to happen. Then the girl put on her glasses and said that it was true. Isn't it too professional to drink at work? In response, she heard that it wasn't alcohol, but soda. Then she spread her hands and said that it was clear. A straightforward person like him would never break the rules. That's why he was so boring. The guy turned around and said that they had to stop chatting and concentrate. Something could happen at any minute. Then the girl stood up and said that yes, it looked like there were already several happy participants. They had already found their treasure. She imagined the young man. Well, I wouldn't say they were lucky. He found the crystal, but it's not important whether they would find it. At that very second he was hit on the head with a huge club, and so hard that he flew off to the side. The girl went up to him and took the crystal. After she picked it up, maybe someone will end up with them. The team member continued to play with the drones and replied that this person is quite ruthless, knew what it meant, but they still call it treasure hunting, then replied that he just does what his superiors tell him. He continued to examine the crystal and added that she was right. It was not really a search, it was theft. At that moment, the brunette thought in the forest. She imagined how she would steal treasure from another. The goal of this game was not a search, but a robbery. She found some leaves, tore them off. This would only prolong her stay as a target. It would be worth taking a nap and start for real tomorrow. Then she made herself a small bed. Obviously, that so early detection of the target would only bring more headaches. The girl covered herself and thought that in the end, theft is her profile. But something happened. She opened her eyes. She sat up and heard her stomach rumble. She got hungry. Then she decided to get up after all, and she began to look around. Some kind of flu was growing near the tree. It attracted her attention. True, it was a stinking fly agaric, but it seemed to ask her to eat it. The little girl nodded her head and went in its direction. She only managed to stretch out her hand when an arrow flew into it. The same girl with red hair was standing to the side. She said that she had not forgotten how she was made fun of. Just think, she really pretended to be the rector. Then she pointed her dart at her and added that to hell with jewelry, she would kill her first. The brunette looked at the poison fly agaric and said that she was going to spend the first day calmly. Then she stood up with burning eyes. It looks like she will have to fight. At that moment, near some rocks, the guys were standing on the edge of the abyss. How huge it would be here. These are pillars of clouds. Carrying a gas mask, raised my hand and said that this is a landmark of District 16. These huge stone pillars are the center of the cloud garden. He started to give a mini lesson and said that ancient civilizations believed that these were clouds that fell from the sky. The blonde looked up and asked if he had any problems. The guy was surprised and asked again. Then she turned around and said that they were being followed. And indeed, at that moment, people were approaching them. A whole crowd pointed their weapons at them and ordered them to stop. Among them was a man with a scar. He asked if this guy's name was Vector. He turned around and said that everything was true, so he heard correctly. His hair was fluttering in the wind, while the young man listened that he really thought that he could escape if he cut his hair short. And these people were reflected in the mask, by the way, and there was no mask before. After that, the man raised his head and said that vendetta does not forget offenses. They heard that this man was behind the incident with the train. Then everyone approached him and told him to follow them quietly. People surrounded the guys. Their boss wanted to talk to him. The guy raised his hand and pointed at himself, did not understand what was happening. At that moment, two men took him by the arm and dragged him after him. They put the guys behind bars. The guy was standing behind the bars and didn't understand what was going on. A man walked by. He saw him and started yelling who the hell they thought he was. They just got to Cloud City, that's all. But the guy hit the bars and told him to shut up. Then he looked at him and said that they were ordered to take him specifically, so they should keep their mouths shut until the boss arrived. The girl pulled him by the robe, got his attention and whispered something. She put him down and started telling him in his ear that she knew that this looked like a bad situation, but this could also be an opportunity for them, because he remembered in Jen's orders. The guy looked ahead and said that they were supposed to find a wallet, that is, a chain. Do you think these guys know where to find it? The blonde smiled and whispered maybe, but even if not, she was sure they would have some useful information for them. Then the young man clenched his fists and said that they were not mistaken, but then jumped up and started shouting again that he still hated it, did not do anything wrong. This is a false conclusion. The man ran up again, took out a knife and asked didn't he tell him to shut up before. Suddenly his hand was grabbed by branches. The girl smiled and pulled him to the bars, hitting his face right on it. The guard jumped back and began to stagger. At that moment the guy was next to him. How it happened is unclear. And the blonde was behind him, pulled a rope of flowers. Suddenly people came in there, asked what all the fuss was about. But there was no one there anymore. At that moment the guys were already in some abandoned warehouse. In the middle of the room sat a man. They discussed that it was his fault. He did not cooperate until they brought him to his limit. Anyway, Victor remembered how they killed this man. He cannot believe that they infiltrated the hero test. Then he turned and when asked what happened, he answered that Vendetta is proud of its bad reputation, but not so much as to openly interfere with the activities of the hero clan. They may have strong support. Then he coughed and thought, this may be more serious than he thought. The leader he knows, definitely. Then he ran up to the girl and asked what the leader had said. She seemed to have transformed into his image and said that they had harmed the Nameless. This meant only one thing. She came closer and said with a serious face that it was total war. That's what he had said. Meanwhile in the forest, the brunette stood and kneaded her palms. The opponents looked at her and prepared for battle. For a second she imagined herself in 2 incarnations and thought that under normal circumstances, she could only use one gift at a time. This meant that she could not use others while using her camouflage gift. Then she looked at them and thought that this was normal. It would give her the opportunity to believe in herself, not even get angry because of the mushroom. The woman came closer and asked if this meant that they had finally begun to take her seriously. Maybe they would let her go if she knelt down and asked for forgiveness. After which she was surrounded from all sides. Had these people really united in the hall? Again, they had never said that they were forbidden to unite. She imagined a whole pyramid with this woman. Maybe they have a system by which they will receive the most jewels and distribute them according to the hierarchy. She will not have to worry about betrayal as long as they get the required amount of jewels, and they have an additional advantage, strength in numbers. You turn around and think that if you count those hiding behind, there are 7 of them. The woman with red hair salted her ear and said that she was losing patience. What will they do? Suddenly the brunette sat down and said that she refused. Then she put her foot on her leg, first destroy the closest one, and at the same second she gave him a knee to the head. The woman began to attack and shouted that she knew it, but Ava skillfully caught all the projectiles. Then she put them in her pockets. At that moment, a young man attacked from behind. Well, as soon as he swung, the girl was able to parry his blow. She bent down and due to this he hit his own comrade, and a second later he got hit on the head. The brunette looked around again, and there were 4 left. She decided to attack the biggest one, but as soon as she crashed into him with her foot, she realized that he had body reinforcement, a regular gift. Then she decided to act unconventionally and stuck a dart into his leg. I wonder if it will work. Everything worked out. The young man fell right to the ground. The other one started screaming and running away from her. It was not difficult to deal with him. After that, the girl approached the blonde. Now it was her turn, and she also decided to just throw darts at her. After some time, all her opponents were lying on the ground. Only women with red hair remained, and now the brunette was standing in front of her and was ready to fight. She raised her hands and said that she was cooler than she seemed. At the same second, she tried to strike, but the girl blocked it. She deftly dodged all the blows, and at every opportunity she had an opponent. Then she ran up and struck a strong blow to the stomach, immediately hit her on the head. She came closer and asked if they were finished. She lowered her head and asked again. It made her very angry. She took out her hand and said how dare she. At first she was not going to waste her gift on her, but she immediately launched many darts at her. They flew with the help of telekinesis. Interesting. The brunette began to dodge. At first she did not understand what it was, but then she ran forward and realized that it was different. She looked back and realized what it was. There were many threads around. It was too late. The woman held all these threads in her hand, and the brunette was as if trapped in a web. Her opponent smiled sarcastically and said that the girl was caught. Ava raised her hand and began to study. Was this web really made of ESD? Her opponent was far enough away. The girl could at least see the threads if she concentrated hard, and she saw how they came from the woman's hands. She pulled the strings and thought that she had already won, but the brunette dodged. Then she ran closer, not understanding what was happening, and hit the girl right in the chest. Then she kicked her, but the other managed to dodge. She turned around and froze. The woman came closer and said that it was worth moving a little further. Then, as if the puppeteer pulled the string, she added that then her fists would have been torn to shreds. At that very second, she lifted the girl by the leg, and the woman grabbed her by the collar and threw her far forward. The arms and legs were Ravana. She hung above as if she had fallen into a web. The woman pulled it all and said that the rectors said that there are no real rules to follow, but you shouldn't attract their attention. Then she launched an arrow at her and said that it had poisonous tips. She should know how lucky she was. One of these arrows cut the girl's leg. The woman added that if it weren't for the tests, she would already be dead. Since she has a gift, she probably won't die. The rival turned around and laughed, adding that by the time she woke up, the tests would already be over. Suddenly, the girl spoke to her and said that she thought the same. Her hair began to change color if it weren't for the tests. Here she is in her usual form, grabbed these threads, was looking down, this gift. The woman was very surprised. She turned around and thought that this was her ability. At that moment, there was no one above the tree. The blonde was right behind her, grabbed her from behind and said that now, while the turtle was basking in the sun, she should take a nap. And the hero killer stuck her into the ground with all his might. The woman lay unconscious. Then the girl came closer and said that she would be a better opponent if she hadn't underestimated her. Immediately, her hair began to change color. Maintaining camouflage is like spinning plates. It definitely helps her in mental preparation. The leaves were fluttering in the wind and the girl thought that in the end she had lost her camouflage anyway, so she thought she still had everything ahead of her. Then she sat down and started rummaging through her pockets, looking for something interesting. Suddenly it started to rain. She raised her head and did not understand how this happened. Moreover, the rain was quite heavy. The girl found one of the large leaves and decided to make an umbrella. Already a little wet grass moved forward and thought that the ground would soon become dirty. At the same time, the rain intensified. The woman had to get her boots. Was it supposed to rain right now? She imagined how she was courted by rivals in that barn. She was glad that thanks to that strange girl there was one less test, but she did not plan for such weather. She watched the other candidates. At least they managed to push off a few. The show is still going on. She even noticed how a girl with a toy crushed one of the rivals. The test was just beginning, and she was sitting on a branch and watching. Suddenly, a man in a cloak belonging to their unit appeared nearby, but it had started raining only a few seconds ago. The girl studied him carefully and thought it was strange. Did they really know in advance that it would rain? Then she tried to contact headquarters, said that she had found a stranger. Well, there was some kind of interference in her ears. There was no connection. The girl immediately jumped off and realized that she was losing the signal. There was nothing else to do but walk alone. And this man continued to walk forward. A sword was jingling on his belt. At that very second, he took it out and approached someone from behind. He tried to attack, but then quickly turned around and cut everything that was within a radius of 2 meters. The blonde turned around and did not understand what had happened there. There was no one in the distance. The girl looked ahead dissatisfied and thought that she had been deceived. She did not have time to react in time. This man had been chasing her from the very beginning, and he, in turn, stood in a stance directly opposite her. They were approaching each other. The agent said that she knew one thing for sure: it was not part of their unit. Who then? In response, the man raised his head and said that he does not talk to the dead. The girl did not immediately understand what he said and asked again. But before she could do anything, she was cut in half. The man was holding an invisible blade in his hands. It must be. In the last second of her life, the girl was falling and thought that she should warn the others. And the man with red eyes came up and looked at her. Then he lowered his sword and walked on. The same place. The commander tried to shout to Naram. She was sitting in complete shock. Dan came closer and said that we need to be careful right now. At that moment, everything around was covered in blood. Even the puddles were bloody. The girl was sitting on the corpse of her friend. They need to tidy themselves up, but the situation is terrible. Meanwhile, not far from there, in the forest, there was some kind of tent. The man pulled back the curtain and went in. He had a hood on his head. His face was not visible. Meet him and say that it was good that he returned, asked what the situation was. The guy came closer and said that he did not see any suspicious faces. This mountain is too big to go through alone. He remembered how he recently ran through the forest and said that he found their tracks, but it seems that the connection is still not working. He also imagined how he came across a girl who was standing in the middle of the forest alone. In any case, Naram was there all this time. Dan brought him towels and said that she needed time. The deceased had always been very good to her. They should bring her back in a few minutes. Then he squeezed his eyes shut. He remembered the crime scene. The battle had not lasted long. All the bamboo in that place had been cut. The marks showed that Bora had started the battle. It was impossible for her to give up easily. He imagined the enemy running. He thought he had to be objective. Her enemy was too strong for her. He also remembered being there, turning around and seeing something. There was only one, and there were several. What do these people want? It was written on the stone, if you stop you will all die. What does that mean? The girl turned around and said that they were in touch again. The branch was calling. The girl raised her head and said that they were told they needed to continue. The other guy stood up and started shouting, are they serious? Should they stop this? But the other guy intervened and said that it was for the best. He turned around and said that they needed to catch the killer, right? Then the whole team turned to the commander and asked what he thought about this. The man in turn took out a flask and thought that Madame Full Moon would not have given such an order. Something happened to her. The situation looked bad, but he took a step forward and said that they can't just go home. At the same time, one of the presidents ran through the forest, and a man in a cloak was chasing him. He raised his head and looked at him, and the guy ran away and begged for help. Then another man appeared on the horizon. The young man ran up and started asking for help. Then she fell at his feet and said that he was leaving. If he knew that the test would be so dangerous, he wouldn't even. But it was a member of the clan of heroes. It was Scar. For a second he grabbed the young man by the head and twisted his neck. Another man came up to him and asked if he was mistaken. They both turned around. The man in the mask ordered to follow him. Everyone was waiting only for him. In the forest nearby there was some kind of hut. They went inside. Takata stood at the entrance and asked if everything was okay. He apologized and said that he was looking for a girl. He was told that he was late. Opposite sat 3 people. One of them was a woman with white hair. The other guy looked like a monster. Suddenly, the woman raised her hand and asked if these two were really the leaders of the vendetta. Then she clenched her fist and said that they were like 2 fragile crystal balls that could easily crack under pressure. Scar was about to attack, but the leader stopped him and said that maybe they saw them like that, but there was no other gang that knew this area better than them. Then he came closer and said that it was in their interests to help each other. Suddenly, a sword hit the floor. It was a man in a hood. He ordered the leader to shut up. He was a little confused. After that, the man moved his sword and said that it was not worth talking until they gave permission. At that moment, someone's knee uniform was lying on the floor, and the man ordered to prove their worth not with words, but with deeds. After he introduced himself, he said that he had destroyed the eyes, so there was no one left to look at them. He got up. He went to the exit and said that it was windy today, which was good. He turned to the forest and said that it would get rid of the smell of blood. After he took off his hood and said that now they had to go kill. A day passed. The girl was sitting by the river. She was scolding the spear and thinking that not much had happened last night. She was busy and imagining how she would catch a fish. Suddenly she heard some sound, looked to the side. These were definitely the sounds of a fight. Then another blow, already close. A blonde appeared on the horizon running away from someone. She put her hand forward and tried to shoot back. A strange man in a hood was running after her. She had not seen this rector before. The blonde at that moment tried to fight back as best she could, but clearly did not cope very well. Then the girl raised her spear, thought that this had nothing to do with her, but she immediately turned around. The weapon in the attacker's hands really caught her attention. The girl thought about it. A small demon appeared on her shoulder. He shouted that she had to steal it. The cross demon raised his hand and said that there was no point in waiting. This is what she can do best. Doesn't she remember what the rector said? And at that moment, memories surfaced in her head, how the man said that there were no other rules. After that, the demon began to boil and said that now was her chance. Besides, someone stole her sword. The brunette immediately imagined herself with this weapon. Just think how cool it would look with these crumbs, isn't it cool? Someone asked to wait. A bright light appeared above their heads. White and beautiful wings began to flutter, and small legs went down. This is an angel who appeared above her head. The light side looked at the girl. She lowered her eyes and said to steal this weapon. The baby immediately jumped off the spot. The angels of the demon supported her as best they could. At the same time, the blonde fought back. Her hand was cut in half. The masked man continued to attack, but suddenly a wooden spear flew at him. It didn't hit. He was able to cut it in an instant. But the brunette wasn't going to give up. She took out her dagger and struck again. Then she looked at him. The dagger broke. The skeleton stood in front of her and was ready to attack. Then the girl decided to resort to trickery, got into a stance and offered to fight in honest hand-to-hand combat. At that very second, the man threw back his sickle and got into a stance, ready to attack. They exchanged glances, and the battle began. The man ran up as close as possible, and the guys began to fight with their hands, moving from place to place, blow after blow. Immediately, daggers appeared in the brunette's hands, and exactly the same ones came out of the man's sleeves. There was a bright light around. They weren't going to give up. The guy and the girl struck each other one after another, but also skillfully dodged them. Ava blocked the blows as best she could, and at the same time, from the enormous force, she was thrown aside. A ringing sound was heard to the side. For a moment, the men jumped back, and the girl ran up, then ran away, throwing her daggers at him, but none of them hit. And now it seemed that she could already reach his weapon, as at that very second, her opponent flew into the stone from which it stuck out. Nevertheless, the girl was able to catch one of the sickles, and the second ended up in her opponent's hands. The blonde sat to the side and thought that this was above her level. What was she seeing? Then she began to nod her head. She needed to wake up. There was no time to be distracted. She looked at the girl. She also noticed that the man began to scratch her. She was starting to lose. She needed to help her. The blonde gathered her last strength and raised her hand up. She carried out a complete repair that could be done at that moment. The hand began to recover. Then it fully recovered and she was able to clench it into a fist. Throwing forward a huge net, she won a couple of minutes. This net enveloped the man. He tried to cut it. Then she raised her hand and opened it. Everything around was in smoke. Through this smoke it was barely visible how she grabbed the brunette. Then she lit her hand and ordered her to hold on tighter. Literally in a second they flew up and left. But unfortunately the charge did not last long. Keter stopped shooting, and both girls began to fall down from a fairly large height. They were lucky. They landed on tree branches. Flying between them, only rustling was heard. It turned out that the brunette landed successfully, and the blonde hit her face on the ground. At night of the same day they found a cave, lived and sheltered there. Effie sat on the ground and continued to think, despite the fact that she had already said that it is not easy to put your life on the line for another person. Afterwards, the blonde put her hand to her chest and said, "How can you hope to become a hero if they ignore others in need?" The blonde was a little confused and said that it was true. In any case, they don't have enough information right now. Then she lit a fire, and Ava asked if she knew about the current situation. The girls sat opposite. The robot hand answered that she didn't know much, except for the fact that they were candidates who were ambushed. She remembered how she met this man during the day. He just came up to her and asked her to go with him. Of course she refused. Then he started attacking, almost immediately, and she would have been dead if this girl hadn't intervened. Then she raised her hand and said that it was a great relief. In any case, do you think the rectors will come to save them if they continue to hide in this cave? The brunette looked at her and said that she didn't know. She imagined the chip mask. This guy is possibly stronger than the vectors. Effie was very surprised by what she heard. She said that it couldn't be. The other one picked up the bracelet and said that all these connections are unstable, but there are many ways to signal the end of the tests. She remembered the commander's superpower. He can just use his power and shout about it across the mountain. She also introduced the rest of the team, which means that it's not that the rectors abandoned them, but that they don't have the strength to help them. After she remembered what this mask looked like, she thought that she also did not use all her strength, but this guy is much stronger. She thought about him, not even suspecting one such or there is a team. If there is someone else, then the test is the least of the problems, because everyone can die. Suddenly something flew to them. The girls got ready, did not understand what it was. Maybe it was that person. Both stood inside and discussed what to light a fire when they were supposedly hiding. But this is stupid, then asked who is there. At that moment, something appeared near the girl's leg and introduced itself. A head rolled to her leg, which said that he had all the information they needed, and it belonged to one of their rivals. He was ready to provide information for help in finding his body. The next day they walked through the forest and discussed that they needed to find the body, whether they were going in the right direction. They had been looking for an eternity, but the guy claimed that everything was clear. The brunette went ahead and said that it looked like it was there. And indeed, there were dolls in the distance. He shouted that they had found them and asked to bring him closer. The girl did not extend his head forward. She clearly did not like doing this. And then something strange began to happen. His whole body began to merge into rubber. The guy literally came together piece by piece. The brunette looked at him and asked what kind of gift it was. She seemed to have seen it once in the trial rounds. And the blonde lowered her hand and said that she really thought that this person would just tell them. Telling someone about your gift is the same as giving away all your secrets. Then the guy raised his hand, on which the dolls stood. They were made of clay. He could make up to 3 at will. Well, then he would have to use parts of his own body. Effie returned and said that she understood everything. Then the young man came closer and said that there was no need to be so careful. While they were working together, they needed to know a little about each other. Then he introduced the man who attacked them and said that the enemy was strong. They needed to focus on survival, not on trials. The girl was very surprised, burped back and asked the guy how he knew her name. And he remembered how he was sitting at the computer before the test, said that he had already made inquiries about the newcomers in the area, and also knew that she was more interested in becoming a master than a hero. And he pointed to the brunette, said that he was more interested in her. With her skills it was impossible that she would not be recognized. He looked at the girl and asked who she was. At that very second she closed her eyes and said that she could not pretend forever. She needed to come up with a decent name. She remembered that same female silhouette. Then she opened her eyes and said that her name was Kasha. That's all she could say at the moment. Her reflection was visible in a puddle. She thought that this was it. There would definitely be someone who would respond to this name. At that moment the girl's eyes lit up. After some time, they ran through the forest. The brunette jumped up the tree and said that if everything the guy said was true, he was ambushed by someone else who didn't have a skull mask. The young man jumped down and said that not only that, these people didn't use scythes. What they had was a very unique sword. The girl heard this and was surprised. Then she thought about the honey sword. Interesting. They continued to run forward. The blonde asked to tell them more about it, maybe recognize it. Then the young man remembered the events of that evening. The blade was invisible. Literally in a second his head was cut off. It was just transparent. Effie lowered her head and said that it was a shard. The girl ran next to him and asked again. And she imagined the heroes, gift users, sometimes endow their weapons with gift and use it as if it were part of their body. You can imagine different elements. Shards are different. These are objects that are naturally imbued with gift. They allow ordinary people to use them, and the only limitation is that they are extremely rare, like Aladdin's lamp. After that, the girl introduced this sword. It is about this. It is probably a 100-sided sword. Even among the known fragments, very powerful, enough to make any swordsman drool. After that, she thought as she walked, and then abruptly stopped. The guys turned around and asked what was wrong. And the girl, confused, answered that she had just remembered who this sword belonged to. When you long ago, night, village. In the house, the old man said that his disciples' thirst for blood knows no bounds. The guy came closer. He asked if he decided to abandon his morality. Without stopping meditating, he also added that he really wanted this sword so much. The young man stood opposite and asked what about it is the fact that he cannot part with it. And the young man raised his burning eyes and said that this is a sign of his own greed. The teacher raised his head and said that he saw that he had already destroyed everyone who had stood in his way. And indeed, there was a pile of corpses outside the house. The man took out his sword and said that this was true. He lowered his eyes and said that they had decided to determine who would own the blade when they took it from him by force. He also said that tonight the only survivor would become the owner of the sword, but apart from him, there were no survivors. Then the old man stood up and said that they should go outside. If he was destined to die, he would like to do it under the moonlight. The guy turned around and said that this was very good. At that very second, the old man pulled the sword out of its sheath. The guy's eyes opened wide. There was a loud explosion. The roar was heard throughout the village. One of the people was sitting nearby, screaming that he had lost his arm. It was painful for him. But at that very second, his head was also blown off. The guy was left alone and the old man turned to him. He came closer and asked if his student couldn't wait another 10 years. The guy swung his blade in response. The old man climbed to the top of the building and said that he had told him many times his pride would bring misfortune. Did he really believe that he deserved to become the master of the 100-sided sword? The teacher stood at the top and looked at him, said that this man claimed that only the owner of the blade could descend from the mountain. Then he smiled and said that the 100-sided sword was his. Extended his hand and told him to come closer, promised to make sure that his path to the underworld was not boring. Imagine the nervous system of the young man promised to give him his last lesson. After some time, his blood dripped onto the ground, said that now he understood that his blade would not be able to touch this guy. Their shadow fell on the ground. The guy asked why. He held the bloody body and asked why the man died for him. He raised his hand and said that it was only a matter of time until the guy surpassed him, and he needed to show the whole world the power of his sword technique, whether he wanted it or not. A moment later, the old man fell to the ground and was left there alone to die. In real time, this guy was sitting in the forest on a rock. They came up to him and said that they found him. The hero bowed his head and asked if he killed Bora. At that moment, the rest of the team were hiding behind the trees. The guy smiled and said yes. Then he stood up and said that it was him. The guys started attacking him. They tried to fight. There were only sparks around. The hero looked at his opponent and thought that he would shamelessly show his face. Was he really that impudent? The other team members approached. They were ordered to be careful. This person might not be alone. He had a shard, so they had to be careful. Narum raised her hand and activated the battle mode. Then she pressed the number 1 on the screen that appeared. An assault rifle appeared in her hands under slot 1. The girl stood nearby and aimed, after which she tried to strike, but it was reflected. She crouched down, activated slot 2, a sniper rifle. She struck again, and again nothing happened. Jinty stood opposite and looked at her. Then he swung, and again another young man parried the blow. He stood alone in the middle, and he began to feel that his feet were getting stuck in the ground. It turned out that it was one of the heroes who activated his skill, shouted that it was not even worth thinking about it. But the man pushed off the weapon of one of them, and jumped right to the top of the tree. Another man ran right after him. A moment later, this tree fell to the ground. The guy flew down. From the blow, splashes flew in different directions, and the man began to approach right along the fallen tree. In the meantime, he took something out of his pocket. He put a huge mask on his face. His team turned around and ordered them to cover their ears with their hands. Then Dan screamed loudly, and so loudly that even the trees were carried away. The guy looked ahead and said that he remembered this sword and knew who this man was. The enemy stood opposite, said that if he was not mistaken, he was Jinty. What was a mass murderer doing on the testing grounds? The man smiled and said that he was looking for a torch. Then he raised his sword and added that this torch would light the old world, open the doors to a new era. Another scream sounded, the rustling rose high. At that very second, a bird fell at the girl's feet. She sat down and looked at it, and the blonde covered her ears and screamed, "What was that?" Fazin also covered his ears with dolls at that moment and said that he did not know, but it was far away. They stood in a clearing with corpses, noted that in any case these bodies were killed recently. The girl came up and slingshot one of them, still warm. Then she went to the tree, saw traces of the battle, apparently. She imagined that man in the mask. It was definitely him. A young man came up from behind and said that they had no choice but to split up and search the area. There may be survivors. The brunette replied that she did not think it was necessary. Then she raised her hand and touched the thread, pressed it with all her strength, and at the same moment a guy jumped out at her. Effie immediately rushed towards her. She tried to protect her. The guy crashed right into her huge hand. The brunette looked at him and realized that this was the same guy she saw in the first stage. At that moment, the young man landed and shouted that it was not so, and a girl with a huge plush toy was running nearby. She tried to attack them, but was stopped by the huge dolls of the blonde. The blonde spread her arms and asked what they were doing here, after which the girl with green hair ran up and said that these were the guys who were with the guy in the skull mask, but in response she heard that this was not so. The guys gathered in a circle and said that they should be more careful. Suddenly, a woman with red hair crawled out from behind a rock and said that they should not believe everything these people say. And then she was surprised. She realized that the brunette was the same crazy girl who recently beat her. Ava turned and asked if she wanted to be spanked again. She immediately answered that she did not want to. After some time, the guys sat and talked. The butterfly sat down on the grass, and the girl sat on her toy and said that in short, they don't know what happened. They came here after the battle ended. The young man adjusted his glasses and said that these guys wanted to fight even after meeting that man in the mask. It would be safer for them to try to leave the testing area. At that moment, the brunette came up and answered that it wasn't that they couldn't. The girl immediately asked what that meant. Then the woman raised her hand and said that it meant that they had already tried to leave. There would always be another test, and there was only one life. Then she imagined huge thick vines of flowers that blocked the exits. No matter how much they chopped them down, they couldn't get through them. She continued to remember how they blocked their exit. In other words, they were just isolated here. In response, the brunette leaned over and said that it was good. The woman asked again in surprise what was good. Then she pulled her knees up and said that she had been planning to fight him all this time, thinking about how to convince them all. The girl interrupted the conversation and asked her if they had passed her like that. Does she really not know how strong this guy in the skull mask is? The other one moved closer and said whether she thought he was invincible or that, as she saw, even if everyone attacked him at once, their chances of winning were negligible. They could try to find a place to hide, but it would not work. Immediately after that, the girl raised her hand and pointed up. They all raised their heads, and they saw that this man was standing on a tree and had been watching them all this time. The guys were very surprised at what they saw. The blonde even jumped up and was ready to attack. But the brunette stopped her and said that if he wanted to kill them, he would have already attacked. It seems he had other plans. The guy came down and introduced himself. His name is Condor. He looked at them and said that his task was to bring the most talented candidates with him. Then he imagined how he killed teenagers. However, he remembered how he walked forward. There were corpses lying around. He killed many. After that, he grinned slyly. Then he raised his hands and offered to play a game. The woman raised the dart and asked what this man was talking about, and he just folded his hands and something happened. A huge silhouette of an hourglass rose up, and sand began to crumble around them. It created some kind of desert around. The blonde scratched her head and asked what was happening. It was dawn just a minute ago. Ava also looked around and thought that this was a completely different location. She remembered how they caught the courier. This gift looks like a Sinclair gift. The man came closer and said that there used to be a sanctuary here where he worshipped his god. Then he raised his hand and said that all these people are extraordinary. He wants to sacrifice them all, but it wouldn't hurt to leave one alive. And when he came as close as possible, he said that they had two options, however, their participation in the game. He came even closer and looked at them with his red eyes. This is not a choice. One of the girls grabbed her toy and asked in fear, how dare he? Then the man raised one finger and imagined a huge hourglass. By the time the sand had completely drained, one of them would die. Then the clock turned over until only one of them remained. The timer would never stop. This was his gift, the killer's time. If you imagine a scale, you can think about whether a person will leave everything to fate and become a hypocrite or take fate into his own hands and become a killer. You have to make your choice. The girls looked at each other and did not understand what was happening. The boys did the same, and the brunette at that moment hid and thought that this was not a trick. There was no reason for this. Then she looked at him. This guy, he was probably sure that he could handle all of them. The woman with trembling hands picked up the threads and asked what was there to think about. She immediately pointed her darts at him and shouted that this was her answer to him, a bony bastard. But suddenly the dolls grabbed her, and then they threw him to the ground. The girl asked what the guy was doing, and he came up, adjusted his glasses and said that they would take her suggestions into account. Then he went forward and said that he was sure that everyone felt the same, but he did not intend to die here. While the girl was being pressed to the ground, he said that this guy was trying to figure out their value as if he was buying them at a flea market. Then he walked right up to him and said that the weakest among them had no choice but to follow the rules. Only the strongest survives here. Then he promised to put on a grand show for him. The man smiled and listened to the request that they needed more time. Of course he agreed. A sandstorm was starting. Now that was interesting. Fazin came up to the rock and said that this should be enough. Then he turned around and said that they had bought a little time. What chances did they have? He turned to Ava. She turned around and said that everything depended on them. And Effie shook her head and did not understand what was happening. The green-haired girl turned around and said that it was a great game. He was able to win some time for them. The guy agreed with her and nodded. At the same time, the blonde girl kept asking what they were all talking about. Her eyes widened when she heard that they were negotiating with the villains and were not going to give him what he wanted. Then she leaned back and said was she the only one who didn't know about the plan. The red-haired woman turned around and laughed. Was this girl really that stupid? She always knew. Fazin raised his head and looked at the clock. Apparently, the sand would reach in about an hour. Since none of them had worked together before, they would need a reliable plan. At that moment, Ava closed her eyes and also opened her mouth. Suddenly, everyone looked at her. The girl raised her hand and said that she should be trusted. Then she stood up and walked forward, thinking when was the last time she was on the verge of life and death. She imagined all the people she had killed before, fought with, was so focused on survival. She also remembered meeting Victoria. In the end, she chose only those fights that she could win. Even all the situations with Takata. The fight with Viper also came up in her memory when he tried to strangle her, even in the most vulnerable moments. As if two cards appeared, she still had a way out. She imagined herself on the edge of a cliff. It's not about valuing her life, but about the burden of unfinished business pushing her forward. The girl also remembered her training. The teacher told her not to stop. While she was looking down, he continued to say when he gets stronger, do not forget that her enemies are also getting stronger. As if she was running after him along an endless road, those who are chasing have an advantage over her. After that, the girl stood up and listened to how even with his incredible talent, he still brought her to the limit. Suddenly she swung, and the man said that the time would come when the situation of life or death would be the only way to improve. At the same second, he reflected all her blows with one hand. And now the brunette imagined herself opposite Condor. She had been acting confident until now, but this guy was definitely strong. Her whole body was sounding the alarm, but if he did not overcome this test now, she had a feeling that she would no longer be able to overcome her limit. Mentally spread out the deck of cards and thought that this time she would not run away. She raised her hand again, threw the cards and thought that she would risk everything. At the same time, she approached the guy, who noticed that it was quite fast. He looked at her and asked if they had really decided who would live. The brunette answered that no, on the contrary, her hair began to acquire its usual white color. She transformed, looked at him and said that she had decided that only he would die today. Ava raised her hand and said that she had decided that the enemy should die. Sand swirled in the air around Condor. The man said that this was a very stupid decision. He waved his hand and rushed into battle. The girl dashed, running around the enemy's attack. She remembered how she said that she was going to lure the commander. The girl held her hands in her hands. He said that she had already found a good place for their battle, so the guys should wait in this place. Her voice was heard through the gorge. The girl said that this is a rocky area with a lot of cover, so this will be the perfect place to hide. She put the figures on the diagram and said that once the battle begins, they need to buy as much time as possible until she returns. Fazan thoughtfully looked at the map and asked if she had a way to destroy the enemy. The girl replied that there was some possibility. She looked at the guys and said that the most important thing is their support. The green-haired girl raised her hand and said that the idea was good, but there was a flaw in the plan. She wrapped her arms around the doll and said that they had to trust each other completely to pull this off, but she didn't understand how they could know that they would betray each other. She looked down at the map and said that this could just be an opportunity to wait until everyone else died and be the only one left alive. The heroine's hand rustled in her pocket. She took out a purple pill and held it out. The red-haired girl put her hands on her belt and said that it was hers. She imagined Ava searching her and said that she thought she had lost it, but she had it the whole time. The blonde looked at her and asked what it was. The woman replied that it was a special explosive that she had obtained through the logistics chain and that it was called a grape bomb. The heroine extended it to her mouth. The woman said that if you press on it, it explodes into small pieces and incinerates everything in the area. Ava swallowed the ball and looked at the guys. Everyone present turned to her in surprise. She threw the remote control to the red-haired woman and asked if she was happy now. The woman pointed her finger at her and asked what was wrong with her. The heroine answered that they wanted trust, because without it they would die anyway. The girl sank to the ground, touched her chest and said that she would leave her fate in their hands, so she wanted them to trust her completely. Streams of wind rushed between the rocks. The guys looked out from behind the shelters. Fazan said that it was time to go. Condor ran at high speed after the enemy. Suddenly, purple threads appeared under the girl's feet. The woman pulled them sharply, gritting her teeth. The strings stretched and blocked the space for the man. He crossed his arms in front of his face. The threads pulled his body together. Once tied up, he looked ahead. The red-haired woman frowned and said that she could no longer hold him. The dark-haired youth swung the staff above his head. He hit his opponent with the pole. The man blocked his attack. Condor extended his other hand and wounded the guy. The youth recoiled and grabbed his bloody side. The man quickly turned around. He noticed threads stretching from behind the rock. With explosive force, he quickly rose into the air. The man, flying to the rock, swung his sword. With one blow, he broke the boulder, attacked the girl in the back. The woman fell to the ground and hit her head on the rock. Gritting her teeth, she took out some object. The man was heading towards her at high speed, swords in his hands. The green-haired girl put her hand on her shoulder. She covered it with her body, blocking the attack with a doll. The girl looked back at her opponent and thought that he was incredibly strong. The man continued to strike the doll over and over again. The girl thought that their only advantage was that he underestimated them. The opponent's attacks cut through the air. The girl thought that even though they knew about his gift, Condor's attack was blocked by the doll. The giant puppet loomed over the man. The bird used a kiwi beam, a powerful attack from the pipilil, and destroyed everything in its path. The bird quickly shrank, exhaling smoke. The girl loomed over her doll. The opponent stabbed the knife into the ground and said that, apparently, her gift is that her doll absorbs damage and then shoots it back. He crossed his legs, sitting on the handle of the blade, and said that, in that case, it must hurt. The man stabbed the tip of the sword into her hand. Suki fell to the ground, wincing in pain. The blonde hurried to her, calling her name. Effie attacked the man. Condor dodged and wounded her in the stomach. The girl quickly jumped back. The three puppets headed towards the enemy. The man spun in a whirlwind, cutting the puppets. The guys frowned, thinking that he was a monster. Condor smiled and asked if they were really trying to buy time. The man took a stance and said that this would not happen. Powerful streams of sand swirled in the air in a whirlwind. Effie fell to the ground, looking back at what was happening. She suddenly closed her eyes. The bodies of the guys lay on the ground. They were all badly wounded, but not dead. The girl thought he was playing with them. Holding blades in his hands, the man said that their tactics were pathetic because they were all worthless larvae. He held the blade out in front of him, laughed and asked if this was all part of the plan. Ava came from behind the rock and asked if he would let her go now that she was the only one left alive. The girl folded her hands in front of her and said that she wanted to say it, but she had to keep her promise. The man was surprised and noticed that it had started to snow. Streams of white energy swirled around the stone desert. Condor suddenly found himself in the middle of a snowy wasteland. The girl said that she needed time to understand his gift. An hourglass made of snow hung in the air. She asked if he knew the rules, because as soon as the sand fell, he would die. Looking at the enemy, the girl asked who was the boss now. From afar, a snow-covered hill was visible. Rachel said that apparently things were not going well there. She turned her head and said that they were probably having fun. And Jen looked into the distance with a serious expression. The girl asked if this was true. The opponents stood opposite each other in the middle of a snow-white space. They suddenly approached each other. The man made a sweeping blow, which the girl dodged. She quickly straightened up and attacked him in response. A deep wound appeared on the opponent's shoulder. He thought it was strange. Continuing the battle, the man thought that the ability to use your gift in different ways depends on the skill of the user. He imagined the silhouette of a girl with outgoing rays of different colors, and added that he did not know if it was possible for one person to use such a diverse set of gifts. The girl kicked him in the face. The mask before his eyes cracked. The heroine kicked him again, pushing him back. The man raised his sword in front of him. He took the putty and said that he was very interested in it. His aura began to press on her. The girl gulped in fear. The man's mask floated in the air, opening his mouth. The heroine blinked in surprise. The next second, a powerful flash hit her. She stepped back, clutching her injured shoulder. The girl thought she couldn't believe that she had just frozen in place. The man placed his swords on top of each other. The girl thought that something had changed and she couldn't hold out much longer. Ava sank down to the snow, energy gathering in her hand. The enemy glared at her from beneath the hourglass. He said that he didn't think she was giving up, and that the hourglass in the sky was not on her side, so she had to give it her all. She imagined herself engulfed in energy and thought that a person had to learn to use their gift through experience. She imagined the enemy and thought that in cases where the gift was difficult to use like theirs. Then she imagined herself standing behind the rock and finished the thought by saying that it would take her a long time to understand them. An image of her dodging his first attack appeared in her mind. The girl thought that she had encountered him herself to make contact. She remembered her friend's battle and thought that thanks to them, she was able to prepare the ground. Here, the girl's hands were stretching blue lines. She thought that she was able to confirm something. The heroine attacked the enemy with powerful projectiles, thinking that she could use several gifts during the killer's time. Condor ran away, dodging shots. The girl thought that she still had a lot to learn, but the preparation was complete and there was little left. She launched a purple projectile, thinking that she needed to test her abilities. The man crossed swords and blocked her attack. He dashed forward and headed towards the girl. The purple projectile suddenly distorted its trajectory and hit him right in the stomach. The heroine attacked him on the head. Light splashes of blood fell on her face. The girl noticed a wound on her shoulder. The enemy crossed his swords and lunged forward. The girl covered her face with her hands as a flurry of blows fell upon her. The ground beneath the man's feet began to shine. Suddenly, the snow beneath his feet parted and something burst out of it. Dark puppets rose into the air. With one blow, the puppets split and launched crystals at the enemy. The girl looked at the impact site. She covered her bloody face with her hand. The man burst out of the dust, laughing joyfully. He approached the girl and delivered a sweeping attack. The heroine fell to the ground. The enemy jumped on her, taking the blades in a reverse grip. Suddenly, a blue puppet appeared in front of her, protecting her. An energy ball began to gather around the penguin. A powerful beam headed into the sky. The girl fell to her knees. The enemy continued to laugh joyfully. He put his hand on the mask and said that he was wrong, because it was not the gifts that were so important. He imagined the people fighting and said that no matter how good a blade may be, in the wrong hands it is nothing more than scrap metal. He then imagined the Scarlet Banner, mentally addressed Jinty, and thought that the one in front of him was the real torch they were looking for. The man raised his hand, dispersing the swords into a grain of sand, and addressed the girl. He offered to become his disciple with a calm expression. Silence hung over the area. The girl rose to her feet with difficulty and asked what he was talking about. Who did he think he was? She looked at him. The man asked if she wanted to become stronger because he could do it. The next second, he hit her on the head, hearing a refusal. He looked menacingly at the girl and said that this was not an offer because she would gladly follow through excruciating pain. The sand in the snow clock had almost completely flowed down. Scarlet drops of blood splashed across the snow. The man said it was admirable. The heroine lay face down in the snow. Fatima said it was just as pathetic because his gift had become time. Walking towards the girl, he said he had no choice but to kill her before the sand ran out. Coming closer, he asked if she wanted it to end. Ava looked at him silently. Grains of sand began to gather in his hand. The man raised his sword above his head and said he would accept this test. The girl thought that there might come a time when a life or death situation would occur, and one of them would be the only path to perfection. She remembered standing in front of a man in a wheelchair, saying that she did not know what to do if she faced an invincible opponent, and what to do if she could not avoid the conflict. She introduced her opponents. The man said that some enemies might try to defeat her with their colossal strength, but there was no need to follow in their footsteps. Lowering his head, the man added that people could easily die from even a small prick. The girl silently listened to his words that while she was alive, it was not the end, so she needed to endure this pain and hold her breath. Ava watched the approaching blade, remembering the word that a predator's weakest moment was the moment when it believed it had successfully completed the hunt, and that she would see an opportunity when she was in the greatest danger. Dodging the attack, the girl scattered the snow and thought that when the time came, she would need to do what she did best and then plunge the knife into the heart. Condor swung his hand and wondered if this was what she was waiting for. The girl lunged forward and hit him in the body. She took something out of her pocket and said that everyone who underestimated her died at her hands. Purple threads began to form in her second palm. The girl asked if the enemy wanted her to be his student, after which she said that he himself should take lessons from her. The heroine hugged him and tied him up, asking permission to show him something. She turned her gaze to the enemy and said that she would show him what death looks like. She pressed the broken sword to his body and used full repair. The blade of the blade began to glow brightly. Blood gushed out of the enemy's body. They fell to the ground. The girl held the sword open at the man's chest. She asked with a calm expression what his last words would be. The man smiled and said that it was incredible, then asked her name. Birds flew over her head. The girl introduced herself as Kasha. Losing consciousness, the man said her name several times, after which he said that she was already dead. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, not understanding what was said. She looked at him in shock and asked what he had just said. The man died with his eyes wide open. The girl's gaze went cloudy. She covered her face with her hand and stepped back. The girl fell next to her dead opponent. A powerful stream of wind tore the leaves from the trees. The blue flowers began to shine little by little. Rebecca reached out to the vine. The next second the plants shook. A roar was heard in the area. The girl fired a series of shots from the revolver. She raised the barrel up and blew out the smoke. The girl leaned towards the chopped plant. Hearing a growl, she quickly turned around and pulled out the gun. She twirled the gun on her finger and said that the guest was late. A giant enraged wolf loomed over her. The girl called it a full moon. The wolf began to turn into a man. The girl asked him what happened to the city. The beast took the form of an old woman. Full Moon said that this was still a battlefield, and in any case, she was sure that she had asked her to monitor the testing grounds. She pointed to the side and said that she could not get through the thick weeds with firepower alone. She introduced a guy in a golden cape and said that the easiest way was to call the old bishop. The woman asked if she really thought he would do that. The red-haired girl raised her hands, smiled widely, and said that this could mean that Castle Grey was involved. The woman closed her eyes, took a vine, and said that they should not rush to conclusions. Even if users of such a gift were rare, it did not mean that they did not exist outside the castle. Long vines with blue flowers stretched for several meters. The girl said that this was nonsense, then pointed to the weed. Rebecca smiled widely and said that this was a gift from one of the Sinclairs. The girl imagined a dark silhouette of a man and said that it must be one of the siblings. Then a dark blue silhouette of a man popped into her mind. She added that after all, it couldn't be the lord of the castle. The girl imagined the dark purple of the girl's power and asked if there was a second in the clan. The woman shook her head and said that they would discuss it later, because now they needed to check what was going on inside. Suddenly, a rumble was heard around the area. The girl covered her eyes from the sun and said that the vibration was familiar. A giant wolf grabbed her by the collar, thinking that there was no time. The beast rushed forward at high speed. The wolf jumped off the ground and attacked the weed. The girl touched her hat and said that this made things easier. A bald spot formed in the middle of the wall of weeds. The girl added that guests had already arrived. Ava woke up on her comrade's shoulder. She saw the red-haired girl carrying her. Suddenly, she bit her ally on the shoulder. The woman threw her into a tree. The heroine spat out her own blood. The blonde hurried to help her, but the girl stopped her. She got to her feet, leaned on the tree and said that she was okay, then asked about what fell. Effie helped her up. The guys thought that they could not believe that this was the first thing she asked them, because this was incredible greed. Fazan handed her a bag. The girl reached out to it. She raised a shining crystal over her head. The man said that these were precious stones that her opponent had, and that they put several of the same in her pocket. He looked at the radar and said that apparently they were going to reveal the location of the jewel right before the end of time, and this explained why there was a blank space on their watch. The green-haired girl crossed her arms and said that they didn't want to make things easy for them from the start, then added that the tests were over since they had passed everything. The blonde held out two shining hooks and said that she had grabbed these and that she knew the girls might like them. Ava took them in her hands and thought about the enemy. She remembered the dying man and wondered if it was just a coincidence or if it was the delirium of a dying man, since she didn't think there was any point in thinking about it too much. She frowned slightly and said that it was a great result. The red-haired woman grabbed her shoulder and said that now they just needed to get out of there since she thought the hero clan was already on their way. She glanced at the radar, noticing a dot approaching quickly, and said that something was moving towards them very quickly. The girls exchanged glances. Suki asked if the strangers were looking for a way out just like them. The strangers' boots rustled on the ground, and the girl said that it couldn't be that strangers were fighting with them. A dark-haired guy, splattered with blood, came out from behind the trees. He looked at them with an absolutely emotionless gaze. He noticed the hooks in the girl's hands. Taking hold of his weapon, the young man asked what she did with it. The guys froze in fear. The red-haired woman stepped back and thought that this guy was on a completely different level than the previous opponent. The stranger looked at them menacingly. The woman thought that something was wrong with him. Fazan narrowed his eyes and decided that this pressure was coming from the direction the dark-haired guy swung his blade, creating a wave of fire. Fazan guessed where the threat was coming from. The tree trunks shook. The guys looked up, seeing a giant monster. The monster attacked them. The guys jumped to the sides. And Jen watched what was happening with a serious expression on his face. The dark-haired boy smiled slightly, and Jen asked him to get out of the way. The boy asked what would happen if he refused. The fair-haired boy replied that he would dig his own grave with the same sword. Ava looked back at her friends and pointed at something with her hand. The guys trembled in surprise. She quickly turned around and thought that Jen had appeared just in time. The dark-haired boy jumped away from the enemy and headed towards the girl. Suddenly, hands appeared in his way. He cut them with one swing of his sword. The fair-haired boy activated dark energy and turned towards him. He stretched out his hand in front of him and created a monster from the earth. The monster opened its mouth, heading towards the enemy. Jinty covered his face with his hands, being inside the monster. He was dragged several meters. The monster vanished into thin air. The wounds on the boy's body began to heal. The fair-haired boy calmly said that his gift was healing and that it was a very rare ability. Jinty smiled slightly and said that he didn't think he would encounter such a cool guy like his opponent in this place, after which he called the boy a smiling man. He remembered his appearance and asked why his behavior was so strange, because it looked like he was trying to protect someone. The guys stood opposite each other. The boy added that the fact that he, like no one else, was trying to cover the hero candidate. Ava held onto a tree. The boy said that this meant only one thing, because he sewed a wolf in sheep's clothing into their ranks. The dark-haired boy swung his sword and said that he was not particularly interested in their schemes. But if this wolf killed his comrade, the fair-haired boy interrupted him and asked what would happen in that case. He smiled slightly and menacingly asked what Jinty was going to do. The dark-haired boy quickly took off. He pulled the sword in front of him, and Jen created dark energy and absorbed his attack. The black substance began to creep along the blade of the blade. The guy swung the sword and cut the dark aura. Suddenly, he turned around in surprise. Above him, a giant monster swung its hand. The monster hit him and threw him back. The guy crashed into a stone cliff and got stuck in it. The monster pressed him to the cobblestones. The young man coughed and splashed blood on the monster's hand. The monster let go of him, and Jen said that he had already heard about him, because, according to rumors, he is the strongest among the generations that did not participate in the war. He came closer to the guy, smiled evilly, and said that he would give him an opportunity, allow him to try to kill himself with the best technique. The dark-haired guy smiled contentedly. He stood up and took hold of the handle of the blade. Suddenly, he remembered holding his old sword and telling his teacher that he didn't understand something. Standing behind the old man, the boy said that he didn't understand the point of learning to sheath his sword during a fight. The man scratched his beard and said that he would explain everything. He imagined a sword hanging in space and said that it was called a 100-sided blade, but the name might seem inappropriate for a translucent glass blade. Jinty closed his eyes and remembered his words about this being the true potential of this sword, because it molds its shape according to the desires of its owner. Hot energy spread through his body. The man explained what was needed to change the shape of the weapon. The boy exposed the shining blade, thinking about pulling it out of the sheath. He pulled the blade out further and further, thinking that this was an ancient technique of a flowing blade, which was created in order to wield this blade. The boy made a small lunge and attacked with a thunderous wave. All the objects in front of Jen were cut into many pieces. Suddenly, a loud shot rang out in the middle of the forest. The leaves of the trees were flying in the wind. The blonde boy was clutching a shining blade in his hand. He looked angrily at the boy pinned to the ground and said that it was a good try. Suddenly, the voice of Full Moon was heard from the side, who said that it was a smiling man. Suddenly, a wolf appeared in the air, quickly approaching. The beast fell to the ground and separated the fighting boys. Rebecca, holding onto the wolf's fur, said that she rushed to help when she saw the form. The haired boy looked at her. The girl said that she did not recognize him. The she-wolf looked at the boys and thought that their priority was the safety of the examiners and candidates, and fighting these boys would be a waste of time. She looked away and decided that she did not know which of the two sent the criminals, but they needed to leave now. The beast imagined the battle in the city and thought that the villains were already being stopped. The guy in the dark cloak blocked the attack of one of the guys. The woman thought that it was only a matter of time until they were completely destroyed. Rebecca yawned, stretched, and asked her ally about why she told them this, because she was going to drag it out as long as possible. The dark-haired guy smiled and asked if she really thought it would be that easy. The man in the dark cloak crushed one of the heroes. The woman in the blue dress raised her bloody hand. The dark-haired guy said that their forces were not enough to defeat the villains. The girl calmly looked at him and wondered if he was the leader. She leaned on her ally and said that he was the one who should be on guard and he had already crossed the line, after which she asked if he thought the bishop would just sit back and let him sow chaos. Jen raised his head and asked if the bishop was nearby. The girl opened her holster and said that apparently even the notorious smiling man was afraid of the elder, so she was glad that they met him. She had a couple of questions for him. The girl smiled maniacally, took her pistols and asked if he had seen her brother. The guys ran away from that place, trying to wake the heroine. The red-haired woman carried her on herself. I say that she is very hot. The guys ran further and further. Suki said that they were almost there, so you need to hold on tight, and that the weeds that blocked the way. Suddenly she stopped and looked ahead in surprise. The city was burning with scarlet flames. A resident of the city ran away, silently asking for help. Suddenly he tripped over a piece of stone. A man in a dark jacket swung an axe with a smile. The next second, a bullet pierced his skull. He fell to the floor next to his victim. The bishop said that he did not intend to interfere, but he could not resist. A pile of dead villains lay on the road. The boy added that he could not allow his hometown to be desecrated. On the roof, a yellow cloak was being undressed. The young man said that the townspeople could not worry. He looked at the city and added that all because he had already arrived. The bishop raised his cane up. A whirlpool began to swirl in the sky above the villain with a cannon. The man looked up in surprise, not understanding what was happening. A drop of water fell on his hand. He thought it had started to rain. The next second, his hand was cut off from his hand with the help of this drop. A squall rained down on him, and so, drops of water pierced his body in several places. A deadly storm fell on all the villains. The dark-haired girl looked up in confusion. She smiled broadly and said that the bishop had arrived. One of the villains turned around, holding a dead body in his arms. He leaned slightly, dark energy bursting out of his back. The girl put her hand on his shoulder. With a calm expression, her ally said that they had achieved their goal, so it was time to retreat. The deadly storm did not stop. Drops pierced everything in their path. Many villains fled. One of the girl's weapons was broken. She looked at the hole that had formed in the saw and said that they had better get out of there. Her brother put his hand to the side, gathered energy in it and said that in that case, it was time for them to go. Rachel took off her mask and agreed with a smile, after which she said that they had figured out why they were in this place. Suddenly, she fell into a stupor, noticing something. The silhouette of a man was visible on the roof of the building. The guy in the mask quickly turned to where she was looking. The man from the roof suddenly disappeared. The guy asked what was going on. The girl looked at him with a smile and said that everything was fine. The bishop stood on the edge of the roof. Holding his cane, the guy looked down, saying that the rain was coming for those who wished for it so much. The blonde guy approached him and said that apparently the rain ritual had succeeded, and although it was not the ending that everyone wanted. The bishop turned around and asked if his interlocutor had created the plants surrounding this place. Raxford smiled softly. The bishop called him by name. Soft rays of sun penetrated the bedroom windows. The girl opened her eyes. She quickly got up from the bed. The blonde was very scared of this. Effie fell to the floor. The heroine looked back and asked where she was. The blonde smiled softly and said that she was glad that her ally woke up and that this was like his house. The girl remembered how Suki stood in a stupor. The red-haired woman approached her and said that apparently the testing site was not the only one that had been attacked and that the storm was probably a gift from the bishop. She looked at the girl on her shoulders and said that they could go home for now since it was safe. The soft rays of the sun illuminated her home. The girl was pictured with her hands folded in front of her. The heroine lifted the frame and said that she thought she was a backstreet bandit, but she turned out to be a rich girl. The blonde replied that the heroine was quite straightforward. Ava took hold of the white t-shirt and asked whose clothes they were. The blonde replied that they were the owner of the house's clothes and that she had personally changed them. Effie imagined the guys and said that they had gone out to buy clothes and check out the situation outside. She then imagined the corpses covered with cloth and said that it seemed like things had calmed down a bit, but there had been no official statements from the hero clan yet. She crossed her arms and closed her eyes. Walking up to the chewing heroine, she asked what she was eating. The girl replied that she was eating a starfish. She calmly chewed it in her cheek. The blonde asked where she got it. The girl replied that it was a secret. She touched her chin and thought that she didn't know when the second stage of the test would begin, and the hero clan was in disarray, so maybe it was time for her to act. She imagined the villains and thought that no matter how important it was for her to contact them and exchange information, it was too dangerous right now. She then imagined a complex mechanism and thought that it would be best if she infiltrated the 16th district and tried to find the data terminal. The bright rays of the sun were illuminating the streets of the city. The girl thought that they probably gathered all their security personnel in the outer districts, so the security inside must be lowered. She clenched her fist and decided that this was more important to her than carrying out her allies' plan. After all, this was the reason she became a hero killer. The image in her eyes blurred. The girl said that she felt strange, asking what was wrong with her body. The blonde raised her eyebrows in concern and said that the girl had been through a lot and needed rest. A crumpled rag was lying on the floor. The blonde added that she had a high temperature all this time and that she was very worried. Ava got out of bed with difficulty and decided that something was wrong and wondered if she was just hungry. Suddenly, she raised her eyebrows, smelling a delicious aroma. The blonde stretched out her hand, looking after the running girl. The heroine jumped off the floor and sat on the railing. She headed down the stairs at high speed. The girl landed softly, touching the floor with her hand. The blonde ran after her and asked if she really had to slide down the railing in such a state. The heroine answered in the affirmative. Suddenly, Laika's voice was heard from behind the door. The girl was standing in front of a tray with burnt food. She quickly covered the food with her hands and asked why Ava was not sleeping. Suki folded her hand and said that they tried to cook something, but nothing worked, after which she suggested just ordering food at home. The heroine extended her hand to the tray. She took one of the buns, bit off a piece and said that it was not bad. She took the second one and decided that it would not be enough. The girl opened the refrigerator. Looking inside, she was surprised and said that this was a rich person's refrigerator because it had everything. The girl took an apron in her hands and said that she could not do anything. She tied the apron behind her back. Heads in motion and hands, the heroine twirled the cleaver. Crossing her arms on her chest, the girl said that she would take the dinner upon herself. The girl poured the products on the table. With one blow of her hand, she threw them up. With deft movements, the heroine chopped them in the air. She took a frying pan in her hand, from which a powerful fire emanated. Ava quickly stretched the dough. She raised her hand above her head and sprinkled salt on the meat. Putting her hands on her belt, the girl said that everything was ready. All present looked in surprise at the resulting dishes. Plates with appetizing food stood on the table. Laika twisted some pasta on a fork. She tried the dish, frowning slightly. The girl fell to her knees and said that she could not believe that the heroine beat her even in cooking. Her friend asked her if she had any conscience at all. The guys returned home. They approached the girls. Yubo said that they were gone for a very short time. They looked at the situation, asking what was going on. The blonde brought a piece of food to her mouth. Suddenly, she raised her eyebrows in surprise. Suki blushed slightly after trying the dish and said that she didn't even know the girl was so talented, after which she asked about her secret. The heroine knocked over the plate, drinking the contents. She put the dishes down on the table and said that it was all about love. The red-haired girl pointed at her with a fork, smiled and said that it was probably a joke. Ava got up from the table, touched her chest and said that it was all about love for food. The interlocutor put her hand on her belt and said that she thought so. Suki looked at the guys and asked how the situation was outside and if they found anything. The boys remembered how the medics carried away the injured, saying that from what they heard, there were probably a lot of casualties among the rectors as well, but fortunately, the other test sites weren't damaged that badly. And then he imagined the battle between the heroes and the villains, adding that that's why they were able to suppress the villains' forces without much trouble. He imagined the image of the bishop, saying that what helped them was that most of them were ordinary bandits, and the bishop showed up at the most crucial moment. The girl put her hands behind her head, leaned back, and thought that the bishop was one of the elders, and that the old man had told her about him. The blonde lowered her head and said that she was a little scared because they almost died there. She remembered the fight with Condor, saying that they barely managed to get out alive, purely due to luck, and that it was a miracle that they were able to defeat him at all. She then imagined the image of Jinti and added that even if they were able to repel the villains, they were unable to capture any of the key targets like Jinti. But what really scared her was the clan's attitude towards all of this. Looking down at her plate, she said that they didn't care who died from the candidates or even the principals, and it was like the gears would continue to turn even if they ceased to exist. Suki placed a hand on her shoulder. The blonde smiled awkwardly, apologized, and said that she didn't mean to ruin the mood. The girl looked at her and said that she didn't need to apologize, since they were all thinking about it, they just didn't say it. The man with glasses looked at them, agreed with this, and said that they all knew how dangerous the hero trials were. Yuboa nodded silently as he said that it was more dangerous than any of them expected, but that didn't change the fact that they each had their own reasons for taking this test. The blonde looked at her glove. The guy added that he was sure that these tests would make them stronger than ever. Laika laid her head on the table, lifted her mug and said that it was well said, but in any case, they could celebrate the fact that they were still alive. She took a sip from her glass and said that they had plenty of drinks and food. Suddenly, she noticed the empty plates on the table. Ava placed her hands on the table and stood up from her seat. She turned around and quickly ran away. A dark sky hung over the city. A couple of people were standing at a table in a large office. A guy in uniform approached them and said that continuing the test in this situation would be idiotic. Rebecca smiled widely and asked if this was a mutiny, since apparently someone had to put the subordinates in their place. Full Moon, standing by the window, commanded him to stop, saying that she had not made that decision yet. The man, standing a few meters away, tried to figure out who it was. Raxfer waved his hand and said that it was him. She jumped up from her seat and, calling him by name, said that she was right. She took hold of the wand on her belt and said that he was a puppet of the leaders of the hero clan. The girl looked at him with a maniacal smile and asked if the things in the forest were his work. The guy pulled the blade away from his face and said that hostages had been taken, but she was right that the higher-ups had ordered the tests to continue. He imagined the glowing images next to him and said that the men thought that they could use this opportunity to forge high-class heroes. He then imagined a man welding metal and added that humanity continues to develop society and technology, but he does not understand why Jeff users continue to live in the past. The dark monster rushed after Chain at high speed. The guy said that everyone believed that the only motivation for development can be battle experience. The woman turned to him and asked if this was why they refused to interfere and her subordinates died for it. The guy put his hand in his pocket, took a step forward and said that this was no longer the only reason, because now they knew that they needed the torch. The people present looked at him in surprise. The man in uniform said that Jinty had mentioned him, but he didn't understand what exactly. The blonde smiled and said words about the glory of the spark that devours the light. Full Moon frowned angrily and shut him up. The guy smiled softly and said that it would be better to look for countermeasures rather than try to find out everything that they would soon find out anyway, because, after all, everyone in this room was her confidant. Suddenly, words flashed through his head about worshipping the light-devouring flame, the flame that is together, from which even the darkness has fled. He imagined a picture of people bowing and began a conversation about the torch of great evil. He imagined a picture of a flame drawn closer and said that it was a fragment that had great power, and some said that it even granted wishes. Then he imagined the burning people. He said that if used unwisely, it could consume its owner, but that would not stop people from flocking to it like moths to a flame. But then he imagined the people running forward. The young man said that this was the item that allowed the villains to do something. Imagining the army of villains, he added that they could now maintain the balance of power during the war. The burning armor lay on the ground. The blonde said that the theory was that it was destroyed in the last moments of the war. He passed by the woman and added that it was still just a theory. The blonde touched the window and said that there was no moonlight tonight. He smiled widely and added that it was the perfect night for rats to hide. The faint light was scattered along the stairwell. The boys slept in the same room in different places. Laika and Yuba fell asleep on the table. The heroine approached the door and thought that she could not believe that there was nothing for her except these uncomfortable clothes, after which she sarcastically noted that Laika had excellent taste in clothes. The girl tightened the laces on her boots. She fixed her hair and decided that it was time to go. The girl went outside, saying that she had been watching for some time, after which she asked if it was time to go out. She looked at the yellow piece of fabric behind the column and said that she was talking to it. Chain of Malice nipped his teeth. He smiled awkwardly, waved his hand and looked at her. The heroine, with a calm expression on her face, thought that she did not expect him to come. The guys approached each other. The girl asked if he was lost, because she was sure that many were looking for him. The young man shrugged his shoulders in fear and asked if Ingen was nearby. Ava put her hand in front of her and said that he was there. The guy turned around in a panic. He turned back to his interlocutor and frowned angrily. He put his hands in his pockets and said that he shouldn't even talk to someone of such a low rank as her. The heroine crossed her arms and said that he should get straight to the point because she was busy. The guy raised his eyebrows in irritation and asked if she was thinking of infiltrating the 16th district. The girl leaned against a pole. They stood opposite each other. The guy replied that he hadn't even said anything yet. The girl said that she had figured it out herself. She remembered the man riding in the car with explosives and thought that during the attack on the 17th district, the guy set up the nameless ones by not giving them enough explosives, and that's why Ingen was looking for him. Then she imagined the image of a smiling guy and added that he most likely wouldn't kill him, but he would demand retribution, so the young man was trying to avoid him. She looked at the small knife and said that instead of waiting for it to appear one day, then she pictured him sitting in the chair and coming up with an idea and said that he had come up with a brilliant plan. Then she pictured him smiling and explaining that they could show him everything from the outside and calm him down little by little. The girl looked at him and asked, "Failed?" The guy raised his eyebrows at her in confusion. He looked away tensely. The girl pointed a magnifying glass at him and asked if she was right. He held up his index finger and said sheepishly that she was half right, but that was not the only reason. The young man pictured the guy with a shark on his back and said that people might call him a villain, but he was first and foremost. The guy sat down on the curb and said that he was a businessman. The girl said that there was no use in him trying to act tough. He clutched an object in his hand and added that he was the director and that he had decided to invest in the hero killer. He imagined sinister images of men and added that since she had connections with the ghost of the City of Dust and the Smiling Man. He threw the object at her and said that he also wanted to throw his hat in the ring. The girl caught it. She opened the diagram and thought that this was a map of the 16th district. Construction equipment was working near the ruins. The young man said that the girl might not think that it would be as easy as with the smoker. He imagined full moon sitting at the table and added that the girl was alone in this city and the woman is far from simple. He turned his back to her, waved his hand and said that she could consider it a bribe, after which he asked her to be careful and said that they would be in touch. The girl looked after him. The guy added that he did not plan to break down in this place. Something sparkled in the air in front of him. A small gold coin was circling in the air. Number 9 caught her and asked if the gentleman was finished. The boy asked where he had been. The boy sighed and said that the girl must have gotten even stronger and that he thought he could handle her sooner. Shane looked at him with annoyance and said that he could only dream of that, because there was a reason why the big shots were starting to pay attention to her. He imagined a thorn sticking out of a pouch and said that sharp needles like her usually stick out. He imagined the girl against a scarlet background and added that at this rate, she would surpass each of them. He then remembered passing by a smiling man who was talking about what would one day become of the hero killer. His words about her becoming the sword that would pierce the steel witch flashed through his mind. The boy quickly shook his head and decided that it couldn't be. The boys walked forward down the street. Number 9 asked what they should do now. The boy replied that they could take tonkatsu. Someone was watching them from a tree. A crossbow aimed at the boys was visible from the thick foliage. Sharpshooter adjusted her collar with displeasure. The girl raised the crossbow up and snorted in irritation. Night fell over the city. The heroine grabbed a stone ledge. She easily jumped over a high fence. Having landed, the girl looked back and thought that she had already dealt with the wall. The girl hid around the corner, thinking that now she needed to get into the main building. Suddenly, she noticed something. There was an empty large box next to her. The girl threw it over herself and crawled towards the entrance. Sitting inside, she thought that she had already memorized the entire map. The heroine imagined Chain and thought that she was lucky to have stumbled upon him. Otherwise, she would have had to come up with a more complex plan. The guard gave out a puff of cigarette smoke. The girl thought that she was not used to seeing soldiers with such indifference, but she could not underestimate them. Suddenly she noticed something, thinking that, besides, the building looked old from the outside, but inside it was completely different because it had a fairly reliable security system. She paid attention to the camera and decided that it was too dangerous for her to approach the main entrance. She imagined a smiling psycho and thought that he took care of the closed data in the City of Dust. Smilingly teased the girl sitting next to her. The heroine thought that now she could not count on such help. She took a bag from the floor and decided that she needed to close these cameras so that she would not be noticed. The guard behind the screen frowned and was surprised at what was happening. On one of the cameras, the view was blocked by a plastic bag. The man cursed and said that this happened when he joined the service. The girl behind his back turned to him and said that she was going crazy. Ava climbed the wall of the building. She held onto the stone mortars with her fingertips. The girl made a small jerk and grabbed onto a metal pond. The pipe began to bend under her weight. The girl thought that she was sorry that she lost that sword, but she still appreciated her friend's help. She jumped inside. The pieces of the pipe rang as they hit the floor. The girl picked up a flashlight. Shining it on the floor, she thought that from now on a fight with time began, and that she could not use the same tactics as before. Passing next to the wall, she thought that she should get to the terminal and then leave as soon as possible. She glanced at the door and decided that she needed to go there. The girl approached the metal door and decided that everything she needed was behind that door. She imagined herself touching the transparent glass, behind which stood an unknown person, and decided that everything would become clear to her. The girl took out the key card. The door slowly opened. Raxfer looked at her from inside. The girl recoiled in surprise. The guy came out into the corridor. The girl wondered what she should do and whether she should attack him. She imagined the unconscious blonde and thought that now was the best time for a surprise attack. Then she imagined him blocking her blow and thought that the problem was that she didn't know how strong he was, and if she couldn't defeat him quickly, things would only get worse. The young man opened his mouth. The heroine decided that she shouldn't engage in battle with him because she could resort to another. She twirled the keycard in her hands and ordered him to go away, thinking that she needed to show determination. The guy looked at her in surprise. He noticed the card in her hand. He stepped aside and said that it was his mistake and that he had not been in this place for long, so he did not know who the heroes were and who were not. He looked at her and said that he would recognize her if she wore a suit, after which he asked who she was. The heroine quickly turned to him, interrupted and asked who he was, because he did not look like a hero from this area. The blonde scratched his head and said that he could not put a word, and he introduced himself by name. Perhaps he shook his hand and thought about his last name. She lowered her head and blushed embarrassedly. The guy noticed this with confusion. She quickly turned around and staggered. She remembered her state on the bed and thought that it was starting again. The girl imagined herself lying on the bed and wondered what was wrong with her. The young man extended his hand to her, but she slapped it away. The heroine turned to the door and said that she was fine, so they could go their separate ways. The blonde man waved at her with a smile and said goodbye. She held the card to the terminal, but access was denied. The blonde man suddenly froze in place. She tried tensely again, but access was denied again. The man's hand twitched. The terminal announced access denial again. He stopped a few meters away from her. He turned around and looked at the closing door. The girl pulled off her mask and said that she almost got into trouble. She stood softly on her toes. Walking along the dark corridor, the girl thought that a very strange heat was engulfing her and that she had done the right thing by deciding not to fight him. Approaching the terminal, she thought that she needed to find out the reason for all this as soon as she got out. The terminal asked for a password. The girl placed her hands on the keyboard. The system greeted her and asked what she needed. Ava took hold of the brim of her cap. The screen began searching for her request. The girl looked at the screen. The system reported that nothing was found for her request. The girl remembered her conversation with Psycho, who said that each hero has their own level of access, but he worked on his map, so he will be able to find almost everything. The girl silently listened to his word that top secret data will probably not be available to her on this terminal, so she should not tempt fate, otherwise she seems like a target. A blurry search inscription appeared on the screen. The girl carefully looked at the image. Several windows opened in front of her. The terminal system announced that these were the results for the request. One of the images showed a girl with gray hair. The heroine touched the screen and said that she found what she was looking for. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky above a green meadow. Ava was sitting on the grass with a flower in her hands. She opened her mouth wide, looking at the blue butterfly. Suddenly someone called out to her. The ash-haired woman sat down next to her. The girl called her Yon. The woman smiled softly and reminded her of her request to call her Kasha when she was wearing this outfit. The girl took her hand and asked if it hurt. The butterfly fluttered into the air. The woman replied that it was her job. The insect flapped its wings. The girl asked why Yon continued to do this. The woman replied that she did it to protect her. Suddenly, the butterfly was blown into several pieces. The woman also added that she wanted to create another world. Ava remembered sitting on the dying woman's lap. Her words about how fragile children could live peacefully in this world flashed through her mind. The woman looked at the girl's face and asked her to promise something. Ava rested her hands on the keyboard and lowered her head. The terminal wrote that the object was dead. The girl thought that she should not give in to emotions, because now is not the time to indulge in memories. She looked up and decided that most of these photos were taken by someone who was following her, and judging by her clothes, it looked like they had been following her for quite a while. Nadao looked at the description window and thought that compared to the other heroes, there was also a clear lack of information. She then looked at Yon's empty description and added that there was nothing about the organization, not to mention a biography, and she got the impression that someone was deliberately trying to erase her existence. The girl suddenly noticed something. She paid attention to the writing in the corner. The girl began to click on the keyboard, thinking about what kind of operation called Sunset this was. The heroine raised her head. The system warned her that the following information required classified access, and unauthorized access could lead to unexpected errors, and then asked if she still wanted to continue. The girl put her hand in front of her and asked the system if she really thought she would turn around and leave. A muffled sound came from the door. The phone on the table vibrated loudly. Full Moon answered the call and asked what was wrong. People in the security office were bustling about. A man in glasses said that it was urgent because they had discovered unauthorized access to the camera and that someone was trying to access secret files. The woman looked away and said that the guy from the Black Castle had gone there and that arrogance should also have a limit. The man put his hands on the keyboard and said that it was not Raxfer. An image of Psycho appeared on the screen. The man said that it was a hero from the City of Dust. Rebecca jumped up in surprise, hearing her brother's name. A red alert sounded over the warning system. The light in the windows turned scarlet. An announcement was made to all employees to search the premises and find the intruder. The woman went out onto the balcony and said that there was a high probability that this was related to the attack on District 17. She frowned angrily and ordered not to leave anything there. Armed security guards approached the door. The girl held a mask and a cap in her hand, reading the words about Operation Sunset. She grabbed her head and cursed at the clan of heroes. She grabbed her hair, frowned slightly, and said that they did not deserve any mercy. Suddenly, a sound was heard behind her. The girl quickly turned around. The guards pointed their guns at the door. The man said that they would enter at the count of 3. The status on the terminal changed to open. The man began the countdown. The girl clenched her fist. A lightning aura formed around her body. At the end of the countdown, she broke through the wall and jumped out. The man turned around and threw a dagger at her. The heroine bent down, dodged, and thought that she could not use other gifts. She remembered standing in the kitchen and decided that she would have to take off her disguise. She was too exhausted after the fight with Condor, but she hadn't come this far to reveal her identity to this guy. Ava put her hand on the floor and kicked the man. Straightening up quickly, she dodged the beam and thought that she should keep them in the dark for a while longer. The girl quickly closed the distance and attacked the guard. The remaining employee looked into the haze in surprise. Suddenly, Ava grabbed her hand. The girl took her hostage and thought that perhaps she should save her strength. The guards pointed their guns at her. The girl ordered them to get out of the way. Approaching the window, the girl bent the guard forward. The heroine climbed on top of her and looked back at the others. She jumped down from the window. Ava grabbed the protruding pipe. The metal came off under her weight and she fell down. The girl kicked off the wall. She landed near the lawn, holding onto her cap. The girl quickly ran towards the fence. Golden Arrow aimed his bow at the girl. His ally said that this was interesting, and that she really did sneak into their base alone, so she had guts. The tall man in the helmet crossed his arms and asked if he was telling the truth. The archer frowned angrily and asked him to shut up, because he was trying to concentrate. The next second, the arrow whistled towards the target. The girl quickly stopped and grabbed the arrow with her hand. The prosecutor looked at what had happened with admiration and said that it was amazing. The archer jumped down and said that he would go after her. She noticed this in surprise. She looked at the guys who had landed and thought that they were a warrior and an archer. Raising her hands, she prepared for battle and decided that she should pursue the enemy at a long distance. The archer lunged forward. Ava was surprised that he was closing the distance. The man in the helmet raised his hands to his mouth and said that his gift becomes stronger the closer he is to the enemy. The archer frowned angrily and cursed his ally. He dodged the girl's attack and aimed an arrow at her. The power of his shot tore the cloak into small pieces. The heroine looked back in surprise and said that it was close. She lunged forward, took his arrows, and told him to try attacking her again. The man looked back and decided that she had stolen the fletching and that she was very fast. Ava ran straight at the second enemy. The man asked if it was his turn. Sharpshooter fired a bolt from her crossbow. A powerful shot hit the ground in front of the man. The archer turned around in surprise at the roof. The girl looked at him from above. The archer asked her what it meant. The sniper gritted her teeth and said that he did not know the whole situation. She touched the collar and said that she had no right to choose because of the necklace of bombs. The girl raised her hands and screamed for him to just kill her. She aimed and fired again, saying that otherwise she would die. The heroine turned around and thought that, as she assumed, the sniper was covering her, but she did not expect Sharpshooter to appear at that moment. She looked out from behind the tree and began to think about what was happening. Suddenly, she saw a climbing vine and thought that it could be Rachel. Liana cut the tree. The girl jumped back and decided that it was definitely not her. The heroine saw the blonde approaching. The guy said that they met again. Raxford took off his glove and called her Miss Aggression. A flare shot up high into the sky. Vector I said it was a sniper signal, and that she was very demanding of herself and quite smart. He put his hands in his pockets and added that she should have known they were coming. Rachel pointed at him with a smile and said that whatever it was part of Ava's charm and she would have come to her aid even if Ingen hadn't asked for it. The girl folded her hand and asked what the hesitation was her comrade talking about. The man raised his hand, gathered energy, and said that he needed to clarify the coordinates before opening the portal and that it was a rather delicate process. The girl sat down on the floor, hugged her knees, and said that she thought an area of effect attack would help. Vector looked at her and asked if she really wanted to do that, since they would both be exhausted for days after that. The girl created small vines and said that Ingen ordered them to give it their all, after which she asked her ally to show her what he had. The man held his hand out in front of him and asked her not to leave him after that. Dark skies hung over the city. Rebecca wondered why she was stuck on guard duty on this particular day. She leaned against the wall and decided that she was unlucky. Suddenly, she noticed a cluster of energy appearing in the air. She turned to her ally and called out to her. The woman said that she saw it. Full Moon scowled angrily and said that it was a gift that controlled space. Vector folded his hands in front of him, manipulating energy. Rachel leaned down with a wide grin and created vines. The guys used a special combination attack. Giant vines appeared from portals in the sky. The plants went down at high speed. The guys called this attack a cosmic horror. Rebecca and Full Moon watched what was happening. The girl asked if it really wasn't Raxfur. The vines roared lower and lower. The woman said that it was not that. The girl opened her holster and said that they were approaching. The vines were gnawing at the building and the ground. They were descending under the concrete rubble without stopping. The archer was running away quickly. He turned around angrily and asked his ally if he was okay. The man in the helmet raised his hand and said that he was fine. The next second, the vine hit him with incredible force. The man grabbed the trunk of the plant with his fingers. He rose on his leg and tore the vine into 2 parts, shouting words that he was okay. The sniper watched what was happening. The man laughed loudly. She threw the crossbow over her shoulder and thought that it was time for her to leave. Suddenly she turned around, hearing her call. The man in the helmet looked at her and asked if she would return. He kept his head up, he said, so that she would not be late because she would miss everything. The sniper thought it was an armored warrior with a calm expression. She imagined Prosecutor with a sword and shield and thought he looked like a clown. But he was the strongest of the current heroes, so I don't understand what he was doing in a backwater area. The girl snorted in annoyance and added that it was none of her business, then asked why he thought they were friends. A light haze descended to the grass. Ava and Raxford stood opposite each other. The girl looked up and thought that this was probably the work of Rachel and Vector, and that she never thought they could combine their abilities like that. She touched the wall, maintaining her balance, and then decided that she was sure that this would not last long and that now she had a chance to escape. She glanced at the edge of the wall and decided that she just needed to get over it. The blonde smiled and asked if she had forgotten about him. He raised his hand and said that she must have brought friends. The man opened his palm, vines appeared from his sleeve. He wrapped Rachel's plants with his vines and said, smiling slyly, he said that she can't leave while he's there. The guy swung his hand and made a sweeping blow with his whip. The girl thought that this was like a dilemma. She jerked to the side and decided that she couldn't retreat or she would run into the previous dynamic duo. Leaping into the air, she missed the vine under her feet and thought that if she fought him, she would have to give up the hero's trials, and that would ruin Ingen's plans. They exchanged glances. The girl suddenly realized something. Something exploded between them with incredible force. In the haze, a strongman was visible. John came out of the cloud of dust. The girl shouted his name in surprise. The guy headed towards his opponent, swinging his fist. The blonde stepped back. The boy punched the ground with his hand. He swung his other hand, aiming at the blonde. Raxford deflected his attack to the side. The boy counterattacked John, hitting his jaw with his palm. Then he hit him in the stomach. Turning around, the blonde attacked the boy in the ribs. He opened his palm and pierced the boy's body with his vines. Silver blood dripped onto the grass. The boy turned into a small doll and fell to the ground. The girl looked at him and asked why he came, because he was weak. The blonde released his vines at them. The girl said that the main question was different. She dodged, grabbing her ally, and asked where he came from. The boy pointed his finger at the sky. The girl looked up, noticing something. She threw the boy over her shoulders and decided that this was her best chance. Ava rushed at her opponent. The blonde asked if she had finally started to take him seriously. The girl looked him in the eyes and answered in the affirmative. She pushed off the ground with her toe. The girl jumped over the blonde's head, heading for the thick trunk, and said that she didn't believe it. She grabbed a vine and spun in the air, thinking that these were her allies' gifts. Raxford watched what was happening in surprise. He quickly ran after them. John turned to face the enemy. The girl decided that she didn't need to run anywhere. The blonde raised his eyebrows in surprise. The boy spurted his blood, hearing the request to do something. The girl decided that she didn't need to jump over any walls either. Raxford directed his vines towards her. The girl decided that she had friends. Rachel jumped out of the portal. Ava thought that her comrades were right on the other side. The blonde cut off half of the vine with one blow and pushed the enemy back. The guy looked at them in confusion, falling down. Rachel looked at him with a wide smile. She turned and extended her hand to her ally, suggesting that they leave. The girls took each other's hands. Together they headed into the portal. Vector waved at them. A hand appeared from the portal behind him. An unfamiliar voice asked if everyone was in this place. The man replied that it seemed so, thinking that it was a sniper. The barrel of a gun touched the back of his head. Rebecca said that he could say goodbye to everyone. She smiled with a crazy expression on her face and said that it was time for a farewell party. A palm fell on Vector's shoulder. The girl kicked him under the knee, pushing him. With a wild smile, she pointed the gun at the guy in the gas mask and told them not to move if they did not want something to happen to their precious friend. The heroes were standing on the roof in front of them. Rachel leaned on her knees with her hands. She and John were breathing heavily. The heroine thought that these two were in no condition to fight. Ava stood with her hand on her hip. It seemed like she was the only one left. The redhead narrowed her eyes, thinking that she just needed to hold them off until reinforcements arrived. She held the revolver in her hand, thinking that it wouldn't hurt to thin their numbers a little, and heard her name being called Rebecca Bernstein. She leaned on Vector's shoulder, whom she had shot in the leg. Pointing the gun at the heroes, the redhead asked who she was, that she knew her name. The girl in the cap and mask answered that someone very close to Psycho. He even offered to become his assistant. The redhead continued to hold her at gunpoint. Shaking, Vector held his wounded leg, saying that the bullet had pierced the quadriceps. It didn't look serious, but it had hit an artery. He was in great danger. If he wasn't a gift user, he would die in 5 minutes. To stop the bleeding, he needs bandages, otherwise his body will go into shock and eventually die. Rachel covered her face with her hand and whispered for him to look. They were talking about something important now and heard a hysterical request to save him. Ava held a black card in her hand and said that he was alive, she would lend it. Rebecca twirled a revolver in her other hand, asking why she should believe it, and heard that she didn't care whether she believed it or not. The guy in the protective mask exclaimed in displeasure when he heard that they could just abandon Vector. Rachel smiled and whispered that they would avenge him. A disgruntled curse was heard. Rebecca smiled. Putting her hand with a revolver to her face, she asked what happened in Dust City that day. A street lamp was burning near the gray building. The prosecutor came screaming down from above. The sudden landing raised a huge layer of dust. The guy in the knight's helmet greeted the girl and asked where they were. Rebecca winked, stuck out her tongue and apologized for missing them. The moon was shining in the cloudy sky. Words were heard that they somehow managed to get out of the area safe and sound. Vector was lying on the floor in the room with the others. Ava said that thank God they made it to high noon. The girl looked out from behind the partition and asked Vector how he thought he could use his gift, and was told no, it wouldn't work. The guy in the mask turned his head and cried out plaintively, "Have you ever shot her?" When he heard that it was just one gunshot wound, stop whining. The girl turned, running, and said that she was dodging them. Red eyes looked down. The guy's wounded leg was bandaged with a splint. The girl imagined various guns and pistols, thinking that the weapons of heroes are made to order. This is especially true for firearms. They may look normal on the outside, but there is something more hidden inside. She imagined a guy with a sword and a girl with a crossbow defeating straw dolls, and thought that they deal significant damage to gift users. But things get worse when ESD gets involved. She imagined a rifle glowing blue and an arrow glowing red, and thought that it was not that bad. After all, there are those who put the power of gifts into ammunition. Sitting down next to the injured guy, Ava asked how he was doing. He replied that he seemed to have a broken bone. He would not be able to walk for a while. He sat down, leaning on his hands, and said that in general something was wrong. The girl asked what. A group of people with machine guns were walking down the street, and he said that he meant the clan of heroes. There is no feeling that they know where they are. The guy in the uniform turned around until a response was heard from the window of the building that she did not think they had what they were looking for. Rachel's pigtails flew up in fear. She screamed, stopping Ava. The girl crouched by the window. A cut was visible on her thigh. The blonde said about her wound and asked to borrow her knife for a second. Coming up, the dark-haired girl handed it to her. Rachel brought the blade to the wound, saying that she knew that something was wrong here. In the girl's palm lay a small object. Looking at it, she said that she thought this was the problem. A question was heard, is this a seed? Ava remembered how she walked along the vines and said that at that time. Holding the seed in her fingers, the girl continued that for sure, that person. Clenching her fist, she continued that he said, his name is Raxford Sinclair. Looking at Rachel, the girl called out to her. The girl with the ponytails covered her face with her hands, saying that was why she felt so uncomfortable. Rachel removed her hands and said that she hadn't met him in person, but she had heard that he was Reagan Sinclair's second son. They could talk about all this another time, but for now they needed to get rid of this seed and get out of here. There was a bloody seed on the ground. The blonde guy with a long ponytail chuckled, looking at it. Raxford looked down, saying that it seemed like everything was not going according to plan. Power lines towered over the buildings. There were boxes and barrels in the room. Ava was carrying Vector in her arms, who said that he was safe. The girl threw him on the floor and called in Jen to come out. The guy with the scar looked out from around the corner and said that they hadn't seen the hero killer for a long time. There were several small buildings behind the white fence. The guy said that they didn't have to worry here. The perimeter was securely guarded. Ava removed the disguise from her hair, saying that it was excellent. Vector sat in the corner with a bandaged leg. Rachel was sleeping on the boxes, hugging a toy John. A question was heard if there was any good news. Sitting down on the stairs, the gray-haired girl answered that yes, she did not know who killed her sister, but she knew how she died. Sitting on the step, Ava told about Operation Dusk. She remembered sitting in the office with monitors. The system reported that entry 1, indent given, led to the loss of the ability to self-purify as a side effect of the clan's strengthening. This led to the heroes having to flee. On the black canvas was a cross with rays. The company's executives removed, which led to the need to create removed, but powerful villains hid removed or died. There were silhouettes of people standing at the ends of the beams. The system reported that the remote had ordered the return of the remote to those who were considered insolent or difficult to control in the clan. They were collected without much difficulty. InGen covered his mouth with his hand, saying that in other words, they were betrayed. Ava imagined Kasia standing next to the dead man and said that her sister was used as a hunting dog before being killed. Clenching her fist, the gray-haired girl asked if they knew how much she wanted to return to her main task all this time. She imagined herself holding a gun, saying that if she had her way, she would kill each of them, but she did not want to disrupt Injen's plans. Making gestures with her fingers, she said that she hoped he was willing to compensate her for her restraint with money or something shiny. The boy with the scar looked at her and said that she was adamant. He turned and said that they needed to take care of one more thing first. The girl asked again. Leaning over, she was surprised to hear a question if she had been feeling strange lately. She remembered how everything had blurred before her eyes, how she had blushed, covered by her mask. Looking at the boy, she asked how he was, but Injen interrupted, saying that from what he could see, she knew nothing about gifts. He imagined a shining blade near bright sparks and said that at this rate, she would really become the sword he needed, or would she just disintegrate like all the other blades? Without turning around, the hero said that the time had come. Potential, that was no longer it. If she needed to be tempered 1,000 times, then he would gladly do it, even if in the end she broke. Turning around, Injen called for her to follow him. He would make her grow. The wind rustled near the buildings with blue roofs. Injen, holding out his palm, walked in front of Ava. Stepping forward, he asked the gray-haired girl what she thought gifts were. Looking at him, the girl thoughtfully answered that these were some kind of superhuman powers. Turning around, the guy with the scar said that most people thought so. He imagined a cave painting, explaining that gifts had existed for a long time, but they knew almost nothing about them. The girl listened carefully. What the guy thought, it was because there were too many people like her. He imagined hands with a glowing ball, saying that gifts were very diverse, not only in types, but also in how they could be used. Injen imagined a girl and a guy with burning hands and said that even gifts that were similar to each other could differ in the way they were activated. The hero waved his hand, who was surrounded by a blue haze, and said that he found something in common between them. He means emotions. He imagined the girl hugging her injured sister and said that strong rage. The man covered his mouth with his hand. He imagined a dark figure with long black hair, saying that fear or trauma. A guy in a protective suit and mask sat on the floor, guilt. The blonde held a huge shining sword. The hero said that longing for the past, these psychological factors expand and improve gifts. Putting his hands in the pockets of his coat, Injen explained that, in other words, even mental stimulation. Looking at the girl, he continued that he should make her stronger. Red eyes stared straight ahead. Ava thought that he was really strong. She imagined a skull with long hair hovering above the girl and thought that she was stronger than Condor. She begins to better understand the gigantic gap in their strength. A blue glow surrounded the girl's figure. Many palms of blurred figures reached out to her. Ava spread her arms and chased them away with the glow. Clenching her fist, the gray-haired girl asked, "So that means he wants to fight her, is she right?" She thought that, however, she was also capable of something. Ava lay tired on the ground, saying that, or so she thought. Turning on her back, she wiped her nose. A line of blood remained on her palm. Ava sat up with a jerk, the guy standing opposite her, covered by a blue border. The girl clenched her fist, standing opposite a blue barrier. A dark blue figure grabbed her attacking hand. Many black palms grabbed her legs. A huge black fist of substance hit her hard in the chin. Injen looked at the heroine lying on the ground and asked to let her give her a hint. What is the most important thing when using a gift? Ava sat on the ground and asked, "Food." Dry leaves rustled in the grass. Looking at her, the guy answered that focus and imagination. The man with the scar continued that the sword was in his hands. He raised the sword, surrounded by blue swirls. Pointing the blade forward, the hero continued that it appeared because he imagined it like that and focused. The weapon in his palm turned into a black flash. He explained that if he stops focusing, it weakens and dissipates. The same applies to those gifts that she took. Ava warmed up her wrists, clasping her fingers, and heard that in addition to combat sense, she lacked them. Swiftly, the gray-haired girl rushed forward, and Jen pointed ghostly skulls at her. Swinging, the girl jumped above the figures reaching for her. Red eyes sharply looked to the side. The figure of a guy appeared behind the cut ghost. Blue swirls surrounded the palm. Ava stretched out her hand and aimed blue lightning at him. A crowd of blue skeletons surrounded her. The gray-haired girl lay on the ground with a displeased look and heard her mentor give her an example. He imagined the sky above the city being covered with streams of power and said that even if he wanted to shroud the entire world in darkness, it would simply be impossible since it was beyond his limit. Ava rose, leaning on her knees, and heard that the same applied to her. Out of all the gifts she had, there was none that was her own. A loud sound was heard. Coarse dust settled on the street. The multi-story building shook. Vector, covered with a newspaper, felt a gust of energy. He jumped up, screaming in fear, and asked what it was. Rachel, leaning on her hands, looked out the window and said that they were fighting there, fighting quite hard. The ground was being destroyed by blue beams of power, and Jen said that she should have warmed up by now. Ava squatted down, clearing her throat, and heard the question, did he overestimate her? Covering her mouth with her fist, the gray-haired girl looked at him and heard that it was clear. On the ground was the shadow of a guy who said that he seemed to understand what was going on. He believed that she did not fully understand the situation she was in. Looking at him with glowing blue eyes, Jen asked why she thought that he would not kill her right here and now. He remembered bending over and looking down, saying the name Jinti Yang. He remembered strangling him and said that he was from her generation and much stronger than her. The hero imagined a green silhouette of a girl with a funnel above her head and said that she could easily catch up with him. She not only had the potential, but also all the opportunities to become stronger. The hero hidden in the shadow said that he had also seen many swords that broke, unable to fight temptation. Wonder what will happen to her. The squatting girl heard that this was her last chance. Looking at Jen seriously, Ava thought that he was not the type to bluff. He was serious this time. A splash rose from the falling drop. This water seemed to come from the silhouette of the girl who thought that there must be a way. She imagined the scenes of fighting with various opponents in the past. The girl's eyes widened in realization. Standing up, she sighed. The girl remembered the enemy's attacks and realized that indeed, in this battle, he could kill her at any time. She imagined the bonds entangling her and wondered if she should defeat Jen at all. If not, then she had already lost the battle. The bonds surrounded the girl like a cocoon. She wondered what would happen if she started the battle without the desire to win. Bright rays of light broke through from the cocoon. A glow in the form of butterfly wings tore the cocoon. The heroine thought that she should imagine and focus. Blue flashes appeared around the palm with the image of a skull. Ava thought that she should imagine a stronger version of herself using the gift that was most convenient for her. She imagined a dark-haired man, remembering that she used to think that in order to become a master, you need to repeat training. The girl mentally walked forward, leaving the man behind, and thought that she just needed to imagine how she surpassed the limits. The lightning around her hair turned red. She thought that she needed to imagine how she became stronger than everyone she could not defeat. A yellow beam cut through the dark flashes. The girl thought that she would become a beam of light. Jen looked at her with a smile. Red lightning surrounded Ava. She finished the thought that she would become the one who devours the darkness. Monsters with bright blue eyes made loud sounds. The girl brought her fingers to her eye and waved her hand, releasing lightning. The monster screamed. A bright red glow illuminated everything around. The girl knelt down, touched the ground with her hand and created a powerful emission. Jen, who was watching this, smiled. Ava approached him, and stopping, she extended her fist to him. Having lost consciousness, she began to fall, but the blonde managed to catch her. Holding her, he turned around and said that now they would have to find a new base. A large crater divided the buildings into two parts. The remains of energy were still in the air. Sunlight fell on the table through the window. The girl looked at the brown wooden ceiling, thinking that she had not seen it before. Ava was lying on a white bed. Rachel smiled, holding a basket of fruit, noticing that she had already woken up, and handed her the fruit. Ava took the basket in her hands and began to eat its contents. Rachel was happy watching this. The heroine looked into the empty basket. Her friend noted that this reminded her of their first meeting. Back then, Ava was lying in a hospital room. It was similar to how she met them, right? The white-haired girl looked away, chewing on a piece of fruit. If she thought back, she had already lost consciousness several times, and each time, it was a life or death situation. Ava looked at her laughing friend. She was only able to stay alive thanks to them. The heroine got up from her bed, saying that something had changed now. She looked at the door, adding that they were closer to their goals, and put her hand on the blonde's head. Together, Rachel smiled and remembered something. Raxfler was standing among the blue flowers. She remembered how strong he was. Ava quickly looked at her interlocutor. She folded her hands behind her head and stretched. The heroine believed that the guy was stronger than her at the moment. She knew it. Rachel looked at her with a smile. She tried very hard in training, but apparently she was still weak. Ava grabbed a candlestick and made a couple of swings, which amused her friend. She said that they would attack suddenly and kill him together. The hero killer and Jen entered their room. He looked at the heroine and asked if she had figured out how to surpass her limit. The girl quietly answered no, and a moment later, red lightning surrounded her body. Already surpassed it. Waving her hand, she turned to the guy. It was not so important. She had accumulated several questions. Why was she still feverish? And Jen bowed his head, answering that her thief gift was too strong and her body could not cope with it yet. But despite this, he thought that she could now. Ava looked at him confusedly and asked again. Grayman touched the blade with his hand. Even if she started training to master Grayman's gift now, she would only achieve half the strength of Jade's gift for maneuvers. She only used his gift for defense because that was all she instinctively knew. Condor swung her weapon. She also didn't know what kind of gift the heroine had received during the test, but it would only slow her down anyway, so she should give up. Ava stood in the water near the boat. Learn to let go. It will make her gifts even stronger. The white-haired girl looked ahead. Focus on the power that she already had. She replied that she didn't want to. She picked up the things from the boat and hugged them. He could only imagine what she had to go through to get them. The girl squeezed the swords even tighter and screamed that she would not give them up, they were hers. And Jen looked calmly and told her not to be greedy. She frowned. Isn't greed a strong emotion? There was a sound. Everyone looked at the phone on the table. On the screen was a notification about the second test. There were many people in the large hall. Ava opened the front door. This is where the candidates were called before the first test. Now she looked at the phone screen. They will also conduct their own investigation into that incident. In the meantime, she must focus on the next test. And Jen began to leave, saying that their goals had changed if what Jinty said was true. They would take the torch by force. Ava turned around. Laika, the red-skinned girl, was standing behind her, asking where she had been all this time. Ava folded her arms, saying that she had been robbing Sector 16. The girls stood sideways to each other. Ta asked if the heroine was in her right mind. She said it so seriously that one could believe it if she were a little more trusting. Laika remembered the heroine's gray hair. What was wrong with her hair? Because of her mood swings. By the way, only she and Yarg had not told them about their gifts. Ava pretended not to hear and yawned, asking where the others were. The people waved goodbye to each other. They all went their separate ways, only she came. The red-skinned girl smiled. The feeling was completely different from the first trial. This is normal after everything that happened. The other participants stood aside. Everyone who came today was either very confident in their abilities or very determined. Laika looked at her friend strangely, thinking that she was actually too determined here and she didn't know anyone like her. The floor creaked under her feet. Someone suggested that everyone had already arrived. The heroine looked closer. It was him. A naked man in a helmet stood in the stands. He said that he was pleased to see everyone. His name was Prosecutor and she would be the instructor for the second test. There were several people standing in front of him. First, he would like to express his respect for the courage that made them come here despite the small delay that occurred during the first test. Prosecutor leaned on the stands. He would speak briefly and to the point. He would gently divide them into two groups before the second test. Let them choose someone next to him and play rock, paper, scissors. Ava turned her head to her interlocutor, but she was no longer there. Rock, paper, scissors. Laika was at the other end of the room, waving, reminding them that they were sworn enemies here. See you later, as much as possible. As she left, she looked at her friend with disdain. She would definitely lose a couple of years of her life if she was near her during the test, no matter what it was. Someone's shadow loomed over the heroine. The tall man clasped his hands and smiled, inviting her to play a game. Rock, paper, scissors. The man showed paper, the girl rock. Ava punched him in the knuckles. The man bent over and fell to the floor in pain. The girl raised her hands in victory. Prosecutor spread his arms out to the sides. Winners to the right, losers to the left, and faster. Now he would tell about the details of the second test. In this test, he took out photographs and showed them to everyone. There would be a little special bounty hunt. In the photograph was a girl in a straitjacket. They will fight against these terrible, wanted criminals. The participants looked at each other in confusion. They will really fight real villains. Someone cursed loudly. The guy was indignant, shouting about the victims of the first test, and still calmly offers them to go through it again. He remembered the bodies lying in their own blood. Why did he think it was okay to kill candidates? They were not even sure that he could control them. Someone appeared behind him when the guy wanted to say that it would be better. The prosecutor was standing behind, which scared the participant. He looked again at the empty stands. When did he have time? He grabbed the guy by the arms and came very close to him. He threw him to the floor, saying that he could smell fear in his scent. The guy fell loudly to the floor. The man apologized for his lack of manners. The participant covered his face with his hand. He decided to clarify a couple of things to him, since it seemed that they still did not understand something. For starters, no one would force them to take the test. The prosecutor pointed to the exit with his finger. They had probably already been told this, but if they were afraid for their lives, it was better to just go out the door. The others looked at him in surprise. He put his hands forward, having asked everyone what was the most important thing for a real hero. The prosecutor imagined himself hiding behind a shield. It was the strength to sacrifice oneself. He covered himself with a shield from arrows. It was the ability to stand up against injustice, and how he took off his helmet and looked at the sunset, and even to protect others at the cost of his life. At least, that was what he believed in. The guy with the implants looked at him silently. Why did they all come here? Ava listened to the man in silence. It was okay if they didn't agree with what he said. In fact, even heroes have those who lack these qualities. The guy in the expensive suit folded his arms over his companions. Some become heroes for the pleasure and glory. The other man covered his face with his hand, and some, seeing this, radically changed their path. The prosecutor clenched his fist so hard that blood came out. But for now, he is an instructor. He raised his hand and placed it on his chest. None of these scumbags will pass. A fresh breeze blew over the rooftops. The instructor sat in the lotus position. It was quite an inspiring speech. The prosecutor turned around. Behind him stood a girl in a helmet with a spear on her back. Defender. The man stood up. Maybe he was too arrogant. Didn't she think so? He remembered the deaths of the past participants. After all, it was still their mistake that the villains attacked. Perhaps the candidates were right. Just words would not be enough. Defender put her hands on her cheeks and opened her eyes wide, telling him not to worry about it. After all, he is the one who is worthy of giving such lectures. They both laughed loudly. The man said that he really is great, that's why she says so. She added that she said it was true. Defender put her hand to her temple, saying that the preparation for the test was complete. The eyes of the group of people were shining. She ordered the villains to wreak havoc and threaten the lives of the test candidates. The prosecutor grabbed the stick in his hands. He wondered how long it would take for them to find out the specialty of this test. He couldn't wait. He swung it as hard as he could. There was a drumming sound and the iron shutters went up. Light began to enter the dark room. The guy's face was covered with a mask. He began to smile. Ava stood with her eyes closed when she heard the drumming sound. She put her hand on her neck, deciding that it had begun. The girl imagined defeating the enemy. The rules were simple. She just had to bring the villain, dead or alive. The masks got smaller as the number increased. There were 6 villains. The higher the number on their mask, the weaker they were. Leica ran away from number 1, Ava hit number 6. There was no point in trying harder if there was no reward for it. Dan held a blue crystal in his hand. Rough Mila was important to pass the first test. Because of the villain attack, she had to use more force than the others. The participant held a weapon in front of the villain's face. Although without brute force, it is almost impossible. It seems she knows what needs to be done. The prosecutor carefully watched the participants. This can't go too far, they just want to see their capabilities. One of them looked confused. This is right after those deaths due to the villain attack. This seems to affect the candidates. The rest stood over the corpse of the guy in the yellow jacket. Heroes who go on missions are in much more danger because no one can save them in case of danger. The participants began to leave the building, forcing them to consider everything that can happen during the test. Ava looked into her backpack. Well, even better for her. The girl thought, looking into her bag, about the fact that she had a goal, and that means she must achieve it during this test. Near the canal, the sounds of footsteps were heard. Someone was standing around the corner with a gun in his hand. Speaking of luck, the boy peeked out from around the corner. Judging by the number on the mask, it was the weakest. He could be the first to pass the test. The villain's mask had the number 6 on it. What then? The boy pounced on her. He threw a punch, but the villain blocked it with her iron tail. He landed on the floor and looked at the weapon shaking in his hand. Such strength. The prisoner folded her arms across her chest. She couldn't remember the last time she met someone outside the facility. She bowed her head and asked if he liked the color red. A moment later, she lunged, and she was almost in front of the contestant. He blocked the punch she threw. The iron tail bent. The villain knelt down and projectiles flew out of her grip. The contestant was deflecting the objects flying at him. He couldn't believe that he had collected so many treasures in the first trial and was going to retreat here. The instructor put his hands on his waist, saying that they could bring them back dead or alive, and he said the same to the villains. The boy's eyes widened. He had lost his concentration. The villain knocked the weapon out of his hands. It flew off and stuck into the floor. The contestant rushed after it, reaching out his hand, but someone grabbed it first. He fell to the floor and looked up. Ava looked at him questioningly, putting his weapon in her bag. The contestant tried to grab it, but the girl quickly ran away. The boy turned his head to the enemy, but she hit him with her tail against the wall. The contestant got stuck in it. The heroine was holding the bag in her hands, thinking about how much she loved shopping. Running around the corner, she crouched down. She grabbed the weapon she could take and pressed the button on its handle. The blade began to work like a chainsaw. The girl lowered her head and thought. She remembered the villain's fight. She was quite strong. Although she had not seen the full strength of the instructors from the first test, she was much stronger. Ava imagined the chains stretching from the prosecutor to the prisoners. Now she understood the feelings of the candidates. The instructor, although strong, was definitely not strong enough to restrain everyone. She rose to her feet. Perhaps she should admit that they did not intend to restrain them. The heroine remembered how she obtained information. Judging by what she learned about the clan of heroes, she would not be surprised if this turned out to be true. The prosecutor was clenching his fist until it bled. You can say anything. The dim light fell on her face. If they really were righteous saviors. Ava took the strap of her bag in her hand. Then what were they doing when her sister was dying? Leica stood alone, putting her hand to her head and telling herself to breathe. She took a deep breath. Maybe it would have been better to stay with her friend. Definitely not. She imagined her waiting for a drop of honey to fall into her mouth. She was impossible to understand, too unpredictable for an ally. A loud sound was heard, like a duct, and fell to the ground. Is there a battle? She peeked out from behind cover, seeing someone's blow. Another participant was waving her club. Hand by, the participant was fighting the villain. Laika saw her in the audience. She was the one with the weapon. The villain tried to dodge the blows. This was number 5. A bright thread appeared in the girl's hands. This meant that he was practically the weakest. She watched the battle with a smile. She should wait a minute and take the victory for herself. Time to understand what their experiment was. There was a dark bracelet on the prisoner's neck. This choker with a bomb. Hanbai looked at her opponent. The guy in a straitjacket stood calmly. She asked him if he was an immortal. Laika was surprised and opened her eyes wide, imagining several emblems. Defenders of the sectors, Legion of Underground Heroes. On the sienna was an image of a palm, several lions, and a wind rose. Considering these 3, the Clan of Heroes has many more sub-organizations. The most unique of them, without a doubt, are the Immortals. A red skull surrounded by a chain. Someone in a green cloak sat in front of corpses, villains who committed the most terrible crimes, and was locked in a cell dressed in a straitjacket, although they must spend the rest of their lives in prison. A girl with long hair was chained. A couple of lucky ones. Someone handed over a choker. Get a second chance. A prisoner with a bracelet on her neck was handcuffed. If they accept the offer in order to gain freedom, then in turn they must put on a choker with a bomb, or, as it is also called, a collar. The girl struck with her knee, and faithfully served the clan like faithful dogs. A group of prisoners stood near the wall. These are who the Immortals are. The prisoner tilted his head to look at Hanbai. She was quite perceptive, he said, and brave. Still wanted to fight even though she knew who he was. The girl lowered her club as she listened to him. They wouldn't kill them to prevent a small incident, even that could give her a chance to escape. The girl smiled. Should she escape? Raising her weapon and raising it behind her back, the girl replied that with her weapon, she could beat someone like him to death. The sounds of battle began to sound again. The girl was striking at the prisoner. She frowned and tried to kick him in the head, but he dodged. Then she suddenly kicked him in the chest. The blow sent him flying backwards. The girl asked, was he underestimating her? A green glow appeared around her. If so, something huge appeared in her hand. An ancient power. She believed that he would regret this. Hanbai directed this power at the enemy. A loud sound was heard. The girl placed the club on her shoulder. The guy was walking on the green grass. He apologized, saying that he hadn't seen people like her for a long time. A weapon appeared in his hand, so he was thinking about how to kill the girl. The prisoner rushed at Hanbai and tried to attack, but she blocked him with a club. Sparks came from the weapon. A moment later, he was already standing behind. Blood came out of the girl's hand. Hanbai felt something and looked at her enemy. What happened? What kind of unpleasant feeling did she experience? The girl looked at her wounded hand. The blonde put his weapon on her shoulder. He said that he must have taken away her sense of touch. His weapon resembled bones. As she could already understand, anyone who was wounded by this weapon loses one of the party senses. He lunged again and wounded her below the chest. But in truth, the choice was random. Hanbai began to swing the club. Her pupils blurred. Vision, now. Oh well. It seems she was not very lucky. The villain approached the girl and put his hand on her mask. If he took away her sense of smell, taste, or even hearing, she would be fine. Hanbai tried to attack him. She stood in complete darkness. What was it like to be alone in the dark? The blonde looked at his weapon. Didn't she feel like she was slowly dying? He imagined himself sitting on the coffin that Hanbai was pulling. If death was the only thing that awaited in the end, then he would not say that people lived. More like they just slowly died. But he has nothing against life. Another cut appeared on his leg. Despite what he said, the light that slowly faded. Another wound appeared on his cheek, as well as on his stomach. Hanbai leaned over, insanely beautiful and alluring, just like her. The villain brought the weapon to her neck, about to say something. He pointed his finger at the choker. Most of the immortal participants are not interested in reducing their sentence. But then why do they put on a collar? Blood spilled on the ground. It's so simple. They want to speed up the inevitable death of others. Hanbai lay motionless on the ground. A tear fell on the wooden floor. Laika covered her face with her hand and cursed. She sat with her knees drawn up and kept cursing. The shadow of the villain loomed over her, saying hello to her, the red-haired girl. The blonde guy with the number 5 on his mask looked at her and asked if she enjoyed the fight. The girl in tears looked at him and screamed. The main character looked back, hearing screams. She was walking with a backpack on the steps, thinking that she thought she heard Laika's voice. She remembered how she fought with this girl and noted her skills as a fighter, so she thought she would be fine. Then she touched her face in confusion. The blonde masked fighter tried to hit the girl, who jumped back. Laika lay on the ground, clutching her head. At this time, Ava climbed the stairs and realized that the more she thought about the test, the less she understood. The brunette climbed the stairs with a backpack and realized that the goal was to find and catch the villains who were walking around the test area, and everything was clear with that. She imagined how these masked villains were pulling the girls by the rope. She was very worried that the villains seemed stronger than the candidates, and this was almost the same as a fight between a child and an adult. She went out onto the roof of the house and did not know what traps could await her. A cloud of smoke and dust enveloped the building, and she was calmed by the fact that all the preparations had already been completed. Then she climbed the stairs to the cistern, because she realized that she was not prey, but a predator. She looked back at the city, shrouded in dust and fog. Then the brunette frowned and began to take out the weapon. She immediately swung the spear, realizing that she needed to catch the premium fish. The girl tried to understand at what point everything went downhill. At this time, the brunette was holding his head, sitting by the pole. Next to him stood a villain in sneakers. A small boy hung posters of heroes who fought villains and helped the weak. This boy looked at the posters with admiration. At this time, the blonde in the cloak defeated the villains because she was the hero that Ava looked up to. The villain hit the ground with a powerful stream, although this hero was not the strongest in the world. That same hero girl saved a man from a pile of stones. The brown-haired girl in a supersuit looked at the boy with a smile, because she looked like a hero more than anyone else. The girl started pouring water on herself and asked the guy what kind of hero he wanted to become. The boy opened his mouth with a smile and said that he wanted to be a hero like her. There was a poster of her on the wall where she was insulted and underestimated. The brunette immediately put down the empty bottle in bewilderment. The blonde in a cloak stood on a black mountain of silhouettes, and Ava realized that she had no desire to become popular. The boy happily hung on the arm of the brown-haired hero, and the heroine realized that as long as she could save at least one life, it was worth it, and she was sure that one day he would become a hero. The exhausted brunette looked through his bangs, raising his hand. He saw a huge villain in a mask in front of him, warming up his fists, and the boy realized that he had collided with a huge wall. Suddenly, veins began to cut on his arm, and the villain noticed that the boy had spent a lot of time training. Six-pack abs were visible from under his t-shirt, and the villain said that he could never become strong. A guy was sitting by a pole across from a big bad guy who claimed he didn't even have a gift. The masked bad guy tilted his head forward and asked the guy how he passed the first test. The bad guy watched as the guy raised his shoulders. The brunette raised his fist enthusiastically and said that with his bright intentions he could handle it. The bad guy then immediately punched the guy, who flew back. The brunette was lying on the ground unconscious. The bad guy pointed out that everything he had worked so hard for was falling apart with just one blow, and he could barely protect himself, let alone others. The guy reached for the bad guy's sneakers, who ironically remarked that it was funny to see weaklings like him dreaming of something they would never surpass. The lying brunette was holding the bad guy's leg. He raised his head from under his brows and declared that he would definitely become a hero. The big villain swung his leg and said that without gifts, inferior people like this guy will never be useful to this world. Suddenly, this villain was shouted to stop. This big guy immediately flew away as the protector stood up. The girl looked back at the brunette and realized that he had lost consciousness, but was still alive. Number 1 villain tilted his head in confusion and did not understand how the protector was allowed to interfere when she was not even an instructor. The protector put out her shield with a spear and addressed the guy, stating that he did not care about his ideology and philosophy, and she was just delaying him. The protector pointed the spear with a glowing aura at the villain, and mentioned that the master told her that she can only help candidates a couple of times. Number 1's eyes bulged through his mask and told the girl to change her tone, because she should not talk like that to a veteran. The protector asked to look at it again and asked if he was ashamed to say such a thing. The protector with a shining look opened her mouth wide and said that the guy did not fight for a just cause. This villain immediately took a fighting stance with his fists. The girl hid behind her shield with a spear. The main character opened her mouth and noticed that she had found her premium target. She immediately released her spear. This spear flew straight at number 1's head. This powerful stream crashed into the guy's mask. This villain with a demonic and malicious look, when his mask broke, looked back and told the girl to wait a little. He immediately rushed away from the protector. The prosecutor in the helmet raised his index finger and told the protector to never relax with number 1. The protector convulsively grabbed her head and screamed that she could not leave this candidate to die, but she also could not allow the master's orders to be disobeyed. She grabbed the brunette's body. Then, with tears in her eyes, she ran forward, grabbed the body, and apologized to the master. This villain number 1 ran quickly. Through the mask, he looked at his ill-wisher. Ava looked down on him haughtily. This brunette with a mask landed on the roof of the building. He immediately rushed forward with a powerful stream. The brunette noticed how this big guy landed not far from her. She was about to clench her hand into a fist, and she knew that this was the perfect moment for such a prey and a great opportunity to test her newfound strength. A red stream of energy light was directed from the roof to the sky. The instructor sat on the ground and watched what was happening. The protector ran forward and looked to the side. The red-haired lizard villainess was also watching this. Hanbai was lying on the grass. The villain saw how the heroine was surrounded by a powerful energy light. He did not understand what was wrong with her hair and noted that it was more important to find out where this power came from. The strap of the backpack pulled the girl's chest. The protagonist, already with white hair, stared ahead and did not realize where this power came from, and felt that she would most likely not be able to control this power. Then she closed her eyes tightly. The villain with the broken mask grimaced. Ava stretched out her hands in the glowing stream and answered that this was her unrivaled power, and it was completely under her control. The villain in the mask stood in front of her, perplexed. The girl frowned at him through her bangs. Ava stretched out her hand and sparkled with red lightning discharges because she could control this power before. She had trained her energy strikes on Engen, and back then she could only maneuver because she had no Engen left. Now she was clenching her fist in anger. The brunette drooped slightly through his mask. Then he rushed forward to attack. Ava easily dodged the guy's blow. The villain grinned maliciously and swung his fist. He hit the girl in the stomach with a powerful blow. The main character looked at him angrily. The villain was about to slam the girl into the ground. Ava began to fall down along with the shards of the roof. A hole and cracks formed in the roof of the building. The instructor watched the energy flow from another building. He crossed his arms and realized that he was a poor and inexperienced newbie. The prosecutor remembered the image of the defender and knew that he should not worry about it, because if there was a problem, the girl would notify him. The gladiator immediately became scared, stretching out his arms when he saw the girl. The boy grabbed the protector by the cheek, and she did not like it. They stood opposite each other, and the instructor asked why she came. She began to say all this and remembered how the villain defeated Gajial and he lay unconscious. She then looked at what was happening with a shining and frightened look and grabbed the boy's body. She timidly lowered her head and said that she disobeyed the orders of the master. The prosecutor immediately began to praise her, that she acted appropriately for a hero, did everything right. They began to smile at each other enthusiastically, and he said that he sent her in the first place because he believed that she would do the right thing. They noticed that the energy flow from the building evaporated. The protector and the master stood on the roof and looked forward. The blonde asked if the candidate could be in danger. The gladiator suggested that he should go check, although he had given the villain warning instructions and did not think that he would act rashly. He explained that everything would be fine as long as he was not provoked. A pile of roof debris was falling through the hole onto the floor. The boy began to adjust his collar and mentioned her unmatched strength. Ava was now in ruins with sparks of aura, and the villain explained that he had seen many gift users who were unable to control them. He began to approach the girl and explained that each one was eventually absorbed by their own power. He placed his shoe on the girl's foot and noted that each player eventually died. He looked down on the girl as he stood on her and said that as an exception, he was willing to give up and give her his power if she agreed to help him get out of here. Number 1, with his mask destroyed, grinned sullenly, and began to say that he had a great dream to destroy the worthless and create a world where they, the gift users, could live wonderfully. Ava extended her index finger and was glad that she had finally come to her senses. She opened her mouth slightly and stated that he only needed to put everything into his first strike. Black energy and aura spread throughout the space. The villain saw a demonic black aura with a red eye in front of him, and the girl stated that this was his only chance. Number 1 immediately pressed his back against the wall and was horrified, thinking that it was an illusion. The villain took a fighting stance in the distance, not understanding why he was so far away from her. The girl began to walk forward and stated that the distance between them showed how scared he was inside. The girl pointed her finger forward arrogantly. The villain began to laugh maliciously through his mask. The guy immediately extended his hand and a blue stream of aura, wanting to use the beast's shackles. The guy immediately chained the girl with a chain and a handcuff and said that he was not afraid of her. Ava frowned at her handcuffed hand when the villain suggested that she might have little experience or simply underestimated her opponents, and explained that her hand was shackled by his hand and he would not be able to remove it as long as one of them was alive. The heroine immediately reached forward for the chain, and Number 1 stated that as long as they were tied, his power would increase. The villain immediately threw the girl into the wall with a blue chain stream. The villain swung the chain and explosions of blue aura occurred nearby. Number 1 smiled maliciously when blue flames came out of his eyes. Ava flew through space by the handcuffed hand and thanked for the instructions. The heroine dug her feet into the wall with red flames and stated that his gift would serve her well. She stood on the wall and pulled the blue chain towards herself. The guy at that moment also held the blue chain. This blue chain began to fluctuate near the villain. Ava flew into him with all her strength with red flames. Ava tried to chain the villain with a blue chain, stating that he should have trained better. The girl stood in a fighting pose. They were chained together. She kicked him in the knee. Then she raised her leg, irradiating sparks of discharges. The villain covered his head with his hands, thinking that he would get hit in the head. Suddenly, the girl struck him in the same knee. Number 1 grabbed his sore knee. Then he stretched his hand forward with a chain. He tightly squeezed the blue chain and pulled it towards himself. Ava only raised her hand with the chain, explaining that the guy could even adjust the length and wanted to see something more impressive. The villain swung the chain as the girl ducked. She hooked her leg around the villain's leg. Then she began to throw him to the ground. The villain plopped down on the ground and bared his teeth. The girl pressed her foot on his knee with aura discharges. She pressed him to the ground and wished him revenge for stepping on her foot. The villain, through the mask, closed his eyes tightly, wanting to stop the fight. He added that she had to bring him alive to pass the test. The main character swung her fist. She made a blow near the head and the villain realized that it was on purpose. The girl looked at her fist in bewilderment. The girl sat on the villain on the cracked ground, and number 1 laughed at the fact that the girl finally noticed the peculiarity of the second test and explained that her abilities were perfectly studied. Now she had no choice but to let him go. From the girl's fluttering hair, discharges of light sparked, and she mentioned that these chains should disappear when one of them dies and did not understand who should die. She looked at him with a demonic red gaze and said that it would be the villain because she was not going to die here. Number 1 looked dumbfounded through his bangs from hearing the statement. The girl immediately dealt him a crushing blow, crushing his head into a spray of blood. The instructor raised his baton up. Ava was coming out of the hole in the building after killing number 1. She was shielding herself from the sun with her hand and knew she still had a long way to go. She then called her father and it was already evening above the city. She told her father that the second trial had ended without problems and Madame Full Moon had not yet responded. A hand with rings was reaching out from the shadows and this man was communicating with Raxfler, saying that he sounded very confident. The blonde touched his hands to the transmitter in his ear and said that he had seen it all with his own eyes. At that moment, Raxfler was watching what was happening in amazement and said that it definitely had to be seen in person. He was curious about how the man knew about Raxfler. The man reached for a flower on a tray and said on the phone that he heard that the guy had become a military advisor to the clan. The girl's eyes were covered in plant vines. The man pulled a flower from the girl, who was chained in plants, and asked the boy if that was why he started asking so many questions. It was a dark room in the palace. Drops of blood fell on the floor. The boy began to hold his wounded hand in a fist and refused, explaining that he was sorry. The man opened his mouth and told the boy not to forget that his roots grew from here. It was a stone elevation covered with tree roots. The man replied that he had to plant seedlings that would grow into a huge forest that would cover the whole world in the name of Castle Grey. The blonde pulled the headphones out of his ear and became angry. The girl from her confinement in the cage turned to her brother. The blonde immediately frowned and closed his eyes. He walked along the empty embankment and understood that he was no better. The man grabbed the girl, who was chained in the plant, by the head and asked her if she knew that some plants need to be dug up by the roots and hung up depending on the direction of the flowers to grow in order to be more rich and prosperous. It was a plant with a root in a red space. He explained that plants are only trying to survive, but people are still enchanted by the beauty of their blooms. It was a red flower bud. He knew that he shouldn't blame people for their admiration, because in his opinion, flowers that grow in the middle of the desert are truly amazing. He imagined an open flower with leaves. A whole bunch of flowers appeared from the girl's body, and the man said that the same applies to people, like gift users, who find themselves in a desperate situation where they need to fight for their lives. It was an eye with a yellow-purple pupil, which said that they were on the verge of death, but they were blooming. Blood splashed across the space and the man's legs. Two maids wiped his hands from the blood, and he told the girl to suffer in suffering and flourish in abundance. It was an empty street with buildings on the testing site. The main character was walking with a bandaged corpse and a bag. She saw a sign of a bar and thought that this could be the place she was told about. She went inside and began to look around. The girl was walking with a bandaged corpse along the corridor of the bar. She imagined with a puzzled look how the guys were rejoicing in front of her. Then she began to put the bag in the closet. Suddenly, a red-haired girl called out to her from the side and waved her hand, asking her why she was so long, because she thought that Ava would pass the test first. Smiling, Laika pointed her finger at the brunette, who in return praised her for such a job. Laika replied that she almost died during the test. The girl remembered how she fell to the ground and remembered the rudeness of the villain. At that moment, she was lying on the ground and clutching her head, because she thought that he would really kill her. The girl with a sullen look took pity and pressed her hands, saying that she was so scared because she could not imagine what would happen if she did not know the secret of the test. Laika immediately grabbed the girl, and they ran to the cafeteria because all the guys were already there. The brunette looked to the side. She saw how all the guys were sitting at the table, talking and eating. She assumed that not many candidates should have passed, considering the difficulty of the test. However, this cafeteria was very lively. She saw a guy near the wall, crossing his arms. He pointed his finger at her and shouted that she was a thief. Ava began to look around. She touched her face with a sad look. The guy told her not to pretend that she did not understand and asked where his sword was. Another girl started getting angry and cursing, telling Ava to give her throwing spear back. Another brown-haired guy also shouted that she took his brass knuckles and asked where she put them. The brunette saw how all the guys were cursing at her and clenching their fists. She grabbed the bottle and told everyone to be quiet until it was proven that it was her. A fight between the guys immediately began. The instructor came up to them and noticed that the guys were full of energy even after such a difficult test and admired them. The prosecutor stood in a helmet and said that he watched the future of the clan grow and he wanted to cry with happiness and said that now was the time to tell who passed. A blonde man in a mask came up to him from behind and wanted the instructor to introduce them. The blonde hugged the instructor, and they looked at the black silhouettes when the prosecutor realized that the villain was right but replied that there was still no merciless one here. He asked to meet the hidden instructors of this test. The guys opened their mouths in shock. It was a blonde guy number 5 named Reaper and an African American named Musica. Then another girl named Black Snake and a guy with a bottle named Double Saber appeared. The guys started talking, recognizing their villains. Then the red-haired lizard girl named Crimson Dragon began to get angry when they wanted to touch her cute tail. The instructor put his hands on his belt and smirked, answering that their number on the masks had nothing to do with strength and they just wrote them only to test their courage. He introduced the black silhouette of the instructors and explained that the guys themselves were able to understand that all the villains who participated in the second test were active heroes of the clan. The brunette was eating at this time and looked around, trying to find out what the idea was. The Reaper looked closely at the cuff and explained that the real members of the Immortals moved in pairs and the real villains were presented with a caretaker who could detonate the collar. The other girl was drinking juice at the time, and the boys were told that they probably didn't know this, or they knew it but they showed great dramatic skills, and they fell for it. The Black Snake looked to the side and thought that it would be better for the candidates not to know this until the very end, because it would better reveal the purpose of this test. The guy with glasses looked to the side with displeasure and said that the test would be a test of courage in this case. They imagined a man in a glowing aura walking towards the fighter. They assumed that fighting an enemy that was not the weakest possible would be difficult, because not many candidates would be able to fight instead of running away. At this time, Gajial held his weapon in front of his face when they were told that after all, standing your ground and not retreating is one of the main qualities of heroes, because they were not bounty hunters who could choose their next victim. Leica smiled mockingly, crossed her arms and decided to think that there were many hints hinting at this. At that moment, the prosecutor showed the Reaper as the villain on the poster because the instructor said to just bring the criminal, but did not say that this is the goal of the test. Then Hanbai was lying on the grass, although Leica once thought that someone could die, but in fact, they were alive all the time. They imagined how the villains pulled the girls by the rope. They were told at the end that this mission was impossible to complete from the very beginning. The guys immediately asked about what was needed to pass the test. The muscular instructor stretched his arms up and said that anyone who at least once entered into battle with the villain has already passed. The guys immediately began to rejoice and celebrate. Leica leaned back on the back of the chair and smiled, noting that it was cool. Suddenly, she looked to the side. She saw that the brunette was sitting with a dejected look. She immediately reached out her hand to the bandaged corpse. Ava dropped the bandaged corpse on the floor, and all the guys noticed it. The brunette looked out from under her brows and said that it was not hers. These were empty tables in the cafeteria. The instructors were discussing that opinions were divided. They were sitting at the table and discussing what was happening. Double Saber said that the Crimson Dragon and Musica suggested letting things slide, although at the same time the Reaper and the Black Snake wanted to punish somehow. The four-eyed man looked away and did not understand why they wanted to leave everything as it was because a clan member was killed. The Black Snake looked sadly at the token and explained that, judging by the fact that the girl's name was not in the database, she was not from the Cloud Garden and none of the official villains. The brunette looked at the bespectacled man and noted the fact that a mere candidate had killed the clan's hero, and that was a huge problem and quite controversial, but she believed that this girl should not be allowed to pass on. Musica raised his hand and thought differently, as he had said before. He recalled his crushing fight with one of the candidates, and stated that out of all the battles with these guys, he had met one who was equal in strength, and he would have lost if he had made one mistake. It was Zarin, who was holding out an upgraded fist, and Musica assumed that even if he had lost, he would have counted the victory for the guy. They introduced this masked girl as an instructor, and assumed that she would be a great replacement for the ruthless one, so they should let her pass on and be useful to them. However, someone did not like it. The tail of the Crimson Dragon was visible. She agreed to let the girl pass, but she disagreed with their arguments, and she said that they should all look at it from a political perspective. The red-haired girl held her tail and suggested that they all think carefully about what she did wrong, noting that the main character simply fulfilled the mission of bringing the villain alive or dead and did it very well. The Crimson Dragon then crossed her arms and yawned, adding that the Merciless One was a chauvinist and hated everyone who did not have a gift. She added that if everything was done according to the rules, then it was the clan's fault for failing to predict this. The Bespectacled One frowned at her and told her to watch her language. Laika immediately drooped and looked sad. The Twin Saber slammed his fingers on the table and turned to the Reaper. The Blonde One raised a finger with a smile and stated that everyone should be properly punished, but he did not explain why he thought so. He opened his mouth and added that they had not taken part in the final decision after all. The Muscular Master crossed his arms when they noticed that it was entirely the prosecutor's concern. The curtain by the window was leaking light. At that time, the brunette was eating chips. She was watching some show on TV. She was eating chips with great appetite and watching TV. At that time, the door to her room opened. The prosecutor was standing in the room, his hands on his hips. The brunette looked away when she was told that she had passed the second test. She came closer to the master and asked where her weapon was. The instructor answered that it had been returned to its owners. She immediately fell sadly and dropped the empty bag when they wanted to ask her something. The instructor in the helmet leaned over in front of her and asked if they had met somewhere before. The girl looked away and said that she was not sure, although it could have been. The big guy slapped the girl on the back and apologized for keeping her waiting. He said goodbye to her as she left the room angry and wished her luck in her final trial. They turned to the master and said that they still did not agree with his decisions. The Reaper approached the gladiator from behind and asked if he found it odd. He remembered zipping the corpse into a bag, explaining that the merciless gift made him a formidable opponent one-on-one, but judging by the battlefield, it was a quick fight. He imagined the girl trying to tackle the merciless to the ground and said that she was stronger than him. In that fight, she crushed his head into a spray of blood, and the Reaper noted that she was much stronger. He squinted slightly through his bangs and said that this made him have a question. The brunette left the bar, and the Reaper asked if she could have defeated him without killing him. The prosecutor scratched his helmet and explained that these were just guesses and they couldn't be based on them, especially since the Reaper knew it better than anyone else. The blonde grabbed his face and understood that he should be more careful in the coming days. He remembered how the brunette was merciless, he himself broke heads, and even more so, he himself was not a role model, but still a hero. The instructor suggested that this candidate did not tolerate injustice even from heroes, just like the defender. At that time, people avoided the scene of the incident. They understood that the timing was unfortunate, and now the whole city was on the brink of war. The guy with the cat on his head took pictures of the expanses. The Cloud Garden had never been in such chaos in its entire history, and the instructor was sure of it. He imagined a magic hexagon with circles in the form of sections. He suggested that the Reaper think about how the land of the second trial was divided into 2 sections of 3 heroes, and all of this was under the supervision of the prosecutor. Then these hexagons became much more. He remembered how they walked through the dark space with the entire squad of prosecutors. He remembered that in the end, there were about 60 or 70 heroes who were called just for this trial. He imagined various guys and a girl in the blue space, and nothing surprised him. Then there was another group led by Ingen, especially no matter how terrible the things they were planning. Torch stood in front of the brown-haired girl at the table, and the Reaper was sure that the leaders did not tell what would happen to the likes of him or Madame Fullmoon. But it was very likely that they did everything to make the third trial bear fruit. The Reaper patted the big man on the shoulder and told him not to forget that every time the clan did something like this, countless people died and a sea of blood was spilled. This blood was drawn from the black silhouette of the corpse. The instructor in the helmet looked back and asked the blonde if he really decided to retire, because he had an oath to protect innocent citizens as long as his heart beats. The Reaper stood with his back to him, hands on his hips, and said that he had reasons to believe that it was no longer possible to continue with such strength, and the clan had gone too far for some of them to become stronger. The Reaper said that he was not even sure who was right and who was wrong. It was an empty, abandoned building. The guy was holding his blade. He was sitting in the shadows and holding his sword. The brown-haired man looked at the floor and asked the Sapphire about something that concerned the clan. The girl at this time stood behind, raising her hand, and answered that everything was as he expected because they brought quite a few heroes here. She imagined how the battle was going on with streams of green aura, which suggested that the attack on the Cloud Garden would most likely be successful, and to say that they reacted sharply would be an understatement. The white-haired girl with blue eyes tilted her head and remarked to her comrade that he shouldn't be so vigilant in protecting something that wasn't particularly valuable to him. There were several people standing in that empty space while the brown-haired man with the ball replied that they were going to send the main force as an escort for the torch while it was being transported, and that would be the culmination of the third trial. Takata looked at his watch and didn't understand if this was all true, because he knew that there were many scoundrels in the clan, but they were still worried about the public's opinion. Jinty opened his mouth and asked to trust him, because he was completely sure that they were using the candidates as soldiers. He introduced these soldiers who were servicing the armored car. Jinty explained that they would try to transfer the torch to the government sector with the main force that only they had, despite the problems and the possibility of failure with the bait. Takata stared ahead and was about to imagine it like Jinty had said, but they couldn't do anything since they were vastly outnumbered. He recalled how the armed men ran away from danger. The boy explained that all the villains who had taken part in the surprise attack had either fled or died, and there weren't even that many heroes. They recalled the demonic warrior with horns who called everyone cowards. Scar adjusted his glasses and wanted to calmly ask again. Jinty, meanwhile, sat in the shadows with his sword and said that he should at least instill some basic decency in his brothers in arms since everyone here had already proven their worth. Sapphire looked away and stated that their skills on the battlefield were the only thing that mattered to them, since it was true that their skills off the battlefield would make it easier for them to complete their mission. Shaitan held onto his blade and added that what Takata asked was not meaningless after all. They presented a map with red arrows and unknown objects. No matter how many different divisions the clan decided to split their forces into, they couldn't block them all. The boys recalled watching the monsters trapped in traps. After all, they no longer needed those useless monsters. Jinty looked ahead with a smirk and said that anyway, he invited one special person to their adventure. Scar wiped his glasses and noted his terrible reputation, and he doubted that it was someone useful, and most likely, this special person would be scared to death and run away. Blue flames appeared in the space. Scar put on his glasses and walked in the shadows. The sound of feet was heard from behind and the special person appeared. The silhouette of a man in a cloak appeared right in front of Scar. It was Ingen, who looked at him with a haughty expression and didn't understand why he was scared. Scar's hands immediately turned into claws when he was told that he was the only one here who was scared. Scar stood there with a downcast expression and claws instead of hands because he looked just like a scared cat. Takata immediately reached out his hand, telling Ingen not to do that. Takata frowned and realized that his face was the same as it was written, and it was definitely Ingen. He imagined this guy in a cloak and smiling. Ingen stood in front of Jinty and asked if he was going to keep quiet until he killed everyone here. Jinty immediately plunged his blade into the ground. He looked ahead with a cold-blooded expression and declared that no one would dare touch him here, especially when they had more important work to do. The guy with the scar looked through his bangs and wanted to get to the point. Jinty smirked slightly and said that he was about to, and explained that all he wanted was to borrow his fame. The scar-haired man smiled, asking about fame. The brown-haired man looked at him coldly and said that they were going to attack the groups of heroes from the Cloud Garden one by one, and wondered how they would react if they knew that the smiling man was with them. He again recalled the moment when people ran away from danger and added that these heroes would be considered them, unlike those weaklings who attacked during the first trial. It was a blue cross in the dark space, and added that all the sectors below the 10th were in disarray recently, and it was no surprise since Ingen had returned. The scar-haired man lowered his head in a demonic form, since he was considered the last king of Nira and the symbol of the underworld. Jinty looked at him with a smirk and added that he knew a huge number of villains who left their mark on history. The blonde man bulged his eyes through his bangs and said that a simpleton like Jinty could not know anything about this. The blonde man with a scar approached the brown-haired man and ironically asked if he really tried to make a deal with him. Jinty looked ahead indifferently and explained this point. Ingen was slightly surprised, his mouth slightly open. He immediately grabbed his face. The blonde man held his face and looked ahead with a gloomy look. It was a market where girls with flowers were walking. The brunette was sure that this was the place where they were supposed to meet. She ate food and looked at her phone, trying to figure out where the others were. She went to the general chat and was about to ask where the guys were. Then she put her hand in her pocket and walked on when she was addressed. She looked to the side. She saw a girl in a cape waving at her, who introduced herself as a beautiful star fortune teller and wanted to tell her fortune. The brunette ate her shashlik and apologized, saying that she was busy. Suddenly, her gaze caught on the shining blades. She immediately imagined, with a dumbfounded look, how she joyfully ran across the field with a sword. She leaned over the girl and still wanted to know more. The fortune teller said that it was a wise decision and offered her a discount. Ava raised her hand with her index finger and asked if she would read the stars during the day. The pink-haired girl with a mustache smiled, closing her eyes. Ava sat down opposite the fortune teller, who took out a crystal ball because she had meant it. She immediately stretched out her hands in front of the glowing magic ball and began to make predictions. She convulsively held her hands in front of the sphere, thinking that the girl had a mother, although Ava replied that she did not. The fortune teller put her hand to her chest and noted that she was talking about her sister, who the girl did have. The fortune teller leaned closer to the brunette, explaining that she meant that her sister took care of her like a mother, and stated that her sister was quite far away. Ava replied that she had died too. The pink-haired girl immediately threw off her cape. The fortune teller squeezed her eyes tightly shut and began to cry, asking the girl not to be such a bore and just play along, because in such situations that was exactly what needed to be done. The brunette pointed her finger at the swords in the bag and wanted to know what these swords were doing with her. The pink-haired girl crossed her arms in displeasure, pretending not to understand what was being discussed. She immediately crouched over the sword. Then the fortune teller began to pack her bag of things. She was about to run away, but Ava was about to stop her. Ava caught hold of the girl's necklace. The pink-haired girl was reaching out to her blue crystal. There was a powerful explosion of light. Suddenly, the space of all people turned into gray light. The protagonist looked back at the gray space with a puzzled look. She looked forward at the bright light. She saw the fortune teller completely glowing with white light. She opened her mouth, and it was a ruddy sun that would rise when it met its end. This girl was completely glowing with white light, closing her eyes. A terrible night hovered over the forest, but there would be no smoldering coal. Her slender hand reached down, and she wished for the one who offered to pray with someone else's lips to come. The girl touched the brunette's face with her glowing hand and continued her prayer, saying that when the 10 hands met at the fingertips, then she would be burned and wiped off the face of the earth. The girl looked down with a tired expression, enveloping herself in light. It was a gloomy wasteland with stretching clouds, and in her prayer she said that she would be stupefied and become lightning next to God. Jinty watched as the blonde walked away. It was an appeal to the disciples that those who were born powerful became hostages of confidence. The master stood on the hill and watched what was happening, explaining that they could easily defeat even the strongest opponents when they were confident of victory. Suddenly, Jinty grabbed his blade. He cut the air with it, wounding Ingen. The brown-haired man looked indifferently through his bangs. Jinty looked at the blonde man leaving and wondered if he could defeat him now. The brown-haired man looked ahead with an arrogant gaze and realized that with his fastest technique, he could attack him with lightning speed. Sapphire came up behind the swordsman and touched his hand, adding that she felt something strange. Purple sparks were glowing in the dark, gloomy forest. Black silhouettes of other fighters were watching them above. It was a black silhouette of a girl in a mask with fluttering hair. The blonde looked ahead, put his hands in his pockets, and explained that all the villains they wanted to see were already waiting for them here. A whole group of guys led by Jinty stood in the vacant lot. The blonde explained to them that they were the last ones he recruited. Jinty lowered his head and became slightly angry, telling Sapphire that she was very perceptive, but it was too late. The girl explained that he was not yet ready to lead the others. The blonde covered his face with his hand and said that there was only one throne here. He stood surrounded by the black faces of the villains and considered himself the only one worthy of taking this throne. Behind the blonde stretched the black faces of the villains, because he told them to hope for the best, because the prelude to hell, strewn with the corpses of heroes, would already begin. Thick clouds floated in the clear sky above the market square. A brunette stood in the middle of a busy street. She stared ahead. Another girl ran towards her, shouting her name. A joyful Rachel raised her hands and apologized for making her wait. The blonde ran lovingly into the arms of the brunette, who ironically noted that she had also just arrived. She imagined the image of a crying fortune teller and did not understand how she was irradiated with white light. Ava hugged the blonde. Then she reached into her pocket. She took out a purple egg. The two of them stood in an embrace and looked at the purple egg. Rachel happily pulled her hand and suggested that they go to a place where the atmosphere was nicer, because it wouldn't be so bad to relax sometimes. It was a sign for a cafe, and Ava noted that they didn't have much time. The two girls were sitting at a table when a waitress came up to her, and Ava suggested a small snack of 80 cakes. The blonde liked the idea. They were pancakes with honey and butter. The main character ate the pancakes with gusto and asked what about Ingen. The blonde was drinking juice at the time and thought that Ava knew what would happen in the next test, so she decided to get straight to the point because they had gathered enough strength and were just waiting for the right moment. While they were finishing the pancakes, the waitress ran towards them with another portion. The main character replied that she didn't think that they would listen to the blonde, let alone follow. Rachel added that the Vector had said the same thing. She remembered standing with the Vector and talking in the vacant lot. The girl mentioned that the Vector had said that anyone who came would come either out of curiosity about the smiling man or to make a name for themselves, and added that if someone was truly loyal, then something might work out. She then imagined the black silhouettes of the villains, and noted that this was their nature, since most of those who were called had never met Ingen. At that moment, the black forms of the villains followed the blonde man. Rachel said that if they managed to take the torch, it would determine the opinion of the smiling man. The protagonist stirred her coffee and assumed that they were thus testing Ingen, according to Rachel, and immediately tried to change the subject, explaining that she still felt somehow uneasy. She immediately decided to try her coffee and stated that knowing Ingen, he would do everything himself, and, however, she had already received instructions. A joyful Rachel began to laugh, praising Ava, because her mission was to snatch the torch from the clutches of the others. The smiling blonde leaned her elbows on the table, noticing that they had not yet delivered the torch. Suddenly, a message came to the square device. Fazan was looking at his phone at that moment. Gajial was in the hospital at that time under an IV, a notification in a yellow frame that this was a new live message. They saw a live report on the phone with the bishop asking if everything was okay with the hero candidates. The bishop stood with the staff and smiled, stating that at the moment he was replacing Madame Full Moon due to an important mission, and introduced himself as the bishop of the hero clan. The girl with the stuffed kiwi was looking at her phone when the live broadcast announced that the bishop wanted to congratulate everyone on passing the second test first. The bishop was being filmed as he said that now there was something they needed to know about the last test that he wanted to tell them. The brunette smiled widely, showing his teeth, and explained that it was very important, so he asked them to listen carefully. A loading screen appeared. He introduced a truck and said that the last test was transporting cargo. He introduced the instructor with the defender and 4 soldiers. The bishop explained that there would be several teams of 6 people and each team would have 2 heroes and 4 candidates. These cars would drive off in different directions and each team had to deliver their item from the Cloud Garden to the required location. If successful, the car would move forward, and if unsuccessful, the car would break down. The explanation said that if the transport arrived or was destroyed, it would mean the end of the final education. Rebecca's evil grin was visible in the camera, and it was said that a hero initiation ceremony would be held for all designated sectors. The picture showed Chun-Bi-jo turning into a stone fist, and it was explained that if they were initiated as a hero, they would receive a hero name. The blonde leaned her sword against the bowed candidate, because it was a great honor and glory when all candidates dreamed of one day becoming part of the clan of heroes. The bishop opened his mouth and asked everyone to live until the end. The brunette looked forward with an inspired look and explained that this was the beginning of a new era and a turning point in history, so the order in this world depended on them. A notification that the broadcast was over and they were thanked for watching. The girl put away her camera and said that it was all over, and the guy noted that it was a great job, and if it was all over, then he was going to do something. The brunette looked closely at the girl and said that he had a guest. The fortune teller's hair was fluttering in the space of the room. Polina with a huge spherical backpack appeared in the room, and they greeted her. The bishop was about to approach the girl with a huge backpack and asked her if she had been able to find the edge. Polina answered that there were not even traces. She happily jumped on her huge backpack and noted that the bishop had changed. The brunette smiled tremulously, closing his eyes, being Padrius and Cillian. Polina put her hand in the inside pocket of her jacket and noted that Padrius was right, because a lot of time had passed, not to mention that case with the replacement of the elder. She took out a yellow brooch from her pocket and mentioned the elders, as she had heard that Yushin and Victoria had clashed in battle, and asked if he was still alive. The brunette said with a mocking smile that he was not sure, as Victoria was still stronger. He recalled the huge energy explosion in the sky, explaining that Yushin had been injured when he entered the battle. At the same time, the blonde had cut through the air with an energy strike, and Padrius would not have been surprised if he had met his death there. Polina opened her mouth with a sad expression, answering that it was not good, but she still wanted to ask something. She immediately threw herself into his arms and said that she had met someone very interesting on the way. She recalled how she had touched Ava's face with her glowing hand, adding that this girl would definitely be in the eye of the hurricane. At that moment, the girl was glowing and spinning in a funnel because she foresaw the approach of major events and her approaching them, because all she could say was that she would be in the center of all the events. She looked at the egg in her hands with a grin and explained that she even gave her a small gift to make everything even more fun. Padrius waved with a smile because the girl was going to leave and find him later. She put on her huge backpack and looked back, explaining that Ava could be another important figure in addition to the 2 he already knew about. The bishop continued waving with a smile when Polina said that this could ruin his plans and change the outcome of the game. A bunch of black cars and buses stood on the road. The archer looked at his arrow while the prosecutor warmed up and explained that he had a feeling that something was about to happen. At that time, Madame Full Moon was walking around her office, and Golden Arrow explained that the test was different from what they had been told because the higher-ups were constantly holding Madame Full Moon, not allowing her to do anything. The muscular gladiator showed off his muscles, and now it became clear to him why Golden Arrow was terrorizing the youngsters. At that moment, the archer held his bow and noted that it would be right to worry, because now they had to be much more vigilant, because now all that was left for them was to save as many lives as they could. The gladiator extended his fist towards the archer, who had decided on his credo for life. The instructor held his hand outstretched with a fist and wished that the archer would not die. In response, Golden Arrow only smirked. They fist bumped each other with a smile and wished each other this. But unfortunately, life is like fog. Somewhere in the future, they were holding the severed head of an archer. The blonde sat with a dejected look and a robotic hand. The children tried to find out who would disappear this time. Rebecca in her moment shot a gun, falling to the ground, because someone had to continue living. The brunette sat in the desert on his knees and cried. The question was, is there a quiet place for innocent people in this world? the corpses of heroes near the destroyed car. The main character was irradiated with sparks of red aura. There was a thought that a boat without an anchor would restlessly drift across the sea. If someone wanted to survive, it was worth rowing as hard as they could. Traces of cars remained on the field. Sapphire stood in a cloud of dust and notified that the cars had already moved out and asked which one to follow. Jinty closed his eyes and explained that they did not come here to be humiliated by the pathetic failure of the man from the past. He looked through his bangs with a cold face and explained that their target was the smiling man's wolf and they must avenge the condor. There were 3 faces, Patrius, Ava and Ingen, because it was a sea of killers and a new game would begin here. 10 minutes before the start of the last test, when all the fighters were getting off the buses, the main character walked past the guys who recognized her. Her gaze caught on something. She saw how the 2 guys began to leave. The brunette approached the bus from which sighs were heard. At this time, Rebecca was calming down a crying protector who did not want to be a driver. She immediately put the girl's hand on the handbrake and said that this thing launched missiles. The brunette walked past when the red-haired girl continued to laugh at the crying girl. Ava frowned and looked ahead, hoping that she would be put in another car. She immediately covered her face with her hand in indignation. She found herself on a bus with the same girl who was smiling now and asked if everyone had sat down. It was a deserted field. The buses were driving along with the cars on the road. All the guys were sitting on the bus. The girl driver was holding the handbrake at that time. Ava looked at her closely and noted that she was not such a bad driver. At that time, Fazin was reading a book next to the brunette, who noted that driving was a form of mental training. The guy added that he would be surprised if the hero, famous for his psychic abilities, failed. He immediately slammed the book shut while Ava was looking at him, and he greeted her, because after what happened, he did not think that they would meet again. At that time, Gajial was sitting with another guy. The boy stated that he enjoyed his company and gave his name. The brunette looked away excitedly and said that he was deep in thought and introduced himself as Gajial. Suddenly, all the boys looked towards the window. Another boy was looking out the window, introducing himself as Zarin, and Fazin thought that he was a sociopath. While the boys were discussing something heatedly, the Crimson Dragon noted with a smile that in their day, children quickly found a common language. Then she waved her hand in displeasure and did not understand why Gajial was allowed through at all, since he was useless to them. The girl was driving the bus and noted that the ruthless one would say the same thing. The red-haired girl frowned in displeasure and boiled over, since she did not want to be compared to this disgusting fanatic, since she at least thought of the giftless as those she should protect. She immediately leaned back and closed her eyes as she tried to be realistic, and said that Gajial would die as soon as he stepped onto the battlefield. She recalled the hospital beds and said that according to the rules, one must meet the requirements to qualify. The protector at that time stood next to Gajial and said that she was not sure that he could continue with the strength he had, although the last test would be more difficult than the second. The protector looked at him with shining eyes and added that in the last test no one would be able to protect him and asked if he could handle it. The guy replied that there was a person who gave him faith in himself. He grabbed the girl's cloak and said that he did not force her. He held her tightly with his muscular arm, rising from the bed, and asked her to give him a chance. While the protector smiled, the Crimson Dragon began to fuss as the girl was distracted from the road. The protector stated that the master had once told her that a swordsman who had lost his spirit was no longer a threat. She presented her spear and shield, explaining that this candidate was walking the path of a warrior, and no one had the right to stop him. The Crimson Dragon opened her mouth in displeasure and hoped that nothing bad would happen to Gajial now. She saw a cowgirl on the opposite bus, fooling around. The red-haired girl noted that as long as they were riding with the team along with Rebecca, everything should be fine. The lizard-tailed girl sat in front, next to the driver, and said that she forgot to tell them earlier that they were heading to Sector 21. Fazin crossed his arms and realized what kind of place this was, wondering if it was too far. It was a long, deserted road. The girl noted that the guy was right, because they would be traveling for at least a couple of days, which meant that they would have to repel attacks until they got there. The black armored car was following behind, and they realized that they had to protect the car. The Crimson Dragon looked back and said honestly that it was more important to her to protect the car, so she asked them to think about when they did something. They imagined an entire army of warriors with spears, and the girl said that the clan hired them as mercenaries, and they risked their lives, and in return they would receive a hero certificate. The red-haired girl leaned on the armrest and said that she did not even know what was so special about this car and wanted to hear the guy's questions about it. Ava sat on the chair and raised her hand. The brunette scratched her cheek with a puzzled look and asked to cuddle the lizard girl's tail. The guardian sat next to the instructor and looked into the side mirror, hearing sounds. They saw an army of motorcyclists and villains who were scavengers. The Crimson Dragon bared her teeth sarcastically, saying that she didn't care because she had been waiting for them for a long time and a bunch of small thugs would not scare anyone. She immediately climbed out of the window and told the driver to keep going. she caught her tail on the handrail. She stood on the roof with her arms crossed and shouted about how the scavengers interfered with the affairs of the clan of heroes and asked them to leave or else she would fry them. The scavenger on the motorcycle angrily looked ahead and did not understand what the brat was telling him, adding that he would be the one to cut off and fry her ugly tail. The red tuft of hair on the girl's head ruffled up while she was indignant. Her hair was blown towards her face by the flow of wind. She grabbed the handrail tighter with her tail. Then she took a huge breath into her stomach. Her violet eyes evaporated the smoke. She immediately released a powerful squall of crimson breath in the form of fire. This fiery stream stretched across the entire deserted field. These villains found themselves chained in fire crystals. The lizard girl angrily shook her hands. Rebecca looked away in amazement, noticing that this girl took care of everyone, and yet she was a real rising star, according to the prosecutor. The cowgirl gaped in amazement, looking up, because she hoped that at least someone would stay and something would happen to dispel her boredom. The door handle opened. The muscular gladiator was driving the bus and reported that the girl had jumped to conclusions. They saw red smoke on the mountain in the distance and realized that it was in SAW signal. It was a message from a black snake. The radio in the bus was talking about an emergency. The cowgirl immediately started rummaging around in the radio, trying to find out what was going on. The bloody black snake said the name Dancer. While covered in blood, it sat by the car and said that they were all dead. Another man was lying dead in the field and the snake said that they were just bait. Another guy, cut up, lay with his mouth open when the girl was about to say that there was something inside the car. The black snake was completely dead, its head down, and they tried to call out to it. The red-haired girl looked ahead in amazement when she was supposed to replace the instructor at the wheel. The big guy immediately made a hole in the bus to get out of it. Their bus was rushing towards a black silhouette who turned out to be uninvited guests. It was a black silhouette of a demon girl with claws. The instructor quickly grabbed the black silhouette and dragged it, as it was Arcana. The gladiator flew off the ground along with the black shadow. He clenched his hands, trying to kick the black shadow. A powerful blow occurred, which raised an air wave. The main character grabbed the armrest, staring ahead. The defender immediately grabbed her helmet, realizing that she needed to help the instructor. The Crimson Dragon rolled up her sleeves, sitting in a chair, and told the girl not to climb in, but rather to sit and wait for orders from the older heroes. It seemed to her that she already knew this woman. She looked ahead in shock and realized that she was definitely not mistaken, that the girl's abilities betrayed the fact that she was a shadow of a smiling person. It was an image of a demon girl with sharp red claws, and she was an abyss dancer. Rebecca looked ahead in amazement, holding her hat, because it frightened her downright that the girl did not retreat even when she saw the accuser, and this meant that the villains had a lot of aces up their sleeves. She immediately grabbed her revolver and assumed that they did not know who was protecting which car, considering that they attacked every car they came across. She immediately reached for the button on the radio, trying to summon the Crimson Dragon. The lizard girl got off the bus when the cowgirl told her that she was the fastest of them, and so asked her to go and check on the Black Snake team because they had to find out what they were transporting. Rebecca sat on the seat and raised her gun, saying that the most important thing was not to be discovered. The lizard girl got wings when she was sitting on the ground. She immediately soared into the sky with a powerful stream. Rybaka stood up and stared at the silhouette of the dragon and asked the others to sit there and guard the car. She showed the revolver with a malicious grin and told everyone to remember that the safety of the cargo was more important than their lives. All the guys immediately jumped out of their seats and ran to the exit. The protagonist watched the silhouette through the window. She saw a brown-haired man with a glowing emblem on his forehead. She remembered the guy who yelled at her for stealing something and realized that she had seen him before. Now, the same guy quickly rushed forward. He crashed into the bus with all his might. He bared his teeth and began to swing the knuckles. He was going to pierce the body of the bus. Fazan got out of the bus and watched what was happening. You think this guy has gone crazy. Eva immediately released the blade from the bus. It flew straight at the spear to knock it down. The brunette hung her hands out of the window when the spear flew past and asked the guy to look around. Then she swung the spear, seeing cars in the distance, because she knew that he was not the only enemy here. Another guy with an upgraded fist was running towards them. A powerful stream of wind rushed straight at the bus and the guys. Zarin looked to the side. Gajiel was holding his hand and trying to find out what it meant. The brunette raised the guy's hand and informed him that perhaps these guys were being controlled and it wasn't worth killing them. Zarin waved his hand, expressing the opinion that it was unlikely to be just a training session. The red-haired girl was trying to take down another red-haired girl. The guy began to explain that it wasn't just a test, but a real battle, and he asked the guy again if he was sure that they were under someone's control. The red-haired girl screamed bloodthirstily while the emblem glowed on her forehead. Zarin explained that the guy shouldn't get used to thinking about how the enemy's gift works or one day it will destroy him. Gajiel suggested what would have happened if these people were not under control. Zarin looked at the brunette and explained that arresting was much more difficult and it was easier to just kill if unexpected problems arose. The blonde looked arrogantly through his bangs and asked him a question. Did Gajial think that he could at least take responsibility? Gajial remained silent with a puzzled expression when he was told to mind his own business. The protector walked across the field and said that it was enough. She walked forward and looked around, mentioning that Zarin was not wrong, but it was not as bad as he said, so she suggested tying up the villains for now. Zarin looked forward and stated if the instructor said so. He then started to walk away from Gajial and noted that the girl could say such a thing. Ava along with Fazan looked at Gajial when Zarin added that the protector had enough strength to keep her words. Fazan looked at the female protagonist when she made a dissatisfied comment about the blonde guy. The guy with glasses noted that the girl was the only one who said such a thing. She looked forward intently. She saw the cowgirl rejoicing after tying up the girl with the emblem and writing on her. It seemed to them that Rebecca did not even take these villains seriously. One of the villains tried to hit the girl with a spear, but she dodged, and Ava realized that she was bored because these guys were much weaker than usual. She delivered a knee to the enemy's head. She saw a powerful explosion in the distance and realized that the battle there was much more important. At this time, the prosecutor leaned forward, raising his fist. The shadow of the demon girl with claws flew at him. They crossed in the air in a bloodthirsty battle, and they were on completely different levels. The shadow girl looked ahead. The gladiator in the helmet in a cloud of smoke said that he felt the same way, but said that he was responsible, which is not the case with the enemy. There was a powerful clap of air and the guys landed on the ground. They realized that the dancer of the abyss was not going to retreat and he could not allow the battle to drag on. The prosecutor looked up and shouted Rebecca's name. The red-haired girl grinned maliciously and said that she had been waiting for this. She began to pull a huge sword out of the bus and realized that it was heavy. She immediately threw the sword to help the gladiator. However, it landed right in front of her. The tooth on the gladiator's necklace began to shake. A blade and a shield flew to his aid. They stuck into the ground right in front of the instructor. The dancer stood in a fighting pose when the instructor said that he would fulfill her wish and take the weapon, so it was her turn. The shadow girl stretched out her arms and spoke her words. Various wings and mutations began to appear from her body. The brunette covered herself with her hand and looked up in surprise. A huge shadow of a monster enveloped everything in the field. The prosecutor looked at the mutated huge monster Hydra and saw the true form of the girl, noting that it was amazing. This huge shadow monster was looking at the gladiator. The accuser mentioned that this monster said that anyone who saw its true form would meet their fate, because it hated its appearance so much that it would kill anyone who looked at it with its own hands. It immediately grabbed its shield and realized that no one would die before them as long as it stood there. With its other hand, it grabbed its axe and wished to see all of its enemies' abilities. It gripped the axe tightly in front of itself and said that the monster would soon understand that there was no place in this world for a weapon that had turned away from its owner. This huge Hydra monster flew straight at the gladiator, and Jen said that she would face serious obstacles someday. The heroine stood in front of the blonde man, and Jen said that she would stop growing and that she would have to prove herself and overcome this wall. Ava looked at the blonde man with a serious look, and Jen stated that, however, she had only understood a part of her power so far and that she still had much to do. The blonde imagined a mountain that people were climbing. He noted that even as they spoke, the future strongest of the world were emerging. The blonde imagined a black silhouette with a weapon in his hands. He told her to remember that the man who killed his master was only a rookie with a sword and little glory. And Jen imagined images of elders, saying that they, including Victoria, had pushed themselves to the limit to surpass their limits. And Jen slightly opened his mouth, saying that he, too, was not going to stand still while she became stronger. The blonde put his hand in his pants pocket, telling her not to let her brains be fooled, because this world is much bigger than she thinks. And Jen came closer to the protagonist, saying that this was last but not least. He imagined an image of a smiling guy. The blonde said that each sector had at least one outstanding hero, and they were as strong as the chaos of the Dusty City. The blonde added that the clan most likely sent them to solve emergencies, and for the Cloud Garden, that hero was the prosecutor. The instructor stood with his weapon in his hands. The dancer in the form of a huge snake began to attack the instructor. She rushed towards the man. The prosecutor pulled his hand back. The prosecutor thrust his shield into the ground. He blocked the dancer's attack. The instructor jumped to the side. He grabbed his weapon, jumping into the air. The instructor attacked the dancer from above. The prosecutor swung his sword. The black snake began to attack the instructor with its claws. The prosecutor swung his weapon, cutting them. The prosecutor landed on the ground. He held out a huge sword in front of him. Huge bursts of energy collided with each other. Everyone watching thought it was a battle straight out of ancient myths. On the wall was a picture of a dragon attacking a knight. An instructor was mercilessly fighting a dancer. Such battles are rarely shown on TV, but seeing it in person is an incredible experience for most. Near the bus stood a guy with his head up. While some were discouraged by the superiority of the two combatants, others saw it and wanted to surpass them. The protagonist clenched her hand into a fist. Ava narrowed her eyes. She wondered if it was his gift or a shard, noting that she couldn't tell just by looking. The instructor stood still. The protagonist watched intently. The dancer looked at her opponent. Ava noted how she wished she could be with them. The protagonist imagined herself entering the fight. She thought that she couldn't take it anymore and wanted to join the battle. Ava imagined herself fighting the dancer. She noted that she wanted to see how much stronger she had become. Ava imagined the instructor being decapitated. She thought that she could just wait for them to wear each other down. The protagonist imagined herself in a black suit and holding the instructor's weapon, noting that she wanted to take everything in the end. A light appeared from the protagonist's pocket. She took out an egg, looking at it, wondering why the egg began to glow so suddenly. The dance arrived in the air. She attacked with her claws on the ground. The wheels of the bus began to move. Rebecca was sitting behind the wheel. She said that they almost dealt with everyone who was under control, offering to retreat and not interfere with the accuser. A bright golden light emanated from the blonde. She shouted that she understood. The dancer attacked with her claws while the buses drove away. The dancer tried to attack the buses. The instructor swung his weapon. He attacked the dancer on the head. A cut appeared on the head of the black snake. The instructor told her to be more careful. The accuser squeezed his weapon in his hands, calling her a dance partner. The blonde stood with a spear and a shield in her hands. The bushes suddenly moved. The blonde held out her spear and shield. The accuser appeared from behind the bushes. The girl said he was alive. The blonde put her hands on her hips, saying that is expected of her master. The instructor turned to her student. The blonde seemed to be electrocuted. The accuser asked why she was laughing so strangely. Rebecca waved her hand at the instructor. She jumped on the accuser's shoulder, asking what happened to the dancer. The accuser said that she retreated. Rebecca smiled widely, sitting on the instructor's neck. The accuser said that she was not able to fight for long. Rebecca noted that she knew he could. The accuser asked what happened to the Black Snake team. Rebecca got off the instructor's neck. She said that no one survived. The Crimson Dragon was sitting on the bus. The accuser noted that this is why the Crimson Dragon is so depressed. The red-haired girl was shedding bitter tears. Rebecca noted that they even became heroes together. The boys were sitting near the fire. Rebecca said that the candidates who were controlled were similar to the wards of the Double Saber, and this meant that they were all dead too. Rebecca imagined how the hands controlled the doll. She said that behind all this there must be a genius villain with a unique gift, and they suspected that it was the manipulator. Rebecca looked at the prosecutor with a serious look. Noon said that it didn't matter, and she found something strange in the Crimson report. Noon imagined the open doors of the car. She said that the Crimson Dragon found a completely empty car. The Crimson Dragon walked among the dead bodies. Rebecca said that with the dead bodies of the villains all around, and the weird thing is that they died right after the Black Snake died. The dead brunette was sitting near the bus. Rebecca noted that not to mention the Black Snake spoke to them before it died, and to say that the test was very suspicious was a huge understatement. The instructor looked down thoughtfully. Noon told him to think for himself from now on since she wasn't very good at it herself. Noon turned her back to the instructor. The accuser asked where she was going. The red-haired girl bared her teeth slightly. She looked at the accuser with a crazy smile. Rebecca said that she needed to talk to someone about someone. Ava held up a purple egg in her hands, saying that she didn't understand. Ava slumped in her chair. She wondered what the strange light it was emitting meant. Noon was walking along the road. The main character was putting the egg in her jacket. Rebecca took out her weapon. Ava took her dagger. The girls put their weapons to each other's throats. Rebecca looked at the main character with a crazy smile. She asked if they could talk for a while, calling her Kesha. Ava looked at the red-haired girl with bewilderment. Noon asked that it would be better to call her a hero killer. The girls held daggers to each other's throats. Ava pushed Noon's hand away, saying that they had nothing to talk about. The main character remembered seeing her, noting that she had already told everything when they met in Sector 16. The girls jumped away from each other. Rebecca said that she was right, and they agreed not to interfere with each other for so long as it did not start to cause problems. Noon tossed the dagger in her hand. She noted that not counting the person they met that day, noting that this event made her doubt her brother's decision. The red-haired girl remembered the dancer, saying that the dancer of the abyss is very dangerous for the clan and the leaders want to neutralize her, and the fact that she appeared shows how much the smiling person values her. Rebecca imagined the protagonist in fire. Noon said that maybe Chaos believed that she would become the fire that would cleanse the clan of dirt, asking, but what if he was wrong, and what if she burns everything in her path? Noon imagined the image of the pink-haired girl. She noted that she is not the first person from whom much is expected, and soon she will understand, adding that there was one person called a sniper and she taught them that people change. The protagonist opened her mouth, saying that it is boring. She threw her dagger towards the red-haired girl. Rebecca deflected the dagger. Ava said that she had very poor dramatic skills, and she knew that she and Chaos were completely different from the start. The main character put her hands behind her back. She told Rebecca that she was not a hero of justice or anything like that, but rather just like her, suggesting that she stop pretending. Ava glared at the girl, saying that if she really didn't want her to become fire that would burn everything around her. The red-haired girl narrowed her eyes. She smiled widely, saying that she was much smarter than she looked. The girls stood opposite each other. Noon said that now they could talk about the real problem, noting that she was really interested in what that person was trying to achieve. Rebecca imagined a destroyed city. She asked Ava if she knew how many cities the Smiling Man had razed in the past. Noon imagined a skull with a crown. She stated that she couldn't help it, but if he was going to disband the clan and return to the era when the sectors were ruled by lords, then she was completely against it, and she hated seeing piles of ash and rubble everywhere. The brunette crossed her arms over her chest. She told her that she was asking the wrong person, as she didn't know Ingen very well, much less the Abyss Dancer. Rebecca adjusted her hat. She said that she thought the two of them were much closer, but apparently she was wrong. Noon looked at Ava with a crazy smile. She asked what she would do if the Smiling Man got in her way, if she could stab him in the back as soon as she got the chance. The brunette looked at the girl, dumbfounded. Noon approached the protagonist's face with a crazy smile. She noted that she was right and they were alike, asking for permission to give her advice. Rebecca imagined the girl walking on a thin line where a monster met her. She told her to be careful, because people like them, who are outsiders from the start, have no choice but to walk on a thin line that they were born with, and if they stumble, they will become monsters that bring only destruction and chaos. Rebecca turned her back to the protagonist. She noted that she was very curious about what will happen to their union next. The red-haired girl imagined the protagonist and Ingen approaching different paths. She said that for now they are walking on the same path, however, sooner or later their paths will diverge. Noon asked that when that moment comes, where will she go? Ava stood as if in water, looking at her changed reflection. Noon asked if she would try to achieve her current goal and continue moving forward, or follow the Smiling Man and adapt. The lantern emitted a dim light. The protagonist held a dagger in her hands, telling her to mind her own business. Ava remembered the dead guy in the gray suit. The protagonist remembered the murdered white-haired guy. The protagonist remembered the beheaded man. She thought that she was not going to justify her actions. The protagonist looked at her reflection through the dagger. She thought that she was just doing what she had to do as a hero killer. The egg in the jacket began to move. A mark from a blow was visible in the wall. A man with a camera was taking pictures of the ground. He stood up and closed his eyes. Philip said that he couldn't figure out if he was a detective or a reporter and what he was doing. Philip turned his head and said that he had a feeling that it was going to rain soon. Philip watched as Catherine walked next to the girl. He called out to Catherine, asking if he hadn't told her not to follow that strange girl. A bright light illuminated the rails. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, and Jen stood in the green grass. He was walking across an empty field, and Jen narrowed his eyes and asked how everything was going. A vector came out of the teleporter. He said that it was pretty smooth and he couldn't believe how things were going in every battle, so he would have to put up with it. Rachel smiled widely, spreading her arms out to the sides. Vector said that some had done better than others, but so far not many people had managed to capture the transport. Vector pictured the destroyed cars. He said that it was pretty routine, but there were quite a few villains who doubted him as a leader, and Jen's mouth dropped open slightly. He noted that as he thought, some of them were just hunting dogs. The blonde pictured a black silhouette of a man with chains in his hands. He said that they were just trying to dig up at least some information while their master hid in a secluded place and waited for reports. The blonde pictured an archer shooting at a man. He said that if they didn't want to take even the slightest risk. The blonde pictured an exploded body, saying that he didn't care how many dogs died. Vector stood behind the blonde. He said that they could be a pretty big part of their forces, and Jen looked behind him, telling him not to worry as there had never been a shortage of villains in human history. The man's hand reached for an iron torch, and Jen said that besides, they had a just cause in this war, and no matter how many battles they lost, as long as they had a chance to win one, then they could win the war. The guy in the gas mask looked at the Smiling Man, asking permission to ask another question. The guy looked at the blonde man from under the mask. People were walking across the bridge. Vector asked why he had come there, to the Cloud Garden at a turning point, and Jen poured out black dust. He said that any weak-willed person would surely meet an early death. A blue blade of hell began to appear from the ground. The Smiling Man held the blue blade in his hands, saying that he had no reason to choose the hard way when the easy one lay right in front of him. Vector flashed his eyes, telling him not to dare, as innocent lives would die because of this choice. The Smiling Man pulled the sword out of the ground. Vector began to gather energy in his hands, telling him not to dare. A pillar of fire appeared above the blonde's head. The blonde glared at the guy, asking him if he forgot his place, noting that he was only an observer. The blonde remembered the flasks with people, saying that he was only observing. The guy in the gas mask and suit was writing on a tablet. The guy in the flask opened his eyes wide, and Jen noted that as then, so now. Vector bowed his head, stretching his hands to his face, and Jen swung his weapon. A blue pillar of energy was directed to the side. The guys were walking along the wall when an explosion thundered in the field. The guy asked what was there, noting that he was not joking now. A blue wave of energy began to rise into the air. The guy said that he was serious and for him to see for himself. The boys raised their heads, looking at what was happening, dumbfounded. A blue line appeared near the wall. It reflected the blow of energy. A barrier appeared above the boy's head, and Jen watched as the city was covered by the barrier. The bishop was clutching a cane in his hand. He was sitting on the throne, crossing his legs. The bishop grinned maliciously, noting that there he was, the smiling man, and Jen watched as the barrier reflected his blow. Gray clouds began to gather in the sky. A stream of water appeared from the sky. The bishop was floating in the air, addressing the smiling man. The bishop was floating high in the sky, asking what brought him to the cloud garden. And Jen looked at the boy, saying that he was there to take what was rightfully his. The boy grinned widely, noting that he sounded cocky. He glared at the blonde, saying that even in his prime, he was just an ordinary lord of bugs and nothing more. The blonde swung his weapon, sending energy towards the bishop. The bishop asked why he continued to follow the path of the former king. Energy began to gather in the air. A pillar of blue aura appeared from the sky. The bishop held his hand out in front of him, raising 2 fingers. Droplets of water hovered above the ground. Streams of water began to surround the boys. Vector created portals around them. A stream of water gathered in front of the boys. A powerful stream hit the boys, and Jen swung his weapon. The bishop blocked the energy strike. The stream of energy bounced off the surface. The bishop watched what was happening. He said that he had not seen him before, asking if this was his new assistant, noting that he had a very useful gift and he would try something different. And Jen watched intently. The bishop said that it did not look like he would be able to move well in chains. Vector watched the bishop, thinking that his reflexes were definitely on another level, and if he opened a portal without any tactics, he would get it back. A black aura was emanating from the blonde. He told Vector to leave. The bishop smirked slightly, noting that the blonde was definitely strange, and he had already lost twice, adding that if he came back there again, it meant he hadn't learned anything. And Jen raised his blade in front of him. The bishop narrowed his gaze, and Jen thought that his gaze hadn't changed at all. The blonde imagined a silhouette of a man with faces visible above him. He thought that he still had the same pitying look at insignificant creatures, as if he were a god ruling over everything. And Jen imagined the blonde's gaze, thinking that all elders were the same. The blonde imagined a black silhouette of a girl. He told the bishop that, however, even he was just a pitiful shadow of a steel witch. The blonde stabbed the sword into the ground. He asked what was special about the elders or the king. The smiling man used hell and paws appeared. The blonde used a spell in an incomprehensible language, summoning a creature with huge paws, and Jen held out his weapon in front of him. An explosion occurred in front of the bishop. The brunette raised a water sword above himself. He swung it at the blonde. The creature jumped into the air. It began to circle its paws. The bishop smiled maliciously. Water blades surrounded him, protecting him from the creature. The brunette looked ahead with a serious look. He attacked the creature with a water palm. A water whirlwind appeared from the sky, heading for the creature. A strong stream pressed it to the ground. Clouds of smoke and dust rose on the ground. The bishop raised his hand, collecting water using the rain dance skill. The water serpent grabbed the creature with its mouth. The bishop used the sea serpent skill. The sea serpent attacked the creature, pressing it to the ground. The snake and the creature rose into the air, and Jen struck the body of the water snake. A black aura emanated from the blonde. The brunette pulled his hand back, saying that he did not remember the last time he had to get close to an opponent. The guys put their blades in front of them. The bishop noted that it would be a lot of fun. The water snake met in a fight with the creature. The guys met in battle. The blonde narrowed his eyes. The bishop watched intently, and Jen raised his blue blade above his head. The blade pierced the body of the water snake. Blue blood began to flow from the body of the snake. Thorns appeared on the ground. The snake was pierced by sharp spikes of hell. The blonde used a spell in an incomprehensible language. The spikes approached the bishop. The brunette rose into the air. A powerful stream of water appeared among the spikes. An aquatic creature appeared on the ground. The bishop used a rain spell and a sea hydra. The hydra opened its mouth wide, releasing a stream of energy. The hydras released a stream of energy, destroying everything in their path. A blue stream of energy was visible on the ground. The creature's paws protected the blonde. Rain began to drip from a bright cloud. The brunette closed his eyes and smiled widely, saying that it did not even let him catch his breath. And Jen put his hand to his face, saying that she was breathing in the afterlife. The guy called for an elder. The brunette narrowed his gaze, using a rain dance, deep sea trench. The blonde flashed his gaze, using a hell spell in an incomprehensible language. Dark blocks appeared from the ground when InGen used a hell spell. A powerful aura emanated from the block. The blonde used a spell in an incomprehensible language. Water began to appear in space. Hadrius used the rain dance spell. Water monsters appeared above the bishop when he used the spell Deep Sea Trench. From afar, huge boulders were visible. The earth shook around them. Explosions occurred around the boulder. The boulder began to collapse. The water monster attacked the dark boulders. Hadrius stood on the ground. A water monster flew above his head. Hadrius noted that a wise man once said that immortality is a curse, but apparently he was a fool because there are so many exciting things in life. The bishop remembered the blonde man covered in blood. He noted that who would have thought that InGen, who sat on the throne for only 3 days. The blonde man looked ahead with a menacing gaze. The bishop noted that he would regain such enormous power in years. Hadrius grinned maliciously. He asked if they had to continue, since none of them had used all of their strength, but nevertheless, he felt it. A black silhouette was visible on the wall. The bishop said that there was a giant wall between them. Hadrius was sitting on the wall. He told InGen to save his strength until he had enough to climb over. The blonde man took a step, saying that for now, that was the case. The blonde touched the wall with his hand, saying that eventually. The bishop smiled and clapped his hands. He said that it was amazing, and that was exactly what he wanted to hear. The water monster began to disappear. Hadrius asked for permission so that he could reward him for dispelling his boredom. Hadrius descended to the ground. He said that the thing he was looking for had already left this place some time ago, asking that it was exactly what he wanted to know. The blonde narrowed his gaze, wondering what was still missing. The black aura began to recede from the blonde's hand. He said that he was not sure what he was trying to achieve there. InGen turned his back to the bishop, telling him to remember that this was his last chance to stop him. Hadrius smiled widely, saying that it was natural. The fighters watched the destroyed wall. A boy was peeking out from behind the rubble. The bishop said that he couldn't just let him go now that they had an audience. Vector came out of the portal. Hadrius created a water stake, saying that it was his parting gift. The water stake headed towards the blonde. Vector extended his hand in front of him, creating a portal. Fire lava poured out of the portal onto the water stake. Lava flowed along the ground. Hadrius said that it was so predictable. The bishop smiled sarcastically, saying that he always managed to entertain him. Vector followed the blonde. The guy took off his gas mask. He pressed his hands to his face. Vector imagined the blue energy engulfing the city and the people. He wondered what would have happened if the bishop hadn't intervened. Vector remembered the flasks and how he looked at them, seeing the guy inside. Vector called out to the blonde. He raised his head, looking at his back. The guy noted that he said that he was just an observer, asking permission to say something anyway. The guy remembered a smiling Rachel. An image of the main character flashed through his memories. Vector remembered the image of Jom. He said that he left the clan and joined the Nameless precisely because he no longer wanted to be an observer. Vector put his mask back on. He asked InGen not to try to pull something like this again if he wanted to continue to see him in his ranks and use his services. The blonde smirked slightly, saying that it was weird. The guys were walking among the bushes. Vector asked what it meant that they now knew exactly where to go. InGen said that it was. He flashed his furious gaze, saying that he was sure the torch was with the accuser. Sunlight shone on the tent. The main character was lying in a sleeping bag. She opened her eyes and looked ahead with displeasure. Ava was remembering the situation with Rebecca. She asked why the hell she was such a bore and why she interrupted her rest so unceremoniously. The main character crawled around in the bag, displeased. Ava said that she would just run away with a torch if she did that again, noting that she was tired and all because of her. Fazan asked the guy if he was okay. Fazan looked at Gajial, saying that he looked sick. The blonde remembered how Gajial grabbed Zaren's hand, asking if it was because of what happened last day. The brunette took out his pendant from under his sweater. He said that he thought about what Zaren said, and the more he thought about it, the more logical it sounded. On the guy's hand lay a green stone. Gajial said that he understood what he was capable of and what he was not, but sooner or later he would only drag everyone back. Fazan asked for permission to tell him something. Gajial looked at the blonde in surprise. Fazan said that Zaren was a giftless just like him, asking if he had heard anything about fragment transplants. Fazan imagined the scientist next to the flask. He said that Zaren was a survivor of that terrible experiment, and in simple terms, he was a giftless who received a gift. Fazan sat next to the brunette. He noted that when Zaren said those words to him, he most likely said them to himself. Zaren was lying on the ground. The blonde noted that he thought Zaren was so rude to him because he had something that he did not have. The blonde imagined the hieroglyph, saying that it was a sense of justice. The protector stood with a spear and shield. The blonde said that if skill in battle was the only criteria for becoming a hero, then his second protector would have eliminated him in the second test. Fazan imagined the brunette reaching for the crystal. He said that he couldn't guarantee that he would get the opportunity to become strong. Fazin imagined Gajial waving his hand in front of the crystal. He said that he guaranteed that when the opportunity came, those who weren't ready would never be able to take it. The brunette sat with his eyes closed. He looked at the blonde with a wide smile, saying that he felt better. The protagonist walked up to the blonde from behind. Gajial asked how he even knew about this. Ava grabbed Fazin by the throat. She asked the guys if they wanted to eat by any chance. The blonde asked if she couldn't ask him like a normal person. Ava started rummaging through her bag, saying that she was starving. Fazin told her not to talk nonsense. The protagonist turned her attention to the side. She was looking in the direction where the guy in the cap was sitting. She doesn't understand what it was, noting that she felt like someone was looking at her. The guy in the cap opened one eye, smirking slightly. The instructor stood among the girls. He said that they should keep their eyes open since they still haven't figured out the manipulator, and although it won't be easy since they don't even know what it looks like. The Crimson Dragon looked at the floor with a downcast look. She asked that doesn't the clan have a list of people with mind control gifts, and don't they keep an eye on them regardless of their affiliation, noting that if they don't have information on a specific villain, that's a problem in itself. Rebecca crossed her arms over her chest. She stated that all they know is that he exists and he's out there somewhere, adding that he or she infiltrated the clan during the last attack. The protagonist stood next to the guy with the cap, holding a knife. Rebecca said, or maybe he was among them from the beginning. The guy smiled widely, thinking that he definitely didn't expect the Abyss dancer to fail, but luck was still on his side. The guy recalled the image of the blonde man, thinking that he no longer cared about the smiling man's plan. A white mark appeared on the heroine's forehead. The guy noted that now that he had a beautiful servant, it was time to bring destruction with his strongest doll. The guy adjusted his cap, thinking that he wasn't going to do anything until he had the chance, but he couldn't miss such a sample. The guy imagined a smiling Rachel behind in Jen. He thought that the smiling man would definitely send all his forces there once he found out what was being transported, and he would strike right in the middle of this mess. The Crimson Dragon exhaled heavily. The guy thought that as long as they had something to protect, they wouldn't run away like crazy if a couple of candidates disappeared. The guy imagined how he controlled Ava. He thought about her becoming an obedient puppet and dying for her master in the end. Ava frowned. The guy looked at the protagonist in confusion, noting that she was resisting control, and this had never happened before. The main character bared her teeth. The guy noted that she had secrets. The guy smiled madly, waving his hand, saying that it wasn't much more difficult than usual. The guy entered the space, noting that he would enter her mind and take control himself. The guy walked on water. A light appeared in front of him. He noted that this must be it. The main character was sitting in the middle of the space with stakes in her body. The guy thought that her mind was rather empty. He took the stake, noting that there was still something. The guy with a crazy smile swung the stake at Ava, telling her to show him her true self. The main character flashed her evil gaze. The guy was thrown to the side. He didn't understand why it didn't work, adding that it was impossible, and she couldn't break free from his control. No one could. A human hand landed on the guy's shoulder. The guy thought that there was someone insanely strong there all the time. He looked away, thinking that it was a gifted person with a gift stronger than his control. Behind the guy's back, a person with black eyes and a smile was visible. The guy's eyes widened. He fell to the ground, spitting blood. The brunette looked at the guy in confusion, wondering if she had hit him unconsciously. The guy got to his feet, looking at the protagonist. The protagonist told him not to look, since it was not very good. The guy asked who she was. The guy clenched his hand into a fist. He swung his fist at the protagonist, asking what she was. The brunette blocked the guy's punch. A black mark appeared in space. Ava's eyes widened, thinking about this gift. She attacked the guy with a frying pan in the face. The protagonist mercilessly hit the guy with a frying pan, shouting to the guys that she found the manipulator. The manipulator lay on the ground, thinking that she was a real snitch. Cars drove along the ground. Rebecca shot out of the window. The red-haired girl said that they had been attacking them ever since they left the camp, asking if it would never end. The enemies were running after the cars. The enemy was lying dead on the ground. Noon asked what if they could, they would look for the torch later. The red-haired girl looked away, asking where the manipulator was. The accuser was driving, saying that the Crimson Dragon was watching over him. The Crimson Dragon was sitting in the bus with the manipulator. The red-haired girl grinned in displeasure. The instructor said that she was a kind girl, so he was sure that she would not solve personal problems. Rebecca glared at the instructor. The accuser said that it was good that they captured him so quickly, and it was all thanks to a candidate named Kasha. Noon asked if he was serious. The red-haired girl remembered seeing the brunette holding the manipulator. She said that in her opinion, the manipulator in front of her was the real hero. Rebecca looked at the instructor with a serious look. She said that this series of attacks confirmed that the villains were targeting them. The instructor looked at the road carefully. He noted that although they avoided full-scale battles, once they united with the leaders, they would strike. The dancer fled with her fighters. The prosecutor noted that he was also talking about the Abyss dancer and her servants, adding that they would catch up to them in a matter of seconds. The instructor raised his hand with a piece of paper. He said that the only consolation was that the heroes from Sector 21 would come to their aid, noting that they were quite strong from what he had heard. Dust flew over the deserted road. The prosecutor said that of course, as long as they were not attacked until they reached the rendezvous point, and this valley was unlikely to be attacked by the villains. Noon rubbed her hand, asking what next. The instructor said that she would hold off the villains there. The instructor presented the layout of the cars. He noted that it would be while she took the candidates with the car and drove to the Port of Wise. The road was visible from the car window. Rebecca asked if there were other options. The accuser said that this was the only one. The accuser recalled the fight with the dancer. He noted that there was no guarantee that a villain equal to the Abyss dancer would not appear, not to mention the Smiling Man. All this reduced their chances of survival to zero, adding that as the Black Snake said, this mission was impossible from the beginning. Rebecca smirked slightly, saying that she had no idea what to do. The bishop was sitting at the table while tea was poured for him. Rebecca asked what this old bishop was thinking. Padrius brought the cup to his lips with a smile. Noon said he had been acting strange lately, asking what was wrong with him, telling him to at least listen to the full moon for a while. A black car drove down the road. Noon noted that she had been wondering what they could be transporting. She pictured a flask of liquid, saying she was almost certain it was poison, most likely the same as the one being sprayed into the air. Noon pictured a crimson dragon among the corpses. She said there was no other explanation for why the villains had died. Rebecca asked what made her think that, noting that they were suggesting they commit suicide, asking if that would be considered a failure of the mission. The prosecutor slammed his foot down on the pedal. The car's wheels began to splash the ground. The instructor began to take off his pendant, saying he would get off there, asking her to keep an eye on the candidates. The instructor opened the car door. Rebecca told him to just remember. Noon smiled broadly, saying that if he died, she would kill the bishop no matter what happened next. The instructor rushed along the road. The defender looked out the window, asking why the master jumped. The defender looked away, saying that she should not be told. The instructor shouted at his students to move forward, noting that he was so proud of them. The accuser put his hands on his hips, saying that the heroes of the future will go the paths of glory. A beautiful sunset was visible over the plain. The accuser sat on the ground, crossing his legs. A shadow appeared on the plain. The dancer of the abyss stood with her servants. On the other side stood a boy, holding a head in his hand. In the middle of the plains, a black silhouette of the instructor was visible. The boy threw his head down. The head began to roll along the plain. The instructor knelt down in front of the head, calling him by the name Aiden. The instructor raised his hand to his head, saying that he had fought bravely. The boy with gold teeth smiled bloodthirstily. The accuser said that Aiden did not deserve to die at the hands of such a worthless person. The accuser thought that maybe it would have been better if they had never dreamed of becoming heroes. The instructor stood up, radiating scarlet energy. He said that he would bring him down to the ground. A scarlet blade appeared in the accuser's hand. The instructor said that he would trample his foolish ambitions right then and there. The accuser took out the blade of fury, using the wrath of the Avarian. The blue sky was visible above the city. On top of the mountains, a village called Avarian was founded. The boys fought each other with wooden swords. Everyone in it was trained in swordsmanship from an early age. The young boy laid the boy on the ground, but only the strongest were honored to become Avarian warriors. A man in a helmet with horns placed the helmet on the boy's head. The warrior who was honored with this was given a helmet at sunset when he became an adult. The boy touched his helmet with his hands. The warrior swore never to take off his helmet except when he was with his love. The instructor fought in the ring with the warrior. He attacked the warrior with his weapon. The fighter fell to the ground, saying that Milan Kula, and that this was a death in the name of honor. The instructor plunged his weapon into the fighter's body, noting that he never wanted to become a warrior. The people raised their blades. Salkai noted that he hated the joyful cries that sounded louder and louder each time he took a life, as these cheerful voices congratulated him on his victory and glorified his kills. Bloody corpses were visible in the reflection of the weapons. Salkai noted that even without them, he would continue to kill, and he told himself that if he stopped, the people behind him would die. Salkai added that he entered the war with the same cheerful voices. The instructor waved his weapon from side to side. He noted that as time went by, he continued to cut down everyone who stood in his way, and over time, he began to hate it and eventually became angry at the world. The instructor dropped his sword from his hand. He noted that this feeling began to eat away at him from the inside. Salkai looked at Rebecca, who was sitting. Rebecca repeated the question of how to control anger, asking why control it when you can just release it and forget. The instructor looked from under his helmet. He said that this way he would only become a mad berserker in a sea of blood, noting that one day he released his gift and completely lost control. Rebecca looked at the warrior with a mad smile, telling him to use it when he doesn't need to control himself. The accuser noted that she was right, and the solution was painfully obvious. A scarlet aura emanated from the accuser. He noted that he would use this damned blade against those who do not deserve mercy. A scarlet blade appeared in the accuser's hand. He stated that it would be against these worthless people. The instructor placed the scarlet blade on his shoulder. He summoned the blade of anger, Avarian anger. The guy got into a fighting stance, saying that it was approaching and that he had to keep his eyes open. The accuser attacked the enemy, cutting him. The warrior attacked the girl standing next to him. Scarlet light illuminated the area. Part of the plane began to collapse. A black silhouette was visible in a cloud of dust. The accuser's bloody gaze flashed, laughing madly. The instructor pulled his hand back with the blade, after which he jumped up. The accuser attacked his opponents with cutting blows. The boy lay on the ground, looking up in horror. The accuser attacked his opponent with his scarlet blade. A powerful explosion occurred on the ground. The dancer of the abyss began to transform. She took her form as a snake. The dancer attacked the instructor. Her claws dug into the warrior's body. The accuser jumped off the ground. He sat on the dancer's mouth, plunging his blade. The warrior with a mad look relentlessly struck the enemy. The snake retreated into the air. The instructor braced his feet on the ground. He swung his blade, sending a slashing blow of furious thrust. A stream of scarlet energy attacked the abyss dancer. She began to take on her human form. The warrior leapt into the air towards the falling enemy. The enemy attacked the warrior. The accuser jumped aside. The enemy stepped to the ground, telling Sulkai the berserker that he had heard of him and was flattered. A knight in armor stood before the melon. The fighter said that his name was the Silver Knight, and that he too was born an Avarian. The Silver Knight attacked the berserker. The warrior unleashed a flurry of blows on the knight. The knight parried the attacks. The fighter slammed a powerful attack into the ground. The warrior swung his scarlet blade as the knight cut him. The accuser attacked the Silver Knight. The knight unleashed a flurry of blows on the berserker. Sulkai's red gaze flashed. A shot flew in front of the fighters. The sniper aimed his gun. The knight slashed at the warrior's hand. The girl with the dagger watched as the warrior attacked his opponent. The sun almost hid behind the plane. The berserker stood among the blood and dead bodies with a mad look. The moon shone in the sky. The warrior mercilessly attacked his opponents. The berserker cut the guy with a scarlet blade. The guy's body flew to the side. The Silver Knight said that he respected him immensely, and it was an honor to take part in a battle that would be immortalized in history. The knight stretched out his hand in front of him, saying Milan Kula, death in the name of honor. The knight pierced the accuser with his spear. The berserker cut off the knight's head with a scarlet blade. The Silver Knight's head lay on the ground. According to legend, when an Avarian warrior meets a noble death, many birds soared in the sky. Thousands of birds fly for the warrior to take him to heaven. The berserker sat on the ground under a flock of birds. He said that only he was not going to die there. Rebecca sat behind the wheel with Sulkai's pendant. Rebecca nervously looked at the road. Sulkai began to fall to the ground, with blades stuck in his body. He thought that he would return to those who were waiting for him, since he, the accuser, was a hero. The instructor lay on the ground among the blood. A shadow of a man appeared in front of his head. The road was visible outside the window. The manipulator smiled maliciously. He asked that the accuser jump to fight off his pursuers, noting that he knew it, since he was the only one of them who was capable of anything. The Crimson Dragon walked towards the guy. The manipulator asked what then why, and asked only not to tell him that she still believed that the bishop was on her side. The Crimson Dragon hit the brown-haired man with his tail. She glared at him, telling him to shut his mouth. The girl clenched her hand into a fist, noting that he was lucky she hadn't torn him into 1,000 pieces. She added that considering how much pain the black snake had gone through and how unfair her fate was, she didn't understand how she was still holding back. Blood was running from the brown-haired man's nose. The manipulator said that he couldn't believe that he was being held captive by a fool like her, adding that he would tell her the obvious. The guy presented the anchor of the wise port. He said that it was clear from the start that they were going to another sector, and the villains knew about their every move from the start. The manipulator told her to think about why they decided to attack right away. As they left the Cloud Garden, they waited in ambush. The Crimson Dragon looked at the guy in shock, saying that it couldn't be. The guy presented a map with directions to the port. He said that when the transport was delayed by the attack, as she could guess, they were not asleep. The manipulator presented an image of the accuser. He presented an image of a smiling noon. Brown-haired said that the smiling person's strategy was to separate the accuser from the others. Brown-haired imagined the instructor running away with a torch. He said that their only problem was that the accuser could take the torch and finish the scenario himself. Brown-haired smiled widely, raising his head up. He said that after all, he was the most, what a hero. The manipulator said that the honest always meet their doom before others. Cars were driving among the snowy road. The protagonist rested her chin on her hand, saying that she thought they should continue on there. Fazan glanced at the protagonist, saying that this meant that they were almost there, and once they passed these planes, the sea would appear. The road was visible from the window. Ava asked what planes he was talking about and if he was looking out the window. Fazan said that there used to be planes there. The blonde imagined Victoria. He noted that he heard that Victoria was fighting with someone, and in the process, they changed this place. There were cars driving along a crooked path. They were driving through a snowy road. Ava opened her mouth, saying that this did not bode well for them. She looked to the side, saying that they had no choice but to continue driving. Hopefully there were no villains hiding behind the rocks. Ava looked up dejectedly, saying that she could jump straight into an ambush. The Guardian turned her attention to the side. Ava said that this should be a lot of fun. There was a man lying near the rock. The car stopped abruptly. The Guardian asked what the double saber was. She put on her helmet, saying that she would go and check. The Protector ran up to the lying man. She stood next to the guy's body, thinking that he was moving. The blonde knelt down, touching the guy, thinking that he was still alive. She turned him around, seeing a crystal on his body. She thought that they could still save him. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The Protector was thrown to the side. Rebecca looked out of the car, watching as the Protector fell. The enemy landed on the car. The man looked out the window, knocking on it. He pierced the driver's hand. A powerful explosion occurred from the car. After something appeared there, Rebecca was thrown to the side. The enemy was heading towards Noon. He grabbed the hands of the red-haired girl. Noon looked at the man. The man with gold teeth smiled widely. Noon said that he was an office worker. Rebecca spat in the man's face. She kicked him in the stomach. Rebecca started shooting towards the brown-haired man. The man stepped aside. Noon looked away, wondering what they came from the sea, hoping that the prosecutor was okay. Black silhouettes appeared from behind the rock. A helmet was visible on the badge. Noon noted that it was a Legion, reinforcements from the 22nd sector. There were orange crystals on the fighters' bodies. Rebecca thought that maybe she had rushed it. The guy fell to his knees when the crystal began to shine. A powerful explosion occurred from the crystal. Rebecca watched the explosion. Noon started shooting from her pistols. She shot at the flying rocks. Noon turned her head to the side. Noon was standing near the office worker. The man pierced the guy's body with his hand. He threw him to the side when a crystal appeared on the body. The guy flew towards the main character. The Crimson Dragon rushed to the side. She covered the protagonist with her wings from the explosion. The Crimson Dragon covered one eye as the enemy stood behind her. She asked if everyone was alive. The enemy threw the Crimson Dragon aside. Gajial called out to the Crimson Dragon. Next to Gajial was a man with a crystal. The protagonist grabbed the brunette, jumping with him to the side. Zarin rose into the air. He landed on the ground, telling Gajial to move aside, as they might not all have come out yet. The guys were standing in a pit from the explosion. Ava said that he jinxed them. Fazan held a doll in front of him as the enemy attacked her. He told them to be careful, as they are from the Dusk Cloaks, an infamous group of assassins. Ava kicked the enemy. She thought that they had been under constant attack since the beginning and it couldn't get any worse, and the villains would try to finish it there considering how close they were to their goal. The enemy cut the girl's body. The protagonist thought that the villains would only keep coming and they needed to leave there quickly. Ava noted that if they didn't leave, they would all be killed. A blade with a purple aura pierced the ground from the sky. Hecate grabbed her head, asking why everything was always like this, noting that she had only spent one day on vacation. Hecate held her luggage with an exhausted look. She greeted the guys, adding that she apologized in advance. Hecate looked ahead with a downcast look. She asked if they could do what she advised in a nice way, quickly dig their own graves, because she was too lazy. Hecate looked at the enemies with a tormented look, telling them to all run together in a friendly impulse to dig their own graves. Rebecca stood among the opponents. Hecate told Noon that she would sort it out there, and it would be too wasteful to waste her gift on the likes of them. Rebecca threw the defender over her shoulder. She said that the delivery was done, and let her leave a review of their service. The guys quickly began to run away from there. Noon shouted for them to quickly get out of there, and the Port of Wise was right around the corner. The enemy took out his nets, asking where they were going. He threw the nets towards the guys. Gajial turned around when the nets caught fire with purple flames. The enemy looked behind him, seeing purple flames. The office worker stood among the flames. Hecate went down to the opponents, using the Bridle of Silence. She took up her weapon, saying that none of them were allowed to use gifts until she gave her permission. Hecate clenched her fist, noting that while they were inside this zone, they had no choice but to fight without a gift. The enemy smiled maliciously, saying that she was digging her own grave. The huge man approached the girl, asking why she even decided to fight alone. Hecate bowed to the ground, saying that it was simple. She took off her sandals, noting that she was completely confident in herself. The enemy swung his weapon. Hecate tore off his arm with her fighter. The man looked behind him. Hecate looked at the enemy with a mad look, asking if he had accidentally lost his arm. The blue-haired girl grabbed the enemy by the arms. She flashed her mad look. Hecate tore the man to pieces. The enemies watched in horror. Hecate immediately moved on to another enemy. She tore him to pieces. The guy ran up to the girl to attack her. She kicked him in the head. The blue-haired girl dodged the man's attack. She cut his head off with her foot. Hecate swung her foot with an evil look. She kicked her opponent in the head. The fighters began to move apart to attack her from behind. They swung their weapons when Hecate grabbed them by the throat. The blue-haired girl squeezed their throats with her hands. She sighed heavily, throwing out the corpses. Hecate walked along the ground among the bloody corpses. An old man appeared behind the office worker, saying that he knew it, he had seen her somewhere before. The old man stretched out his hand in front of him, pointing his finger to the side. Hecate wiped her face with her hand. The old man said that she was a butcher of human bodies, a wild beast Grodnansa. The old man imagined an image of Hecate with a ponytail. He said that although she looked completely different, he barely remembered her and heard rumors that she lost Victoria and died, but still, she was there. The old man walked to meet Hecate. He told the office worker to step aside, noting that he was strong, but not enough to defeat her one-on-one. The old man introduced Hecate with a crown and a skull in his hands. He said that the lady cut up the landlord of Wiseport with only her bare hands. The old man raised his hand up, saying that the red bandanas and he will try to kill her. The girl furrowed her eyebrows. 4 opponents appeared in front of her. Hecate said that they looked stronger. The old man opened his mouth wide, telling the red bandanas to attack. The boys put out their weapons. They pounced on the girl at once. The red bandanas swung their swords. The slashing blows were directed towards the blue-haired girl. Hecate jumped to the side. The red bandanas lined up one after another. Hecate dodged the attacks. The fighters surrounded the girl. Hecate thought that things were bad. The fighter swung his weapon. Hecate thought that she probably wouldn't be able to parry this attack. The girl clenched her fists, pressing them to her face. She thought that then she wouldn't be able to move a finger. The fighter stood with a sword in his hands, which broke. Hecate kicked the fighter in the face with her foot. She moved her leg to the side. The fighter was approaching the girl. Hecate kicked the enemy's leg with her foot. The fighter fell to the ground and Hecate attacked him. Then she rushed to another enemy. The old man pierced the body of his fighter, but Hecate dodged the weapon. The girl attacked the fighter with her hand. Blood spurted into the old man's eyes. Hecate grabbed the old man by the robe. She threw him to the ground, wrapping her legs around him. Hecate snapped the old man's neck, saying she thought that was it. There was a black car nearby. Hecate walked up to the car, saying there was nothing to be afraid of anymore and he could get out, noting that the vehicle had broken down, so they would have to walk. There was a hole in the car. The man asked if it was safe outside. Hecate smiled widely, saying of course. Hands reached for the girl's body. The office worker said she was next. The man was jumping on top of Hecate when the old man grabbed her body. The rival was approaching from above. He reached out and released a pillar of fire. The girl then managed to break free. Gift users have a much stronger body than normal people, but even between gift users there are significant differences. She remembered the torn bodies, while someone barely has enough strength to become a hero. She stood among them and let down her hair, some were already being born. Then she grabbed her opponent by the hand and thought that these people had superior strength that others could not even dream of. This man tried to grab his head. Overwhelming physical strength is already. The girl came closer and asked what this guy was trying to do, and also thought that this strength in itself was already something like a gift. She pulled him towards her. Then she grabbed him by the chest and squeezed with all her might, knocking him unconscious. At that moment, his spine cracked. The fight was won. Here the girl stood in front of the brunette. She looked at him and asked what he would do. He straightened his tie, and at the same second he pounced on her. He tried to kick her, but the brunette managed to grab her, and she threw the man right over her head. He landed behind and understood what was happening. Then he turned around and saw his opponent approaching him and swinging. They hit each other at the same time. The brunette did not understand what was happening and just smiled. Then he turned around and ran in the other direction. Approaching the deceased, he tried to grab him, but then a serious explosion thundered. The girl was moving towards the car at that moment. When she came closer, she smiled and said that she thought she was no longer a weakling. Fragments of a fight with a blonde began to emerge in her memories. How she knocked her out with literally a few blows. Then she lifted her up and looked into her eyes. Victoria smiled and said that she had to be a good girl. At that moment, the brunette began to tremble and thought that it was terrible. Now she had an injury. Then she tore the door out of the car and said that it was time for them to go. But 3 sat a girl with white hair. She was trembling with fear. Her legs were chained. Meanwhile, somewhere in the canyon, the young man came up and said that he had barely escaped freedom. Then the demon knocked him down. The blonde came closer and said that he heard that this man had attacked his weapon. Afterwards, the guy lowered his head and replied that he would never touch her if he knew that she was his, but he failed. Someone already controlled her. Then Ingen came closer and said about the right hand. The demon immediately broke the guy's right hand. The blonde lowered his head and added that from what he knew, he could judge that his gift worked with a certain chance on enemies stronger than him. Then he stood above him and asked if he could control someone like the prosecutor. The brunette raised his head and said with a smile that he would do everything he could if he was allowed. Afterwards, the leader went forward and called his demon. He immediately grabbed her by the neck and said that she had become weaker. I wonder what made her so fragile. Then he turned around and said that she was afraid of the Steel Witch, so she did not want to leave him. The young man continued to hold her by the neck and said that she no longer deserved to be his shadow. If she returned, knowing this, she would fight until she died. The witch looked at him and replied that she would do as he ordered her. Then Jen went to the edge of the cliff and told his obedient villains to listen carefully. He lowered his head, adding that if he was asked whether the attack was successful or not, he would say without a doubt that it was a success. Below were also villains who listened to him attentively to understand the difference in power between them and the clan. This is a valuable experience that can be a turning point for them, for the youth. There were different villains, all obeyed him, although they were not able to inflict serious damage to the clan, but they proved that they should be reckoned with. Vector understood the hand, but the question whether the leader would mention the torch answered that most thought it was a normal attack. Then he picked up the phone and said that the Red Pig had already infiltrated their ranks, so they didn't need to compete. If they were smart enough, they would stick to their opinion. The blonde picked up her weapon and said that she understood everything. While the other villains were whispering, the man continued to say that he had said everything. They could go back, they would see each other again. There were also planted villains among them. He told those hunting dogs to return to their owners and pass on something. His eyes were literally glowing. He ordered to pass on that the smiling man would soon come to visit. It was time to pay. After some time, the sun was setting. The heroes were loading the victim into the car. As soon as they finished, they immediately left. One of the curators approached the Beau and said that it was enough to pretend that they had lost the war, successfully delivered the item and handed it over to the recipient. Now these people deserve to become heroes. Then she raised her hand and said that it was worth taking a look there. There was a city in front of them. They had finally reached Portois. The woman went forward and said that there was no need to worry about protection. This girl was very strong and would recover quickly. Then she turned around and added that she would have easily parried the attack if she had not been so worried about the accuser. Then she realized what she had said. Noon looked at her in surprise. Rebecca immediately raised her hands and started shouting that there was no point in worrying about them. It was better to come up with heroic names before it was too late. She also imagined a battle. If they couldn't do it, they could always turn to the designer. Then he would come up with the strangest name he could think of, for example, a cute fist. Then she turned around and told the girl that she was using her real name, Kasha. The brunette came closer and said yes. In response, she heard that it was very bold and strange, so she would help her with the name. The girl was surprised by the fact that the instructor would never have thought that someone would dare to use the name of the leader of the lawless lands. Then she suddenly stopped, looked at her and asked again. Noon looked to the side and asked if the girl really didn't know it. It's not just a person's name, it's the name of the strongest in the lawless lands. If you imagine this place, the world obeys the rules of the hero clan, that's all, no one will challenge these laws. She also imagined all the heroes. The organization boasts overwhelming power only thanks to the army of people with gifts. After that, if you imagine the sword, you can say that even the elders, who are called demigods, do not neglect the power of the clan. They can be easily tracked on the map. After all, this means that the clan has authority in all corners of the world. Even in the ice caves, there are places that are filled with cruelty, barren lands, and many abandoned buildings, closed regions that deliberately push away the rest of society. She remembered how the prisoners were taken out of the ship, a place very similar to a prison. Hopeless villains are sent here and left there. In this place, bones are everywhere, a ruined world called Gordnensa, the land of lawlessness. There, an eagle was hunting a hare, but then he was pierced by an arrow. This is the land of madness. While a man was trying to raise this eagle, another one raised an axe behind him. In a moment, this man was dead, and his rival took the prey. There is no morality there, this land where the strongest survives. After that, the man left, leaving only bones. This is the land abandoned by the clan. Then Noon came closer and said that in fact, she is not surprised that the girl does not know. She herself only recently found out about it. Then she folded her hands and said that it does not matter. Now she is surprised and already wants to run and follow, but first she needs to prove that she is worthy. After all, a black hand will hunt her. The logo of this organization, a huge palm with a strange symbol on it. Then the woman thought and said that she needs to think about it, such powers. Then she smiled and said that they are given extremely rarely. She looked at the brunette and said what she thought. She had a lot to do, like a hero. After some time, they were already home. Ava trained and thought about the lawless lands. If she told the truth, and Kasha was just a name, there was a chance that Kasha, which Condor knew. Then the girl imagined his face. Perhaps this girl was not her sister. The brunette continued to pull herself up and thought that she needed to find and talk to someone from the Gordons. Except for Condor, this could confirm the words of Noon. Then she turned around and thought that everything had become much more complicated, but she was afraid she had no other options. The girl was standing on her hands and suddenly someone turned to her. Fazan entered the room and said that the media had come to them. At that moment, people were waiting in the hall. They wanted to ask a few questions. Noon waved her hand and asked if they understood. To finish them off, if they said something wrong, you need to watch what you say. And then the motor was announced. The girl raised 2 fingers and asked the camera if they knew who she was. Her name was Noon. Then she spread her hands and said that she hoped everyone was ready to hear about the exam results, brought the news straight from the scene to the city. Then she went up to the guys and said that these candidates were very professional, considering how difficult this year of testing was. They stood 4 at attention. These 4 heroes would be appointed as recruits to the hero clan. The woman raised her hand and asked if they had everything it took to be a real hero. It was worth finding out, asking them personally before choosing names. She turned on the recorder and said that they would start with it. She went up to the blonde. He hesitated a little and said that he was the oldest in the family. He had one, but the woman interrupted and asked who asked about his family, and why was he in a shower robe. Only she went up to the next one. He said not to joke and put it away. Noon looked at him and asked if he had swallowed his tongue. These kids are trying to look cute on TV. Time is up. Next. Then the woman approached the brunette. He said that he had also become a hero. The young man looked straight into the camera and said that he knew he still had a lot to do, but he would show himself and become a great hero, just like her. Then the redhead approached the brunette and said that last but not least, a young girl who sometimes had a habit of pretending to be a villain, now it was her turn. Ava hesitated a little and said that she was going to. Then she looked into the camera and agreed that she was going to kill all the heroes. The film crew was shocked. Suddenly the girl realized that she had said something wrong and began to correct herself. She wanted to say villains. She apologized for her miscalculation. The brunette approached her and whispered, "Does she know that this is a live broadcast?" And indeed, the whole city was watching her words. Then the team members started to show that they had to move on. Paludan was surprised and said that they had barely talked. Okay, she thought the pre-ceremony interview should be short, then straight to the point. Then she winked and said that it was great, see you at the awards ceremony, and said goodbye. The guys were going out on stage. They were adjusting their suits and saying that these were very strange feelings. Another young man adjusted his tie and said that to become a real hero, you have to look sharp. He thought they would be called soon. A door opened in front of them at the end. The guys started to go out to the huge audience. Everyone was looking at them. People were shouting and rejoicing at the new hero. It was a huge stage. The audience was shouting forward. Suddenly the brunette noticed something. The girl was standing behind, asked if the Liana was okay. She looked down and said nothing. She was afraid to even take a step forward. She remembered her last conversation with the blonde. When the awards ceremony began, Putin would not be back. The young man came closer and said that then she would understand that the hero was not the only one she had to fight against to achieve her goal. People raised their hands and shouted. The crowd with endless support and love would turn their backs on her and start criticizing her as soon as the girl did not live up to their expectations. Then he imagined how everyone would point their fingers at her and said that she had to remember this while she was there. At that moment, the girl closed her eyes and thought that she would now be a walking paradox. Moments from her childhood, when she stood with her sister, also came up to her memories. The woman turned around and asked her to promise to leave this place when she died. The girl looked up and listened carefully, that she had to promise to forget and leave everything behind, just live her life. While fish were swimming in the lake, her sister said that she should not worry about anything, she had to follow her happiness. Then she came up and put her hand on her head. If she suddenly decided to avenge her with her own hands, she had to do absolutely everything. At that moment, the sister looked at her with burning eyes, added that it was necessary to be sure of the death of the person who killed her. Then she hugged her and said that then the world could remember who she was. And now the girl was standing on the edge in front of the exit. He took a step forward and scrolled through the words in his head that he had to promise her, and also thought that nothing would happen if the spotlight came out. It would not change her. Everyone around fell silent. People were surprised by what they saw. The brunette appeared on stage in a beautiful red dress, walked and thought that she was a hero killer. Her eyes sparkled. Punishment was near. Victoria at the same time stood nearby watching this. Victoria came out on stage after them and said that everyone was already gathered. The brunette was very surprised. Her enemy in a red dress was coming towards her. The girl tensed up and thought that the blonde really ruled the city. It was bad, although they had not seen each other for long, but she could remember her. The woman came closer and said that she had to come here at the request of the sledgehammer. She hoped that this fact did not upset anyone. At that time, the people on the platform were very happy and chanted her name. The blonde smiled and said that it was worth leaving her love and support. Then she looked at the candidates and said that these 4 heroes deserved her like no one else. Then a sword appeared in her hand. We must remember that there will be many more difficulties on their path, but she hopes that they will not renounce their beliefs. The sun's rays illuminated the stage. The blonde continued to say that any hero that shines brightly in the sky was once a weak star, which was almost impossible to see. Then she raised her sword and said that the same could be said about them, only showed a grain of the power that they can achieve. The women raised her burning eyes and added that one day in the future, the light that the guys emit will illuminate the whole world. Then she approached the first guy, called him Air Blast. After Fazan became Clayhand. Then the brunette, Chaser. And finally the blonde approached the girl, Kasha. The guys tensed up a little. In the stands, people began to discuss what was happening, why this man does not kneel. The blonde swung and said that by the way, she liked her interview. There he quickly put her sword on her shoulder, and looking into her eyes, she said that it was true, because of him she remembered her voice. The brunette looked straight at her and asked what was wrong with the old man, and in response she heard that the man was dead. Victoria raised her head and asked what would happen if she said that. Then she came as close to her as possible, and she whispered right in her ear that in 2 days, then it would be the perfect time to take the torch. Then she turned around, and the girl began to ask what they were talking about. The blonde put away her sword and said that now they could congratulate each other on this wonderful day. She walked across the stage and asked the audience to lower their palms and give these heroes a round of applause. Then she bowed and smiled. She forgot to say something. She turned around and said that if she saw the girl in red again, she would rip all her clothes off. After some time, the girl walked through the city and reasoned that Victoria said that the old man was dead. Could he still be alive? Then she imagined the blonde and thought that she was not even sure that the elders were people. She leaned against the door and thought that this woman in particular, unpredictable, really can't understand why she didn't reveal her identity. While the brunette stood and thought, someone shouted at her, "Okay, think about it in a while." The mentor came up and asked what she was doing here alone. Everyone else was already waiting. The heroine suddenly jumped up and ran. The woman said after her that fortunately for her, this area is closed to outsiders. They are very popular now. We must try not to run into people. They went into some building. It looked like a closed restaurant. The guys sat down at the table, asked why they were invited here. Then the woman in turn threw up her hands and said that she could not believe that the guys were such sociopaths. Stop showing off. Then she presented her initiation and said that this was a common thing. The instructor, who was responsible for the newly made heroes, treats them to dinner. Then she looked at the blonde and said that she wanted to say that you can feel at home, not be shy, and asked what was wrong with his face. And the young man looked at her in surprise and thought. The brunette jumped up and said that you shouldn't be so confident. After some time, she was already sitting and eating lobster. The instructor looked at her and was surprised. Eva didn't even pay attention to this and continued to see everything very quickly. Then the woman started shaking and said that it was amazing. At that moment, the girl raised her finger up and said that the Crimson Dragon was a great example to follow. She was surprised by the mentor and asked again. She was very pleased. Then she started laughing and said that of course, apparently this is how a hero should be. Everyone should learn from this girl. And thus the brunette seemed to knock her out. The brunette laughed. Then he smiled. He looked up and said that it was even somehow sad to realize that everything that happened was already behind him. The blonde drank and said that most likely it was just beginning. We must be more patient. There would be many opportunities to show ourselves. Then he imagined the silhouette of a man. The disappearance of the accuser and the critical state of health of the defender would negatively affect the strength of the clan. As soon as the sledgehammer returned, everyone would be very busy. There would be a lot of cleaning up to do. Then the girl raised her head and looked at him. Exactly, he was the head of the sector of this city. But if he was within the sector, why didn't he show up at the ceremony? Fazan looked at her and decided to explain. The girl was from the 17th sector. He imagined a ruined city and said that only the central part of the dusty city was restored after the war. The Cloud Garden was also once a small sector. He also imagined a huge anchor. Besides them, there are other sectors that are much larger in size and number of people. If you look at the map, you know that each sector within the borders was named after the capital. The dedication ceremony was held here in the most popular place for tourists, far to the south of the city. Then he raised his hand and said that the girl was very strong, but very stupid. She did not argue and said that she would agree. She leaned her head on her hand and thought that she did not know that this port was so big. They learned something new every day. Maybe it will be harder here than in the Cloud Garden. Then she remembered their last meeting with Victoria. She was still not sure that she told the truth. Maybe she should believe her. After all, she did not reveal her identity. Then she imagined the torch, what it really is, what grants phenomenal power, too abstract. The girl also remembered about the sword. Does this mean that the shard is more valuable than the torch? She continued to eat and thought that if the torch is so rare and precious. Then she jumped up and thought why the hell decided to give it to Ingen. Meanwhile in the hospital, Noon was sitting by the bed. The protector was lying unconscious on the hospital bed. The woman picked up the medallion and looked at it. Then she folded her arms and thought that she should have protected her more. The attack was strong enough to seriously wound the protector, the one who is strong as a rock. Then she imagined a huge crystal. Her EST suffered from mental state. She was very worried about her master. These stinking bastards, how dare they? The woman smiled and thought that she should not have harmed her people. The door to the ward opened. At that very second, the prosecutor entered there. The woman jumped up to him and went there, did not understand what was happening. But then she saw a medallion on his neck and said how dare this man desecrate it even more. She put out her gun and asked who is this. Then she said that she did not care and fired, wished him death. The man took out his blade, and then he transformed into his usual form. He looked at her. He came closer. Noon asked what was this man doing here. Then she threw the pendant in his direction. A serious explosion thundered behind the young man, but he did not even turn around and with one movement of his hand knocked the pendant back. The girl did not hesitate and struck another blow, which he also blocked. The fight continued for some time. He struck again and pushed away the stones flying at him. Everything around was destroyed, including the window frames of the chamber. After that, the young man folded his sword. A second later, he opened it again and summoned a living blade, binding the rain. Noon smiled and said that the answer was the treasure of Averin. She would never have thought that someone would give the prosecutor such an important item. At that moment, the people in the reception room called for reinforcements and were very scared. And the young man folded his sword and said that he just wanted to talk. Unfortunately, this place is not quite suitable for talking. The woman pointed a gun at him and said that she could kill him at any moment, since he fell under the action of her gift, so it was better to shut your mouth. A woman with white hair appeared in the background. She came closer to the defender and said with a smile that this woman could die. Noon turned around and was surprised, started screaming. And after some time they found themselves on the shore. If you imagine heroes and villains, the difference between them is actually very simple. This is not a battle between an angel and a demon, evil or good. There are too many gray areas for that to be the case. You can imagine it differently, a person and an emblem. Despite different goals and battles with separatists within the clan, the heroes have always, at least externally, played a role in a simple scenario to defeat the villains, as if they were all holding onto one sword, pursuing a common goal. Also, if you imagine a blonde man, they do not know their sworn enemies so well, while some believe that villains should stick together. But if you imagine a mason from a cloud garden and a serial killer on the loose in a dusty city, then these people have nothing in common. Also on the scale you can imagine a torch and an emblem. By nature it is very difficult for a villain to unite. It is because of this that the clan was able to lure Victoria to their side during the war. The woman walked forward and reasoned, what are these bastards trying to achieve? Then she raised her hand and said that now they are on the beach. This beach is open only to heroes. No one eavesdrops on them here, so you can say whatever you want. Do not be afraid. The guy took out his sword and asked Sapphire if she was ready. The answer was affirmative. At that time, Noon raised her hand and said that it is better for him that it is worth her time, unless of course he wants to know how her gift works. For a second, the man had cut his comrade's hand. There was blood everywhere. The woman was surprised and asked what was happening. But then he raised his hand and said that she just had to watch, and literally in a few seconds, he healed her wound. A few more seconds later, the hand was completely healed. Noon looked at this and thought that this whale was capable of shooting because it was a fatal wound. Then the guy turned around and said that the defender was in critical condition during a decrease. He remembered what happened then in the desert. Her internal organs were affected by the gift of an office worker. It was only a matter of time before she died. Then he smiled and said that if he wanted, he could heal her. At the same time, in karaoke, the young man was singing, and the guys were sitting nearby and persuading the mentor to join in, at least sing one song for them. The girl refused and said that she was already normal. But after some time, they even had to cover their ears, because she spread her wings and sang a song about the heavenly tyrant. And the brunette at that moment was showing off her abilities on a watermelon. Everyone around was shocked. The guys banged their glasses together and offered to drink. They played and had fun for a long time, having a good time. The sun was already setting. When the guys were walking home, they discussed how tired the mentor was of playing with the guys. Then she ran ahead and shouted that there was nothing she couldn't do, all because she was a great example. At that moment, the girl's phone rang. A message from Noon said that they urgently needed to meet. They needed to go to the specified address. The brunette tensed up. Well, then she went to the gate and thought that she seemed to have come to the right place. The girl moved forward, thinking that she was glad to finally finish the hero exam, but she still had a bunch of problems that she needed to do something about. Then she remembered the blonde. She's not sure that this will be good for her, but in 2 days something will happen if you believe her. She also imagined the woman's glowing eyes, not that she believed her, but her strength spoke for itself. Someone of her level did not need to use dirty tricks to subdue her. Then she imagined Noon. The real problem was this woman. If she interfered, the whole plan would fail. She thought that she should be eliminated, but she could not afford to strike first. It was too risky, especially considering the details of the reports about her sister's death. And so Ava approached the mentor. It seemed that she would soon find out whether this was a friend or an enemy. The girl hummed a song and said that she had finally arrived. The brunette lowered her eyes and did not understand anything. There were traces of 3 different people around. Then she raised her head and said that now it was clear it was a trap. The redhead turned around and apologized with a smile on her face. At that very second, a guy attacked her from behind. He took out his sword and used a living blade, crushing waves. The battle began, dust rose everywhere. A brown-haired man came out of it and said that he always knew that the girl was. At that moment, her hair acquired a white tint. She came closer, and he finished saying that he always knew that she was a wolf, a smiling man. Noon stood nearby, who raised her hat and said that she had excellent reflexes. The hero killer herself folded her hands and said that when you try to deceive someone, you need to be vigilant so that you are not deceived. A huge dome and an hourglass appeared above them. Immediately, the location changed to a snowy one. The girl stood between 2 people and said that now. She looked and said that their task was to kill each other. The guy frowned. Because of her, the smiling man decided to show himself and attract attention, although it looks like a condor gift, although it looks different. Then he took out his sword and thought whether this girl could use it as skillfully as his comrade. He does not think so. This is definitely vomit. At that moment, the girl hid her weapon behind her back, and the redhead stood nearby and twirled the gun. It seems that Noon is not going to interfere. They made some kind of deal. Then the girl threw a stone at him and thought that it did not matter. Janty immediately took out his sword, and with one blow he cut the stone in half. After that, the girl ran up and tried to strike again. Well, this time she did not succeed. They fought, the young man very skillfully from her sword. Then he tried to attack and imagined what kind of face the smiling man makes when he finds her corpse. The blonde looked up and asked if this man could definitely survive. He stopped and looked at her. After that, he immediately attacked again and said that he was supported by the Castle of Grey. His blow raised dust. The guy looked around and saw nothing. The blonde decided to take advantage of the moment, attacked, but he dodged again. Then she put the weapon behind her back and said that she asked if he himself could withstand it. The man smiled again and took out his sword, decided to use a living blade and aimed it straight at her. Ava dealt with this blow. Having created death with a scythe, the guy tried to attack again. The blonde bent down, but did not have time to sit down completely and she was hit. Almost immediately, blood flowed from her shoulder. An invisible blade is a huge problem. Thank the gods that she managed to react in time. After that, she activated the Grayman gift and ran towards him. Her original plan was to block his attack, began to attack and thought that she should immediately counterattack, but for some reason she could not use his gift. The girl pulled her bloody long arm back and thought that for some reason she could not use the jade gift. Then she remembered all the recent battles, thought that the time of the murder, the exception was fixed, but this means that she still does not understand something. She tensed a little and thought that this was not the best time to think about it, although it is not like she has a choice. Then she turned around and abruptly jumped to the side. She tried to run away from the guy, directing her projectiles at him. At that time, he quickly reflected them, and after another blow, the girl turned around and fell to the ground. As soon as she raised her head, she realized that he was already flying at her. After that, almost immediately, a huge explosion occurred and everything around stood still. Ava flew out of there and thought that she needed a new strategy. It would be better to maintain stamina as much as possible until time runs out. The blonde imagined the woman and thought that if she called for reinforcements from outside, she would have no escape routes. She also remembered her comrades. She needed to stand her ground as long as she could. She thought, for this she would need a shield and a spear. Then she generated them and began to attack. She ran up to the guy and tried to hit him. Objectively, they say this person is stronger than her. Besides, this asshole has a mega strong weapon. The blonde continued to fight back and thought that, however, judging by how this person fights, she should be able to stall for time. The same guy decided to use a living blade that binds the rain. At that moment, when her legs were shrouded in magic, he looked at her with burning eyes, and then he plunged the sword into the girl's stomach. She stood in front of him and did not understand what to do. Then the guy spun in and said with a smile that this was a successful tactic, but not enough. Ava grabbed the blades and lowered her head. Then she hit him in the face with her fist, and thus she was able to jump back a little. She was very angry about what was happening. The girl raised her head and said that this guy was playing all the time. And he, in turn, walked towards her and said that the girl tried well. And when he came as close as possible, he said with a smile that if she died here, she was not sure that her body would be found at all. The blonde smiled and said that she did not care what they did with it. Then she came closer and said that she just needed to leave her sword here. Janty looked at her and got angry. Then he struck the next blow. But surprisingly, the girl was able to reflect it, although not completely. Unfortunately, after the next blow, she fell to the ground. and she hit her back very hard on the stone. While she was lying there, she remembered their last meeting with the smiling man, who said that Janti could be a dubious person and a formidable opponent, though very talented. The hero killer listened to him attentively when he said that he had great potential and would undoubtedly become a great man in the future. After that, the blonde smiled and said that they could delay this future a little, given his unwillingness to cooperate and join their cause. Remembered how he grabbed him by the neck, so then decided to crush his pride and sow doubts in his worthiness. And then the blonde kicked him. As soon as she entered into battle with him, she would immediately try to completely dominate. Cuts began to appear on her legs and arms, all because this guy thinks that this way he can become better than him. Her knees were also bleeding, and a phrase was spinning in her head that she should remember this if she managed to start a fight with him. This is a person who by nature thinks too much and worries about every scratch on his body. Superiority in strength does not always guarantee victory. Then the girl frowned and thought that in addition to the fact that the blonde instilled in him a feeling of inferiority, it seems that he is also driven by even a thirst for strength. She stood in a stance and thought that she could not concentrate because of the heavy bleeding. Did she really make a second mistake twice? What should she do? What is the best thing to do? She does not have many options. She will not be able to escape with such bleeding. If she turns off the gift, there will be even greater danger. All she can do is heal herself a little. And at that very second, her wounds began to heal. Then the blonde raised her hand and thought that for sure, this is right. The young man came closer and said that he did not hear what she was muttering there. Then he took out his sword and said that he would show her her place. But then something happened. The man looked at his sword, did not understand what was happening, and the girl said that she had kept it not for a fight with him. A red sword appeared in her hands. It was wonderful. Then she imagined her teacher, who seemed to be asking if she was ready for the sword dance. Ava raised her daggers and said that it was time for the second round. Janti came closer and took out his sword. The blonde at that moment knelt down, and a moment later they clashed in a duel. The guys attacked each other. The blows were so strong that they moved from place to place. And then, having delivered another blow, the girl fought. She looked into his eyes and thought that she saw someone standing behind all the blows of his opponent, a sword master. Their blades touched with incredible speed, as if it was a demon of the dusty city and a sword master fighting. Everything around stood like a pillar. The blows were incredibly strong. The old man smiled and prepared for victory. Everything around was shrouded in light. Well, the demon of the city of dust did not give up. He raised a pillar of energy to give himself a chance to win. Then a huge explosion rang out. The guy and the girl flew away from each other at some distance. Then the guy swung his sword again, but the girl was able to reflect it, after which the young man immediately ran towards her. Having released the energy of the living ball, he struck another blow. Then he turned around and looked at her. At that moment, the hero killer was able to touch him after all, and thus scratched his face. The man leaned back and smiled. The wound on his face immediately began to heal. She was all in cuts and looked at him attentively. The brown-haired man bowed again and swung his blade. This time he failed to touch her. Immediately after that, the guy raised his eyes and looked at her. The blonde stared back. Then the two realized that they would always be in each other's way. Like two fish in a small pond, there can only be one king. They both understood that they could not coexist. Only one would survive today. After the guys ran at each other again. Everything around was covered in blood. The remaining time was 1 minute. The blonde realized this by raising her head and looking at the clock. It really was counting down, 58 seconds. Janti came closer and said that he was watching. She was not just lucky to kill Condor. Then he threw away the knife, preparing for the final blow. Ava ran closer and thought that apparently he was going to finish. At that moment, the young man stood in the final stance. The time of the kill will require a lot of Esta. Then she squeezed her blade and thought that this means that she will soon reach the limit. The wounds on her body began to heal. She only has one chance, the only thing she can do. The young man immediately ran towards her, activated the living blade, an indestructible fall. Then, as if one of the fish began to drown, the girl thought that she would take her own. She stood in front of him, blood dripping onto the snow, decided to let him hit her. The young man came closer and looked at her. After that, the girl very quickly activated her last gift, decided that she would take his head herself, bloody revenge. At that moment, bloody swords appeared above her. They immediately struck the guy, his face from the cuts, and then the rest of his body. It was a shower of blades. The girl clenched her teeth. 44 seconds remained. She thought that this was good. Then she leaned on her sword. 40 seconds remained to hold out. No time for healing, even for her. And suddenly she was shot in the back. It was a midday shot. A woman came up from behind and decided to strike right in the back. 37 seconds remained. Then the wind blew off her gun and she exhaled. The guy got angry and reminded her that he told her not to interfere. Noon smiled and said that her part of the deal was to bring the hero killer here. There was no agreement on what she would do next. Then the girl stretched and said that besides, there was a huge suspicious clock hovering in the air. She would not stand and watch it. Then she came closer to the girl and said that she would like to ask her a question. Picado was kneeling. The hero asked if in order to get information about her sister's killer, it was necessary to kill an innocent, would she do it? The blonde tried to get up and said that she could only say when she got into such a situation. Then she looked at her and angrily replied that they, the villains, do not plan that far. And then she ran towards her opponent. There were 15 seconds left. The redhead looked at her and thought that this person immediately ran after the failure of his tactics to find another way. Her and thought, is it persistence or madness, or maybe just instinct? And a huge star and a butterfly, this distances her from other villains. She, as the same user of gift, is amazed that if she has everything to reach the top. Imagine the silhouette of a girl, but one day she can raise a sword and her people. I also imagined my comrades who may be in danger. There were 3 seconds left and the woman raised her gun, said that she was too unpredictable, so it would be better to get rid of her. Then she shot her hand 2 seconds before the end and said goodbye to the hero killer. At the same second, the girl's hand flew off 1 second before the end. She did not understand what was happening and looked at her. And Janti decided not to waste a minute and struck. Thus, he cut off the girl's head. After some time, a guy came there and said that it was necessary to come before dawn, leave before sunset, a wooden coffin, a companion rests forever wearing the sky as her night attire. Noon stood in the distance and said that it was enough to carry this third-rate coffin shit. The guy looked at her and said that he was doing everything according to protocol, then asked where the corpse was. In response, he heard that it was right here. The young man approached the body and said that it looked like she was killed by a sword master, although she was much stronger than her killer. Then he tightened the ropes on the coffin. He lowered his head and added that if his memory serves him right, this girl is under the protection of the clan. How does he plan to cope with the negative reaction? The woman remembered how she killed the previous one. Then she stretched and said that she just finished her job, she will deal with the rest herself, then asked if there were any rumors or news. The man came closer, said that they are not her personal slave, but the girl began to beg. Then he said that he will find a couple of news for her. He introduced the bishop's chair and said that first of all this man left the cloud garden. No one knows why yet. The full moon took control of the sector. The bridges were destroyed, although this information is not reliable and it will take a long time to reconstruct. He also introduced a crowd of people. In any case, the bishop has planned something grandiose. Some sector rulers have already supported him. Then the woman came up and asked what these people are trying to achieve. In response, she heard that she is not sure. And then the young man introduced the saint and added that he suspects that they want to deal with some villains, despite their attempts to hide it. Noon looked at him and said, is it true that he hints at a civil war? The council will not allow it to happen. But the guy replied that the council has already begun to act. Does she know an organization that even they cannot touch without consequences? The girl raised her finger and said that this is chain delivery. And really, if you imagine these people, everyone knows that they are working with villains. Even their logo is a star. The only reason the clan turned a blind eye to this is to show their generosity to the public. The delivery chain was a great company that made an alliance with the clan of heroes, showed that it can and will be very profitable. In other words, they decided to launch an attack on the delivery. As if all the missiles in the world were aimed at one small shark, this means that they are going to become more aggressive and ruthless villain. At this moment, the guy was sitting at the computer and shaking, a potential change for his business. To become controlled by the plan, they can flounder a little, but sooner or later they will exhaust their limits. The young man was very scared. His employees were leaving him. A black hand was sent to get to their leader. And at the threshold of the building at that moment there was a girl. One of her fingers was already on the way to the dusty city. If everything goes well, they could even reach the ring headed. The sun was setting. Then the girl leaned against a tree and thought that everything was more serious than she suspected. A civil war within the clan is a great opportunity for villains. She imagined a smiling man, does not understand what is the point of going so far to support them, how much he sees. At that moment, the guy threw the coffin on his back and said that this is all he can tell, but the girl noted that he did not tell her something. The young man lowered his head and said that this is where his kindness ends. Then he came closer and said that he knows they are not very strong, but they also have honor and pride, shared information with her only so that she does not join this organization. The redhead raised her hand and said okay, as he wishes. At that very second, the guy came closer, said that if she really wanted more information from him, she could always become his lover, so he would tell her everything he wanted. Noon looked at him with surprised eyes. The man added that if the accuser was dead, didn't that mean he had a chance? A shot rang out right away. The guy grabbed her hand and said that he understood everything. He looked at her surprised eyes and said that she shouldn't look at him like that. Then he spread his hands and said that they were still looking for his body, which meant his death was not confirmed, unfortunately for him, but what can you do? Later he introduced their squad and said that he was sure she would do anything for the people she called her own. Then asked if that was true. If you think about the bishop and the emblem of the heroes, the same can be said about them. They have a choice not only between the light and the bishop, right? He imagined a lot of people tied together. They were both going to do everything they could to save a small family from a clash of giants. They had to think about themselves and choose a side. Then he turned and said that he didn't want to see her end up in such a coffin. After that, he started to walk away and continued to hum his song, Come Before Dawn, Leave Before Sunset. Wooden coffin companion, do you rest forever, wearing the sky as her nightgown? Immediately, the woman picked up the phone and thought that it was scary. She didn't like such skinny people. Immediately, she called the Crimson Dragon and asked if she was ready to go back. The girl replied that of course, she was almost ready. After noon, she lowered her head and said that in general, she should stop and stay where she was. It seemed like they still had work to do here. After some time, the car was driving along the highway. In the huge truck, they were discussing why the young man was upset. He replied that he had been turned away. The driver continued driving and said that they shouldn't have joined the underground heroes. No woman would go on a date with them because tomorrow might not come for them. At that very moment, something crashed into their windshield. The man shouted that he was taking his words back. The van began to skid. The driver got out and asked if the Undertaker was okay. What just happened? He went forward and asked what it was. Did the bats really become? Then a girl appeared from behind them and said hello. Then they landed on the ground and grabbed the man by the arm. She drove her fangs into his neck. Blood spurted. Then the Undertaker tried to get out and said that this couldn't be. The girl sat down next to him, handed him a candy and said hello, asked to exchange the groups in exchange for this. He began to get angry and asked what she said. Was this man really behind the disappearance of Viper's corpse? His eyes were burning. The man asked how this woman could desecrate his death. She smiled in response and said that she would not like to fight him. Then an explosion thundered throughout the car. The guys started fighting. Even the bridge shook. They stood opposite each other. The Undertaker wanted to attack. He tried to strike, but the girl moved away and artificially dodged. Then she smiled and said what an interesting gift he had. At that time, the bats opened the van, and they began to drag the coffin from there. They managed to pull it out onto the ground, and then bring it to the very edge of the bridge. A second later, they dropped it and the coffin flew to 1C. The next day, at sunrise, a wooden box washed up on the shore. A broken egg lay nearby. Suddenly, someone touched the girl's head. She opened her eyes. Then she jumped up and said that you were from the dead. Well, she immediately fell because the pants were too big for her. The girl looked at her reflection, thought that John's gift was her last hope, but she had no choice. What a waste. There was a small child in the reflection. Then she raised her head and looked to the side. Some small creature was flying nearby and she also did not understand what it was. The girl touched the Dalbo with her finger and she looked at it, and he did the same and also looked questioningly. We moved along the beach together. The girl walked forward and thought, looks like it worked. Somehow, it was a risky gamble to use a jiffer that I didn't fully comprehend. Then she remembered her opponent. Jinty Young was far more dangerous than I had anticipated, although I'd preferred not to have risk factors to divide my attention. And she also thought about Noon. That's just an excuse from a loser. After all, many variables come into play and affect the outcome of the battle. She pictured herself before the defeat, thinking, I did make a considerable amount of progress thanks to InGen, but I can't really say I could stably hold my place in a fight like that. It looked like a mixture of different abilities within her. I'm still developing as a gift user, but there's only so much I can house within my current self. Anything that I can't naturally overflows and creates a mess. The memories were vague, which probably explains why I had this weird fever back then. If you recall the conversation with the Crimson Dragon, the difference from before is that I could figure out the gift by making physical contact with the intended target. The girl fired it like a cannon. I must train more rigorously to stay on top of my physical conditions, as well as maintain the balance of ESD within me by expending some gifts. Then she looked at her hand and thought, plus I learned a new rule about my gift. The girl remembered the last minutes of the fight. I can use borrowed gifts simultaneously with other gifts. And also that shot, I hadn't had a chance to test this theory before because, figuratively speaking, the borrowed gift was like a really expensive bullet in that I can only use it once. At that moment, a small creature sat down on her head. I can only use 2 gifts simultaneously at a time at the moment, but I'm sure it will open up more strategic options in the near future. The girl immediately grabbed it and brought it closer. Then she tried to eat it, but nothing came of it and she said, definitely not an everyday jellyfish. First of all, it tastes different. She also remembered that broken egg. Was it born from that strange egg? After that, the girl ran closer to the bushes. The voice was coming from here. She opened them and looked there. She saw a huge beach on which children were playing and ran up to her and shouted that this girl was a jellyfish. What happened to her clothes? Then they started shooting at her with a water pistol, and she skillfully dodged. Medusa raised her hand and asked if she should kill them. The girl looked at her and told her to get lost. Then she ran and took the toys from the kids. Then she turned around and crushed them. The kids were shocked. and the brunette left there, taking the ice cream. She doesn't have time, what Victoria said. Meanwhile, some laboratory. The blonde raised her hand and looked at it. She was lying on the bed and listening to what was a success. Her heartbeat is normal, most likely she will live to use her power. Then the girl ruffled the guy's hair and said that it was a good job, all thanks to him. He smiled and replied that he couldn't believe that he succeeded, meaning that the chance of success with a regular transplant is quite small. But this time it was even smaller. Does he think he will receive great scientific fame, like her? The girl reached into her robe and said yes, of course. A moment later she fired and shot him in the head. Then she wiped the gas mask of blood. At that moment the girl woke up and started asking who died, where is she? The woman came closer and apologized for scaring her. Then she put her hand on her head and said that she did not need to remember anything except her destiny. She extended her hand to her and said that the girl was created only for this, was born to die. Suddenly she opened her eyes. The girl looked at her and asked if she was awake. Then she sat up and said that it looked like she had a nightmare. The little girl came to her knee and said that everything was fine. They were in a large country house. The little girl added that reality was much worse than nightmares. At that moment Victoria climbed out of the water and the girl added what would they do with her now. The woman came closer and said that most likely she would die. Then she opened a bottle. She poured the contents into her glass and said that a lot of people wanted to get her. The little girl answered that she understood everything. Then the question was asked if she was afraid. She lowered her head and said that she expected too much. She just wanted to be born with a strong gift like hers in the next life. The woman smiled. Then she looked at her and said that she could have what she wanted in this life. The girl raised her head and listened carefully while the blonde said what she saw. She didn't need to hear the answer to know it. And then the girl ran away from there. She ran forward as fast as she could. The blonde shouted at her to run as far as she could. Then her assistant came up and said if everything would be okay if she was let go like that, not counting the sledgehammer, the two elders would be offended by her actions. The blonde smiled and said that if so, what would those people do? Then she raised her glass and said that she needed someone to carry her to the moon. Then he stars and said that it didn't matter who it was, as long as he had potential. Whether it would be her or someone who was using her power, it didn't matter. Then she turned around and ordered the assistant to make a report and stay here until the end of her vacation. The girl sheepishly replied that she had never gotten the rest she needed and that she had worked during her vacation too. Victoria turned around and said that she could continue to grumble and that she would need psychological treatment. The girl got dressed in a second and said that she would be ready right now. And the blonde smiled and said that she didn't have to rush if she hated life. Meanwhile, on the city street, the little girl ran forward, could not remember anything. People turned around and looked at her, and she thought where to run, then stopped. There was no one here who knew her and whom she knew. The little girl looked around and thought what to do. Suddenly a man crashed into her. The girl fell. He began to apologize, said that he was dizzy. He extended his hand and asked if she was okay or everything, but his face looked very strange. A bright light came on, and a huge wing appeared on her back. People began to run back and ask what was happening. They did not know what it was. After that, the girl jumped up and ran away shouting that she was sorry. At that moment, a brunette came out from around the corner, and of course they collided, and with such force that the girl was thrown back. She lay on the floor unhappy. Then she got up and looked at the blonde. She said that she was sorry that they accidentally collided. The brunette did not listen to her and decided to immediately kick her in the stomach. The baby was carried into the wall. Everything began to collapse around her. Afterwards, she lay unconscious on the ground, and Ava took her and put her in her bag. People around were shocked when they saw a little girl in a bag carrying a whole person. At the same time, not far from there, she threw her on some brooches thinking, this meeting is not an accident. She remembered how they collided and thought that while wandering the streets, she was restless because of a strange aura. This little one was emitting vibrations all night. Her body literally glowed. Is she really the torch that everyone is chasing? Shouldn't the clan take care of her and keep her in a safe place? Then the girl called the blonde and asked if he was busy. The young man answered the phone and heard a question about the fact that no one knows what a torch looks like. Then can they say whether it is a torch or not? And Jen tensed up and asked if the girl could get him. She hesitated a bit and said no. What made him think so? Then the blonde walked forward and asked what she felt when she first saw him. Then he stopped and said that she needed to explain in one word, nothing more. The brunette looked at her and said that it was peculiar. The guy lowered his head and said that in that case she should take care of him herself. She asked again. There was no need to be so irresponsible, but the phone call had already ended. The blonde came closer to the darkness. From there they asked if he had finished. The guy looked forward and answered why his call was not answered. He thought that he would appear first. A fire lit up in the distance. They answered that because he realized something when he saw that woman. He realized that they could not win, no matter what they did. Then a whole building caught fire nearby. The stupid king thinks, still obsessed with the glory of the past, and tries to dig up the dead. A huge scary monster appeared in front of him. Even if the reign of the lords, which turned out to last forever, was over, everything in this world ends one way or another, and his time too. The blonde lowered his head and said that there was no point in talking nonsense. Then he raised his burning eyes and said that his time was just beginning. At that moment, Ava was angry and shouted that it was impossible to throw it off like that. He didn't even answer the question. Then she threw the phone on the ground with all her might, asked what they wanted from her. Suddenly a loud sound was heard. The girl climbed out of the window and wondered what it was. At that moment, the blonde began to come to her senses. She remembered a situation from her childhood when her mother was taking her somewhere. The boys were walking in the rain, approaching some strange building. Her mother replied that she could say that it would be better there, she should endure and survive on her own. Then she looked at her and said that she was sorry that she gave birth to her in such a terrible world. And then she left, leaving the child alone. Unconsciously, the girl began to hug the brunette and say, "Mom." Then she looked up at her eyes filled with tears. She immediately began to wipe away her tears, realizing that it was a dream. Then she came closer and said that she had hurt her when they collided. She immediately began to stroke the girl's head and said that she was so small and should not walk alone on the streets at night. She needed to go with her. She took her to her parents. Then she took her hand and said that everything was fine, she just needed to follow her, she could consider her her older sister. The girl immediately pulled her hand out of her hand. She looked at her and said that she was a little one, she only had one older sister, and it wasn't her, by the way. She wanted to ask her if she knew anything about the torch. The blonde began to shake, her reaction indicated that the girl was right, she knew that asking directly was the right decision. Then the little girl laughed and said that even she was hunting for him. She remembered the man in the gas mask who told her that she was born to die. And she also remembered the blonde who said that she had to run as far as she could. A wing appeared from her back. The little girl came closer and asked why everyone wanted to hurt her. A bright light spread throughout the building. The brunette looked at it and thought that this was a very unusual EST. She had felt it before, but now she was sure. She looked at the bright light and the butterfly. She could not resist this strange aura, like a moth flying to the light. She came closer and said that she would advise learning to control her aura if of course she wanted to survive. The girl knelt down, and she continued to say that other gifters would feel temptation and try to use her for their benefit. She also felt it. Then she folded her arms and thought that everyone who was nearby felt it. She immediately turned around and told her to follow her. They need to continue their conversation somewhere else. The blonde looked up and said she wanted to understand who it was. She didn't even know her name. The brunette turned around and said she didn't need to know. They were walking down a deserted street. Nenya was following her and asking why she was helping her. The brunette looked back and asked who said that they were helping her. Was she still wondering why she still couldn't calm down because of this little one? She remembered how she grabbed her hand. It was because of what she said earlier. It was strange. Medusa was trying to calm the girl down at that moment, and the brunette continued to think that she had nothing in common with her sister. No voice, no appearance, no character, nothing. But then she remembered her older sister and thought that for some reason she reminded her of her. The child began to look around and said that he didn't understand anything. There was not a soul on the street. Why is that? Then the hero killer scratched her head and said that while she was sleeping, there was an emergency siren. All means of communication were turned off. She thinks that the citizens are now evacuating. Then she thought, someone deliberately created this situation? The answer is too simple. She also remembered Victoria and thought that it must be someone who has enough power to block the city without a sledgehammer. Only one person comes to mind. An explosion sounded somewhere nearby. Anyone who wants to take possession of the torch must prove that they are worthy. The blonde was standing somewhere nearby and was ready to attack. She smiled, thinking that this was a gladiator pit. Part of the city was without power. This is a huge arena that Victoria created. If you imagine people, she does not know how many warriors came for the main prize and also cannot ask for help. Then she remembered her curators. She thought that she cannot ask for help from heroes, not from villains. She must do everything herself. Then she changed her hair color and thought that for some reason she felt so good then. It was very sudden. The girl in the background was surprised. Her hair changed color. She ordered them to sit here. Then she remembered the last minutes of her life. Now nothing will distract her. It became lower, so no one will recognize her. Her hands caught fire. Even in a battle with a helpless, she could not say that they use all their strength. Energy permeates every part of her body. She was madly waiting for this moment. Now finally. A huge column of fire and electricity rose up. Finally she managed to release all her power. This charge was visible even from afar. Everyone there looked to the side and paid attention to it. The little girl stood and screamed that she had the torch. Then she raised her hand and said that she would let them try to take it. People started coming up and discussing what kind of little girl she was. Another said that she hadn't seen her before, but her guts were definitely not tanks. People came closer and said that this was an incredible amount of energy, completely swept away the energy they were looking for. And the girl continued to stand near the building. She threw her dagger aside and said that anyone who crossed this line would die. They could check if they weren't afraid. A man appeared on the horizon who said that he thought she was bluffing. Then he came closer and said that just because she had a lot of Esta, it didn't mean that she was strong. Then he came closer and said with a smile that it looked like she had only recently awakened her power and was too self-confident. He was very sorry to ruin her dreams, but she should find out what the adult world was like. And he crossed the line. A moment later, he received a blow to the face. And as soon as he fell to the ground, the girl asked again how he liked the adult world. Another pillar of energy appeared nearby. The girl crouched down and said what she thought. She would have to work hard to hammer her words into their heads. At the same moment, a huge man ran at her. He only extended his hand, as the girl literally pushed him aside with one finger, and instantly jumped up. They moved throughout the city. The girl destroyed one after another, saying that now they need to see the difference in their strength. At the same time, the monster was held hostage. Rachel came closer to him and asked if it was possible to be softer with her, and then deactivated the field. The blonde came closer to him. The woman raised her head and said that she did it, but it turned out to be a waste. The guy lowered his head and said that once there was even a group of followers who admired her strength, but why did it become so weak? The monster lay on the ground and said that he could not believe that the Sinclair girl had achieved such progress in just a few years. Then he remembered their battle, adding that she still had not awakened her full potential, but in the future she could become a wonderful weapon in his hands. Then the guy came closer and said that they should finish with pleasantries and join him. He needed his help. The guy squatted down and replied that unfortunately for him, he had already lost the will to fight. Then he imagined space. Since he saw the witch, he could no longer fight. He realized that people cannot resist the stars of the infinite universe. He also remembered the guy, adding that his flame could never burn her. Then he imagined the woman's eye. If the elders are demigods, then she is a full-fledged god. And after that he began to laugh loudly. He looked at the guy and said that even though he saw the same thing as him, he still stood his ground. He imagined his team, this side of him, Roxana, and he loved him very much. The man also imagined the guy sitting on the edge of the cliff, said that she would no longer help him, so he should go and ask his son for help. This man is quite strong and will not become like him. And Jen listened carefully as he said that he shouldn't trust Chain too much. Most likely this man hadn't forgotten the past. Then he raised his hand and said that he would leave him here and go into the curtain. His last monologue was a confirmation of his faith in him. Suddenly everything around caught fire. It was worth rejoicing and worshipping the flame that would devour the light, serving and praising the king of Nira, the one who had swallowed and subjugated the flame. Then he said that he would go to hell for his king when his shit would swallow the whole world. Then the young man knelt down and looked down. He put the face of his comrade who said that he would be the flame that would burn his enemies before his darkness could reach them while he was alive. The blonde came up from behind and said that she had a message. They finally tracked the puppeteer. The young man raised his hand and said that this was very good. He would personally take care of it. Then he lowered his head and said that there was something that needed to be done. Meanwhile, in one of the abandoned buildings, the little girl was sitting under the table and was scared. The brunette suddenly looked in and scared her. The child fainted from this. Then Ava sat up and exhaled. She remembered the city of corpses on the street. Well, she thought she had done enough so that they would not underestimate her. All the mediocre people should have realized by now that they had no chance. She also remembered the brown-haired man. The only thing that was strange was where he was. She thought he would be desperately trying to get the torch. Then she looked away and thought that she should sort this out first. The little girl was sitting next to her, saying that she was sorry, but she couldn't control it, and a flame appeared from her back again. The little girl ran up and said that this could be learned. Then she sat her down on a chair and said that she should close her eyes and imagine her wing disappearing, or she could imagine absorbing the power inside herself. Both would work. And suddenly the flame went out. The little girl opened her eyes. Well, that's it. She jumped up sharply and asked again if it was really that easy to control, but the girl asked her to calm down. Then the child began to jump and scream with joy, and the hero killer thought about what to do with her because she did not sign up for this. And then she sharply asked a question about the torch, how he could use it. The child abruptly stopped. Then she lowered her head and said that she could not tell her. She fell to the floor and began to jump with her hands and feet, because she would be abandoned as soon as they found out about this, so she would not say anything until he ensured her safety. The girl tensed up, thinking that this baby was smarter than she thought. This was starting to irritate her. Then she heard something. A crimson dragon flew up to them. She raised her head and saw a silhouette in the sky. Then she grabbed the child and threw her aside, told her to be careful. At that moment, the red-haired girl took a breath into her cheeks, and then she launched a huge table of fire into them, crimson breath. At that moment, Noon burst into the room. She stood next to her and thought that this girl was alone here. Her friend in the air looked at this one and shouted that she shouldn't relax. This attack would only stop her for a moment. The woman came up, looked at her and replied that she knew. Then she put out her gun and said that she would help her, finish her off. She tried to shoot, but nothing happened. Why isn't the gun working? And the girl at that time was already able to break free and it shot straight at her. The woman was surprised and asked again what was happening. It was impossible. How? But the blonde at that moment swung and said that revenge is a dish that is served cold. She had waited long enough. It was time for payback. And with one blow, her head was knocked straight to the floor. It was an educational blow at full force. Then she pounced on her with her whole body. As soon as she landed, the woman was pressed into the floor. It was an aggressive chipmunk press. Suddenly, a crimson dragon flew up and screamed. The girl jumped off the ground and tried to throw the baby back, but she hit her with a chair. Then the girl pressed her legs to the tail and folded, rolled forward. The blonde ran up to her, and a second later she kicked her in the stomach, and so hard that she was thrown to the side. The woman began to break with her feet in the floor. She looked at her and thought that this girl was strong, like a child, but she should not be underestimated. After the baby ordered her to take her, the woman was surprised. She asked again, thought that this voice was strange, but it seemed familiar to her. After that, the girl raised her hand and said that they just need to leave. The crimson dragon at that moment was dragging her friend and wondered what this girl was up to, said that she would not thank her for this. Then they just flew away, and the girl looked after them. She remembered how she shot Noon and thought that there was no point in killing her while she had a guarantee. Besides, she was happy with a good informant since she was unhappy with the clan. Then she raised the card above her head and thought that there was a time limit on using borrowed gifts, but she would not know this until she revealed herself to her. Then the girl turned around and said how good she felt after death, and she also paid the crimson dragon for the food. Then she picked up 2 bars and said that the girl could go out. She immediately ran to her since she was very hungry. The blonde stroked her head while she ate and said that she loved chocolate. She also thought that it was like a pet dog. Now it would only be more interesting. Then she ran and thought that many saw her maximum strength, and only crazy or very strong people would go against her. But she also saw a child fall in the background. She thought about attacking first, but now everything is not like in the 16th sector. She will not have reinforcements. She also does not know how many more enemies, but more importantly, she has limited options now. At that moment, as Victoria watched the city, the girl thought that most likely she once drew the border of the battlefield, and in this zone she must prove that she is worthy of controlling the torch. If you imagine it on a map, she thinks she should get closer to the farthest parts of the arena. Maybe she can contact Jen while here. She hopes she's lucky enough. She also imagined herself and the baby as figurines. If everything goes badly, she can serve as bait until Nenya runs away. It's good that no one knows what she looks like yet. Then she rolled her eyes and thought that first. The blonde stretched her jellyfish and thought that she should be given a name, maybe Pudding. Nenya came up and said that the jellyfish was the right color and looked the same. The girl thought about it. Then she began to imitate Jen and said that okay, there will be Pudding, asked what he could do for her. He thought about it, then remembered about the dagger, and immediately acquired its shape. The girl was surprised. But as soon as it was in her hands, it immediately became whiskey and soft. What kind of crap is this? After the little creature fell to the floor, the girl was upset, to put it mildly. And in the background, a child was laughing, so hard that tears were streaming from her eyes. Morning had come. Nenya looked at the sleeping protector and thought that it was much easier for her now. The more time she spent with her, the more she forgot where and in what situation she was. Then she hugged her knees and thought, wouldn't it be easier to just torture her to get information? Then she imagined her clothes torn to shreds. Whoever killed her would get her power. Then she approached the girl and thought why she wanted to tell her this, because she wanted to see her reaction. But she remembered herself as a little child. She seemed to know why. She was looking for someone she could rely on. Like on that terrible day, in the past she convinced herself that there was no person she could trust, at least one person. Suddenly, someone grabbed her hand. He pinched her nose and dragged her straight back. The little girl was falling down and wondering where she was. Was she really underground? Couldn't breathe? Was someone asking for help? Suddenly her protector woke up. The child flew to the side and did not understand what was happening. Then she landed right on the pudding and jumped to the side. Ava approached the enemy and said that she knew that she would meet strong enemies, but did not expect that he would appear. Viper stood in front of her. The girl asked if he received a new gift while he was dead. Meanwhile, somewhere in the mountains, 2 people were fighting each other. Noon flew at her opponent. She was determined. She struck, but he knocked the sword out of her hands in one fell swoop. After that, she rolled back, grabbed the shield, and was able to repel his attack. But then the opponent struck again, tripping her. Since when did the man carry her pulleys and say that he warned her to relax? He held her legs and said that if she gets hurt while training, what will he tell her brother? Noon looked down and said that even so, she knows that he will support her if she wants to become a warrior. The accuser carried her further and said that he was very impressed with her progress. He is sure that she will last longer next time. Suddenly, someone asked her if she regrets. The girl asked again. In response, she heard, of course, she regrets that she killed her. The redhead began to look around. Everything was burning around her, apparently she was dreaming. Then she lowered her head on his shoulder and said that no, she would do the same if she had a second chance. Then she raised her head and said that if she cannot protect everyone, she would prefer to protect her people at the cost of other lives. This is how it works while wandering this hellish land. At this moment, someone carried her. The girl began to open her eyes. Then suddenly she noticed something. What the hell was happening? She began to beat the guy on the shoulders and ordered him to let her go. He immediately let go. The woman fell to the ground. Then she got up and realized it was a kid. Her brother turned around and asked if she was looking, holding her gun in his hands. Then he came up to her, patted her on the head and said that he told her to run if she met an opponent stronger than her. Noon jumped up and started screaming that he should shut up. What he was even doing here? Shouldn't he be focusing on his recovery? And the woman should have stopped him. The brunette came up behind him, hit him on the back and said that this guy doesn't listen to anyone, like a reckless child on the playground. And in response, he suddenly pulled out her lollipop. Then he picked it up and said that he shouldn't be so harsh with him, swears this is the last time. Well, he probably can't even if he wants to. Then the guy smiled and said that he will soon be back with a few dead men. Psycho enters the zone. At the same time, the girl looked at the guy and thought, is it really Viper? It seems to her that something is wrong here. After she imagined the moment when he died, he shouldn't be there now, his head exploded. The guy immediately filled up, and he threw the girl back right through the wall. Did she really go through the pole? Then she kicked this pole down and thought she was right. His gift had really changed. At that moment, there was no one in front of her eyes. While she was trying to understand what was happening, the guy grabbed her by the legs from below and pulled her straight to the floor below. Then he let go, she flew down, and at the same second he jumped off himself. The blonde didn't hesitate and kicked him. Then she turned around and heard strange sounds. In the background, a woman in red clothes dragged her friend away. She found herself ahead and didn't even pay attention to them. The girl ran there, but suddenly Viper grabbed her. Her legs began to go down through the floor. It seems now he can make the target he touches pass through objects. Judging by how he used his guide against her, he believes that there is a limit and duration of use. The girl thought about all this while flying down. Then huge knives appeared from the floor. Ava picked up a piece of asphalt and said that it pissed her off. Suddenly Chaos burst in on them, shouting that he was rushing to help. His motorcycle flew at the enemy, and he fell. He started shooting forward, which caused an explosion. Then he landed right on the floor. It was a little painful. Then the guy got up and said that the girl really became smaller, asked how she was doing, and she said that it was terrible, all because of his sister, who almost killed her. The young man came up, patted her on the head and said that he was glad that she was doing great. At that moment, Viper was approaching them. The red-haired man said that the girl would not be able to defeat him alone. He had become much stronger compared to the last battle. Then she frowned and replied while Chaos became so weak that he could defeat him with one finger, but the guy smiled and said that there was no need to worry. We should do what we were going to do. Children always need protectors who will look after them. She remembered the girl's face, although she was the same child, but we should talk about this later. Then Ava stung forward and said goodbye, but the guy smiled and said that there was no need to even think about leaving him behind twice. Then she looked at Viper, which made Chaos return to the battlefield. Maybe it was because of pity for her former comrade. But then the boy's eyes lit up. The girl thought that he simply harbored hatred for the whole world, which drove him crazy. If you dive into the past, you can remember the moments of the meeting when the captain said that from now on this child will be his assistant. He has good potential to become an important figure for the clan, so you should not overload him. The redhead looked at him and asked if he could hold out for at least a year, and the guy looked down and said that he could hold out for more than 10 years. Then the man leaned back and laughed. Then he gave him his hand and said that they would watch, and so they were fighting each other. The man remembered how the boy had once protected him. He had thrown him aside and was able to stop his opponent's blow. They both attacked him, but the man managed to grab his comrade and put a knife to his throat. At that moment, Chaos shot straight at him, thereby killing his opponent. Then Viper raised his hand and said that it was dangerous, and he smiled and asked how he felt. Did he think they should start and use this joint attack? With each blow, the fight continued. The man remembered how they had both rested. He handed him the gloves, said that they were for him. At first, the young man did not understand. Then the house explained that he had said that he wanted them. Then he put them on and said with a smile that there was no point in saying later that they had changed their minds. And now the redhead was losing to him. The young man hit him. While the man was flying back, he thought that the house had become so pathetic. He didn't even expect that he would become so weak. Psycho immediately got up and thought about his comrade. What would have happened to him if he had lived? He imagined how they fought against the blonde. He thinks he would have become much better than him. Unfortunately, if he could, he would have entrusted him with simpler tasks. They continued to fight and finally the young man understood. After that, the house suddenly threw a bomb under his foot and thought that Viper was just a shell that he once knew. Then he pulled the string, and a huge explosion thundered, throwing him aside. He can no longer use the gift for a long time, as before, but using the ability is not the only way to victory. The guy turned and ran, thinking that this was what was left of his distant past, when he had nothing. Then memories began to emerge in his head, how he and his sister were sitting in a barn, then he was always running away. Like a rat, all he wanted was to survive. And now his own comrade was chasing him. The man looked back and thought that it seemed to him he was programmed to chase his opponent without thinking about anything. So he pointed his gun and thought that this confirmed his suspicion. And then he began to shoot at the water tap. He decided that he would use everything that was around him. A moment later, House threw a bomb forward and shouted kaboom. A huge explosion was in front of his eyes, and from there immediately jumped out Penetrator. The man began to shoot at him, but it was not enough. Then he detonated another bomb. Everything around was in smoke. Viper stood there and heard someone say, "Behind." He began to spin. Again and again he heard that behind him. The sound came from somewhere far away. Then the guy threw it there and flew through the wall. Under his hand was a walkie-talkie, from which they said that it was necessary to turn around. At the same second, the man pressed the button. There is one important rule in the Viper gift. It can pass or pass through itself only one object. But there is one nuance. It is important how it perceives the number of objects, one attack or one shot from a gun. He also remembered their last meeting with the girl. Suddenly, many rods pierced him. In other words, if it perceives one object as many different ones, it cannot activate the ability. After that, the man sat down next to him and said that he thought his gift had not changed in this. After that, the guy looked at him and listened as he said that he was sorry that he would let him die twice. Suddenly, the young man spoke. The man was very surprised. Viper raised his hand and turned to his comrade. Then the young man pulled his hand away. Chaos was surprised by this. For a second now he shot and shouted his name. The guy tried to pounce on him. Then they both flew into the wall. He had no choice but to take out his dagger and plunge it right into his former comrade. Then pull the trigger and create another explosion. This allowed him to jump back. Then Chaos asked if he was right. He recognized him. Viper tried to mumble something. Then he raised his head and said that of course not, and started laughing loudly. Then he looked at the expression on the man's face and said that it was worth it, so he does not want to stop doing such shit. House came closer and addressed him as a puppeteer. He asked if he knew him, and then added that in all fairness, he is now doing dirty work too. The young man raised his head and asked if he was really hunting for the torch. The guy raised his hand and said that he can't say that he is not interested in the torch, but that is not the most important thing. Much more important is that in such big battles he can collect samples. House fired again, but there was no one in front of him. The puppeteer suddenly ran up to him and said that he shouldn't worry. He wasn't interested in pathetic, abandoned people like him. Then he threw him into the wall and added that he didn't kill him right away, hoping that he would pull off a cool trick. Well, some kind of shit. He was acting like a piece of giftless shit. Then he pressed him by the neck and asked why he was laughing. Chaos looked down and said that it was such a relief. For a second he believed that it really was Viper. Then he grabbed his hand and told him to give him something to say. He didn't come here to die. Then he remembered the doctor and said that he promised someone not to sacrifice himself anymore, and said that this fool could already get out. They stood opposite each other. Silence hung around. Suddenly the puppeteer hit him again. Then he started kicking him, and the red-haired man shouted that they needed to hurry up before her master died. A woman was watching them from the roof. She frowned and was unhappy. If you dive into the past, you can remember how the man taught her. He looked ahead and said that this is a good job. We must continue in the same spirit. He put his hand on the girl's head and said that he would always be on her side. Also, when something happened, he stood in front of her and said that she should confess what she had done. And at that moment when I caught him, he said that now they were strangers. Kirin did not understand what was happening and just looked after him. Psycho was now screaming that he was in pain, trying to save himself. The girl frowned and thought, since when did this man start acting like a Turk? Was it really all about that woman? And she remembered the day when they wanted to seize the 17th branch, the doctors. Then it shot and she screamed. With one blow, she was able to hit the puppeteer. After it descended, he turned around and said that he found out that the girl was coming. Then she came up, grabbed him by the collar and said that he needed to shut up and get up already. The puppeteer meanwhile approached them. The guys turned around and said that they needed to drive out the evil spirit. At the same time, only in another part of the city, the girl ran forward. She ran as fast as she could and thought. She jumped creatures on the building and thought that these people could not have gone far. They can be easily found. You just need to go to the sound of the noise. But there were some explosions all around the city. It will not work to go to the sound. What did he notice? Suddenly the woman turned around and saw a pudding flying at her. He tried to deliver a pudding blow, but she threw him back. The girl was very upset about this. Then the brunette grabbed the baby and told her to shut up, to behave quietly, if she did not want her legs and arms cut off. Then she took out her dagger and said that she could really do it, although then the child would scream. She looked at her trembling face and said that maybe it was worth at least cutting the tendons, and maybe also put something in her mouth so that she did not scream. Then suddenly she swung, and the little girl remembered all the situations from her life and thought that it was unfair. How much longer would she have to run? She was tired. Even in such a situation, she could not imagine that someone would go and save her. Suddenly her hands began to glow. Maybe she should stay. After all, she would not have been able to find someone she could trust. There was also something she could do. And she also got a huge wing. The little girl thought that she could fight too. Then she opened her eyes wide. The woman said that she did not know. Then she looked at her with wild eyes and added that this girl did not know how to control her strength. Then she struck her. The blonde was surprised. A cut appeared on her hand. She immediately fell at her feet and began to cry. And the brunette looked and asked if it hurt. It did not matter. Whoever cuts himself with her knife will feel 10 times more pain. Suddenly the pudding jumped on her face again. The woman grabbed it and began to swear. Then she threw it aside, wanted to get rid of it but didn't notice someone flying at her. This person stood in front of the child and said that he couldn't believe that he was seeing such a piece of trash right in the middle of a vacation trip, told her not to be afraid. Claymore threw his sword over his shoulder and said that he came here to protect the baby. 2 people were watching all this. Victoria was sitting in her chair and asked if the puppeteer was there. She didn't think that such a coward would show up. Then Hecate raised her hand and said that if that swordsman, Claymore or whatever his name was, wasn't his student, he was definitely up to something. The blonde turned around and said that he wasn't that cunning. Most likely, he was on vacation now after losing his subordinates in the 17th sector. Suddenly, someone threw a sledgehammer at them. The girl turned around and didn't understand what was happening. Her charge was hit right in the stomach. Then the girl fell to the ground, and the blonde got up and said that this person was late. A sledgehammer was approaching them. The man looked at them and shouted that this land did not belong to her. This outrageous circus had to be stopped right now. Then he came closer and said that he would not ask twice. The torch was quite weak now. The blonde rolled her eyes and ordered not to talk to her like an equal. Then the man got angry and listened that it was necessary to stop with hypocrisy. She knew perfectly well who this man was. Her assistant went forward and said that she would like to deal with him, but the blonde ordered her to step aside until she was sewn up. Then she warmed up and said that if you think about it, the sledgehammer should thank Hecate for the place of the ruler of the sector, because it was she who killed the previous lord. Then she looked up and asked who would take his place if he was accidentally torn apart. There is a law that has always been and will be. She presented the crown and said that if the man is unhappy with her methods, he can simply challenge her and take her place. Then she raised her hands and said that if he doesn't have enough balls, then what should I talk about? Asked if he wants a torch. Then she laughed and said that she could join the slaughter and take it. Kirine used to admire Psycho. As a child she sat in class. Around they were discussing that this is that child recruit who was trained by the villain. The guys looked at her and discussed why this girl wears their uniform. They didn't know. A heavy smoker was already complaining about it. Suddenly some guy came in there, said, "Wow, how can this child eat in the enemy camp?" He came closer and threw something on her tray. It was a gift from him. In her food was a grenade. The girl looked at it and remembered something. How she stood and looked at the bloody long arms. A torn man grabbed her leg and asked for help. The same little girl jumped back. They told her to relax. It was a dummy. It will not explode. Why did this red-haired guy bring this fool here too? He leaned towards her and said that he does not really like worrying about his back on a mission. Just thinking about it makes him feel unsafe. Then the guy swung and asked if he was right. The girl is among the bastards who killed her people. Suddenly someone grabbed his hand. The guy turned around and asked what he needed. Psycho leaned towards him and reminded him that he told him not to touch her. And then the guy tried to attack him, but missed. And the red-haired one put his dagger to his neck. The officer turned around and asked if he knew that this girl was a walking disaster. Sooner or later she would regret it. And the young man replied that he himself would regret it. Then he picked her up and said that he would also be responsible for his decisions. The guys trained a lot. Where while the girl was shooting, he sat next to her and said that it was not so bad. In response he heard that she could easily cope with it. Then the guys came closer to the wall. The little girl said that she had been here for quite a long time and hated when she was called useless. When would she be called on a mission? Then she raised her hand and said with a smile that she had already overcome her trauma and was ready to leave here. The others still considered her a spy, so she needed to prove to them why. The guy went to the side and said that there was a mission for her. He introduced the bandit and said that her job would be to eliminate the boss of the new gang. This is a man with no ability, and he has excellent facial features, so it shouldn't be difficult. Then the young man handed her a piece of paper and said that they should head to an abandoned factory on the mountain. It would be a secret meeting, since this man would be alone. The girl looked down and said that he could rely on her. After some time, she was already there. She took out a gun and thought that Jeremy lent her his gun for the mission. After the girl aimed, everything was going according to plan. In the distance, she saw a man. She just needed to pull the trigger, just pull the trigger. Suddenly her hands began to shake. Not this, she can't let everything end like this. She imagined herself in full theme. She must overcome this, she needs to prove to them. Then she remembered her classmate. She needs to prove to these people. The little girl also thought about the red-haired man. She also needs to prove to him. And at that very second, it went off. With one shell, she took off this man's head. After she started shooting again and again, it began to be thrown back. But nevertheless, the girl managed to shoot the others too. Then she came to their base. There were dead people lying around. The little girl with the leg opened the door. She went inside and shot the man who was there. She continued to move along the perimeter and eliminated everyone who came across her way. Some brunette noticed her, but he did not have time to do anything because he was shot in the head. And so she stood in the corridor and thought that when she killed everyone, she was insanely proud of herself. Then she began to laugh and thought that she did it. She really did it. They will finally recognize her. But when they met Jeremy, she was very upset. She will never forget his disappointed face that day. She does not understand why he looked at her like that. The guy leaned over and said that the girl had to do only what she was asked. The last person she killed was an undercover Legion agent. This news shocked her. The little girl took a step forward and couldn't stand on her feet. Then she thought that her life couldn't get any worse. She fell to the ground and thought that all she wanted was to be the best. But in the end she sank to the bottom of despair. After that man's corpse was found, nothing much changed from that day. After some time, the war ended. People were removing everyone from the battlefield. The young man was handcuffed because he covered her. He was punished for it instead of her. The little girl ran after him, wanted to tell him that she should be punished herself, but her lips could not utter a word, as if they were glued together. The man walked away and said that she did not need to say anything. Now they were strangers. The girl continued to admire him for some time until she became a part of that organization, stood at the initiation and was upset. Suddenly he appeared in front of her. She met him again, the man she once knew. But tears began to appear in her eyes. The girl hated herself for thinking so. And at that very second she jumped up and ran to hug him. The guys spent a lot of time together. The guy became much weaker and softer. They sat in a cafe and talked. He began to stretch a smile that he had never seen before. She had mixed feelings. The already adult girl sat opposite him and understood that the young man was slowly dying inside when he asked her for help in cleaning up the clan. Then she jumped up and shouted that she shouldn't even think that he would return to his past life. She decided to gather. Then the guy stood up and heard her say that she was finally in her place and was not going to give up. Then he came up, patted her on the head and said that he understood everything. Looking after him, she mentally asked him to stop, begged him not to leave, thought that she was ready to agree. She remembered how they spent time as children. She couldn't tell the truth. She was afraid that she would lose him again. When everything started to fall apart, it was probably when she saw that guy. She thought that she was right. Her gift was called a confession of regret. The sixth shot that day changed her life. If she could turn back time, she would never pull the trigger more than necessary. And so she ran up and shot straight at the puppeteer. The man came up and asked if his daughter really died. The man in the wheelchair moved forward and said that he was sorry, but it was true, he was a little late. Then the man grabbed his sword and asked if it was his doing. The man's voice said that he would tell him about the 4 swordsmen who might be responsible for Yeon's death. Yushin closed his eyes and said that he might have to meet the elders. Is he sure he's ready? The man stood with his back to him and said that he wouldn't have come if he wasn't ready, but first he needed to find his daughter. The girl shot Viper. He fell to the ground. Psycho looked at him. Sharpshooter leaned over and said that the body was definitely Viper's, but the head was completely new. She said that it was an ability that allowed one to control the body and use the target's gift. What a disgusting power. The redhead lowered his head and said that that was not all. The puppet could be controlled from a long distance. It was the most powerful gift for controlling another person that he knew. He looked at the girl and asked what was wrong with her and why was she wearing a choker. Was she pretending to be one of the immortals? She raised her hand and told him to shut up. The girl looked at him and said that he didn't know anything. She squeezed the gun in her hands and thought that she wanted to ask him something, but now was not the time. She would wait a little and find out the answer. The girl thought that she had a reason to keep the connection for a little while longer, but she should at least apologize. She opened her mouth and said that she was very. Sharpshooter closed her eyes and said that she was very tired of him. She turned around and said that she had repaid him and that they were now truly strangers, and if he was going to go after the puppeteer, he should give up. The guy fell to the ground and said that they were living in a terrible world. He didn't even have time to mourn his partner. Sharpshooter went forward and said that this world, although terrible, they had no choice. Did he really believe that they could make the world a better place? The redhead smiled and said that he would do it easily. The girl looked at him and thought that it meant that there was still something left from his past. She thought that even if their paths diverged, she would continue to believe that his ideals would one day come true. The warriors fought. Claymore struck with his sword. The girl fought back. The guy stabbed her in the shoulder. She appeared in front of him. She knocked the sword out of his hands. Claymore grabbed the sword. The girl struck him in the stomach and told him not to forget her. The guy frowned. He smashed a bottle on her head. The dark-haired girl pulled out her weapon and said that it was strange, it must have hurt enough to cause a heart attack. Claymore stepped forward and said that for a swordsman, no pain could compare to the feeling of losing his beloved sword, and he couldn't protect the people he trusted. He looked forward and said that feeling pain was a luxury for a piece of shit like him. The guy lowered his head and said that he had already started seeing illusions. Despite everything, he promises. He saw that there was no one on the asphalt. The girl squeezed his head and told him to shut his mouth. He was driving her crazy. That girl had already run away. The dark-haired girl rushed towards him and told him to die. A red lightning bolt struck between them. Ava looked around and asked if they had seen the white-haired girl and the yellow jellyfish. She hit the dark-haired girl and told her to fight back. She landed. The girl jumped back. Ava scratched her head and said that she hit him pretty hard. Apparently she was not weak. She asked the gray-haired who he was. He started to answer, but a fist flew into his face. The heroine kneed him in the chest. She took his sword. Claymore grabbed her leg and said that he would not let this happen twice. The girl looked down at him. She hit him in the face. Ava ran ahead. She thought she had tracked her ESD to here, but she did not know where to go next. She could no longer track her, as if she had exhausted all the ESD. The heroine walked forward and thought that maybe she still had trust issues, although to be fair, hiding from everyone was the best choice for her. The girl's eyes widened. In front of her was a yellow lump. The beast was lying on the floor. Ava took it in her hand and asked if he was telling her to go there. Someone shouted for everyone to listen to him. Hecate turned around when the girl said that one uninvited guest would be joining them, so from now on they had 1 hour. Victoria smiled and said to inform everyone about it. The girl frowned and said that one uninvited guest would be joining them, so from now on they had 1 hour. She shouted that whoever was closest to the torch would take it by right. She shouted that Miss Victoria said so. Raxflor looked down and said that everything was coming to an end, which was a pity because he hoped to never find her. Nenya looked forward and asked if he knew her real name. The boy turned around and said that he saw her for the first time. She just reminded him of his little sister. The girl lowered her head and asked what she did wrong. The blonde's eyes widened when she said that it was too cruel. He remembered the girl asking if it wasn't too cruel. She cried and called him brother. Raxflor looked away and thought that he was still too soft. Why did he see her as his sister? He clenched his fist and said that they would see if he could convince the clan to use more humane methods. He asked Sledgehammer if that was possible. The old man landed and said that he must have already known he was here. How was his father? He started to approach. Raxflor asked what could happen to such a treacherous beast like him. Pleasantries aside, he would gladly see his demise with his own eyes. The old man frowned and said that, unfortunately, it was not up to him to decide. The boy looked away and asked did he really think that he was asking him for permission. The heroine asked what he was barking about when he was on her territory. Nenya smiled and called the owner of the pudding. Raxflor and Sledgehammer looked at Ava. She screamed that the torch was hers. The girl twirled her sword and thought that even though she said this, it would not be easy. She thought that the boy was quite capable of filling the entire area with his gift, and the old man was strong enough to be the ruler of the sector. The heroine jumped and thought that there was only one way to find out. She struck the old man. There was a crash. Sledgehammer attacked the girl. He swung the sledgehammer. He hit the ground with all his might. Ava jumped back and thought that he was strong. The old man threw the weapon over his shoulder and thought that she was definitely not an ordinary swordswoman. Maybe she was the girl with silver hair. He thought that she was younger than she was described. Sledgehammer turned and suggested that Raxflor first eliminate the obstacle and then continue. The guy looked at him and said that he did not even know if the torch fell into his hands, it would only be good for the bishop. The old man stroked his beard and said that it would also be a plus for his father, or did he want to go against Castle Grey? Raxflor suggested, agreeing that he did not trust him. His hand caught fire and he said that it was pointless to continue the conversation. Plants began to emanate from him. The entire block was filled with flowers and trees. A tree grew out of the ground. The old man said that even the cheeky boy was underestimating him now. He tore his shirt. Sledgehammer started hitting the plants and said that he would crush him and his trees. He summoned a rune hammer. There was an explosion. Ava jumped away from his head and told him to get out of the way. She struck. The girl jumped away and thought that the defense mechanism Raxflor had created looked impenetrable to normal attacks. She thought that Grayman's gift was completely useless. Sledgehammer struck and told her not to interfere. Ava hit him in the stomach and said that was her cue. The old man struck with the hammer. Hecate turned to Victoria and said that time was almost up. She said that she knew, but what did that mean? She threw her head back and asked if she had been unclear when she told her not to leave a trace. The blue-haired girl spread her arms and said that she had never seen them before. Could they be hired assassins who had come for her? The man asked what she was talking about. He said that they had come for. He approached Hecate. She raised her hand and said how dare they attempt on Miss Victoria's life. They would pay dearly for their vile intentions. Blows could be heard. Nenya sat on the floor and asked the guy if he wasn't on the hammerman's side. He confirmed and she asked why he did that. He lowered his head and said that she couldn't have had old acquaintances, so how did she know the girl outside? Nenya looked down and said that she didn't know why, but she had saved her. She said that maybe she wanted her as much as the others, just in a different way, but she didn't care about her motives. The girl said that she would follow anyone who showed her the slightest kindness, but no one had done that. She said that no one had ever done this before. She was the first and only one. Raxfler covered his face with his hands. He thought that it was too late for regrets. He remembered being told that if he wanted to show mercy, he should have done it while he had the chance. The boy extended his hand and said that he was sorry. The girl replied that she was fine. Nenya cried and said that she had no hope from the beginning. Raxfler appeared from the tree and said that he had an offer. He stood next to the girl and said that he would do as he wanted if she would let him deliver her. Sledgehammer said that he saw no reason to refuse. He had not been able to contact the swordsman from Castle Grey anyway. The redhead frowned when he was told that it would be a plus for everyone. He was glad that he listened to reason and avoided the fate of his sister. The old man bent down and told her to come with him. She had a duty to fulfill. Raxfler grabbed his hand. Sledgehammer looked at him and asked what it meant. He said that he changed his mind. Nenya ran forward. The old man pulled his hand back and jumped forward. He slammed his fist into the ground. Ava hurt him. She turned around and thought that he didn't defend himself from her attack. Didn't he care if she got hurt? Bishop smiled and told Sledgehammer that if he had trouble fulfilling his request, he could just smash that thing to bits. The old man gritted his teeth and thought that he was doing this for the glory of Master Bishop. He struck. Victoria appeared in front of him and said that time was up. Hecate covered Nenya with her body. Sledgehammer raised his eyebrows and said that he was satisfied with the ending. It seemed that he had won. He said that whoever was closest to the torch would take it. She hadn't forgotten her words, had she? The man frowned and said that he had played her stupid games enough. He hoped that she would not chicken out and take her words back. Ava clenched her fists when Victoria said that as she had promised, he would take the thing with her. Raxfler put his hand on her shoulder and asked for a moment of attention. He stepped forward and said that the old man had made a slight mistake. The man asked what he meant. The redhead extended a finger and smiled. Something moved in Nenya's hood. She smiled when she saw the pudding. The heroine put her hands on her hips and said that the pudding was actually a person, but she asked him to become a jellyfish. She could not say why, but he was her trusted subordinate, and each of her subordinates belonged to her, which meant that the things of her subordinates were also hers, so the torch was also hers. The heroine looked forward and thought that this was a rather absurd argument. Victoria smirked. The girl thought that this was exactly what she expected. Sledgehammer frowned and told the woman to skip this idiotic statement. She said that she agreed and she could have it. Ava ran to the girl. She hugged her. Victoria said that now that the winner was decided, when was she going to absorb it? Nenya widened her eyes in shock. The woman smiled predatorily and asked maybe right now. The heroine looked down. The man said that some time had passed since the torch incident. He supposed that he didn't know what had happened to him yet, did he? Sledgehammer looked at him and said that was unfortunately true. He said that it was fine. Bishop held up a feather and said that they hadn't been able to get into Castle Grey with it and that it had apparently fallen into the hands of the bad guys. The old man hung his head and said that if Victoria hadn't been there, he would have managed. He said not to worry about it. Bishop said not to think of her as an impassable disaster in his journey. He said that unlike a real natural disaster, her actions were predictable. The guy said that he had heard that she had returned to her sector. He said that she was impulsive after all. Bishop said that she had always been like that and was unlikely to change. He closed the book and said he knew the hot meat-headed warrior persona was just a smokescreen to throw his political opponents off guard, but he should be careful. Bishop turned around and said he nearly died that time. Sledgehammer raised his hand to his chest and said he would remember, and Sledgehammer told him he could go and would call him later. The old man walked forward. Punisher walked towards him. Sledgehammer looked at her and said he had heard she was causing chaos and called her a council dog. She waved her hand and told him to shut his mouth and called him shiny-headed. Bishop smiled and said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Punisher bowed. She looked up, smiled, and said she hoped he was doing well. Bishop snapped his fingers and set the table. The girl smiled and said what a gentleman he was. They sat down at the table. Bishop looked down and said that he heard that she was looking for a gray-haired girl. Was it really that important for the fingers to take action? Punisher stirred her tea and said that she was determined. Bishop was drinking tea when she said that silver was an awful hair color. She suggested that they get down to business. He didn't care about that after all. The guy looked at her when she said that he was more interested in how her boss reacted. The woman smiled and said that the clan master said that Yushin apparently wasn't enough on her own. Bishop smiled and said that was impudent. The woman said that he seemed very interested, although he was worried that he might be talking about controlling villains. The guy looked at her when she said that he was trying to start a war behind everyone's back and asked what if that was the case. Punisher smiled and said that she thought he would want to see him in person. After all, that wasn't what the council was looking for. The bishop waved the device and said he was glad to hear it, because he wanted to see him in person in the near future. Traveler Prim called a meeting. Punisher stood up and said she had no more time to listen to him. His words filled her heart with admiration, but the task would not complete itself. She headed for the exit and said that she would leave all problems in the capable hands of the management and continue to kiss their ass. Bishop asked her where she was going. She smiled and said that she was going to dismember the body of the gray-haired girl. The heroine was loading things into the car. She turned around when someone said that he was glad to see that she was okay. The girl smiled and said that she was worried when she found out that she left the ceremony due to feeling unwell. Was she leaving already? Ava looked at her and asked how she was feeling. She replied that she was stronger than ever and had already returned to work. The girl laughed and said that the master would definitely not want his student to be depressed for too long. She grabbed her stomach. The blonde said that no matter what, her partners would be upset that they did not even say goodbye to her. Ava replied that she could not do anything about it, they had already gone to their sectors themselves. Flapping of wings was heard. Crimson Dragon flew forward and called the heroine. She smiled and said that she was a new, worthy recruit. Ava raised her eyebrows and said that she was a hero to follow. They crossed their fists and said that they were finally reunited. Crimson Dragon patted her on the shoulder and said that she had already heard about her. She was glad that she was okay. She squeezed her shoulder and asked why she applied to such a terrible place like Nostra. She told her not to go near that area. She said that this is the most dangerous part of Wise Port. It is the only place where there are many more villains than heroes. The friends looked at the heroine when she started talking. Ava looked away and said that it was time to go back to being a villain. She raised her hand and said that someone should do this job. The girls looked at her in shock. The blonde shook her and said that she was the epitome of a true hero. She admired her. Crimson Dragon smiled and said that it was right, she was always very respectable. She raised her finger and told her to be careful, she would come and help from time to time. Ava raised her hand and told her to rely on her. The friends waved at her. The heroine said that she was doing well. The bag began to shake. Nenya climbed out and said she thought she was going to suffocate. Ava said she had to be able to handle it if she wanted to be her assistant, and she agreed. The girl looked ahead and asked where they were going. The heroine said they were going to a terrible place full of criminals. The car almost flipped over. Ava looked ahead and said that she reminded her that she got her license yesterday. The car braked sharply. The heroine got out of the car and thought that they had arrived. She thought that this was Nostra. She smelled metal, blood, and gunpowder. She saw the hopelessness in the eyes of the outcasts. The girl exhaled and thought that she was at home. Everything was as it should be. Someone asked if she was new. The man licked his knife and offered to perform a welcoming ceremony for her. The girls armed themselves and told them to give them everything they had if they did not want to die. People were lying dead. Ava exhaled and said that these guys are somehow different. She looked at her companion and suggested that they first go to her room for the government of this sector. After a while, a robber was sneaking up on the guy. They stole his suitcase, he screamed. Ava looked at this through the window and said what a peaceful place. She thought that after talking to Rachel, she learned that Ingen had temporarily gone to another zone. The girl thought that this was unfair because she hoped to get some money from him. She thought that 2 weeks had passed since the battle for the torch. Nenya quickly learned to control her strength. The heroine learned to become small with the help of Dave's gift. She thinks that there is still a limit, but it will still serve her well. Ava took a melon in her mouth and thought that in Nostra she has 2 main tasks. First, she needs to get some information while she works as a clan hero. Since this is not the safest place on Earth, she can make quite a big contribution. She also needs to work as a hero killer and kill a couple, but for now she can't do it due to lack of information. Ava put on her jacket and thought that this is why she should ask someone who knows a lot. After a while, the girl threw coffee on the table. She smirked. The heroine thought that this was probably Nostra's hospitality. Ava took a sip and thought that this was different from what she was prepared for. She imagined the waitress adjusting a strand of hair and asking her to enjoy the drink. The heroine threw a cup at the waitress. She took it by the collar. The girl approached her face and asked for another cup of latte. There was a beautiful latte on her table. Someone was approaching the heroine. Laika's face twisted. The heroine asked what was wrong. She jumped into the girl's arms. After a while, Ava looked ahead and said that Laika was desperately fighting for her life, and that was an understatement. The redhead raised her eyebrows and said that villains weren't afraid of heroes at all. She couldn't believe that she was sent to this sector. She said that most likely the rude character was connected with the villains. She was somehow testing her character as a hero. Ava held the cup and said that definitely not. It seems that someone is traveling with a cipher. She replied that she swears that it is true. She took the heroine by the hand and said that she can't trust anyone in Nostra. There are so many people there who will stab her in the back at the first opportunity simply because she is a hero. Ava took her hand and said that she has been through a lot. Laika said that she heard that she came here as a pit bull's assistant. Who is he anyway? The redhead frowned and asked if the pit bull was that famous. She replied that he was more infamous, and all because he couldn't control himself when he saw a woman. Laika recoiled when someone called her. The dark-haired one leaned over and asked what she was doing here. They had a lot of things to do. She put her hand to her chest and apologized for not introducing herself. Her name was Shell Knight. She was the hero of the clan. She said that Ava must be the new hero. Laika told her about her. The knight said that she hoped that Pitbull's dirty methods would not ruin her life. She took the girl by the hand and said that they had received a call from the office, so they should go. They would see each other later. The heroine took a sip of coffee. The girl said that she brought the day's report on what was happening. She lowered her head and said that a suspect that looked like a smiling man was spotted in the quartz area. Heroes associated with the council began to investigate the area. She said that it was expected that the sledgehammer would refuse to cooperate voluntarily since the prosecutor disappeared. A man's voice interrupted her and said that enough of these mundane things. Pitbull smiled and said why doesn't she join them? The secretary was silent. The man stood up. He came up to her and said that he never understood fools who try to detain a couple of villains. He put his hand on her shoulder and said why waste energy when you can live like a king if you come to a little compromise with them. He looked at the girl and said that even though this is a city of crime, infested with villains, it is much easier to live here as long as you follow the rules of Nostra. He took the tablet and asked what it was. She said that it was a description of the new recruit waiting downstairs. He took the cigarette out of his mouth and wondered if it was passed on from High Noon. That crazy girl, as far as he knew, she did not work for the bishop or the council. Pitbull zoomed in and thought she was cute, but she seemed to have no connections. He took the jacket and told her to send her to the bar instead of the office. He would teach this new girl everything there was to know about this city. Footsteps were heard. The heroine opened the door. She went inside and thought that this place did not look like a place where work was in full swing. The man took her by the shoulder and asked, "She is Kasha, right?" He smiled and said it was nice to meet you and introduced himself. Pitbull walked forward and told her to sit wherever she wanted. The heroine sat down when he said that such a promising recruit and she was sent to Nostra, a city of crime. Most likely she was sent here because she had no connections. He opened the cabinet and said that she should not worry about it. In this city the people were just trying to make their lives better, like in other cities. Pitbull put down the bottle and asked where it was from. She said that it was from Dust City. He asked if that was true, then the buildings here did not seem unusual to her. The man handed over a glass and said that this was for her. He did not like formalities. He smirked and said that it would make her feel more comfortable. She would like it. Ava looked at the glass and thought that it was alcohol. She remembered how Yushin told her not to drink alcoholic beverages. The heroine sniffed the glass and thought that it smelled pretty good. She took a sip. Ava hit her head on the table. Pitbull smirked. The girl stood up. She blushed and said she was enjoying herself. The man took her hand and said she was quite cheerful. Ava was staring into space. She closed her eyes. Suddenly, she opened them wide. A dead pitbull was lying in front of her. The heroine looked at him in shock. The guy said that he heard from his father that he would follow him one day. The dark-haired man covered his face with his hand and said that he was the one who killed him in the end. He didn't even know how to react to this. And Jen looked at him and asked if he would follow him. Bagna took his hand away from his face and asked if he had gone crazy. Fire appeared around his hand. Rachel looked at him in shock when he said to defeat him first. He frowned and said that the loser would serve the winner of the battle. The blonde man's eyes lit up. A dark creature appeared behind him. The heroine looked forward in shock. Pitbull took off his jacket. He extended his hand to the girl. She jumped on the floor. She blushed and said that it was a good try. She saw Jade. He greeted her. Ava frowned and said that he came here to see what progress she had made. The man smiled and confirmed. He asked if she had used the gift he had given her well. If she had not become stronger, he would be very upset. The heroine frowned and told him to watch closely. She was not the same as before. Jade smiled and told her not to hold back. The girl kicked Pitbull in the legs. Then she kicked him in the stomach. Ava took a step forward. She hit the man in the head. The heroine was sitting on the couch. She was looking at the corpse. The girl shook it and told him to wake up. She remembered how he grabbed her shoulder. The silver-haired girl sat on the couch and said that, in fact, if you think about it, he deserved it, so she's the victim here. She threw her head back and thought that maybe this is why people always tell her to stay away from alcohol. Ava stood up and thought that there was no point in thinking about it, it was better to think of what to do now. She saw that there were no security cameras here. The heroine put her ear to the wall and thought that judging by the silence outside, the walls here were soundproof. She analyzed the situation. The girl thought that she understood what to do. She rummaged through the man's pockets and thought that he definitely smelled of cigarettes before. Ava opened the lighter. She spilled alcohol all over the bar. Then the heroine threw the lighter. The bar was engulfed in flames. There was an explosion. The girl raised her head in shock. Ava clenched her fist. She pursed her lip and said that she had no choice. The heroine hit herself. The secretary ran into the bar and asked Pitbull what was going on. She looked at the fire. Ava was lying on the floor and said that there was a very strong guy with a fire gift. The girl ran up to her. Firefighters were putting out the fire in the building. The heroine looked away. Sometime later, in the hospital, Leica ran and asked if she was okay, and on her first day too. She stroked the girl and said that she couldn't believe it. She couldn't even detain the suspect, how strong he was. The redhead looked behind her and asked what was that soft thing on her back. The pudding flew away. The heroine asked why it was there. She frowned and said that she thought she should tell about her ability. She pointed to the jellyfish and said that it was her gift. Leica laughed. She sighed and asked if that was really. The pudding grew in size. The redhead hid behind her friend's back. She put the jellyfish on her head and said that she shouldn't be so afraid of it. Shell Knight walked towards the girls. She greeted the heroine and said that she was glad to see her in good health, but she had to cause her some inconvenience. She looked at her and said that she came here to get a report from her. It was part of her job to clarify what exactly could have happened in the bar. Leica frowned and said that she was a victim who had just recovered. She told her not to worry. She was not here to find out who was the culprit of the incident. She asked who even cared about the death of such a bad person like him. The knight smiled and said that she could go on. They would figure it out themselves. They had a lot to talk about in private. They walked together. Shell Knight looked ahead and asked how she liked Nostra. The heroine lowered her head and said that this was definitely not the best place to live. Criminals were running around. The woman said that she liked honesty. If you compare this place to courts where she had her ceremony, this place is a dump. She said that no matter how many villains she killed a day, new ones would quickly join their ranks and continue to sow chaos in the streets. She said that this was the least of the city's problems. Shell Knight said that there were many heroes here who made deals with criminals. She said that there were 7 main offices in Nostra. Unfortunately, most of them had cozy relationships with villains. Ava looked at her and asked her to tell her straight what she wanted. She walked behind her and said that there was no point in her leading her through all these streets unless she wanted to talk about something important. Shell Knight turned her back and apologized. She said that she needed to make sure no one was around because she had something to check. She looked at her and asked, "Didn't she kill Pitbull?" The girls looked at each other. Ava thought that she was sure that she left no traces behind. Unless she had some special gift like chaos, then this was a bluff. The heroine put her hand on her hip and asked what she was talking about, thinking that she was testing her. Shell Knight smiled. She said that she does not have to answer the question if she does not want to. She took out her sword and asked her to let her introduce herself again. She is the hero of the Wise Portal and a swordswoman who aims to reach the 4 swordsmen. The heroine asked who the 4 swordsmen are. The knight looked away and asked if she does not know about the 4 swordsmen. They are the most famous swordsmen. Their techniques distinguish them from the rest. She named the Heavenly Sword Yerim, the Executioner of the Silver Forest, the Last Knight Rhodos, and the Knight Commander of Arin. The girl looked at the heroine in shock and asked how he could not know them. She answered that there was something like that. She asked why Victoria wasn't one of them. She was pretty good with swords too. Shell Knight smiled and said that's why people say she can fight barehanded and still be an amazing warrior. The 4 swordsmen on the other hand are at the peak of the beauty of sword techniques. It's more like art. Ava thought she was very smart, but she felt a great similarity with the Guardian. Shell Knight looked away. She smiled and apologized for going off topic. She replied that it was okay. She herself was madly in love with swords. The heroine looked at her and said that she only went off topic for a second. Why did she call her? The woman looked at her. She said that it was because of the future of Nostra. She said that as she could already understand, there are many hero offices here, but none of them work as a base for managing the heroes and establishing justice in the zone. She said that the new heroes will soon succumb to the pressure of the villains and start working with them behind the curtain. The woman noted that while there were no major incidents like the Smiling Man attack or the missing prosecutor, the small events that did happen were enough to cause a stir in the city. Ava looked at her and said that it was no wonder she didn't seem upset when she said Pitbull was dead. She wanted to purge Nostra no matter who it took. Shell Knight looked at her and confirmed. Suddenly, she was called. Leica ran towards them and said that something had happened. The heroine pointed at her and asked what about her. She replied that she was too soft to be a part of it yet. She put a paper in her hand and said that they were planning a full-scale attack on the villains that Pitbull was covering for. She could come at midnight if she was interested. Shell Knight turned around and said that she felt that they were very similar. Nenya smiled and greeted the heroine. She raised a finger and asked why they came together. She replied that she did not know, he somehow followed her. The girl stretched the jellyfish. When the heroine asked her if she closed the doors and windows, she confirmed and said that it was really strange. Ava turned around and said that after she took a shower they could eat together. She agreed. After a while, the heroine was cutting vegetables. They were boiling in soup. The girl frowned and said that it was hot and spicy. She smiled and said that at least it was delicious. Ava looked at her plate. She remembered how she was little and said that she would make a wonderful stew for dinner. Her sister smiled at her. The heroine looked up. Nenya tried to reach for the food. She told her that her hair was too long. Ava asked if she wanted her to cut it after dinner. The gray-haired girl was cutting the girl's hair. She looked up at her. The heroine asked her not to move her head. She looked at her and asked what happened. She replied that everything was very strange. She squeezed the fabric and said that maybe she wouldn't understand. But this is what she felt. All her life she was in everyone's way and all she could do was run away. She said that she didn't remember anything about the past. If she weren't a torch, no one would need her. The girl said that even so, she remembered hugging the girl. Nenya cried and said that she still hoped that this time would never end. Ava looked at her and apologized. She said that she did her hair just like a protector. She got distracted, but when everything grows out it will look good. She looked at the girl and said that living and surviving in this world is very simple. If she wants to protect herself, she should become strong enough. Will she be able to? Nenya looked down and said that she definitely could, and today was the last day she cried. She ran forward and said that she felt lighter now. The heroine looked at her. She remembered the conversation with Shell Knight when she asked why she told her all this. What if she was the same as Pitbull? The woman walked forward and said that then this city could not be saved. Nostra had already reached its limit. Ava took the jacket and thought that all Shell Knight wanted was to bring peace, no matter who needed to be killed. She put on the jacket and thought that she could kill the heroes without raising suspicion. This was a really good opportunity. She had no reason to refuse. There were screams. The guy was cut in half. Someone was screaming to run. Someone's hand was cut off. Shell Knight killed the woman. The man gritted his teeth and asked why. He frowned and shouted that the other heroes had accepted this life, so why was she fighting against the established rules like a dirty rebel? He asked what she was trying to achieve with this. The woman took a step towards him. She looked at him and said that she was achieving justice. The man looked at her and said that he knew he shouldn't have trusted the fucking mercenaries in the first place. Shell Knight killed him. She took a step forward. The woman crouched and said that maybe she should have listened to him before killing him. Sparks came from the blade. Shell Knight raised her sword. She turned around. She was cut in half. Ava looked at her and greeted her. Suddenly, the woman exploded. Blood gushed out. The man looked at the heroine. Ava stepped back and thought that he was strong. She parried his blow. The old man stepped back. Then he struck again. The heroine grabbed the backpack and threw it at her opponent. She caught the sickles and attacked the enemy. The girl dealt many blows. He parried them. Ava turned and looked at him. She ran forward. The gray-haired girl looked at the sickle and saw that it was broken. She thought, how strong is this dull, battered, old sword? The girl parried the blow. The old man dealt another blow. Ava hit him with her hand. She took his hand. He dealt a blow. The girl dodged. She saw a bloody sword on the floor. She ran towards him. The heroine grabbed it. She frowned. The enemy was ready for battle. She thought that he had a special stance. Even the air flowed differently. The old man squeezed the sword. A red line appeared on the heroine. She was cut in half. The girl opened her eyes. The old man growled. He smiled and disappeared. Ava took a step forward. She fell. She rubbed her head. The girl thought that she didn't think she would encounter such a strong fighter, especially in Nostra. She thought that she remembered seeing this stance in the past. She said that she remembered. Yushin said that there was a swordsman called the Executioner. He said that he received this title because he kills his enemies with a single swing of his sword. When he met him, he was missing one arm and suffered from an illness. He said that maybe that's why he devoted everything to honing this swing to the limit for killing enemies. This attack is aimed at maximum speed minus other aspects. Despite everything, he was incredibly strong. Yushin raised his sword and said that he will demonstrate this technique for her. The heroine thought that it was one of his students. Perhaps he had 2 arms and was not strong enough to inspire the old man. She looked at Shell Knight. The girl touched her sword and asked if she could find peace on the other side. Ava frowned and said she was sorry. She would have been a great ally. She walked forward and said that Laika would be very depressed. After a while, it was raining. Laika was crying. She gritted her teeth and said she would finish them off. She stood up and said she would kill them all. Ava looked away. She thought that most of the invitees were ordinary citizens. People loved heroes like that. She turned around. 2 strangers were walking towards them. Metal Giant and Sting X were walking towards them. The man looked forward and said that Shell Knight was far from an ordinary hero. He had no idea who could have done this. Sting X smirked and said no matter who did it, they helped them a lot. The people frowned. The boy said that it pissed him off that they showed their hatred so openly. Maybe you should teach them how to respect heroes. Metal Giant said not now, the recruits are still here. The boy said that one of them is Shell Knight's servant and the other was Pitbull's assistant. The girl passed by Sting X as he was expressing his condolences. Ava frowned and told him to leave the formalities for later, they would meet again soon. After a while, the heroine was lying on the bed. She thought that the city government was taken over by heroes who were making deals with villains in the shadows, but she felt that this was not all, something strange was really going on here. The gray-haired girl looked at the ceiling and said that something strange was really going on here and Laika didn't seem to know much about it. She thought that she should look for information on her own, starting with the streets and alleys. The girl stood up and looked at Nenya. She thought that she should find someone to keep an eye on them, maybe ask Jen. The doorbell rang and said that it was a delivery. The heroine walked to the door and thought, what could it be? Only Rachel knows that she lives here. There was a big box in front of the door. Nenya woke up and asked what she ordered. Fried chicken. She said no. The girl raised her eyebrows and thought that the sender had written her initials in reverse order. There was a sword in the box. Ava pulled out the sword. She said, what was this? Was it really a gift from Jen? The voice said, how dare she pronounce the name of this bad man with her lips. There was silence. The heroine turned around. Nenya showed that it was not her. The sword flew out of the girl's hands. He said that she was a small nothing, where is there even the slightest respect for elders? The sword glowed. Chain appeared from it. He frowned and said that his whole body hurt. The heroine went limp and asked what it was. She looked up and thought of Rachel. Ava pointed at the green-haired man and said that she was sent garbage. She carried cookies and said that he looked terrible. She put the plates on the table and asked if he had money. Chain ate the cookies and said that of course they existed, but he was blocked from accessing them. The clan was acting much faster than he thought. He said that the guy betrayed him much faster. He would never forgive number 9. The heroine crossed her arms and said that he had betrayed him before. The guy said that he didn't like turning his back on people. He grinned and said that he didn't come here to grumble. The girl looked at him when he said that her cover was blown. She put her cup on the table. He asked if she had already known this for a long time. Ava looked at him and said that maybe she was reckless, but for him to know, she didn't act without a plan. They should have known this a long time ago. She sipped her tea and said that she was the unknown villain they were chasing, not Kasha from the clan. Chain turned away and thought that it seemed like she wasn't as ignorant as he thought. He looked away and thought that he was sure that playing the villain and hero was not the original plan. She could have just let it go and killed everyone she met on the mission to hide her identity. He thought that since she didn't do that, it meant she had ideals. The boy frowned and thought that no matter what her reasons were, her strategy was working. The clan would hunt her harder if she killed everyone like a crazy killer. Chain said that it was strange. He ate cookies and said that the clan was not a simple organization. He said that it was hard to see the connection between the villain hero killer and the hero Kasha. Then why did the fingers start moving? The heroine tilted her head and asked again. He said that the fingers were the strongest fighters of the Black Hand. He said that almost nothing is known about them except for one. The green-haired man said that one of the fighters does not try to hide his identity. He said that she is also known as the First Finger. Punisher smiled. She hit the car. The guy said that if the clan sends her, it means they are publicly declaring that they will kill that person no matter the consequences. He said that in simple terms, it is a regular public execution. Ava asked if this is the same as sending radioactive tea. She looked at Chain and thanked him for sharing this with her and everything else, although she does not know what he expects from her. The guy turned away. She said that if he is finished, he can go. The heroine pushed him away. He yelled at her to wait a second. Chain smiled and said that he is proposing a temporary alliance between her and him. She asked why. Ava looked at him and said that if he needs help, he can go to Ingen. He said that he cannot ask him. He is too scary. The guy raised his hands and said that it may sound strange coming from him, but he is a man of many talents. He knows a lot about business, so he was thinking about opening an online store. He smiled and asked if she could lend him her identity so he could borrow it. The heroine walked forward and thought that similarities brought them closer, and he was not much different from Ingen. He was even worse if you think about it. She thought that she knew that it was better not to underestimate him. He may seem fragile, but he was not. He would come to the rescue in time when needed. Ava thought that the most important thing now was that she was in one of the alleys of Nostra. She couldn't even believe it. She bent down and thought that there were splashes of blood everywhere, sadness, longing. The heroine thought that the villains running around the streets had already heard of her. She was sure that they looked down on her because she had been beaten up with Pitbull and she barely survived. She thought that it wasn't so bad. If she needed to talk to someone and find information about that old man, she would definitely run into him if she wandered around here. The girl thought that there was a friendly group of people sitting there. She pushed the man away from the table. She hit the wall next to his head. Ava looked at him and asked where the boss was. He tried to hit her. The heroine hit him in the stomach. She kicked the man. Another one was attacking her from behind. She looked at him and hit him in the jaw. The bandits were gathering around her. Ava swung her arm. The man put out his cigarette. He looked out the window and told him to bring her. The stranger took a step forward. The heroine looked at him. There was a guy standing in front of her. She thought he was the leader of the thugs. He looked ahead and told everyone to disperse. The bandits frowned. Then everyone moved away. The guy waved his hand and told her to follow him. His bosses wanted to see her. Ava scratched her head. They were approaching a building. The guy pointed to the door and told her to go inside. The girl pointed questioningly at the door. He nodded. She looked in and thought that all the cream of Nostra was here. The heroine frowned. It was dark inside. She opened her mouth. The men were smiling. The boss raised his eyebrows. The Golden Blood brothers are known throughout Nostra. The eldest of them is a villain, also known as office worker Enzo Goldblood. He is not only an excellent killer, but also an experienced bodyguard and scout. He knows how to carry out any mission almost flawlessly. Although he has a huge flaw, Enzo does not compromise at all when it comes to his work. He always does only what he is asked to do and no more. Even if unforeseen circumstances arise, he still does not get distracted while carrying out the task. It is important to remember this when you ask him for help in an important matter. Until now, for unknown reasons, when the clock strikes exactly 6 in the evening, he goes home. It is important to remember this when you hire him and everything will be fine. The younger brother of Enzo Rizzo Goldblood, he is the hidden brain of the Golden Bloods. He uses his head and pulls strings from the shadows, and it is because of him that the Golden Bloods hold such a position in Nostra. But that does not mean that he prefers softer methods. He does not prefer them. Shortly after the Golden Bloods first rose to fame, the heroes of Nostra received intelligence that the gang was transporting contraband goods. Spikes were laid on the road. The tires of the trucks were punctured. The heroes found nothing of the sort in the transports. The girl opened the doors. Instead, they found family members there. It is said that Rizzo proposed a deal to the stunned heroes. He asked them if they would rather take the gold and leave them, or fight and see it through to the end, sacrificing the lives of their loved ones. He smiled and told them to choose gold or blood. That is how the Golden Blood gang earned its name. The brothers smiled. Ava closed her eyes and said, "Wow, this is a sunrise." She jumped over the couch and said she couldn't even ask him to shut his mouth because they needed to talk. The brothers laughed. Rizzo smiled and said that she was very interesting. Hadn't she met his brother before? The girl sat on the couch and said that she had, but she wasn't here because she was bored or anything. Enzo laughed. The younger brother pulled out his chair and said that he couldn't talk normally because some bad man cut out his tongue. Why did she come here? The heroine replied that she needed the guy who killed Shell Knight. She knelt down and asked where he was hiding him. The guy put his sword to her throat. He said how dare she talk to his boss like that, she should show respect. Ava grabbed the sword with her hand and said that he was tall, wore dark clothes, had blue-gray eyes and a huge scar near his mouth. He made a deal with this man not to take the torch, but to delay the transport. Rizzo looked at her and said that knowing what a smiling person looks like is one thing, but she is just a rookie and knows about the details of the deal. The heroine lowered her head and asked if she still looked like a normal new hero to him. She said that a newbie wouldn't have such information. Besides, she was confidently saying it right in the middle of his base. Ava looked at him and told him to use the gray matter in his head. Maybe she was one of the secret agents like the Black Hand. There was silence. Applause was heard. Enzo smiled and applauded. Rizzo smiled and said that he thought his brother was applauding her courage. He would tell her what he knew as a reward. He came closer and said that Shell Knight was not killed at their request. She should listen carefully because he had a lot of information. After a while, Ava walked forward. The brothers watched her. The youngest said that she was quite hard to read and something seemed strange about her. He waved his hand and told him to put the plan on hold for now. They needed to observe her for a bit longer before making a move. He lit a cigarette and said that they didn't have enough information. They would let the others throw a welcoming party for her. He wished the heroine to enjoy the city of thugs. There was a knock on the door. Nenya walked to the door and said that Ava was back. Jane put his hand on her head and told her to wait a second. Who was knocking on their own door? He turned the handle and shoulder-butted the swordsman. He grabbed his arm and punched him in the face. Another man attacked him. Shane blocked the blow. He punched the attacker. The boy ran forward. The swordsman punched him. The green-haired man heard a scream. He turned around. Nenya frowned and told him not to worry about her. The kidnapper flew up. The girl closed her eyes. She remembered the heroine's words. A glow appeared. She said that she refused. The kidnapper looked at her. Nenya looked at him and said that she refused to be a burden to someone again. She got wings. The man's wings rustled. He looked ahead in tears and said that he could not control his gift. Leaves appeared around him. They formed a sphere around him. Nenya was glowing. She smiled. There was a rustling sound. Shane looked at his hand and said that his gift had activated. He looked at the ring. He remembered the girl calling him. She came to him and said that she did not want him to become the king of Nira. She took his hand. The girl pressed herself against his hand and asked him to spend this time with her. Nenya's wings fell off and she began to fall. Chain ran to her. The girl fell. He caught her. The guy was breathing heavily and looking ahead. Ava was running towards them. She turned around. The girl looked at the green-haired man and asked what was going on. He frowned and asked how the girl felt about the torch. After a while, the water was making noise. Ava was sitting next to the girl. Chain was standing with his head down. The heroine went to him and knocked. He raised his head and said that he had seen the true owner of the torch in the past. He turned around and said that the torch would not grant his wish. If anyone told her otherwise, she should shut up. He said that this cursed thing could not belong to a person. The guy said that in the past, the Iron Witch destroyed the owner of the torch because even she could not completely erase the torch from the face of the earth. Ava wondered if Jen had mentioned this witch before. She looked at the guy and said that she understood it. She wondered how exactly this would affect Nenya. Did he mean to say that she would die because of this? Chain looked down and said that the torch gives the owner a huge amount of Esta, which slowly accumulates in the owner's body. He said that the owner soon gets used to the endless supply of Esta. After a while he begins to use the huge abundance of Esta to strengthen his gift or ally. He continued that then the same thing happens as with other owners. The body breaks down from the huge amount of Esta or he will simply lose control of the gift. He reminded him of what happened to the woman. If she does not do something sooner or later, this will happen. The girl looked at him and said that she will not allow this. She turned around and said that he said that there were shards here somewhere. This means that the power of the original was divided into parts, then she just needs to overcome it with training. Chain extended his hand and said that it does not work like that. Ava turned around and said that then, maybe just sit and watch her suffer. If she dies, then she will need to train much more rigorously to become stronger. The girl got off the bed. Nenya was kneeling. She called out to Ava. She covered her face with her hand and said that she had killed someone. The heroine replied that showing mercy was a privilege that only the strong could do. She placed her hand on the girl's head and said that defeating your opponent without killing was much harder. If she still wanted to not kill those she fought, then there was only one option. She needed to become stronger. The heroine looked at her and said that she had killed in self-defense, and that didn't make her bad. If that wasn't the case, then who was she? A hopeless criminal for whom there was no forgiveness. Ava pointed at Chain and said that this person was much worse. He should go down in history as the worst person. He replied, what the hell? What did she mean by that? The heroine helped the girl up and said that she would have died if she had shown compassion at that moment. Nenya's eyes widened. The girl suggested putting it aside and talking about ethics later. Chain pulled the girl out. Ava said she was still alive. The girl was thrown into the wall and told to tell them who sent her. The heroine looked at her and said that the future of all Nostra depended on her answer. High Spear Castle. The bird stood on the statue and sang. Rachel looked at it with delight. The man said that he was leaving. A stranger looked at her from under his helmet. They walked forward. They entered the castle. The woman smiled and said that it was really him. He doesn't know when to give up, does he? She was cut in half. And Jen looked ahead and said stop hiding among the dolls and let him show himself. He brought something interesting. Hands appeared behind the throne. The dolls looked at him and said that he came here to make a deal. Let him show what he has there. The boy smiled and said he had the body of Salkai, also known as the prosecutor, alive. Starfall Highlands. Prim smiled. Drops appeared in front of her. They formed a vortex. Inside it was the bishop. The sun was shining. Victoria took a step. She smiled. The man with white hair walked across the field. The ram looked at him. He looked at Skysword. The animals fell to the ground. The man thrust his staff into the ground. A sound wave came from it. Prim and the bishop looked forward. Skysword came to the altar. Prim reached out and greeted everyone, said it was a while since she saw them. How were they? She asked where everyone else was. Just don't let them say that this is all. She sent an invitation to everyone. Victoria said they were not the kind to die early. She was sure they were alive somewhere, healthy. She said she was sure Reagan was still sitting in that castle. The woman guessed that he was playing with the plants like an obsessive fanatic, just like in the past. She said that she wasn't sure if Owl would return from the northern continent, and where the others were, she had no idea. She said that she had met Yushin not long ago. Victoria said that in short, he was much stronger when he just used swords. She raised her hand when the bishop asked if she had killed him. Prim smiled and said that times had changed and there was no reason for them to fight like war dogs anymore. The boy looked at her and asked why she had called them. They could start with this. The girl jumped off the rock and said that there were 3 pieces of news she wanted to discuss, but more than half of them were missing, which was a shame. The first piece of news, would they mind ending this endless war? She looked ahead and said that they needed to take care of this first. She wanted to hear what the clan master had done. Skysword looked at her. He said that she could call it whatever she felt comfortable with. He said he had always been curious about the famous ruler of the crystal line. She was good. The girl looked at him when he said he had high hopes for this meeting. He said he was disappointed now. The bishop slammed his cane on the floor. He looked at him and said no one here cared about his words. He shouldn't be here at all. He was unworthy. Skysword looked at him and said the title of elder was given to 9 of the most talented and strongest people. He said they were all the brightest stars in the chaotic galaxy. Many admired them and considered them saviors. He said their followers asked for offerings from the stars and worshipped them as gods. He said he couldn't remember when people started calling someone with overwhelming power elders. Times had really changed. Skysword looked away and said he already met the standards of elders and no longer needed their recognition. Prim looked at Victoria and asked if she was okay with that. She smiled and said it was funny. Her life was so boring and monotonous that she enjoyed it. She looked ahead and said there were a few sparks of fun here and there, including a potential child. Ava was drowning the girl. Water splashed on her. Victoria said the couple of teenagers would soon become beautiful specimens. She said neither of them had overcome a major obstacle in their path. She smiled and said, "Just look at him." An unknown sword master appeared out of nowhere. Skysword stood on the battlefield. The woman said he was destroying and overthrowing the sector lords one by one. She said he even defeated Yushin in a one-on-one battle. He had proven himself worthy. Victoria said this was the beginning of the boast of the organization with the strongest firepower in history, the Hero Clan. The woman smiled and said that they remembered when people started using the term heroes and villains. They all thought it was so funny and couldn't stop laughing. A butterfly appeared on her arm. She said that it had grown into unexpectedly exciting events for all of them, who were struggling with the boredom of mundane life. She squashed the butterfly and said that none of them could have imagined that this war game they had entered into for fun would turn into immature hostility between selfish narcissists. The woman went on to say that, all things considered, he was the closest thing to entertaining her. In other words, she wouldn't have come here if she had more important things to do. She said, like pestering Hecate and Rhodos. The bishop looked at her and asked if she really believed that his ulterior motive was to punish evil. She said, why doesn't he tell them his ulterior motive first before criticizing others? He's not completely honest either. She said he used to be ruder and much more straightforward. The guy smiled and asked if he really was more straightforward. Prim looked at the woman in shock when he called her Vicky. Many swords flew from the sky. They flew straight at the bishop. Victoria's eyes glowed when she asked if she hadn't made it clear that he shouldn't call her that. The guy took the sword away from his face and said if she could remember his past, and he couldn't. Did she know how children called people like her Snake? He smirked and asked what was wrong. If she didn't like the name Vicky, he thought it was a cute name that a witch came up with. Victoria released lightning from her hand. The guy took the sword in his hands. They attacked each other. The sound wave went through the entire forest. It knocked down trees. Prim stopped them and said that they were unbearable. That was not why she called them here. She looked away and said that they had not even gotten to the main topic. She knew that she was on the side of that bad person. The woman folded her arms and said that she had missed a good hard fight so much, she would take them both down. The girl smiled and asked if she knew that she was also an elder, so it was better not to underestimate her. She said that she hated being mentioned in the same sentence as fools like them. Skysword looked at them. Victoria smiled and said that it was hard to find out who was the strongest among the elders, but if they fought until there was only one left, they would find out, right? Prim looked at her in shock when she asked if she should destroy the sector that she loved and cherished so much, especially for her, so that she would draw her sword against her. The girl raised her hand and asked if she was really going to do that. The hand took the pendant. Everything went black and white. The elders looked at each other. Prim said that she saw that she needed a good beating and her tongue washed with soap. Medusa looked at her exclaimingly. The girl walked forward and said that if she wanted a fight to the death, then she would get it. Victoria smiled when the girl told her to follow her. Prim glowed. She looked at her and said that she would show her her place as a pirate. The heroines stood opposite each other on the field. Victoria, smiling, swung her sword. Prim, wearing a shining crown, held a green sword in her hand. The girls jumped at the same time, leaving a mark from the jump. Victoria grinned, approaching her opponent. A bright explosion appeared. White, zigzag marks remained from the attacks. The girl blocked the blow with her sword. Victoria's lips stretched into a smile. A white mark remained from the swing of the weapon. Prim jumped back when an explosion appeared in front of her. Her foot landed on the ground, breaking it. Victoria, holding a huge sword, swooped down from above. A huge beam flew forward from the attack. However, the heroine managed to dodge. Smiling, Victoria raised one finger and asked to expose herself at least once. Marks from the blows remained on the surface of the rock. Skysword looked ahead and thought about Prim. She did not become an elder for nothing. Bishop, who was standing nearby, asked how he thought she could rule such a large neutral sector if she were not powerful, and also if she were such a language model as she looked. Turning around, the guy continued that he would have already tried to kill her. The white-haired man closed his eyes, answering that after he gathered at the peak, he had long considered himself the strongest, and he saw their elders ruling the clouds above the mountains. He imagined the rocks on the gray platform and said that only after coming here, he finally found the answer to the question that had tormented him for so long. Opening his mouth, Skysword said that he was very curious. How do the elders act and what path do they take? They have been through countless deadly situations. Prim flew at the warriors from above. The guy continued that he saw how a huge number of stars lose their shine. The girl sat on a huge pile of bodies. The hero said that they watched how their loved ones turned to dust after their fall. They became callous and began to despise their people for their weakness. Bishop looked down, listening to the question, what do these creatures really want to find? Opening his eyes, Skysword continued that he came to this conclusion. Entertainment. Bishop looked forward, hearing that they just wanted to have some fun. Only that would explain why they acted illogically and decided to play along with the mess he intentionally created. The sword with a twisted hilt trembled. Words were heard that this infuriated him. Was all this the true reason? Holding the sword in his hand, the white-haired man said that they should have stayed on the clouds and become deities in the sky. A chuckle was heard. The blue-haired man leaned over and laughed loudly. He smiled and said that he did not know anything about it. Looking at the white-haired man, Bishop said that he could not even imagine that he lived in the sky. A white trace of an explosion appeared ahead. The hero said that they were not gods, they were only 9 strong people. He held a blue staff in his hand and said that what he said in no way reflects the will of all the other elders. Leaning on the staff, he said that since his tongue is as sharp as his sword, it is difficult to take his word for it. The guy standing near Skysword asked if he wanted to know why everything was so simple. It reminded him of him. The white-haired man looked ahead and heard that he was right. He has hidden motives that he does not want to tell anyone, just like him. The heroes looked ahead. The blue-haired man said that he thinks that's enough for today. He is still the bishop of the clan of heroes. Bishop calmly said that he hasn't seen Prim take out this thing for a long time. This is definitely a rare event. A huge explosion appeared among the trees. Prim was clutching a green object in her hand. A shining figure appeared above the girl, and then a relic, the heiress's things, materialized in her hand. The girl said that she will pacify her. The ball on the staff glowed red. A red firebird appeared ahead. Victoria's ball movement cut the bird in half. 2 fiery beams shot up, intertwining. Then bright spirals flew down from the shining ball. The blonde blocked the spirals strike with a huge sword. The girl, wearing a crown, held an unusual bow in her hand. It was a relic, the gravity bow. She took aim. There were purple circles around the bow. A huge dark circle appeared next to the girl. Like a black hole, it began to suck in the earth. The blonde, who had time to jump back, pierced the hole with her sword. Light eyes looked ahead indifferently. Prim, with wide wings, hovered above, using the relic, the radiant ruler of the skies. She swung a long black spear. It was a relic, the dragon scourge spear. A bright trace and clouds of an explosion appeared ahead. The girl from above flew towards Victoria, who covered herself with her sword. With a movement of the sword, she cut off Prim's wings. The leg, in a black shoe, was lifted off the ground. The girl put her hand back where there was a yellow glow. She stood as if in the center of a butterfly's wing, using the skill Eternal Sleep. The trees were illuminated by a bright beam of the millennium. This beam cut in half 3 relics at once: the Great Wall, the Observer of the Silver Forest, and the Mystical Stone. Prim, opening her mouth, looked at her opponent. The girl towered over her, throwing her sword over her shoulder. Victoria smiled and asked, "Is she finished?" And then with a sharp movement, she attacked the girl. Prim's figure was cut in half by a bright glow. This is a relic, a bag with a mirage. She thought about her collection of rare items. A brown lion appeared behind her, opening its mouth. The girl with tears in her eyes clutched the staff with the lion's head. This is a relic, a lion's roar, and shouted that she would compensate her for them. Victoria turned around and looked at the girl with a smile. A huge bright beam was breaking stones. She said that it was starting to get on her nerves. The heroine lay on the rubble and said that every fragment she used was very bad, and she still hadn't used her gift, but enough she couldn't underestimate her like that. Getting up, the girl asked, had she forgotten already? A silhouette in a cloak stood against the full moon. A man with a huge sword was approaching him. The girl said that people once called her the demon of the southern continent. She misses those days. The angular crown changed its color from yellow to purple. Black and white Prim in a purple crown looked ahead indifferently. The yellow eye opened wide in surprise. Purple circles covered in lightning were approaching the girl, breaking stones. This is the demon of destruction. The demon, covered in gray armor, clenched his hand into a fist. A glow was escaping from under his fingers. When the demon unclenched his hand, a girl was standing in his palm. The man, surrounded by a whirlpool, extended his hand. The hand clenched into a fist. Red drops were flying next to Victoria. She said how long had it been since she had seen her blood. Was she happy now? Standing on a piece of rubble, the blonde said that she hadn't even used her axe. She had become stronger. Prim jumped to her on the same stone, heard a request to give her a break. After all, she had used less than 10% of her strength. She had arranged this whole flawed show to separate them from the rest. Blue eyes with triangular pupils looked forward. She heard the urge to tell. Victoria put her hand on her belt with a smile and heard the question she knew all this time, to which she answered that she could have played out this performance only to deceive Padrius. Lowering her gaze, the girl said that she loved Paid as much as he wanted to use this information as soon as he found out. The girl stood on a floating rock. Words were heard that she knew that she was completely neutral in this matter, but this did not mean that she enjoyed seeing the blood of innocents. Prim, standing opposite, asked her interlocutor if she knew what she had been looking for all this time. Victoria opened her mouth and asked, "The edge." Calmly looking at her, the pink-haired girl said that she had not found the edge, but during her search she met the one she least expected to see. She remembered how she sailed along a green pond in a boat. The boat with a large backpack was approaching a cave. When Prim swam into the cave, she was surprised to notice that it was off to the side. There stood a man in a mask, in which a shining blue eye was visible. Prim, looking ahead, said that witch was still alive and well. The heroines stood opposite each other on a gray stone. The yellow eye, covered with Victoria's shadow, was surprised. She clutched the gold pendant on her chest. Prim said that after the end of the era of chaos, imagining warriors with bayonets, she said that the world had experienced 2 world wars. The girl imagined a hand reaching out from under the curtain to the figures, and said that the first began because of King Nera. It was remembered as the War of Succession. She remembered the blonde boy who stood next to the bloodied king, and said that the second began because of the clan master's hunt for the crown. It was remembered as the Reed War. Skulls lay on the ground. The girl continued that the common thing between them was that both wars had huge losses. The girl in the cloak looked at the lights in the distance, which took part in both. Adjusting her hair behind her ear, Victoria asked what she was trying to say, that the third was about to begin. Looking at her, the youngest said that she was not sure when it would start, but many influential people, such as Paid or the clan master. She imagined a warrior who was aiming a bow, and said that they had already pulled the bowstring for a long time and were waiting for the right moment. The fingers released the arrow, which immediately flew forward. Prim said that there were 2 choices. Either someone would release the arrow first, or the top bowstring would break before the shooter could release it. The girls stood at the cliff. The blonde said that she understood. She closed her eyes and then inhaled, opening her mouth wide. Frowning, Victoria shouted that the ocean was calling her. Standing at the edge of the cliff, she shouted Long Hosha. A wooden ship with a point on the nose appeared in the sky. This was the Long Hosha airship. The girls stood on the cliff. Victoria, who was standing in front, said that she believed there was only one way to find out, but in her experience. Without turning around, she continued that the war never started because of something grandiose. Usually it was something rather trivial. She introduced Ava, who was wiping her sword, and then turned around with a smile and continued that who knows, maybe there is something or someone sleeping somewhere that has great potential to kindle the fires of the next war. A foot in a black shoe jumped up. A bright star flew towards the hovering ship. Victoria landed behind the knight in orange armor. Looking at him, the girl called out to Sir Gallerant and asked that she hoped his sword was not rusty yet. Without turning around, the knight in a black cloak with a gray symbol said that Gallerant, one of the foot knights of Rhodes, was ready to do his duty. The sun reflected on the plates of his armor. 2 figures stood at a large gray platform. Bishop raised his head and recognized Long Hosha, saying that it meant the last knight had already arrived. Someone next to them said that it meant Victoria was already returning to Rhodos. Then the meeting was over. Looking ahead indifferently, Skysword said it didn't matter. They all saw what was on everyone's mind. The heroes looked seriously into the distance. Bishop said civil war, and Skysword continued that it was inevitable. He began to walk away without turning around. The blue-haired man looked away and said to Prim that if it was over. Looking at the girl standing in the distance, he offered to drink a cup of tea. Prim stroked the green jellyfish and said yes, as he decided. The girl squeezed the green body and thought that their meeting was already over, although she expected it from the very beginning. Looking away, the girl said that she didn't care. It won't be long before they need a real hero. Words were heard that she went and chatted with a reporter named Philip Neville. The girl in the pink jacket told the guy that she even tried to threaten him, but it didn't work. He said that he would be neutral no matter what. The heroine crossed her arms, saying that using him to rock the public to get a better opinion of them with propaganda was unrealistic. The guy with the scar on his face said not to worry about it. At the moment they had a more pressing problem. And Jen stood in the clearing and said that now they should try to achieve their next goal. They should refrain from uniting the villains. The gray eye looked ahead. The guy said that the destruction of Sector 17, the resignation of Psycho, and the disappearance of the prosecutor is not enough. The brunette looked at the joyful Rachel with a flower in her palms. Words were heard that especially now is just the time. With a movement of his hand, he made the flower flare up. The girl whipped him on the back with a liana. Words were heard that now is the time for them to make names for themselves. The gray-haired guy in the mask was holding his forehead, Vector. The guy in black was standing by a large gray stone, John. The girl clutched the sword strapped to her back, and last but not least, Ava walked confidently forward, the hero killer in Nostra. Jen looked at the girl and ordered to gather all the members of the Nameless. It was deep night, the vans were parked under the moonlight. The guy approached them and looked around. As soon as he brought his hand to the door, some translucent fishing line immediately flew to his side, and in a moment the young man lost. While blood was spraying from his hand, he began to scream loudly. Then he turned around and ran to the side, did not understand who did it. Suddenly a silhouette appeared between the houses. For what reason did the guard leave his post? Just to check the condition of the body of the knight's shell, the girl asked. Then she came closer and asked why a poison was found in her body, affecting the nerves, which they often use. The guy quickly put on a mask and crushed the package of chemicals, shouted, "How dare she say such a thing?" But a moment later the girl was in the same mask right next to him and said that she knew it. Then the young man took out his next weapon, wanted to use a poisonous needle. But the girl grabbed his hand and pulled, the young man flew. Then she was on top, wrapped a fishing line around his neck and asked why, then asked how dare she call herself the hero's comrade. After that, his eyes began to roll back. The girl continued to sit on top and strangle him. But then someone hit her club. When the woman was on the ground, the guy came up to her. He swung and kicked her into the wall with all his might. Then the giant came up and took her hand. And suddenly she realized what was happening. Before she could do anything, he broke her leg with one blow. Then he left her lying near the wall. He went up to his comrade and said that he was worried because he did not answer. It's good that he decided to check. The guy looked at him and said that the metal giant saved his life, thanked him, asked to let him take care of the rest himself. Then he went up to the girl and hit her in the face with all his might. Her body was lying on the ground when he asked what was happening to her. He couldn't kill her, he only brought her closer to death, especially since he wanted to send her slowly but surely so as not to leave evidence. He also grabbed her by the hair and added that he was not very happy with how exactly she would die. Then he lifted her higher, took out a needle and said that this girl was already unconscious. He immediately decided to let her go and said that he had not had the opportunity to conduct experiments on gift users for a long time, so this was a great opportunity. She attacked first, so this was just self-defense. A comrade put his hand on his shoulder. He came up and asked what was wrong with his finger. The guy raised his hand and said that everything was fine, he would send it back, but suddenly a huge chain appeared on his hand. And a moment later the young man was dragged between the houses. Here he was trying to understand what was happening. His body returned literally a couple of seconds later, but without a head, and fell right at the feet of the metal giant. He raised his head and asked who was hiding there. A girl immediately came out to them and asked what was the point of answering him. Ava threw her sword over her shoulder and said that he would not be able to survive to tell anyone else about this. And so the guys stood opposite each other. An explosion thundered next to the girl. The man was approaching her with incredible speed. He struck, but she was able to dodge. Then she looked at him and thought that this man was very fast. She swung and struck again, quite durable, practically did not react. While she continued to, she thought that this man was one of those who rely on their physical strength when ECT ends. After the guy struck again, these are people who decided to improve their physical abilities to the limit. The blonde looked at him and thought that he did this instead of depending on gifts that require a certain state. Then he ran up to her. The girl kept thinking about how she could take their gifts. She needed to see everything with her own eyes. Then she struck and thought that if she touched, without seeing it, she would only be able to roughly find out what kind of gift her opponent had. Then she grabbed some kind of stick. She walked up to him and asked why he wasn't using his ability. The young man walked towards her and replied that they were only needed for insignificant weaklings. Then she looked at him and replied that it was amazing, maybe she shouldn't use them either. But then she took out her sword and said that in her opinion it was done something like this. The man stood in front of her and didn't understand what was happening. Then his eyes widened and he asked what the hell. His hands were shaking, his body refused to move, it was dangerous. And her eyes were burning so much that it was scary to look at. After that, the guy was finally able to move and ran towards her. There was an explosion, dust was everywhere. The metal giant stood and looked forward. After he began to fall apart into two halves and said that it seemed that he was the weakling after all. The blonde looked at his body and thought that she had cast aside all her tormenting thoughts and put everything she had into one swing of the blade, one CL blade, a thunderous cut. Then she began to lift the stone that was on her, and looking around, she thought that it was more difficult to use than she had previously thought. But nevertheless, both opponents lay dead. The women with red hair began to open their eyes. Then the force and saw that those who were going to kill her were dead themselves. She looked at her elbow and saw a bandage there. Ava was already far away at that moment. Rachel called and said that she heard that they were going to gather today, definitely tonight. Had everyone arrived yet? Then she looked down and said that she needed a couple of minutes. First she needed to kill a few people. Don't worry, she won't be staying long. Then she hung up and lowered her hand. The girl presented the map and thought that judging by what the knight's shell said, There were 7 hero offices in Nostra. She also imagined the 4 people killed, 3 more targets. She was near a small 3-story building. Everything was so convenient that all 3 were there. It was as if 2 personalities clashed in her. If you think about it, it made no sense for her to separate the work of a hero from a villain and just do everything at the same time. Then she pinned up her hair and thought that given the circumstances, all she needed was to become the only hero in this city. She also folded her hands and continued to think about what would rid this stupid city of criminals and heroes mired in corruption, so that the clan would officially recognize her achievements. The girl's eyes were burning brightly, and she folded her hands and said that now she would kill them with the help of a time killer. The light was on in the room. The man raised his head and asked if they shouldn't decide whether to side with the bishop or the clan master. Then the woman turned around and said she thought their military strength was equal. It would all depend on how many neutral forces they couldn't use on their side. Then the woman drank and said that Disur was kind of quiet today, asked what happened. The man looked at her and said that the metal giant had long since left for the X-Sting and hadn't returned. After that, they suddenly teleported. They started looking around and didn't understand what was happening. A watch suddenly appeared in front of their heads, silvery green. Cookie Cutter immediately ran forward and said that they had obviously gotten into a gift that manipulated space. Then he tried to figure something out, ordered the enemy to show himself. He looked and saw nothing. There was a blonde inside. She remembered the last conversation with her sister and thought that her death, tried not to open up to anyone. It was very presumptuous. The old man told her that the Elder's symbol actually doesn't contain any power. If you imagine their elements, you can understand that people still care about them very much. For example, Victoria, all because even such outrageously strong people are not as free from sentimentality to things as others. Then she closed her eyes and thought that she may be much less sensitive than others, but she still has feelings. She also imagined her comrades and thought that she could not help but be kind to those fools with whom she somehow managed to become friends. She also imagined moments from her childhood when she sees how they risk their lives for the common good, admires them a little. Then she imagined herself as a little girl, thought that it is quite natural that she got mad because of this. Suddenly her body began to burn, she just kept everything inside, that's how she lived when she was weak. Then the girl stood up and thought that now everything is different. That's why now she will release all her anger in the way she is used to. Then she raised her sword and looked forward with burning eyes. The man was standing near the tree at that moment and thought that he had almost destroyed it, but nothing had changed. He immediately raised his head up and did not understand what was happening. At that moment, the blonde was flying straight at him with her ball. Then she struck, he barely managed to stop it with his hands. Later, he looked at them and realized that everything was falling apart there. They had an interesting discussion about the future of Nostra. The mouse was impressed. She also looked at him and added that she was afraid. This was more of their concern. Then she sat down next to him and said that she would finish them all off here and take care of the rest herself later. And then she struck again. Madame Lecoeur decided to join the battle and released her tongue. She began to attack artificially, but the girl was able to reflect all the blows. Then she raised her hand and moved her tongue to the side. After that, she looked at it, imagined herself with this gift. She felt uneasy. This is definitely not worth taking. At that very second, a guy pounced on her from above. He tried to bite her, but only ran into her sword. And then he flew back. The woman ran up and started scolding him. He lost the opportunity she gave him. Then she summoned a runic axe, straightening. But she didn't have time to do anything because there was an explosion. Disur saw it and was very surprised. It was the gift of the ruler of the sector. How is this possible? Then he came closer and said that they can't kill her, they need to capture her alive. They have a great chance, because this is the silver-haired girl Dahlia Mendoza is hunting. They will be raised in rank if they deliver her to her owner. Then the comrades started yelling at him, ordered him to stop chatting and help them. This girl is very much. The woman was sitting next to her, her face turned red. This made her very angry, so she opened her mouth and shouted that the baby would pay for this with her life. She immediately released her tongue in an acid wave. Everything around her began to collapse. A strange liquid dripped from her tongue, which corroded even metal. While the girl was watching this, a young man was already attacking behind her. As soon as he hit the ground, he noticed that it managed to bounce back. But suddenly her tongue wrapped itself around her leg, and then it began to wrap itself around all the other parts of her body. It was a binding acidic rust. Madame Lecoeur winked and said that her saliva was so acidic that it could even corrode stones. The girl would not be able to move and would slowly melt until she died. She began to look at her hands and screamed that it was very disgusting. And a second later, her entire tongue was torn to pieces. And after another moment, she pushed off the ground straight up. Then she approached the woman and grabbed her right by the neck. The man did not keep her waiting. He began to attack her at this time. They began to fight, running after each other. Then the blonde raised her head and thought that she knew that there would be at least one strongman here. While she jumped back, someone appeared from behind. The girl raised her head and did not notice him at first. and then the man grabbed her, screaming that it was time to eat. After biting right on the shoulder using a cookie cutter, then smiling looked to the side and thought that his teeth were covered with super strong paralyzing poison, she would not be able to move for 10 seconds. But suddenly noticed how the girl bit him back. It became so painful that he even began to shake, and the girl did not plan to let go, squeezing his hand with all her strength. Then the guy decided to let her go and looked at the bleeding wound. Then he turned around, did not even notice that she was approaching from below, and did not have time to do anything since his head was pierced by her blade. Then his comrade ran up and with one blow threw the girl aside, but she did not hesitate and took out her medallion, immediately releasing one of the balls at him. But surprised, the man was able to dodge. But such a privilege did not go to the woman. The ball flew straight into her head, then in a moment turned her into a bloody mess. Then the man came closer and said that the girl was strong, so strong that he couldn't defeat her without a gift. Then he threw one of the dice on the ground. It started spinning and fell straight down with a 6 on top. This sir smiled and said that his side was lucky today, which couldn't be said about her. If she threw a 6 on her cube, she would become stronger than the elite forces of each sector. And then he flew towards the girl. As soon as he struck, she was able to block it. Then she looked at him and thought that it seemed like this man hadn't lied. Then she flew up and thought that in that case she wouldn't attack him. The man looked straight at her and shouted that nothing would change. Even if he flew into the sky, he wasn't stupid enough not to notice that she was at her limit. And the girl asked him in response, "What do you think? Why did you waste time at the beginning? Hide in the trees." Then she raised her hand and pointed to her watch, said that she was thinking about something. There is almost no sand left in them if the target is chosen randomly, and then she just needs to fly out of the zone of action and leave him alone. Literally the last grains of sand fell down the vessel. Then the girl directed her blow at him and shouted that this was most likely not luck. He threw out beautiful bones, but still lost the bet. When they were already almost a centimeter from each other, the sand ran out. The killing time was activated, a huge demon appeared, expiration. At this time, in another place, Sapphire raised her head and said that they were almost in the city, asked how the eyes of her master. Jinty moved the bandage and remained silent. Meanwhile, the duel was ending. The man looked at his hand, saw how it began to turn into sand. He literally became part of a huge clock. This clock was held by a large demon, who was pleased, and the girl teleported back. Then she scratched her nose. She needed to come to her senses, and she analyzed the pain in her head and thought that this Desir was a real man. Everything could have ended badly if he had not decided to take her alive. Also introduced his cube, the gambler's risk. This can come in handy when there's nothing left but luck. Then introduced 2 other abilities, the rest are complete garbage. Then she grouped herself, someone was coming. Could it really be the golden-blooded brothers? Maybe the city's cartel. A girl was approaching her. The news of both attacks couldn't have spread so quickly. Suddenly she realized that it wasn't an enemy. Luca was standing in front of her. The girl came closer, she could barely stand on her feet. Then she grabbed her hand. She came closer and said that her friend wasn't even surprised. Then she raised her head and said that to be honest, she had long suspected this. She imagined their last battles, in the first test, when they encountered Condor and Jinty, and even when she was almost killed by the city's heroes. She looked at the girl and asked if it was really her. Then she got a little upset and said that she was playing dumb, but now she was so confused, who was she really? And then she fell right into her arms. Then the girl pulled her close and said that for now it was worth agreeing on the fact that she was her friend. Then she threw it over her shoulders and exhaled. Suddenly, someone started approaching them. The blonde raised her head and did not understand what was happening. And then she saw smoke coming from her window. She put her friend on the ground. There was a child in the house. A moment later she jumped there, trying to understand what was happening. And the first thing she saw was some man holding the child by the hair. The blonde got very angry and was ready to attack. She immediately hit him, turned him around and carried him straight into the wall. Meanwhile, somewhere nearby, a man was sitting on a stone and said that he was waiting for them. Janty and his team approached him. After the man put down his sword and said that he killed his master, crossed the line that should not have been crossed, even his blade should be ashamed. Scar came closer and asked who it was. He was irritated by the lack of minimal respect. He immediately took out one of the feelers and said that it was time for this man to die. He tried to attack, an explosion thundered. As soon as the man ran closer, he was holding the sword near his head, right in front of the back of his head, and with one blow he was able to push the man to the side, and so hard that the blast wave carried everyone else away. Then the brown-haired man came closer and ordered everyone to retreat. Sapphire looked at him and said that this guy would not be able to. Then the guy asked if they really did not feel this man. Then he looked at the man and said that this is an unthinkable, simplified force of the inner, you have to feel it. He even imagined his opponent, said that this man's strength is trying to leak out. Despite the fact that he is trying to hold it back, he is stronger than his master, and most likely equal in strength to 4 swordsmen. Then he grabbed his sword and said that despite this, He must surpass him to become the greatest. He immediately took out his weapon and tried to strike, but the man very skillfully parried it and immediately approached his opponent. The brown-haired man tried to strike again. Their touched, nothing happened. The guy was thrown back. The man said that he was too dependent on his weapon and also had incredible talent. Then he looked at him and said that he would also like to have the same innate talent, then he would not lose anything. Jinty was not going to give up and activated the living blade. The executioner looked at him and asked if this was really binding rain. Then he immediately took out his weapon and called the blade of the clan. Sparks appeared between them, as well as the awakening tree. Everything around the young man was shrouded in smoke. He fell to his knees. The man approached him, and he swung. Then he tried to strike, but suddenly a sapphire stood in front of him. He had to stop abruptly, so abruptly that the smoke was dispersed. The man ordered his servant to step back, but she looked at him and replied that if she could not see his dream come true, she would prefer to die protecting him. The executioner looked at this in surprise and thought that even a piece of shit like him, there are those who value him so much. Then he lowered his weapon and thought that nothing was going according to plan. Life was too unpredictable. Then he took out a dagger and thought that he heard that Ava did not really die, but she could not let him go unharmed. Then he threw this dagger at his feet and ordered him to cut his eyes. He will suffer excruciating pain until he dies, but his allies will be saved. Then the guy grabbed this dagger, and then he cut his eyes. Through the ant, the young man opened his eyes, began the regeneration process, and asked who this man was. His silhouette was visible, nothing more. The man replied that it did not matter. They would not have the opportunity to exchange words if they met again. Then Jinty smiled and said that he would look forward to this moment with impatience. And after some time, the executioner was sitting on the outskirts of the city. A man approached him and asked if he really was waiting for him. There was a blonde man standing nearby. The man turned around and said he had a few questions and hoped he could answer them. The blonde man raised his head and said he would answer if he had the strength. The executioner immediately pulled out his sword and said he liked it when they got down to business. And Jen came closer and asked who he was. His opponent clenched his weapon and said he was a swordsman. Then he lowered his head and was ready to fight. He also looked at him and said he was known as an executioner. The young man asked again what happened to the 3 clicks he was famous for. The man raised his head and said he gave them to his brothers in arms. All he had was his name. The blonde man raised his hand and said he knew those red eyes. He seemed to understand who he was. The guy looked at his hand and said it was Ijinshin, a sword hunter, and the man immediately struck. The boy turned away and said that he heard that he was the weakest of all the executioner's students, and hence gave him the nickname incompetent, but it seems that he became one of the 4 swordsmen. Then he came closer, and the man raised his head and said that he came to warn him. They continued to keep their distance, and the man also added that first he needed to clarify something. He did not care what this guy did, who and how many he killed. Then he held out his sword forward and said that if his daughter was hurt. The man's eyes filled with rage, said that he would destroy all his dreams with his own hands. The blonde came closer and said that if he was somehow bothered by it, he could have taken her. I am sure he has everything he needs to take care of her. The executioner, without looking away, replied that this tragedy could have been avoided if he had not chosen his wife instead of his daughters. He remembered how he left them, said that he did not deserve to be on her side. And Jen stood his ground and asked if he didn't want to see what his child had achieved. The man simply remained silent in response. Then he jumped to the very top, and some hands reached out for him. At that moment, the ground began to crack, and from there, a huge spider appeared, as if from hell. Its huge eye was right in front of this man, and an incredibly large sword tried to strike, but the man was able to reflect it. In the midst of all this horror, the blonde stood and said that to be honest, even if he wanted to take her so much, she still would not be allowed to leave. At that moment, the executioner continued to stand and reflect all his blows. Then he raised his head and the young man told him that he could warn as much as he wanted. Then he picked up and said that the hero killer belonged to him. Meanwhile, the girl tried to protect the child. She threw the guy back so that he broke through the wall. And as soon as he got out of there, Rachel and Vector entered the room, and the little girl ran to the guy and began to ask if everything was okay. The blonde was very surprised to see them. The friend ran closer and said that something needed to be explained. She told about the situation, how the brunette entered the room and said that this girl could enhance the power of another person's git. Then he leaned over and smiled and said that it was amazing, then he could make his flame hotter and stronger. He put his hand on her head and she began to tense up. Suddenly her head began to burn. The guy shouted that he had lost control. He immediately began to hit the child on the head and put out the fire. Just at the moment when all this was happening, the blonde walked in. Then she twisted her face and said that this man definitely deserved to get punched in the face, and asked again who he was. The young man came closer and said that his name was Bagna, the son of Nugal, the man who burns the hottest flame in history. Sinclair came closer and said that this guy grew up with his father in the slums. There was no access to the outside world. We must think of him as a baby who has yet to learn about the real world. At that moment, the blonde came up and began to examine him, and her friend ran up and asked what was wrong. The young man answered that it was strange. He looked at the girl's glowing eyes and said that his heart began to beat faster when they crossed eyes. Rachel began to listen to his heart, asked if it was true that he was having trouble breathing and felt like he was feverish. In response, she heard that everything was so. Then she winked and said that she could make a diagnosis. The young man fell in love. He was very surprised by what he heard. Then he imagined a huge monster, said that now he understood what love means. He heard that the power of love is the most terrible thing in the world, and it's true. Then the brunette thought about it and said that wait a second, it's not the first time this has happened to him. He felt something similar before. He remembered their first meeting with the blonde, how they fought, and how the guy tried to attack him. He also launched his shells, but it was all in vain. The young man stood opposite. Some huge demon was protecting him. After that, a huge hand hung right over him. The guy raised his head and said that it means he's in love with Jen and this woman. It became clear to everyone that in fact it was fear. Vector leaned against the wall and thought what their leader wants to achieve with these idiots. And Nenya at that moment stood aside and thought that before it seemed to her that Ava was the strangest in the world, but it turned out that this is not so. Then she imagined her comrades and thought that first one weirdo, then another, then again and again and again. Maybe she really is the weirdest. After some time, the blonde carried her to bed. Then she put her down and asked her friends where John was. Vector came closer and said that according to him, he would come here at night. Their head too. It seems this time they will have a difficult task. The girl thought that it felt like she forgot something. Then she remembered about her wounded friend, exactly if she left her inside. The villain would definitely tie her up and want to cook her. Immediately the girl frowned and thought that she needed to hide her. Then she turned around and ran away. But when she went outside there was no one. She began to look around. Check even under the stones, heard that she was not here. Then Chain came up to her and said that he sent her friend back, although it looked like he really did not want to. Then he came closer and said that he was sure the little girl would be safe among the nameless. Now there was another problem, but she shouldn't tell him that she had fallen in love with the heroes. The young man put his hand on her shoulder and said that if she let her emotions get the better of her, it wouldn't lead to anything good. He looked her straight in the eyes and added that while it was impossible to say that she would become her enemy in the future, he could say with certainty that he would remain on her side even when her identity was revealed. Then he rolled his eyes and said that if that wasn't the case, would he be able to eliminate her? The girl's hands trembled. Then she suddenly raised them, and did the adult thing, covered her ears. The guy didn't like it. He ordered her to listen to him, but the girl replied that young people never listen. The old man agreed and said that she had forgotten. Suddenly his eyes widened. The guys turned around and asked if she had heard the sounds. The girl replied that she had. Then she turned around and asked who was there. Someone was approaching them. This man seemed to have no face, and there were aches everywhere. Then she extended her hand and asked to activate the sword. The young man gave her his hand and agreed, as he said. The blonde looked ahead and asked if he was ready, calling him a strange nickname. The young man asked not to come up with strange nicknames for him. After that, she attacked the man. Then he began to throw blows. The girl miraculously dodged them. But the enemy was strong enough. He took out his red sword and held it right in front of her face. She was able to jump back immediately, but it was dangerous. Then she raised the sword and thought that this was not good. She needed all her strength to surpass this bastard, but since she was exhausted from a series of battles, she could not do anything. Then she frowned and thought why this man appeared at such an inconvenient moment for her. Once again he dodged the blow and thought that he was waiting until he dealt with the heroes, and only after that he wanted to show himself. It doesn't matter. Then the girl started spinning and thought that maybe this was a good moment to use this piece of shit. As soon as she stepped on the ground, she jumped back and was ready to attack. She was far enough away and asked her comrade if he was ready. He answered that he was. And after that the girl called on the chain cut. But then she landed on the ground and realized that nothing happened. She lowered her head and asked what the hell, where is his endless cut? The guy asked again. Then his voice was heard from there. He thought that he would use his own style, like other swordsmen. Now he can't use his gift. And at the same second a man began to attack her. The guy shouted that she must take care of herself. The girl tried to fight back, but she was thrown back, and with such force that she spun for some time. Then she got up and looked at her opponent. He didn't stop there and wanted to kill her. This man was definitely stronger and faster than her physically, but his fighting style was very simple and straightforward. The man managed to injure her shoulder. Then the girl hit him and thought that the problem was in the execution. She looked at hers and thought that in that case, she immediately ran forward and was very determined. The man frowned. Then he grouped himself and was ready to strike. One blade. The guys stood opposite each other. Then they put their swords on the ground and called for a thunderous cut. The ground around them began to crack. The opponent looked at the girl. She looked back at him. Then she fell to the ground. The sword did not understand if everything was normal. While the man came closer, he tried to warn her about it. But the blonde could not raise her head. She still lacked practice. but at the same time she had no choice. Then she screamed very loudly, asked her friends to come to help. And then the attacker's hands were entangled in vines, as well as his whole body, and the lands began to beat huge streams, inside which stood her comrades. Rachel ran up and asked how this man dared to harm her friend. Now he deserves punishment for bad deeds. And the brunette neck and said that he would like to watch from the side as an observer. Just this man almost separated the killer from the hero. Vector at that moment turned around and said that he warned that they needed to go check out the noise, then asked why the girl called Pudding and Nenya. Those two from above watched them through the portal and shouted that they would root for her here. The blonde immediately lowered her eyes and said that no one should call her a coward. This man was the first to wait until his target became so that he could kill her without problems. The man frowned, and he began to attack her comrades. The first was Vector. The young man began to hide. Suddenly he was protected by a spear. It was the brunette who activated the Lord from Fame. Rachel then went up to her friend and the girl said that it was time for her to see. They started fighting. The young man was striking with flames. There were quite a lot of them, so much so that the man could not reflect them all. The ground behind him began to cover, and a whole stream of fire was created, like a wall. At that very second, the man pushed off the ground. He flew up and tried to get away from there. The guy looked at him, saw how high he flew. Then he smiled and said that it was incredible to put out the fire with the help of wind pressure. When he landed, a huge mountain of stone pins appeared under him. Well, he was able to cope with that. Suddenly, Rachel flew up to him from the other side and on a huge leaf shouted that its stem should grow big. The enemy immediately grabbed her by the axe and tried to throw her right over him, but he could not do this because someone struck him from behind. It turned out that John had worked together with Beekji, and thanks to her intervention, the man fell to the ground. Bats began to fly around. The enemy immediately tried to cut her in half, but the girl immediately transformed. Then she flew up to the blonde and addressed her. Then she transformed again and said that she had long wanted to meet in person, had heard a lot about her, and introduced herself by name. The girl raised her head and greeted her in response. Then she jumped up. She did not understand why she was already leaving, but the girl said that this was a great opportunity. John dealt a nasty blow. At the same second, Bagna called a spear of incandescence from the other side, and so the guys hit from both sides at the same time, and a sword stuck into him from behind. The girl raised her head and asked if he was in pain. After that, her sword. She came as close as possible and said that this was the power of a joint attack. That's how villains fight. The man grabbed the sword. At that moment, the girl looked up and saw how he turned around and attacked her. With one hand, he tried to pull it out, but then the blade began to turn back into a man. The guy got out of it and tried to strike again, but he jumped back, getting an extra small cut. Blood started to flow from the opponent's neck, and the guy looked at him and thought that it was too little. But nevertheless, the man was bleeding and could no longer fight. After that, he screamed very loudly, so loudly that the guys had to cover their ears. The bat raised its head and asked why this man was still so energetic. It was so annoying. The man continued to scream. The guys were thrown back. That's when the blonde noticed that he was trying to hide. Then she tried to order him not to escape, but her nose started bleeding. The brunette ran up and asked if they should chase him, and heard something in response. Jane came up and said that he had a demonic sword. That's the name of the sword that this man holds, even though it contains a huge amount of power. If you imagine this blade, the owner of the sword must kill someone before he can get the sword. Then he bowed his head and said that otherwise this damned shard will kill the owner. If he leaves him alone, someone will definitely kill him. Then it dawned on him that he was now surrounded by villains. Ava came closer and said that she thought she knew what could be done with him, so she should leave him for her, asked why he didn't take the baby and Pudding and hide somewhere. The guy came up and asked if they were really offering him to hide, but the blonde replied that their leader was almost here. The man immediately turned around and ran away, shouting that he was responsible to fix this task. The guys looked at him as if there was a note of condemnation. The bat turned around and turned to the guy, said that they had a little time, asked if it was possible to take a sip. Vector looked at her and said that of course not. But the girl was already nearby, and while the young man was shouting that he refused, she asked what he would do to her. That was weak. And then she sank her fangs into his shoulder. After some time, the guy approached the blonde and asked how she felt. She answered that she was sure, better than he was. At that moment, someone was approaching them. The blonde raised his head and said that everyone was already here. After some time, they were in an abandoned coliseum. Everyone was sitting and listening to the leader, who was saying what he thought. This was the first time they were fully assembled. The girls were sitting in one place. The guys were sitting not far from them. Everyone listened attentively as the blonde said that he had gathered everyone in this city today to tell them what they would do next. He immediately raised his hand and said that the idea had come to him while he was here and there pacifying villains. He approached the red-haired man and thought that something new was needed to inspire those who could be useful. While the young man was smiling, he added that the villain was still doubting him and his abilities to sit down. Then the girl straightened her shoulder and said that the world is ruled by force. Those who have this force, if they doubt them, there is only one way to fix it. And Jen raised his hand and said that for this they needed more force, they needed to earn more reputation. Then he introduced the paladin. This man was their next task. They had to kill the elite hero of the port. The guys were surprised and asked again. Then the brown-haired girl raised her hand and said about Psycho, but it's worth forgetting, the guy definitely doesn't know him. If you imagine a hierarchy ladder, it is not quite accurate because their rating system is quite stupid. There are 5 factors by which you can determine the rank of a hero. You can also imagine a redhead. For heroes, aces there is an exception. They are usually called elite heroes. These idiots are classified solely by combat ability. The brunette listened carefully to him when he said that in other words, elite heroes are officially the strongest heroes of their sector. Then Vector intervened and said, is it even possible? Several Valks will not be able to track down an elephant. The blonde came closer and said that they are on the brink of war, and you cannot patiently wait until these guys get stronger. Then he looked at the blonde and said that the hero killer liked this task. They say that the paladin acted in Operation Twilight in the past. The girl was surprised to hear that she could find a clue about her sister's death. Suddenly she bit her lip and thought. Then she imagined herself with her beloved sister. Only how they ate and spent time together, and also as they walked the streets as if all the memories were scattered. The blonde got very angry and said that finally this day has come. From her rage everything around literally sparkled. But Vector intervened again and asked what he will do all this time. Will he act at his own discretion? The guy raised his head and said that he realized something after the battle with the bishop. He remembered that moment of the battle. Even if he squeezed out all his strength to the last drop, he still will not be able to defeat him. Then he took a step forward and said that he needs to sharpen his sword. He imagined some village will go its depths. Then he said that he will find the highest tower of Mylan-Kula. So and added that he is going to surpass the barrier of time that separates him from these bastards. Then he turned to his comrades and said that then the time will come for her. He looked into Rachel's eyes. Her time will come, a civil war within the clan. If you remember 2 people, this is a great opportunity that they cannot miss. Also for this you will have to work with the map. They need a strong base to win the war. So as soon as it snows, they need a huge sector to store their weapons. It should be so far from the clan that they can avoid its attacks. For example, Castle Grey, located in the mountains. John also listened carefully to his leader while he was saying that as soon as everything starts to go according to plan and all the preparations are completed, they will have to do something. The guy imagined a man sitting on the throne. Rachel listened carefully to the fact that they will need to go for the head of Reagan Sinclair. Then he spread his hands. The young man smiled and said that he intends to become an elder. The girl stood aside and asked if he was really leaving already because he just arrived. The young man came closer and said that firstly, he would not even come here if it were not on the way to Averin. Then he remembered her father and said that he would return soon. There was someone here with whom he needed to meet at least once. He looked straight at her and said that if he stayed here, he would put them in danger. The girl nudged him back and asked what happened to him. Worry about them. Then the young man lowered his head and said that when he recruited her, he saw her thirst together as a tool for growth and everything. He hoped to quickly make her help, but he could not find anything worthwhile about her older sister. Then he looked at the others and said that he did not sit idly by while they fought the clan. His task was to collect and intercept intelligence data before them. The guys listened attentively. That the bat is the one who is one of the most talented in this zone, spent a lot of time searching, but they still could not find any leads. The blonde raised her head. The guy added that he was starting to think that they were missing something fundamentally important, and it is worth guessing who can help with this. Of course it is Chain, and Jen raised his hand and said that she should borrow and use his ring if she has the opportunity. The girl listened to him attentively. She would have plenty of opportunities while he was with her. Then the blonde turned around and said that he had to go. He had to get even stronger when he returned. He was climbing the stairs and added that he had to get strong enough to be able to trust them and start this war. At that moment, the leaflet fell to the ground. The blonde turned around and said that this guy really left. What to do now? While John and Bagna were glaring at each other, she said that before that floor showed up. Ava straightened her shoulder and said that they needed to take a short break. While they had the opportunity, she had one thing to do. She would be right back after it. Then the brunette came up and asked if she was going to go after that bastard, maybe help spot him. Her mouse was on him. Vector came closer and said that he could also teleport them to the surrounding area. Then the blonde suddenly turned into a bat. She looked at them and thanked them. After some time, they both flew out of the portal. They flew and talked. The girl said that she had heard a lot about her gift, but personally it was much more charming. It was not even rare. You could say that the blonde was the only one who had such a gift. As they flew up to the grates, Ava replied that everyone said so, but most died after they saw it. Beekji laughed in response and said that this girl was funny. She thought that she would not be sociable. but this is not so. They flew closer, and the girl also said that unless she had changed, in any case, these are all just rumors. Suddenly, the blonde landed on a branch and said that perhaps she had changed. She looked ahead. In front of them was the estate. The hero killer frowned. This was the base of the active gangs of the city. But for some reason there were only corpses lying around. She immediately suspected something strange in the lack of security. All the people nearby were killed recently. Apparently, someone came before them. Then the girl turned to her companion and said that she had better become a bat again. All because she saw the golden-blooded brothers in the distance. After some time, she came closer and greeted them. One of the men took out a cigarette and asked if she had sorted out her business, and the other began to wave her hands. The girl said that it happened thanks to them. Then she pushed the man in the jacket aside and said that they had blinded her. What were they doing here? Did they really decide to take control of the city when their rivals had disappeared? Then she came closer. At that moment, the guy raised his head and said that there was no point in making fun of them. It was because of her that the Punisher intervened. The brunette lowered her head and asked again who it was, and the guys, leaving, said that it was a black hand, one headache. Then the girl turned around and heard screams from the estate. They looked at the entrance and thought that they should go there, and a second later they really did enter the dark building. The little girl saw a huge bloody trail stretching forward, and it ended with someone's jaw. Then the brunette hid around the corner and listened to what was happening there. The black hand was standing right above the man. At that moment, the bat flew up and whispered that it was the Punisher and the cartel boss. They should only watch from afar. At that moment, the woman leaned over to him and said that he had enough of being so weak and needed to get up. But he was all beaten up and said that he had already told her that he knew nothing about Chain or the woman with silver hair. In response to this, the black hand smiled. Then she pulled out her sword and grabbed the man by the hand. Literally after one blow, something strange happened, but there was no blood. The girl thought that this woman had definitely cut his hand, but there were no scratches on it. Had she really gone through it? At that moment, the Punisher raised her hand and snapped her finger. The man's hand shattered into 2 pieces. Then he fell to the ground and began to scream. And she raised her blade again and pierced his head right through the back of his head, saying that she hoped that the head of the cartel had learned his lesson. After that, she instantly pulled the sword out of his head, and literally after a few movements, she cut up his entire body. The man was literally shaking with fear. Then the woman came closer and asked if she could ask at least one question. What do you think will happen if you snap your finger again? She leaned towards him and smiled sarcastically. Then the man grabbed his head and said that he knew nothing. That was true. But then he felt as if he was being crushed by stones from both sides. And in a moment, not even a skeleton remained. Then the brunette turned around and said that Chain was definitely here, judging by the tracks. Suddenly she turned around and asked where he ran off to. At that moment, the mice flew away from there at incredible speed. Then they landed near a tree and exhaled. The blonde looked at her companion and heard that it seemed that the task that Ingen had given them had become terribly difficult. The girl said this with a smile on her face. After some time, Ava met Chain. He bit his finger and asked again if the Black Hand was really here in the city, but as she found out, it was bad. Then the blonde raised her hand and said that their leader had already left here. This news made him very happy. At least something good had happened. After that, the girl looked at his ring, remembered his assignment. She came closer and addressed him, but then he interrupted her and asked if she wanted to know what happened between them and why he was acting like this. The guys immediately sat down on a chair and a sofa. In fact, she didn't give a damn, but now they were a little interested. The guy began to say that he didn't like to chat about what happened in the past, but in order to explain everything, he would need to start from afar. The girl was surprised and listened to him very enthusiastically. Then the man spread his hands and said that he would be a teacher and would teach her everything she needed to know about history in just one lecture. He began to tell and presented a situation that happened many years ago. When a Rohasa ended, a new order was created. The elder raised his sword. They were chosen demigods and objects of worship for people for the light that emitted. If you imagine a lot of symbols, then the first 9 sectors were built on the ruins. It was the beginning of the struggle for power. People fought for gold, someone raised weapons, and for murder, someone because of envy. The reasons were different, but the actions were similar. The heads stood next to each other. People calling themselves lords gained more and more power. And they also built cities. Those who followed the lords either removed the ruins or settled in unexplored lands. And people were actively engaged in agriculture. There were more and more such people. As a result, sectors appeared. Buildings and houses began to be built, and the lords began to fight. Small-scale warriors shed blood here and there. But they also came to an agreement. The scar left after the era of chaos was still fresh in the memories of the survivors. As a result, most conflicts were resolved peacefully. There was a man on the throne. The elders, those who didn't care about anything beyond their borders, didn't enter into conflicts between the sector lords, except for a couple of exceptions. And they, in turn, treated the elders with great respect and brought a lot of gold. It would seem that everything was fine. The world adapted to the new era. But it didn't last long, maybe they only thought so. The cities began to burn, this man appeared. He was unlike anyone else, his life was full of despair and tragedy. As if poverty, that was all that surrounded him. The guy approached the huge eye, his life completely changed after a mysterious discovery in long-forgotten ruins. It was as if a demon had entered him, which began to control him. And because of this, House appeared again. The guy climbed out, began to kill people. Thanks to their blood, he found the dominance of the Nira, that's what the torch was called in the language of the ancients, after which he began to conquer new sectors, like the king of the nation. They tried to attack him, but it was useless and too late. The guy killed everyone in his path. Over time the king became too strong, the lords felt a threat in him. At that moment only the elders could stop him, but even that came to an end. The guy began to examine his hands, the king's body could not use the power of the torch for long, signs of destruction appeared deep inside. He sat in one of the castles and thought, gathered talented followers whom he kidnapped and or led astray when they were children later, when they showed great progress, proved themselves as capable warriors. These people stood in front of him and the future was predetermined. This man came to them and said that the one who captures the most sectors, we should have his throne and everything he owns, so the war for succession began. The girl moved closer and asked if this meant anything. The boy interrupted and said that this is true. He remembered them when they were young, he and Ingen were among them. Then the young man folded his arms and said that although the king lived many years after those words, the war lasted until they became adults. If he remembered correctly, he also said that it was such nostalgia. He was so immature and a brat then, that even the blonde was completely different. The girl bowed her head and asked how different. The comrade imagined him young, without a scar. How to say this? He thinks he was more straightforward. He always had a scary side, but now it's worse. Then the guy closed his eyes and tried to remember what happened next. Then he imagined a beautiful girl, and how she fought with them. Because of this, he lowered his head for a while and fell silent. Then he looked at the girl and said that this happened, then this, and Ingen inherited the throne. The blonde replied that nothing is clear. Then Chain drank and said that he missed what he needed to miss, otherwise the story would have been too long, and it's been quite a long time since he spoke, he didn't even go into detail. Then he said that a couple of days later, when the young man inherited the throne, on the day he was supposed to inherit, the torch stood on a huge pedestal. Suddenly, some sparks began to fall from the sky, and a woman appeared, a steel witch, who walked straight towards him. The entire city was covered in explosions, she killed everyone nearby without blinking an eye. A bright light illuminated everything around. This is the witch who destroyed the torch. Then she bent down, that's when the young man got that strange scar on his face, and he was left alone, in the middle of a destroyed building. But everyone knows how stubborn he is and never gives up, even when Nera was not at the peak of her power. The crowd of people stood and prepared to attack, still strong enough to fight for domination of the world. And so an unknown rider appeared. First a rumor appeared, which began to spread like wildfire, a swordsman on his way to the lord of the sector. And so the man came to the castle, asked for support against the Nera, to stop their ambitions, but the lord refused. Then the man killed him, then asked for a duel in the field of reeds and killed the man with one attack. After the sword picked up his crown, no one paid much attention to it. The lord of the sectors often changed, but more and more lords died from his sword. And then winter came. This man even challenged Yushin, the ruler of Yerem, to a fight. People could no longer ignore him. But in this fight, after a fierce battle that lasted a week, the impossible happened. Yushin knelt because he lost. Then his reputation soared to the skies. The man took the sword for himself. After he became one of the main people, he created an organization called the Hero Clan, built on his glory. If you imagine two symbols, it was only a matter of time before the clan, fighting under the banner of justice, would clash with the Nira. Thus the war began, new terms appeared, heroes and villains. Because of this, another big battle followed. There are stories about this in the libraries. Historians consider the hunt for crowns as the beginning of this war, which would later be called the Reed War. The battlefield was all in corpses. Among 1,000 battles, the clan won 2 particularly important ones, which determined the outcome of the war. At the end of the war, Nira was gone. It would seem that peace reigned. When people in their time talk about war, they mean the Reed War. Then he remembered the red-haired man. Although the clan declared the end of the war, some are still fighting even now. Then the guy smiled and asked what he looked like as a history teacher. The girl suddenly raised her hand. She looked at him and said that he was very old. Then she stood up and added that they needed to have a snack with the children and rest. She was sure they were very tired after the battle. And she went to the kitchen. There, thanks to her new friend, she was able to cook some food. While she was doing this, she thought that, come to think of it, she had never heard of these two. What a talkative pensioner. Then she set the table and thought that she should ask about the ring tomorrow. The children came to the kitchen and were very happy. They began to eat and drink. John and Pudding exchanged glances while the little girl ran around the table and played. They were all very happy with what was happening. The next morning, the blonde opened her eyes. She got up and realized that everyone was sleeping around where they had fallen. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Then she looked at the intercom in surprise, because at that moment a woman was standing there. A moment later, she turned around. It was a black hand. She immediately returned and realized that she had to act. Literally in a second, she gathered all her comrades and hid them in another room. Then she looked around, checked if everything was clean. Someone started knocking loudly at the door. Then the girl put on her jacket and went there, thought that she needed to calm down. Then she opened the door, decided that she needed to play the role of a hero. Then she looked up and looked at this woman. The brunette took something out of her coat. It was impossible to even tell how strong she was. She looked like a swamp, the bottom of which no one saw. Suddenly the woman took out her weapon and tried to attack the girl, but she came back. Then she grabbed her crying and by the hand and turned around right behind her back. The girl had to watch her. The woman struck blows without even moving from her place. Later she struck again. The little girl jumped aside and asked what it meant. Then the woman smiled and apologized. Then she raised her hand and said that she just thought she could play with it a little. Look, she has everything she needs to survive in this world. Then she came closer and said that maybe that's why she was able to survive in Nostra while other heroes were dying. The girl tensed up and thought about whether she should pretend that she didn't know anything about it, although it happened quite a long time ago and rumors spread like wildfire. Suddenly, behind she saw a bat. It was hanging on a tree and asked if it was an ambush. The brunette nodded her head and said that they were unlucky that they were such weaklings. The black hand smiled and said that it was enough already, right? She came for a different question. Then she looked into her eyes and asked if she knew who it was. Ava raised her head and answered that the woman, in fact, gives herself away with her unusual colors. The girl asked her reflection in her glasses, did she really think that people don't notice that she is the Punisher? Then the woman spread her hands and thanked her for the comments, said that she was looking for the owner of the chain delivery service, and the girl with silver hair asked if she had heard anything about them or not. Then the brunette raised her head and said that she should just think about it, that she did not have a drop of free time because of the investigation of the deaths of the heroes. She would not be able to spend time and energy on helping her. Then the Punisher smiled and said that she knew that they were not the best of friends, but still had to help each other. Then she looked at her and said that after all, there were 2 heroes left in the city, but for a second, unless she had assistance. The girl tensed up when the woman raised her hand and pointed to the side. And indeed, there was a pile of shoes on the threshold that they forgot to put away. The Punisher approached her right and said that she felt that she was very interesting. She did not know, maybe it was the smell of flowers or something worse. Then she leaned even lower and said that maybe it was the smell of lies, to which she had already become accustomed. The girl suddenly pushed her away and asked again. The woman in response covered her face with her hands and began to say that she was very scared. Then she turned away and said that she would be better off running. But a second later, Nuala looked at her and said that they would see each other again very soon. After some time, the girl was sitting at home in a bad mood. A little girl came up to her and asked if everything was okay. She looked at her with upset eyes and said that something bad had really happened. The girl leaned back. Then she came closer and said that in fact, she immediately raised her hand and admitted that she was a villain. The child looked at her and said that she knew it. Hearing this from above, the villain was shocked. When? How? Then the little girl folded her legs and answered that maybe she was small and naive, but not stupid. She remembered the situation when they arrived in this city. The first thing they did was rob the thugs. Well, and also introduced her friends. Besides, they are all not unusual, and this is still mixed in. And if you remember about Chain, then here is generally a wanted criminal who must be found alive or dead. Then the little girl took the jellyfish and asked why the girl was telling her about this now. She came up and stroked her head. It was all because of her future. The blonde leaned over and said that a big mess was about to start. To tell the truth, it would be hard for her to protect her forever. Nenya asked if the girl really wanted to send her to school. Ava remembered Vector and said that he was the only educated bastard among these morons. You can still find a lot of useful things in school. There is a good school in the Crystal Line. She will have a great future there. Then the little girl lowered her eyes and said that she did not agree. Then she folded her hands and added that she had already decided. She looked at her sister and said that if she wanted to become a hero, she would become one. If she was a villain, she would simply become a villain along with her. The child looked her straight in the eyes and said that he wanted to always be on her side and help as much as he could. Suddenly a friend came up to them and said, why not let her do what she wants? You can't refuse her when she's so insistent. Rachel finished all this and smiled. Then the blonde rolled her eyes and took a deep breath. Then she agreed. What she heard made the child very happy. The girl turned around and asked what that sound was. Suddenly a bat climbed into the window and said that the sector's security was rushing somewhere. She remembered the one she saw recently. She doesn't remember seeing them while she was in the city. Then most likely this guy is already here. They all introduced their target, the paladin. The girl picked up her smartphone and said that other sectors are also very interested, not just the city. People on the street rejoiced. There was a whole holiday there. Vector came up to them and said that they can be understood. The citizens thought that everyone abandoned them, and then they hear that the strongest hero of the port is arriving. After that, Beekji got angry and said that the more she thought about it, the more she thought that they should have killed the Punisher when they had the chance. But the blonde put on a robe and replied that most likely, in that case, the Ite would have suffered a lot too, especially since they would not be able to build a reputation as terrible criminals in this way. Then she wrapped her sword and listened to the proposal that this time they should openly attack. There was no other way out, maybe they should go already. The guys headed forward, they were all very determined. If you imagine a strong current of a river, it does not always lead to a change in the course of the waterway. In which direction will the spilled blood flow? Maybe it will be a black hand or a swordsman. No one knew how fierce the final battle in Nostra would be until the very end. Including the hero killer, no one knew, not even the baby, no one knew. And when she found herself on top of the building, she thought that she could just get rid of her, it would be much easier. She looked at her sword, it replied that she was an impudent idiot. She had no idea what kind of power she was hiding inside. Then her friend appeared on the roof. The girl began to quickly wrap the sword back. Then she turned around and addressed her. She came closer and asked if she was still worried about this. It was time for them to move out. The girl lowered her head and said that she was wondering if she had enough strength to continue being a hero, but not so brave as to surrender to the police. The brunette shoved her and said that those bastards got what they deserved. Then she came closer and said that besides, she was one of those who killed them, she shouldn't feel guilty about it. Then she waved her hand and said that you can't sympathize with every villain she killed during work, you need to forget about it and focus on the mission. Then Leica turned around and thought that she wasn't sure that trusting her was the right decision. Then she lowered her head and thought that the clan was far from stupid, they would have noticed something suspicious, but she also remembers that the girl had a different hair color and said that first they need to agree on the fact that they are friends. At that very second, she jumped on her and said that it was a good idea, she can't wait to fight on her side, her dear ally and friend. The brunette looked at her and thought that she believed that this girl was a real hero. Then she remembered all those she killed at the very beginning. When it comes time to get rid of the trash, she does not feel the slightest guilt or regret. Afterwards, she looked at her carefully. The girls were standing on the roof and watching what was happening. Leica came to the edge and said that it was worth just looking at all these people who came to greet the paladin. She heard that he was a rather taciturn guy and, wow, he was unexpectedly popular. Then she turned around and asked what happened. The girl covered her face with her hand and thought that this was exactly what Ingen had told her. She looked away and thought that the guy had caught her. Meanwhile, near the tower, Milan, Kira and Avarin. It seemed that there was no one inside. But as soon as the young man approached, a huge arrow flew at him and landed on the ground, raising a column of dust. The guy smiled and said that this was a rather strange way to show hospitality. Then he picked up his cloak and said to clear the way for him. Roxana flew forward. She began to clear all the traps. 2 people came out of there. They were walking towards him, ready to fight. As the boy stood there, he thought that the hero killer should have guessed what he was hinting at. Then he smiled and thought that everyone she had killed before were heroes with questionable morals. But you can also imagine other sides. Humanity is not so simple and monotonous. Like 2 statues, white and black, a disgusting criminal can have good sides, and the most decent hero in the past can be a ruthless killer. It is quite possible that her sister's killer was the embodiment of justice. He remembered their last conversation when he said that she was eager for revenge and rid the world of trash. But these paths are not connected in any way. If she had to choose, which path would she take? And now the girl stood on the roof and thought that she should look at all these people rejoicing at the arrival of a real hero. The people below chanted his name. She should look at a real hero. This man was walking through the streets. It is worth looking at the hope of the people, which he will mercilessly trample. Then the girl lowered her eyes again. A friend came up to her and asked if everything was okay, and in response she heard that she was fine. And then she went ahead. Leaving, she said that they would see each other again soon. After that, the girl came to some toilet. She looked at her own reflection and thought. She immediately began to change clothes, returning to her usual appearance. She put on her red jacket, and her hair changed color to silver. A moment later, the girl was already standing in her original form. Then she put on her hood and thought that she needed to prepare an ambush. As soon as she met her friends, the brunette said that this was the only way to defeat someone stronger than them. Then the girl came closer and said that the paladin was quite strong, but this did not mean that they had no chance, at least they had one. Everyone listened attentively when she said that they had good fighting skills, with the exception of Vector, and they had a great opportunity to prove it tomorrow. The brunette also folded his arms and listened attentively. The paladin will openly ride in the parade in honor of his inspection visit. This is a great way to increase publicity while satisfying the needs of the citizens. At least that's what it looks like at first glance. Then she came closer and said that this would be the most opportune moment to strike. Then she raised her hand and shouted that they would declare themselves, starting with a clean frontal attack. They would not be able to counterattack when chaos reigns everywhere. After the girl stopped, opened her eyes and did not understand what was happening, suggested that civilians would be hostages, asked what was wrong. Rachel raised her hand and shouted that this was somehow villainous. In response, she heard that they were villains. Then the girl covered her face with her hand and said that she thought they could attack indirectly as an alternative, but she could not believe that they were refusing such a wonderful opportunity, especially when there was an X factor in the form of black hands. Then she pointed to the blonde and said that in this case she would have to work. The girl bowed her head and listened. They need someone who can definitely not involve innocent people and is strong enough to deal a fatal blow to their target. She is the only one. A hero killer. And now in real time, the girl stood on the roof and watched what was happening. Below, a paladin was walking along with guards. The girl took out her sword and thought that she would do it. It began to shine brightly, was ready to work. He would definitely do it. For a moment, she remembered her childhood. Then she raised the sword and thought that she should do it. He began to talk to her, no matter which path he would take, just well, yes, leave all regrets behind. The girl answered that she knew, and there was no reason to remind her about it. Then she jumped down and thought that it was time to get started. Meanwhile, the man was walking below, but he was hiding something under his cloak. She stopped and thought that this man had really noticed her presence. A moment later, a sword appeared from his cloak. The blonde was surprised and did not understand. Was it really a 100-sided blade? Jinty raised his sword above himself and smiled sarcastically. All this time he was undercover. Then the young man hit the ground with his weapon and summoned a living blade, a reducing wave. The people standing nearby were shocked, but they did not have time to do anything because in a moment all of them died. Then the young man smiled and felt that everything was going according to plan. The paladin and his assistant were walking through the desert. The man turned and asked what the young man saw. The pursuer raised the blade and said that it looked like there was a big battle with a couple of strong warriors. Then he lowered his head and added that not much time had passed. Then the man raised his head and said that there was no need to be so timid. The size of the battlefield and military strength are not always related. He imagined her time with hair and asked what he thought. He chose him instead of an air shot, all because the clan needs people like him. The pursuer lowered his head and said that in an endless struggle, it is impossible to find marine life, and this is the key teaching of the doctrine that everyone believes in. Then he raised his eyes and said that when it comes to mental strength, he is quite confident in himself. Then the paladin smiled and said that this is an excellent answer. Suddenly, something surprised him. Someone was walking towards him. A silhouette appeared on the horizon. It was a man in a cloak and mask. This is Farza the demon faced. The paladin went forward and asked what this killer forgot here. After an instant, he ran up to him. He raised his eyes and asked where is this man's mask. Then he swept the book and right above his head. And with one blow, he split the earth, applying divine punishment. After he hit the man again, his blood was all around. Then the paladin stood up and said that this man is weak. He thinks he will become an excellent sparring partner for him, ordered to deal with him. The pursuer began to carry out the order and ran towards the enemy. When he struck, the young man was able to slip right under his blade, and then struck him in the face. Then he was able to block the next blow. The equipment created by the masters of blacksmithing and the shard that the paladin gave him allowed such a giftless one like him to move in ways he could not dream of. Then he imagined the blacksmith, thinking that they did not spend much time and money on this, just to give him these things that most heroes cannot afford, such luxury. Then he remembered their countless training. They should not be forgotten at all. After that, the guy stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword, thought that he could not let them down. And now the man was defeated by it. The guy clamped his sword between his hand and ribs, and then he shot him right in the chest. Then the man flew back. The young man looked at him and said that this man will not die from this. If he surrenders voluntarily, then his life will be spared. The man raised his head and tried to say something, but he didn't have time because the paladin killed him. Then his body fell to the ground. The guy turned and looked questioningly at the teacher, and he started leafing through the book and said that he had enough time to repent. How many second chances did he think this vile criminal got? Death is the best form of mercy that can be shown to sinners. Afterwards, he slammed the book shut and said that for him it was justice, but he would not force him to agree with him. And the young man listened attentively, that he should follow the path that he considered right. Then the man came closer and said that after his training was over, he would see the blatant injustice of this world with his own eyes. Nato think about what justice was for him. If it did not change, then he would be convinced that he was right. Afterwards, the paladin raised his head and said that it was time for them to go to the city. The smell of blood was getting stronger while they were talking here. Meanwhile, the same incident happened in the city. Jinty stood in the middle of the street and smiled. At that moment, the blonde looked at him and could not believe her eyes. A bat flew up from behind and said that they needed to retreat. It fluttered nearby and said that she felt sorry for the townspeople, but it was not the paladin. They did not need to enter the battle. The girl looked down and listened to them say that they needed to return to base and reconsider their strategy. If this bastard continued to set up house here, it wouldn't even help them. Suddenly the man screamed and called for the girl. He laughed loudly and said that she was the executioner's abandoned child. Stop hiding, they had to finish their battle. The mouse tried to drag her friend away, screaming that they shouldn't listen and had to leave faster. Then the girl turned around and asked again. In the distance, she saw her comrade hiding behind the wall, and then she launched darts at the man. He turned around and was able to stop them instantly, and then he immediately ran towards her. When he ran by, the girl decided to intervene, and she was able to stop him at the last second. Then she grabbed her friend by the collar and threw her as far away as possible. Then she turned around and tried to attack the proc, but he was able to artificially reflect all her blows. The man smiled and said that he was not sure about the sledgehammer's words, but he was not lying, she really was in the city. The girl ran closer and asked again, why was he not sure? Did he kill all these people just because of suspicions? Then the man raised his sword, and with one blow he cut several more passers-by. The guy laughed loudly and said, why not? Chopping innocent civilians is fun. Then he opened his eyes and thought that he could not see his own eyes, but he could feel the raging anger around her. And indeed, in his eyes the girl sparkled with a bright flame, and in the background of her stood someone else, a trump card that could be used. At the same moment, the guy laughed and said that she was so easy to provoke, an impulsive idiot. Then he grabbed her sword and said that if in this city, then the torch is somewhere here too. And in a moment it disappeared. The girl stood there, not understanding what was happening, and suddenly someone suggested she play hide and seek. The woman looked over her shoulder and said hello. She turned around abruptly, chains were flying at her, and immediately they turned her into a bloody mess. But something happened. The blood seemed to start to collect back, turning back into a human. A huge column of her remains rose, and then it was as if the events began to scroll in reverse. The hero killer stood on the ground again and heard how she was suggested to play hide and seek. Then the woman looked over her shoulder and said hello. She tried to strike, but this time the girl was able to parry it. Then the brunette raised her sword and said that she was not so bad. And the sword itself spoke to the girl and said that she could not believe that this woman had come here, she had to use it for its true power. Then she raised it and summoned the sword of Rewind, Reconquista. If we dive into the events of the past and imagine the blonde, it was towards the end of the War of Succession. Among hundreds of strong people, there was one who stood out among all. The girl stood in front of everyone. It was the master of the sword, also known as the White Beast of Destruction, named Islaughter Rainfall. She fought very well. Thanks to her incredible strength and charisma, invaded and captured more sectors than anyone else. The girl extended her hand. She had an important quality that separated her from the other heirs. She showed mercy. The girl decided to give the Lord a drink, was kind enough to accept those who gave up or made a mistake, was loved by everyone. But this character trait, the king despised her most. The young man stood and thought about her. He was very angry when it came to her. Burning cities, the king of Nira at that time was filled with envy, wanted to burn the whole world in tongues of flame. Then he created an entire army to find this merciful woman, led by a blonde man. And one day in the castle, at night, on a full moon, she was attacked by a man. The woman died. She and Chain looked at each other. Then they grabbed each other's hands. These guys were spouses. The woman was leaving someone behind. And now the young man was sitting over her body. Tears were dripping from his face right onto her lifeless body. The gift of that man allowed him to turn back time, but only for a couple of seconds. By creating a time loop, all abilities have a limit. They cannot be used without restrictions. The conditions for activating his ability were the death of the owner. He used his cast to prevent the death of the one he loved more than life, ironically, but in this way he could only see her die countless times. And now the girl was standing with a sword. Using this ability, a gift that cannot escape its tragic fate challenges her again and again. The brunette approached her and smiled. She looked at her opponent who was ready to fight. The girl was holding a sword in her hands. He told her that he would quickly explain the essence of his ability. She must listen carefully. His gift reverses time, but only when its owner dies. Although she never depleted his EST, this power is not infinite. If you imagine a mask, then you can say that this user's knowledge is destroyed every time they use it. Although the exact amount of use is different each time, you need to think of it as a last resort and try to quickly deal with her. Then he imagined the weapon of this woman and said that the sword she was holding was very sharp and deadly. It could not pass through something that could not be cut. At that moment, the process began to attack, and the girl began to reflect her blows. One after another, she slowly succeeded. Then the blonde frowned and thought that there was something. She could pass through something that an ordinary sword could cut. What's the point of complicating everything so much? Then she remembered the situation and the manner and thought that if she remembered correctly, she snapped her fingers to activate her abilities. And now for a second the woman was standing in front of her and raised her hand up. Then she snapped her fingers, and then even her leg started bleeding. The girl fell forward and realized that she was left without a leg. She thinks it went through somewhere in the middle of the battle. And just then she missed it. She couldn't even understand it because she didn't feel it. And now she was sitting in front of the woman, bleeding. She smiled and said that now it was time to talk. In response, she heard that she could only dream of it. The blonde suddenly raised her sword and said that she would be back soon. And then she stabbed herself. The process of returning to the past began. And now the enemy is running at her again. And the girl again reflects the blows. Everything is repeated exactly the same way, but this time she watches her leg. And having managed to take a step to the side, she remains unharmed. And then she pushes her knife aside altogether. The hero killer immediately breaks away and runs towards her opponent. She studies the woman and thinks that most likely she will not be able to cause significant damage with normal attacks, but also will not be able to waste energy on meaningless movements. After she offended her and thought that she needed to use the right amount of strength at the right time. And then she swung. Then she struck, but she was able to dodge. And then she hit her opponent. The girl flew back. Everything was shrouded in smoke. She was driven so hard into the wall, it cracked, but the baby was still alive. Then she raised her head and got angry. Once again, the brunette snapped her fingers. Again she was torn apart. And so began the endless rewinds. The brunette looked at her and smiled. And the girl broke away and flew straight at her. Another snap. The blonde remained alive, but was wounded. And her blades were also damaged. The brunette looked at her and did not understand what was happening. Then she struck again, leaving the girl without an arm. Again, a return to the past struck the neck, then the liver, and another click. Nothing was left of it. It seemed to be repeating itself over and over again. Then the blonde decided to roll the dice and apply the player's risk. She frowned and saw the result. On the ground, the dice lay with the one facing up. But there was blood everywhere. The hero killer tried to roll the dice again once, and so on and on. The same number came up. She stood on the ground and was very upset about this. Then she turned back time again. The brunette came closer and said that it was strange why none of her attacks hit the target. She is not that incompetent in battle. Maybe it is her ball. The blonde raised her head and thought how many times she had already gone back. She lost count. Her breathing was uneven. Her body was normal, but at this rate she would go crazy. The opponent swung again. Now this person is too strong for her, but this also greatly excites her. Suddenly the sword intervened, said that she had better run and fight her later. The exhausted girl looked forward and said that everything was fine. She almost understood how to deal with her. But then the Punisher struck again, activated the technique of chasing the shadow of the viper. But the hero killer did not lose her head and activated an improvised technique of hunting vipers. Then she lowered her head and said that I die every time you learn something new quickly. Then she took out her dreams and added that she could now see her movement. She was so bored. She looked at her and didn't understand what was happening. Then she smiled and took out her sword again. The battle continued. The Punisher activated the shadow chase, a two-headed snake. But this time the girl was able to cope with it. Then she ran towards her and thought that the black snake was aiming at the corners when the white sword was hitting more directly. She began to reflect the blows and thought that her unpredictable fighting style was increasingly infuriating her. But now she had a chance to break through. She had to continue. Then she looked at the woman and thought that her hands were now busy. She would not be able to freely use her gift. And at that second the girl lost her hand again. After that, she directed the ball at herself and thought that she needed to go back again, but someone stopped her. The woman stood in front of her and said that it was so strange. Her intuition was usually right, but it turned out to be a much more difficult task than she expected. The woman looked at her and said that these strange movements that she made constantly, why? Then she came closer and asked why the girl was trying so hard to die. At that moment, the blonde was a little scared, but she was pierced by something. Her own blade struck. And again she teleported back. The woman snapped her fingers and said that maybe certain conditions are needed to activate this ability. Then she pointed her finger at her and said that by any chance she doesn't rewind time. Then she grabbed her and began to study her. The woman smiled and said that this explanation sounds logical, doesn't it? She came closer and put the sword right to her neck, asked again and said that there was no point in continuing. Then Chain intervened and said that the Punisher most likely says this because she is confident in her guess. They will not be able to go back in time when she knew nothing about the ability. Then the woman snapped her fingers, and the sword added that this is a veteran in hunting people, in the past even killed many of the elite heroes, which is why the clan master trusts her so much. Also, she is not only a capable fighter, but also very smart, a very versatile woman. If you look at her, you can conclude that he entrusted himself to her hands because he knew that one day this would happen. The girl ran forward. He added that as he said before, he cannot use his ability endlessly. Even if they have better compatibility, they will not be able to continue in the same spirit. Then the girl turned and said that she assumes that the guy has a plan since he tells her about it. Then the brunette came closer and asked if there will be an answer to her question. I feel like an idiot, muttering under her breath. and a moment later, her chains began to appear from everywhere, chasing a shadow, a descending dragon. Again, time rewinded, everything around was in her blood. The woman raised her hands high, and she was able to weave one braid from 2 abilities. Then she began to turn them around herself. It was a chase, then an ascending dragon. Something similar to a hurricane was created, and then a blow was struck with such force that they began to destroy the creation. Another rewind after a rewind. At one point, the girl was crushed by a building. After that, there was another rewind. The blonde was already completely exhausted and could not come to her senses. While there was chaos around, the sword told her that she had to listen to him carefully. Even in his prime, he could guarantee victory over no one-on-one. What's worse, he had not entered into battle with anyone for a long time, but if he could somehow get closer, avoiding her whip. The girl immediately jumped up and ran forward, while he said that he could give her the opportunity to hit her, but personally a moment. The hero killer tried with all her might to get closer, but suddenly, right in front of her eye, the blade appeared again. The guy added that then she should put everything she had left into the best attack. Then the last coin fell. The girl was already completely exhausted when she heard that this was her last attempt, and so she struck. Then another. The woman looked at her and did not understand what was happening. She frowned and thought that something was wrong. Memories began to emerge in her eyes. This girl was so similar to someone, but she could not remember who. And she also remembered how she was with this person on some field. Then she swung. She tried to strike, but that woman skillfully parried it. Who the hell was this? The man from the memories was standing nearby. Then he came closer and asked with a smile, "Is this woman the first finger of the hand?" Meanwhile, the girl grabbed the sword and thought that this was her chance. She bent down and tried to attack. Then she ran forward, dodging attacks. And it seemed that she was succeeding. Everything around her began to collapse. The blonde came as close as possible. Then she flew up, tried to attack. And then she activated Crimson Breath. Thus, many women were frozen. But it did not last long. She was able to break free. And then the sword began to transform. In the hands of the girl was her comrade, who was screaming. His hands were still blades, so he tried to attack her. At the same second, he grabbed the brunette. He came as close as possible, and they flew to the ground. But she tried to break free. She struck one blow after another. Chain turned around and said that this was a chance. The hero killer, we must finish her off. The girl lay exhausted on the ground and thought that she could not use 2 abilities of those she killed at the same time. She needed to find another option. Then her hair began to be covered with electricity. In her mind, the girl turned to her friends. She imagined the dead men and asked them to voluntarily share their power with her. Then she ran forward, thinking that she was using the speed of Jade's charge. And she also imagined how Grayman's piercing ability would strike now. Literally a moment later, the girl was nearby and used a combination. She released all the blades from herself. It was a thunder flower. At that moment, the woman's glasses fell to the ground and broke. She stood in front of them and did not understand what was happening. She saw a guy with green hair and said that it seemed that she would not be able to kill him today, although what difference did it make? Then she smiled and said that she would remember them. Then she turned around and ran away from there. The blonde tried to run after her. Then she fell and stopped. The guy turned around and said that there was no need to show weakness, because the woman was leaving and was clearly pleased with herself. Suddenly it started to rain. A moment later, clouds filled the entire sky, and the brunette was leaving, talking on the phone. At the same time, the guys were sitting at the base and reasoning. The bat looked out the window and thought that the black hand had stopped and retreated, and the hero killer was temporarily incapacitated. She knew that Chain was with her, but was still surprised that they managed to fight her off. Afterwards, she moved closer to the window and thought that she was not sure whether to attack or retreat, and also, this rainstorm could be a huge X20 factor. She studied her comrades and thought that the brunette was the strongest of those who could fight, but he had a fire gift, and during this weather, he would not be effective. Then she closed her eyes and thought that the real paladin was also nearby. Almost immediately, she managed to find them, flying through the sky. If she imagined the paladin and the Punisher heard that they both supported the council, it can already be considered that the commotion in the city was reported. If they attacked him at the same time, then this is the best scene, provided that the hero killer recovers in time and they can attack together before the clan sends reinforcements. And also unwanted guests may appear if they act rashly. Jinty can take this chance and strike with the thugs. Then she opened her eyes and thought that this all leaves them with almost no choice. Wait a second, these guys. Suddenly the Blood Brothers appeared on the street. The men came closer and looked at the paladin, and he stood opposite and did not react to them at all. Suddenly the girl laughed and said that it was getting more and more interesting. Maybe they could use this to their advantage. Then Vector came up to her from behind and asked how exactly. The girl turned around. She looked at him in surprise because in front of her was a real Vector, and then the clone began to transform. It turned out that it was Sapphire. The woman immediately attacked her, kicking her, Then she smiled and said that it was a surprise. Then the brown-haired woman grabbed her leg and asked what it was about. They were waiting for them impatiently. A moment later, she turned into bats and shouted to Rachel that they had to do what they had planned. Scar and Takata appeared there almost immediately through the portal. The guys flew forward. A blonde appeared in front of them. She began to look at them and wonder who was the weakest link, which of them. Then he stretched out his hand and chose a guy with green hair. He got angry and asked again, did he really think that he was the weakest? A moment later, they found themselves in her beautiful garden. The girl replied that it was so. Then she winked and said that the bat told her that the weakest person with a hot temper always dies first on the battlefield. Considering that this guy is still alive, it's just magic. Takata at that moment remained in the building and thought that these people reacted very quickly. Did they really know that they were coming? Almost immediately, Bagna attacked him and used a spear of incandescence. The young man struck, but he tried to reflect it. It was the wind. Then the guy smiled and said that it was wonderful, so his fire will burn even more, and thanked him for that. At that moment, Nenya stood aside and hugged Pudding. Someone approached her from behind. It was a guy in a gas mask. He thought that they should have hidden somewhere. As soon as Jinty appeared, was he really coming for them? Suddenly, the roof collapsed overhead. But fortunately, John managed to protect them. Then the man raised his head. A demon was flying on them and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Afterwards, he looked down and greeted two old comrades. Meanwhile, a heavy rain continued outside, so heavy that the city practically drowned. The hero killer and Chain hid in one of the abandoned buildings. The girl sat him down next to her. Afterwards, the guy lowered his head and said that thank God. The Punisher decided to retreat. Everything could have ended very badly. Then he turned around and asked how she was everything okay, although he was sure that he felt terrible. The girl sat down on the stairs next to her and said that he hit the nail on the head, that he felt like a piece of shit. Scrolling through the events that had happened in her head, she also said that she wanted to end the battle, save some strength, but against her she had no choice, otherwise she would have died. Then the girl covered her face with her hand and said that she needed to recover quickly and go help those fools. They were waiting for her, and the baby was there too. Then the guy lowered his head and said that we should try not to delay. The blonde looked at her and asked what he wanted to say by that. In response, she heard that the first finger never retreats. He imagined the woman leaving and said that he would definitely pursue them until someone died, and it didn't matter who it was. Now that she knew about their abilities, the next meeting would be much harder. Then he threw his head back and said that he had decided to leave the city earlier than he had planned, but before that he needed to tell her something about his dream. Shane looked ahead and said that his main goal was to bring a dead person back to life. The girl looked at him questioningly. Then she jumped up and asked again. The young man answered that this was the only reason why he had lived to this day without his beloved. He remembered the day when Islata died and said that including managing the delivery, everything he had done in this life was for this one goal. Then he imagined her sister and said that even her revenge would be meaningless if she brought her sister back to life. The girl ran up and stopped him, saying that there was a limit to what abilities and fragments could do to bring a dead person back to life than was possible. The guy grabbed her hand, then added that you can ask someone who was here long before the elders. In fact, recently exploring, found several clues about this person. Then he showed her his ring and said that she probably saw it before. In fact, it is a shard. And indeed, there was a piece of crystal on it. The ring can even shed light on the one who killed her sister that night, so he is going to use it in their negotiations. Then asked if the girl does not believe him, said that in fact he will resign himself, even if in the end his beloved is not reborn. The blonde listened attentively as he said that he still remains on her side and will do everything for her place. He told her this in the Cloud Garden, but he really sees potential in her. Then he introduced his wife and added that she can become as strong as his beloved in those days, help her rise to the sky above the clouds. Then he introduced a star. The girl will be able to become an elder. Then the guy stood up and added that this is a turning point. We must join him and leave the city right now. Then he extended his hand to her and offered to go with him. Unlike in Jen, he can fully concentrate on her. Chain looked her straight in the eyes and said that she should forget about the smiling man, forget about the nameless, and go with him to meet the witch. The girl lowered her eyes and thought. Then she raised her eyes and tried to say something. But suddenly lightning appeared, striking right into this building. And there was no one in front of her. Then she clenched her fist. She looked at her hand, stole the ring. And the guy at that moment was in another place and walked forward. He lowered his head and thought that this was also possible. Anyway, he had another one. He should take care of the ring until they met again. At the same time, the Blood Brothers stood in front of the paladin and the pursuer. The man turned and said that this would be the second lesson. It was necessary to show attention to detail while fighting them. A brunette approached him and said that this city was beautiful, and all because people like this man did not appear there, then thanked him for preparing the ground. Suddenly, some kind of seal appeared under them, said that this is why. The man also stood on the seal. The golden guardian of order was activated. The same man ran towards him. They began to fight. The brunette finished and said that he should put the responsibility on him. Then he kicked him right in the stomach, and the paladin was thrown straight into the wall. Everything was shrouded in smoke. The man lay unconscious for some time. But then all the stones began to fly apart. Another explosion sounded. The pursuers turned around and feared for the teacher, but he quickly got up, looked at him and said that everything was fine. A huge appeared in this place. It was an explosion of golden time. Another guy stood and looked at him. He said that when they enter into countless battles, in the end they will meet an opponent against whom their ability will be less effective. Then the paladin came out of the smoke and said that it was also possible to meet someone who would be virtually invincible with their abilities. Then he raised his head and said that they now had two options. He continued to fight the man and said that they either ran away right now or fought him without abilities. And people really started to fight with their fists. All users of the gift strengthen their bodies or weapons by controlling ESD, and only a few are able to release it in the form of projectiles. The man came closer and explained that, however, it is generally much more difficult to control ESD than the gift. Then he struck again. The opponent continued to attack him. Afterwards, the man lowered his head and said that they should take a close look at him. This fighter has perfectly trained physical abilities. The brunette continued to hit him in the forest. Immediately, the paladin crouched down and said that they should carefully prepare and analyze their opponent since he has no abilities. The two stood opposite each other on huge seals. Suddenly, the man rushed forward, and a huge explosion occurred. The brunette did not hesitate and jumped straight towards him. As soon as he struck, the saint managed to catch his fist. He lowered his head and stopped the attack. His brother at that moment ran to them and tried to help. He frowned and thought that the more damage this man received, the stronger he became. And indeed, there were strange hieroglyphs on his shoulders. There must be limits to his ability. Everything around was in seals. There was a huge star around him, and the two brothers fell into his trap. Suddenly, everything around lit up. The guys tried to attack again. In that case, they came closer and closer to him. Then one of them jumped onto the roof and thought that he needed to hit even harder. A moment later, there was a serious explosion. The pursuer turned around. The teacher asked if he had seen everything well. He thought this was enough for today's lecture. Now he should start fulfilling his religious duty. Then the man opened the book and began to read that there is a destroyer of evil, and there is an apostle sent by the Lord to rid this place of the wicked. Then he raised his hands and continued to say that this is grace, granting redemption through suffering. Thanked the Lord, asked to turn his compassionate gaze on him. After lightning struck, the man swung his staff and hit his opponent, said that he would carry out divine punishment, after which he tore the young man into pieces, and the buildings around began to collapse one after another. The man came closer and said what he would do in the name of the holy name. Not far from there, the demon hovered in the air and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Then he lowered his eyes and turned to John and Vector. The guys below were standing and looking at him. The guy pulled the child closer to him and said that it was a demon. He came down and asked how his old friend could follow the one who created them like this. I agree, he himself is not normal, but John is just crazy. The man looked at him and listened carefully to what he knows. He thinks he should tell him that this is all an experiment to create artificial people with abilities, in which Vector played an important role. Then he came down and said that even now, this man continues to play, and he looked at the guy in the gas mask. He was standing outside the window and looking at him. And outside, the rain continued to pour, and somewhere not far from there, on the roof, Jinty was standing. He grabbed his sword. He took it out of its sheath and was ready to attack. Then, with all his strength, he sent a charge of energy forward. At that moment, the guys were in the building. They looked up and saw that it was starting to collapse, as if she had cut it in half. Rachel was fighting in her beautiful garden with Scar at that moment. The man came closer and said that she must be one of those losers from Castle Grey. Then why is she interfering? What does she have against them? The girl came closer and asked with a smile what he was talking about. Then the man attacked and said that gift users usually trigger their abilities when they survive on the brink of death. Considering that gifts are not hereditary, rumors that Reagan Sinclair tortures people to create people with the same abilities as him are true. And he introduced a man who had a whole garden of dead people. Then he struck and added that she looked very much like one of those poor souls, a failed product of this man's perverted passion. He also tried to hit her with his tentacles, but he crashed into her defense and heard that this was a good attempt to provoke her to lose her composure. Then the girl looked out, winked and replied that he had failed. Then she smiled and said that she had received this ability completely by accident. At that moment, she remembered her childhood, how it all began. Then she stretched well while the man was trying to attack and said that we need to talk about him. In the past he lived as a king in a cloud garden. Then she turned around and said that she now considered herself pathetic when she went out into the big world. If you imagine them in this city, the guy always stood aside. His best friend was at least useful in some way besides battles, but he could not offer anything except barely noticeable help in battles. Then the man got angry and told her to shut up, and the girl in response stuck her tongue out at him and said that she had only assumed, but apparently hit the mark. At that moment, tentacles flew at her, but the attack failed again. Small shoots began to grow in his flesh, and suddenly they turned into huge flower vines, and they began to spread with incredible speed all over his arm. It reached the very forearm. The guy had to get rid of the tentacle. At the same second, the girl, jumping from branch to branch, approached him. He grabbed her sharply and tried to squeeze, but nothing happened because these tentacles were also hit. Then the guy fell straight down, losing both arms. He looked at the ground and was shocked, and the blonde came closer and said that this is why he should have stayed in his small pond. The man was not going to give up and said that he could not die now, not like this, released all his energy on her. He looked up and heard that he was wrong about something. There was a huge leaf on it with a girl sitting on it. She slammed it like a fly. Then she came with other plants and said that she still does not hate the passion of that man. The girl stood nearby and asked to help her escape. There is loneliness in this garden. Then a flower grave appeared there. The young man was buried alive. She came up and touched the beautiful roses, said that these are flowers that will one day take the life of Reagan. Then she turned around and said that they will bloom to their fullest in due time. Immediately after that, she teleported back. But she found herself in some strange place, asked where she was. Her friend was lying on the floor nearby. They could not all move somewhere together, but this place looks unknown. The girl noticed her and ran closer. Then she picked her up and said if everything was okay. What was happening? Was it really the sapphire effect? There really was a huge castle right in the middle of the city here. The brunette raised her head and said that you can't trust anyone. Her eyes were sparkling. It turned out to be Jinty. Suddenly he plunged his sword right into the girl's stomach. Then he threw her back. The wounded woman fell to the floor and thought that she should have foreseen this. She ruined everything. Then she looked at the demon and thought about John. She also saw Bagna lying to the side. Thank God, they are both breathing. Suddenly a man came up to her and his comrade started asking what she did to him. Takata grabbed her by the shirt and said that he would finish her off if she didn't tell him right now. Brown-haired stood behind and said to leave her. 3 of them had escaped and they needed to keep them as hostages. But the man kept screaming. At that moment his neck was cut. There was blood everywhere. Janty did it to stop it and then repeated it. Then he turned around and said that it was just a headache. They shouldn't have involved strangers in this. He knew they couldn't trust the others. It would have been great if Condor had survived. Sapphire came up to him and said that he needed to relax, he needed to rest. The fire guy was pretty strong. Then the man took his sword and said that yes, he couldn't rest when there was so much fun going on around him. He crouched down and said that this woman couldn't escape from him. Most likely she would come here with a torch. He thought that he was waiting for her. He needed to come and catch him. Meanwhile on the battlefield, Enzo walked forward and didn't understand what was happening. He walked up to his brother and fell to his knees next to him. Then he picked him up and started crying into his shoulder. The paladin came closer and said that they should pray for his soul. Most likely he would go to hell. The brunette raised his eyes, looked at him. Then he screamed and tried to attack. But the man put his fist out and stopped his opponent with one blow. The clock showed exactly 6. An explosion sounded in front. The man threw back. The pursuer approached the teacher and he said that he could not use his gift forever. Then he lowered his head and said that he would defeat them all. While there was still time, we must return to the base. The brunette was surprised and asked again. But then he felt something. He turned around sharply and saw the people who said that there was no need for this. A woman was standing in front of them, and her minions, a black hand, were nearby. She adjusted her glasses and said that she was asking to let her younger ones take care of this. Sometimes a victory not brought to the end leads to a huge disaster. If you remember her last phone conversation, the woman retreated to bring. Suddenly she raised her finger up, and then she pointed her subordinates forward, brought huge unexpected disasters to the city of Nostra. Meanwhile, in a huge castle that appeared, the baby sat nearby and thought that John and Bagna were trapped. What should they do now? Vector came closer and said that he should have teleported everyone at the moment when Jinty appeared. Gift Sapphire does not allow him to calculate their coordinates now. And the bat sat down nearby and said that this means that they will be able to save them only by going inside. Then she frowned and said that they should just surrender. The guys were surprised and asked again. And the girl got up and said that this is the most logical solution in this situation. And it was impossible to get rid of the paladin from the very beginning, and then the Punisher appeared. Then the girl clenched her fist and said that their only advantage was the ability to determine the exact location of the others. And that's all. That's why they planned to teleport Jinty to the paladin as soon as this bastard showed up. Then she looked at the castle and said that their plan failed as soon as Sapphire built this damned castle. And that's it. She also imagined that the Punisher had returned with help and said that you can also meet terribly dangerous bastards on the streets of the city, Everything went in one place. They need to urgently get out of this city while there is an opportunity. The guy in the gas mask came up and said that he was not going to abandon his friends. In response, I heard if he had a better plan. The girl came closer and said that there are two choices. It is reasonable to choose the less bad one and sacrifice something. You should not think that this decision is easy for her. She introduced her comrades and said that Rachel is a good girl. She has known Begna for a short time, but he is also a very good guy. Then she put her hand on his shoulder and said that they both have amazing potential. It is true, but it is worth understanding. In terms of physical abilities, they can be replaced. Then she lowered her head and said that if they recruit a few guys from other places. A second later, she received a slap from her comrade. He looked at her, his hands were shaking, asked if allies were really just replaceable parts in a mechanism for her. This is what their leader would suggest. The bat grabbed his hand and said that he also follows this man, just like her. Then she began to scream that her allies are very important to her, but she is ready to sacrifice the rest to kill the heavenly sword. The guys stood and quarreled on the roof. Then the little girl stepped aside and thought, this is bad, the guys will not come to a compromise, but her friends are still in danger. Then she squeezed the pudding and thought if she can do everything herself, with her strength most likely. Suddenly the blonde came up. The girl looked at her, made it in time. The bat came back and saw her. Before she could do anything, the girl hit her right in the face. Then she flew off to the side and didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly she got up and said that she should have expected her to come. Could she consider herself to agree with naive idealistic ideas? The girl came closer and asked again, saying that she didn't even hear what he said. Then she looked at her and said that all the shit had been knocked out of her because she was making a sad face. The brunette was surprised and asked again. Then the blonde turned around and asked the child if she remembered what she was training. Below, the bat raised her hand and asked them to stop. Then she lowered her head and said that she could spot them. The hero killer turned around and said that it wasn't that hard. Suddenly, the baby's wing appeared. She stood behind her and asked if her sister was ready, and after that, she began to direct her energy into her back. At that moment, something surprised her. Pudding joined them. The blonde closed her eyes and said that there was no need to drag this out too much, it shouldn't take long. Then she turned around and there was no one around. Meanwhile, inside the castle, Jinty took out his sword and said that it looked like they had uninvited guests. People with black hands were moving there. The demon immediately decided to attack one of them. He jumped back as if nothing had happened. After that, the demon decided to strike again. But this time, too, he failed. The guy took out a card and threw it right at him, jumping back. This way he was able to damage his neck. Then he picked up the card, it was a scale, and he aimed it at the sapphire. Another girl from the clan approached them, began to fire from her cannon. Everything around began to shine. The man's supporters were already hanging captured above. Suddenly, the girl came closer and said that she needed this sword, but her comrades showed that they needed to be quieter. Then she took out her hand, covered her mouth under her mei and said that for sure they were on a mission. That's when Jinty started attacking them. A clan member ran forward and took out her weapon. Then she came right up to him. She started shooting, but for some reason the projectiles went through his body, and all the wounds immediately healed. Then the young man raised his head and ordered them all to go away. Then he brought the sword behind his back and tried to attack another person. The black hand managed to jump back, leaving him alone in the middle. Then the young man came closer and said that it finally happened. Meanwhile, a huge pudding pot touched the castle. The blonde watched this from the side. With my eyes, a huge jellyfish was destroying an entire castle. While it was sitting on her head, it was the paw of Pudding's anger. The heroine was getting wet in the rain. The yellow creature was destroying the walls of the palace. The paw of Pudding's anger. Ava jumped away from the yellow paw. Spreading her arms wide, her eyes lit up and she screamed about the time for revenge. Bright energy waves spread from the blow. Ava's blow, reinforced by Nenya. The blow spread, scattering stones in different directions. Jinty, standing opposite, held a sword in his hand. He put it in front of him and was surrounded by a green glow. The people in green cloaks watched what was happening. They quickly found themselves behind Ava. The yellow paw rushed towards them and tried to strike them, but they jumped back. Rachel and the guy were lying on the floor surrounded by a barrier. The girl with the crystal on her forehead leaned on her knee. The black hand changed its target. This means that for them, the hero killer is more important. She frowned and shouted at the demon to not let the jellyfish interfere. The demon flew past the girl into the sky. A huge jellyfish appeared under him, heading towards him. The demon swung and hit her. Ava stood in front of the men in cloaks. One of them grabbed 3 cards in his hand and asked for them at the heroine, but she was able to intercept, throwing them aside. After that, several missiles were aimed at the girl in the red jacket. Ava kicked the ground. Raising the debris in front of her, she became proud of the volleys flying at her. They exploded near her, but did not cause damage. Later, she found herself next to one of the attackers. His face was covered by a mask with a black palm. Jinty attacked the girl, but she was able to parry the blow. Ava held large blades in her hand. Jinty struck again. She could get used to this endless crushing feeling. 3 bright cards appeared in her hand. Is this the real power of the torch? The girl frowned. The missiles were approaching her again. Ava turned towards them. She can move as she wants in her head. The missiles have already approached her face. They were so close that she could see her reflection in them. She sees everything she couldn't see before, down to the smallest detail. With one swing of her blade, the heroine destroyed all the charges. She can understand how strong they are, and she turned sharply to the enemy who had snuck up behind her, striking and knocking the enemy to the ground. Ava's eyes were shining brightly. She is superior. The blade was near the neck of the masked man. He thought that this was not good. Now he understands why the Punisher wanted to finish off this woman so much. He began to get nervous, thinking that if this continues, it will be bad. Go away. A tall man appeared behind Ava. He attacked her, but the girl managed to block the blow. Each blow left a bright trace. The man's body began to emit a golden glow. The girl struck a blow, which he dodged. Bright lights flew from the battle. Looking indifferent, he struck, which was followed by a powerful explosion of energy. The floor around them collapsed, leaving a small area where the battle continued. The man attacked Ava with a huge axe. The enemy in the cloak watched what was happening. She stopped the paladin's attack with one hand. He knows that she owns a torch, but is that even possible? The man and the girl's gazes crossed. She asked if he was a paladin. She had questions if he knew anything about Kasha. He looked at her and replied that he had nothing to talk to her about, calling her a villain. Rising into the air, the girl said that she had no choice. A bright glow appeared around her. She would make him a second jade. Ava stretched her hand out in front of her, saying that he would become part of the arsenal. A cloud of smoke rose and the paladin's hand reached out, which surprised the girl very much. The hand clenched into a fist and the girl jumped back. The man came out of the cloud of smoke and made a dash. Approaching her, his body glowed brightly, after which a powerful blow was heard. He still struck emotionlessly, telling her to stop resisting. Her efforts were futile and meaningless. It was too difficult for her. Ava repelled the attacks, answering that it was very easy. She felt great. The man looked, saying that this applies not only to her, and frowning, he added that she would bring the poor child to the limit. Nenya was hanging. Something resembling wings was growing from her back. Standing on the roof, the guy shouted to Nenya and Ava, reminding her of the gift. The girl smiled, saying that everything was fine. Now she was truly happy. She had already decided to end everything once and for all. Someone was dragging her by the hand. The man in the gas mask extended his hand to her. The child was left alone in the rain. Nenya's eyes started to bleed. If she could, they wouldn't hurt her anymore. The guy in the gas mask was surrounded by several blue lights. The dark figure rose into the sky. Ava raised her head and said the girl's name. Jinty's eyes were surrounded by green lights. Kneeling, he said that he had been waiting for this moment, and jumped high into the sky. The girl rushed after him. Nenya opened her eyes wide. Blood came out of her mouth. Ava hit Jinty as he pierced the dark figure with his sword. The blue sphere began to spread, instantly increasing in size. In the center of it was a man. Jinty stood silently. Later, he raised the hilt of the sword above his head, and sent out a wave, cutting the city in half. He lowered his voice, saying that this is enough. It's time to return to the castle and sharpen the sword. The girl stood behind him. She asked what happened to the others, but the guy said he didn't care. Jinty looked ahead indifferently. Their next meeting would be the last. One of them would die when that time came. A large rock began to move. The guy was crawling out from under the ruins. He crouched down and covered his face with his hand, trying to understand what had just happened. Raising his head, he saw what had become of the city. He opened his eyes wide and wondered how many had died. Rising to his feet, he thought that the prosecutor would come to his senses. Someone's cry for help was heard. The dark-haired guy turned his head and ran in the direction of the cry. What he saw shocked him. A red-haired girl was lying on the ground. She said that she couldn't feel her legs. The guy silently leaned towards her. The girl lowered her head. Now she understood. Apparently she would die. The frightened guy extended his hand to her, asking her not to talk like that and not to give up so quickly. He grabbed her weak hand. He looked down and thought about how he couldn't bring himself to tell her not to lose hope. The former buildings were now ruins. It was a devastating explosion that could have destroyed any village. What had it done to the buildings and the people? He left the girl and moved on. He shouldn't stop here. Maybe someone was alive and needed help. The brunette started running. If there were such people, would he be able to save them on his own? Would he be able to protect them and take them to the hospital? Frowning, he continued running, forcing himself not to think about the bad and just move forward. He had to save as many as he could. The guy noticed someone ahead. Coming closer, he extended his hand, but the girl quickly jumped up and grabbed it, hitting his back on the ground. Ava stood up and looked at the guy. Go Joel. She stood up from him with her hands down. Getting up from the ground, he extended his hand to her. The girl was upset and slapped it away, saying that he shouldn't talk to her like that. Only a light wind was blowing over the ruins. Ava's eyes widened in surprise. How far had she been thrown? Putting her hand on the stone next to her, she wondered what had happened to the guys. A powerful burst of energy knocked her off her feet. Nenya, Joel covered his face with his hands. A huge crater had formed in the ground, but Ava quickly got to her feet and looked at the center of the explosion. A small yellow octopus was hugging a white sneaker. Only light clothes remained on the ground, but someone had already aimed at the heroine. His finger squeezed the trigger. A shot rang out and the bullet hit the girl in the back and flew out through her stomach. The brunette standing nearby saw this. He was about to run to her, but someone's hand stopped him. The girl with big red eyes smiled. The hero is a pursuer. She is sure he remembered the lessons well, where he was told not to interfere in the affairs of the Black Hand. Ava was surrounded by several people in cloaks. They swung their big blades. The girl remembered the time she spent with Nenya. They hadn't been together long enough to get attached to each other. A child had put his hands on someone's head, but she still felt something strange inside. The heroine held an axe in her hand. Nenya armed herself with a shotgun. She tried not to get close to anyone. They sat at the dinner table together, so that she wouldn't have to let someone go again. And they tried on different clothes together. Something glowing came out of the heroine. It dissolved as it left her body. Perhaps what she had lost today was not the friendship between two people, but what was left of her humanity. Ava grabbed the blades. A tear rolled down her cheek. She became angry and a red glow appeared around her body. But two more enemies headed towards her. An explosion of enormous force threw them back and raised a cloud of smoke, from which Ava emerged, her body surrounded by a bright golden glow. The cloaked figures looked at her in surprise. Crying, the girl looked away and cursed. The enemies pounced on her from all sides. The chain made sounds as it moved. Ava was lying chained on the floor. Her eyes showed no emotion. The girl lay chained to the floor while someone nearby was fiddling around at the table. Turning around, he headed in the other direction and extended his hand. Having removed the fireproof gloves, he asked why he could not inflict incurable wounds. This would make the interrogation much more difficult. The stranger took the red-hot tongs out of the fire. He would still have fun because he was a gift user. Putting the hot iron to her back, a hissing sound appeared. Light wounds heal quickly. With a feigned smile, he leaned towards his captive, asking how she felt. To listen to a pathetic giftless one, whom she could kill with one breath. Ava, lying face down on the floor, muttered something. Her tormentor did not understand and leaned over, reaching out his hand to her hair. The girl quietly said that it was quite pleasant. Jumping up abruptly, she bit the skin on his nose. Someone in a dark cloak immediately struck her, and turned to the man. The same one grabbed his nose and was shaking all over, saying that he was sorry. He was kneeling in front of him, saying that suppressing the flow of EST with chemicals was only temporary. He should have been more careful. He did not think that she would do it. Ava was lying face down on the floor. Looking ahead, she thought about how long she had been here, a couple of weeks or months. She remembered the light clothes lying on the ground. Having pronounced the girl's name, she turned around. But the man in the gray overalls struck her several times. A metal object rang out against her head. A little later, he stepped back in confusion. She needed to be more patient. Ava's eyes glowed red. She had a chance. An unknown man in a cloak stood near the door. Someone was walking loudly along the corridor. In front of him was another man, who asked someone why he was here, and almost immediately he was struck down. The man in the cloak took his weapon in his hands. Footsteps were heard from around the corner. The guy in the golden cloak looked at his opponent. He calmly continued to approach him. Holding his hands behind his back, he smiled, asking him about the oath not to open his mouth while working. What a pity to die without a single sound. The one in the cloak took a few more cards from the deck. An attack was directed towards him, but he blocked everything. A bright green symbol appeared near his face. He directed his attack at the guy in the golden cloak, but something blocked it. Another deck was taken out of the deck. Having launched an attack again, the cards crashed into the stones. A bald man with a thick gray beard appeared opposite. Distracted, the guy in the cloak threw it at the man's feet. The young guy saw an opportunity and struck. The enemy turned around. A cry sounded for 23 not to come near. The red card was near the mask. Seeing it, he turned around and started running in the opposite direction. But a moment later, the guy in the cloak was hit by several blue bests, and a heavy hammer finished him off, smearing him on the floor. The man turned to the guy in the gold cloak. He said that one of the enemies escaped. Will everything be okay? In response, the guy smiled and said that everything is fine. He has already declared war on them. The hammer began to disappear. However, he would like to know why he is against the clan of heroes. Many sectors are on the brink of civil war. They stood opposite each other. The guy added, saying that the clan claims to destroy evil and rule the world fairly. Ordinary people like their slogan. For them it sounds nice and fair. Skysword sat at the table and wrote something down. He is as ambitious and ridiculous as the others, well maybe a little more than the others. Jen sat on one knee. On the other hand, the goal of the smiling man. The guy raised his head. It matches his, although the methods are peculiar. But there are others who also want to create a sword to destroy the witch. The guy in the golden square put his hands on his cane. The civil war within the clan will give Jen a great opportunity to break in and take over the Grey Castle. From above, there was a view of the castle and the city around it. It was a pity that they could not work together for the common good, but at least they would be able to see how the isolated kingdom had changed over time. His face was reflected in the blood spreading on the floor. He was sure that Hammer Shock would understand. To become famous, you need strength with which to overcome the test. He imagined a guy with red eyes and another with a big hat. The other one was standing in the snow covered in blood. They achieve fame only through fierce battles with rivals, risking their lives. A guy was sitting on a mountain of skulls and killing others without count. The man looked at the interlocutor, asking what he wanted to say. Pereno replied that he thought correctly, war is inevitable. Someone looked out from behind the door. The guy will make the perfect balance between heroes and villains. A moment later, the head of the one looking out flew apart, so that the battle would be difficult for both sides. His eyes were shining, and there was a smile on his face. In such a situation, only through struggle will new strong children rise to fame. He entered the room and stopped in front of Ava lying on the floor. First of all, they have more important business. On a nearby bench lay a ring to which he extended his hand. They urgently need to solve one riddle. Returning to the heroine, the guy knelt down. Who is this woman, since she was honored with more attention from the heavenly sword? And he put the discovered ring next to her face. A glow came from the ring. What was it like to a fragment of a torch? The girl stood looking at her hand. At that moment she was still a child. Someone reached out to her hand. Ava looked up. A woman with the same hair color looked at her with a smile and called her to come with her. Clouds of smoke and ash rose into the sky. The protagonist was fighting mutated trees. She had punched a tree and was spraying blood. She stood among the fallen and bloody trees, realizing that this was all the work of man. She imagined a bloodthirsty wolf monster, realizing that this was not the worst thing about gifts related to polymorphism, but at least they were rare. She had also heard that if they ever lost control, they would no longer be able to return to their original form. She looked around at the hewn and cut trees, trying to figure out if all of these trees could be the same. She was also curious how it was even possible for so many people to awaken the same gift. Ava walked through clouds of smoke and ash, feeling that there was something sinister lurking in this forest, and besides, she did not see the tricksters who came with her. She imagined a powerful energy flow of fire. It was the flame of Bagna, which could not go out so quickly, and it should definitely still be burning. She no longer smelled the burning smell since the moment the fog enveloped her. Suddenly, she looked to the side, hearing a sound. She saw a black silhouette in the distance in the fog. It was a dead man, pierced by branches. The girl began to walk towards him. The gloating grin of the forest keeper appeared. Cannons began to shoot from the bushes. The guy sat on the ground and watched the most powerful shots and explosions. He picked up a gun and looked at the cloud of dust, from which a hand with arrows appeared. These bullets and arrows flew back. The main character threw it at a tree, from which blood splashed. The shooters from the shelter appeared under camouflage and did not understand how the girl found out. Ava walked forward and answered that it was a premonition. She was surrounded from all sides, and she did not understand why they were chasing her. A silhouette of a healthy man in a terry cape appeared, and he explained that it was because of the reward for her head, and also because she had a plan to overthrow Reagan Sinclair. The guy touched his teeth with a sharp knife, adding that the girl was his enemy. Suddenly, this blade pierced him and blood splashed. The other guys also opened their mouths in shock, having received cuts. Their bodies were cut into pieces. Ava swung her blade and cut all the people with an attack. While she demonically looked forward, an axe was swung behind her. The brown-haired man's head immediately flew off his body. Ava swung the blade and looked at the powerful streams of blood. Being in bloody clothes, she looked up, feeling relieved that everything went like this. The surviving guy tried to leave quietly and was noticed. The protagonist walked with an axe after the frightened guy. The guy's eyes bulged in horror, sitting on the ground, realizing his fate. The protagonist immediately swung the sharp axe. From the head of the corpse, you could see how Ava cut the last survivor. She stared at him while blood splashed in her direction. The tip of the axe touched the severed arm. She looked out through her bangs with cold blood. Then she threw the axe towards the forest. The guy reached out and caught the blade between his fingers, noting that he did not know she was so cruel. It was a brunette in a blue cape who threw the axe aside, turning to the hero killer. A boy with 2 sabers on his back stood in front of a girl, who replied that she had no reason to be nice to the villains who tried to kill her, and asked the boy what he wanted, hinting that he could share the fate of the dead. They stood in front of each other. The boy replied that he just wanted to stick close to the girl at first, but he parted ways with his companions. He recalled how the girl fought the wooden monsters and explained that these monsters were just the tip of the iceberg and the Forest of Immortals was much more sinister. The boy replied that this place was home to sinister, mysterious creatures, and the deeper into the forest, the more dangerous it would be even for someone like Ava. The girl tilted her head to the side with a haughty grin, surprised by such a statement, because she really wanted to know how strong she was compared to others. She imagined the image of a gladiator and two other fighters, wanting to know if she could beat all of these masters if she gave it her all. She immediately raised her leg. She was about to step hard on the ground and crushed it around her, wanting to test her endurance. She opened her mouth and said that she would find out soon. She saw how the guy was about to raise his hands and asked him about who he was to decide if she could do it. The guy lowered his head and began to pull out his sabers, asking the girl not to be stupid. The brown-haired man frowned and said that bragging about her strength was the last thing she should do near these trees. Rachel looked at the two tree monsters. She immediately pointed her finger at the trees and they were cut. She saw how Vector was shaking from side to side by his leg. The blonde saved Vector, who was trying to catch his breath, and he noted that she had become stronger, saying that most likely her training was not for nothing. She widened her eyes in confusion, touching her mouth, suggesting that it could be because she was in the middle of a forest. The blonde followed behind a tired Vector and asked him why he did not simply open a portal and deliver them to their destination. The guy reminded her once again that his gift had limits. The two of them walked through the fog, through black silhouettes. The guy in front answered that he could only open a portal to a place he had seen before and remembered well in his head, or a place that was within his vision radius. Rachel looked up in amazement when Vector said that the visibility here was simply terrible due to the fog. The blonde noted that it was not fog, but spores. She put her hands behind her back and ran forward, saying that there was a village she lived in nearby, and she could see the forest from afar on clear days. She remembered her mother standing with a basket, and remembered that when the wind blew from the north, she would smell a strange smell. She looked at the mushrooms in the basket, which gave off a smell. Her mother said then that it was the smell of dead mushrooms, and she remembered how some people picked these mushrooms from the trees and used them as deodorant. Now she walked next to Vector and smiled widely. Vector pointed to the side and explained that they had a terrible name, despite what they were used for. The blonde said that every time she smelled the trees, someone disappeared. The guy in the mask began to go hysterical with fear while the blonde laughed at him. Suddenly, she trained her eye, noticing to the side that something was wrong. The two of them peered into the fog and saw that the plants were shaking in fear. The protagonist stood in front of the guy and asked him what he meant by bragging about his strength. The brown-haired man answered that he was a treasure hunter. He imagined himself touching a closet with gold coins and explained that he traveled from sector to sector, looking for treasures and selling them to those who wanted to buy. Then he encountered some problems in the process and was written off as a villain. He imagined himself standing with a group of people and peering into the forest. He said that he got distracted when he was in this forest when it was not so big yet, and that day there was also fog. Then the saber guy sat on a felled tree and said that it would sound strange coming from him, but he was very confident in his abilities, and because of this feeling they hunted quite hard and moved quickly through the forest. Then he said that something appeared then that they did not expect. He remembered looking up while his comrades were dead, and then something came to the smell. Ava stood in front of the saber guy in a clearing hidden by trees, trying to find out what it was, when he replied that he was the only survivor. The guy opened his mouth and said that later he learned what the locals called this thing. He remembered a huge black scarecrow from the forest, and now they noticed it, a plant with a human face. The people of the city looked into the gloomy forest. All the people in the area around Grey Castle grew up on the legends of the Forest of Immortals. Then from this gloomy forest a stream of wind and fog extended. This mysterious forest appeared from a few bushes when Reagan settled here, and it is said to expand the forest to this day, keeping the inhabitants away from the trees. A stream of powerful wind flowed from the forest through the plants, and this was the most famous legend that tells of monstrous monsters hiding in the deep darkness of the forest. A boy with a bruised hand walked through the branches. A family was walking through the dark forest behind their father. Then the man shone a flashlight back as one of the children was dragged away and killed. Then this family looked into the darkness in horror, because most of all people fear mysterious beasts that live in thick fog, feeding on human flesh. A sharp blade cut the air near the man's face. At that moment, his head was cut off. The glowing flashlight fell to the ground. The light of the lantern illuminated the mother and child, when a huge eye from the forest looked at them, because it was a plant with a human face. The crying girl pressed tightly to her mother. Then she opened her eye. She noticed how her mother's head was cut off. The gloomy plant from the forest opened its mouth wide, seeing the last girl. Now Ava and the guy saw the demonic face of the plant. This black silhouette of a monster pulled itself towards the two guys in the clearing. Ava stood behind the guy with sabers, who looked back into the fog. Suddenly, the monster's mouth slammed shut behind the girl. She immediately struck the mouth, which flew back. It was a malicious grin of the black monster because it was strong and fast. This black monster hit the ground, and Ava received a blow. The black silhouette of the monster reached for the silhouette of a man in the air. The protagonist caught her sabers on the monster. She immediately ran up the monster's stretching limb. Then she cut the area near the monster's eye. It was a huge black human monster that Ava was running over. This monster was stretching its hand with red growths. The brown-haired man frowned deeply in front of the glowing saber. He immediately cut through the air, cutting the monster's limb. The guys landed on the ground, looking at the severed limb of the monster. The brown-haired man looked to the side and noted that now they had a chance to escape, and realized that they would not be able to defeat the monster with just the two of them. The girl suggested that he run and save himself if he wanted to so much. She looked forward without looking back and said that she came here to fight. She immediately rushed to run and attack the black monster. Numerous blows were dealt to the tree and the monster's head. At this time, the brown-haired man pulled out his saber in front of him. He swung his blade. Then he rushed past the monster, cutting it with sharp axes. Ava at this time also fought the monster. The two of them flew from the air to the monster. Then they pierced the monster's eye and blood splashed across the space. The cut body of the monster fell to the ground. Ava together with the hunter sat on the ground and looked at the black silhouette of the corpse. At this time, they tried to catch their breath in the sweat of their brows. Suddenly, a sound was heard from the gloomy forest. From there, 3 more gloomy heads with eyes appeared. They looked up in shock, standing in a clearing. At this time, Rachel walked with Vector past the bloody corpses and noticed that these corpses were different from those she had seen before. She, embarrassedly pressing her hands, looked forward and explained that it did not look like these wounds had been inflicted before. They looked at the cut-up corpse of the guy in the red cape and Vector noticed that the cuts looked the same and they were definitely killed by the same weapon and it was in the hands of a very skilled soldier. Then the guy in the mask looked back at the other corpses. He saw the cut-up body of one of the guys and recognized one of the victims as a rather famous warrior. They looked around until Rachel noticed something. The girl's eyes widened in shock. She saw the silhouette of a black man with a scythe. She remembered the moments when the children were grabbed by the shadow killers. Then the guards of the shadow killers took the guy hostage. This guy along with 2 children were hostage. She saw the same guy with a grim grin and long hair. At this time, Ava and the hunter were running from the monster. They ducked when the scythe flew over their heads. They tried to fight off the multiple attacks of the black monsters. Then a limb with red growth stretched out into space. This limb tried to pierce the ground. A cloud of fog enveloped the ground next to the plant. Suddenly, a red sprout began to emerge from the ground. This sprout touched the plant and incinerated it. Red growths began to emerge from the ground, and all the plants began to die. The hunter swung his glowing moon blade. He immediately cut the growths red in the full moon. The brown-haired man tried to catch his breath in a sweat. Above them towered 5 black heads. Ava was sweating and trying to catch her breath. These monsters with open mouths were trying to eat them. Ava saw more black heads in the distance. At this time, Hecate deftly jumped above the heads. She delivered her blows, cutting the black heads. The girl with blue hair spun around herself. She flew in the air with bruised arms, legs spread. Hecate was killing black heads in the air with blood splashes. Then she stepped on the ground, greeting the guys. She touched her face with a mocking smile and said that she could lead them through the trees if they wanted. At that moment, Victoria was sitting on the throne opposite Hecate and told her that Ingen would soon attack Reagan, so she was going to send her there. The girl with blue hair asked with a confused look what she was supposed to do there, to which she received an answer of nothing. The blonde looked at her reflection in the glass and asked her assistant to see with her own eyes what exactly was happening in that place. The blonde mockingly looked away and said that it would be very interesting if the ruler could successfully defend his fortress, or if the smiling man would join them on the big stage despite all the adversity. Ava looked at the girl with blue hair. Suddenly, a powerful blow flew towards her. The tip of the monster's limb touched the girl's forehead. Hecate looked at the black limb with anger. She immediately swung her hand and pierced the monster through. The brown-haired man put the blades behind his back and said that if the butcher wanted to help them, he saw no reason to refuse this offer, turning to Ava. The girl looked at him coldly and suggested that he do as he knows. At that moment, a stunned Hecate was leaving Victoria. The blonde approached her assistant and asked her not to take her eyes off the hero killer because she felt that she would soon become a big problem. The blonde was about to leave on the red carpet while Hecate stood with her back turned. Victoria noted that Ava would most likely be very rude, because she joined a mission that would give her nothing but strength. Victoria looked at her with trepidation and said that if Hecate gave her what she wanted, Ava would become a little quieter, and added that she could tell her the answer to the question they learned a couple of days ago. Ava stood with his back to Hecate in an empty clearing, and the blue-haired girl asked if she was curious about how much stronger she had become lately. The protagonist looked back in surprise. Hecate looked at her with a smile and said that this information did not guarantee her victory over anyone, but she could estimate how strong the girl was as a fighter. It was a weapon glowing with purple flames, and Hecate asked Ava if she wanted to know how strong she was at the moment. Hecate immediately struck the protagonist. The blonde's assistant mockingly looked ahead and said that she knew one easy option. The white-haired girl bared her teeth angrily. Rachel continued to look away in shock. She saw that same guy with long gray hair. The girl was about to run up to him when Vector stopped her. The blonde let go of the plants in her hands. This stream of flowers and plants pierced the man with the scythe. It was a garden of loneliness where the blonde stood with a plant weapon and was angry. That guy looked through her bangs in shock. He immediately fell to his knees in front of her, dropped her braid, and began to apologize for not being able to come when he was needed because he had no choice. The girl clutched her plant weapon tightly and thought that he had gone crazy or confused her with someone else. The blonde looked at him angrily and assumed that she could use this to her advantage and asked the guy about what happened to her father. The man with long hair lowered his head and replied that nothing unusual had happened and that he was still kidnapping residents and continuing his experiments. The girl was surprised to hear about the experiments. She began to walk forward while the man sat opposite her. He began to say that it was not much different from the experiments that people do outside, because it was an artificial creation of a gift user from an ordinary person. He presented an image of death with a scythe over the bending silhouettes of people and explained that many gift users received their powers while on the verge of death. These people fell into a pool of blood through a plant mesh. This is why Lord Reagan created the Pit of Terror to weed out the worthless, genetically modifying them like plants, gradually changing the environment. It was an inflorescence of a rose in a black and red space, explaining that for the sake of one flower, beautiful and strong, to bloom. Rachel continued to frown and asked about where her father was. The man opened his mouth and said that the young mistress never called Lord Reagan father. He looked at her coldly through his hair and said that she was not a young mistress. He immediately grabbed his scythe and began to walk forward, explaining that he was the savior of the strong wind of the outer castle and would do everything in his power. He held the scythe out in front of him and wished to punish the enemies of his ruler. Rachel stretched out her open palm in front of her. She began to set trap leaves in front of the ruler's assistant. The guy swung his scythe using the autumn harvest skill and cut all the plants. The blonde leaned against the ground, pulling the roots of the plants forward. These green shoots began to reach towards the guy. He immediately began to swing his scythe. While he was cutting the plant, Rachel rose on a leaf. The girl immediately landed on the ground, trying to attack the fighter. It was a crack in the ground where shoots appeared. A bunch of flowers began to grow on this hole. These plants with flowers reached towards the guy with the scythe. He stretched out his hand, and it glowed with a blue aura. Several blue goats appeared from the ground. They immediately swirled into a funnel and used the harvest festival, cutting everything in their path. These blue scythes reached towards the blonde. The man with the scythe swung his weapon behind the blonde. He immediately cut the air with a blue blade. He struck a powerful blow, cutting all the trees with a blue wave. He threw his braid over his shoulder, looking into the cloud of dust. Then his eyes widened in shock. He saw a huge plant seed in front of him, and the girl said that he should have heard at least a little about it if he had been here long enough. Rachel mockingly opened her mouth and said that it was a flower that bloomed only once in 1,000 years, and therefore she would kill Reagan and plant this flower in Castle Grey. The blonde smiled in a green dress because she wanted to bring spring to these lands. The black monster stretched with bulging eyes. Sticky black aura touched his hand. A powerful cut of purple light cut off the monster's head. These were the same white dead mushrooms. Ingen stood in the wasteland looking at the night sky. He looked ahead coldly and said that now they could go as if there was no fog. He walked alone through an empty forest. Then he saw fallen trees and a red mist ahead of him. Suddenly, something stuck into the ground. The blonde saw petals of a shining plant on a hill. Ava frowned with displeasure, baring her teeth after the blow. She immediately quickly jumped in front of Hecate. Then the main character swung her fist behind the girl. She immediately dealt a crushing blow to the back. Her fist was stopped by a hand. Hecate touched her chin with her hand, holding back the blow, noticed that the girl definitely did not look weak. Then she smiled maliciously and said that Ava had enough power, but it seemed like she had trouble concentrating it in one point. In her demonic form, she immediately swung her hand. The protagonist managed to cover her face with her hands. A powerful pumpkin strike of a battle dragon occurred, which crushed the earth. Hecate stared at Ava closing and asked if there was anything else. A blade appeared from the white-haired girl's elbow. She immediately swung it, but Hecate managed to duck. The blue-haired girl mockingly looked ahead and noted that this was already better. She then jumped when Ava tried to cut her and said that in her humble opinion, Ava should focus on improving this. Hecate deftly jumped in the air, swinging her legs. The brown-haired man with the swords watched the powerful flow of energy. He stared ahead and Hecate tried to figure out how many gifts she could steal from others. Ava swung a blow, but Hecate ducked, answering that she never counted. The blue-haired girl held her fist in front of her and explained that this was why Ava held back, because she was afraid of losing control of herself. She presented a black silhouette of a mage with blue sparks of light, explaining that each gift had its own limit and one day she would reach it and learn a new experience when her gift stopped obeying. It was a blue crystal with points extending to the sides. Gift users were often absorbed by their own abilities and they met their end one way or another. The blonde was in black armor and was completely consumed by the darkness, as some died irrevocably and some simply became useless. Hecate pointed a finger behind her, stating that in rare cases they became hidden monsters, like this one hiding in the forest. A tree ran out from behind a rock. The protagonist leaned on the stone ledge and was about to jump back. The main character stared ahead and wanted to hear the answer to the question, can she fight equally with the elite heroes of the clan? Hecate looked at her sarcastically and said that it might be possible someday, but never, even in a dream, given her current strength. The two girls flew at each other in an attack. Hecate said that Ava might have become stronger physically since last time, but she could not say the same about her mental state. The girl added that for some reason she had lost her usual composure. Ava stared with a red eye when her enemy said that she had not seen that child again, trying to see this connection. The main character swung her blades, hovering in the air with the enemy. Hecate added that even if the owner of the torch died, she would not disappear without a trace. The blue-haired girl dealt a powerful blow to Ava in the skill of the Battle Dragon of the Thundering Bowl. Ava spat out blood from such a blow when Hecate noted that the torch was able to strengthen gifts and asked her if she remembered about the gift from Jinti. Hecate swung her fist again. She delivered a powerful air punch. This blow stretched far into the empty clearing. Ava tried to catch her breath, spreading her legs wide. Hecate immediately flew at her in black form. She delivered her blow to the jelly mass. The blue-haired girl's eyes widened in shock. A huge blade appeared from the ground, stretching into the sky. Ava held the blade with her hand, trying to catch her breath. Hecate raised her hand, pushing the tip away. Then she began to wave her hand, noting that this time it turned out quite passable. The main character lowered her head and said that this was just a false hope. Hecate added that even if so, she should believe in it. Hecate stood with her back to her and assured her that everything was possible at the moment and that she could perhaps help her. Ava saw the girl standing on the rocky hill and tried to ask her why she cared at all. Hecate looked back mockingly and stated that it was because of Lady Victoria's words. They watched as the girl tried to run away, shouting after her that Victoria had said that she was looking forward to meeting her again as a hero killer. Ava frowned at the rocks ahead. She reached for the red-cut tendrils and tried to figure out what she could do now. Then she was going to make a fire with a stick. She roasted the red tendrils on the fire. The hunter looked ahead coldly, realizing that the girl could die if she ate even one. Ava held out the roasted tendrils on a stick, offering the hunter to try them. He thought at this time that she would gain strength. At this time, a huge seed monster was spreading its roots. The man with the scythe emitted blue rays of light in the form of a rotating weasel. These roots of the seed were stretching into the ground along with the blue rays. The governor's assistant cut the stretching roots with his scythe. He swung his scythe, cutting off the roots. Then his eyes widened in shock. He saw Rachel frowning at him with her magical eye. The guy immediately began to scream in horror, his mouth open. The girl grabbed her plant weapon tightly. The fighter began to quickly run up to the blonde, cutting the roots. Rachel leaned back, realizing that the guy was strong even in this state. This warrior swung his scythe, cutting off the stretching roots from all sides. This exhausted guy was completely absorbed by the roots because he was tired. The blonde touched the root mummy and realized that she couldn't ask him anything anymore. Then she looked up and realized that she could always find another person who would answer her question. Then Rachel went back while Vector sat behind the rock. The masked guy answered that everything was fine. Suddenly, right in front of them was a powerful attack of seed and a black monster with a fist. Ingen opened his mouth in a purple aura and said that it wouldn't matter how much she tried to hide it, because her skill was not as scary as the one hiding in the depths of the trees. The blonde stretched his hands forward and black streams of aura thinned out from it, and he ordered the enemy to come out because he was not real and asked him not to hide. At this time, the black silhouette of a woman opened the seed in blue light. Raxfleur appeared from there with a glowing blue aura and said that Ingen had crawled into the Grey Castle grounds like a rat searching for rotting corpses. He added that he was not welcome there and so asked her to go back to where he came from. The blonde grinned maliciously at this statement. The blonde looked ahead with an ironic grin and said that Raxfleur was mistaken here because he would enter and exit through the main gate. Raxfleur extended his hand with an open palm. He directed the magic funnel from the roots with a glowing stream. Suddenly, a glowing large tree in the platinum green skill appeared. Ava sat on a branch and saw the glowing tree, realizing that this was a battle between Ingen and Raxfler. She stared ahead and thought that she could learn something. Then she ran to the battlefield. Suddenly, her eyes widened. She managed to hide behind a rock, seeing a black silhouette. It was a warrior in a helmet and armor. This guy was walking forward with his axe. Monsters with blades were flying next to him. The entire clearing cut down from trees glowed with blue light. The brunette saw a silhouette of a man in front of her, realizing that the others were here. SJ stared ahead when Ava realized that the guys in armor were the Needle, and this woman SJ because she recognized them as they were famous villains. Another girl with a bandage on her face looked tiredly ahead. The protagonist did not know who was participating until she entered the forest, but as she noticed, there were a couple of good fighters here. It was a man with long black hair looking into the forest. The red-haired guy grinned mockingly. Ava realized that this was proof that the smiling man's attack on Castle Grey had attracted a lot of attention. Then the girl looked to the side. She was standing next to the swordsman, seeing black silhouettes in the forest, and he explained that others had noticed her presence. The white-haired girl looked cold-blooded, explaining that she would deal with this. After all, there was another battle much more important. She imagined the blonde surrounded by the black silhouettes of the villains, understanding that in this battle, the boy could not afford to lose because he had to not only take the victory, but also dominate the enemy in the process. She frowned with her red eye, understanding that after all, the villains came here because of Ingen's charisma. If the boy showed even the slightest weakness, he would be stabbed in the back. Raxfler at this time extended his hand in streams of glowing aura. The protagonist understood that it all came down to how strong Raxfler was. It was the tree branches in a golden aura and falling leaves. The guy explained that Ingen made a fatal mistake by coming face to face with him among the trees. A glowing sharp spear appeared in space, and Raxfler wanted to prove it. He immediately threw this spear towards the black silhouette. It was a bloodthirsty shadow killer with red claws. She swung her hand, cutting the roots. It was Hel Sanjiva when purple sharp sides appeared from the monster. Another glowing spear appeared in space. It flew straight into the main monster. Ingen pulled out his staff, from which a purple aura extended. The blonde held out a purple blade and tried to find out what Raxfler wanted to show. From the space stretched a platinum waterfall in the form of a flurry of glowing spears. A huge shadow insect monster was rotating its limbs to repel the attack. This huge monster with sharp limbs was walking across the clearing. It was a huge monster with purple limbs surrounded by spears. A glowing leaf was stuck into the ground. Suddenly, this monster was trapped, which sparked with discharges. The shadow warrior looked out from under his bangs. This huge insect monster began to climb over the net in the form of a Calicetra skill. Ingen smirked slightly. Raxfler frowned at him. The guy looked down and did not understand why his enemy did not attack. Ingen at this time held a black blade in front of him. Raxfler looked back intently to the side. At this time, two people were watching the events. Other fighters along with Hecate were looking up. Raxfler briskly raised his hand, realizing that his enemy wanted to show off his strength. The boy held his hand above his head near the glowing trees and understood that he could not allow this. At this time, Ingen put his hands in the pocket of his coat. Powerful glowing streams flew straight at Ingen. The smiling man sent skulls away from himself. More black streams reached for the glowing foliage. Skulls and a purple aura were heading straight for Raxfler. Raxfler tried to resist such pressure of the reaching streams. He frowned and looked forward. Then a powerful explosion occurred, throwing back the black aura. Purple islands of the Ad Samgat skill appeared on both sides of the tree. These purple pillars began to rise into the sky. Raxfler stood on his glowing tree, surrounded by purple monsters. He stretched out his bruised hand. The wounded Raxfler bared his teeth, realizing that the smiling man had hurt him. He imagined the black silhouette of Reagan in the dark space, understand that the guy was able to reach a drop of the Elder's power. Then the guy raised his hand above his head, immediately stretched it out in front of him. These were tree branches with glowing stamens and pistils. Then glowing sparks broke through the purple stones. A stone mountain was formed, which tried to block the glowing tree. The glowing pistil flew near the branch. Then it stuck into the tree, which lit up. The entire forest space lit up with a bright light around the mountain, because it was a platinum paradise. Bright glowing streams spread to the entire field above the mountain. Divine garden shears appeared above the mountain, from which streams stretched. Raxfler looked forward angrily and declared that Ingen would pay for his impudent desire to get the Grey Castle. These divine scissors stretched towards the silhouette of Ingen. The smiling man smirked arrogantly, sending the enemy to hell and wanting to use the Rorava skill. Ingen closed his eyes at this time. Then, after a moment, he opened his demonic black eyes. A black line appeared right in front of the divine scissors. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared from the portal. This ferocious toothed monster bit through the divine scissors. Then, this monster also evaporated into the portal as the scissors cracked. The blonde man continued to stare with his demonic gaze. This portal opened again, and the monster grabbed these scissors. Raxfler clapped his hands with an angry look. Then, he raised his crossed arms above his head. After a moment, he stretched his arms out in front of him. A pile of divine scissors appeared from the sky. Streams of yellow light were directed at the monster, cutting it. A powerful explosion occurred, which cut the monster into pieces. The brown-haired man, standing next to Ava, covered himself with his hand from the stream. Raxfler's eyes bulged with anger. He immediately rose up on a branch of a plant into the air in front of the portal. This toothy monster tried to gnaw off Raxfler's branch. Then the guy began to fall down right on Ingen. The smiling man looked up with a demonic gaze and a grin. Raxfler fell down, putting out his hand, and began to understand that a monster appeared where Ingen was looking. A huge glowing tree appeared right in front of Ingen. A huge hand with claws tried to cut this tree. The tip of divine garden shears flew down. It was a whole abyss of glowing glow, directing the stream into the sky. The destroyed land was shrouded in smoke and fog. Ingen's silhouette stood in the glowing fog, and said that Raxfler would have been a good opponent if he had not climbed the tower. The blonde said this with a mocking grin at this time. A black silhouette walked on the bridge under the glowing streams. This black silhouette went inside the tower, seeing another person. A space funnel appeared from the person's eyes. This monster was finishing eating the glowing tree. Raxfler sat with a dejected look, holding his head. At that moment, Ingen stood opposite Reagan in the red space, because the guy could not imagine how his father would lose to someone, but this Ingen could well win. Then Raxfler was about to get up from his knee, realizing that if he missed him, everything would be bad. Suddenly, Raxfler's body was pierced by a root. This curling root stretched into the sky from several sides. The guy understood that as many innocent inhabitants of Castle Grey would die at the hands of the blonde as died at the hands of his father. It was a sacred branch, which formed a ring from two trees. Raxfler walked forward while his body was absorbed by the roots, and he again introduced himself as the Lord of Greenery and wanted to begin fulfilling his duty as a nobleman. Ingen at this time said with a smile that every enemy who said something like that met his fate. A new black line appeared in the sky in the form of a portal. From the huge portal again appeared a monster with horns, which was supposed to cut the trees. It was a bloodthirsty monster with sharp teeth and an open mouth. From this ring, powerful streams shot to the side. A cloud of smoke and dust enveloped the space. These tree roots were stuck in the ground, but the smiling man disappeared. Raxfler with his green gaze looked forward. Suddenly, Ingen appeared behind him, who swung his blade. The guy looked back in horror. Ingen with a quick movement cut Raxfler's body. He held out his hand ironically, saying that if this was all that one of the strongest fighters in Grey Castle was capable of, he was afraid to turn everything into a leisurely stroll. The wounded Raxfler looked at him in shock as a portal appeared behind him. The blonde held his hand in front of him, seeing the monster's mouth. The blonde immediately squeezed his hand so that Raxfler was imprisoned in the mouth. At this time, Raxfler was imprisoned under the teeth when the blonde said goodbye to him. The guardian of the forest at this time looked out from under the plant. He saw how Mr. Raxfler was enveloped in the mouth. A stream of green glow was directed into the monster's mouth like a substitute for leaves. Raxfler tried to escape from the mouth in the greenery. The huge mouth ate the guardian of the forest instead of the guy. Ingen at this time raised his hand, snapping his fingers. Raxfler tried to run away with all his might from the sharpened traps. While he tried to run, he was injured by sharp thorns. Then he managed to run to a glowing blue plant. He managed to close himself in it, while the traps continued to crawl out. It was a blue area of the earth, trapped in traps. Ingen at this time stood on a hill and watched what was happening. Other people looked out from under the stones on the battlefield. The main character stared ahead. Sweat and tears flowed down her chin. A drop fell to the ground. The blonde squeezed the handle of the blade and raised it up, shouting that he was hereby declaring the return of the power of the Nira to this place. A whole crowd of people watched the blue glow from the hill. Ingen with an ironic grin looked ahead, rejoicing at such an event. Explosions occurred in the street. The townspeople were running away from the people with guns. The villain was aiming his gun at the girl. He pulled the trigger. Suddenly, the guy with the gun turned into crystal. A dragon was hovering over the town. The crimson dragon was rapidly falling down, putting her leg out. She landed on the ground with a loud explosion. A column of light came out of the crimson dragon's mouth. The enemy watched in shock as his comrades turned into crystals. The crimson dragon attacked the guy. The townspeople watched what was happening happily. People clapped for the satisfied red-haired girl. The guys in gray suits were walking towards her. The brunette leaned towards the crimson dragon's ear. The red-haired girl looked at the guy in bewilderment. The sniper stood in front of the camera. She looked away with displeasure, saying that it was only a matter of time. The defender put a helmet on her head. She took a spear and a shield, turning to the side. The protector said that the master still can't be found, and that's too bad. Fazan stood in a fighting stance. Zarin put his fist in front of Gajial's face. Zarin glared at the boy, asking whose side he was on. Padrius mentioned the villainous alliance and Nira's return. The bishop stood by the window. He noted that Ingen meant that they managed to pass through the forest of immortals and, to tell the truth, The second young master of Grey Castle didn't have a chance. The assistant looked at the tablet. She said that the media would definitely discuss this news on air and it was very inopportune, and she also heard about the skirmishes that had begun between the clan's heroes. The bishop looked at the assistant with a malicious grin. He said that in fact, all this was very opportune. The assistant asked what he wanted to say. Padrius noted that he was the one spreading this news. The bishop walked towards the girl. He said that the complete destruction of Nero was one of the clan's greatest achievements in history, and the announcement of their return was enough to make the clan master take action. The bishop introduced Dahlia with a sly smile. Padrius said that he was sure that he had already gathered people to get to the bottom of the matter or stop the rumors. Padrius presented the image of a man. He said that in any case, he himself could not do anything except send strong heroes to sort things out themselves. The bishop walked away, saying that sending good warriors to the council was a great risk. The bishop smirked slightly, saying that this meant that they would be roughly equal in strength. Padrius asked the assistant if she thought so. The bishop approached the assistant's ear, calling her an agent of the Black Hand. The agent pointed her weapon, firing towards the bishop. The blow destroyed the wall. She jumped out of the building. A stream of water was directed towards the girl. The agent dodged the stream of water. She looked behind her, pointing her weapon. A strong stream of water blew off the girl's head. The agent's body bounced to the side. The bishop hovered over the agent's dead body. He said that he could only share the information he wanted to tell the other side, thanking her for her work. Padrius landed on the ground, saying that he would never forget the level of service she provided. Padrius looked at the agent's dead body with a slight smirk. He said that it was a pity that she could no longer hear him, although he no longer cared. The bishop leaned on his cane, saying that now was his time to take the stage in his grand plan. A huge hole from the explosion was visible in the ground, and Jen smiled maliciously. The protagonist summoned in Jen's mouth. Ava remembered how Raxfler dodged the attacks. The protagonist wondered how she could reach their level in a short period. Ava looked down thoughtfully, thinking that she couldn't even interfere in such battles for now. A fist appeared in front of the protagonist's face. Ava blocked Hecate's fist. The protagonist held her sword in front of her. Hecate looked at the protagonist with a wide smile, saying that her reflexes had improved a lot. The protagonist stared at the girl. Hecate held her fist in front of her. Ava thought that as long as she didn't use breathtaking skills to attack an enemy of Ingen or Raxfler's level, she was not inferior to them in combat skills. The heroine imagined a man in a wheelchair sitting in front of her. She thought that a person so fragile that he could die even from a small needle. The girls stood opposite each other. Ava thought that she should still follow her example. The protagonist looked at Hecate with a serious look. She asked that after the breakthrough, who was stronger now, she or Ingen? The blue-haired girl looked up thoughtfully. She noted that she wasn't sure she could answer that question. The girl put her hands on her hips, answering that she thought she was at quite a disadvantage, though no one knew what could happen in a fight to the death. Ava glared at the girl, asking what even against Ingen after the breakthrough. Hecate pressed her fist to her chest, smiling widely, saying that of course she would win. The heroine lowered her head, saying that she understood. She wondered how she could make her fight seriously. Hecate stood there with a wide smile. Ava said that it turned out the rumors were true, and she really did think she was very strong. Hecate looked at the protagonist in confusion. Ava glared at the girl, saying that she only bullied those weaker than her, and against real opponents, she always chickened out and ran to hide. Hecate's eyes widened. The blue-haired girl remembered how she shed tears while putting on her costume. Ava said that every time she was on vacation, something terrible happened. Ava put her hands out in front of her as a weight fell on Hecate's head. The protagonist said that she only played the role of the butcher when the boss was not around. The protagonist raised her hands up as more weights fell on Hecate's head. Ava said that if she was around, she was the kindest person on earth. Ava looked behind the blue-haired girl in horror. She widened her eyes, asking what was going on with Victoria. Hecate's eyes widened in horror. She closed her eyes, turning around. The blue-haired girl told Victoria that she didn't even think about it. She was saying something behind her back. There was a stranger standing in front of the girl. Ava noted that even just mentioning her name. Hecate frowned, clenching her hand into a fist. The protagonist looked at the girl haughtily. She said that she made her tremble like a kitten. Hecate trembled with anger, saying that if she was trying to provoke her, then she succeeded. The protagonist got into a fighting stance, thinking that it was unlikely that anything would work. Ava remembered seeing the fight between Raxfler and Ingen. She thought that after seeing a battle of such a scale, she couldn't help but be inspired. The blue-haired girl clenched her fists. Ava thought that she was right, and she wouldn't be able to do anything unless she became stronger. The heroine remembered standing next to Ingen and the man in the wheelchair. She noted that she had heard praise for her potential many times. She imagined herself being stabbed with blades. Ava noted that potential alone was not enough. The girl broke the dagger, stating that she had to become stronger. The protagonist jumped off the ground, heading towards the blue-haired girl, noting that this was the best moment. The protagonist attacked her opponent with slashes, using the blade of intensity. The protagonist threw the weapon into the air with her hand. Black slashes surrounded Hecate. The heroine covered her face with her hand when a bright flash occurred. Through the clouds of smoke and dust, the silhouette of the blue-haired girl was visible. Hecate sent slashes towards the protagonist. She flashed her gaze, appearing next to Ava. A blue dragon appeared in the air. Hecate moved her hand away with a crazy look. Ava looked up in horror, thinking that it was dangerous. A huge explosion could be seen from afar. There was a blade near Hecate's neck. The blue-haired girl swung her fist. The girls froze in one position. Hecate narrowed her eyes slightly. She thought that she only had a moment to decide, and she decided to sacrifice her arm for a counterattack, wondering if she was really good at real battles or if it was instinct. Hecate smiled widely, closing her eyes. She said that she thought she could forgive her for this once, since she was a civilized person and lucky, noting that if they were in Grodnense, she would have become burnt food. The protagonist slightly opened her mouth, asking about Grodnense. She held her weapon out in front of her, asking if that meant she knew something about Kesha. Hecate slammed her fist into the protagonist's blade. The blade remained intact from the blow. The blue-haired girl thought she had hit hard enough to break it, wondering if her rage had tempered her abilities. Hecate swung her fist. Ava blocked the blow with her weapon. She swung her blade over the girl's head. Hecate hit the heroine in the stomach. Hecate smiled maliciously, asking why she didn't get a little stronger first. The protagonist was thrown back into the tent. Ava grabbed her head with her hand. Hecate said that she was lucky. The guys looked at the protagonist angrily. The blue-haired girl noted that there were many people who would help her with her training. And Jen walked through the forest. Hands with a purple sphere appeared behind him. A black stream of energy hovered in the air, and Jen stepped forward. The purple sphere began to shine. A huge column of energy went into the sky. Black liquid flowed down on the ground. SJ looked ahead with a serious look, saying that they did it. The people smiled widely, raising their hands up, saying that finally. The bat flew up to Vector. The brown-haired girl adjusted her cap, saying that it was unexpectedly fast, and they only lost 20% of their strength, noting that it was impressive. Vector grabbed the girl's shoulders, asking what happened to their people. The girl turned away from Vector, saying that they were capable of taking care of themselves, and she thought that sending them to the battlefield was a bit hasty, but Jen proved her wrong once again. Rachel slightly opened her mouth, looking ahead in surprise. The brunette said that she thought he made this decision in the hopes of seeing them grow. Rachel smiled sweetly. The brunette noted that she was getting stronger at an alarming rate. Vector looked away, noting that he had nothing to complain about. Vector imagined a huge black monster. He said that, however, she knew that they would not be able to handle that big problem when they got out of the forest. The brunette crossed her arms over her chest, asking what he was talking about, that exciting energy inside the forest. The girl added that at first she thought it was coming from Raxfleur, but she was wrong. The boys walked side by side. The girl said that thank gods they didn't run to meet her and thought that even Jen would have a hard time getting into another big battle right after the last one. The boys walked down the road, looking ahead. Vector asked what thank gods meant, noting that it would be better if the danger was left behind. The brunette said that he shouldn't be so stuffy. The girl looked ahead, raising her head. She said that besides, they should focus on what was waiting for them right now outside the forest. The girl presented a map. She said that Castle Grey was a huge sector, which was divided into several parts ruled by rulers who were officially granted noble titles by Reagan. The brunette imagined images of men with crowns. She said that rulers with a more warlike character were strategically placed on the border of the district. Then Jen came out of the forest. He raised his gaze. The blonde was looking at the wall where the fighters stood. The fighters raised their bows. They aimed hundreds of arrows into the sky. The man narrowed his eyes. The fighters raised their spears, emitting a yellow aura. The smiling man surrounded himself with a purple aura. Skulls appeared in the sky, taking the blow. The archers began to aim again. The man watched carefully. The fighter clutched his weapon in his hand, saying that the war had finally begun, asking how long he had waited to fight real people. The man held his cane in front of him, saying that they would write a new history there. The fighters looked at the blonde's back, wondering if they would be given an order. And Jen slightly opened his mouth, telling the puppeteer to stop suffering for no reason. The warrior held the head of a man with a crown in his hand. The accuser threw the man's head out. He cut the head in the air. The instructor swung his weapon. He directed a slash towards the blonde, and Jen blocked the blow with claws from the ground. A purple energy ball appeared in front of the blonde. The skull headed towards the fighters. He attacked the guards. A man stood on the wall, asking how he knew that. The man took off his mask, saying that he was late and he thought he was going to die of boredom. The blonde looked at the man with a serious look, asking that didn't he already tell him not to do God knows what. The man smirked slightly, apologizing to Ingen, saying that he would stop, and he didn't want to break his precious dolls anyway. The man bowed to Ingen, telling him to step forward since he had cleared the way for him. A black aura appeared on the rebel. Ingen appeared behind the man, asking that he had cleared the way. The blonde attacked the man with his sword. He stood with his back, looking ahead, asking why the sounds of battle were heard everywhere. An archer stood near the blonde, saying that to tell the truth, he himself had just come, asking if he wanted to help him a little. The blonde began to raise a black aura. The fighters fought with the guards. The guy cut the knight's body. The fighter looked away in shock. The monsters began to run at the fighters. They trampled the knight. The man held out his hand. The fighters watched what was happening with a crazy expression on their faces. The main character watched what was happening when a black monster with paws appeared. The monster attacked the fighters. The heroine thought that this was a terrible sight. The monsters ran along the road. The knight smiled madly. The heroine thought what kind of a frightening duo this was. Ava looked down thoughtfully, wondering what kind of puppeteer this was, noting how unpleasant this gift was. The accuser cut the knights. The protagonist didn't think that someone would be able to put the prosecutor on a leash without any restrictions, and at the same time control such a huge army. The protagonist turned her gaze to the side, adding that this is not all. Among the fighters stood a guy in a cape. The blonde took off his hood. He looked up. The protagonist looked at the guy in bewilderment, asking why he looked familiar and did she really see him somewhere before. Rachel ran to Vector. Vector put his hand in front of the girl, saying that he was fine, and he expected something like this when he joined the Smiling Man. Vector looked ahead, saying that either he thought so. The knight attacked the villager. The woman and child were shaking in horror. Vector created portals in front of innocent people. He looked at the explosions, saying that he takes his words back, and it is wrong. The heroine put her hand on Vector's shoulder, saying that in this case she agreed with him and did not like the puppeteer. The protagonist looked down angrily, telling Vector to open a portal. A portal appeared in front of the villagers. The protagonist came out with a sword in her hands. She clutched the weapon tightly in her hand, thinking that this type of battle was the most comfortable for her. Ava imagined Grayman, noting that, in addition, she received this gift from him, and this does not mean that she should use it in the same way as he did. The girl attacked the fighters, saying that it turned out great. A blade appeared from the protagonist's heel. Ava said that it was time for tests. The monster attacked with its paws. Ava hit the ground with her heel when blades began to appear under her. The blades pierced the bodies of the fighters. The girl looked at what was happening in surprise, saying that it worked. The knight charged with a mad look. The heroine cut off the fighter's head. The blonde watched what was happening. He narrowed his eyes, and Jen stared ahead, telling the blonde not to touch her. The puppeteer stood with his back turned, looking down. He looked away, asking why not. The knight blocked the protagonist's blow. The main character looked ahead with displeasure. She cut off the fighter's hand, asking that he was the puppeteer. The knight smiled madly, asking what was wrong with her and why she was fighting for the enemy. The heroine pointed her finger at the villagers, saying that because they were ordinary people, and even more so, they needed them alive for information. Ava slightly opened her mouth, asking why she was even explaining this to him. Ava chopped up the fighter's body, saying directly that she did not like him. The fighter's head lay on the ground, saying that it was sad. An accuser appeared above Ava's head. He attacked the girl. The heroine narrowed her eyes. The puppeteer smiled madly, saying that he was starting to like her. The heroine jumped away from the instructor. She looked at him in bewilderment, asking what the accuser was. The instructor rushed towards the heroine. Ava blocked the blow. The blow caused a strong explosion. Ava swung her blade. The accuser hit the weapon, destroying it. Ava stepped back, thinking that it would not help. She imagined a whole sword, noted that she should remember those feelings. Ava struck towards the accuser. The heroine found herself behind the instructor. The prosecutor appeared behind the heroine, swinging at her. Ava blocked her opponent's strike. She held the weapon tightly in her hand, thinking that she still needed to learn to control it better. Ava slashed at the opponent's body. The prosecutor swung his fist at the heroine. The protagonist jumped away from the opponent's sword. She looked down, thinking that she was now sure. The instructor held his weapon out in front of him, flashing a red aura. Ava noted that he was much weaker than before. The heroine dodged the opponent's strike. She slashed at the instructor's body. The protagonist remembered the guy with the manipulator's mark, noting that she did not see any signs of his gift. The heroine ended up behind the prosecutor, thinking that he was moving differently from the puppeteer's other puppets, wondering if he was still alive. The instructor placed his knee on the ground as blood dripped down from his body. Ava held her blades out in front of her, wondering if she should finally end his life so he could rest in peace, adding that although she was hesitant about killing him. A strong stream of aura was directed towards the protagonist. Strong energy was emanating from the accuser. An image of the protagonist was visible from the pipe. The puppeteer looked into the pipe, saying that initially he just wanted to see what Ingen's beloved pawn was made of, but looking at her made him want her more and more. The puppeteer's eyes flashed, saying that he thought he should focus on this battle. The knights attacked the fighters. The fighter looked away. He narrowed his eyes, falling to the ground. The knight attacked the fighter. The knight stood near the dead bodies. The man thought that the enemies were falling to the ground one by one. The man's eyes widened. He turned to the side, shouting at the soldiers that this was their chance to retreat, and they should retreat and warn the others of the invasion. The female protagonist stood in front of the prosecutor with a red blade. The instructor threw the blade over his shoulder. Blade of Rage, the Wrath of the Avarian. The female protagonist's eyes widened. She wondered that he could even use the target's gift so freely. The berserker headed towards the female protagonist, who thought that this ability was too strong. Ava dodged the berserker's attacks. Hecate smiled widely, supporting Ava. She put two thumbs up in front of herself, smiling slightly. Ava bared her teeth in displeasure. She rushed away from the berserker. Then the prosecutor suddenly appeared in front of her. He attacked the girl, throwing her back. Ava slightly opened her mouth, saying that she thought it was time to stop fooling around. She glared at her opponent, asking them to see who was the strongest. Claymore was walking behind Skysword. The brunette approached the long-haired guy. He slightly opened his mouth, telling the master that he had brought everyone. Skysword looked ahead with an indifferent look, telling them to come in. The guys were standing on the ground. They stood with their backs turned, looking ahead. Skysword took his sword, saying that he announced with great shame. The long-haired guy stood among the blood. He said that after all that had been done, he would subdue the villains of Nira and establish a new order which the new era desperately needed. The red-haired girl wrapped SJ with threads. Skysword said that criminals and thugs were still rampaging in the streets. The long-haired guy presented the image of Padrius. Ska presented the image of Ingen. He said that the evil dragon that had been hiding had finally shown its true face, while the serpent that thought itself the descendant of the great disaster was struggling to rise in distant lands. The long-haired boy raised his sword above his head. He said that as guardians of justice, they could not turn a blind eye to them, but he had only one sword in his hands to punish evil. The red-haired man looked menacingly at Skysword. Dahlia grinned maliciously. Rebecca pursed her lips. The red-haired boy looked ahead with a serious look. The brunette narrowed his gaze and grinned. Skysword looked at the boys with a menacing expression, telling them to attack the serpent, and he would take care of the dragon. The boys walked through the desert. Rebecca walked next to the red-haired boy. The red-haired boy looked away with displeasure. Noon looked at the boy with a crazy smile, asking what was wrong, noting that if it was his little sister, then she was doing so well that he had nothing to worry about. Noon looked away. The boy asked why she was even there, noting that she was much lower in class than them, and he thought Radium would be coming, not her. Rebecca remembered her standing in front of Radium. The girl asked what this was all about. Rebecca noted that it was about the mission. Noon widened her eyes, saying that she should go instead. Radium glared at the girl. She said that she understood that her lover's life was on the line, but a weakling like her couldn't handle it, and they would do everything in their power to bring the accuser safely, so she should leave it to them. Noon said that she would go instead. The red-haired girl raised her gun, repeating her words. She imagined the gun to her throat, repeating that she would go there instead. Radium held her hand out to the side, saying that she was insane. Rebecca twirled the gun on her finger, saying that she was constipated. The red-haired guy sent Noon. Noon looked away with a smile. The guy told her not to think that the mission was for her. Noon asked what he would do if someone kidnapped Muine. Huge wings grew out of the guy's back. He looked menacingly ahead, saying that he would kill anyone who laid a finger on his family. Rebecca said that he was a little hypocrite. The brunette watched everything. Dahlia walked next to the brunette with a smile, saying that it was an honor to fight on the same side as Sir Ancillion. The brunette told her to just call him Knackle. Knackle began to emit a white aura, saying that he had already left the family name. Black clouds appeared in the sky. White lightning struck from Knackle. The red-haired guy turned his attention to the brunette. He narrowed his gaze, chuckling in displeasure. The brunette tilted his head to the side, grinning slightly. Knackle said that they had little time, and that was why they would go straight ahead. Berserker attacked the main character. An explosion occurred from the explosion. The guys watched the fight. Bagna crossed his arms over his chest. The heroine blocked the blow with her blades. The blow threw her to the side. Ava plunged her blade into the ground. She looked at the instructor with a battered look, thinking that he had become much stronger and more skillful than before, and now he looked more like the prosecutor she knew. The instructor was heading towards the heroine. The protagonist thought that she wasn't sure she could hold out against him for long in this state, wondering what she should do now. SJ watched from afar. She narrowed her eyes, saying that she didn't understand why Ava was trying to overcome him with force. The protagonist's eyes widened. Hecate smiled widely. She said that she had an advantage in speed, albeit a small one. The protagonist dodged the blow. She thought that she understood now. The protagonist imagined a man in a bone mask. She imagined the image of Jinti. Ava noted that in most difficult battles, she had the advantage in brute force over her opponent. A red aura surrounded the protagonist. She was thrown away from the accuser. Ava thought that she was a little arrogant after all, and now that she thought about it, she had always overcome dangers. A blade appeared in front of the protagonist. She cut it with her weapon. Ava struck the blade at the fragments, thinking about improvisation. The fragments of the blade flew towards the prosecutor. She used bullet blades. The prosecutor blocked them with an attack. The protagonist flashed her bloody gaze. The berserker swung his weapon at the protagonist. She tilted her head, dodging the blow, thinking that in combination with absolute precision. The blow caused an explosion near the guys. Ava thought that this was what made her different. The heroine dodged cutting attacks, thinking that from others. She widened her eyes. The girl blocked a fist with blades. She slightly opened her mouth. Ava pulled the sword aside. Ava attacked the prosecutor with a cutting blow. The girl leaned on the blade. The instructor appeared in front of the heroine. He grabbed her head. Ava pierced the prosecutor's hand with blades. She noted that this was her recipe for victory. She looked through the instructor's fingers with a wild look. The female protagonist's eyes widened. She noted that she was no longer going to rely on luck. Blood spattered from the prosecutor's body. The female protagonist pierced the prosecutor's body with her sword using a guillotine. The instructor let go of the female protagonist. A drop of blood fell next to the puppeteer. He widened his eyes, bleeding. Ava sat in front of the prosecutor. She narrowed her eyes, thinking that he had completely stopped, and this was only half a victory, but it was still a victory. Ava closed her eyes. The fighters cheered happily. Rachel looked at what was happening with admiration. Then, she suddenly widened her eyes. Rachel froze in one position. She turned her attention to the side. A black silhouette of a man was visible on the wall. The man looked ahead with a menacing gaze. There were people standing around Ingen and the puppeteer. A shadow fell on the man's body. The blonde asked why they had gathered on the territory of the Grey Castle like vile insects that should be destroyed. Ingen turned his attention to the man, saying that they had only one goal, and that was to fight the great piece of wood and he would be alone. Ingen walked towards the blonde, saying that he would challenge him. The blonde said that he was arrogant. The guys stood opposite each other. The blonde said that he underestimated the weight of the elder's title. The smiling man stared at his opponent. The blonde stared at Ingen. Branches began to emerge from the ground. The smiling man cut the branches in the man's body. Ingen stood motionless. The dead man lay on the ground. The fighter said that it was not Reagan, and that it was probably his gift. The fighters began to look around. The guy asked where he ran off to. Trees were visible behind the wall. Reagan told Ingen to go to the main fortress, and he would accept his challenge there. The night sky stretched above the city. The fighters carried corpses on their shoulders. The brown-haired man crossed his arms over his chest, saying that corpses take care of other corpses, noting what a strange and frightening sight it was. The guy looked at Ava in bewilderment, saying that she continued to eat as if nothing had happened. The heroine ate meat, asking what the big deal, adding what she eats when she eats. Black silhouettes of animals were visible in the forest. The heroine said that the forest is also home to various tasty little animals. The girl looked away, saying that it would be a mistake not to take advantage of it. The brown-haired man sat down next to the protagonist. He said that it sounded logical, and there really was an abundance of wild animals and different berries. The guys were fighting for the golden cup. Ava said that not to mention the small spoils of war so that the others would also be delighted. Ava looked at the brown-haired man, asking that he was not interested in them. The brown-haired man asked what she meant. The heroine noted that she thought he was a treasure hunter. The guy took the mug in his hand, saying that he was not interested in these, and he was only chasing shards, adding that he thought he should finally introduce himself. The brown-haired man said that his name was Lendo. The protagonist looked at the guy with a serious look. Lendo said that, besides, he collects the spoils of war right before returning home. The girl brought the mug to her lips, asking why. Lendo asked how many of them she thought would survive. He pointed the boys at the guys, noting that he was talking about those idiots fighting there. Gold jewelry and coins were glittering in the chest. Lendo added that he would say something else about the treasure. A blue crystal was glittering among the gold coins. Brown-haired noted that just because something was small, it didn't mean it was worthless. Ava closed her eyes, saying that it made sense. The main character opened her jacket, and gold coins poured out. Lendo began to get to his feet. He noted that he accompanied her on her way out of personal interest in her, and the other villains came there for obvious reasons. Brown-haired imagined an image of a guy in armor and SJ. He said that they either wanted to become part of the legend that would soon be written, or they wanted to earn more gold and silver, just like him. The guy remembered how the main character fought. He said that she was different and didn't care about taking over Castle Grey, noting that he had seen her fight other villains in the forest a few times. Lendo recalled Ava kicking her opponent. He said that she seemed to just want to fight someone, asking what she wanted to achieve in the end. The heroine opened her mouth and said that she wanted to kill her enemies. She recalled the image of a white-haired girl, saying that there were actually a lot of them. The protagonist imagined an image of a guy radiating energy, saying that one of them was out there somewhere. Ava looked at Lendo with a menacing look, saying that if he wanted to join them, she would personally respect him. The brown-haired man turned his back on the heroine, saying that he would probably refuse, since he didn't want to risk his life if it wouldn't give him anything in the end. Lendo walked away, saying that they should meet on the mainland after this was over, and he thought that they could help each other with their affairs. Ava tilted her head to the side, saying that she doubted it. The protagonist thought that she didn't understand why Reagan returned to his fortress without a fight. She remembered Ingen standing in front of the blonde. Ava noted that this was a good time to deal with Ingen, since he had spent a lot of effort to get through the forest. The protagonist chewed her food when Vector ran behind her. She wondered if it was because of Reagan. The protagonist turned her attention to Vector. The guy was staring at the protagonist, saying that he needed her help and he couldn't find Rachel anywhere. Ava looked at the worried guy. She told him to calm down and think about how long she had been gone. Vector said he didn't know, adding that she had simply said that her house was somewhere nearby when they were still among the trees. Ava looked at the guy in shock. The night sky was visible above the building. The girl was standing on the ground in her sneakers. Rachel looked at the building. She remembered how she used to be little. The blonde walked forward. She extended her hand to the door. The blonde remembered her smiling mother. The building was dusty. The blonde looked around. She went to the shelf where the scissors lay. Rachel remembered how she used to hold them as a child. The blonde looked down sadly. She turned her attention to the door where sounds were heard. Rachel abruptly rushed to the door. She opened the door, seeing a woman there. Tears came to her eyes. Rachel asked that it was her mother. The woman smiled widely, turning around, saying that she had arrived. The blonde rushed into her mother's arms. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. The projection of her mother's hand touched the blonde's head. The woman smiled slightly. A blonde appeared behind Rachel, asking if she enjoyed the illusion. Rachel was kneeling. She said that she enjoyed it, although she understood everything, adding that she really wanted to see her again, even if it was a private moment. The girl grabbed a green vine, thanking him. She threw the vine towards the man when the hand grabbed them. Sapphire held the green vines, smirking slightly. Rachel looked at the girl with teary eyes, telling her to do her a favor and just die. The blonde hit her with the flower vine. The girl grabbed it. Rachel lowered her head and muttered that she thought she would not achieve anything in this state. She curled her lips and said that it was all in the past. She remembered her mother running to her in the garden. She then remembered sitting next to the large rock and said that all of that was in the past. The blonde bared her teeth and repeated her words. She put her hand forward, thinking that she was overwhelmed by emotions, but she had to deal with this with her own hands. Remembering the dark male silhouette, the blonde mentally noted that judging by how carefully she planned to lure her out, she thought that they wanted something. Remembering the battle, she wondered if it could be because of Ava. The girl remembered how she had faced them last time, thinking that she hadn't even had a chance then. Thinking back to her training, she thought that she had become much stronger since then. Looking at Sapphire in front of her, Rachel mentally noted that if her suspicions were true, she wouldn't have come here alone. Not knowing that there were two more people hiding on the roof of the house, she concluded that the other two were hiding nearby. Looking ahead with confidence, the girl wondered what she should do. Creating a web of vines everywhere, she thought that instead of focusing on Jinty, who was much stronger than her, or the demon whose strength she knew nothing about, Sapphire reflected the attacks aimed at her. Several vines appeared behind her. They pierced the stomach of the girl Rachel had decided to target. Her rival's face began to double. She suddenly appeared outside the window and asked if she was sure about this. The white-haired girl smiled wickedly and said that a hero killer would not make such hasty decisions like her. Finding herself in the middle of the forest, the blonde replied that she slightly regretted her decision, but what's done is done, so it's best to quickly begin the battle, which she hoped would be long. The girl stood on a branch with a weapon in her hands. She mentally noted that until she came. A giant skull appeared. The monster jumped to the ground. Jumping up, it destroyed Rachel's opponent. The blonde jumped away from it to the ground. She looked with surprised eyes, listening to the words that this place was like a dream. A gargoyle was sitting on a branch, saying that she would die in her own nightmare. A blue light appeared above the roof. Ava jumped out of it. She quickly ran along the roofs of the buildings. The girl stopped on one of them. She turned around and said that it was here. Jumping off, the main character ran down. She ran along the walls of the houses. Then the girl went around the square. A man was waiting for her around the corner. Her eyes widened when she saw Jinty. The guy smirked. The main character leaned back, dodging the blow. She jumped to the side, and then decided to catch her breath. Frowning, Ava furiously called out to Jinty. The brown-haired man appeared in front of her. With a smile on his face, he asked how she was doing. Gritting her teeth, the girl listened to his words about how he took good care of the power she took from that little girl. The guy began to take out the living blade from its sheath. A powerful blow flew through the air. Jinty smirked and said that he was not the same person anymore. Blood began to ooze out of his body in different directions. He was covered in deep wounds. When he fell, the main character began to leave, and the brown-haired man called out to her with words that he had not finished yet. Lying in a pool of his own blood, he said that the torch improves gift, but not for free, and it also ate the owner's body from the inside. He asked how she thought it affected him. Growing muscles began to hold the severed limbs together. Rising, Jinty adjusted his head on his neck and said that he had become immortal. Grinning with anger, Ava replied that in that case she would kill him as many times as necessary. She rushed forward, and the guy began to fall into the ground. The girl stopped. She turned to Vector, who was standing behind her. The masked man told her that Rachel was in danger. The main character destroyed a nearby house. She lowered her head and asked if that meant he was able to find them. Beekji, covering one eye, noted that about 1.5 kilometers to the northwest, there was a red flash, and she said that she saw Sapphire. The girl turned around to look at the bat in the sky. A gloomy Ava appeared behind her and said that she had been found. Sapphire jumped back. Animal shackles appeared on her hands. The main character punched her in the face. Then she delivered another blow. Then Ava jumped up from above. She slammed her opponent into the ground, saying that Jinty would feel what it was like to lose someone dear to him. After landing, the girl with a gloomy look said that he was next. Night covered the village tents. The girl followed her friend, asking what she wanted to show her. The white-haired girl lifted the blanket and told her to get under it first. The friends hid under the fabric. The girl folded her hands. Then blue stones appeared in her palm. The white-haired girl jumped back in fear. With a worried face, she asked if she really got gift and what would happen if the adults found out. She answered that it didn't matter anymore. The girl said with a smile that the traveling merchants would come here in a couple of days, and she would leave with them, and that it was a great opportunity to finally leave this stupid tribe in poverty. She smiled broadly and added that she would come for her as soon as she found a good place outside. After a while, she was burning in a bright flame. Locals were gathering around her. The man stood behind his comrade and said that it looked like the giftless were looking for gift users here and burning them alive for witchcraft or something like that. Looking at how the charred body was removed from the pole, he said that it clouded their minds and they did not understand how helpless and weak they were against real gift users. The girl turned around when he told her that he was talking about her. Opening his mouth, the man said that apparently she had managed to keep it a secret for quite some time, unlike her created friend. Jinty, looking at the white-haired girl, asked if she wanted to learn how to kill people. After a while, the enemy had the ground covered in corpses of residents. Without turning around, the brown-haired man asked what her name was. Sapphire opened her eyes and said her name. With her face swollen from wounds, she said her name. Ava asked if she had gone crazy. Looming over her opponent, she said that she knew her name and did not care because she wanted to know why that idiot Jinty came here. Stepping on the girl's foot, she ordered her to answer. The white-haired girl bared her teeth. Lying on the ground, she said that she would never give up, especially since she knew that she was not particularly interested in this. Looking at the main character above her, Sapphire said that she was interested in his weaknesses and not why he was here. Introducing the guy, she said that there were none because he had become insanely strong since the moment he absorbed the torch fragment. The girl closed her eyes and said that she advised her to give it her all in the battle so that she would not regret it later, although it would not change anything anyway. A chain appeared on her neck. Tightening it tightly, Ava said that she would be watching this in hell. Blood gushed from her neck when the white-haired girl began to tear it apart. She fell lifelessly to the ground. The brown-haired girl covered her face with her hand and asked if she really killed herself because she knew about her gift. Vector turned around and began to ask what was wrong with Rachel. The main character asked him to calm down, noting that she already had thoughts about what she was doing. She sat down on the ground and suggested that he just wait. At this time, an explosion thundered in the forest. The blonde was hitting the gargoyle. It swung its paws. The girl tried to cover herself with her hands. White flowers began to appear around her. Their stamens shot upward. The gargoyle jumped from the cocoon of plants. It released its demonic claws. The girls covered themselves with huge leaves. The monster's blow cut them. Rachel struck, moving along the green pillar. Turning around, she mentally noted that she did not even scratch. The gargoyle began to release an energy ball from its mouth. An explosion thundered across the field. A closed bud appeared among the dust that rose on the ground. A blonde came out of it and said that it was definitely stronger than Jinty before the breakthrough. The monster looked at her and said that it would remain like this if she did not become more septegus. Approaching the girl, it noted that it felt a huge amount of ESD inside this bud and thought that it would be enough to kill it with one shot. Breaking away, the monster asked why she did not use it. Rachel waved her hand and said that this shot was simply not for it. She hit the gargoyle, thinking it was her chance. Plants started to grow from the wound. Swinging, the monster said that she would regret her decision. The girl was thrown to the side. She broke through several rocks with her body. Then she landed on the ground. The wounded blonde began to rise. She saw the monster's intended silhouette ahead. Squinting, she said that she apparently had no choice, even though she had been saving this flower for that person. Rachel got to her feet and said that everything was fine. When the gargoyle started swinging again, she said that she had bought enough time. The girl smiled and said that she believed. As the space began to disintegrate, a girl appeared in front of her. She began to say with an indifferent face that she was sad to return empty-handed, so she would use it. A huge blade was removed upward. The monster stood to the side, covering himself with his hands. He began to form a sphere in his mouth. The girl waved her hand, creating blades. Bright Face hit them right. Shackles appeared on her second hand. The other end appeared behind the monster. He jumped to the side. The gargoyle slowed down on the ground. When she started to take off, white-haired called Vector. The monster began to appear on the surface of the earth. The main character swung a blade at him. The monster covered himself with his hands. His eyes widened. Vector said to the side that he was sorry. Ava threw the enemy back with a kick. She ran after him. The girl hit him with iron claws. She slowed down. The gargoyle swept. Behind her was a wall of blades. White-haired ran at her with 2 blades. The monster blocked her blow. One of the blades pierced the main character's chest. The second hit the gargoyle in the side. She jumped back. Green energy flew out of her to the sides. The monster began to form a glowing sphere. The girl asked, creating red lightning, was that all he could do? The gargoyle turned around. Her blow was aimed at Vector. Ava's eyes widened in shock, realizing that he was aiming at her comrades. The man put his hand forward. A bright beam hit a large portal. It flew out from the dragon's side, hitting the monster. Light smoke began to come out of the monster. She rushed forward. Rachel suddenly released a green vine. It wrapped around the monster. Ava headed straight for it. Her hand was covered in black armor. She hit the enemy several times. Black blood gushed from his nose. Ministo flew off from the blow. Lying in a pile of rubble, he listened to the words about the main character being so used to her main gifts that it was difficult for her to learn new ones. Walking with armored legs, she said that since in a few minutes he would become hers. The girl raised her hand and said that she wanted him to give her some hints. She kicked the gargoyle. Then she started punching him. The main character jumped up. Black blood gushed out after the blow. The enemy fell lifelessly to the ground. The laboratory was reflected in Vector's mask. There were tanks with acid-colored liquid near the wall. The man grabbed his back, from which a fin stuck out. He was kneeling in front of the shadow. The man stirred, ordering him to stop. Everyone on the battlefield froze. Vector went forward. He approached the monster and offered A14 to stop the hell here. In the post he noted that he made a mistake, but was trying to correct it. The monster survived, telling him to shut up. He looked away and said that he had become an obedient dog in Gen, and then asked if he really thought that he would listen to him. Opening his mouth, A14 began to say that he was. Remembering how he sat opposite the scientist as a child, he said that he did not even know his name. The girl swung her hand. She slammed his head into the ground. Looking up, she asked her comrade if he needed him. The girl grabbed him by the collar when the man began to mutter. Rachel, looking upset, said that he was Vector, one of the nameless. He let go of his head and said that he would pay for all his sins after the containment ended, and then asked the female lead to give him an easy death. Ava swung her arm and answered positively. A14, who was pinned to the ground, shouted that there would be no room for his filthy soul in hell. Drops of blood flew from the blow. The girl turned around and asked where Jinty was. A blue light was burning inside the gray city. The brown-haired man combed his hair with his hand, and Jen was looking at him. The man took out his weapon. He struck. However, he encountered the blonde's shadow hand. The man looked through the chopped flesh. Squinting, he said that he saw that he had changed slightly. Jinty covered his mouth and said that he should have chopped up that man in the gas mask from the beginning because he did not foresee this outcome, adding that his gift was capable of annoying as much as the hero killer, if not more. He narrowed his eyes and asked if that was why he always kept him with her. The guy added that he thought he asked because he was afraid that he could betray him. Ingen's left eye turned black. Huge claws grabbed his opponent. Parts of his body began to recover. The blonde, looking at him, noted that he could regenerate without a head, and now he looked more like a ghost with a grudge. The restored Jinty told him that he was immensely grateful, because without him, he would not have been able to make such progress. He began to remember their battle. Then he remembered the battle with Ava and said that this experience had tempered him. He remembered how the gloomy man swung at him. The brown-haired man began to take out the sauna sword. Selective heads appeared around him. They began to stick to the translucent sword. Watching this, Ingen mentally noted that he wanted to test his skills without relying on the shard. The skulls began to crack. Jinty appeared behind his opponent. Snapping his fingers, the blonde cut off his head. The body began to fall. Then it collapsed. A glowing hourglass appeared in the sky. A human silhouette began to appear. The man looked at the corpse. There were many bodies around the red-haired man. The brown-haired man sat to the side and held Sapphire. The girl turned around and asked if he thought they would go to hell. She smiled and said that she knew a story about how a sinner relived his death or the death of his beloved every time, and this suffering lasted forever. Jinti began to stand up, asking about eternal suffering. He smiled and said that it meant hell was not so different from life. A turquoise light appeared. The man pushed off with his foot. The brown-haired man deflected the blade of eternal suffering. He, without a head, struck. The blonde blocked it with his sword. Then he swung the blade. When he hit the regenerating guy, he said that he was already used to the pain. He swung again. The men crossed their blades. Then, huge blades began to descend from the sky. They pierced the ground. A turquoise light was visible in the dust. Jinti jumped out of it, shouting that the enemy should taste the blade of the one who surpassed even death. He stopped, putting it to Ingen's head. The blonde curled his lips and asked about death. He disputed it with an indifferent face. Imagining a turquoise sphere behind the enemy's head, the man said that the king of Nira could only fight the elders on equal terms after absorbing all the power of the torch. Imagining a glowing white sphere, he said that there was no doubt about his courage, but he could only get a small part. A huge blade appeared above the brown-haired man's head, and Ingen began to say that if he killed him again and again, the sword hit him. Then several more blades pierced him. The blonde added with an indifferent face that he would eventually die. Jinti clutched the weapon and regenerated, saying that his goal was to slit Reagan's throat. Representing a crowd of people, he said that he had brought a crowd with him so as not to waste extra energy before the main battle. Standing in front of his opponent, the guy said that he knew that he could not surpass him now. He put out his weapon, saying that, however, he could ruin his plan. The brown-haired man activated the blade of eternal suffering. He swung it. The purple and Gen swords appeared again. They blocked this blow. The opponents looked at each other. The blonde stroked his chin and said that this was a very interesting way to ask for mercy. Looking at the guy, he said that he would spare his life if he did one favor for him. Jinti narrowed his eyes and asked what was this about. The man smiled slyly and said that he could, of course, refuse, but in that case he would die right now. Playing with his hand with black shadows, he said that saving energy was pointless. Putting his hands in his pockets, he added that even if he did not use it. The brown-haired man frowned and asked what he wanted now. The blonde lowered his gloomy face and whispered. The guy's eyes widened. There was an old house on the outskirts. Jinti stepped over its threshold. He stood near the bloody bodies of his comrades. Grinning with anger, he cursed the hero killer. Earlier, the man, lowering his head, began to say that when his army passed through the main gate of Grey Castle, then the battle between him and Reagan began. He raised his head and said to kill the hero killer. Hecate crossed her arm and said with a smile that it was time to check what she had achieved. The girl launched several blades. They removed the target. The blue-haired girl asked with a wide smile if she did something. The protagonist pulled her hands back to strike. Hecate stopped her blade with her fingers. Ava swung again. The girl saw her sword bend. Her eyes widened. The sword, having acquired a soft shape, appeared behind her back. The blue-haired girl blocked the strike from behind, saying that this attack was good. She swung her fist. Then Hecate began to throw multiple strikes. Ava narrowed his eyes, thinking about how he couldn't hit her head, and she was also taking damage even when she defended herself. The girl swung her leg. She moved and tried to attack from behind. The blue-haired girl struck a mirror strike. The protagonist frowned, mentally noting that she moved so fast that she created an afterimage of herself. She planted her feet on the ground, thinking that she thought she could repeat this. She moved and jumped to the side. Looking at Ava in the sky, Hecate said that it required much more precision than she thought. She swung her leg. The girl turned around in surprise. The main character was aiming her fist at her. She slammed her opponent into the ground. Ava created a glowing sphere. A second later, a huge explosion was heard. The girl with demonic wings flew up. Hecate smiled and said that she was very surprised. The main character in a black suit looked down and thought that she understood why she relied so much on physical strength. Looking at the gloomy morality of her opponent, Ava thought that it was practically impossible to win unless she wandered to generate defense. The girl began to fool around with her and say that only she can fly, and she cannot. The blue-haired girl frowned and pursed her lips, using the bridle of silence. The main character began to fall, shouting that she completely forgot about it. Beekji was watching all this from the side. Vector came up to her and asked when they were leaving. The brunette answered that soon, but something was bothering her. The man pressed his ping against the wall and asked. The girl answered that Grey Castle was not acting as she had assumed. She drew a diagram on the ground and said that this is roughly what the situation looked like. Imagining many towers with a castle in the center, she said that in detail it would be something like this. Beekji began to say that at the beginning it was clear why they were not attacked, because it was impossible to predict from which side they would attack, but not now, because they should have already determined their coordinates. Without turning her head, the brunette said that right now they should counterattack, but they were inactive, and this was strange, and then asked what they were planning. Watching her, Vector thought that she carried a lot on her shoulders and she was an excellent squad leader. Imagining her pointing to the side, he said that one order from her could send hundreds of people to their deaths, and Beekji was not as emotionless as Ava. The girl began to bite her nail and ask what she should do to achieve results without major losses. Earlier, Enji said that when the battle between them and Reagan begins, the guy should blow the whistle to destroy the hero killer. At that moment, a bat was hovering nearby. The brunette sighed and cursed. The spider fortress parted on the rocks. A man with long hair stood at the steps from where they addressed him. The man frowned and asked if one of the castles was already a victim of InGen. The guy, putting his hand in his pocket, said that everything was correct and it looked like he would come here soon. He stood in front of the throne of the ruler of the Spider Fortress, saying that this is why they urgently need to prepare. The blonde opened his mouth, calling someone a pathetic stranger. The guy narrowed his eyes and asked if they were talking about him. The man began to rise and said that he was talking about InGen. As he walked down the stairs, he said that he had probably forgotten, having been outside for so long. The ruler stopped and looked away and said that the Spider Fortress had never been captured in history. He looked out the window and asked what kind of outstanding imbecile would try to capture such a well-defended fortress. He said that he was sure that any sane person would choose another route to the main fortress. He was told that this was why he was coming here. Raxfler waved his hand and asked what if they captured this fortress and used it as a temporary base of operations. The man said that they would strengthen their defenses and easily capture the other fortresses, one after another. The guy stood in front of him and said that when the time came, a huge group was invading Grey Castle. He was told that they had heard enough. The ruler narrowed his eyes and said that he would take care of the problems in his fortress without anyone else's interference, and then added that he entered the discussion solely out of respect for him. Raxfler frowned as he heard the words that although he was no longer the heir to the throne. The man looked at him and said that there was a time when he had a chance to become the ruler of Grey Castle. He pulled back his sleeve and said that he was sure that he remembered that they were connected by seed. The ruler turned around and said that he only listened to the words of the ruler of Grey Castle, so he should return to his castle. The boy froze with a puzzled look and asked if this meant that the heir to the throne had been chosen. He began to say that now that his brother was gone. The door opened behind him and a loud voice said that he had urgent news. The knight opened his mouth and began to say that the InGen army had crossed the bridge. Several more people entered the room and he added that Sasha had arrived and the young lady Rezinia had arrived here. The girl stepped forward. The brown-haired woman in the cloak stopped. When the strangled Raxfler began to speak, she addressed him and the ruler of the Spider Fortress. Reaching for the ring that hung around her neck, the girl began to say that they had no reason to argue, because she did not come as the young mistress of the estate. She picked up the ring and said that there was little time. While the ring with the black tree shone in the sun, Rezinia said that she had arrived here. Her warriors knelt down, and she noted that she had come to root out the invaders as the rightful heir to the Grey Castle. The ruler of the fortress bowed. Looking with a confident look, the brown-haired touched everyone to shut up and quickly obey her. There was a noise in the bushes. Rebecca jumped out of them. She began to take a map from her chest. Her comrades began to come out after her while she said that they were almost there. The redhead frowned and said that they would have to walk from here as the chance of being spotted had increased greatly. There was a thud on the ground and more people began to emerge from the trees. The girl smiled madly. The trees shook under her pressure and the boy said that they had no particular problems while they were among the trees. The squad came to a field of corpses. The redhead said that there had definitely been a lot of slaughter here and that the tours had been lying for a day or two. The paladin, narrowing his eyes, said that this meant they were already close. Rebecca smiled widely and said that then they should keep going. She rarely reached for her weapon. The girl held out her pistol, mentally noting that she could feel pressure in the air, which meant that there was someone very strong here. Her face darkened as she wondered who it was, if all her companions were nearby. Her comrades looked in the direction of the barrel of the revolver. A silhouette began to appear from the bushes. The girl's eyes widened and she began to ask why he. She said that this was not part of the plan. Rezinia confidently ordered him to obey her. She looked at those present and asked who was left to guard the main gate. An aura began to emerge from the ring when brown-haired ordered an answer. The mark on the man's hand pulsed. He, continuing to sit on his knees, said that Sir Garland was protecting the bridge connecting the castle, and it was famous for its impregnable defense, so she had no reason to worry. Raxfler narrowed his eyes and thought that this was absurd. He mentally noted that he knew that everyone inside Grey Castle was oblivious to the world outside. The girl touched her chin and said that she had heard that name before, but she thought that now he was feeding crows. The man raised his head and began to say that the knights of the Spider Fortress were very capable warriors. A loud voice announced an urgent report. The knight, clenching his fists, said that the doctors captured a monster. Garland was kneeling. He swung his sword. The shadows began to rise up. Half-spheres emitting bright light began to appear in the sky. The girl landed on the ground. The brunette smiled slightly and thanked InGen for allowing her to lean on him, and then added that she had not had interesting fights for a long time. Resinia looked at her subordinates and asked if the enemies were busy. They answered that they were just standing. Then she asked if they were crossing the bridge and heard a positive answer. The girl with an indifferent look noted that this meant that they wanted to get something, and then suggested asking them. The trio went to the exit. The brunette stopped at the cliff. She created a bridge from the vines. Then she went to the roof of the defensive wall. Below stood the brunette with an army behind her. Resinia saw countless people ahead. The girl waved to her. The ruler of the fortress bared his teeth in anger and called him not a small bug. The brunette frowned and thought that her father had eaten that something lived in this place that could protect against intruders, and although she could simply destroy them, she would use this together with her brother. Watching closely, she wondered where Ingen was. Rachel stood in the crowd. She smiled widely. The girls stared at each other. Resinia's face darkened. The blonde stepped back, and Ingen appeared. They smiled slyly. The brunette froze in shock, thinking that this could not be, and it was too risky. Looking with surprised eyes, she thought that this thing was almost finished. The guy watched as it trembled. He stood with a determined face. The blonde raised his hand, activating the ability. A spear with skulls rushed forward. The girl put out her hand with a seed. A huge plant broke the blade. Resinia grimaced and said that it was a very stupid thing for him to do, and she thought he was waiting because he wanted to say something. The man smiled and told her to surrender, and then added that he would spare everyone except the ruler of the cross. The brunette grinned. She turned to the man behind her and asked how many strong warriors were under his command. The ruler of the fortress looked at her. Standing next to the guy, he began to say that if we were talking about those who could detain them in such a situation, then he only had one. Raxfler noted that there were actually two. The man gritted his teeth when asked if it was true that he himself was a strong warrior. The girl from the wall loudly called Ingen. The main character listened attentively to his words about 3 strong warriors on her side, and if he could defeat them all in a one-on-one battle, then she would open the gates. Beekji stood behind the man and said that she didn't think there was anyone skilled enough on their side, and then added that she knew he couldn't take on everyone. Looking at the crowd, she said that in truth, they outnumbered them in quality and quantity, and they could also ignore the request and simply overwhelm them with numbers, of course, if his goal was to become the king of villains. The brunette added that however, if he was asking to become someone better, then. She frowned and told him to tell him that you would beat them at their own game. The blonde smiled widely. He stepped forward and said that he agreed. Resinia sat on a throne on a huge plant. She kept her hands on her knees and asked him to choose a fighter. Sir Dahais approached her, and she asked him to bring her victory. The man, taking off his helmet, said that everything would be as she ordered. The blue-eyed blonde smiled widely. Hecate approached Ava and said that this knight looked cute, and then she asked who she thought Ingen had sent. She replied that it was obvious. The main character began to warm up, saying that it was a good time to. She heard the name John. The girl froze with a puzzled face. Looking at the black shadow next to her, she heard that he would be his first warrior. The man stepped forward. Ava tried to understand what was going on, where was John all this time, and why wasn't she called? Watching the huge man pass by, she also wondered how he managed to grow so much. John walked towards his opponent. He cursed forward. Then the warrior ran. Weapons began to appear in Dahai's hands. The man cut his stomach on the ground. The blonde flew to the side because of this. The main character clenched her fists, encouraging her comrade. The guy rose in clouds of dust. Liquid flowed from his opponent's shoulder. The girl immediately wilted, saying that she had rushed. Vector and Beekji approached her, asking what happened to the lack of reaction if she herself saw everything. Remembering the recent moment, they explained that the guy softened the blow by parrying, and then stabbed John in the head with a knife, not allowing the armor to take the damage. The brunette frowned and called him very smart. Ava looked down and began to think that this was very bad news for the man, and he would not be able to show himself well against such enemies. She imagined him next to Viper, saying that he was mercilessly strong against those who were weaker than him physically. Then she imagined Hecate and mentally noted that against those who surpassed him in brute strength, he was like a child. Looking at John's movements, the girl began to think that if he had not become stronger. Dahais sent out a halberd and said that he was very easy to read. He was confident from the attack. Rocks flew in front of him. The man then continued to try to attack. The guy ran up his leg. She jumped up and swung the weapon. Then the blonde cut right on the head. Then he struck him once. His eyes glowed as he activated an iron spear. Dahais cut his opponent's head in half. The man, recovering, pulled his fist back. He hit the warrior with all his might. Gray liquid splashed on the guy's face. John swung his leg. The guy grabbed his knee during the blow. Jumping back, he noted that he had an ace up his sleeve. Activating the Swamp Knight skill, Dahais controlled the flow of the chase. The man sank in it knee-deep. The blonde with a weapon in his hands jumped into the sky. Frowning, he aimed the halberd at the target. Then he chopped off the enemy's hand. John quickly got up and swung. The guy blocked his blow with the handle. The brunette began to fall, and the warrior jumped to the side. Landing, he noted that it was funny that he had become smaller. Dahai smiled and said that he wondered how small he could become before he died. He chopped his opponent with his weapon. John called the heads. Rachel stood behind him, telling him that she had found him. Looking at the bleeding body part, she said that he looked confused and thought that he understood because she had been there too. Imagining the dark silhouettes of the people, the blonde said that every time she met an enemy stronger than them, she was always impressed and lost all hope. She came closer and said that she believed that there was a reason why Jen chose them over the others, except that they would never have enough time to become strong enough to become his enemy. John looked at her and listened, saying that repeating the training that martial artists use would take too much time, and in truth, not all of his close attacks are good. The girl smiled widely and asked why doesn't he try something new. She said that he could try focusing on what he is not good at. The man clenched his fist, remembering how she said that he could use his gift for example. He put his hand under the blow. The blonde smiled widely, amazed by the metal. He exclaimed that he would cut it like butter. Their severed hand John began to splash with gray liquid. The warrior began to strike him many times. With a wide smile on his face, he said that he was a master of chaotic battles. John shrank to normal human size. The guy looked at his dirty hand, mentally noting that it was not hot or anything like that. But the man fell into the swamp. Dahai remained standing on the surface of the water. Suddenly, a warrior jumped out from there. The blonde froze with a stunned look. He fell to his knees. Ava, watching this, asked what was happening. Vector answered that it was mercury poisoning. Looking at the silver lumps in the water, he said that mercury in a liquid state is not dangerous as long as you are far away from it. Looking at the water, the man said that in a gaseous state it more easily penetrates the respiratory system or skin and can cause serious damage. Swamp fluid started to flow into the blonde's hand while Vector was saying that the problem was that most gift users had superhuman bodies and could last for quite a long time. After sucking the water out, the guy saw a hole in the ground and the man said that the enemy had dragged out the fight too long because he was overconfident. John appeared behind him. Dahai put out his hand, blocking the blow. Ava's eyes widened and she asked if John could really think. The brunette grabbed the enemy by the head, saying that he was caught. Punisher looked at her with shocked eyes, saying that this was not part of their plans. A man with red eyes was looking at her from the bushes. The brunette, creating a sword, mentally noted that it would be bad if he decided to fight, because they somehow managed to assemble a small team of strong fighters. She frowned, thinking that the problem was that this man was capable of killing one or two of them, even given the numerical advantage, which meant that they could not engage in battle. The Konov man began to come out to them. The girl said that it was the first time she saw him in person, because he had always been the most unpredictable of the four swordsmen, and in fact, they found him the most interesting. Looking at Ijinchen, Punisher said that the two of them called him apprentice, and yet he became so strong in the blink of an eye. There were white leaves on the bamboo. A dark silhouette sat by the temple. He looked at the bloody hand. The man with long hair said that the end was near. When they approached him, he called out to Ijinchen. The man lowered his eyes and asked the master not to say such things. The man sat on the edge of the broken temple, saying that the smart one did not have much time left. Looking at the round moon, he said that a guest would come to him at night who would give him a worthy end. Ijinchen lowered his head and asked who it was. Imagining the silhouette of the man, the master called out the name Yushin of Yerim. Opening his lips, he said that this man would be a worthy opponent for him before he died. The man began to rise and say that since childhood he had cherished the dream of doing great things with equally great power, but the limits of his body never let him fail to fulfill it, even when he was very close. Introducing a thin body, the master said that since birth he was very fragile, and that was why he could only use one-handed sword techniques. Remembering himself as a warrior, he said that everything was only so that he could gather all his energy. The young man struck a blow, while the man added that he could end the fight by releasing it with one powerful attack. Ijinchen stood at some distance and said that this is how he became one of the 5 most respected swordsmen. The master replied that the name meant nothing. He pointed to the moon and said that all he wanted was the power to reach the heavens. The old man turned around and said that he wanted to become the strongest. Starting to approach Ijinchen, he said that he would say it directly because he would die soon. He told him that he was born without a shred of talent. Recalling the rock that had the disciples' names carved into it, the man said that the other disciples could cut through mountains the moment they picked up a sword. Thinking about a specific inscription, he said that it took him a year to cut through a boulder. The master stood in front of the man and said that they were very talented, so much so that they were 1 in a million, but he was 1 in a billion, because he had no talent at all, and that was why he stayed here and helped him with his daily routine while the others had long since left. The man handed him a cane and said that, however, he believed that he would be the one to make his dream come true. Ijinchen looked down and noted that, as he had said earlier, he was incredibly incompetent, and if he were even mediocre, he could have hoped for more. His eyes widened when he was asked, even if he had an infinite amount of time. The man froze with a dumbfounded expression. The master opened his mouth and said that the other students had taken his 3 favorite swords, but there was still one left. His cane began to transform. The old man swung it and asked if he still desired power as much as the day they met. Ijinchen began to draw his sword from its sheath. The man with an angry face shouted loudly. Flashing a stern look, he ordered that his master's sword be taken away. The hero also swung. He gripped the hilt tightly. The 2 warriors ran at each other. Then blood gushed from Ijinchen's stomach. He fell to his knees. Holding the glowing weapon, the old man said that if he could not achieve anything even with 1,000,000 swings, then he should make 1,000,000,000. The man watched with half-closed eyes and listened to how if he couldn't achieve anything even after doing 1,000,000,000 strikes, he should do 10,000,000,000. Directing his aura at the student, he said that he should see what awaited him at the end of the path with his own eyes. The master said that he was the executioner now. Ijinchen found himself in a white space. He saw a sword stuck in the ground. Then the hero walked up to it. He grabbed it by the hilt. A voice asked if there was another one here. A giant man in traditional attire walked up to the man. Then he disappeared, welcoming him into purgatory. Ijinchen parried and blocked a sharp blow, while he was told that this was a place where the souls of swordsmen were driven mad to fulfill their desire to distinguish their abilities to the ideal. A silhouette loomed over him and said that he would see what was at the end of the sword master's path after training that would. The man was surrounded by huge warriors, noting that this training would last forever. He began to defend himself. 1 year passed. Zader also completed 2 years. Ijinchen clenched his teeth in fear when 100 years had already passed. Then 1,000 years passed. The man looked down at the warrior, asking if he was his last opponent. Then he cut him in half. Disappearing, the spirit smiled and said that he was now the executioner. Ijinchen looked at the broken sword on the ground. A skeleton sat by the temple. A blue aura flew out of it. The man quickly blocked it with his sword. The master's skeleton turned to him and said goodbye. Then it began to disintegrate into dust. Ijinchen parted his lips and asked if he wanted to know how he did it. Looking with madness in his eyes, he said that he had his own ways. He passed by the girl, telling her to relax, because he was going about his business. Punisher watched him go. Looking with surprised eyes, she wondered. Remembering Ava, the brunette mentally asked why she felt the same from him as from her. She started talking about the hero killer. The man stopped and said that it was natural that they were similar. He curled his lips and said that he was her father. The girl began to remember the main character and her sister. Frozen with wide eyes, she said that she remembered everything now. The 2 girls were standing on the field. Yeon turned around. She smiled and asked if she was now the first finger of the hand. The brunette in front of her noted that she, in turn, was the youngest agent of the Black Hand in history, who killed her predecessor and became the 6th finger. Opening her mouth, she said that with all that said, Punisher looked at her with an indignant look and told her to show proper respect to her elder. The girl threw her braid over her shoulders. She rushed forward. Then she attacked. Yeon jumped back from her opponent. She took cover from her attacks. The girl reflected them with her braid. The blonde walked forward. The brunette continued to attack. It was noted that each finger was considered to have different abilities, and the prerequisite for becoming the 6th finger was to be stronger than all the others. The blade touched the Punisher's chin. She looked at the man, thinking that she still didn't see any sense, and she needed more information to see the whole picture. Imagining Ijinchen and Kwa next to each other, she thought that the hero killer and the executioner were the keys to the solution, and if they were related by blood, then she could do nothing to them. Remembering Ingen, the girl thought that besides, now their mission was to get rid of him, and their hands were not so untied, and before looking for information, they needed to take care of the main mission. The man came to the center and said that he changed his mind. He smiled wryly and said that he would go with her. John held the blonde's head. With a blow, he tore Dahi's head into 2 parts. The bleeding body fell to the ground. Resinia looked at it with displeasure. At the same time, Ava loudly congratulated her comrade. The others began to do the same. Because of the screams, no one noticed the movement of the halberd. The frightened brown-haired girl loudly called out to the man. The weapon flew sharply through the air. It created a huge hole in the warrior's chest. Then the halberd turned around. It cut John into many pieces. The blade flew to the remaining head. The main character ran out and intercepted it. She stuck the weapon in the ground and declared that the battle was already over. Taking the baby in her arms, she told him that he had done a good job. Then she threw him to the side. John sat on Bagna's chest, and Rachel noted that he caught him very well. Ava turned around, mentally telling her to send her on. And Jen came forward. There was a fire in the girl's eyes, and she mentally demanded to send her. The blonde man with an indifferent face said that it was her turn to fight. The main character glanced at him and said that she had been waiting for this. Resinia was looking down at her. She turned to the man behind her and said that they could not afford to lose in this battle, and then asked if he could take care of her. The ruler of the Spider Fortress began to step forward, saying that if she barely needed an old man like him, then he could not refuse her away. he began to play the damra. As he walked onto the battlefield, he said that he could not believe how impudent children had become in their time. The man looked at her with an indifferent face and said that he would quickly deal with her, and then show that spoiled fool, who had received a few rights, that she could not do anything without her father's fusion. Ava parted her lips and said that she understood everything. She put her hands to her mouth and screamed loudly that he had just called Resinia a spoiled fool who was lucky to be born into a rich family, and that he would soon put her in her place. The brunette muttered to the side that she had just snitched. The man bared his teeth and began to ask how she dared. The girl sat silently on the throne. She stood up and said that she was going underground when she was asked. Passing the blonde, she said that the ruler of the Spider Fortress thought that she had chosen him to win this round for sure, but she knew that Ingen did not intend to wait until he won the last round. Resinia began to go down and say that, besides, the rulers of the fortress had long served their father, but still did not know who he really was. The girl looked down and said that she was sure that Raxfler had seen their older brother in the Forest of Immortals. Introducing the giant monster, she said that even though he was an emotionless monster now, the ESD he possessed was deadly and scary, like the elders. The brunette looked at the boy and said that even though he had spent a lot of time outside, she thought he wanted to know what his father had achieved. She opened her mouth and began to say that he wanted to create creatures that would surpass the elders in strength. Introducing the city, the girl said that if you think about it, Grey Castle was just a sick research lab, and the locals and rulers. Standing at the huge gate, she said that even they were just lab rats. Resinia opened the gate. Ahead was a damp, dark room. The girl reached for the knife lying on the ground and said that the rulers of the fortress hoped that father would step up and take care of the problems in the current situation. However, he would not move an inch. She would give it if the entire Grey Castle was destroyed. The boy grabbed her hand and asked if she understood what she was doing now. The brunette asked if he still didn't understand. She said that was why father never showed up to sort out the problem. Resinia looked up and said that the experiments had already begun. Cutting her palm, she said that they had to prove that they were capable of standing up for themselves. Dripping her own blood, the girl said that in the era of chaos, when father had not yet built this castle, a man settled in these lands. The blood dripped onto the altar while she said that this man was sleeping deep under the water. The brunette looked at the knight's armor by the wall. Opening her lips, she said, just like her brother, he is already a man. There were two opponents on the bridge. A huge green mouth broke it in half. The main character looked at the giant monster. The monster swung its paw. It hit the rest of the bridge. The girl jumped down. She landed on a wooden board on the water. The monster opened its mouth and screamed. Ava covered her ears from the loud sound. Seaweed began to approach her from under the water. The blonde jumped when she broke the boards. She activated her wings and flew into the sky. The seaweed began to grab people. Then they dragged them underwater. There were many people under the water. The girl watched what was happening, thinking that it seemed that this thing did not have its own consciousness, but it was still too strong. She looked closely. Seeing a person running on the seaweed, the main character wondered if SJ was there. The brunette rushed upward, saying that the bigger he was, the easier it was to hit. She folded her fingers in a gun. Then the girl shot at the monster. He looked at her with his red eyes. Then he hit her with seaweed. As she fell, they reached for her. Ava managed to intercept SJ. While she held her in her arms, she thanked her. The main character began to compare her appearance with Laika. The monster began to form an energy sphere. He shot it at the ground. After that, water started to flow into the crater. The surviving man climbed onto a rock and started asking where Ingen was. Suddenly, he was cut in half by a blade. The guy clenched his fists and ordered to kill the monster. The warriors rushed to attack. Rachel and the Great One were on the side, saying that it didn't look like Ingen was going to do anything, and it took a long time, but they could kill this thing. The blonde smiled widely and said that she had to get stronger too. The man started forming portals, saying that he understood what he meant and that he would always be on her side. Portals began to appear above the monster. Plant vines began to emerge from them. She fettered him, and a fist began to emerge from the portal. The flower fist hit the monster. The guy and the girl were standing on a green bridge. They were reflected in the red eyes of the monster. He smiled, showing giant teeth, and muttered. Vector darkened and tried to understand what this creature was saying. The monster, falling into the water, called the name Sinclair. The man began to reach for the blonde, exclaiming that they needed to leave because it was swimming right at them. The girl, not looking at the big splash, said that everything was fine. She stretched out her hand forward and said that seaweed was a beautiful vegetation. The monster leaned towards her. Her eyes widened. The seaweed began to gather together. She moved aside, opening her heart. The blonde clenched her fist in triumph. A sharp pain pierced the monster. It flew apart into many pieces. The trio walked along the corridor. The brunette slowed down. Approaching the window, she asked, "Is it really all over?" A man stood behind her. Raxfler grabbed him by the neck with dry branches and warned the girl. Having fallen to the ground, the man smiled, exclaiming that he was exposed. someone appeared in the shadows. The man in the knight's helmet said that he liked to hide behind. He ran forward and said that he also liked to ambush enemies. The man struck. Raxfler, holding a shield in front of Resinia, told her to use the end and leave. The girl, looking worried, said about his injury and offered to fight together. The guy hit her with yellow leaves. He grinned and said that he was sorry that he was a terrible brother. He was pierced by an enemy. The man in armor said that his last words were very pathetic. An explosion was heard from the side. The red-haired man narrowed his eyes and said that they needed to quickly save Raxfler and Resinia. The team saw the man in the darkness. Rebecca smiled and greeted the prosecutor. She watched as he pulled the blade out of the blonde and asked what he did to the prosecutor. The man looked up and said that now it was clear that this guy meant a lot to her. He put the blade under his neck and said that he would kill himself if they decided to fight. The girl put her hand out and started cursing. The red-haired man frowned and mentally noted that if the prosecutor was already dead, then this threat was pointless, but if he was alive, then he would not kill him, because such a test subject would be very difficult to find. He threw his girlfriend back with his tail and noted that the choice was obvious. Grabbing her and Raxfler, the guy flew out of the building. Looking back sideways, he muttered that he was still very unhappy to leave just like that. He said that the prosecutor could withstand it. Crimson Dragon tried on Azure Breath. The dragon watched what was happening. At this moment, the prosecutor covered himself with his weapon. He smirked. Petal Fortress. The girl walked through the dilapidated room. She ran her fingers through the sea of dust. A memory with her brothers appeared in her ear. Resinia pursed her lips and heard that the moisture was already on the doorstep, and the granddaughter had no time to indulge in nostalgic nonsense. She looked at the folding and said that he was the last person she wanted to hear such things from, and he was only trying to take advantage of the situation in Grey Castle. The brunette smiled and said that as someone in a fairly high position, she should also be used to such political tactics, and he would be immensely grateful if they did not become enemies. He said that he would do so if he were in her place. The brown-haired girl smiled sadly and thanked him. She was asked if she was afraid of losing and dying. Knackle smiled and began to say that when the elders first met the witch in the past, remembering Victoria, he said that some decided to oppose her with all their might. Then he remembered the blonde girl, saying that some gave up and found a new target. The brunette then introduced the man, saying that there were those who retreated and began to manipulate and fulfill goals through others. Introducing Reagan, he said that of course, her father gave one of them. Remembering how the knights threw the girl off the cliff, he said that he drove to death those who followed and served him. Remembering the evil man, Knackle said that after that, he gathered the talented survivors into one group. Seeing the battle in the past, he said that he repeated this procedure. On the ground lay a bloody corpse. Reagan held a flower in his hands, while the man said for a single, beautiful flower to bloom. He began to lower himself into a chair, while the brunette asked what now and should she really be proud of who she was born. The brunette smiled widely and said that the elders had spent so much time and effort preparing, and he meant that they would not lose, but her path to victory in this particular war might involve something just a little sinister and dangerous. The girl furrowed her brows and said that she could never agree with anyone from her father's generation. She looked at the mark on her hand and said that the seeds planted in everyone born in these lands decide whether a person will live or die according to the will of their father. Knackle touched his chin and said that meant that she really had no choice, and he realized that it turned out that she was an obedient daughter. The brunette slammed her hand on the table. Opening her lips, she said that she was not afraid of losing. Remembering the bloodied lands, she said that thousands of innocent lives had already been lost, but no one cared about their deaths. Seeing the castle through the light ball, Resinia said that these were the poor souls who were born in the world created by their father to dispel his leisure only to die like animals in the slaughterhouse. She looked down sadly and said that it was wrong. Looking at the brunette, the girl said that there were times when she truly believed that the wind blowing outside would not bring spring to Grey Castle. She suddenly remembered Jen. The brown-haired girl looked down and said that however, this was not the wind. Taking the ring off her finger, she said that she would not leave this place like Raxfler. Resinia raised her hand and said that she would survive and take care of everything herself. A yellow light came from the cell. A mark lit up on the man's hand. The girl said that they were the ones who filled their stomachs with the blood of humans. As the gloomy silhouettes gathered in groups, she said that they were the ones who owed an unpayable debt to humans. The brunette with a confident look said that she was calling them to gather at the Petal Fortress and fulfill their duty as nobles with dignity. The girl stood by the column and said that it seemed like everything was coming to a head, and most likely they would lose 9 times 10, because they were leading an army that they had created in a short time against the elders, and one had to be a genius of war to predict the outcome. Beekji looked ahead and said that they should not forget their main goal, because this army was only needed to help Jen enter the battle in perfect condition. While one of the towers quarreled, she said that the outcome of this entire war would be decided by a duel between these two. Ava looked at her, saying that it turned out that Jen would head to the main palace as soon as the battle at the Petal Fortress began. She was told that he would go there with several strong warriors, including her. When she asked about Rachel, Vector said that she was currently resting. Remembering the green giant, he noted that her gift was very effective against that monster. The girl replied that the thing looked more problematic than it turned out to be. She got up from her chair and said that she was leaving. Looking at her back, the brown-haired girl asked where she was going, and the main character replied that she wanted to beat someone. Beekji remembered and Jen saying that she needed to be destroyed. She sighed heavily and asked why he even told her that. Vector turned to her and asked if he was talking about the same words of the blonde. The girl smiled and said that she probably got too attached to her, or it was because she began to feel some kind of detachment in Jen. As Ava walked down the dark corridor, she said that she was sure that the hero killer was the worst right now. The main character pursed her lips, thinking about the man telling Jinty to kill her when the battle against Reagan began. She put her hands in her pocket, thinking that if he really wanted to kill her, he would have done it himself. She thought that earlier he told her that he would save her when she was in danger. The girl imagined herself in front of the brown-haired man, noting that Jen knew that she was weaker than Jinty now, and apparently he was just asking her indirectly to become stronger. She clenched her fist in her pocket, mentally noting that she wanted to tell him to go to hell with such greed, but it was true that there was still a lot left. Ava came outside, saying that she needed to find a couple of strong men or ask Hecate for sparring again. She looked over. Hecate was standing to the side with a certain man, and the blonde asked who she was talking to. The girl tried to watch covertly. She ended up behind a bench, but the blue-haired girl noticed. Ava reached for the stranger's sword. He suddenly grabbed her hand. Her eyes widened in shock. Her father was looking at her. The girl jumped aside and began to ask who he was. The blue-haired girl, looking at the man, said that with such fast hands, he would have no problem surviving all his relatives from Earth to Earth. She smiled broadly and said that, whatever the case, he was a master she had invited specifically to train her, and since it was not easy, she should take advantage of the opportunity. The girl left and said goodbye to them. The relatives were left alone. Ijinchen turned and said that he was pleased to meet her, and then asked to call him Professor Sword. The blonde asked again with a puzzled face. The man touched the plaque on his shoulder and prepared to get down to business. Throwing the swords on the ground, he said that she could take whichever she liked. The girl took the whole bunch, and her father noted that they were talking about only one. A moment later, the dejected protagonist holding the sword. She was told that now she must attack from any side. Ava took out the blade and asked again. She jumped up. The blonde pointed the blade at her opponent. The tip appeared behind her back. Professor Sword parried the blow. Then he blocked another one. He decided to hit the girl with the hilt. She covered her stomach with her hand. The blow, however, threw her back. The main character immediately got up and threw forward. While she was making many attacks, the man thought that he now understood that Yushin did not pass on his sword techniques to her. Looking at her swings, he assumed that it was so as not to limit her strength and to allow her to freely develop and fight. Professor Sword parried the blows and asked the bundle of people she had already managed to kill. The girl, frowning, answered that it was just a few scum. The man smiled happily, thinking that she had grown into such a wonderful young girl. Ava continued to try to attack him. She jumped back and asked if it was true that it was a fragment. With the sword, she created a demonic wind strike. Professor Sword smiled madly and said that she had points. He darkened, activating the clan blade. The blonde's eyes widened. A bright turquoise light flew out from the sword. Ava extended her hand and sword. The gloomy man turned out to be a build from her. Zamla began to break under the blow. Professor Sword looked at his daughter. He saw how she took the blow. Remembering the dark image of the woman, he thought that she was very similar to her. The main character pulled her leg back. Then she hit her father with it. The girl stopped and asked if he was okay. The man smiled and said that he was much better now. He began to take out his sword and continued to give it his all. Afterwards, they sat by the fire. Professor Sword looked at his daughter, who asked again if it was true that he was traveling to avenge his family. She said that she was too. The man with a sad look began to say that it was strange that they had so much in common, and then asked how her training was. The blonde looked at him and said that she learned a lot of new things, although he was clearly holding back. They were sitting on two rocks, and her father was asking her if she thought she could defeat Jinty. The girl frowned and asked if he knew him, and then heard a positive answer. Professor Sword started to rise, saying that he had nothing left to teach her, because now she had to become stronger on her own path, but he had a gift for her. The main character asked him again with a surprised face and heard that he would give her one of his swords. When she grabbed the whole bunch, the man asked her not to say that she couldn't count. He lowered his hand into space and said that he would choose himself. Professor Sword took out a sword. He handed it to his daughter. Ava jumped on the sword. She grabbed it and said that she would not let go anymore. Her father let go of the sword and she fell. The girl clenched her teeth and he said that he was very sorry. Turning and leaving, he said that she would have to surpass her enemy, who sincerely wanted to kill her, and if she could, there would be few people left in the world who could resist her. Without turning around, the man told her to return to the clan's territory later and complete her revenge. The blonde tried to comprehend everything. She tilted her head and wondered if she had told him her name earlier. Opening the sword, she said that it was not so important now. The girl tried to take the blade out of the sheath. She pulled the handle with all her strength. Darkened, the main character asked why she could not take it out. Hearing an explosion, she turned around and asked what was that. People began to run out, screaming that they were being attacked. The man was cut in half. Knights in capes appeared, saying that the army of Grey Castle was already here. The girl took off her helmet and asked if this was what the dead man wanted to say. Resinia stood at the top with a small lantern, sending everyone forward. At the foot of the hill stood an army. A girl with a confident look asked to bring her in Jen's head. The blonde was sitting on the throne at that moment, saying that it had all begun. He answered with his eyes and told Roxanne that it was time for them to go. The girl swung her axe, making everyone die. She smiled broadly, saying that she had cleared her path. Looking at the large tower ahead, she said that Jen was ahead. Looking at Ava ahead, the warrior asked who she was. The blonde answered with an indifferent look that she was waiting for someone. The girl swung the weapon, calling her crazy. Then she struck. The main character stood not far from the blow. The redhead frowned and swung again. Ava there was time to strain on the blade of her axe. Jumping off, she Paraman and Jen when they left. The girl looked at her opponent. She pointed and said that she should look around. The redhead asked her what she was talking about with an angry look. She was hit by a huge cloud of shadows. The wind swayed the blonde's hair, who noted that she had mentioned it. The shadow dragon rushed upward. It rose into the sky. The girl, holding a lasso, jumped off, saying that at this speed they would fly to that place in a moment. Touching a large purple cube, the main character wondered what it was and did Jen do it with the help of Gift. They were looking at her from the crack. When they approached her, she asked polyideology came up with. Ava, looking forward, noted that she was about this plan. Beekji said that it was puppeteer, and she and Jen agreed. Opening her lips, the blonde said that she really did not like this approach. The brunette stood behind her and said that they saw an azure dragon before they lost Resinia from sight. Remembering the red-haired guy, she said that this meant that the clan's elite forces had made contact with their opponents. The girl looked at her and said that they might be inferior to them in firepower, they could only do their best, and only in this way could they reduce the protein to a minimum. The main character told her to shut up. She looked with a gloomy gaze and said that if she did not close her mouth, she would have the desire to kill her. The black dragon flew across the sky. Someone's shadow appeared in the clouds. The muzzle of a huge red dragon appeared. It rushed to attack. Then it hit its opponent. The monster opened its mouth. Then it bit the black dragon. It swung its claws on its tail. It sank them into its opponent. It flew away. There were people watching from the tower, and the girl was saying that Abyss Dancer would soon fly out of the spider fortress. The red-haired guy, standing next to her, said that he thought they had a guy who could pass through space. Punisher replied that they did, but his gift had limitations. She imagined tall trees and said that otherwise they would not have gone through the immortal forest directly. Presenting a diagram, the girl said that in order to get to the center, they would have to fly through the petal fortress. The guy, without turning to her, noted that she was asking him to shoot down Abyss Dancer near the fortress. He looked at the people below. The red-haired guy turned around and answered yes to the question of whether he could. Wings appeared behind him, and he was asked not to delay with this. He turned into a dragon and said that Dahlia asked to drop her as close to the petal fortress as possible, but he thought it would not be a problem if he just killed her in the air. Opening his wide mouth, he said that even if Jen fits in, he can retreat in time and is not going to lose. The dragon released a bright light. At this moment, people were gathering on the back of the black dragon. There were white marks on their faces. The red-haired man stopped. The marks immediately began to disappear. Then people began to turn around, asking where they were. Looking at the bright white light, the woman asked why it was so hot here. The burning people began to scream in pain. The dragon looked at the bright light. Thinking that this should not have happened, he flew down. He tried to save people with his paw. Only charred corpses lay on him. His neck caught fire with anger. A black dragon flew past him. He swung his clawed tail. Crimson Dragon's mouth was pierced through. Several huge claws dug into it. The black dragon flashed her purple eyes and asked if this was his first time in the Dark War. The guy hung on his long claws. His body hit the ground. The red-haired man in human form rose to his feet. Prosecutor took his head off with one blow. A noise was heard in the bushes. A spear flew out of it, hitting the dragon. The giant spear pierced her neck. A yellow light was faintly visible from the forest. A monster with a weapon in his hands came out from there. He launched his spears. They hit the dragon's body. Falling to the ground, Roxanne wondered what hit him. Light reflected in her eyes. Looking at the approaching ground, she thought that now it was clear that life ended this way. Meanwhile, in the temple, there were statues. Not long ago, people were actively fighting. Someone jumped into the air, pointing a blade. It was knocked down by a stream of fire. It was launched by a smiling man named Noogle. The girl began to fall. A man's arm grabbed her. It was Chain, and Jen stood in front of her. The man squeezed the woman's neck, telling her to fight by his side until her life ended. The girl threw her head back, promising that she would do it for him. She remembered the blonde man, noting that in his shadow she cut down countless enemies. She remembered her victims. Roxanne hugged the guy with her arms and noted that ironically, she was much stronger when she protected someone. The dragon flew down. Then he looked at the wounds. Another spear flew towards her. It broke the long claw. The girl screamed from the pain of the blows. As she fell, she thought that she probably wouldn't see him become king, but at least she would pave the way for him to ascend to the throne. She imagined Jen as an ideal on the legal path, noting that his path would be painted with her blood. Punisher watched from above. She frowned, mentally noting that she could clearly feel the vile EST nearby. She saw a black body. A long dragon flew above her. Roxanne flew towards the castle. There were two figures watching the events. Resinia frowned and thought that her father didn't want anyone to come near the fortress, so she had to stop everyone here. Watching with a confident gaze, she noted that if she thought about it, this creature continued to fly even after being pierced by her brother's attacks. The man's shoulders began to sparkle. He shone with a bright light, using the skill. Lightning began to appear in the sky. A thunderclap pierced the dragon. It began to convulse, and then it fell to the ground. A massive head buried itself in the ground. The brunette pointed her finger and ordered to finish off Abyss Dancer. People with wings began to descend, and Jen and Vector appeared next to the dragon. They began to enter the portal. The blonde turned around one last time. Introducing Roxanne on her knees, he said that she tried hard. Falling lifelessly, she wished him luck. The squad looked at the bloody body. The girl began to take out a revolver. She fired several shots, saying that the original plan failed and they nailed the defense too quickly. Staring at the dead corpse, the redhead said that now she understands what happens when they try to make Grey Castle debtors instead of solving the problem. The girl cheered up and asked what they should do. The brunette with glasses said to change the target and that they would wait for Reagan and Jen to clash. Rebecca waved her hand and said that they couldn't squeeze into a fight between two elders, then said that she needed to find someone. Punisher blocked her way and said that she couldn't allow it. When a gun was pointed at him, she said that she had joined the team by removing one elite hero, then asked what she thought the clan expected of her. The girl frowned and said that she wasn't going to go kill him because it would be suicide. Paladin intervened and told them to stop. He averted his eyes and said that Crimson Dragon's body had been discovered among the castle plains. The redhead turned away and said that she was sorry and that Muani would be shocked. A man approached them and said that he had bad news too. He looked at the crumbling mountains. He said that according to the reports, the villains were doing very well in the battle for the repost. Looking at the army of corpses, he said that they were heading here, and this way the war would begin in the main fortress. Vector and Jen moved. They walked along the old building. In front of them was the main fortress of Grey Castle. The man was shaking, saying that they were at the main fortress. The blonde turned around and asked why he sent Ava to another place. Vector lowered his head and said that Puppeteer's suggestion to use the survivors for protection was a disgusting idea. Remembering the children, he asked if he had spoken out earlier that he was against it. While the two girls walked along the he said that Ava would be against it, and this time she could really get hurt. The blonde smirked and said that this meant she had made a lot of progress. Introducing her and Jinty, he said it didn't matter who died in these two battles, and he just needed the swords. Vector said with a dissatisfied look that he wasn't sure he did the right thing by choosing him. The blonde walked forward and said that he would make sure to raise the clan to the ground. Looking at the wall, he said that the sun had risen, but it didn't matter anymore. The blonde frowned and began to loudly call Reagan. Looking at the fortress, he shouted that he came here to test his abilities. A silhouette was watching him. Reagan narrowed his eyes and said that he would show his strength. There was a seed on the ground, and it was noted that everything began the same way as his. The seed was crushed by a foot. The blonde man looked at the workers. The guy threw a hoe over his shoulder. It was said that he was born into a family of hired farmers. He began his peaceful life. He devoted his time and energy to working the soil, and this was an ordinary life. Showing girls in love, it was said that he was happy with this life, and all the villagers loved this man. One day, a friend pushed a blonde in love towards him. Then the girls surrounded the circle dance because they decided to start a family. The blonde smiled shyly. He looked down at his wife in a white robe. The two of them danced happily. After a while, he took an apple from the tree. The girl had a baby in her arms. Then after a while, there were 3 children. Smiling broadly, they noted their growth on the tree. It was said that a man, seeing his children grow, thought to himself, The man watched them from the side. There was a large mill in the field. It was noted that as a flower blooms and fades, just as the sun rises and sets, so he lives his life and will go the same way. However, he had never made such a mistake in life. The man stood next to his wife, who asked to see. Seeing her children through the window, she said that they had grown a lot. The woman with wrinkles on her face turned. Touching her young husband's cheek, she asked why he had not changed at all. The blonde man was sitting by the cliff by the sea. It was said that this was not a surprise, and although he never said anything about it, he had known for a long time. The man was kneeling, knowing that he was different from the others. Several arrows flew through the air. They pierced the man's body. Robbers with weapons ran to the village. It was noted that before the man found the answer, the flames of discord engulfed the village. Showing the burning buildings, it was noted that even a village located on the outskirts could not survive in the era of chaos. The blonde man with a scythe fought with a robber. He hit him in the neck because he decided to fight. Having won, together with the others, he raised his weapons. Then he looked at the 3 covered bodies, and it was noted that by that time he had already lost everything. The man cried, covering his face. Bloody tools hung on the wall. After a while, he sat by the bed of an old girl. He held his aged daughter by the hand. It was said that she had already aged when he could finally rest. The man squeezed the old woman's hand. It was noted that at these moments he felt incredibly peaceful because he promised himself to end his life after his daughter's death. She asked him not to do this. Opening her eyes, the old woman asked for a promise that he would live a long time. Thus, the man was left alone. He sat by the trunk of a tree, and it is said that he spent most of the day there, and that someone said that he had been there since his grandfather, and someone that since his great-grandfather. The villagers, watching him, began to call him Reagan in honor of that very tree. It was said that in the rain and snow, Reagan never left his place. After a while, he was even able to find a new family. He was also able to make new friends. However, in the end, he was alone again by the tree. It was said that even when he tried to isolate himself from everyone, others themselves approached him first without asking permission and soon moved away due to the huge differences between them. Showed 2 wilting flowers. Demons crept under the shell. Because of this, Reagan saw inside and began to feel empty. He clutched his chest, but those words constantly circled in his head. He remembered how his daughter asked him to live. Soon he stood at the destroyed village, and this happened when he was in another place. Then he climbed the mountain to ask God a question. The man walked along the snowy peaks because he wanted to know why God was testing him like this. The blonde narrowed his eyes. He continued to walk forward, wanting to hear the voice of God. When he got there, Reagan screamed with all his might. In front of him were only endless mountains. He began to cry because all he could hear was not the voice of God. Demons burst out. The man's eyes changed color. All this was just his own echo. The man threw his weapon over his shoulder with a smile. He and his army stood in front of the blonde. Then the man beckoned with his finger. Reagan extended his hand forward. At that moment, the heads exploded, flowers appeared from them. The man was left standing surrounded by corpses. After a while, he saw another crowd of people. The man grabbed his crown. He extended it to the blonde and bowed. It was said that people began to follow him again without waiting for consent. Bracelets with the image of the sun appeared on his hands. Before Reagan realized it, people had already begun to revere him as an elder. The blonde in expensive clothes stood surrounded by flowers. After a while, a castle was built where the village used to be, and he used it as a base to increase his abilities. One day, a group of pirates came to them, who settled in the port. A woman's foot stepped onto the pier. Victoria, on whose chest there was a pendant with the sun, said hello. Then she climbed the fence and ordered her assistant to order everyone to leave here. She frowned and asked why she should do that. At that very second, Victoria hit the girl. Then she looked at her and ordered her to tell everyone that she heard that well, she will do so that the captain will stop beating her. Their assistants came out there. One guy said that he began to have problems with sleep because of these screams, then asked the servant. He thought about it, but the guy interrupted him and said that he was too big to be so timid all the time. Then he rolled his eyes and said that among 20 people, that there is not a single normal one. He understands that he is good in battles. Well, then the woman turned around and said that maybe he just expected too much. It is called privateering, to look more majestic, but in fact only pirates, if you put on heavy armor, it does not make them knights. Suddenly a man on a horse appeared on the horizon, ordered them to stop, said that these are the lands of Castle Grey under the control of the ruler Reagan. For what reason did they moor at this port? The girl raised her head and said that this is how real knights speak. But at that moment the blonde hit her and got angry. Then she smiled and said that she heard that there was a moron somewhere who claimed to be a god. She had to take her to him. He wanted to fight him. At that moment, a bright star was shining on her neck. The man tensed up, realizing that it was an elder. No matter if it was real or fake, he was not going to forgive anyone who dared to entrust the name of his master. Then the blonde turned around and said that this man looked confident and called Galramt. The guy turned around and called a servant, said that the lady was looking for him. The man in armor came into the light and looked at them. Then a whip appeared in his hand. A moment later, he was on his horse, ready for battle. And then the knight jumped up and headed towards the enemy. They were approaching each other and were ready for battle. Their spears had fallen. The men fought. The knight was left without a weapon. Then the enemy looked at him and remembered something. He abruptly put his weapon on the ground. He swung his fist and said that he forgot that he was not allowed to kill him. After that, he struck him in the face, smashing his head. The man flew back from the shock wave. Meanwhile, Victoria walked there and spoke as expected from Sir Gallerand, the only cavalry in their squad. Then she came closer and looked down, asked if the man was now ready to take him to him, but then asked again. The man's head was crushed. It was unlikely that he would say anything. The sir next to him began to panic and said that it was an accident. The woman said okay, it was worth forgetting about it. Then she smiled and said that if she thought about it, she did not need to look for him, suggested going to get drunk on Dop until he himself came to find them. And after some time, they were having fun with ordinary people. The knight raised his sword. Opposite her stood a girl warming up. They clashed in a fight. People around rejoiced. The blonde smiled and drank, watching this spectacle. Suddenly, something appeared in the distance. She turned and said that the man had finally arrived. A huge shadow hung above them. It looked like a huge tree branch, and at the very top stood a man. He stood and looked straight at her. Then the woman came as close to him as possible. Then she jumped up and broke one of the branches. Light began to appear from there, and it began to repeat everything around. And the woman continued to attack. Blow after blow, she dealt to this monster, and her huge sword broke each of its branches. After some time, she walked through the garden and found a tree with some marks on it. Then she remembered how in childhood they measured their height. There was a beautiful winter lake nearby. Someone said that he saw how she was already leaving. Then the girl turned around and said that she still had a good time. At least she made sure that this man was not a real god. He was standing near a tree at the time and asked what God meant to her, an all-powerful being. The girl turned around and replied that she was not ready for such philosophical questions. She thought that this was the best she could imagine together. Then she smiled and added that it was something that would be stronger. The man looked at her and asked what he would do if he found such a person. But she did not keep him waiting and answered that she would surpass him. Then he dropped his head and said that it was very interesting. The blonde came closer and asked what about him. Why did he care so much about the meaning of the word God? It was snowing in the city. While they were not discussing what the girl said, that he could build his own small world here and rule over it as he wanted, but that still did not make him a god. The snow had already covered the cracked ice. Then the man raised his hand and added that, however, it did not matter how strong a person was, time would still inevitably flow and no one could stop it. Then he looked at his palm and said that even if this was so, he would still try to become a god on his own. And if he could not become one, he would simply create one. He looked straight down with his crazy eyes. Then he raised his head. He and Jen were looking at each other. Then the blonde came closer and said that he was clearly not all there. And the man picked up a huge fruit and replied that this was a very disappointing answer. Then he began to write it with energy and said that this was the first quality for becoming an elder. A moment later, the raft began to crack. And then the whole city was illuminated by a bright light. A huge tree appeared, which swept away everything with its roots and branches. It was so big that it was visible even from the sea. And then a castle appeared nearby. At that moment, a battle was going on in it. People were fighting each other. And at the edge of the wall, a girl stood and shouted that they had to stop them. Don't let the corpse come even closer. She looked ahead and did not understand what was happening. Then she turned around. Her brother ran up to her and spoke. The girl could not come to her senses and said that this simply could not be. She watched as people in crowns killed ordinary citizens. Suddenly a branch appeared above them, and it pierced the Lord. He did not even have time to understand anything. Another lord stood in front of him and said that he really did not want this, asked to believe him. Somewhere nearby, the same plants were strangling another person from the nobility. All these people began to rise into the air as if someone specifically wanted to hang them. What was going on? After that, she took her brother by the shoulder. He said that it was a big fault. She agreed with him. Then she lowered her head and said that the last phase of the experiment had begun. In response, she heard the question of what phase are we talking about? Then she imagined the throne and said that the rulers of the fortress said that her father became even more obsessed after meeting the Steel Witch. That's when he came up with this plan. He grew a huge tree, called this crazy plan Project Yggdrasil. According to the plan, all the power together with those that had been accumulating since the era of chaos were to unite into one whole. One can imagine a beautiful bouquet. Afterwards, she lowered her head and said that from the outside it also looks terrifying. But soon its roots will go beyond the forest of immortals, absorbing all living creatures by force, including people, no matter how many of them and for whom they are. The young man was surprised and asked if it was true that no matter how many there were, the smiling man's invasion would only add fuel to the fire. Then the girl raised her head and said that this army was gathered to eliminate the elder. One can imagine how nutritious it would be. Then she dropped her eyes and said that they could have thwarted her father's plan if they had stopped the enemies, but in truth, all they could do was delay them. The girl walked to the edge of the fortress and said that it turned out that all they could do was pray that he could somehow finish off his father. Ideally, both sides should suddenly unite and start working together to stop the project with all their might. Then she imagined how the brunette kills another lord. This did not happen. Then she stepped to the edge herself. She spread her arms and shouted, "Is father happy now?" Suddenly, plants began to emerge from her hands. If it is possible to be reborn after death. She pointed a poisonous flower straight at herself and shouted that with all her heart she wished not to be born Sinclair. But suddenly a stalk appeared, which was stopped by this flower, and the girl was squeezed in a vice, began to ask what her brother was doing. He asked did she really think that it would be true just to watch her do it. Then he came closer and said that you shouldn't be an idiot. How can you part with life just like that? You should at least resist. But the girl stood her ground and said that this was said by the one who got out of this wretched place. Soon they would lose control over their abilities. Suddenly the guy jumped up, ran around the platinum green. He ran forward and told his sister to just sit here quietly. Then he stretched out his hand and released the stalks. A huge megaphone appeared in front of him, in which the young man began to shout that everyone who is still holding on or was able to maintain their sanity should listen to him. He was determined and shouted that they should not stop fighting each other immediately. Otherwise everyone would be doomed. They should join forces and destroy the huge tree in the main fortress. This is the only way for everyone to survive. Somewhere nearby, a blonde was listening to all this and standing on the roof. She frowned and asked what this guy was yelling about. Then she went into the dilapidated building. She came closer to the girl. She was sitting upset and thinking about her own. Then the hero killer Tio grabbed her cheeks and asked what happened to her. She stood in front of her and said that she should not worry, she would soon become a smiling woman. And after that, she lifted her above herself and began to pat her cheeks. A moment later, she threw her back. Behind her, the wind was blowing and snow was falling. At that moment, the blonde stood up and looked down. Then she raised her head and said that she did not expect that he would betray them like that. And Ava got angry and said that she understood her perfectly, and Jen is an asshole and a damn traitor. Then she remembered how she ran forward, and Vector was standing opposite and creating a teleport. Then she sat down next to her and listened to her friend say that most likely this guy left them here because he knew that they would try to stop him, but he can't stop thinking that it was because they were too weak. The girl also smiled and said that she really thought that she had achieved a lot after leaving here, but apparently she was still weak by his standards. The hero killer folded her arms and said that there was no need to talk such nonsense. They did everything right, only this blonde guy was to blame for everything. Then she took out her sword and said that she should have guessed when she saw his creepy smile. No wonder, because even his gift is very creepy. She also put the sword in front of herself and added that first Professor Sword had deceived her and now this, and heard her friend ask what she would do now. She looked at her and replied that she thought she needed to meet him face to face. The girls were sitting in front of a huge hole in the wall and realized that they would have to go through this whole mess. Rachel turned around and said that her friend also wanted to see how it would all end in the end. After all, no one likes the unproven. Then she raised her hand and said that her path had been lived. There was a huge explosion. The girls escaped from there with incredible speed on another liana. Somewhere in the distance there was a huge tree, and explosions were heard nearby. The blonde frowned and thought that Ingen had already started, which meant. Then she raised her head and said that this was wonderful, we need to end this once and for all. Suddenly she saw her enemy below. He took out his sword and was ready for battle, and immediately struck. Then he raised his head and said that the girl would not live to see tomorrow. She in turn frowned and said that these were her words, promised to kill him as well as his respected friends. She also remembered her mentor. The unfolding scene was approaching its climax. Reagan Sinclair stood opposite him with glowing eyes. The blonde jumped off and told Rachel to go first, she would catch up with her. Then the girl pointed to the side and said that she should be careful, she would wait for her under that big tree. After that, the hero killer turned around and approached her opponent. Then she took out her sword. He did the same, and a moment later, the rivals clashed in a duel. Ava dodged as best she could. The guy dealt blow after blow, and he was not going to give up, did not give time to strike back. Then the girl raised her leg, tried to attack him, but nothing happened, she threw it aside. Then another attempt, even the earth would rise up and crack. The hero killer was very determined, but her opponent was not going to give up either. He pulled out his blade again. Then he looked up. The girl had dismembered him into pieces with dark dances and said that he shouldn't even try to pull out the sword. But suddenly he began to regenerate, activated the blade of eternal suffering. After that, an explosion sounded and soul theft was called. A huge crack appeared in the ground, next to which the girl was running and thought that there would be no wet spot left if this guy hit. He frowned and said that we'll see if she can handle it. Then we activated soul theft, inheritance, and aimed it straight at the girl. She began to jump, stone by stone, and tried to save. She ran straight to her opponent and thought that she couldn't parry it face to face, she could only dodge when she saw it. Then she grabbed her neck because she was wounded and thought that the most unpleasant thing in the battle was his 100-sided blade. The young man was standing in front of her at that moment. Now this blade took the form of a sickle. As soon as he took it out, the girl looked there and thought that usually this man changes the shape of the blade when he takes it out of the sheath, does not think that this is one of the main forms for him. Then she dodged another blow and thought that whoever is in her hand, in which he holds the sword, will never be able to get close. Then she swung and was able to injure him, then he will simply hit the other side. She grabbed a stone and swung, and she threw this stone at him sharply, with such force that the hand flew to the side. But when the man ran up to her, his hand had already regenerated, and he was able to throw her back, and he hit her in the stomach with such force that the girl flew into the wall. She managed to stop not so far away, blades were sticking out of her stomach. The blonde leaned over and said that her opponent used his fist, it was against the rules. But he came closer and said that he learned it from her. Then the hero killer raised her sword and said that if so, then this is an indicator that he is a diligent student, because she beat Sapphire to death with her fist. Jinty was very angry from what he heard and shouted that he would cut her into small pieces. Then he ran up and delivered another blow. The girl looked at him through the blade and thought that although she had hit her, he had given something in return for this. He would no longer be able to change the shape of the 100-sided blade. Now she needed to do something that would really somehow affect the outcome. She also imagined an hourglass and thought that she definitely should not use the killer's time. Although it was an excellent choice against strong enemies, there was one big problem. Memories of the previous battle come to mind. Jinty understands perfectly well how this gift works. Firstly, it originally belonged to Condor, and secondly, this guy has direct experience. After that, the battle continued. The girl began to sort through memories in her head. First with her father, she thought that everything was fine. She remembered his face, she had imagined this battle many times. Then how she and the baby arrived in the city. Besides this, it was for this very reason that she came to the Castle Grey first of all. And she also looked at him and thought that she came here to kill him. Then she frowned and asked what he thought Sapphire said before she died. The young man was surprised and asked again, after which the girl ran up to him as close as possible, and right in his ear she whispered that she no longer remembered. He could ask her in hell if he was so interested. And then she began to tear him into small pieces, and his head was impaled on a sword. The blonde came up and reminded him that she told him that she would kill him again and again until he died. And every time he regenerated, she repeated it over and over again. There was already an incredible amount of blood on her body, and his body was simply turning into small fragments, shattered into pieces. After that, she decided to activate the killing blade. Blood flew to the sides like fireworks. Ava literally stood in the rain of blood. But suddenly a sword appeared behind her, and an eye began to appear next to her. Then a hand, and her opponent was completely restored, asked if it was true that she had not realized that she would never be able to kill him, and the same explosion sounded. The girl stuck in the vines raised her hand and said if it was true, she was starting to think that she would succeed. Then she lowered her head and added that she must give him credit, no joke, an amazing fighter. At the same moment, she approached her opponent and said that he was him, and activated the Garden of Loneliness. The guys found themselves in a completely different place. The blonde added that it was a terrible fate, but it was almost over. She sat on a tree with an apple and said that it was necessary to finish this once and for all with her sworn enemy. Then they began to destroy everything around. Their battle continued. The guys attacked each other, tried to touch. Their blades touched, shaking everything around, with such force that even the earth shook. And now they were as close to each other as possible. The guy asked what her plan was. Then she continued to chop him into small pieces and said that she would kill him now, and then kill him again, and looked with her burning eyes. At that very second, dozens of daggers pierced him straight from the ground. His hands began to fall apart into pieces, but then they parted again. Was that really all she could think of? After the guy struck, but the girl was able to dodge, while placing him in half. Then he smiled and said that it was very predictable, grabbed his hand and did something incredible. Having torn himself apart, he tried to cut it again. And it worked. The girl frowned and thought that from the moment he got the power of the torch, the strong one changed his sword style. Even if you imagine their last battle, the living blade technique is used quickly and accurately, but now he only does what he attacks, does not think about defense, so he cannot die. After analyzing each blow, she thought that although his attacks are deadly, but at the same time he can also be easily wounded. Then she imagined the baby and thought that the torch also has a limit, and learned this just from the time spent with Nenya. Immediately his hand began to regenerate a new one. He always first restores the left hand in which he holds the sword, but perhaps this is because he does not want to lose the blade. Suddenly the man struck, cutting down an entire tree. A dark-haired woman was flying from the side, thinking that this would be her path to victory. She flew right up to him and struck him with a demonic claw. Then, from the other side, she attacked in her usual form and thought that she had to kill him as many times as she could. Cutting him into pieces over and over again, she continued to think that she had to deplete his ESD as much as possible. But the opponent was not going to give up, even without legs. He continued to fight her while simultaneously recovering. Then the girl decided to use a long tongue. She tried to strike him, hit him in the shoulder. After that, he looked at her and asked what the hell was that. She was a little offended by this, so she said that he was much worse. At the same moment, Jinty raised his hand up and said that if the girl was done with her stupid tricks, it was time to put an end to this battle, it was time to see his blade. Everything around was shrouded in light, the blade of eternal suffering was activated, a metal squall. The blonde began to dodge as best she could, but nevertheless, everything around was destroyed. Then she put the balls forward and thought that it would last forever, that she would die this way, just defending herself. Then she spread her arms to the side and screamed his name. Her eyes filled with anger, and the only thing she screamed was that it was time for him to die. After that, she decided to use brain control. Because of this, the man himself brought the blade to his neck. At that very second, the girl broke away and ran to him. She thought that she could only interrupt his movement for a second, but a second would be enough for her. Then she took out her sword, and she began to transy the opponent over and over again, activate the black rose. After that, and the guy flew into pieces, leaving only the silhouette of a rose on the ground. The blonde did not stop and continued to twirl her hand. At that very second, she noticed how her opponent immediately began to part. She did not let him fully regenerate and snapped her fingers again. We must continue to attack. Click after click, her opponent was flying apart into small pieces and recovering. It seemed that it would never stop. After that, the blonde took out a glass baptism and threw it right at him. The call of light was activated, a bright flash filled everything around. Then the girl frowned and thought that finally, now she would have a chance and she could not miss it. Then she remembered his last blow and thought that if the guy used it again, then she would be fried in the blink of an eye. Because of this, the light should have lasted quite a long time. The guy was again gathering himself piece by piece. This was not the most pleasant sight, and her fragments were slowly falling apart into small pieces. And now the girl was standing almost in despair. She closed her eyes and her strength was running out. Then she directed her hand forward and thought that she could definitely do it. There was just a little bit left. She continued to attack the remains of her opponent, almost. She was very tired and tense, but she was not going to stay. She hit right at his click, and she did not even notice how his village appeared behind her, saying that he could let go of his sword at any moment. And then he pierced her chest, saying that the enemy could be killed without him. Everything around began to blaze. The Lord of the Unknown moved them back. And now the girl was standing in the snow again. The man told her that it was useless to resist. In response, he heard that it was worth kissing her on the ass. After the young man came closer and said that even in the face of death, she was still so rude. Ava raised her head and shouted that this guy had also reached his limit, like herself. The guy grouped himself. Two sworn enemies raised their swords and in a fight with each other for the final blow. With her last strength, she asked for pudding. She ran forward, counting on his help, wanting them to be able to avenge the baby together. And the enemy was approaching her with the same speed. The girl was very determined. Hatred was visible in her eyes. The two clashed in a duel. Afterwards, she fell right to the ground, covered in blood, and the boys fell next to each other. Jinty, despite being cut in half, began to laugh and smile, said that he had defeated the hero killer. The girl lay and thought that this was the end. Was it really the end? She remembered all her opponents. Really? Was it really all over? She thought that in the end she would be able to achieve heights. Then she imagined the blonde. How much more was needed for this? She also imagined her teacher, who said that she had great potential, but for this potential she had to survive. Afterwards, she began to analyze the enemy. What potential? Why did she need it, when this person was simply endowed with talent? Then she thought that enough was enough of the excuse, with a stinging fist, and was ready for the final dash. A moment later, she released the cube, which activated the player and fell in the 6-up, now or never. A huge pillar of fire suddenly appeared. Finally her potential was available. No need to rely on empty hopes anymore. She looked at the fire and said that there were only the two of them here, on this damned land. It was only the current Ava and the current Jinty. Then she looked into the bloody long eyes of her opponent and said that she would no longer hope that she would completely figure out the future. Here were only her current abilities against him and his abilities. The girl pushed off the ground and looked straight into his eyes. After that, she activated the bridle of silence. And a moment later, the guy said that nonsense, this is impossible, he hasn't even shown half of his fencing yet. Then he fell and heard that this is the irony of life. At the last second, he tried to pounce on her and wished for death. The girl grabbed his face. While he was strangling her, she replied that she would definitely die. Then darkness and the energy of the torch began to come out through it. Since it needed to go somewhere, it began to move into the girl's body, with such force that she threw her back a little. And at the last moment the guy exhaled, then fell. The last frames were how he swings at the hero killer. Then he starts to cut her and kills her. At the same second, Sapphire comes there. And finally, two loving hearts are reunited. Closing his eyes, the guy laughed and said that he won. This was an appeal to Sapphire. Then she stood up and realized that it was finally over. She came closer and exhaled. But suddenly something started to happen. The blonde fell to her knees again and thought that her body was falling apart. Enormous energy was trying to get out. She frowned and thought that her body couldn't hold the power of the torch. The light literally filled everything around her. She urgently needed to deal with it with the enemy's ability or somehow else. Then she frowned and thought that it wasn't working. The body was breaking down faster than it was healing. Suddenly, someone came up to her and said that she seemed to have problems. The girl turned around and saw a person there. Hecate came closer and said that she could buy her some time, but that was all. She would have to make a decision on her own. The blonde began to cough up blood and listened to him say that she had to forget about the torch. If she couldn't use Jitty's ability, she would simply die from fatal wounds. Then the hero killer looked up at her and asked what she should do, and in response she heard that she knew what to do. The woman came even closer and said that she had to let go of everything that was in the way. Immediately remembered the words of the blonde, who said that you need to learn to give up and not be so greedy. Then the girl lowered her head and said that she agreed. At that very second, the woman raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Light began to illuminate everything around. At that very second, the hero put his hand on the girl's shoulder. The one she killed stood next to her and said that it was fine to cope without them, as if they were old friends. Then Jade smiled and said that this girl had already achieved so much. It was very difficult for her to listen to this. Then she lowered her head and thanked them for everything. The guys were just happy to hear. And then they went away as far as possible. Then the girl stood up and looked at the healed wounds. Her hands were completely intact and everything had disappeared. But she felt that her physical indicators had increased greatly despite the loss of abilities. Hecate threw her something and said that she should not forget about it. It turned out that it was a sword. The blonde hid it and thought that she could now pull out this sword. And she really did it. From one blow, even the ground in front of her split. It looked very majestic. Then the girl turned around and heard congratulations on a successful breakthrough. The woman came closer and asked where she would go now. At that moment, Pudding flew up with the opponent's sword. The blonde replied that everything depended on what gift could handle it. Zame put the sword in its sheath and added that it was also a little luck on her part. She is not sure that she can say that she will win again. Then she lowered her head and said that the opponent was a non-entity. Despite the strength he possessed, the true embodiment of a villain, and as a villain, she respects and admires him a little for this, then said goodbye. Leaving, she called him her worst sworn enemy. At the same time, the battle continued near the tree. Rachel flew up to him and suddenly something appeared on the side. Had to jump down, and in the distance a man appeared who said that they had already met her. It was in the city and a long time ago. Then, in the 16th sector, the girl I am among the people from these places, but she is not controlled by the seed. After that, the guy came closer and bowed. In her face he remembered a very little girl, said that the name was something like Rachel. The blonde listened attentively as he said what he thought, left this place at the time when the smiling man appeared in the castle gray in the past. Every time he thought if it could be her, when he heard that among the nameless there is someone with the last name Sinclair. And he also introduced their composition, said that he was very glad that the girl remained alive. Then he came closer when the baby asked again if he was really glad. The guy tensed up a little and replied that he understood that it was disgusting to her and was not going to deny it because it was clear that the purpose of the visit was revenge. The girl lowered her head and asked how in his opinion, why always use the name of the House of Sinclair, if she was not even recognized as the heir, also despises it, but all this is done in order to tell them that everything is fine with her and alive. Then she smiled and said that she came here specifically for the place, the House of Sinclair, to meet her death at the hands of one of them. Then the young man lowered his head and said that unfortunately, those who caused her pain had already fled from here. Imagined how these people were leaving on horses. And also imagined the killed lords, those who did not have time, became fertilizer for the local trees. Then he raised his eyes and said that something still remained, something that would cause much more pain to his father than death. The blonde came up and asked with a smile what it was. Here is the answer. I heard that it is necessary to destroy the 1,000-year-old case of Reagan Sinclair. The guys approached the tree. The guy explained that it is necessary to absorb the Yggdrasil. Meanwhile, somewhere on top of this tree, there was a battle. The men stood opposite each other and were ready to fight. The blows were so strong that dust rose. They clashed in a duel, only one should survive. Another blow, everything in the dust. They jumped from place to place. The elder hovered in the sky and summoned a huge flower, but suddenly something appeared behind him, and the force of the blow increased due to the activation of an additional skill. But this did not last long, because the opponent's blow flew there, and this star instantly collapsed. Then the man extended his hand and tried to restore it, and a little lower stood his opponent, looking straight at him. Everything around was against him. The tree itself seemed to come to life, and after that, the wooden ensemble was activated. Huge crystals were everywhere. The young man went behind them, and then they began to explode one after another. These shells flew into the huge faces on the square, and thus they were destroyed. The tree was losing every branch, second by second. The guy found himself right in front of the greatest image. Its eyes were incredibly black, as if demonic, and in the distance stood his opponent. Then the blonde raised his head and said that he saw what was at the top of the tower. The man listened to him carefully and then replied that it must be talking about a huge fragment in Avaran. There is also a drawing there. The one who can climb the tower is worthy of gaining legendary power. Then the man came closer and said that he was so desperate that he began to rely on myths, the one who challenged him. The same huge hand struck him and the guy replied that he can continue to bluff, but at the same time he knows one thing very well. Then Ingen raised his head and said that many elders, including him, could not pass the tests of the tower, and at the same second he aimed a blow at him. The man was able to artificially reflect it and did not answer. Then the guy continued, remembered that tower and said that what he saw on the top floor was an illusion of what he feared most. The whole cosmos was unfolding before his eyes. Then the young man knelt down on one knee and said that to overcome this, it was not at all necessary to have strength, like on the lower floors, where you could just fight the enemy and move on. Then he came closer and asked if the man wanted to know how the guy did it. He looked at him and said was he really trying to talk him into it, quite a wise tactic. A moment later, everything was enveloped in a bright light, so strong that nothing was visible, and on the tree from the inside, there were imprints, and huge copies appeared right out of the ground. The blonde was not going to give up. Just like his opponent, he was always somewhere above, and from below he directed his blows at him. This time the warriors were running. But with one huge fist, the guy was able to throw them in different directions, and he dealt with all the attacks quite skillfully. These powerful hands even threw him up, bringing him closer to the enemy, and when they finally got close, they started hitting each other directly again. Blood was everywhere. One of them was wounded. Then again a column of smoke, a strong earthquake. After it, another explosion followed, and then the blonde came closer and said that he knew that the elder was as mortal as he was. The man looked at him and replied that he recognized that his skills were quite suitable. She also took a step forward and activated the underground greenery. It was as if huge pillars began to appear, the coming of the ancient. The earth was leaving from under their feet. At that moment, the man found himself in a huge labyrinth. This made the blonde smile, because a second later, they began to collapse right on him. Well, this time he was able to protect himself thanks to his strength. At that very second, a protective dome seemed to be created around him. The guy smiled and looked forward. Another forest wave was coming at him, and it was decided to call on the Muharava. It helped. The young man lowered his head and began to mumble something to himself on the tray. Then he imagined all his fallen friends, Roxanne, Noogle, Chain. If you imagine the destroyed flag, also those who gave their souls without a trace in the name of the old Nira. The boy walked along the bloody battlefield, thinking that he would not be standing here without their sacrifices. Then he imagined his comrades and thought that if he could go back in time again. While he was young and lay in the grass and thought about the future, everyone was alive and well. He immediately smiled sarcastically and said that he sacrificed them again without hesitation. His eyes read wildly, twice, 10, 100, thousands, tens of thousands, and even more. And Jen raised his sword and was ready for victory. It turned into a huge energy, like a ball rising to the very top. He began to laugh and said what a pity that he was born exactly then. There were pillars of energy around, such strong blows that pieces fell down, and as soon as they touched something solid, an explosion immediately occurred, so strong were the blows of the opponents. And in all this, in the distance stood the elder. Then he raised his hand, and new projectiles for the battle began to grow on the earth. They created a whole wooden umbrella. Thus, they could cover the elders from the explosions. And the young man stood below and watched all this. Reagan quickly made a spear out of wood, but he did not have time to do anything, because in the distance, projectiles began to explode, and the guy's weapon flew at him. But still, the man was able to repel this attack with one blow. Then he leaned over and asked if this was the power they were talking about. The young man looked at him and asked if he was joking. Then he activated the pipe. Huge boulders of stone began to fall from the ground, and one of them was approaching the man. Then it stuck into the ground with such force that everything around began to shake. This continued for some time, the flying projectiles even blocked the sunlight. The counterattack was not long in coming, the man was already approaching him. But the guy was able to create a protective barrier, and then the elder lowered his hand, which was half destroyed. He decided to try to launch the wooden wave again. This time there were many more projectiles. Wooden sticks began to hit each other, creating a resonance, and huge black spots continued to disintegrate in the sky, and thus they destroyed everything around. And Jen just stood and watched all this, while the man fought off the blows each time and tried to attack him. But unfortunately he did not succeed. Suddenly a whole vortex of energy was created around him. This time, he managed to escape. After the elder came closer and looked at the enemy, the young man turned to him and said that he had one proposal. Then he came closer and said that now the man could tell him everything he knew about the Steel Witch, and he, in turn, would mercifully spare his life, just like Yushin. But Reagan only came closer and asked why the king of Nero was trying so hard. Then he lowered his head and said that perhaps it was for the clan servants hiding between the trees, or for Yggdrasil, over which he had lost control. Then he raised his hand and said that the young man should be able to overcome multiple ambushes, betrayal, and traps of other people. He also began to release his energy and said that with the help of strength alone, it is not worth coming up with plans, firmly standing your ground in order to be awarded the title of elder. Then the man came up close to him and added, why did he think that the Iron Witch did not destroy the Tort? It is worth considering why she is trying so hard to create an artificial god, and the young man also knew that he had answers to many of the questions that worried him. And after that, he raised his hand and gave his word that he would answer him all the questions that they knew the answers to, but only if he defeated him. The blonde went forward and said that it was wonderful, that's what he wanted to hear. A second later, he struck the first blow, and the man flew straight at him with a smile, and now they clashed again. The blow was so strong that electricity penetrated the roots of all the nearby trees. The scepter of the underworld attack was activated. The elder stretched out his hand forward and struck, so strong that it pierced the young man, but he took it. His hands were bleeding. A small knife is enough to kill someone, the old man once taught him how. Then the man came closer and said that it would be stupid of him to challenge the elder Reagan. The guy dropped his hands, listened as he was offered to consider an escape plan if something went wrong. And at that very second, the man pierced him with his spear. Then he picked it up and wanted to throw it aside. But as he flew away, the guy launched the last blow at him. The force of the blow was such that the light enveloped everything around, and it seemed that there was a whole abyss between them. The young man flew and thought that now he understood how his comrade felt before his death. He imagined it. Then he put his hand to his forehead and thought that he was sure that now was the right moment to reveal his strength. Immediately he raised his eyes and looked at him with wild eyes. That same wall was still intact and unharmed, but as soon as the guy touched it, many cracks appeared on it, and a second later, water rushed out from there, everything fell to the very bottom. The rivals stood opposite each other. The elder looked at the blonde and thought that it had died down. It didn't last long, the Pratapan strike was activated. All the standing pillars began to be worn out and destroyed. The man looked at it and didn't understand what was happening. He said that it finally dawned on the guy. Unfortunately for him, there would be no second chance like this. At that moment, the young man approached him and said that he didn't need a second chance, there were no more obstacles. And then he began to shine like a star in the sky. The man tried to attack him, but as if it was already useless, he finally suggested ending it. The pillar of energy rose up. There was a lot of destruction. The girl finally got to that place and watched everything from the side. Suddenly, a particle of energy landed next to her, and an incredibly strong explosion sounded. Half the earth was torn apart. She jumped back and was surprised their attacks reach even here. Then she turned and saw someone nearby, said that she was waiting for an explanation. The guy approached and said that everything was as he had already said. They had to stop the expansion of the plan. No matter what it took, the battle between his father and the smiling man was not so important now. Then he came closer and said that he was afraid. He did not have time to kill her. He also heard that she had the ability to steal other people's gifts. Sir took hold of her sword and said that he wanted her to take his gift. The girl got angry and thought why exactly then, when she could not do it. Then she imagined her body and thought that yes, it had become much stronger, but all her powers were aimed at preserving the body from destruction until she could find a solution. She would not be able to use anything other than the Jinti gift. Then she remembered how this man saved the baby and said that she would pretend that she had not heard anything, only because he had helped her in the past, and also, this constant strange feeling that did not go away. The guy raised his hand and said that her companion had already left. Then the girl immediately turned around and ran away shouting why didn't he tell her about it right away. While she was running through the forest, she was thinking that Rachel had asked her to find her under a giant tree. She also visualized the map. She had to make a detour to avoid getting into the thick of the battle. Then she jumped off some cliff and was already approaching the place. Some signs of a battle were visible in the distance. Huge wooden claws attacked her, but the girl was able to cut them with one blow and continued to offend, also destroying everything that came across her along the way. While she was running, she was thinking that it was so easy for her. She looked ahead and thought that Jen, Victoria and the others, did they really have this ease from the very beginning? After which she finally reached her destination and saw her friend in the distance. She was trying to defend herself from the spears flying in her direction. Suddenly, the girl intervened and was able to reflect everything. Then she managed to get closer and said that she was finally here. The girl was very happy to see her. The blonde continued to cut through the copy flying at them. Then she turned around and said what she thought. She realized what was happening. There was some kind of huge monster in front of them. It seems she was in trouble because of that thing. The girl looked out of the shelter and said that she just can't cope, and the blonde replied that she needed to say something. Then she turned around and said that she came here only for her. She will leave the nameless when the fight is over. There was no reaction after that, so the blonde turned and asked why her friend was not surprised, and she replied that she already suspected it. She imagined other people under hypnosis. Ava and Jen are very different in their approaches, and this time even she was deceived. Then the blonde began to fight back and said that she would take everything she needed. There was no point in her continuing to be an instrument in a war that was not interesting to her. At that moment, when the boy continued to fight the elder, the girl added that he had just said everything or nothing, so this darkness would not dissipate until it ate Reagan alive or swallowed him whole. Then she raised her head and said that now she understood why he brought her here in the first place. Then she frowned and said that they had to go and create problems. Then the girls began to roll down the stems forward, and in the distance they saw a huge monster. It looked something like a big beetle. Then the girls grabbed the leaves and approached it straight. Rachel decided to attack right away and used a leaf fan attack. The blonde jumped up and swung it hard. After that, she threw her blade right at his head. It was a birdcage throw. Then she grabbed the second sword and shouted that they had to start. Her friend did not wait a minute. Then she ran forward. It was a kind of distraction because the monster turned its attention to her. The blonde then cut it in half, and then jumped back, watching this monster collapse, said that she would deal with it. Rachel was able to get to the tree at that moment. She approached it and thought that its size defied the law of nature, but now in front of it she felt not the unimaginable magnificence of nature, rather it was strong hostility. She also remembered how just a couple of hours ago she stood next to a guy, and he said that Yggdrasil is also a tree. Her gift will influence it until it becomes too big. It is necessary to take control of it and destroy it. There she also introduced another girl. The guy said that he believes in her because she is the only one from Sinclair who is not subject to the control of the seed. And the girl also remembered how she stood in front of a huge monster and was ready to fight him. Now she went inside and thought that she should remember how she did it last time. She has a lot of experience in controlling plants. Then she touched it. It is just a big tree, that's all. Suddenly something happened. It was very surprised, as if the world began to collapse. And then she fell to her knees, exhaled. She became scared, as if she could not cope with it. The girl began to clench her fists and think that this is impossible. Someone like her will never be able to control it. Her eyes were filled with fear. She thought that she was very sorry. She really couldn't. After that, she suddenly turned around. There were tools lying nearby, completely covered in blood. She still decided to go inside and thought that these were farm tools because the village should be very far from here. At the same time, she remembered how the guy was shouting into the megaphone. She turned around and thought that now she understood everything. The blonde closed her eyes. These people just want to protect their native land, that's the thing. Then she transformed and said that she would bring spring to these lands. She carefully collected her thoughts and went forward. And while she was walking, she thought that she couldn't take control of the entire tree. It was beyond her strength. Then she stretched out her hand forward. She understood something only now after the contact. This tree is no different from the inhabitants of Castle Grey. Other Sinclairs or her, it is the same person. Therefore, the girl decided to create a garden of loneliness there. At the same time, the bishop was sitting in his office and watching all this. A plan worked out to the smallest detail, always sensitively reacts to the slightest change. He smiled and said how interesting it is, what kind of face the guy makes when an unforeseen variable interferes with his 1,000-year plan. At that moment, there was silence on the battlefield, but suddenly one of the branches gave a bud, and right after that, the first flower blossomed. It was very interesting. It was so small and weak. One flower, there is a war around, it could be crushed in an instant. The elder was surprised. This weak little flower turned a divine being into an ordinary person. Then he raised his head and asked what the guy did. Then he came closer and said that this is a flame that absorbs the life force of the creator. He continued to come closer and said that life, continuing to recover despite multiple wounds, is strange. They stood opposite each other, a battle between a weapon that pierces everything in its path and a shield that blocks all attacks. Victory was impossible for both sides. Then a huge explosion rang out. At the same time, in a completely different reality, a girl was walking through a beautiful garden. She looked around and thought that the dimension created by her gift was mixed with the power of someone else. Then she approached a tree and thought that it seemed like this tree was the source of everything. As soon as she touched it and thought that she could not destroy it yet. Suddenly, a little girl appeared behind her and asked if she had seen her daddy. Suddenly, the blonde turned around. She pulled out her weapon and thought that she had not felt her presence at all. Of course, this was probably the child, the owner of Yggdrasil. The baby looked at her with her small eyes and did not understand who she was. After the girl put her hand behind her back and said that she was an inhabitant of this reality, just like her, and then she heard that the child hoped she knew where her mother was. At that moment, while they continued talking, a sharp vine began to appear behind the girl. The little girl continued and said that people wearing blue armor, mom, is far away. Then tears poured from her eyes. These people also hurt her. Because of this she cried a lot. The little girl imagined those terrible events, said that there were too many early, and also shed tears. She begged them to stop. But people continued to chop and butt into her with different sharp objects. The worst thing is that she could not see mommy. Then the little girl came closer and said that daddy and friends, everyone who loved her, disappeared. Maybe she should not have been born, but in response she heard that this is not so. The blonde came closer and said that you should not say that. Then the child raised her head and asked if it was true. Now everything is fine. Suddenly her eyes became wild. She explained that she ate them all. And suddenly huge sunflowers of the devourers appeared above her head. One master said that it is possible to become a god, but she does not know what a god means. These flowers looked terribly scary, and then the little girl added that she would like her mom and dad, as well as her friends, to return to her if she becomes a god. Rachel looked at her and said that she did not know. Then she lowered her head and said that her birth was definitely not a mistake. At that moment, a huge sunflower was already right above her head. But the child began to cry. She lowered her head and said that she felt it. Then she looked at the girl again and added that she was slowly becoming the same as those guys in blue uniforms. In fact, she never wanted to eat anyone. After that, she ran up to her and tearfully asked her to kill her. If you imagine a forest, some trees grew slowly, but grew into giant pine trees, and some sprouts were crushed as soon as they began to peck through the ground. And these two stood opposite each other, and then they hugged. Behind the beginning of Russia, another tree, everything was green. The little girl turned away and said that she would give her everything, so she had to show her a beautiful flower. And at that very moment, the forest began to bloom. A small but beautiful pink flower almost blossomed. The blonde with tears in her eyes kissed the little girl and thanked her. And on the branches of the trees, pink buds began to appear. And a second later, they began to blossom into beautiful flowers. A whole tree appeared right in the middle of this terrible place. Then the child raised her head and said that it looked very beautiful. About the same flower blossomed once in the battlefield, as well as a whole tree began to blossom there. There were flowers everywhere, and one flower was special. A huge tree blossomed and turned into a blooming sakura. The guy walked forward and thought that he was waiting for this flower to change everything. The elder tensed up. He looked at him and suddenly felt like he was hit from behind. As soon as he turned around, he saw her. The blonde stood and looked at him from afar, hinting that hell awaited him. Then she smashed him with her hands, awakening the demon. And then all her powers were directed straight at this man. He fought back as best he could, but it was useless. The huge monster was already reaching out to him with his hands, and then he slapped him like a small bug. His hands began to melt and gurgle, and then the man got out of there and was able to repel this attack as well. Then he immediately looked at her, but he did not have time to do anything because the girl was already as close as possible. She struck, then she ran past him. Everything behind her was covered in blood, and the elder himself stood and did not understand anything. Then a bright pillar of light appeared. He activated his shield again and flew upward. Thus, the man tried to attack this monster. As soon as he flew up, she received another blow, and then she began to rapidly fall down. Nevertheless, he managed to strike several fatal blows, and it seemed that victory was in his pocket. As soon as he landed, a huge column of smoke rose. Almost immediately, silhouettes became visible, and he said that it is difficult for him to admit. He stuck his sword into him and said about a wild flower that was able to grow itself, much more beautiful than the tree that he grew for 1,000 years. The young man said all this and smiled, and the elder grabbed him by the blade. Then he tore it right out of his back and said that legends on that legend, they are not so easy to destroy. After that, he raised his head and looked at him with wild eyes. Everything around was destroyed. In the end, no special abilities remained. The guys continued to fight with their fists. They struck blow after blow and thought that both of them had no more Esta left. The young man was very angry with his blows, thought that victory was near. Then he was surprised and thought how his eyes could still look 1,000 years ahead. And indeed, the man's face, despite his condition, was very different from the light of his eyes. The blonde received a blow to the face and the elder thought that everything was simple. His defeat was impossible in any situation. Then he smiled and was sure that this would soon be the end of it. He also frowned and thought that he would defeat the guy right here and now and start all over again from scratch. Suddenly, a petal began to fall on them. Where did it come from? A girl was approaching there. Everything was in pink petals, and the man looked up and wondered if he had always been this color. And in the same second, while briefly distracted, he received a strong blow to the face. The blonde looked at him and begged him to die for the sake of all the gods. Meanwhile, the tree nearby blossomed more and more. They continued to fight. The young man's strength was also running out. That's when he fell to the ground next to the elder. There he lay and spat blood, already preparing for death. Then he looked at the sky and thought that he had already forgotten why he had started this battle. He immediately raised his fist. The guy did not understand what was happening. And then the man put a ring in his hand, which the blonde immediately put on his finger. Then he smiled and thought that finally, he raised his hand up and began to laugh loudly. Now an elder. The guy looked at this and could not believe his happiness. And the man continued to lie on the ground and said that he would now tell everything he knew, as he promised. The guy turned around and said that he had only one question. Was the project to completely crush the witch's cage? Reagan looked at him and said that he knew a lot. Everything was exactly as he thought. At that moment, Jen turned away and said that this was the answer he had been looking for a long time. Then he went the other way. A blonde appeared on the horizon. She and Rachel passed by without exchanging a word. The girl approached her father and said the name Heverna. Then she came closer and said if her father knew this name. The girl lived in a village near the border. She was executed on the day when the smiling man first appeared in Castle Grey. The old man looked at her and said that now he understood who had absorbed the project and destroyed his plan. A great flower, more beautiful than he could imagine. At that moment, beautiful flowers seemed to bloom behind the girl. She took out her sword from there and ordered him to answer. Her father looked at her and said that no florist gives a name to each flower, especially if his garden is huge. After that, she came closer and listened that he did not know anyone with that name. He might even hesitate and do. The blonde raised her sword over him and asked if there was a last word. When the former elder shouted that they say that Fraxinus Floribunda from Castle Grey lives 1,000 years during his life and another 1,000 years after his death, this era will remember him at the peak of his powers. After that, almost in a moment, his head flew off to the side. And immediately the girl planted her drinks and plants, and so that it was visible throughout the city. In the evening of the same day, the girl was walking, looking at the sky and said that a meteor shower had begun. The blonde was walking next to her when suddenly someone pierced his chest from behind and said that now it turns out he is the new elder. Naki smiled and asked sarcastically. Then he abruptly pulled out his hand, and the Punisher flew up to him, shouted that he should not be arrogant. We must make sure that this man is dead. After that, the young man raised his hand and began to emit lightning, so bright that they filled everything around. Somewhere in the smoke, a crescent moon appeared. It was the blonde who threw the guy over her shoulder and said that just a little more, and he would have become a fried man. Then she turned and began to look for the vector. The guy looked at her, but at that moment he was distracted by a shadow that advised him to walk before he was killed. The guy lowered his head and watched as the shadow said that the conflict would only escalate. No one would be able to get off the train that had derailed. At that very second, a paladin attacked the girl from behind. He tried to strike, but suddenly the accuser protected her, despite the fact that he was ordered to protect the king. The guy standing in the distance shouted that while this man was alive, the villains would undoubtedly come. The brunette intervened in the battle, but she tried to stop SJ, and the flying gargoyles quickly joined her. They were also ready to protect their king. At that very second, Noon appeared and shouted to trust her. Then she pulled out her gun and fired. Her bullet seemed to fly straight at the blonde and the blonde, but in fact, it pierced Naki. The Punisher noticed this and began to get very angry, and the girl looked at her and apologized with a smile. The woman shouted in rage that everyone should freeze. The brunette turned to the side and said that he advises to make a careful decision, or does he really believe that he can kill him faster? At the same moment, the blonde raised her hand and said that this can be checked, suggested that Noon start to extinguish it. Then she looked to the side and thought, what the hell, what is Vector doing there? The guy ran up to them in a second, created a teleport, and the girl turned around and said that it took a long time. At the same second, she threw the blonde into the teleport and said that she thought it was all over. Then she looked at the brunette and said that she failed again. The woman stood in front of her and asked again, said that she was the Punisher, and never. Suddenly turned and saw the girl in the tree. She said that she was finally given the floor. Then she began to sharply approach her, and huge branches began to stick into the ground. The girl smiled and said that now this land belongs to the elder and Jen and asked to leave if they were not invited. The brunette got angry, thought that it would be difficult with the girl, then asked Noon if she had made a deal with the puppeteer. The girl leaned the barrel to her forehead and said that she should not take it to heart, and thought and decided that the accuser was much more important to her. While she was saying that if she left now, they would not stop them, the paladin was approaching her. The woman added that they knew what chaos they could cause with him. SJ intervened and advised them to decide faster, because soon the paladin's gift would end and everyone would die, regardless of what they decided. The Punisher clenched her teeth in anger. The brunette looked at her and said that he didn't care, she was in charge here, so she had to make a decision. The woman immediately hit herself in the face with her fist. Then she looked ahead and said that they were retreating, but would definitely come back. After some time, the guys returned to the castle. The girls were walking along the bridge. Suddenly, Rachel called out to her friend and asked if she was leaving. The blonde turned around and said yes, she just wanted to say goodbye. Then she threw another stone and asked if the girl was staying. She said yes, she still had debts. After that, the hero killer turned around and said that they should keep a close eye on the puppeteer. She doesn't know what kind of deal he made with Noon, but it's definitely something suspicious. Then she put her hand on her shoulder and said that she was ready to help her at any time, she just had to say so. Her friend suddenly grabbed her by the sleeve. The girl turned around and saw how the girl looked at her and with tears in her eyes asked if they could meet again someday. Then she came to her place and said that of course they could. The girls stood next to each other and discussed how Rachel could now help her. She smiled and said that if she needed help, she didn't have to worry and told her. Then the blonde left and waved her hand. At that moment, a bat was flying after her. The girl suggested that she take her normal form to say goodbye to her. But Tanya got a little angry and said that then she would get hit again. In response, she heard that she was thinking quickly, but at that moment, she still transformed and said that Twilight in Operation Twilight means the name of the first hero who had to be eliminated. Then she landed on the ground and added that this operation was carried out only twice in history, and the hero named Twilight is still alive. Then she went up to her friend. She looked at her and said that she shouldn't tell her later that she didn't tell her. A moment later, she paid and flew back. And now before the eyes of the hero killer were the guys. Vector was sitting on the stairs. Bagna had baby Jehan in her arms. The guy looked at her and thought that he didn't even know that she was alive. Then Ava came up and turned to Ingen. He stood on the edge and said that he always knew that this day would come. She came closer and got a question: how did she look? There was a whole city in front of them. This is what they conquered today. Also, the guy said that he would give her half of these lands if she stayed with him. The girl turned away and said that she was not interested in this. What she was really interested in was beyond the horizon. Then he lowered his head and said that it was so, but he thought he already understood everything. Then he looked at her and said that they would meet again. The only question was when. The girl suddenly jumped off the roof, and while she was flying down, she showed him the middle finger, shouting that she didn't want to repeat it again, and suggested that they never meet again. Then, with a loud crash, she landed straight down, and a moment later, she ran into the forest. And the blonde guy stayed on the wall and shouted that they needed to prepare for war, no matter their age. They needed to gather everyone who could hold a weapon in their hands. He presented a scale and said that when all this was over, this event would be recorded in history books as the Third World War. The guy looked ahead and added that a war for disbandment would begin and the villains would win. After some time in the bunker, the men inside were sitting and shivering from the cold. One asked the other if he had heard that people had been spotted coming out of the immortal forest. Then he turned around and added that he had also heard that several monsters had been found near the trees. He didn't know if it was true or not, but because of that they couldn't do their job half-heartedly. Another man took aim and said he thought something had happened in Castle Grey, but he didn't know what. Suddenly, someone ran past in his sights, said he was glad it hadn't affected them. Then he jumped back, didn't understand what was happening. Then he raised his finger up and said he saw something. A silhouette appeared behind them. This silhouette started asking if they had a charger. Her phone was dead. The man turned around and asked who she was. The girl stood up and repeated their question. Then she came closer and said that it was me and the one looking for a charger. Then she beat them and stood there catching the network. Meanwhile, villainy and deceit engulfed the dusty city. It was practically destroyed. Rebels walked the streets. Their hometowns began to look completely different from their memories, and corpses hung on the streets of the city. People wondered what kind of hell awaited them next. The stars began to move and tried to attack the bishop. There was also a paladin, the one who was once the same, will stand up again. Psycho meanwhile was walking down the street and answered the phone. They greeted him. Suddenly he recognized the voice. He walked down the street and asked if it was the killer. The girl was standing in the room, raised her hand and said that she was now returning to the dusty city. It seems he said that he was sick with something, right? Then she looked at her hand and said that there was something she wanted to check before returning to the old man. Then she turned around and asked if he would mind helping her. The guy was running down the street. He ran up to the crossbar, was going to jump over. Then he jumped onto a trash can. After that, he grabbed the edge of the wall. He also climbed up and tried to jump. Someone was chasing him at that moment. The young man threw his legs off and landed on the ground. Then he crouched down as if he was uncomfortable. He continued to break away. There was a chase behind him. It's a pity, but this is a dead end. At that very second, he tried to change direction, but the wall started to collapse. A man came up to him and said that he just had to meekly accept it, like a good giftless person. Then he punched him in the face. After some time, the guy began to come to his senses. He saw the same man in front of him, who brought a handkerchief to him and tried to wipe his face. The man grabbed the man standing next to him and asked him to help him, because he was also a hero, but the sand snake threw his hand away. Then he turned away, apologized, and said that the time for playing heroes was over. After that, Voltaire threw the captured people into the van. Then he turned around and said that he was done for today. The hero came up and asked where he was taking them. The man replied that it was the prison continent. Even people without abilities would be useful there. As soon as he slammed the van, the guy turned around and said that these people would be slaves there. But it was much better than living in fear here, and by the way, they always work with him. Why don't they become full-fledged partners? The brunette winked at him and thanked him for the offer, but reminded him that he was still a hero. When the man got into the car, he said that he had already sent the payment, said goodbye, see you next week. Then a stone fell behind the man. He turned around sharply and thought that someone was here. He would have problems if someone took it off. But suddenly a blonde appeared in front of his eyes. If the clan knew about this, he would be fried. The girl came closer and asked about human trafficking. Even Jade did not stoop so low. And the guy came closer and said that it looked like they were hunting him this time. Asked to explain, he had no choice. Looking around, he said that he could not even trust other heroes at this time. The only way to survive was to stick to the strong. The blonde came closer and told him to get his weapon. The man raised his hands and said that he would humbly refuse. He looked at her and understood that he would not last a second. At that moment, the girl looked at him with wild eyes and said that it didn't matter, he was going to die anyway. At that very second, he realized that there was no choice. And you released your inner snake. And the blonde approached him and literally cut off his hand with one blow. The hero fell to the ground and began to scream. Then she came closer and asked, "How are you?" Then she put her hand to his hand and said that she could heal him. But she overdid it and grew his hand 3 times longer than his own. Then the girl wondered how that guy controlled his gift. She doesn't understand. And the man was lying on the ground and just begging to kill him already. The girl looked at him and asked why, especially now, when he finally feels like a real villain. She stood up and added that this is a very unifying feeling. After some time, in the city cemetery, a carriage drove up to the bench. The old man finally arrived. He looked at the girl and said that there was absolutely no need to absorb the torch fragment. The blonde was finishing her apple and said that this was really the first thing he wanted to tell her. She immediately took out her sword. She ran up to him and tried to attack. The blow was so strong that it could be heard from very far away. Afterwards, the girl looked at the teacher and asked how he was. He put down his weapon and replied that he saw that now she had everything to survive. She had become stronger. The sword in her hands was very good. At that moment, Psycho drove up to them, said what he thought. He had no right to interrupt the reunion of the teacher and student. And so the 3 of them stood on the same square. The blonde scratched her head and said what she thought. She did not have to introduce them to each other. Then she thought about it, said that you can think of him as a lab rat for experiments, asked him to come to learn how to control her but gift. Then he came closer and said that he heard from his sister that she helped her a lot, then asked if the Azure Dragon really died. The last battle with him appeared in her memories. The girl looked at the sky and said that it was in Jen's dishonest plan. To tell the truth, she was not thrilled with it. The redhead thought about it and said that he didn't want to say that Rebecca had nothing to do with it, but asked to visit the Crimson Dragon when she had time. Then he introduced the girl and said that she had completely lost her mind. Then he came up to her, put his hand on her shoulder and offered to talk about her. Then he started shaking her from side to side and said that she had finally broken up with the smiling man. Well done. He always knew that this guy was crazy and his face proved it. The teacher drove up to them and said that it was a wise move. A grown tiger should not serve a wolf. The blonde was surprised and asked again, did they really agree on this? Suddenly the guy interrupted her and asked that it was not so important now. Why of all the places was the cemetery chosen? As people approached them, the girl said that she had a lot of business in the area, but obviously did not know what was going on here. Then she came closer and when they were surrounded by a crowd, she said that she had been in Castle Grey for quite a long time, and he had not fought for a long time, and the old man was not even worth mentioning. Then she looked around and said that in general, they should have a good talk with the locals for information, and after they finished, she turned around and said that they would need to be buried somewhere, so why not do it right here? Then Voltaire intervened in the conversation and said that this little sneak must have gone crazy, which means they are causing unrest in the city. Then he frowned and thought that maybe it was hard to believe, but the sand snake was quite strong. He could not imagine that he lost so easily. The young man also squeezed and thought that unless 3 people attacked him, the man was most likely the strongest of them, then the women, and the weakest was the old man. And he immediately jumped up. And the teacher meanwhile took his sword, said about this boiling blood and youth. And then the guy ran up to him, began to wish death to the first. The old man raised his sword, and as if teleported to the past, when his previous sword was also raised. Then they fought with another person. It reminded him of his glorious past. That battle lasted for a very long time, was quite tense. The old man's subordinate stepped forward and asked what was going on. Did he know this person? Then the man let go of his sword and said that he now knew that this must be the fool who collects the crowns of the lords. The man stood in front of him and said that he was a traveling swordsman named Ham. Then he raised his sword and said that he was challenging Elder Yushin to a duel. He looked down and said that this guy was acting like a reckless child. Balls clashed. The men began to fight each other. They struck each other in turns. Suddenly, Han swung, and then ran straight at his opponent, but the opponent was able to dodge. After that, the elder turned around and said that that was not bad, and he threw his sword straight at his opponent. It landed in the snow right next to the guy's sword, and a moment later, the elder pounced on him. They continued to fight, the guy skillfully dodging. Blow after blow, the tactics were excellent. The old man was very quickly able to scoop up his second sword with his foot, and literally a second later, he turned back to his opponent. The techniques were incredibly complex, and the men moved from corner to corner, breaking everything in their path. Their assistants watched all this. The brunette looked ahead and said that he saw that the girl was quite strong, and she could not wait to fight him. She replied that this was true, but not now. The chance to watch a battle between such strongmen does not happen every day. Then the girl turned and said that he probably might not notice what she was seeing. The guy answered whether he was serious now. He may not be a swordsman, but he has eyes. While the men continued to fight, the guys discussed that the old man's style is very straightforward and effective. He is ready to cut the throat of his enemy without hesitation, like a predator, aiming at its prey. Then he looked at his opponent and said that the sword was created for killing, no more, no less. There is no place for feelings here. These two artificially moved around the battlefield. On the other hand, the guy Han is his complete opposite. The style is overly pretentious and inherent in him smoothness. The clashed with each other, and the young man added that this man was like an angel sent from heaven to teach mere mortals how to use a sword. What's interesting is that he is still extremely wary in his attacks. And so they stood aside and discussed all this. The girl apologized. The guy asked why. She explained that at first she thought he was ignorant because of his appearance, but it turned out that the guy was quite enlightened. He immediately asked again. Then the girl raised her weapon and said that no matter how effective and artistic or how fast one can move, there is one unforgettable rule in battles. And the young man looked ahead and said that's right. In the end, it all comes down to who is the strongest. The strongest blows continued for some time. The elder smiled and said that it was time for the sword dance. Then he pushed off from the pole and ran forward. A blade without a shadow appeared, a dark cutting wave, like blood frozen in the veins. And as a counterattack, a heavenly sword appeared, an unearthly edge of paradise. These two elements clashed with each other. Because of this, a huge funnel appeared on the ground. The old man immediately ran to his opponent, and he stood and humbly waited for him. Then he raised his heavenly sword, and created another whirlwind. It was a stream of stillness. Then the elder raised his sword and called a blade without a shadow. Bloody pillars began to beat from the ground, which flew towards the whirlwind, activating 1,000 kills. The men continued to fly at each other. One struck, the other dodged, and vice versa. The young man seemed to be in the lead, but nevertheless, they fought on equal terms. Some blows were so strong that the asphalt cracked underfoot, and these stones flew towards their assistants. The boy noticed this and suddenly activated his gift to protect the girl, then turned around and said that he could not understand it at all. He looked at her and asked why swordsmen care so much about swords, especially the old man. He already owns an incredible gift. Then he raised his hand and asked why he can't use it. At that moment, everyone looked at him, even those who were fighting. The guy was a little surprised and asked what he said wrong. The girl came up and put her hand on his shoulder and said that she understands. To be honest, she once had a similar question until she raised her sword, and many people also asked similar questions. Can you imagine Islata building with a sword, who asks why she cares so much about swords when she owns a strong gift? The girl turned around and said that it was simple. The little girl was surprised when she heard that it was all about romance. The demon also turned around and said about romance. The knight supported them and said that it was romance. Even Ijinchen said the same thing. It was all about romance. Whatever sword was sticking out of the ground, everyone had the same answer. It was all about romance. So the fighting men looked at each other and said that romance was to blame for everything. Then they started fighting again, and the blows were very strong. The elder continued to attack and was confident of his victory, but the young swordsman did not give up his position either. Again they hit each other with iron. This continued over and over. The man looked at his opponent and thought that his style was outdated. He was definitely superior to him. He had no children or doubts, but there was clearly something wrong here. Han stood in front of him and was too determined. After that, the elder parried another blow. Then he called for a blade devoid of shadow. Again there was blood everywhere, the invading light of the night. The blow was so strong that the young man was carried away to the side. Then he approached and was ready to attack. Literally, with one blow the old man knocked the sword out of his hands and threw it to the side. Then he swung his... But something strange happened. The enemy's sword returned on its own and began to protect its owner. The young man seemed to be hovering next to him, the heavenly sword. This is a telekinetic sword. It turns out that this guy did not even participate in the battle while he was protecting him, and she carried the blows on her own. Moreover, it was very dexterous and strong, and once again he flew at the elder. He tried to fight him off, and the young man experienced pleasure. Then the man decided that he had to attack, but the sword was behind him very dexterously, and he almost did not have time to turn away. Han caught the blade again. They were opposite each other, there was incredible energy around. The men continued to fight. As if it was endless, then someone's blade cracked. Then the old man stood with chopped off clicks and did not understand what to do next. He came closer and said that now he understood. The guy raised the sword only to defeat him. Then he came closer and asked when. Han raised his head and said that it happened from the moment of his birth. Once upon a time, a similar battle took place in his village. People fought among themselves, and one of the masters participated in this battle. He killed his opponents one after another very skillfully. The other did it with pleasure. The third was incredibly flexible. And finally the fourth had very strong and energy. All these people were members of the same team. And one day they found a baby. They looked at him and decided to take him because his whole family was cut out. Thus, the guy began to train from childhood. Very skillfully killed people from adolescence. And before reaching maturity, he already counted many victories. Then he managed to make one blade from several. He cast it for a long time. Very carefully knocked out and cooled. And as a young man he received one sword from 4 swords of his teachers. And now he looked at the elder and said that he was an adept of the sword masters who were defeated by Yushin. The old man listened to him attentively. His mastery of the sword would not even be able to scratch other elders, but it could his. The boy said this and frowned. Then the man pulled his sword forward and said that it was worth remembering that each of his teachers had lost to him in battle. Then he introduced them behind him, each of them a difficult opponent. Then the elder raised his head and asked if they had ever told him that none of them could make him give it their all. He looked at the boy and said what that meant. Then he smiled and explained that he would have to make him first. He immediately activated the blade devoid of shadow, and the boy began to fanatically parry the blows. And so he received injuries. Despite this, the young man still continued to fight. Then he jumped up, and jumped back a little so that there was more distance between them. The elder smiled sarcastically and raised his blade. Han was bleeding on the other side. Yushin smiled and asked why he still thought he could win, and he smiled and said that he was simply sure of it. And in a second he pounced on his opponent. They fought day and night. The man looked at him and thought that the outcome was obvious, but he could not finish him off once and for all. He looked at his opponent and thought that slowly but surely this guy could become a star. The fight lasted for several days. It was already unclear for how long. At that moment, the elder waved his hand and thought that even so far he could not damage a piece of his clothes. Then he looked into the boy's eyes and thought that it did not matter anyway, he just had to wait for one single chance. Then he approached him and thought that he had heard it so often that his ears were almost bleeding. Judging by the words of his mentors, when an elder is about to deliver a decisive blow, he always aims for his opponent's throat. And it was at that moment that the young man was able to dodge by thrusting his dagger into the man's leg. He jumped back. The snow turned red, and after that, the elder was forced to kneel. Han approached him and said that this was excellent. Then he raised his sword and said that he had finally won. Then he extended his sword forward and called for a heavenly step attack. Well, he did not succeed. Even on his knees the man was able to repel the attack, and he touched him perfectly evenly with his sword. Nevertheless, it cracked, because the blow was so strong that everything around was enveloped in light. The boy stood in front of the elder and pointed his weapon at him. He lowered his head and asked why he didn't kill him, and he replied that he was simply paying his debt and then lowered his hand. He remembered the battle with his teachers, was able to become a student of his masters, learned the art of the sword only because he did not kill them in the past. Then he looked at him and said that he would show mercy and not kill him, even if his life was destroyed. Then he came closer and said that this was much worse than just death. And the same one fell on the snow next to him. Suddenly, huge metal kappas began to appear from under the ground. They were heading straight towards Han, but the elder lowered his head and turned to his subordinate. He could no longer do anything because the girl attacked him, and she was very determined. She could even kill. The old man at that time lowered his head and said that he admitted defeat. And now all the people surrounding him began to take out daggers. He was ready for battle, and as soon as someone approached, literally in a split second, thanks to fanaticism, he killed everyone around, including the guy who tried to attack first. The girl looked away and thought that it was incredibly fast, she couldn't even see the cut once. Later, she came up to him and asked how he did it. The teacher looked at her and said that he strengthened the determination in his heart and broke them. But she was not satisfied with the answer. She leaned down lower and said that it was enough to talk nonsense. You need to speak directly. She always learned to fight by watching how he fought. The redhead came up and said that these people were going to die now. She should hurry if she wanted to extract information from them. But the hero killer replied that she didn't need to. Then she raised her hand and said that she could save her patients, no matter what wounds they had, as long as they were breathing. Meet the best combat doctor of the Dusty City. After some time, Voltaire was lying on the ground. His body looked strange. There were 3 arms, 1 unformed head besides his. It looked creepy. The girl meanwhile reasoned, after all, this guy died, and the house offered her to change her name. How about just a killer? Then she spread her hands and said that it didn't matter at all. She learned everything she needed. So everything is fine. It is much more difficult than it may seem. Then she introduced the heroes, the clan faction in opposition to the bishop. It includes different people, heroes on one side and hunt heroes on the other side. Allies fight among themselves, along the way, diligently conquering sectors to establish their own laws there. The guy looked at her and said that however, neither side gave it their all, both still have aces up their sleeves. Then he introduced the emblems. For example, the clan has a black hand, and the bishop is immortal. I'm sure they have many other aces hidden, but they do not use even these. Then the old man intervened and said that supporting the bishop could be the right choice. Then he raised his head and said that he was almost impossible to read, very smart, and maybe he had the answers the girl was looking for. She went up to him and said that the teacher had already forgotten what he himself had said when she left the Nameless Ones. A grown tiger does not need to serve a wolf. Then she imagined their meeting with this man. She could not even imagine what he would ask for in return. Then the girl thought and said that she was already tired of serving someone. She was not going to run on an errand. It was better to create her own group. Then she turned and addressed her comrade. Instead of throwing out promises, she should first heal him. The guy looked at the dead hero while the girl said that everyone she tried to heal died in excruciating fire, but they themselves were to blame. Total weakness. Now everything needs to be done right. He frowned and asked if he could get a real doctor, at least to check. Yuna should be somewhere nearby, but the blonde interrupted him and said that he could handle it and he should trust her. Then she came closer and said that this person was one of the elite heroes. He would definitely not kick the bucket. He even served in the military. That evening, she came to the Get Back Cafe. She looked around and thought how long it had been. Then she thought the treatment would probably take a long time. She didn't think she could do it again. She imagined the guy lying on the couch. The doctor looked at her and asked her if she really wanted to separate one body part at a time. Repeat this until she could regenerate the necessary part instead of the cut one. The girl raised her hand in response and said that it was not that difficult. You just need to imagine it as opening random boxes for free until you get a reward. Yuna raised her hand and said that the girl was crazy. And now she went into the cafe. Well, the rest is now up to him. And turned to the teacher. But at that moment there was no one there. She walked forward and I looked. Suddenly, a thread appeared before her eyes. And behind her back, a friend, a blonde, noted that she had cut her teeth. Then she turned around and the girl threw herself into her arms. She could not even hold back her tears and said that she missed her. The hero killer was looking at her at that moment. Then she pulled out her sword. Someone's silhouette was standing behind the door. Her friend did not come alone. And after what she saw, she was very surprised, asked what this person was doing here. A long time ago, somewhere in the forest, fingers stood under the stars, gathered together for the first time in a long time. The whole team was assembled, including those who did not show their faces. At that moment, a brunette approached them and asked how much time had passed since the last time they gathered. Then she adjusted her glasses and said that she thought it was time to start Operation Twilight again. Then she heard that everyone was still waiting for someone. The Punisher looked at them and asked what they were talking about. Then the masked woman raised her head and said that while she was in Castle Grey, a lot had happened. They had a candidate for the 6th finger. At that moment, someone was approaching them. It was a girl with gray hair tied in a ponytail. She was standing right in front of them all. Then she pulled the mask away from her face and said with a smile that she had heard about her. It was an honor for her. The woman remembered how they first met on the field, as well as how they fought against others later, and how this girl stood with her and talked about how she should be careful with number 7. Then she snapped her fingers and thought if this girl was real, but before she wanted to ask a question, everything inside warned her of the danger. Throughout her career she had always been ready to stain her hands with blood. Then she imagined herself and thought that this was a sign that she was an obedient hunting dog of the clan. And she also imagined numerous murders. She had long ago cast aside the feeling of guilt. She does not consider her work righteous. Each time her expression did not change, but one thing could be said for sure. She looked ahead and thought that the woman standing in front of her was pure evil. Without taking her eyes off, she thought that she was on a completely different level compared to all the villains she had seen before, This was true evil. Suddenly the light of the lantern came on, and Fazin entered the room, who greeted her and first called her Kasha, and then said that it might be better to call her a hero killer. Luca immediately began waving her hands and said that she didn't tell him anything, he found her first. Then the guy came closer and said what he thought. It was strange not to notice, considering how tense she was when she was in the role of the villain. It is unlikely that there is at least someone who does not know her true identity. The girl abruptly sat down on a chair and said that now she can say that she has become much stronger, but she has another question. The blonde looked him in the eyes and asked what he knows. He frowned and answered, "How can I say this? He was the one who gave the bats important information about Operation Twilight." Then she fixed her hair and said that it turns out the guy knows everything at all, and then asked whose side, a bishop, maybe a clan. In response, she heard that no one. Her friend sat down next to her and said that they do not have an official name yet, but they call themselves Forgotten Hope. And they even came up with their own logo. While people are fighting among themselves, not all heroes are interested in a civil war. If you imagine some of them, those who are still deciding what to choose. There are also other people who completely lose their faith, are left alone. After that, the young man came to the door and said that no matter what, sooner or later they would be forced to make a decision. The two factions would do everything possible to recruit them to their side. There was devastation all around, and the innocent residents were not to blame for what was happening, but they continued to suffer. They went outside and the blonde said that she understood what the comrade was getting at. Then she passed by him and said that he needed help in creating a neutral faction, but something was forgotten. Then Luca came up and explained that the green ones are the ones they want to recruit. They are fighting for a just cause and have not yet chosen a side, but they are also being pursued by the Black Hand. The streets were quiet and empty at that moment. The girl lowered her head and said that she understood everything. These guys are heroes who need to be protected. If you imagine how the Black Hand attacks, you can hunt them somewhere nearby, and then suddenly jump out and use all this as an ambush. Then she looked at them. The guys said that they tried to thoroughly examine their character, but in the end the girl will be the judge, and then he asked if she does not have enough money. This information shocked her. You can remember how much she eats, sometimes even too much. Indeed, her wallet was empty. The blonde began to rummage through her pockets. Well, there was nothing there except for the jellyfish. Then she frantically grabbed her phone and looked at the contact list. There were few people there. You can always put it on in Jen. He will definitely give her money. But then she remembered how they said goodbye, asking never to meet again. After that, the girl exchanged hands and said that you can just pay her and then she will kill everyone. A friend ran up, with a happy face, said that she has not changed a bit. And the mini doll stood nearby and watched all this. Then she suddenly raised her head up and saw something. Ava also noticed something and said that this bar had never had so many visitors at the same time. Right above her head, the silhouette of a dragon flew. It seems another one came here. Around the same time, someone was walking across the field. This person was approaching a huge building. Then he went inside, passing the guards. And below there was a long staircase. He walked along them slowly and confidently. And below him, someone like a bull was waiting. And he immediately plunged his sword straight into the floor. A man with a star on his armor appeared in front of him. Ava looked at the dragon flying towards her. She pulled out her sword. Crimson Dragon was flying towards her. The heroine looked at her in surprise. The redhead frowned and shouted not to act like she was happy to see her. She attacked the heroine. Energy girded like his arm. Ava looked ahead and said that it was okay, she could handle this. Crimson Dragon flew away. She landed on her feet. The redhead turned around and said to Arachne and Clayhan that the world might be in chaos right now, but how could they, heroes, team up with villains? She flew forward and said that she would reprimand them later. She swung her paw. Ava lowered her head. Crimson Dragon gritted her teeth. She hit the girl. The silver-haired girl fell. The redhead swung. She frowned and asked why she didn't hit back. After a while, the heroine opened her mouth. She looked at her and said that she didn't think it was all her fault. Crimson Dragon swung. She stopped her fist. A tear fell on Ava's cheek. The girl was crying and saying to Kite, High Noon and Red, what did she do to this world? The heroes came out to them. Laika took the girl by the shoulders. Fazin put the bottle of water on the table. Crimson Dragon was taking sips. She frowned and asked if they really were killing heroes for revenge. She was even crazier than she thought. The guy frowned and asked him to go easy on her. He could understand. Crimson Dragon looked out the window and said that she never imagined what a dark future awaited them when they celebrated their passing of the hero's trial. The heroes walked forward. Loud sounds were heard. Prosecutor and Rebecca were at the entrance of the castle. The girl looked down and said that even though he was under the control of the puppeteer's gift. The man raised his head. She said that she was not sure that a moralist like him could bear all the responsibility. Crimson Dragon looked away and turned to High Noon. She frowned and said that she did not know when they would have the chance to see each other again, but until then they should take care of themselves. She said that she had no problem finding them, and if she could, then the clan could too. Ava looked at her and asked if she was leaving already. She replied that she was a hero. Crimson Dragon looked at them and said that she had to save people. The girl flew away. Laika walked forward and said that she admired her. If only everyone in the clan were like her. The heroine replied that she was an exemplary hero. Fazan looked at her and said that a species like her is endangered. But did she decide what to do next? You answered that she had just made a decision. Ava looked at him and said that this time they had to save the protector, but first they needed to take control of the dusty city. The lights were on. There were sounds in the lab. The man was rattling the equipment. He was looking at the bacteria. He took the papers and said that Reagan Sinclair could not make progress with such uncivilized methods. The man wrote on the paper and said that it helped him a lot. However, he stood up and said that he was finally done. The brunette opened the case and said that the research had borne fruit. He took out an ampoule and said that Vector should see it. Senchu burst into the lab. She went inside and told the doctor to get ready to leave. This location was spotted. The girl adjusted her cap and asked how he could focus on research when he could die at any moment. The man was packing up and said he could say the same about her. She knew he was working for the bishop, but he was still helping him. The ceiling started shaking. Senchu turned around and said she would handle things outside and he could continue packing. She walked out of the research center. Cars were coming towards her. She smiled and said they were a bunch of brats who didn't even know she was standing here. The girl pulled on her glove. Weapon mounts appeared next to her. She pointed ahead and ordered them to prepare, aim, and fire. The cannons started firing. Senchu smiled and said that was the end of the story. It was time to search for torch fragments. Ava said the new Sector 17 looked so cool. How did they manage to make such a big building during the war? She looked up and said she guessed the clan had a lot of resources. Claymore blocked the blow and said it was just like the good old days. The heroine turned around. A gun was pointed at her. A woman was looking at her from behind a window. A man was standing on the roof. Minjin said that although he is without allies this time, there is no need to hide anymore. Ava pulled a knife from its sheath. She said that the hero killer is back. The heroine said that she knows they have already noticed her. If they continue to ignore her, she will cut this building in half. A bullet was flying at her head. The girl took out her sword and said finally. The bullet hit the ground. There was an explosion. Ava caught the stones. She swung. The building was collapsing. The heroine swung the stones. She twirled them around her hand. Then the girl took out her sword and said that they would need to find something more reliable. She cut the building in half. The soldier fell and cursed. The heroine was off to a slow start. She ran through the streets. The man got his gun ready. Ava appeared behind him and asked if he was an elite sniper. She swung her sword and said that he was lucky he was not on the list. The soldier turned and asked what she was talking about. The girl hit him on the neck. She sheathed her sword and thought that now she could no longer use various gifts, but she became much more flexible and agile, as if she constantly used the jade gift. She looked away and thought that this was not so bad, but she would need time to get used to it. The ceiling collapsed next to her. The woman frowned and said that it was so impudent of her to come here. Does she not know how big the price is on her head? The girl dropped the sword and said, does she really think she cares? She is so ugly that she will not use her sword against her. The wasp woman attacked her. She stopped. She looked at the heroine and asked what was that. Her glasses began to crack. She asked why are her goggles acting up. Ava created a web and said that she is acting up. The wasp flew into pieces. It exploded. The heroine said that Killer Hornet is down. The girl stood on the edge of the building and said that there was one more left. She jumped from roof to roof. Ava landed. She ran her hand through her hair and said that he should have run. Bandage raised his hand and thought. The heroine looked at him and asked if something was wrong. He answered that nothing. He just remembered about the test for the hero. He said that there was one girl with the same voice as hers. He does not remember so well because he only heard it once. The guy smiled and said that she was completely crazy. He scratched his head and said that that is why he was so worried, but answering her question, he said that he already missed his chance to escape. Bandages began to appear around. The brunette smiled and grabbed them. Ava cut them with her sword. He thought she was incredible. Bandage released the bandages and thought she was almost like a real hero. He jumped. He opened his mouth and thought that the blade of the sword was not visible to the normal eye. It seemed that every time she pulled the sword out of its sheath, it changed its shape. The guy laid out the bandages and thought that with his gift, he could see her movements. The bandages were wrapped around his hand. He clenched his teeth and punched the floor. Bandages began to appear around the heroine. They walled her up. The mummy began to crack. Bandage smiled and said that he knew something was wrong. Ava said that she saw how hard his training was. She was deeply impressed by how strong their class had become since the hero test. She cut the bandages and said that it was still not enough to defeat her. Ava hit the guy. A voice was heard that said stop right there. The girl looked at them and told Bandage to step aside. She will take care of it from here. The heroine raised her head and thought she understood now. She thought that the brunette is the most powerful hero here. She looked at her and said that she always wondered. if she could actually best them even without relying on luck. The girl said that it hurt her pride, she should not use it just to test her strength. She said that she heard that she defeated Jinti Yang. She admits that it is an incredible achievement to kill someone so strong. The brunette put down her fan and said that she should have realized by now that winning a battle does not always depend on brute force, it must also take into account things like weakness, environment, and condition. Da asked how many battles she thought they had survived to reach this rank. The girl removed the bandage and told them not to underestimate the elite heroes. She looked down and said that they were the best of the best and no one except the elders could confidently say that they could defeat them. The brunette smiled and said that she would tell her something. Her gift depends on her opponent. It shows in her place the one that her opponent fears the most. Night Terror smiled and said that it would be very interesting. Ava shuddered when she said that she alone fearlessly attacked the clan's controlled sector. Who or what could scare such a brave heart? The girl in the form of Victoria smiled and asked who she saw in front of her now. She began the attack. Ava looked at her in shock. The blonde smiled. The girl jumped back. There was an explosion. The ground split. Victoria smiled and said that it was time to hunt. Turquoise light flew over the city. Ava covered her mouth with her hand. She frowned and thought that she should just accept it. It was not the first time she was cornered, and she needed to quickly figure out what was best to do now. She thought she understood why she saw Victoria, because she was the strongest person she had ever seen. This overwhelming fear must be all that her gift could do. She thought she was sure it wasn't Victoria by her movements, but it felt like she was in front of her now. Because of this freezing fear, she couldn't fight normally. Her opponent was walking next to her. The heroine took out her sword and said that she doesn't have time to think about it, she'll have to start with the simplest trick. The blonde looked away. She looked at the girl and said that here she is, so this is the solution she found. Ava stood with her eyes closed. Victoria rushed at her. She looked at her and asked if she really had a 100-sided blade. The blonde waved her fan. The heroine's hands were shaking. Her opponent smiled and asked if she really trained to fight with her eyes closed. Apparently she has a real talent for fighting. The girl said that she learned it from an old man. He trained her in the strangest things, but never how to swing a sword. She felt a fan approaching her. The heroine parried the blow. She parried the blow again. Victoria frowned. She somersaulted. She caught 2 stones in the air and threw them to the floor. The stone flew to the ground. When it fell, Ava thought that her opponent had taken a step. She ran forward. Everything around was cut in half. The girl walked forward. Victoria appeared behind her. She attacked, but the heroine managed to dodge. The silver-haired girl struck. The blonde took her hand. She opened her eye. She smiled. The heroine parried her hand, and the pudding jumped into her face. Ava ran forward and thought that she was definitely one of the elite heroes. Sweat was pouring down her face. She thought that she could dominate the battle without even using a gift. Rebecca, prosecutor, and Condor said that those who managed to survive were really strong. The heroine thought that this was crazy. She really couldn't do anything. Victoria landed in front of her. She asked was it really so. The girl smiled and said that the more she feared her, the more she would resemble the object of her fear. She threw swords at her. Ava fell. She saw a blonde approaching in the reflection. The heroine took out her sword. There was an explosion. She ran forward. The girl pulled the rearview mirror out of the car. She looked through the mirror at her opponent and thought that the effect of the gift was reduced if she was not looking directly at her. Victoria smiled and said that she had amazing deduction. Ava thought that she could move more freely the further she was from her eyes. The girl was thrown back. She thought that it was still not enough. She was so damn annoying. She should at least make changes to the surroundings. There was an explosion. The building started to fall. Victoria smiled and said that she was very surprised at how quickly she understood how her gift worked. Most people lose if they just get scared. She must have been through many battles. Ava said that she came here to defeat her and she meant it. The buildings were falling. A huge sword fell into the city. The heroine frowned and thought that with each passing second her attacks were becoming more and more destructive. Sooner or later she would become just like Victoria. But something was wrong. She thought that she was somehow unnatural. What was she missing? The blonde frowned and closed her eyes. She opened them and closed them again. Ava looked at her and thought that she blinked very often and sometimes even fought with her eyes closed. She remembered that her gift was triggered when she started staring at someone. The heroine took out her sword. She threw the sword like a boomerang. Victoria looked away. She looked forward in shock. There was a mirror in front of her. The girl looked at it in panic. She saw a bishop in it. The brunette began to take on her normal appearance. The heroine crushed her with the mirror. The girl jumped back. The silver-haired girl said that she knew it. She is like a creature with no resistance to her own poison. She is not free from the influence of her own gift. The brunette frowned as she said that this marks the ep of return of the hero killer to this district. How dare she try to ruin it? Ava frowned and said that she will teach her what true fear is. The girl's hands were shaking. She said that she tried to resist it countless times, but apparently it was not enough. She put the bandage back on and asked if she was sure she could hold this bad toy in her hands. Such an unusual weapon always requires a lot of experience. Ava struck, she jumped back. The heroine looked at her and said that it was natural because it was hers now. The brunette struck. The gray-haired girl parried all the attacks. She struck. The girl raised her sword. She struck. Cutting beams flew forward. Ava parried the blow and thought that she wanted to buy time to recover. She would hit everything around her and use her gift again. She thought that this would not bode well for her. She should finish her off before that happened. The heroine frowned and asked who these heroes were that were destroying buildings left and right. The brunette swung her sword and said that the city was already in ruins, so what difference did it make? She aimed the blows. Ava threw the weapon to the floor and thought that she could not surpass her in strength. She sat on the fan. The brunette felt the heroine jump back. She closed her eyes and ran forward. Ava was wounded in the stomach. The girl smiled and thought that she had hit. The heroine ran forward. Her stomach regenerated. The brunette swung her sword. The gray-haired girl took a metal stick. She hit the sword with it and grabbed the girl's hand. She grabbed it and pulled the sword out. There was an explosion. The brunette gritted her teeth. Ava frowned and swung her fist. A loud bang was heard. The smoke cleared. The brunette gritted her teeth. She looked ahead. The girl asked why she didn't kill her. Ava ate and said that she had no reason to because she was fighting for a good cause. The brunette frowned and asked if she really used her to test her strength to show what she was capable of. The heroine replied that not only for that, but she could do her a favor and call everyone she named. She shook her hands on her pants and said that she had nothing to lose with this deal because everyone on her list had completely failed as heroes. The girl threw a chip into her mouth and said that even if she refused, her friend would quickly deal with them himself. The brunette looked at her in shock and asked, "What do you mean, buddy?" Psycho licked his finger and greeted her. The girl asked why they called so late. She can't even contact half of them. She frowned and said that something was definitely wrong. Sharpshooter walked forward. She opened the doors. The girl frowned because she smelled blood. She loaded an arrow. Her eyes widened. In front of her lay many corpses covered in black blood. Her arrow was burning. The girl's pupils narrowed in shock. She asked what the hell was going on here. Suddenly a voice was heard asking her why it took her so long. Sharpshooter took aim. Her arrow hit the wall. Ava looked at her and told her to pass on a message to the Night of Terror. She looked to the side and said that the purge was complete. After a while, the girl stood in front of the bishop and said that as he ordered, she released everyone to freedom. They can move out at any moment. She kept her hands behind her shoulders and said that they've been having little success so far, but things should change once the undead are introduced to the battlefield. The only concern she has is Rhodos. She said that he really doesn't need to worry about that place. Victoria would never allow Rhodos to get involved in her fun activities. Bishop said that he has already taken action for Victoria herself. He smiled and said that when the witch had appeared, Victoria wasn't the only one that sought individual victory over her. The knight looked ahead. A bow appeared in front of him. He took it and pulled the bowstring. The man prepared to shoot. He released the bowstring. The arrow flew far. It flew over the sea. The arrow flew very fast. It flew over the city. It skirted the horizon and hit the castle. Galaramp caught the arrow with one hand. It was blazing. The girl said, "Here he is." Victoria smiled and said that it's Mylan. She walked forward and said that they were moving out. She summoned a ship. It arrived at the shore of Rhodos. A sword appeared in Victoria's hand and she said that the promised time had come. She clutched the sword in her hand. A woman appeared in front of Mylan. He stood ready to fight. Many swords flew at him. The combatants jumped. A huge sword plunged into the ground. Victoria smiled. She held the sword in her hands. Reagan Sinclair looked at her. A woman held a huge sword in her hands. She fought with a knight. Victoria cut him in half. She looked at him. A man looked at her in shock and said that she won again. How many had she cut already? Another one told him that he had no idea. They had a lot of scum who wanted to forcefully sleep with her. A guy looked ahead and said that it was a real curse to be so beautiful at this time. Another one said that she was still a little girl, so he couldn't even imagine what would happen if she lost. The man grinned and said he wouldn't lie. She really was beautiful. He would have thrown her on the bed as soon as he could. She cut off his head. Victoria grabbed him by the hair. She looked into his eyes and said that she could actually hear everything. The girl threw the head back and said that she was giving it back to him. The head fell to the body. The men were undressing the victims. Victoria smiled and asked if this was the era of chaos. She winked and said that this day was beautiful. The girl looked ahead. The sun was shining. Victoria was sleeping. A man burst into her house. She cut him off. He materialized from the other side. He struck a powerful blow. Victoria slowed down. She kicked him. Two men hit her at the same time. The blonde created a magic sphere. The house exploded. The girl did a somersault. She looked up. Several warriors were standing in front of her. Victoria smiled and asked what their whole pack wanted from her. The monster's eye glowed. He said that he was here to take her. The girl looked at him and said, "All of this just for that one thing? Doesn't it make him feel pathetic?" The man pulled out a weapon and said that the transfer of genes by inheritance is very important. Only a strong vessel can contain a strong seed. Victoria summoned a sword and said that he was hopeless, so he should just die. The warriors rushed at her. The girl swung. She killed them all. Swords fell from the sky. They stuck in the ground. The man looked at her in shock and thought that he had seriously miscalculated. She had the potential to become a star. He thought that she would definitely reach the heavens soon and then no one would be able to touch her. The man smiled nastily and thought how lucky he was to find her now. He attacked. The girl parried his weapon. The man struck again and said that she could cut off her limbs. He didn't need them. One of the warriors wounded the girl in the back. She turned and killed him. Many brunettes attacked her. A rod was tied around her wrist. Swords were stuck in her arm. She was cut all over her body. The man swung. His arm was cut off. Victoria smiled and asked, "He won't need it, will he?" The man intercepted the whip. He hit the girl. His whip tied her. The blonde looked at him angrily. She was tearing the whip. Blood was running down her face. The monster screamed at her to beg for mercy. A stick was stuck into one of his warriors. Milan Kula killed another guy. With a wave of his hand, he cut off everyone's heads. Victoria frowned and asked who he was. He pointed at her and said that she was a child. He said that she needed a protector. The monster looked at them. Milan Kula cut off his head. They were left alone. Victoria looked at him and asked where he came from. The knight pointed over the horizon. The blonde asked if it was really from beyond the seas, that all those who came from the dark waves were as strong as him. The creature answered in the negative. It was raining and lightning was thundering. A fire was burning in the fireplace. Victoria looked at the knight and thought that he seemed to be human, but at the same time he was very different from them. She thought that he was like a huge tree or a stone, very unusual. The girl looked at him and asked if he was comfortable in this armor, thinking that he hardly spoke. Usually only she spoke. Milan Kula was silent. She said that he was traveling to find a rival. How could someone like him live in the same era with her? She threw wood on the fire and said that even a little girl like her knew what was happening all over the world. He should have seen everything with his own eyes. The blonde said that it did not matter whether people died because of an evil plan or in a battle. Every couple of days new rulers of the regions appeared. She asked him what he thought happened to the common people in such cases. Most of them were captured and sold into slavery, regardless of age or gender. Victoria looked at her hand and said that she had picked up a sword when she was very young and often fought with it to survive. A sphere appeared in her palm. She said that she was lucky enough to entertain the crowd in the gladiator arena, but it would have been much worse if she had not had a gift. She said that she would have simply been chained and mocked until she died. Victoria threw her head back and said that she realized something about him. She smiled and said that she would never find a better opponent than him. Milan Kula was silent. He said that he thought the same. He said that she would become a great warrior. The girl smiled. The knight stood up. There was an explosion. They fought. Dawn came. Victoria said that she thought that she had found the purpose of life. She said that she would rule all these islands in this ocean and erect a castle on the finest one among them. The girl stretched her hand to the sun and said that people in the future would call this place Rhodos, the Empire of Light. She smiled and said that she would end the era of chaos and create new laws. The earth shook. Victoria turned around and asked if he was laughing. Milan Kula covered his face and answered negatively. He said that he laughed not out of contempt, but out of hope. That was how he showed his excitement. The excitement of a lonely warrior who has spent his whole life searching for a worthy opponent. He put his hand on the girl's head and said that she dare not die. He leaned over and said that when she became a warrior and stopped being a child, he would come for her and kill her that day. Victoria looked at him in shock. She smiled and said that she was looking forward to that day. The wind was blowing over the mountains. Victoria held the pendant in her hands and said that she did not think that their meeting would last so long. She smiled and said that when she heard that the big armored dude became an elder, she immediately thought that it was definitely him. She said she had no idea he was so popular when she was little, the great Milan Kula, the god of battles of Avarin. The blonde said a lot had happened since then. She said she met a man who was known as the god of the seas. Later, she met the devil of the southern continent. Victoria said she had heard rumors that Prim was responsible for the most deaths in history. She said the more she fought, the more she admired him. Back then he was as powerful as she was now. Milan Kula pointed at her. He pointed at her and said she was a worthy opponent. The woman blushed and smiled. Her sword flew at the knight. He parried her attack. More swords flew at him from the sky. They flew up. Milan Kula stood on a rock. He jumped. The knight pulled back an arrow. A shot was fired. Victoria swung her sword. Milan Kula flew at her. They clashed swords. The blonde spun the sword. It cut through the rocks. Victoria smiled and thought that having a worthy opponent to show off all that you can do was a great blessing. Mylan Killa looked at her. The woman parried the blow and thought that she would not die today. She thought that as the sun sets and rises again, they will probably continue battling their hearts out in the future even as they grow more powerful. The ground cracked around them. Victoria smiled and thought that they were doing it right now. Mylan Killa hit the girl. She skidded to a stop far away from him. The knight rushed forward. He hit the ground and it exploded. He attacked again and again, and the blonde dodged. The knight raised his sword to strike. He hit the ground. Victoria swung her sword. An arrow flew at her. She dodged. Mylan Killa appeared from above. His blow cut the ground. The shore exploded. The warriors looked at each other. Gloves began to appear on the woman's hands. Victoria struck. It split the earth. There was a cloud of dust. Mylan Killa was underground. He raised his staff above the ground and struck. The earth trembled. The knight crawled to the surface. He raised his head and screamed. His scream split the island in half. Waves rose in the sea. A ship was sailing on the sea. Galaramt and Hecate looked ahead. The knight said that it was the Ganyuk of the god of battles. Hecate looked ahead and said that apparently he was able to impose various effects just by screaming loudly. She really hoped that Lady Victoria would lose. Mylan Killa glowed green. A large stone hit the ground. The knight ran forward. Victoria parried his blow. The creature struck again and again. A hole appeared in the sea. The woman ran forward. Mylan Killa pulled the bowstring. He pierced the water with it. Victoria stood on the water. She struck. Rays flew at her. Her eyes lit up. She raised her arm to strike. Many swords fell from the sky. Mylan Killa screamed. The creature appeared behind him. They were the souls of warriors. They had large swords. The souls were facing forward. They were fighting off the woman's attack. There was an explosion. The knight glowed green. He said that it was time to finish the warm-up and told her to take out her axe. Victoria smiled and said that the last time they met, they promised that they would fight until they were strong enough to defeat the witch. She said that she remembered the times when she could make great progress in one day, but in their days, it was sometimes difficult to take even one step forward. The woman flew up. Yellow light sparkled. The sword sparkled with yellow lightning. An axe appeared. The blonde said that she would continue moving forward anyway because Victoria smiled and said that she was Victoria Rodos. She swung her arm. There was a flash of light. There was an explosion. After a while, Ava squinted and asked why the sun was so blinding. She got up from the bed and wondered if these were the only two left. As soon as the old man was cured, he immediately galloped away. She thought that this was extremely bad. The girl looked at her hand, but anyway, it seemed that she was able to figure it out now. Now she could even skillfully use the Jinti gift on herself. She thought that maybe she had become stronger, but she still felt sad because she couldn't steal anything. She would soon go crazy. She remembered how she had fully felt her weakness against the Dread Knight. It was impossible to use many different gifts. Ava thought that this was probably why the old man told her back then that she had taken something she didn't need at all. She thought that since the bad people who experimented on her were still alive, she had a lot of work to do. How tiring it was to wait for an answer from them. The heroine stretched and thought that there was something more important first. Psycho scratched the bump on his head and asked if she really wanted to move out already. The girl walked through the door and said that they finally found a way to get revenge. There was no point in delaying. The guy looked at her in surprise and asked what the Black Hand wanted from the protector. The heroine put on a shirt and said that there was only one way to find out. Yuna looked at her and asked if she really needed to dress like that. She looked fresh. Psycho and Ava said sure. They said that this is what being a real bodyguard means. The voice said that at least he found a way to contact Ava. She chose the protector as expected. He said that it was not surprising at all. She always got attached to others quickly. He hoped she did not underestimate the task because the protector would only be bait. The stranger said that the most important part of the whole plan was to hide everything from prying eyes. His involvement should not be revealed until they found the right person, and even then. Clayhand looked at him and said that he understood. Chain looked ahead. Apin, Blue Rock, Sector 19. Ava was drinking on the roof of a ruined house. She began to chew. According to Jeremy, Blue Rock is a huge sector, comparable in size to the Port of Wise. And Apin is the busiest city, unlike the others in this sector. It's been 4 days since she was here and she hasn't had a moment of peace. Two people were standing opposite each other in the parking lot. The guy took out a minigun. He started shooting, but the girl with the shield deflected all the shots. She hit the fighter with a spear, pierced his leg, and hit him in the face with her knee. He fell in front of her. The girl took off her helmet and looked away. Ava ate. She still did not understand what the Black Hand wanted from her. Watching her these few days, she did not notice anything strange. Ava was in the gym, watched how the girl trained hard, and then suppressed the villains. And this is her entire daily routine. But all the information from the guy was true. She should keep her eyes open. Ava went forward. She thanked the gods for enlisting Jeremy's support. As long as she can catch the enemy, she will be able to find out everything that she is hiding. After a while, she sat among the ruins. She looked to the side. The truth will soon be hers. The girl fought. She defeated another villain. She looked tiredly to the side. She was asked why she could not come earlier. A wounded soldier sat to the side, said if she had come earlier, this would not have happened. Another soldier told him to shut his mouth. He bowed before the girl and asked her to accept his apology for his behavior and asked her to let the underground heroes finish the rest. The protector smiled and nodded. She walked away. The soldier turned around and asked how the boy could say something like that to someone who sacrificed herself only for them. He said that in their day, it was hard to find a hero like her. The boy started crying, said that he knew, and that he just couldn't hold back because the clan had weakened their support. He said that he would ask her forgiveness later. They approached him. He cried and said that if he could live another day, then he would definitely. The protector walked down the street. She took off her helmet. She leaned tiredly against the wall, thought that the villains were appearing more and more often, and some of her allies were attacked by heroes and went missing. She looked down. She was not sure if she should continue to engage in such battles. Was she really doing the right thing, turning a blind eye to the clan's problems? Her hand was shaking. She remembered Prosecutor. He walked forward, blocking the light. There was no joy in these streets anymore. She could not find a single resident with a sincere smile on their face. They did not know who to trust, and they spent the nights shaking about their lives. She looked down tiredly and asked what she should do now. They called her and said that the villain was spotted on Route 44. The radio crackled and repeated. She answered. She looked ahead and said that she was coming. The city was empty. The Guardian looked ahead. She extended her spear forward and thought it was Route 44, but there was no one there. Someone called out to her. She turned around. The man was saying that she had fallen so low that she fought for the giftless. He ran forward. His legs were cut off. He fell to the ground. Blood flowed around and he screamed. Ava took out her sword. The Guardian pointed her spear at her. She opened her eyes in shock. The boy was shaking. The heroine lifted his head and asked if he really was an agent of the Black Hand, just too weak for them. The boy frowned and asked what she was talking about. Ava frowned and asked, so it wasn't him. A light lit up. The heroine frowned. She felt the presence of a torch. She saw a girl on the roof. It was Senchu. She adjusted her glove and said that the fourth finger should have a gift for mass genocide. Buildings were collapsing and falling. A huge artillery appeared. The girl smiled and told them to level everything to the ground. She raised her finger and ordered them to get ready, aim. She didn't have time to finish firing before one of her guns was hit by a shell. The artillery exploded and burned. Smoke came out of the gun. Psycho smiled. He pulled the trigger. Senchu dodged. She looked ahead angrily. She fired into the air. A huge explosion thundered above her. She adjusted her cap. A huge piece of debris was falling on the city. There was a roar. Senchu waved her finger, a mad warmonger. She used huge field artillery. Cannons fired into the air. Jeremy happily ran away from the explosions thundering behind him. The heroine looked at him. He shouted at her that they needed to catch her, told her to follow her. Ava turned to the soldier with the wounded man. She looked at them angrily and asked if she was seriously trying to save him, said that she was either too kind or too stupid. The girl looked down and said that he was her partner. Ava angrily said that she felt sorry for her, but she still thought that she should do something else now. A rocket was falling behind her. Ava said that one from the same organization as her was now destroying everything around. The rocket exploded. The heroine said that because of this, the residential area would be destroyed. The soldier looked at the heroine in shock. She asked whose life was more valuable. Jeremy was exchanging fire with Senchu. She blocked his beam with a huge cube. The area was being destroyed by powerful shots. Senchu smiled slyly. Jeremy smiled cheerfully, making another shot. 4 beams flew through the houses. Senchu blew the smoke out of the barrel. Jeremy loaded the pistol, thinking that compared to a hand cannon, other types of artillery are not as accurate, but they are much more destructive. He crouched on the edge of the roof. He should not give her much time and freedom of action, otherwise the city will be wiped out if he cannot stop her. A beam thundered in front of the girl, collapsing the escape routes. He jumped forward. He ran cheerfully, taking out a grenade. He threw it forward. Another explosion thundered in front of him. Jeremy landed on the ground. The muzzle flash. Jeremy flinches. An explosion thunders in front of him. Dust surrounds the debris. A cannon crawled out of the pole. Jeremy looked ahead in surprise. Senchu at this time appeared behind him. She swung her knife. Jeremy parried the attack, but she knocked the gun out of his hand. He grinned and said that the Black Hand agent was very good at close combat. Senchu got into a fighting stance and was surprised to see the guy. She thought he was dead even when the smiling one attacked the 17th sector. Jeremy broke the distance and said that the intelligence in her team was useless since she realized that he was alive only now, or they just did not share information because she was too stupid. The agent waved her hand, said that he himself was stupid since he decided to go against the clan. She said that soon the Black Hand would target her too. Jeremy ran to attack. He laughed and said that he was afraid. They began to wave knives. Jeremy made a sharp blow. The girl dodged and parried, increasing the pressure. Senchu began to push the guy away, pointed a gun at him. Jeremy looked at her dumbfoundedly and dodged. He used retroscopy. The attacking images of the agent appeared in front of him. He thought that judging by her standard fighting style, against an enemy she had never fought before, she would most likely choose. He looked at the smiling girl, saw the next attack. Jeremy smiled and struck ahead. Senchu looked in surprise at the guy who read her like an open book, but his gift cannot boast of accuracy. He cheerfully repelled all her attacks. She thought that it was as if with the help of huge battle experience he could predict the enemy's actions with almost 100% probability. Senchu frowned. Her eyes widened. She dodged, smiled and said that the guy's gift was creepy, asked if he was a voyeur. Jeremy threw the knife, thought if she hid and continued to fire from afar, it would be a disaster for the city, but even her close combat skills are about the same as his. He dodged sharply, realized that something was wrong. The girl was smiling. The guy realized that she was still hiding something. He swung the knife, decided that there was only one way to find out. Senchu ran at him with a crazy smile and said that he dropped his weapon. The guy suddenly pointed a gun at her. Senchu smiled and froze, jumped on the barrel. She shrank and rolled along his hand, easily dodged the shot, landed and said that she felt better now. She froze. The heroine's silhouette appeared in the window. She said that she felt better too. Ava looked, used Teverp. Senchu began to dodge. The heroine began to press, inflicting many blows. Stripes of blows flashed between the rivals. Senchu clenched her teeth. The heroine's eyes turned blue. She made a cut. The cut began to destroy Senchu's sword. She ducked at the last moment. Everything behind her split into two parts. A clawed animal appeared above her head. Senchu kicked it away, and blood spurted. Senchu looked forward in shock. She fell. Ava pierced her hand with a sword. Senchu asked to let her catch her breath. Ava swung her knife, said that when she cut off her arms and legs, she would be able to catch her breath because she only needed her mouth anyway. She struck. Senchu managed to put her hand out. An unknown man in a cloak appeared to the side of the girls. He knocked the knife out of the heroine's hands with a glowing spear. Ava swung. The unknown man parried all her attacks. Ava jumped back. The unknown man pressed on, and Senchu ran away. She jumped out the window. A lot of debris flew around the heroine. The tip of her sword began to glow. The building was cut into several pieces. She stood on the wreckage, adjusted her hair and said chaos. Jeremy licked the bloody knife, said that the heroine was scary, but she could not worry. He smiled and said that he read Senchu. After a while, Senchu and the unknown man in the mask were sitting in the shelter. The girl took off her cap and said that they were not pursuing, asked what the name of the unknown man was. The man in the mask with the drawing of a hand was silent. She approached him, told him to forget about the rule of silence and ordered him to say his name. The unknown man said 516. She said that he was still a child. She looked at the healing wound, said that she almost lost control. The man squeezed the spear. Protecting the protector was his mission. He pointed the spear at Senchu's head and asked why she came. She called him a daredevil. With a crazy smile, she took the spear aside and asked, wasn't he taught that you need to show respect in their time? She put her fingers in front of her mask and said there was one man and he was as rude as him, asked if he wanted to know what happened to him. She spread her fingers and said his home village went boom and everyone there became the freshest meat on earth just because of simple cannon shots. Senchu turned around and walked away, said if 516 understood everything, then he should go do his own thing and she should focus on hers. She looked away angrily, thought that she had shown herself in a bad light to Punisher. She could not believe how another agent of the Black Hand could be in that zone. Punisher in her memories said that reports did not reach her, that she worked alone at her own discretion. She stood in front of her and said that she had no special duties until the entire army was mobilized, asked what she was so busy with lately. Senchu smiled and said that she was minding her own business, said that her percentage of successful missions was almost 100% before she failed a couple of times. Senchu smiled. Punisher loomed over her menacingly. The girl said that these were just a few words. She looked at Punisher in surprise, made a face and asked, did she really decide to put on that scary face again? She shuddered, turned around. Someone came out of the darkness. The heroine's sister smiled slyly. Senchu patted her cheeks, thinking that there were a lot of scary as hell women here and she could only count on herself. She had 9 out of 12 fragments, only 3 left. She thought about the heroine, decided that she would hardly be able to defeat the hero killer, then she should make a deal with her. Senchu put her hands behind her back and said that everything was decided. She was going to the cage. Meanwhile, Jeremy said that he had bad and good news for her. They were sitting at the table. The guy said that at first the good news, the woman the heroine met earlier turned out to be a high-ranking officer of the Black Hand. He looked at the heroine, relaxed, and said that she knew about the former hero nicknamed Twilight. He decided that even in their days they still worked together. Ava looked at the guy. He suspected that they were going to meet in a place called the Cage. He said that this place was even worse than Nostra. After all, it is a huge slave market. Ava took a sip from her glass and asked if slave markets still existed. Jeremy said that there had always been illegal activities and they would always exist. He said that it was a well-known place that had existed since the Chaos era. He looked through the pipe and said that the clan ignored their disgusting actions, calling it their culture, but in reality it was all about money. They made a lot of money from tax collection. Jeremy looked at the heroine and said that the bad news was that this was all the information he had. They would find more if they asked around. Ava angrily pointed at him and called him useless, but the guy said that his gift was not omnipotent. He pointed to his eyes, ears, touch, showed his tongue, nose. He could read pieces of the past with these 5 senses, but there was also a limit to what he could learn. He imagined himself in front of a bunch of bookcases, said that it was highly susceptible to external influences, such as how he felt while using it and how long he could use it at all. He said that it was difficult to logically explain what he felt, but it was like searching for a book in a huge library with no librarian. Ava stood up and said that she didn't think it was that hard to find it anyway. She could feel it. She imagined Senchu and said that she also had a fragment of the torch, and if she wasn't too far away from it, she could find it. She looked ahead with a frown and said to go to the cage. After a while, men were walking around in front of people in cages. Slave owners were happily showing off their wares. A huge area was hung with cages with people. Ava stepped forward. She looked around, said that while people were being resold back and forth, somewhere far away people were worried about animal cruelty. An unknown voice said that this was a very naive statement. The big guy started to flex his fist and asked if this was her first time here. He wanted to show her the city. Ava calmly said that it was a wonderful idea, and after a while the big guy was carrying the heroine on his back with bumps on her head. Ava calmly looked ahead. She turned around abruptly. Her father was looking at her. She tugged the big guy's reins and asked why he was here. The man in the cage folded his arms over his chest and said that when you travel around the world, you often encounter the most unexpected turns. For example, sometimes, without doing anything, you can anger a stranger. He looked at his daughter in confusion, who said enough riddles. He said that he ate in one establishment and found out that he did not have a penny in his pocket. The heroine frowned at her father and said that he was terrible. The woman with a ladle ran towards the heroine and asked if she understood that this was stealing. She waved the ladle angrily and asked if she wanted to know what he said. He would repay her with his sword skills, and she didn't want to get involved in any shady business involving killing people. The heroine said she was buying it. She showed the big guy's reins and asked how about an exchange. Sometime later in the city, the father and daughter were sitting on the stairs. The man said that he was now her debtor, but the girl said that he had helped her a lot before. She was eating a banana and asked if he had arrived at the cage immediately after leaving the castle. Ijinshin said that it was a huge slave market, but there were also a lot of rumors here. He looked down thoughtfully and said that this is how people from all over the world flock here. He can hear a lot of rumors about other sectors. The heroine asked if he managed to find what he was looking for. He just shook his head, said unfortunately no. The heroine asked why he was always on the road. Ijinshin introduced the white-haired girl. He looked at the ground. He promised one person to bury her in her native lands, but these lands turned out to be too far. He looked at the sky. He knew that it would take time, so he decided to entrust his colleague with something truly valuable. But she disappeared without a trace. Ava chewed the peel and looked at her father with interest, asked if he was really looking for his colleague. He said yes, and then she asked him to tell her more, because maybe she could help. The man looked at her and noticed that she liked the sword he gave her last time. She stroked the sheath. She began to treat it more carefully as soon as she could use it. Ijinshin suddenly drew his sword. Energy balls flew around the couple in the air. Ava parried one. She began to break the distance, destroying one after another. Ijinshin calmly parried the girl's blow. She jumped back, dodged the blow, threw a boulder at her father, swung her sword. Ijinshin easily blocked the attack. Ava moved forward, swinging her hand, but the man caught her hand. She looked at him seriously and asked what happened. Father put the sword back and said that she had indeed learned a lot from that man. He remembered the last time they fought. She said that the guy had not taught her anything worthwhile, so she decided to watch from the sidelines and imitate his swordsmanship. Ava put the sword back in its sheath. The man said that unlike him and her, who were tightly bound to one weapon, the sword, he said that for the girl, the sword was just one of the available weapons. He said that she had grown up and could now use other weapons, such as a spear or an axe, and even other people's gifts, as she herself understood, were suitable for different situations. He said that Yushin had spent his entire life studying how to kill people more effectively, and his teaching had certainly influenced her style. He calmly said that this was why her style was so bloodthirsty, said that this sword was destined for her by fate itself. Ijin turned around and offered to spill some blood on his sword. He turned around and said that then she would understand everything he said. The heroine grabbed her father's hand and said that he could not leave just like that. She glared at him and said that he was now her slave. Night fell. The man stood around the corner. He said that he did not know that they were on such good terms to exchange barbs like this. He said that if he were in her place, he would blow up the entire city. The girl stood next to him and asked irritably, did he really want barbs? Senchu said displeasedly that she did not come here for this. She tapped her forehead, promised to be brief. She went around the corner and said that she wanted a fragment of the torch that is inside the hero killer as well as a healing gift. Jeremy smiled. He realized that the girl had a shard that could do this. He looked at the shorty cheerfully and asked what he would get from this deal. Senchu frowned and said that the hero killer was different from what she had heard. She said that she could not use her gift now. She decided that it would only benefit her. Jeremy looked questioningly at the shorty. She said that only they could move it without the host dying, and based on the experiments in the past, the total amount of her Esta would also not change. He moved away from the wall and said that this was not enough, and the girl agreed. The guy stood in front of her. She said that as soon as they finished this job, she would tell about the Twilight. Jeremy shuddered and asked, was she really going to betray them? Senchu bared her sharp teeth and said that she was always on her side. Otherwise, how did he think the Twilight could escape from his fingers? The guy looked at her in surprise and asked how long she had planned all this. The girl looked at him contentedly and asked if he was in or not. The guy waved his hand and said that he did not think he had the right, so why not ask her herself? After these words, he called the hero killer. From the darkness, the heroine approached the couple. She adjusted her hair. Senchu smiled maliciously and decided that this time she would not give in so easily. It would be quite difficult for her to force her to agree, so she prepared a little, and now this was one of the best options. She smiled, thinking that a fight was not the worst option if she did not get anything. The girl in the hood looked at this questioningly. She was cut into two parts. Senchu shuddered. A fountain of blood rose from the roof behind her. Ava started looking around and asking where the executioner was. The man came out of the darkness. He walked up to his daughter, putting his sword back in its sheath. He looked ahead menacingly and said that he was in the toilet. Senchu looked at them fearfully. Meanwhile, the prosecutor said that he could not love her anymore. He straightened his back and told the girl to leave before he killed her. Rebecca smiled with tears in her eyes. She knew that one day this would happen. The prosecutor took out his sword. Ijin, with a shadow on his face, said that he was in the toilet. Senchu winced, looking at him, and cursed. Ava looked straight ahead and said that she could not try to do something like that again. The bloody girl lay on the ground. The heroine continued that she would not give her a chance to figure out how to get out of this situation. The girl in the hoodie trembled and thought that this was nonsense. This was not how she imagined this negotiation. She had just killed a woman who was a very strong killer. Ava looked at her and asked why she was shaking like that. Wasn't she planning to trick her and escape as soon as she had the chance? The girl tilted her head and said that unfortunately, this was her prerogative, not hers. Senchu frowned, thinking that she was trying to intimidate her, but she agreed out loud, saying that she didn't really like getting into these kinds of battles. She waved her hand at the others to follow her. The white-haired girl walked with her hands behind her back. A silhouette was visible in the dark window, and words were heard that one was on the 4th floor and 2 on the 3rd. They were all watching him now. Psycho covered his mouth with his hand and whispered to Ava that you never know what might happen, so she should be careful. The boy was surprised to see a sword between them. Ijin, who was holding the weapon, said that it was too close and that he should go back. The girl was approaching a gray building. She stopped at a large metal door with a combination lock. The door opened slightly, and someone's head appeared. Senchu screamed, seeing a man with a glow emanating from his face. She recoiled, and the man fell out. He was immediately smashed into the ground by a gray figure that appeared. Words of apology were heard for this. A gray-haired man in a gas mask leaned out of the door and said that he did not think that they would come so late. He saw several silhouettes with glowing eyes. The man asked Senchu, who was passing by, if they were finished. She told him to shut up, since he had already figured out what to do. The white-haired girl turned around in displeasure and addressed Ava, saying that whether she believed it or not, she had started collecting the fragments of the torch only in order to save her. Standing in front of them, the girl continued that only with them could she guarantee her survival against powerful enemies. She didn't have the courage to break the deal, especially with the executioner there. Ijin, leaning on his sword, asked how dangerous it was to her life. The man in the protective mask said that it wasn't that dangerous. This operation had always been successful up until now. They had many reasons to thank someone for such careful care of health and safety. Ava looked at him carefully, thinking that even the old man told her that she didn't need the torch at all. She remembered the blonde turning around and thought that the destruction of the body wasn't the only reason why the elders decided to refuse to absorb the torch's power. She remembered the smiling in Jen and thought that those she met were determined to go into the fire to get what they wanted. Taking the sword in her hand, the girl decided that she felt that her body could withstand it. The heroine knelt down, thinking that now she needed to take another step forward, like always. Looking forward, she said that they could begin. The masked man clarified that for that to happen, words were heard that she would have to die once. At that moment, a glowing blue gun appeared. Psycho was pointing it at the man with gray hair, who told them to relax. This was not what they thought. To be more precise, she would have to be put into a terminal state. She would be on the verge of death. Senchu ran her hand over her neck and said that this was the only option to remove this thing from her body. Not only would she be on the verge, she would also have to kill herself. The man with scars on his face said that he would do it then. Taking out his sword from its sheath, he explained that he could not trust this to anyone else. Turning to the girl, he asked if she was ready. As soon as she agreed, blood immediately gushed from her chest. She was gushing out of her like a fountain. The gray-haired man, looking at her, asked her to trust him. He would not lose her again. Words were heard that she had woken up. Psycho waved his hand, saying that he could not believe that something so terrible lived inside her. She did the right thing by getting rid of it. He would not want to be in her place. Ava was lying on the bed and asked what happened after she passed out. He remembered how shining leaves began to come out of the girl. It resembled a creepy plant with sharp claws. The guy said that he had never seen anything like it before. The monster that crawled out of Senchu's body forcefully ate the one that crawled out of her, and that was the end of it. The guy standing by the bed asked how she felt. Should he call Yuna? The girl answered that no, she was fine. She sat on the bed, looking at her palms, and thought that both the torch and the Jinti gift had completely disappeared, but she felt more robust and energetic than before. Moreover, the girl's cheeks turned red. She was amazed to realize that she was burning with the desire to steal someone's gift again. A man in a gas mask appeared in the open door, and Senchu said that it was time to complete their little deal. Ava pointed her finger and told her to wait, asking if he happened to know Vector or John. The man in the gas mask replied that Vector and he were colleagues, although he started before him, but he didn't know John. The girl, opening her mouth, said, "Anenya, does this name mean anything to him?" Her palm approached the man's face when he said that of course, this was the little girl he experimented on. Last time he would not lie. He was amazed to the depths of his soul. How creative. He didn't finish because Ava pushed him hard against the wall. With wild red eyes, she said that it was him. A knife appeared behind her. Senchu told her to stop. The doctor had to be alive until she collected all the pieces of the torch. Let him think, kill him and not learn anything from her. Ava removed her hand. The man was lying near the broken wall. The girl told him to throw him out of here. As she left, she stepped on his hand, saying that today was the last day she would show mercy. Turning around, the gray-haired girl said that the next time she saw him, she would torture him until he died of pain. Senchu closed her eyes and said that was fine. It was not that she wanted to be here with her anymore. Let him take this and leave. The girl handed over the device, saying that the location was 26-611 in the cage, the time was in 2 weeks, and that he should do exactly what was written in the file that she would send her. Leaning over, she continued that this way she would be able to meet Dusk, but that she should not relax. Even she was not sure that she could defeat him one-on-one. Ava looked and asked why she had warned him. Wouldn't it be easier for her if she died? Senchu touched the man's gas mask and said that because Dusk would definitely notice that she had betrayed him if she killed him, it would be fine before her. She left with the figure that carried the doctor, and waving her hand, she said that she was leaving. She hoped that they would not meet again. Ava remained standing in the room. Psycho stuck his head out from around the corner and said in surprise that he was not sure how true Senchu's words were, but it would not hurt to be well prepared. Ava put the device in her pocket, saying that she agreed. She already knew what they would do for the next 2 weeks. Taking Laika's call, she heard that if she remembered correctly, there were a couple of heroes in the cage who should be eliminated. Holding the phone to her ear, Ava asked which of them had the tastiest gift. A metal object with a lace pattern appeared. 2 tied girls were walking on leashes. A gray car drove up. The girls were walking behind a man in a gray hood. He turned his head and told them to stop. He did it on purpose. The hand touched the metal bars. Around it, many metal bars appeared, intertwined together. He asked, "Do you want to die?" The red eye looked at him. The girl extended her palm. Above her silhouette, a huge pile of intertwined metal appeared. Ava sighed. Looking forward, she said that this is exactly what she wanted. Smashed one of them with a hammer blow. Blood also gushed out of the girl's body. Another girl approached, holding a device with blades in her hands. A magical seal appeared around it. The girl in the top held a bright glow. The man with a beard smiled. After hitting her with a hammer, he turned around and told everyone to get ready. By the end of the day, they will give this sector to the Lord Bishop. Many heroes ran to attack with a scream. The man with dreadlocks parried the blow with his hand and shouted that they need to retreat, they need to leave the city. The girl with a bandage on her cheek shouted that they should not advise any dog to run away. They were doing all this in the name of Lord Bishop. The silhouette of a girl with a tail appeared in front. Yon tilted her head and smiled. At this time, a man was struggling with another man. He turned his blood-stained face and asked what happened. The heroes pointed their weapons at themselves. The man looked at this in shock, not understanding what was happening. With tears in his eyes, he also put the blade to his mouth. Blood gushed out from his silhouette. The ground in front of the man with the hammer was covered in cracks. The gray-haired girl stood on the blood-soaked ground. The bearded man looked at her in shock. He was standing on a green meadow. A boy was sitting next to a flower. The gray-haired boy turned around and looked back in surprise, then smiled embarrassedly and called out for his dad. The bearded man was surprised to see the boy hugging him. Hugging him, he said that he missed him a lot. The man looked at him in shock and heard that he could play with him now, really. The bearded man brought his hand surrounded by lightning to his head. His power blew his head off. The girl covered her mouth with her fingers and laughed. With a wild look, looking forward, she laughed and said that this was fucking fun. The masked man with the palm told the sixth that the mission was completed. Maybe she should go to the next target before she used up all her energy. The girl with the tail agreed, saying that sure, why not? Turning around, she asked with a smile, "Are they coming? It's time to hunt dusk." On a metal base, pieces of meat were roasting. The heroes were sitting at the table. The girl happily said that it looked gorgeous. She was already drooling. They watched in amazement as the base with meat rose into the air, while the girl said that it would be ready. She stretched out her hand, trying to catch it with chopsticks, but the meat flew away along with several other bases. The brazier flew out of the door of the cafe. A hand with chopsticks rose up. Ava happily held the chopsticks to the meat that flew in. She was sitting on the roof, and there were many such bases around. The heroine put the chopsticks in her mouth and then threw them away, humming, and thought that she had already gotten used to the metal gift. She grabbed the yellow creature hovering nearby, stretching it like an anti-stress. Ava thought that the experience in controlling Grayman's blades also played a big role. She thought she should continue using this gift until she found a more appetizing one. She remembered how they walked from the gray building and thought that Psycho was right. His advice helped her a lot. She remembered the enemy and the metal vortex and thought that it felt like she really became stronger just by setting a few restrictions. The gift she would get from the kill would be her main weapon. She looked at the window where the main and secondary weapons were marked and the rest of the slots were empty, and thought that the rest would only be temporary so that there would always be a choice. This is how she would fight in the future. Ava opened her mouth, throwing meat into it with her skill, and thought that this was the surest way to increase her strength. Not far away stood a sword in a red sheath. She thought that she would fight enemies who persistently trained in only one path. Ava imagined herself fighting a girl in red glasses, thought that she would not be able to inflict enough damage with mediocre attacks. Imagining herself piercing her with a sword, the heroine decided that she needed to be selective and have several skills. As she left, she waved her hand, sending the basics back. The waitress set a new portion of meat on the hero's table and asked them to give them another minute before eating. At this time, an empty metal plate flew onto the table, replacing the full one. Ava was holding meat and chopsticks. Ava said that before meeting him dusk, she should have collected some weapons. The men were standing near the cage with a man. The girl with green hair and a body covered in tattoos said that she heard the news. Medallion really died. The girl with purple hair said that yes, it really pissed her off. 2 high-quality slaves escaped that day. Wingman put her hand on her belt and said that in general, the interlocutor, standing up, interrupted, saying that someone cares, he is dead, and they need to get them back. Wingman waved her hand. She said that she is right, but she prepared the product. The girl walked around the table, saying that she is talking about those 2 slaves for rent. She is not going to judge, but still. Touching the black cloth with her palm, the girl asked why not try something different this time. They could offer a whole new kind of pleasure. She tore the black cloth off the cage. Ava was sitting in the cage. The green-haired girl frowned at her and asked if she was sure she had brought the right slave. She looked more suited to a different type of slavery. The purple-haired girl asked if she was a good girl now. With tears in her eyes, she said that she did as she was told. Can she go now? Ava bent the bars with her hands and said that she could go. She would call if she was needed again. Wingman looked at her in shock. At this time, the gray-haired girl attacked with her fist. White wings appeared behind the girl. Ava looked up and moved her finger. A tornado swirled around the green-haired girl. She thought in shock that she was much stronger than her. A metal object with a sharp rod appeared next to them. The girl swung her arm and threw it with force. Blood splashed from the impact. The building behind her was covered with cracks. Wingman was nailed to the wall of the building. With her head down, Ava walked towards her. The girl, leaving a bright trace, jumped up. Landing on the edge of the metal rod, the gray-haired girl told Wingman that she knew that she was still alive. She stood up and stepped closer, saying what a relief. Ava walked along the metal rod that pierced the girl. Stretching out her palm, the girl said that she would lend her gift. The white wings were lowered. The heroine noted that since she received wings, in her next life she would become a chicken or something like that, and then she would finally become very useful. Red lightning surrounded the girl's hand. She said that she took it, now she can die. And she headed back along the metal rod. Jumping down, Ava called her a good girl. The heroine landed not far from the red-haired man. Psycho smiled, thinking that simply saying that she had become stronger would be a big understatement. Now they wouldn't be able to stop her unless they sent their best forces. Looking at him, the gray-haired woman said that it seemed that the war had actually started. The clan was not reacting to her obvious acts of terrorism. Psycho waved his hand and replied that it was because the people who could fight her were busy on other missions. In other words, it was the best time for her to cause a lot of trouble. Looking at the girl, Psycho said that including the creation of an independent faction, which they had talked about earlier. Ava imagined herself sitting in a chair while the others worked and said that she was working on it. She took the sword from the red-haired man and said that while he, the HR manager, was in charge of it, she had more urgent matters that could not wait. As she walked away, Ava said that according to Senchu, a meeting with Dusk was just around the corner, a couple more people, and she would be back here. The signs of buildings were burning in the night city. Words were heard. Had he heard about the hero killer? The man with a cigarette in his hands told the interlocutor that of course, everyone near the cage was talking about it. The men were sitting at the table. Words were heard that, in his opinion, she only kills corrupt heroes. He said that, to be honest, he already likes her. Yesterday she even got herself a wingman, the one who is considered one of the best gift users. How did she even end up part of the hero clan? A car passed by the window. The man told him not to say that. There is still a mountain of good heroes here. The interlocutor asked, did he mean a hill? The man behind the wheel winced with displeasure and said, hero killer, damn her. He noticed a figure ahead. Ava stood in front of the car and crushed it with her skill. The man cut the metal with a glowing weapon. However, the next point tore it in half. The girl held red lightning. The brunette with the tail ran away. With a wave of her hand, she sent the white misty wolves forward. Bright rays cut them. Red swirls surrounded Ava's palm. In the gray building with a symbol on the roof, words were heard that this was about to happen. The gray-haired girl stood at the door and asked the person standing inside, is it him? The man with the scar held a cigarette in his mouth and heard, is it him? Dusk. Looking at the gray-haired girl, he remembered Senchu and said that he was deceived. Dusk began to move. Covering himself with his hands, he threw himself into the hole in the wall. Ava gave chase, screaming for him to stop. Looking at him, she thought about how he just did it. Senchu said that she didn't even know what kind of gift Dusk had. She remembered standing in front of her and asking why she was so unsure since she didn't even know his gift. Looking at her, the white-haired girl replied that when she started her career, all of Dusk's data had already been deleted, then she would still say it again. It was because of his incredible track record. She imagined Dusk walking in a red glow and heard that he was rumored to always defeat his enemies, strong and weak, slowly and surely, like a sunset at dusk. Senchu closed her eyes and raised a finger and said that he was the only hero who had never failed a mission since the clan was founded. In front of Dusk were torn chunks of earth surrounded by lightning. With a swing of her sword, the girl cut them, thinking it was telekinesis. She waved her palm, thinking that she looked very versatile. On the ground lay metal rods. They were rapidly approaching the men. Dusk turned his gaze and waved his finger. The rods were surrounded by purple lightning. Ava thought that he was only able to change the trajectory. In terms of strength, she was better. The man ran. Knives, a belt, a lighter and other objects fell behind him. The girl, looking at this, realized that he had thrown away all the metal objects at once. The man threw an object at the girl, but she managed to catch it. In his hand was a dark spike, and she thought it was pressed plastic. He was quite smart. Ava waved her hand, picked up all the metal objects and asked to listen. She was not going to kill him. The man stopped in front of the net stretched in front of him. The heroine jumped on top and said that she just wanted to talk. From the movement of Dusk's hand, the objects were covered in purple lightning. In his hands, the man held a huge blade. Pieces of earth around rose up. He jumped on them, leaving bright traces, and said that it meant that she finally found him. Dusk swung the weapon right in front of the face of the heroine, who recoiled. Looking at her darkly, he asked what she wanted from the old hunting dog. Bright traces appeared between the heroes from the attack. A cry was heard not to say that this is how the clan honors veterans. Dusk, with a huge weapon in his hand, stood on the debris of the earth, using the skill. The swing of the weapon produced bright purple flashes. It was a fierce strike. Ava took out her sword from its sheath, using the living blade. Bright golden rays from the tiger claw skill rushed forward. A bright flash was created from the collision of attacks. Huge clouds of gray dust rose up. The girl opened her mouth and said that she was a hero killer and came here to ask about Operation Twilight. A huge mixture of metal was floating nearby. She told her to finish this and listen before she wanted to kill him. The man with a cigarette frowned at her. There were black debris all around. He said that it was rather embarrassing because Yeon's sister. The girl was sitting at the bar, behind which the man stood, and said that he should have recognized her the moment she used the metal gift. Ava sat with her legs folded and heard that he recognized that she had destroyed the cage recently and apologized for attacking her earlier. The girl glanced at the glass and told him not to worry, she would have done the same in his place. The man took the glass in his hand and said that indeed, The victim must maintain a fearful pose if she wanted to survive. So she killed so many heroes to avenge her sister. Dusk grinned. He closed his eyes, laughed, saying that she was quite funny. The girl took the offered glass and said that she did not think she should drink alcohol. The unscrewed cork flew off the bottle. The hero asked how she had managed to survive so far. She must have been very lucky with her surroundings. He poured cola into the girl's glass, who replied that she would not deny it. Many people helped her. Ava imagined the heroes marching after Jen, and said that she first destroyed the clan's sector. She remembered how she stood in disguise in a red dress, and said that she then became a hero to infiltrate the clan. She recalled the bright flashes of attacks, and said that she defeated her sworn enemy, although it turned out to be impossible. Imagining a fight between two guys, she said that she even saw a star falling from the sky with her own eyes. Imagining a girl putting her hand on the girl's head, Ava said that she still could not find enough information about her sister. Sitting at the bar, she resolutely demanded to know if he knew who killed her sister. Dusk leaned towards her and said that before he answered, he wanted to ask a question himself. He would not tell her anything if she did not answer. Looking sternly at the girl, the man asked what she would do if it turned out that her sister was the most terrible creature in the world. He imagined the predatory smile of the red-eyed one and said that if she was 100 times worse than all the despicable heroes she had killed before. What if she was the embodiment of evil? Ava looked at him carefully. Looking at her, the man asked if she would go back to where she came from or close her eyes to everything and continue to spill blood. There was whiskey and cola in a glass with ice. The girl leaned back and said that she did not know. The man remained silent, watching her pour the drink into her mouth. There was an ice cream machine in the cafe. Getting up, Ava turned and said that she really did not think that she had done anything wrong. Of course, his words were not without meaning. She went forward, saying that she did not know. Perhaps among those she had to kill there would be an honest hero, but so far she had certainly not killed such a one. She imagined a smiling Rachel and asked if he had seen the faces of those who had finally accomplished their revenge. And she had seen them. Their eyes were full of happiness. Looking at the man in confusion, she said that she also wanted happiness. She wanted to accomplish the perfect revenge. The girl made herself a huge serving of ice cream, saying that she could picture herself lying on the couch after finishing her work with a soft serve ice cream cone, rubbing her stomach. Ava took a bite of the ice cream and continued that it would be incredibly cold and sweet. Dusk brought a cigarette to his mouth and heard that she understood that he was asking about her determination. Turning her gaze to him, the gray-haired girl said that she would go all the way to the very end. No matter what her sister did, she was sure that she would not turn her back on her. The man looked at her in amazement. He remembered how Yon sat at the table and told him that one day her little sister would come to him. Closing his eyes, the man chuckled and asked, would the same happen to him? The blushing girl said that in the end, usually people like them either chase after someone or are chased by them. Raising a drunken look, the girl said that when that day comes, let him be kind to her sister. There were boxes on the table. Dusk smiled and said that was the perfect answer. He placed his hand on the counter, saying that he asked the question only out of curiosity, but perhaps he also wanted to see her determination. Opening his mouth, he said that he would tell her everything he knew. Ava looked at him resolutely and said that it was good. She had been waiting for these words. Looking at her, the man said that she needed to kill the elder. The heroine looked away excitedly and said that she had not expected this. The girl stood in front of the enemy. The man said that it had happened after all. The heroine looked at him silently. He swung his weapon and said that it made no difference because he no longer cared. She suddenly jumped up from her place. The girl made a dash and attacked the enemy. Smiling widely, she said that he should quit smoking because smoking was harmful to health. The guy exhaled heavily, looking at her. The heroine plunged the blade into the ground. The man said that it was the last cigarette. He sank down onto the rubble and said that she had to kill him with this attack because now they would chase her and she would die. As she walked away, the girl raised her hand and said that she had already told him that people like them were either hunting someone or someone was hunting them. She smiled slightly and added that nothing could be done about it, and she thought that she was already on their hunting list. The girl imagined herself sitting next to the dead opponents and thought that they hadn't announced it yet, but they had sent a couple of people to check, so it was only a matter of time. The man looked at her and said that knowing her, he would be very surprised if she took revenge on me too. The heroine replied that he was right because she could barely stop herself from killing them all. She touched her weapon and said she saw something at that moment. She pictured a man standing out from the crowd and thought she had her eye on Agent 7. She remembered looking at him and said that she didn't know how long he had been among them, but she was sure of one thing. The man looked at her ominously. The girl added that he was either an elder or equal in strength. Yon remembered her numbness and said that he was the one behind the atmosphere in the clan. The girl imagined a crowd of puppets. The guy asked her if she wanted to say that all the events that happened after Operation Twilight were staged. The girl replied that everything looked too spontaneous, as if someone was deliberately rushing. She imagined a man looming over the puppets and added that although she was not sure, something was possible. She imagined a large puppeteer and said that this was probably just a part of a larger picture. Standing in the field, the girl said that at that moment she realized that if this anger was directed at her, she would not be able to protect Ava. Looking into the distance, she added that this was why she decided to buy some time to become stronger. The man frowned tensely and said that she could not do that. She turned to him with a smile. The space behind her began to blur. The girl said that she would remove traces of her existence. The man approached her with difficulty. The girl said intermittently that unlike him, the hero, in the spotlight, she always wandered in the dark. The man covered his face with his hands. The girl added that if this worked, then no one would remember her. The space was covered with hallucinations. She asked him not to worry, saying that he would definitely be helped. Yon put her hand on his shoulder and said that if he remembered her, it would mean that she had failed, but there was nothing to worry about either. She leaned over and added that in that time. She looked at him ominously and finished the sentence about Ava becoming strong enough, and then asked him to tell her something when that time came. She smiled broadly and added that he should tell her how much she loved her. The man folded his hands in front of him. A glass of drink stood on the table. Tears were streaming down Ava's cheeks. The man leaned back, put a cigarette in his mouth, and said that he had only recently begun to remember her, and that could only mean one thing. The girl looked down at the glass and said that a long time had passed since her sister's death, and that her influence was probably waning. The man agreed and said that it was a reasonable conclusion, although he still had no idea what her gift was. The girl took a sip from the glass. Frowning slightly, she said that was not the case because he had something else to say. The man looked me in the eye and said that her sister was the ruler of the lawless lands. He introduced the girl sitting on the pedestal and added that the name Kasha had considerable influence. He leaned over slightly and said that she was much stronger than Ava thought, and frankly, he would not want the girl to be crazy about the place. The heroine slammed her hands on the table and asked him to shut up. The man looked into her eyes silently. The girl frowned slightly. He stood up from his seat and said that he knew she would answer like that. He pulled the rope. The man opened the board on the wall and said that 47 people died and only 5 survived. He threw her a photo and said that the hero named Bone Knife was really called Nanzu. The heroine caught the photo. The man added that he was a swordsman who used weapons made of bones, and he was once a great hero who participated in the battle at the border of Grey Castle. Ava looked at the photo. The man imagined the moment of killing the hero and said that it was until he suddenly attacked and killed the former knight commander to take his sword, and at the moment he is the second finger. On the wall hung a photo of a man with scars on his face. The man said that this is the hero eternal, the leader of the nobles, the leader of the faction opposing the giftless. He imagined a man sitting in a large chair and said that now he is one of the immortals because he committed genocide against peaceful people, and he was recently seen in one of the battles. He imagined a shining symbol and said that the hero by the name of Greatness, a member of the council, the highest leadership of the clan. Then he imagined an image of a girl raising her hands and said that she is still a hero. Dusk imagined an image of a guy bowing his head and said that this is the hero by the name of Sacred Light. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise upon hearing this name. The man said that it was him. He stood on the hill in front of the city of the hero and said that he was as popular as Victoria and that he was an elite hero of the first sector. Then we introduced a dark silhouette and said that the 7th was left for last. The man put his hand on the table and said that he knew nothing about them. A glass of drink was lying next to a glass bottle. The girl reached out to the table and threw the photos. She drank some from the glass and said that this was enough for her. The man looked into her eyes and told her to let him know if she needed anything else, because he also opposed the clan and owed his life to her sister. The girl put the glass down and said that all the information he had just told her was here Senchu. She began to get drunk, asking about how she could see her again. Night fell over the fields. The truck was driving off-road. Senchu was sitting behind the wheel. The man next to him said that the radar began to react. The girl replied that she also had eyes. She frowned angrily and assumed it was Dahlia, since they didn't care who wanted to meet, since it was clearly not for the sake of exchanging pleasantries. The blip on the radar was approaching at high speed. The girl frowned tensely and said that they were moving very fast, so she wouldn't even be able to react. The next second, a powerful blow hit the side. The driver's door was torn off its hinges. Ave came down from the roof and asked if she had expressed herself unclearly when she ordered them to lie low. The driver angrily hit the steering wheel and said that the girl was crazy and that she had come to find her. During the showdown, the car stood on its side wheels. Senchu grabbed the girl by the hair. The drunk heroine said that it was very funny. The dim light of the lamp shone in the darkness. The lamp illuminated the game board with light. A chess piece made of blue energy dissipated in the air. One of the players asked his opponent what he was going to offer. The figure of dark energy cut the enemy into 2 parts. The opponent told the old man to be patient. The guys sat opposite each other, and Jin said that he would answer when he wanted to. He added with a calm expression that the opponent's excuse for starting a war was that he wanted to cleanse the clan of dirt. However, if he accepted their help, he would have to come up with another reason. The bishop smiled and said that this was not necessary because in this world, the strong rule and the unjust. The blonde was enthusiastically doing origami. The guy added that ordinary people can enjoy their hobby and have fun only when they know that their lives are safe. He then imagined the fighting guys and added that immorality is easy to forget when survival is at stake. Besides, people will join the faction that gives them better conditions. The bishop imagined a stone fist hanging over the people and said that what they need is not injustice, but strength. A water figure rose on the chessboard. The bishop said that they needed a queen. The board fell apart on a drop of water. The guy added that if we compare the military power between him and the sky sword in numbers. The bishop created several chess pieces and said that in the ratio they were 3 to 7 in favor of the enemy. The bishop touched his chin and added that it did not matter because the outcome of this war was secondary. Smiling widely, he added that he did not strive for victory at all. And Jen with a calm expression said that the bishop was thirsty for more hostility and more deaths. Then he remembered Skysword and added that he needed more strong people. Sternly looking into the eyes of the interlocutor, the guy added that the bishop wanted to lure out the Steel Witch. The opponent smiled widely and said that although his help could not instantly change the situation in the civil conflict, he did not imagine when there would be another such opportunity. He imagined the opposing groups standing opposite each other and said that if they succeeded, they would be able to destroy the reputation of the Heavenly Sword and take the whole world into their hands. The bishop extended his hand and asked what the answer would be. Their energy began to rage, and Jen stood up silently and turned away. He looked back at his interlocutor and said that this was wonderful and that he accepted the offer. Deep cracks spread across the stone structure. The bishop stood among tiny drops of water, saying that it was time for them to leave. He turned to the side and added that it was time to end this era. The car rose up on its side wheels at high speed. The driver grabbed the heroine by the hair. The drunk girl said that it was very funny. The car overturned even more. It fell on its side, raising dust in the air. The heroine jumped to the side and didn't land on the sand. Senchu gritted her teeth and thought that anyway, she had the torch, so she might as well just kill the enemy. The heroine slowly walked towards them with the tire in her hand. She turned around and threw the tire at the girl. The driver destroyed the tire with a well-aimed shot. She frowned angrily and said that she had enough. White buildings appeared on both sides of her. The girl said that she would put the enemy in her place. Suddenly, she noticed that the heroine was missing. Ava grabbed her from behind. She slammed the girl's face into the ground. The drunk heroine looked at the enemy and said that she was shark meat. Senchu decided that at this rate she would soon die. The heroine sank her teeth into her body, drawing blood. Suddenly, mutants burst out of the car. They quickly headed towards Senchu. Dusk kicked one of them in the face. The monster flew a few meters to the side. The man took a cigarette in his teeth and looked back at him. Senchu covered her eyes with her hand and exhaled heavily. The guys were sitting by the fire. The heroine raised her hand and apologized. The girl said that she was crazy. Frowning angrily, she added that she was as bad as Dusk and that she could not believe that she had let Kasha brainwash her to help them. The man looked at her and said that they should not drag it out, then asked if she knew the location of the 5. The girl replied that the man should not think that she knew everything about them. She rested her hands on the stone and said that she believed that she could tell what she knew, and that the sacred light should be the last person they wanted to fight. In the middle of the dark land stood a tower. The girl said that firstly, he does not leave the first sector, and secondly, they will need to deal with strong security that could compete with the head of the clan. The girl imagined an image of a blonde man and said that his personal strength still remains a mystery. To be more precise, he has never reached his limit. Sitting by the fire, she added that she does not know who the 7th is, but Nanzu must attend the next meeting of the Fingers, although it will not be soon. Then she imagined an image of a man with scars and said that in order to meet the Eternal, they will have to go through the Immortals, and if they use the process of elimination, they will find their answer. The man looked at her and said that if the hero of greatness is part of the council, then it will be difficult with her as well. The girl replied that she has a personal relationship with this hero. She pictured the sunny coast and added that this was why she knew the woman always went on vacation to the port of Wise around this time of year. She crossed her arms and calmly added that the woman left with a small number of personal attendants and bodyguards, and then asked if she had answered his question. The girl was in the car, her brows furrowed angrily. Fluffy clouds floated across the blue sky. The car drove quickly along the road in the middle of the fields. The man sat silently behind the wheel. Ava said that the allies had also gone about their own business, so now they were a new team. Senchu angrily kicked her on the seat and said that she could not describe in words how much she had gotten on her nerves, and then asked why she was forced to be in this place. The heroine grabbed her hair and said that the girl could have lied to them, so she would sit in this place as long as greatness lived. The man looked back at them and said that he would help them until the end, so she shouldn't worry, because he wanted to get to the bottom of Yon's death. Ava looked out the window with boredom and said that the last time she came to this port was for the hero initiation ceremony. She remembered how the boys stood next to each other at the ceremony. She imagined looking in the mirror while standing next to the girl. Then she remembered how she fought with the man. Senchu shuddered in surprise when he said that she should have killed her last night after all. Their car was approaching a small town. The warm rays of the sun illuminated a building between the trees. The boys walked towards it. The man said that he rented a mansion to use as a base of operations, and they were only a few blocks away from the target, so he could keep an eye on her from there. He looked at the girl and asked if she saw a building with a red roof, and then said that their target was staying there. The doll was hanging on the branches of a tree in front of the window of the house. The man said that he had installed high-quality hidden cameras around the building. A lens was visible in the doll's eye. Dusk rummaged through the suitcase, saying that he knew that the clan was in no condition to help right now, but they should still be careful and act only when they were sure that they could catch her. The heroine raised her eyebrows in surprise, remembering the images of her friends. She ran up to the man and asked why he was so useful. Then she turned her gaze to the girl standing next to her. Ava ran away from the angry girl, saying that it was trash. She reached out for the telescope. Taking the device in her hand, she looked out the window. The silhouette of a girl was visible in the window of the building. The hero of greatness looked angrily at Ava. The girl hid behind the wall. Looking back, she thought that this was their target. The man turned the terminal and said that she simply pulled the curtain, and fortunately, he did not think that the target noticed her. He looked at his ally and asked her not to try to look at the line anymore because it was too risky. The heroine adjusted her hair, agreed, and asked Senchu if she was really on bad terms with Majesty. The girl looked back at her, confirmed what she had said, and said that she had seen her a couple of times while standing in the Legion, and that their target was from the Thorn Church. The girl imagined a statue and said that there were thousands of religions in the world. Then she imagined multicolored glass and added that the Thorn Church was just one of them, worshipping Daltaris. And then she imagined the dark silhouettes of nuns and said that although the name was scary, they often did charity work, and because of this they had many followers. An image of flags fluttering against a scarlet background appeared in her mind. Senchu said that a creature called a human can become better through endless struggle, and suffering in life is a test sent by God. The girl imagined a man sitting at a table and said that their doctrine is based on the fact that life is hard and therefore one must try to survive. She imagined Majesty praying and added that she is actually canonized as a saint of this order, and in simple terms, she is their mascot. The woman sat with her hands folded in front of her. The girl added that she is charming, eloquent, and strong, so she is the perfect person for such a position. Majesty reached for the door handle. The girl added that she did not end there, because being a finger she learned something. The woman opened a bloody room. Senchu added that there is no one in the clan who would torture people better than her. The girl raised her hand and said that anyone who entered the torture chamber with her ended up there too, and she didn't think the target achieved this with his eloquence. The heroine touched her chin and said that it meant that she would turn the church against herself if she killed the target. The girl replied that it wasn't that easy, because she would definitely be surrounded by other strong people. Ava imagined blowing up the house and suggested that they could simply blow up the mansion. The girl exclaimed in surprise. She frowned angrily, pointed her finger to the side, and asked if the interlocutor had gone crazy, because if the girl did this, she would be persecuted by these crazy fanatics all over the world. The heroine grabbed her wrist and said that this was exactly why she should do it, because if she killed her, it would make everything much easier. Ava pushed her onto the couch and told her that the girl should listen to her, then asked if she thought she had a choice. The girl asked her to take her hands off. Senchu looked back angrily at her interlocutor's hands. The girl asked if she wanted to know what was so great about the healing gift. She imagined Senchu sitting on a torture chair and said that someone like her, who could tie up a girl without killing her, would suddenly, absolutely by chance, turn out to be a psychopath and a sadist. She looked angrily into her eyes and asked what she thought would happen then, because she would be tortured for eternity. The man pulled the curtains and told her to stop, because the girl was about to cry. The heroine stood up, raised her hand, and said that the girl deserved it, because she had definitely killed many innocent residents. She approached her ally and, looking at the screen, said that the target was about to leave. Ava turned to the girl and told her to hurry up and follow them. The black cars drove away from the mansion. They passed a large temple. One of the nuns turned to the lady and said that they had arrived. The hooded woman thanked her. The priests opened the car door for her. Majesty walked out to the people with a smile. The men opened the giant temple gates. The woman walked inside. Suddenly she passed by Ava, who was radiating bloodlust. The girl folded her hands at her feet. She looked back angrily at the passing woman. Majesty turned to the parishioners and offered to pray. She raised her hands, closed her eyes, and said that she would pray for those who willingly and steadfastly go through trials, and that she would pray in the name of the god Daltaris. Ava folded her hands in front of her. The woman added that she would pray in the name of the Thorn Church and in the name of God. The girl had an earpiece in her ear. Senshi asked if everything was okay with her, because, as it seemed to her, the girl would immediately pounce on the target. Sitting among the parishioners, the girl replied that it would be more convenient to pounce in the mansion. Too many civilians were being led, although it seemed to her that the woman's servants were not weaklings either. Senchu touched her earpiece and said that she was being rational, that it was the right decision, considering that her target was no longer an assassination but a kidnapping. Ava looked away in irritation and thought that she couldn't lose her head in this place, because if she had survived that day in the dusty city. She imagined the old man and thought that he couldn't finish her off. The girl brought her hand to her mouth and said that according to the girl, the target was using a weapon forged by a master blacksmith from the clan, but she had no idea what kind of gift she had. She imagined a giant hourglass and thought that the worst case scenario would be that her gift was incredibly difficult to predict, like the killer's time. She pictured Majesty attacking her and thought that the woman had been working for a long time, so there was no doubt about her skill in using her abilities. But I would not like to fight against such an enemy. Dusk said over the earpiece that he had good news. Ava looked away. The man added that he was a little delayed due to unforeseen circumstances. He was standing on the balcony, saying that he saw several familiar faces in the crowd, and they were not even trying to be inconspicuous. The man looked at the group of people walking. He said that there were heroes on the bishop's side, and something would definitely happen, so the girl should be ready for anything. Ava suddenly noticed a grenade rolling in. The temple was instantly covered with a smoke screen. People began to run away in panic. Majesty spread her arms to the sides and asked everyone to calm down, saying that this was just another test sent by God, when suddenly someone called out to her. The man in the black jumpsuit said that if she thought she could take the port just because Sledgehammer was dead, she was sorely mistaken. He concentrated his strength in his fist and wished her death. The man attacked her with a shock wave. The woman jumped to the side. He instantly closed the distance and struck there. The woman easily dodged that too. She smiled widely with a mad expression on her face and then thanked him. The woman took out a 6-barreled machine gun from under her dress. She attacked the man with a bayonet, spraying blood all over the area. The girl took the weapon in her hands and said that she was grateful to him for giving her a chance to punish sinners with the sacred Gatling gun. The opponents broke out of the veil and shouted her name. The barrels of the machine gun began to spin rapidly. The woman shot each of them without a doubt. She smiled maniacally and said that the grace of God would rain down on them in the form of lead. People watched the explosions in the temple in tension. The woman raised the corpse on the muzzle. With a quick movement of her hand, she chopped the body and slammed it to the ground. Majesty released the handle of the machine gun. She folded her hands in front of her and prayed. Suddenly, the girl quickly turned her gaze to the side. She looked into the dark passage. Ava quickly ran to the departing car. She jumped into the car on the move. The girl began to scold her, saying that the woman had finally gone crazy. The man with a calm expression on his face held the steering wheel, saying that the heroes from the Bishop faction were more incompetent than he thought, because they could not even hold out a little so that they could find out the woman's gift. The girl looked at him and said that after Sledgehammer's death, they were left without someone to go for, but everything was not so bad, because at least she found out what kind of weapon she uses. The girl introduced a woman standing with a machine gun and said that it was made of metal, and she would be able to use her gift against the weapon. She raised her hand and added that this was a small opportunity that she needed to turn the situation around. Ava looked at her palm. The man said that he would deal with the servants, after which he added that the girl would also have business. Senchu looked out from behind the seat, hit the girl in the head. The man said that she knew the Black Hand better than anyone. With a calm expression on his face, he added that if the girl captured their target according to plan, and Majesty decided that being captured would harm the church or the clan. Senchu frowned in irritation. They say that the woman will decide to introduce herself on the spot, which means that the man asks her not to let the woman do this with the help of a healing gift. She returned to her seat, stretched, and said that since they had already planned so much, she thought there was no way the target would tell the clan about her. When she glared at the girl and asked her to promise that she would be released after she helped with this, since she already had so much to do because of the puppeteer. Eva waved off the angry girl and pretended to agree. The man looked back at them and said that they would be moving out today, so he would be glad for any support. Since there was no telling what could happen, and since Eva was known as a hero in this place, then she must know many people who could help them. The girl opened someone's contact and said that it was the first person who came to mind. She wondered if the show was over. People in dark cloaks were sitting in front of a spot of light on the ground. The man in the cloak was sitting with his head slightly lowered. In his hands was the green whip. The woman came out to them and said that pain is a blessing. The priests hit themselves on the back with whips. The woman repeated her words again, smiling slightly. The men in cloaks hit themselves on the back again, begging her to make them suffer. One of the ministers looked down heavily at the floor. The woman touched his shoulder. He smiled broadly, hearing the words that he should follow her. The man fell at her feet and thanked her sincerely. He left after her. The woman touched the door. In the middle of the roof of the room stood a chair. Majesty took off her shoes and asked him to sit down. The man looked around suspiciously, sitting down. The woman took off her clothes. She took a small whip. Undressing to her underwear, the girl asked him to scream as loudly as he could. She blushed excitedly and said that the one sitting in heaven should hear this. There was silence behind the bars of the closed door. Suddenly a light came on inside. The priests heard loud screams coming from there. Blood splashed onto the woman's face. The bloody body went limp on the chair. The woman lowered her head and began to negatively react to what was happening. Holding her claws in her hands, she said that such screams would not be heard. Suddenly the sounds behind the door stopped. Two men were standing by the doorway by the stairs, discussing the fact that today's prayer would not be able to reach the deity, and that they could not do anything about it since no one had ever managed to endure the ritual. One of them lowered his head and said that several followers of the church were accusing them of cultism. The interlocutor looked at him, called it absurd, and said that Majesty was the living embodiment of the deity, and she was with them. He looked away and said that he hoped that the Lord Paladin would understand this too one day, when suddenly he was interrupted by a strange sound. One of the guards went in that direction, saying there to check what happened. He walked along a dark corridor. The floor creaked quietly under his feet. The man approached the door and asked who was inside. Suddenly, the confused face of an ally looked out at him. A man in dark clothes held a corpse on an outstretched arm. The guard mistook the dead for the living. The man lowered the corpse lower and looked at the enemy with a smile. Suddenly, a powerful explosion of golden time was heard. The guard took out his claws, jumping back. The man threw the corpse at him, whose eyes and mouth were shining brightly. Their bodies exploded in a powerful explosion. The man ran forward. Holding a cigarette in his teeth, he said that he could not believe that he had teamed up with such disgusting villains. He noticed the approaching occultist. The priest put his hands in front of him and created stone formations. Dusk destroyed them with his ability and gathered the fragments in one place. He compressed them to the size of a bullet and activated the extremely compressed shot. The man fired his ability, destroying everything in front of him. The bullet crashed into the enemy's head with incredible force, crushing it. It flew through. The priest's body fell to the ground. A man with a halberd appeared from around the corner, saying that they would not tolerate any more disturbances, because this was a sacred place, so he had to stop the stranger. Dusk a metaphor stone with many blades and sent the enemy. They clashed with their blows. The man said that he thought he would have to tinker with the enemy. The girl broke the window, agreeing with his words. Someone silently watched her run forward. The girl quickly flew down the flights of stairs. She landed with a crash, after which she turned to the surprised priests. The girl quickly ran outside and split the floor. She removed the door and crumpled it. They say that he will distribute suffering. The women looked back at her in confusion. The girl looked angrily and called Majesty by name. The bloody woman looked at her in surprise. The girl instantly closed the distance and hit her in the face, interrupted the question of whether Ava knew her. Lowered to the head, the heroine confirmed her guess. With the next blow, she nailed the woman to the wall. The girl swung her right hand for a second attack. The woman slid down the wall. She took out a golden pistol from under her underwear. Majesty pointed the barrel at the girl with a satisfied grin. Ava looked at the weapon and used her ability. The pistol came apart and crumbled into pieces. The girl pressed her opponent with her foot. Pieces of metal began to rise into the air. The heroine created metal snakes. The animals clung to the woman. They nailed her to the wall. The girl took a step forward and asked if the words about the Dusty City meant anything. The girl came close to her rival and said that her partners killed her sister. The woman asked heavily if she was talking about Operation Twilight. The next second, she quickly tore herself away from the wall. Smiling maniacally, the woman said that she remembered it very well because it was the best day of her life. The girl looked at her in confusion, asking what it meant. The woman sat back down and said that her sister's voice would definitely reach the heavens, but her partners screwed everything up. Ava grabbed her by the neck. She frowned slightly and asked what Majesty was talking about. The woman sadly lowered her eyes and said that her sister had incredible physical and mental strength and could have survived the ritual, and that day could have become the day of the coming of the Messiah. She tore her hand away from the wall, saying that she still had Ava. The woman directed her hands towards the girl and said that if she could go this far, she must be worthy. She gently touched her cheek and suggested that despite everything, they all go through the training together. The woman smiled maniacally and said that they would go to the delightful Hall of Pain. The room began to fall apart, revealing an outer glow. Suddenly, Ava in a different outfit found herself in the middle of an unknown space. In front of her was a tall statue of Majesty. The girl looked at it and thought that this was the Hall of Astral Pain. She raised her hand and said that she guessed that the enemy's ability would be something like this. On the back of her palm, a symbol was shining. The girl added that the hero of her level's gift was still shrouded in mystery, so this is too strange. The woman came out to her. The heroine added that it was obvious to her that the enemy killed everyone who witnessed it. Majesty smiled slightly and said that this was not so at all. She pointed the gun at the girl and said that no one had ever died in this place. She brought the gun to her head and fired. Blood splattered on the floor behind her. The wounds on the woman's head began to heal. She smiled maniacally, put the gun to her head and said that all the pain they felt was collected, and when it was enough, she fell silent and fired another shot. The next second, the statue plunged the dagger into her chest. The symbols on the women's palms glowed red. Ava curled her hands in pain. The woman folded them in front of her and said that they would both feel the pain at once. The statue tore the dagger from her chest. The blade of the blade transformed. The heroine looked at her rival and said that now she understood everything. She created a spear behind her back and said that this meant that in the end, it all came down to who was more resilient. The girl dashed to the side and wished death on her rival. She made a couple of blows to the woman's body. Majesty created a signature machine gun. She hit the girl with it and pushed her back. The heroine placed her hand on the floor. The woman told her not to think that she would just take the blows. Taking aim with her machine gun, she added that she loved to cause suffering as much as she loved to endure it. The next second, she opened fire on her opponent. The girl quickly walked towards her. She struck a couple of times, pushing the woman back. Majesty blocked her attacks, saying that this ordeal would not end until her mind fell apart, so the girl should accept the all-consuming fear. The heroine received several wounds. The statue plunged the dagger into her chest. The girl calmly looked at her opponent and asked who was afraid at the moment. The barrel of the machine gun began to spin. The woman said that she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Ava took a firmer grip on the handle and said that if Majesty's best day was when she killed her sister, then her best day. The girl frowned slightly and said that her best day was today. Dusk frowned slightly and said that it took quite a while. He was sitting on the body of a defeated enemy. Behind him was one of his allies. The man said that he transferred him the money, and now he was free. The gold-crowned one smiled, looking ahead. With explosive force, he left. Dusk answered the girl's call. Senchu said that he needed to leave there urgently. She slightly lowered her head. The man asked what she meant. The girl answered that it had already arrived. Senchu hid behind the car door. Ava looked angrily ahead. The girl said that a catastrophe had come. The man quickly turned around. He noticed sharp spikes at the end of the corridor and told the interlocutor not to hang up. The girl frowned irritably and agreed, telling him to be careful, after which she wondered why she should worry about him at all. She looked outside and said that their plan had already failed. He should probably get as far away as possible while he could. Dusk raised his hand, covered in aura, and thought that Ava would not be able to grab Majesty without shedding blood. The stone wall began to rebuild itself from small pieces. Soon it looked like new. The man thought that he could not allow a new enemy to attack her right after a fierce battle when she did not expect it. The glowing fragments were gathering together. The man walked along the corridor, thinking that he would simply close the entire basement. Using his ability, he picked up the items from the shelf. The man put his hands in front of him and began to collect the items in one place. Suddenly, the enemy kicked the ground. Yon made a powerful dash forward. Dusk fired a compressed bullet at her. The woman dodged and ran on. She attacked the man. Dusk blocked her blows. He covered himself with his sword. The woman stabbed him in the stomach. She approached his face with a maniacal smile. Suddenly, she stopped. Smiling slightly, she said that it was strange. The woman passed him and added that he was lying below the grass and they could not find him, but now he suddenly began to make so much noise, so I do not understand what has changed. With a few blows, she made a path in the wall. She smiled ominously and said that the man piqued her curiosity. Dusk looked sternly ahead. The building began to disintegrate under the influence of his ability. The man rushed forward, directing the debris behind him. The girl swung her weapon, deflecting the flying fragments. The opponents clashed with each other again. The girl stopped and said that he tricked her and that it was a great move because he pretended that her gift worked on him. She smiled widely and said that apparently he knew how this thing worked and added that he was heartless because he dared to attack her. The man frowned sternly and asked her who she was. The woman rushed forward. She walked in an arc, attacking the enemy in parallel. The woman smiled and said that it would be easy if it was possible to use it several times on one person, but Dusk repelled her attacks, but received injuries, finished the sentence by saying that he was not keeping up with her at all. Suddenly, his shoulder was cut by a powerful blow. The man jumped back, holding his arm outstretched. A huge layer of earth under Yon's feet rose into the air. It began to disintegrate into pieces and gather in one place. The man used a shot of extreme density. The woman deflected the bullet with the handle of her weapon. While in the air, she said that there were only a few people who looked at her the way he was looking at her at the moment. The man frowned. The woman added that he was looking with anger, rage, confusion, regret, sorrow, and hope. She lifted her gaff and said that he hoped that maybe even a small part of Yon could survive. Dusk looked at her silently. The woman smiled widely and said that she didn't want to upset him, but absolutely nothing survived. The man's mouth opened in shock, and he remembered sitting next to his friend on the edge of a cliff. The fighter squeezed the handle of his gun and thought that he didn't know what feelings he really had for her. He opened his palms, collecting the earth under his feet, and thought it was closer to admiration than anything else, but chunks of earth rose into the air, gathering above him. The man added that he had always wanted something. He remembered his friend's smile and finished the thought by saying that he wanted to save her from the impenetrable darkness. Then he imagined the girl being tormented by hundreds of hands and added that in her she was suffering, hiding behind a smile. Dusk imagined himself standing next to her and thought that he had made her a promise that one day the light would illuminate her soul. Using his ability, the man began to create a layer of armor on his body. His leg was also covered with a hard layer. He looked at his opponent angrily, decided that he would not renounce his promise, and then activated the call to arms. The next second, he tore himself from his place. The man moved behind the opponent. He spun in the air, and then into the girl. The woman smiled and said that he put on compressed objects as armor and controlled them with telekinesis to increase his speed, and then sarcastically surprised at this. The man began to rush around her, attacking at the same time. The woman said that she would tear his shell apart. She blocked his attack with her breeches. A crack appeared on the handle of the weapon. The man bent down to the ground, gathering strength. He put his hands in front of him and raised a huge amount of fragments using the highest density shot. In the next second, he fired several projectiles. The woman deflected each of his attacks with a few swings of her weapon. Dusk instantly moved behind her. Yon blocked his attack, but broke the glyph. The man raised his hand to attack. The opponent looked at him with tears in her eyes and called him by name. Dusk froze in place. The woman pointed the blade at his head. The sword pierced straight into his eye. The man looked ahead in confusion, bleeding. Ava continued to fight in another world. Taking a step forward, she easily blocked the enemy's attacks. The women stepped back, preparing to attack. They made sweeping strikes and injured each other. The statue stabbed the dagger into its chest again. Ava clutched her chest as pain pierced her body. The woman gritted her teeth, feeling the pain. Blows flew across the arena and blood splashed. The opponents stood opposite each other. The heroine asked the woman what it was and began to feel pain. Majesty smiled and said that she admitted her impression, and apparently the pain was nothing to the enemy. The girl spread her arms to the sides and created two axes, saying that she did not need it. She rushed forward and said that she did not need these confessions. The woman opened fire again. To the side, dodging the shots. She blocked the bullets with her weapon. Getting closer, she threw the enemy's machine gun to the side. The girl cold-bloodedly attacked the enemy's shoulder. The symbol on the woman's hand lit up. She bit her lip. Her shoulder was cut to the heart. The stone angel flew up to the statue with an axe. He plunged the blade into the chest of the statue. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced the women. Majesty frowned tensely and asked why the girl was ready to go so far. The heroine calmly answered that the reason for this was revenge. The woman smiled and said that she was not the only one in the world. What was the motive for the moon? And that the girl interested her. If she could, she would gladly climb into her head. The heroine sternly looked at her pupils. The woman paid attention to this. Ava did not express any emotions. The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise and said that now she understood one thing. Without taking her eyes off the enemy, she added that the source of willpower with which she continues to move forward despite suffering is the same as her own, somewhere nothing other than faith. The heroine sternly looked at her and said that this was nonsense. The woman smiled maniacally and screamed that her faith in herself was already a religion, because the blessings of God are already in her, and thanks to her she was able to endure so much. The woman created many weapons at once and said that 3 more trials awaited them, and that at the beginning of each trial the pain collected would double. She folded her hands in front of her and prayed that she could endure it all. Lightning struck the arena between them, announcing the second stage, the introductory thunder. The heroine's arm was covered with a symbol up to the elbow. The next second, her opponent's body was torn apart. The girl fell to her knees, experiencing severe pain. She looked angrily at her opponent. The woman bit her tongue and said with a smile that she felt her brain slowly crumbling, but it was addictive. 2 statues with spears lined up next to them. The woman said it was time to move on. The statues pierced each other's bodies. A test of punishments, pierced the woman's head. The process grew into her body, piercing it from the inside. Majesty fall of ecstasy. Suddenly her body was torn apart from the inside. She fell to the floor and spat out a lot of blood. The girl's eyes were streaming with bloody tears. She looked up and saw her opponent lying on the floor. Majesty smiled slightly. The heroine rose from the ground. The woman said that there was 1 more round left. She smiled maniacally, touched her face and asked if her opponent was ready. The girl with a stern expression said that Majesty should shut up and begin. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky above the arena. The final test was about to begin. A statue with many arms and daggers hung over the seas of this world. An endless prayer began. The statue plunged its blades into the water and destroyed the arena. Ava opened her eyes in shock. She found herself in the middle of a white space. The opponent stood in front of her. She smiled madly, her body disintegrating into particles. She said that beyond this space there was an area that even she had not yet explored. Ava also began to crumble in the air. She looked at the flying scraps of skin. Their body parts spun in the air at high speed. The women found themselves facing each other again. Ava looked ahead in confusion, thinking that her body was being torn apart and put back together again, so she couldn't think of anything and was about to lose. She noticed that the woman smiled maniacally, experiencing pain, and thought that she was in exactly the same situation. Ava closed her eyes and added that the enemy's goal was pain. She opened her eyelids wide and decided that her target was much further away. Slightly opening her mouth, she began to pronounce the names of her targets. Her body was falling apart further and further. The girl continued to repeat the names incessantly. She threw her head back. A stone fragment hung in front of her chest. Majesty looked ahead in fear. Tears and drool were running down her face. She looked at the girl in confusion and asked how she could stand it. Ava smiled evilly and addressed the enemy by name. A gloomy statue loomed over them. The next second, all this space shattered into pieces. The girls again found themselves in the place where they were before. The heroine looked at the blurry image of the enemy. She quickly turned around. Ava rested her hands on the wall and spat out a lot of blood. She sank to the ground. The girl opened her palm and began to create her weapon. She took the blade in her hand, touched her head and said that she had been waiting for this for a long time. Ava approached her opponent. She looked angrily into the woman's face and said that she would be the first. The girl plunged the tip into her chest. Majesty's hand twitched slightly. She folded her palms and said that the girl could do as she wished, after which she called her a seeker. The girl squeezed the handle with renewed vigor. The woman smiled softly and added that the girl had been able to endure all the suffering and prove that she was the incarnation of God, and everything she wished for would be fulfilled in this reality. Ava cut her chest. She sternly ordered her to shut up. The girl pressed the blade to the enemy's throat and said that after everything she had done for her sister, the woman could not dream of paradise. Majesty smiled and said that her world was full of thick fog that clouded her vision until she met the seeker. Looking madly ahead, the woman added that now everything had cleared up and she could see the light of the diamond pouring down on her, so she could not help but admire it. The heroine pressed the blade to her throat. The woman added that she was sorry that she was not capable of anything more, because she wanted with all her heart to help in the accomplishment together. The girl rose on her foot and asked what this meant, what she could do. Majesty bowed low to her and said that she would do whatever she ordered. Bowing her head, she said that she was a member of the council, and unlike ordinary heroes, she had unlimited access to the cell database. The woman kissed her boot and added that if the girl wished together, then this is what the god wills, so she will bring everyone and anyone to her, someone will demand. Majesty smiled widely, looked at her and said that she humbly offers her help as long as the seeker sees sense in it. The girl looked at her sternly. She bit her lip and thought that this would definitely be useful, because even a complete idiot would understand it, and it would be more logical to leave her alive, but she wanted to kill her. Ava stomped the enemy's head into the ground and decided that she wanted to stomp and break her head right now. The girl closed her eyes, trying to decide whether to kill her or spare her. She swung her hand with the sword and decided to kill the enemy. Ava plunged the tip of the blade into the floor next to her head and decided to spare her. She grabbed the woman by the head and said that she would use her until she died. Then she imagined Majesty screaming in agony and said that she would think of a great way to make her die painfully. The woman smiled with admiration and said that she agreed to it. They left the dilapidated building. Suddenly, the girl noticed something on her phone. She turned her attention to the destroyed buildings. The last blocks of stone had collapsed in the middle of the field. Ava was standing in the middle of the concrete. She approached Senchu. The girl was glad that she had returned. Majesty appeared from behind the heroine. The girl frowned in irritation and asked why she was still breathing. She grabbed her head when she heard the words about how it happened, after which she asked for an explanation and said that she did not plan to oppose the clan. The girl with a calm expression answered that they would talk about it later, and then asked what it meant that they captured Dusk. Senchu raised her hand and said that she had not lied because he had lost the battle, after which he disappeared. The girl remembered his appearance in new armor. Then their battle surfaced in her memories. The girl said that someone appeared who looked just like her sister. The girl came closer to her. Senchu took the phone in her hands. The heroine said that she did not think that she would dare to joke about her sister. The girl said that she had seen her, so she did not doubt it. She handed the phone to the interlocutor and asked to listen to the recording. Dusk's voice was heard from the speaker. He addressed Ava and said that at the end of her path or in the middle of it, but she will definitely meet something resembling her sister. The girl looked at the phone with a calm expression. The man added that she shouldn't even try to talk, because she needed to smash this thing's head in as soon as it appeared, because it wasn't Yom. The girl put her hand in her pocket and said that she didn't know if the man had foreseen this, but he had entered the battle without hanging up, after which she asked if Ava understood. The heroine waved it off and said that she was very sorry that not everything went according to plan, but she believed that she had done her part, after which she wished Senchu good luck and said goodbye. Majesty looked at the girl leaving in surprise. Senchu suddenly froze in place, hearing his name. She angrily turned around and asked what she wanted. After all, a woman's mission is to help the seeker with everything she can, so she is not ashamed to take and leave. The woman smiled ominously and ordered her to kneel and show respect, otherwise she could use everything at her disposal, from the clan to the church, to destroy the girl's dreams. Senchu, with tears in her eyes, grabbed her head and asked why they were treating her wrong, what she had done to them. Ava looked at her silently, not listening to her words. The girl touched her chin and thought that if their ally was still alive, she could not abandon him, because he had nothing to gain from this, but still put himself in harm's way to help her. She looked at Majesty and thought that something reminded her of what he had said earlier, because if this had anything to do with the Black Hand, she knew who she had to talk to. The girl approached her subordinate and addressed her by name. Ava looked sternly into her eyes and said that she needed to know exactly everything that had happened in the Dusty City. The woman smiled widely and agreed to this. A girl in a dark cape was running along a stone floor. Suddenly she tripped over a ledge. A large shadow loomed over her. A man in balaclava reached out to her. The next second, a man's hand grabbed his head. The prosecutor slammed him to the ground with incredible force. The girl thanked him with tears in her eyes. The man stepped on the body of his fallen opponent. He grabbed him and slammed him against the wall, splashing blood. The man dragged him along the wall and slammed him to the ground. Drops of blood splashed onto the frightened girl's face. She suddenly jerked in fear. The men with blades smiled widely. Their bodies were instantly cut by the prosecutor. The man held a sword and a severed head in his hand. He waved his hand, looking ahead. Suddenly, his blade stopped the green sword. The opponent smiled widely and said that she had been waiting for a meeting for a long time. The young girl looked at the prosecutor and asked if she could ask for a drop of his time. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.